Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. There are many toys in this world. The words of prayer were heard, Our Father, such as, a knight in silver armor clutched a sword in his hands and said Amen. His mask showed how stern his gaze was. He was telling the unclean demon that he would bring him retribution in the Lord's Baphomet. The hero said that one toy was making too much noise. He would finish the thought when he dealt with it. A bloody knight lay on the ground. The hero said that he sent him to his father, so now let him praise him as much as he wants. A man in a gray cloak walked forward. The man had an eye patch. He looked at his watch and said that it looked like he was running out of time. A gray-haired man with an eye patch clutched a sword in his hands, saying that today was their wedding anniversary. It's a pity, but they need to hurry up with this. The hero asked, Anniversary? There were bloody weapons, knives and swords on the ground. A shadow covered the weapons. The hero giggled, saying that he thought it was a funeral. The girl asked who was there. The boss remarked that it looked like they had a cute toy here this time. The girl with pigtails looked in the door, asking if this was the top floor. Was he the owner of the tower? The voice replied that yes, it was him. The cute girl smiled, saying that it was a relief. She had gotten lost many times before. Suddenly the cute girl became very angry. A shining ball appeared in her palm, and she screamed that she had barely found it and wished for death. The boss remarked that she was a bitch. A big black palm was holding a crying girl by the hair, who begged him to forgive her and not kill her. The boss told her not to dream. She had really pissed him off. That would be the end of it. The hero thought that everyone had finally gotten it. A black monster with horns was moving rapidly towards the man standing opposite. The guy was clutching a sword in his hands in surprise. Red lines of impact crossed the guy's body. All these toys. The monster with horns struck down, blood splashed. He had a beast's muzzle and red eyes. They would inevitably die by his hand. The hero's name was Baphomet. He was the lord of this tower. His profession was to evaluate the quality of toys. There was a star on the wall with colored panels. Below there was a throne with a very high back, on which Baphomet was sitting among weapons. In front of the throne stood a man clutching a spear. The hero thought that for him there was no greater pleasure in life than the moment the next toy appeared. Baphomet looked forward. His eyes were red. He thought that this was the source of his despair. A huge monster was holding a man by the leg, thinking that this toy was also broken. He threw the body away. The monster stood in front of a large gate with a pattern. He thought that this door was designed in such a way that he could not open it. There were sharp claws on the black palm. In other words, the way to the world of toys was closed to him. Baphomet lived here aimlessly, waiting for fleeting entertainment, and when the wait for the arrival of the victim dragged on, he had to think about what to do with himself. The monster with horns silently lowered his head. He thought and cursed with displeasure how bad it all was and how tired he was of it. The black fist hit the wall with a question, why? Baphomet hit the wall with his fists, asking why it was so boring here. His rapid blows left white marks. He repeated the question, why? The boss raised his clenched fists, asking why he was locked up here alone and had no way out. The owner of the tower stood, touching the closed door with his hands. The phone vibrated behind him. A smartphone was lying on the floor and calling. It was the last toy that had dropped it. The horned beast turned around. An idea occurred to him. A loud laugh was heard. The guy opened the door with a smile and shouted, finally the last floor. The gray-haired guy's gaze was determined. He asked, does that mean he's the boss of the tower? He will kill him and finally become the best hunter. The beaten guy was silent. His face was swollen. He was kneeling in front of the boss and begging for mercy. Suddenly, he crawled back screaming for help. The guy covered his head with his hand, looking questioningly at the boss, showing him something. Baphomet held a glowing phone in his hand and asked, what is this thing? He thought he was just curious. The beaten guy raised his finger, saying that this gadget opens with facial recognition technology. The tower boss brought the severed head to the phone and heard praise for his great work. The gray-haired guy held a phone in his hands, saying that it is called a camera, and with its help you can capture moments dear to your heart. He posed and showed a heart with the boss of the top floor, as if they were friends forever. Baphomet was thinking about what world these toys come from. He was sitting on the ground next to a guy who was telling him that you can also listen to music here, it's the only legal drug. The monster with horns sat and listened to the guy explaining about this and that. The guy turned to the sword, saying that he was doing very well, he could even do it without it. The hero thought that this went beyond simple curiosity. The player grabbed the sword, swinging it, and asked if maybe he should go to the underworld. Without looking up from his phone, the monster defeated him with one hand, saying how interesting it was. He thought that he found something that entertained him in this tower. Baphomet looked at the dark mountain of objects, thinking that he actually had a whole deposit of loot from the toys. He looked at the notebook, in which names and red stars were written, thinking that this was a collection of drawings. What are these 3 red stars? The red notebook flew to the side with words about taking the trash with him. Thoughts were heard, what is this, and I have never seen this before, I wonder what it is for. Through all these things, the monster was sitting on the floor. In front of him were notebooks and toys. In his black paw was a photo of a smiling girl with flowers, so he began to study the life of toys. Baphomet lay with his hands behind his head. Next to him lay a phone from which songs were heard. But something was wrong. The look of the red eye was gloomy. The more the hero learned about the world of toys, the more he wanted to get into their world, into the real world. What he saw around him was just an illusion. A hand with a gray lock on the wrist rose up. The beast looked up. Toys have a belief that someone they call God fulfills their wishes. The boss looked at his palm. If God exists, maybe he will grant his wish too. Music was coming from the glowing phone. Then it went out and fell silent. The boss thought, well, yeah, right. Baphomet held the phone in his hand, thinking that he had goosebumps. What's wrong with him? He sighed sadly, sitting on the floor. The boss thought that a howl arose in the tower. So, someone is coming. Baphomet sat on the throne with a high red back. He thought that he had no more expectations. He breaks all the toys. He will finish with this one too. The legs of a man appeared in the open door. The boss of the tower thought that he would take away from her all the trophies that would entertain him. A white-haired man in a black cloak appeared at the door. The guy with white hair resolutely looked forward. Baphomet sat on the throne, resting his head on his hand. He looked forward indifferently, and then his pupil became vertical and narrow. Lord, why? Baphomet's greatsword collided with the guy's weapon. The white-haired guy's face lit up with a glow. The boss thought it was a toy. The player jumped and flew above the monster, dodging. The guy's body was surrounded by a blue glow. He sent a blue beam of power towards the boss. Baphomet looked at him, surrounded by a flash. He thought that he had been waiting for this for so long. Baphomet's lips stretched into a smile. He thought that this was real power. A bright blue explosion appeared in the air. White dust swirled. The white-haired guy frowned. Baphomet stood surrounded by red chains. The boss's leg slid along the ground. The guy's leg also rested on the ground. The opponents collided in a blow with a bright flash. Baphomet thought he was playing around. The boss struck, thinking about emotions. The guy attacked him with a sword. Long forgotten, he waited so long. Finally, there was a bright flash between the opponents. A red pentagram glowed in Baphomet's palm. He sent a bright beam forward along with 3 pentagrams and chains. He thought this was the battle he wanted. The boss looked at the guy who was floating among the pentagrams, and then he quickly attacked. He thought he was having fun. Baphomet swung at the guy from behind, and again he thought he was having fun. The white-haired guy's gaze glowed blue. He jumped back, leaving a bright flash. A sword was spinning in his palm. The guy intercepted the sword, surrounded by a blue glow. Baphomet was lying on the ground in a crack. A blue glow emanated from him. The guy's gaze was determined. The boss thought, why? The pupil of the monster's red eye was very narrow. Baphomet thought, why is he so jealous of this toy? A black and red feather was flying against the blue flash. The player was clutching a sword in his hand. Surrounded by a red glow, Baphomet spread his black wings, covered by an impenetrable barrier. There were red flashes and feathers in the space. A white flash appeared between the heroes. Baphomet, with a scythe in his hand, flew at the guy with a round pentagram. He told them not to joke with him. Baphomet struck with a swift blow with his sword, leaving a bright red mark. A player with a sword, surrounded by a blue glow, flew at him from above. The red eye of the monster appeared in the blue haze. A round pentagram glowed red above the raised sword. The weapons collided in the blow. The boss thought, would he really lose to a pathetic toy? White marks appeared from the blows. The guy crouched from the monster's attack. Behind Baphomet were large black wings and many red pentagrams. Many different swords rushed towards the standing guy. Baphomet thought that he was the lord of this tower. There was a bright blue glow around the white-haired guy. The boss looked at him carefully. The expression on his face was gloomy. He repeated again that he was the lord. But the white-haired guy interrupted him with a smile, saying that even if so, he would not be able to get out of here. Blue flames shot up from the player's sword. Baphomet asked in amazement, what? The red barrier stopped the blue glow. Baphomet thought, some pathetic toy. He covered his head with his hands, defending himself. A silhouette of a man appeared in the blue flame. The boss thought, is he trying to defeat him on his own territory? The man stood in the blue fire. Toy. The white-haired boy's eyes widened. The iris and pupil were blue. A dark shadow spread from the figure of Baphomet standing. The flaming red monster looked ahead among the drops of blood. He thought, but is this a toy? Among the blue fog, the thought formed that no, he is a man, free and strong. Baphomet realized that he also wants to become like him. The white-haired boy's eye glowed blue. Baphomet thought that he also wants to become as strong and free as him and break out of this musty tower. He wants to become a man. A red glow appeared in the darkness. The glow began to form into an information window in which the task of the main quest was written. Kill the Raven Hunter. Reward, the fulfillment of any wish. A horned monster with a fluttering mane stood in front of the white-haired player, surrounded by a blue glow. Blue rays soared far away. Small particles flickered in the darkness. There were more and more of them. The walls were decorated with a pattern of columns. A blue information window appeared with information that he had cleared the Tower of the Abyss. The next one said that the tower would soon collapse. Another one warned that he needed to leave. Raven walked away from the dark figure. He was visible through barely open eyes. The eyes opened a little more, seeing the guy heading for the exit. A black bloody fist clenched a blade. A huge explosion occurred at the top of the tower. In the darkness of the night city, silhouettes of construction equipment were visible. A man in a work uniform and a helmet shouted that there was a corpse here, and his comrade said that I found it here. The man touched his helmet in sorrow, saying how many of these hunters died here trying to clear this tower. His comrade looked away in amazement. A cry was heard that there was a survivor here. A brunette in only pants was standing on a mountain of rubble. The guy had rather long dark hair. He heard the question, "Is he alive?" and thought, "He died." Baphomet frowned darkly. The white-haired man turned his angry gaze to the side. A bright blue explosion shot up next to him. A black silhouette of a monster appeared in it. A beast's skull with a red flaming eye was visible among the blue haze. Raven's gaze became surprised. Blood appeared from the corner of his lips. Baphomet, surrounded by a bright blue flame, pierced his body with his huge hand. There was a heart in the palm with black claws. Baphomet realized that he had killed this man, that's why he was alive. The worker approached the guy and asked if he was probably one of the hunters. He needed to check the database, let him say his name. Looking at his palm, the brunette repeated Baphomet, and thought that then. The red information window spoke of the main quest to kill the hunter Raven and the reward of the fulfillment of any desire. The system red window reported that the quest was completed. Looking at his palm, the brunette exclaimed that he was Baphomet. He was now a human. Hunters. The guy was holding a sword, the blonde girl was covering her head with her hands, the bald man in armor was screaming, the muscular girl was clenching her fist. They were fighting monsters in locations called gates or towers. An orc, a winged girl, and monsters were standing behind a long-haired figure with horns. Previously, the position of hunters in society left much to be desired. But then the gate was shaken. The city was burning, people were screaming, turning around to look at various monsters. The gate was shaken, and a third of humanity was carried away to the next world. After this catastrophe, people began to train hunters to clear the towers. Baphomet, the monster with black horns, was looking at his palm. The lord of the Tower of the Abyss, most of the hunters were killed by him. He became interested in human civilization and wished to become a human himself. Only the first people he met took him for a hero, the conqueror of the Abyss Tower. The crowd of people looked at the brunette, shouting, and asked to look here, asking what he thought of his conquest of the Abyss Tower. People wanted to see his strength and skill, but the brunette with a sword stood in front of a huge black dragon. The guy was lying on the ground next to a clawed, huge paw. Unfortunately for himself, Baphomet had lost all his powers. In fact, he was the imposter of the century, the former ruler of the tower. Words were heard asking to try this, and the question, "Isn't it boring? Maybe tell a joke." He was constantly called out. The brunette in a blue shirt was sitting on the ground. Baphomet looked gloomily ahead. The thunderstorm of the underworld. Now he was just a hollow leader of a dungeon mining team. In the depths of some mine, in a dungeon, there were several people. The guy with gray hair greeted everyone and said that he was new. He looked at the man who asked if he was eager to get to work and answered that he was. The man walked with the guy through the mine and told him not to be shy. Had he ever done this before? When he answered that he had not, the man told him not to worry. The work was simple, you just needed strength and patience. The guy said that this mine was simply huge. The man confirmed, saying that a couple of months ago it was much smaller. The miners walked in the depths. The man pointed with a smile at the surprised girl and the guy, saying that it was all thanks to the hunters. They defeated monsters and moved deeper and deeper into the dungeon. The man said that he was in charge of objects C and D. He would be working on Object D. The manager told the guy with a smile that he would not be bored. Rare stones were often found on Object D. He heard a scream, parted. The figure of a brunette appeared. Baphomet walked behind the man who said that the boss was coming. The new guy asked the man who they were, and the miner said that he completely forgot to tell him that he should never get involved with these guys. They are marginal people who have wormed their way into the mining business. They are aggressive and assert themselves against those they don't like, especially this one. Of course, the man was talking about Baphomet, who stood with his hands in his pockets. The brunette looked away, hearing the advice never to do business with him. The new guy asked in surprise who could hire them if they were so bad. The boss said that nothing could be done. He really liked the mining foreman, whoever he was, and he knew his business. He introduced the brunette, who said with a smile that he had good results this month. One of the miners held an envelope in his hand, asking who gives wages in an envelope these days. The foreman waved his hand, saying that he doesn't understand anything about nostalgia. The man handed the envelope to the surprised Baphomet. Baphomet's eyes widened when he heard that he already knew that his salary had already been sent where it needed to be. The guy was shaking while the older one wished everyone a good day with a smile. The new guy looked questioningly at the guy who asked the older one if he would let him buy lunch today. He liked it so much last time, let him remind him what he ordered. The second guy said that if he didn't want to, they could go to the cyber cafe. He liked watching him play. Someone was talking about a sauna. Words were heard that the guy wanted to ask something for a long time. The young miner asked with a smile where he was sending all his salary. His head shook from the blow with a curse. The comrade who hit him pointed his finger at him, shouting that he would tell him himself when he thought it was necessary. The guy stood in front of the brunette and apologized. Baphomet trembled with displeasure, hearing the apology. He bit his lip, then covered his ears with his hands, threw his head back and screamed loudly. Baphomet angrily clenched his teeth, thinking that he was still asking where. All his money was going to the damned charlatan. Baphomet thought that there was a time when his fame, his business went to the bottom. He was exposed. He was wounded and had to seek medical help. He did not know that the clinic was a godforsaken place undercover. He had no money. He heard the question, no money. The palm stroked the white cat's head. A woman with bright makeup held a white cat on her lap and said that what a pity, nothing can be done. She offered the hero a way out. The woman with flushed cheeks raised her foot in a red shoe, saying that he would pay with his body. Baphomet woke up in a mine, now he works here, and all his salary goes to her. The hero stood there in his helmet, his blue overalls slipping off his shoulder. Well, that wasn't so bad. Baphomet was fed up with the annoying attention. Every passerby knew his face. He played the hero, when in reality he was a weakling and an imposter. But the behavior of some of the miners was already getting on his nerves. Something bounced off the brunette's head. He heard himself called a clown. The grinning gang approached him, and the guy said that he was famous. Let him tell them how to become famous. Some recognized him. A pebble bounced off the back of Baphomet's head. He didn't pay attention. Several more pebbles flew at him, again and again. The grinning gang stood behind him. At one point, Baphomet realized that being called a clown was offensive. A fist flew into the bandit's face. Baphomet gave them a slap. The brunette kicked the guy, everyone who provoked him. The man pointed behind him, saying that he heard he could fight, and offered to go outside. He was lying on the ground behind the brunette. He gave slaps to everyone who wanted to. Soon, some of the guys started trying to make friends with him. Baphomet sat with his head in his hands while palms reached out to him. The hero's gaze was very tired. In the end, he gathered his marginals around him. This is not it at all. This is not the world of people he wanted to know. The beast's red eye glowed brightly. The dark monster with black horns growled. The guy covered himself with his hands and screamed for help. Suddenly, something cut off the monster's paw. Bright flashes darted. The guy and the girl with swords flew forward rapidly. The newcomer looked at the blood in fear. The girl approached the guy sitting on the ground and asked if he was hurt. He can't come here, they haven't cleared it out yet. He thanked the huntress. Baphomet stood with a pickaxe and watched as the man reminded the newcomer that he said he can't go there. Looking away, he realized that he needed this. Not a useless force for killing people, but what hunters can do. Baphomet looked at his palm, wondering if he had lost his power because he had received a human life in return. He then made a wish to become a human, like him, a strong, confident man. He imagined the image of a white-haired hunter. The guy standing behind the amazed Baphomet threw his hands behind his head, saying, "Big deal, hunters. Their elder is hundreds of times cooler, what can they even do?" The hero thought, what? The brunette crossed his arms over his chest, telling his smiling comrade that these hunters would be the same as them if they had not awakened their powers. If they had awakened their powers, they would have killed such monsters in no time. Baphomet thought that it really was only when you see really strong hunters. The guy with round cheeks said that he heard that hunters make good money for trophies from monsters, magic stones. Many hunters live in penthouses on the top floors of skyscrapers. Baphomet decided that living on top of the tower was not very appealing to him. The guy threw his hands on his head, saying that they were paid for nothing. He thought it was just luck, that's all. This is money that you earn with your blood and sweat. Baphomet thought that it was like always, those who do not know how to earn big money think that it comes for free. Baphomet blushed when he heard the question of what he dreamed about, and then looked at the assembled group of people and asked again. He thought, was he smiling? Scratching the back of his head, he said that they were just being funny. He poked his cheek with his finger. His comrades looked at him in surprise. The miners surrounded the guy, asking who was funnier. They had already placed bets. Whoever of them first made the elder smile, he would win. Baphomet looked at them in surprise. He thought about this feeling, just like he felt in the tower when the toys came to fight him. Enjoyment. Maybe he misses his boss power, only now he doesn't even have to fight for it. Baphomet smiled, thinking, which one of them? He is a human now. Baphomet smiled widely. He thought that even without his old power, he can. The boy looked away, hearing the question, does he really not have a name? He answered the beaming boy that he used to have a name, but he does not use it anymore, and heard that he is very curious about the past. The boy waved his hand and offered him to take his name. His parents were very careful to choose it, but it was never used. They would be very happy if someone so cool took it. In the darkness of the mine, a question was heard, "What is his name?" and an exclamation, "What did he tell him?" The boy began to answer when a red light illuminated him. A bright explosion thundered in the mine. Fire burned. The hero thought, What was that roar? Strange and deafening. Enough. Baphomet's eyes were wide open in surprise. He was sitting on the ground, holding his torso. His palm was on the boy's stomach, asking if he was hurt. Baphomet looked forward in amazement. He was asking what was going on. The boy looked at the figures of people begging for help, engulfed in huge flames. There was a palm on the ground. The brunette looked down. The boy was sitting on the ground, touching his stomach. The burning man's gaze was amazed. The mine was engulfed in flames. Baphomet looked forward in amazement. He thought that the toys had broken again. The image of Baphomet's boss was like behind glass, covered in cracks. The boy was sitting in the fire. His gaze was crazy. Baphomet thought that he was just starting to get used to them. Trembling, the brunette stood up. He glared forward, asking who he was. Who? An image with long white hair appeared in front of him. Who? The long-haired figure turned around. Amidst the bright fire, a question was heard. Who? Rank C hunters. The guy winced as he held his sword. It would be hard for him to handle too. The girl was breathing heavily. The new guy covered his face, smiling, saying that he had achieved a lot by infiltrating this mine. He fixed his hair with a crazy look, saying that he needed her. The guy said that he was a hunter-robber, and the girl asked in surprise, "What?" The hunter said that he thought it was just a rumor that there were hunters who attacked mines to take away magic stones. Could this new guy really be that maniac? The guy with a crazy smile flashed his eyes. He replied that they were only half right. A question was heard, "Are there any survivors?" The huntress held a weapon in her hand and replied that a couple were injured, maybe they need to go to the hospital. The brunette looked at her comrade, exclaiming that they would hardly survive, but that was not what they needed to worry about now. She stood behind her comrade, scared, and asked if he wanted them to run away. The dark-haired hunter replied that he was a B rank and they could not handle him. The girl exclaimed that they had to take the civilians, otherwise they would die. The guy quickly turned to her, asking how she thought they would do it, that they had to go to the surface and call other hunters for help. Swords flew. Shouts and exclamations were heard. No. The sword stuck into the ground. The guy fell. The girl covered her head with her hand. The new guy covered one eye, scratched his neck, and said that they were talking too much. The huntress rushed to attack with a scream. The bandit smirked. He said that emotions meant death for a hunter. The attacking brunette with a sword heard that sometimes even literally. A scream was heard. The guy raised his palm and ordered to get out. A figure of a man appeared in the blue glow. Several more were standing nearby. The guys grinned slyly. There were two more standing nearby. The defeated huntress was lying on the floor. Words were heard that he cut her throat. Why not touch many others? The crying girl heard that eyeballs are worth the most and she is still alive. This will be a rollback this time. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She asked in surprise what? And heard that a young huntress of rank C. The guy turned around, hearing the question. What were they up to? He replied that he had already said that they were only half right. The guy sat down next to the surprised girl and replied that they were pretending to be hunters-robbers. He grinned. A very scared girl looked at him. The guy was surrounded. She screamed for help, and the gray-haired man calmly lit a cigarette. In the darkness of the mine, screams and words were heard about the expensive equipment of this man. Rare in appearance, it is unlikely to be sold, it is better to leave. A man's leg appeared. There was a discussion about taking it for themselves and cries for help. The bandit said that there is no need to take a weapon, it will reduce their strength to 0. The hand was squeezing the handle of the blade. The girl was begging for help. The guy held the screaming girl by the hair, saying that she was making noise, and asked why she was yelling. Does she think someone will help? Let her humble herself. Who am I here? Will these miners help? If she was so lucky, she would have used up all her luck for the rest of her life. The gray-haired man watched as the head flew off. A surprised sound was heard. The guy turned towards the loud scream. Baphomet hit the screaming guy with his weapon. Looking forward, he asked, "Who is it?" "Which one of them?" Enraged, Baphomet screamed, "Which one of them?" His pupil was very narrow. A red information window was reflected in it. The system reported that he had completed a hidden quest to feel the thirst for revenge for a person. The reward, the power that he wishes. Baphomet asked about that vile worm that destroyed his toys. The brunette looked forward seriously. The hero walked. He looked serious. He approached the sword stuck in the ground. The man grabbed the handle and a notification appeared. It said that someone else's weapon reduces strength to 0%. It began to count the hero's strength and gave a system error. The notification said that the user has a passive skill, Weapon Master. The Weapon Thief perk was activated. He entered this skill. Baphomet chopped his enemies with one blow. The man with gray hair was smoking. A severed head flew past him. He turned around and threw away the cigarette when the hero asked who he was. Baphomet took a sword from behind his back and said that it broke his toys. The hero stood with one foot on a body in front of 3 men. They asked him again what kind of toys. Baphomet looked at them and asked who survived. The man with gray hair grinned and asked what he was carrying. The hero looked at the men and asked if they did it. The man with gray hair laughed and joked that he was playing with childhood. What other toys? Baphomet rushed at them. The man shouted at his men to deal with him. The hero thought that this hooligan was actually a hidden hunter. The man smiled ominously. He planned to test the hero's level. The thugs rushed at the hero with knives. They jumped, preparing to attack. Baphomet knocked the weapons out of their hands with his sword. One of the criminals frowned. The second saw something approaching from the side. Baphomet pierced the head of one of the thugs with his sword. His partner rushed at the hero when he kicked the dead man's body away. He grabbed the attacker by the arm. He raised his bloody sword and cut off his head. Blood splattered everywhere. He looked up at the leader. He stood to the side and grinned. He smiled wider and thought that the hero was fighting well. He said that Baphomet had good stats. The man attacked the hero, who blocked the blow. The gray-haired man mockingly tilted his head and said that the hero's level was not bad. He looked at him darkly when the man asked what rank he was. The men separated their swords, and the gray-haired man wondered what rank his opponent was. He smiled madly and concluded that his rank was higher than C. The hero dodged, but something caught him. A scratch appeared on his cheek. The man wondered what a hunter of such rank was doing in the mine with a pickaxe, unless he had infiltrated for a similar purpose. He smiled and said that such things happen, but even if the hero knew what he was planning. He rushed at Baphomet and said that he would not leave here alive. The hero raised his sword. He looked to the side, and a wound appeared on his shoulder, then on his cheek. Another wound appeared on his leg, and another on his arm. Blood spurted out of him from everywhere. The man smiled predatory, and said that he could not cope with him since he had a whip with tips that would tame anyone who relied on his agility. He hit the hero again and said that he was especially effective against those who had never fought hunters before, and the hero was simply a storehouse of various biogoods, so he would try to kill without damaging the skin too much. Baphomet opened his eyes, and was able to parry the blow. The man was taken aback. The hero parried one blow after another. A notification appeared that the passive skill dash was activated. Baphomet had wounds, due to which the negative effect of blood loss was activated. It activates an increase in abilities by 15%. The man with gray hair could not understand how he could be blocked. He looked at the hero with anger. A fist flew at him. He called him a cheater. The man flew back and crashed his back into the rocks. He lay and looked at the hero with anger. Baphomet struck with his sword, but the man managed to defend himself. He looked at the hero and did not understand where he got so much strength from. Baphomet swung his sword again. The man managed to jump back. The hero looked at him. He ran, ready to strike again. The man did not understand why his opponent had become so confident. Did he really think that he was better than him? The gray-haired man smiled and ordered to finish. The opponents crossed weapons again. The man planned to wear the hero down with a long fight so that he would not endure. Baphomet prepared to attack. He looked at his opponent. The gray-haired man opened his eyes in shock. He looked at the gloomy silhouette and did not understand who his opponent was, as if he was not a person at all. Suddenly, the hero struck with his sword. He watched as blood spurted and said that he was taking this arm for the guy who was ahead of everyone. The guy appeared in his memory. He was smiling and showing a thumbs up. The gray-haired man looked at his arm and screamed. Suddenly, the hero cut off his other arm and said that it was for the quiet one. He remembered how the quiet one smiled at him. Another blow, a scream rang out. Baphomet said that he was taking this leg for the fat one who was constantly chewing. The man with gray hair was lying on the floor and begged him to stop. He replied that he was taking the other leg for Cha Min-woo. The man screamed. The hero raised his sword above him. The thug looked at him in fear and asked who he was. The sword was a few centimeters away when the hero said that this blow was because he angered him. The man smiled and asked him not to do this. The protagonist raised his sword to strike. Baphomet thrust his sword into his opponent. He thought he was hot. He swung for the next blow, and thrust the sword again. A notification appeared that searching for strength entails severe consequences. The hero's eyes were burning. He smiled predatorily and wondered where his man was. A notification appeared that the Berserk Bloodlust debuff was activated. Thoughts sounded in his head that he was cold. He wanted blood. There was only meat around and he needed a survivor. The hero held his head. His eyes were burning and his sword was covered in blood. He pointed his sword at the surviving man. His eyes widened and he decided to kill him. He thought he was made to kill people. He stood there covered in blood, his clothes torn. He raised his sword over the girl, but he stopped when he heard someone say, "There are still survivors here." His eyes widened and he listened as the voice continued to say that one survivor wanted to kill another. The unknown man was holding a walkie-talkie in his hands. Another came up from behind and said that he had already arrived and the walkie-talkie would not be needed. The hero stopped. He looked at the men and thought that they were people. Two of them, one of the men said, the hero is not the one they were looking for. He turned to his partner while Baphomet prepared to attack. The man turned to the hero. His partner became wary. The hero's eyes glowed red. He screamed. Suddenly a white hand appeared in front of him. The voice said that it was difficult to save his life. She cannot let him die like this. She opened her fingers and ordered him to sleep. The hero threw his head back and fell to the ground unconscious. Baphomet woke up in the tower on the throne. The voice called his name. It asked him to give orders. The hero raised his hand and ordered to kill. He bent down and ordered to kill all of humanity and said that he was ready to do anything for this. The voice called him a frog in a well. The sword pierced him. A man with white hair stood behind the hero. He pierced him. There was shock on the hero's face. The man asked how he could know if he never left the tower. He looked at the hero, said that he was weak. Baphomet grinned angrily. The last thing he heard was that the fate of the weak is death. He woke up on the floor. His pupils narrowed with fear. He asked what was that. He rose to one knee and asked where he was, because he had just been in the mine. The guy was scared when the unknown voice was glad that the hero had finally woken up. The unknown smiled. The hero asked who he was. Baphomet turned around when the voice said that he was Mr. Imposter. He said he recognized him. He was the one who pretended to be the hunter who cleared the Tower of the Abyss. He supposedly killed the hunter they were tracking. The man rested his chin on his hand and asked if he was planning another scam. The guy looked ahead, not understanding which hunter, maybe the one whose limbs he cut off. The voice said that he checked him out. There was nothing in the database about him. He had no past until recently. The guy stood with his head down. The voice said that there was no record of when he applied for hunter status or recognition as an awakened one. The hero pursed his lips when the voice asked who he was. The stranger watched the hero, who raised his fist to strike. He said that his fate would depend on how he answered. The hero hit the glass, causing cracks. Holding his fist on the glass, the hero asked what his business was. The stranger tensed and raised his head. The hero looked at the glass, saying that the man should be polite and introduce himself. He locked him, and he himself looked arrogantly from behind the glass. Baphomet said that they themselves gathered around him with enthusiastic exclamations and called him a hero, and he killed the hunter they were chasing. He widened his eyes and said that he made him angry. He continued that if he were to resurrect, he would still kill him again. The hero looked through the glass and asked if the man wanted him to do the same to him. The man's mouth dropped in surprise, and then he grinned and laughed. Baphomet was taken aback. He pulled his hand away in shock. The guy's eyes widened when the man asked if he really thought he could kill him. A man appeared in front of the hero. He stood with his hands in his pockets. He smiled at him and asked what he would do. The hero lowered his hand and looked at the man in shock. He remembered him. Baphomet jerked from his place. He was ready to attack. The man with blue hair smiled. There was a blow. The guy was lying on the floor in bewilderment. A man looked down at him and confirmed that he was indeed awakened. The blue-haired man was sitting on the hero and holding him by the throat. He was a member of a secret intelligence service whose goal is to prosecute criminal hunters. The man with blue hair said that they were called Roke. Another man appeared behind him. He looked at the hero. The main one smiled and said that the hunter the hero killed was being prosecuted for serious criminal offenses, infiltrated under different guises, killed and sold organs of lesser hunters. There was a grimace on the hero's face. He was held by the throat and told about the superstition that eating the organs of young awakened ones improves health and even gives immortality. The man continued to sit on him and said that they were grateful to him for relieving them of this task. However, he was still charged with the murder of 5 accomplices. He continued to say that they examined the bodies and saw that he was acting like a surgeon. He said that a simple awakened one would not have arranged such a massacre in the first minutes. He smiled and said that his experience showed that he was most likely a very experienced killer and his hands were covered in blood up to the elbows. The hero was shaking. He bared his teeth. The man asked the guy if he wanted to know his conclusion. Baphomet thought that it took him a lot of work to become a human. Did he really have no chance against such a force? The man with blue hair said that he was a natural-born killer and if he did not work on it, someday he would attack other hunters and they would still have to eliminate him. Baphomet thought that if only he had been at this level from the very beginning, if his body had been stronger, this man would have been torn to pieces by him long ago. The blue-haired man raised his hand to strike and said that they would have to cut this sprout before it blossomed. The hero's face distorted with horror. It was in the central office of the Hunter administration. People were walking around the office and working. The women in the administration wished the hunters successful development. The girl smiled, said hello and asked how she could help. A man stood in front of her. He looked at her. The man from the Roke service smiled, laughed and asked if the hero was scared. He stood up and said that he was lucky because they were not allowed to do such things and he also liked him. The hero grabbed his throat. He was told that he looked like someone who could handle any task. The blue-haired man looked serious. He said that the guy now works for Roke. His talents are exactly what they need. The hero looked at the girl and said that he came to register his status as a hunter. The girl looked at the guy and asked for a hunter's certificate. The man in glasses smiled and promised to correct the hero's biography in the database and make him a certificate of hunter's abilities. The girl smiled and said that the check was successful, it remained to register the hunter's nickname. The man in glasses raised his finger up and explained that hunters take pseudonyms to distinguish themselves from ordinary people. The girl, smiling, said that his nickname should be different from the name in the documents. The man smirked and said that their work loves silence and anonymity. Baphomet smiled. He thought that the man would regret leaving him alive and that he would become stronger than everyone else. The hero looked at the girl and called himself by the nickname Baphomet. He thought that he would make it so that his name alone would make people tremble. The wolf ran and was getting ready to bite. The man in the hood hit him in the face. Another wolf was running at him from behind. The man extended his hand and slammed the wolf into the ground. More wolves were looking at him from behind. They turned and walked away. A large paw fell to the ground. The large wolf looked at the hero. He extended his paw to strike. The guy extended his hand and told him to stop. He raised his hand up. He looked into the void and ordered to come out. Nothing happened. The guy said, "Then they are not coming out." The large wolf began to attack. He looked at the guy. He hit him in the stomach. Blood splashed out of the wolf's body. Baphomet took a step out of the portal. He thought he expected nothing else. He looked at his hand and thought that only part of his power had returned to him, and there could be only one reason for this. A notification popped up, saying that the hidden quest had been completed. He should have felt the desire to avenge the man and get whatever reward he wanted for it. Baphomet thoughtfully looked at the notification and thought that his desire at that moment was to kill those criminals, and he was given exactly that much power. He looked at the notification with disappointment and thought why someone was constantly demanding something from him. He walked further, scratched the back of his head and thought that he knew exactly what he would strive for. He clenched his fist and thought that he would strive for strength. He thought that even if the previous strength was gone, it just needed to be built up. It was not the first time he had to start from scratch. A creature appeared behind him, laughed and asked if he was the same Baphomet. He turned around with a grin. The man in glasses frowned and shouted that apparently he was not paying enough attention. The hero looked at the phone and asked what was being shown to him. The man replied that it was a video call from the boss. He stuck his finger in his ear, and the boss was indignant that he was attracting so much attention to himself and decided to call himself the Lord of the Tower of the Abyss. The hero's eyes widened in surprise when the boss said that the tower was cleared by the hunter Raven. He said that Korea lost its best hunter because of the demon Baphomet. The hero looked at the man and shouted that he did not care about their chatter. He frowned and said that his only goal now was to become stronger and shut them all up. The two men stood and looked at each other. The main man said that he did not believe that the hero could withstand this. The hero looked at him questioningly. The man told him to go experience the consequences of his actions, that they would meet on Jeju Island. The hero looked around in surprise. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks. He looked at the sea and wondered if this was the sea he had seen in the photos. The man in the cap looked at his phone and said that they would take a taxi. Baphomet ran to the sea. The man looked at him. The main man sat on a chair and said that this job was not for mentally healthy people. He smiled and said that they were watching him. The man and the girl walked talking. He turned around when he heard someone talking about his blue eyes. Baphomet came very close, which scared the couple, said that this was a completely different kind of toy. Young took him by the hood and ordered him to stop disgracing their country. They were at the building where new hunters undergo career guidance. The hero looked at the man, asking why hunters need a training course if they can just let hunters kill monsters. The man answered that this is the law, the people choose hunters. The man gave the hero luggage, an ID and a smartphone. He looked at his ID with a smile. The man Young said that he would call him Cha Min Woo when there were people around. Baphomet thought that his parents chose this name very carefully. The man pointed to the entrance and told the guy to go. The hero thought that the man would go with him because before that he had been watching him. The guy looked surprised when Young told him to come in and maybe he would understand. The guy's face became disappointed. The man greeted the hunters, said that he would be their leader. The man in glasses introduced himself. His name was Ma Xiaonan. People were walking in the buffet area. The hero approached the man and asked what it meant. Since he was a member of Roke, he replied that in everyday life he was a manager working with hunters. The guy looked at him, indignant that they were still calling him an imposter. Ma laughed that he really was an imposter. The hero watched as people whispered around him. The man said that they had been discussing him for an hour. He had united them against himself, making him enemy number one. People turned around angrily, looked at him and did not understand how he had the audacity to show up, and even took the nickname Baphomet. The hero looked displeased as others called him an idiot. Ma was called out. He covered his face with his hand and asked to pretend as if he did not know him. He turned away and left. The hero turned around and just wanted to eat. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Ma was sitting at the table with a girl. She asked if he knew anything about the new division of hunters. He said that it was an ordinary team. The man looked at another girl at the table and said that the government was already interested in this. She said that the imposter had caused a stir, so they would have problems. The girl asked who in their right mind would call themselves Baphomet. Ma leaned towards them and said that they could come to an agreement with the government, they would have the right documents and it would be a good precedent. He smiled and thought that even his subordinates hated the hero, and among the hunters he was even more of an outcast. He looked at the young man. He was sitting happily at the table. The man thought that he had enough intelligence and will not to despair. Suddenly he became wary. Several people were walking down the hallway. He saw rank hunters. He trembled with anxiety. The girl explained that several rank hunters would be starting advanced training today. Ma smiled nervously. The girl said that they would be role models for the new hunters. He thought that they would be role models for everyone except one. Baphomet looked at the food with admiration. The guy smiled and thought that when he was a demon, he always wondered how it was to enjoy food. Just as he raised his spoon, anticipating the meal, suddenly water was poured on him. People looked at this scene in shock. Bang Juhuan leaned over to him and said that this was the famous Baphomet. He mockingly looked at the hero and said that for such a nickname, he had a boring face. Juhuan's friend approached him. He frowned and asked how he behaved in front of everyone. Juhuan replied that he could not pass by. The guy turned to the hero and apologized, but said that he had done it himself since the demon Baphomet had taken the lives of many of their fellow hunters. The guy's eyes widened when he heard that taking such a nickname was a slap in the face to all of his victims and their loved ones. Baphomet stood up and knocked over a plate of food on Juhuan. Everyone around was shocked. Ma hit his head on the table. Juhuan bared his teeth. He grabbed the hero by the shirt and began to threaten him. The hero looked absolutely calm and said that Baphomet would not be resurrected just because he took his name. Juhuan frowned and bared his teeth. Baphomet looked at him defiantly and asked why they didn't go themselves and defeat the demon if they cared so much. The other guy looked at him in shock and asked if he was okay. The hero looked at the enemy and said that they simply wouldn't have the strength to go to that tower. Juhuan's pupils narrowed in rage. He raised his fist to punch and asked if he had said everything. A notification popped up that the physical strength buff had been activated. Xiang'an watched everything in surprise. Juhuan stared at the hero and said that Baphomet had killed his friend. He remembered how Raven smiled and said that he had a good punch and would definitely get in a rank. Juhuan raised his fist to punch and said that Baphomet had killed Raven. The hero looked at the fist tensely and was thinking about dodging it or blocking it. Suddenly, a guy with white hair stopped Juhuan's fist and said that fighting was prohibited here. The opponents turned to him. The hero thought that he had seen him somewhere before. The other guys recognized this hunter. They said that he was Raven's younger brother. The hero's eyes widened. The people around said that Raven had a brother and that he was famous. The silver-haired hero looked forward. He was the youngest rank hunter. His nickname was Griffin. The guy behind Juhuan was glad that he came for retraining. Juhuan turned to Griffin and asked, "What do you mean it is forbidden to start fights? Should they greet this freak now?" Griffin looked at him and said that this man did not say anything offensive. If his brother was stronger, he would have returned alive. Juhuan started to yell at the guy, but Xiang'an appeared behind them and asked them not to start a fight here. He looked at one of the guys and said that there is no need to quarrel. Besides, people are watching. Juhuan looked at him and asked why they let Manhwa in. His friend awkwardly put his hand to his forehead. The manager smiled and apologized for what happened. He turned to the hero and asked him to go outside to talk. The guy tried to object, but the man leaned towards him and told him to shut his mouth. They were moving away from the scene. Brother Raven looked at the hero with hatred. Yu-Young looked ahead and greeted the new hunters, said that she would be hosting an introductory program on the topic of the system. She raised a finger and said that when they experienced awakening, the first thing they saw was the system window. The hero sat bored. The manager leaned over to him and told him to hit him. The boy did not understand why. The hero looked at Xiang'an. He said that if he had not hired him, none of this would have happened. He frowned and asked him to hit him. The hero began to warm up his fists and asked if he was sure. Xiang'an asked if he had any conscience at all. Baphomet looked at him and asked what he wanted from him. The man told him to hold back until he got stronger. The boy tensed up. The manager crossed his arms over his chest and asked him to listen. He explained that no one would dare to bully him when he got stronger, but for now he needed to be quiet, lower than water, lower than grass. He said that even if he was cloned 100 times, he would not be able to cope with any of the ranks. He advised him not to show off. The man was reading the news on his phone. He looked at the phone angrily and was surprised that the hero came to their course as if nothing had happened, to which he received the answer that he was giving hunters a bad name. The guy raised his fist, and with a crash he hit the device. The interlocutors turned to look at him in shock. He looked at them angrily and said that this thing ate his money. Maybe he should beat it up so that it would cough it up back. The guys looked at him in horror, and they went to watch the fight between the ranks, thinking that he had to look like a killer. The hero scratched the back of his head and thought with hope that they would calm down. He managed even without his fists. A can fell out of the machine for free. The hero bent down to take it. He began to drink from it and thought about the fight that these two were talking about. He entered the hall. Everyone was watching the fight. The guy fell to the floor. Ju Huan looked down at him. The jury announced his victory. The loser came up to him and said that he didn't think he could beat him, but he learned a lot. The jury raised their hand and said that Hunter Leon has won his 9th fight. Who's next? Ju Huan looked away. He looked at Griffin and called him. The guy looked at him. He offered him a sparring match. Griffin took off his badge, while the jury explained that according to the rules, the winner is the one who is the first to grab the opponent by the blue bandage. Leon stood with his arms crossed over his chest. Yu Young and his colleague were standing on the balcony and watching. When the general manager came, the jury said that passive and active skills are prohibited. Xiang-un smiled. He was told that the newcomers also came to watch. The hero stood among the crowd and watched. The girl leaned over to Yu Young and said that Hunter Griffin was very handsome. The guy stood and looked away. The girl said that she would ask him for his number. The head manager and Yu Young exchanged glances, while the dark-haired girl watched the guy lovingly. Xiang-un stroked his chin with his hand. Yu Young said that Griffin was very popular and asked how old he was. The head manager said that he was in the 2nd year of middle school. An awkward silence followed. Leon and Griffin began to fight, and the girl screamed in disbelief. Leon looked at the guy and told him to show what he learned. Griffin swung his leg. Leon threw a punch, but the guy dodged. He looked at his opponent seriously. He threw punches one after another, blocking his opponent's punches. Leon prepared to attack. He tried to catch the guy's punch, but he missed and the guy ended up behind him. Ju Huan turned around. Griffin took off his bandage. Everyone in the audience froze. The hero looked forward. Griffin was holding a bandage in his hands. The jury declared him the winner. The guy looked to the side. They extended a hand to him and said that very soon he would be able to reach S rank. Griffin looked to the side and asked if he could continue the fight. Leon said that he was growing. The jury asked who he wanted to continue the fight with. Griffin said Baphomet. The hero calmly looked forward. His expression changed. He was surprised. Ju Huan looked at the guy. The jury looked at him, then at the rules. He said that he was a newbie and he did not advise it. The head manager looked at Griffin and said that this was a great idea. He bowed his head and said that this would show the difference between a rank and newbies. They would have something to learn from watching this fight. Griffin looked to the side when the hero approached him. Baphomet looked forward and thought why Xiang-un was allowing this. He himself told him to keep a low profile. The hero looked forward. Raven's younger brother was stretching his neck. The guy thought that he couldn't handle him. Griffin looked at Baphomet, who thought that he should at least make a couple of blows. While he was standing, the gray-haired guy had already run up to him, and he struck, but the hero managed to block. Griffin grabbed his hand. The guy thought he should at least make one blow. The gray-haired guy knocked him over on his back. His fist ended up right in the hero's face. He managed to dodge and the fist left a dent on the floor. Griffin was swinging for the next blow. He looked at Baphomet, who thought that he thought so, that he chose him to split him into atoms. The hero managed to jump aside. People in the audience were discussing that probably Griffin was also annoyed by this guy because he called himself by the name of the killer. Griffin raised his hand to strike. Baphomet blocked. His pupils narrowed in pain. He dodged Griffin's quick movements. He grabbed him by the head and threw him down on the floor again. Baphomet got up, then jumped back. He wiped the sweat, thought that he was being played with like a cat with a mouse. Griffin looked at him gloomily. The hero wiped his face with his hand. The gray-haired man swung again to hit. Baphomet swung too and thought what a pity that he was limited. Griffin hit the guy. He thought that he would like to see his real strength. Baphomet got an elbow in the face. His cheeks turned red with delight. He thought that he wanted to see how strong the guy was. He dodged the opponent's blow. Griffin looked at him and suggested that they end it there. The hero's eyes widened in shock. He did not understand why he wanted to stop this. Griffin lowered his fists and said that he saw no point in continuing. The jury said that this was a special fight, so as he wished. Griffin left, and the hero continued to stand, not wanting to agree. He looked into the void and thought that he wanted to fight. He wanted to continue. However, he remembered Xiang-un's advice that he was still weak and agreed. His scream was heard throughout the continent. He felt like he had flown away somewhere. He called out to Griffin, and his scream was heard throughout the entire planet. He smiled predatorily. His true form appeared behind him and he showed the middle finger. Griffin opened his eyes in shock. A huge demon hand appeared above his back. The guy sent Baphomet flying with one kick. Everyone watched in shock. The gray-haired guy was surprised and gasped. The hero broke through the window and fell into the pool. The girls turned around at the sound and screamed what it was. The blonde turned around when someone said that a person fell into the pool. The hero thought that he did not expect Griffin to defeat him with one blow, but he got an idea of Utwo 100B, Utwo 100 by his skills, someday he would bring him to his knees. Baphomet tried to swim out of the pool. He did not know how to swim. He tried to breathe, but there was only water around and he realized that he was suffocating. The blonde was swimming to help him. He opened his eyes. In front of him was a girl with yellow hair and blue eyes. The hero found himself in the water. He looked at the girl. He noted her golden hair and blue eyes. The girl calmly looked at him. Baphomet looked at her. The girl was approaching him. He grabbed her head and thought that he could not do this anymore. He began to shake her from side to side and mentally say that he can't breathe. He asked for help. The hero cursed. The girls looked at the pool and said that quite a long time had passed before she dived to save him. The water was calm. Golden hair floated up. The girls opened their mouths in fear. Hysterically, they began to ask what it was. They began to think that something terrible had happened and began to call for help. The demon stood by the wall. The voice called number 8, then called 18. The demon's eyes flashed. He responded and was told to get ready for work. Another demon with a scythe passed by. The 8th asked what kind of work. They asked him if he hadn't woken up yet. The demon's head was cut off while he was saying that it was time to hunt people. Baphomet opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor and clutching his head. He thought that after he became a human, he constantly sees these dreams, but the one he was seeing now. He saw the lips of a girl in front of him. His savior was lying next to him unconscious. The hero began to examine her face and recognized her as a foreigner. He assumed that when he fell into the water, someone asked the hero to stop staring. The angry girl leaned over the hero's face and said that she would bury him with her bare hands. Baphomet abruptly rose on his hands. He looked at the girl standing behind him. Behind him were two beauties in swimsuits. He tried to understand who these girls were. The head manager ran into the room with Yu Young. They apologized and asked if there were any casualties. The girl turned around and the employees recognized her as the hunter Echidna from the Ark Guild. They approached her, while at this time the hand emerged from the water. The employee at this time asked if everything was okay. The girl handed the strands to the hunter. She asked if she had counted everything and she said of course. The satisfied girl was scratched on the neck and praised. Echidna looked at the embarrassed Xiang-un. She began to say that their guild was on a group vacation, so they started coming and staying at this hotel since yesterday. She said that now everyone is at a pool party. She pointed to the embarrassed Baphomet and said that this guy suddenly fell out of their sky and ruined their party. She heard that they were having an introduction at the neighboring hotel. She assumed that the hero was a new hunter and that he was just training now. Echidna looked at the employee. He began to apologize to her because of their mistake. Echidna showed a strand of hair and asked if they knew what it was. She twirled the strand and said that it was not ordinary hair. She said that this is the price of getting up early and renting out an expensive hair salon in full. She said that this is the price of expensive organic ingredients that are shipped directly from the mountains every day for such healthy and shiny hair. She said that it was her time and effort, equal in value to gold, to make this lazy girl pay such attention to her hair. The girl's eyes widened. She said that these dark circles under her eyes. The girls covered. Echidna screamed that this hair contains all of the above, since it belongs to a representative of their guild. Everyone was embarrassedly silent. Xiang-un bowed guiltily and asked how he could atone. The girl looked at the hero and said that he should take full responsibility. Baphomet's eyes widened. She looked at him mockingly and said that in one strand of hair there is 1,000,001. She said that there are 116 strands in total, which means the hero owes 116,000,001. She asked to compensate for it. Baphomet began to think that he ruined everything. He understood that the huntress was so obsessed with money that she no longer cared about anything else. He thought that today the meeting with the rank hunters had already ended sadly, and now there were also problems with the Ark Guild. He looked at the girl with horror and thought about how much he had screwed up in his past life to pay like this. He asked, "Isn't it absurd to pay for a lock of hair?" Echidna looked indignantly at the hero, who asked who this girl was and asked if she was worth so much money to pay for her. Baphomet frowned at the girls, who began to be indignant. He did not understand what was wrong with them. They said that her code name was Valkyrie. The girls said that she was an S-rank hunter, also ranked first in polarity. They said that she had amazing skills and appearance. The girls looked angrily at the hero and said that Valkyrie was the #1 commercial model. They said that everything she wore and used sold out immediately. Echidna said enough. She waved her hand and said that they would only waste time explaining everything to this newbie. She approached the hero and suggested that he was new to this field. She said that if he wanted to quietly and peacefully advance as a hunter further, he should simply compensate them for the entire amount. Baphomet's eyes widened. The girl said that if it was difficult for him to give it all at once, then he could give it in parts, or she could find him a job so that he would pay with his body. He imagined the girl humiliating him and thought that this was an old injury. Echidna looked at the hero in shock. He asked if she really thought he was weak. Baphomet said that if they wanted to understand this situation, they should still understand what happened. Baphomet pointed his finger at the employee and said that it was his fault because they did not take proper measures in this situation. He said that because of his kick, he flew down. Griffin entered the room. He walked up to Echidna. While everyone was shocked by his appearance, the girls thought that having a bad relationship with him was absolutely impossible. Echidna folded her arms across her chest. She looked at the hunter and said that he was accused of kicking the hero and sending him flying. Is that true? Griffin said yes. Eugene looked at the huntress guiltily and said that they had a friendly match between a rank hunter and a newbie. Echidna asked if that was a mistake. She looked at the hero and asked what they should do. She said that it does not change the fact that and how she said and therefore he must pay compen. Seong-un intervened and smiled. He said that their side will take care of the compensation. Echidna was surprised, to which the guy said that they were closely related to the incident. However, providing compensation in monetary form is against government guidelines, so the girls were amazed. The guy offered exclusive rights to the tower. Tower exclusive rights is a system that allows a specific guild to monopolize more than one tower for themselves. The special thing about towers is that guilds with exclusive rights can get an infinite amount of magic stones and items, since monsters continue to resurrect until the tower is cleared. In addition, hunters who are not part of the guild with exclusive rights must donate a portion of the loot and under no circumstances clear the tower to the end. A small number of hunters say that such a system is absurd, but who cares? If you are jealous, then you should join a stronger guild. Seong-un smiled and said that they just happened to have a tower that had not been cleared for a year and a half. He said that they would get the right to own it for a year. Echidna looked at the girls with satisfaction and said that she would discuss the matter with the guild members first. They started discussing the matter while Yu-young asked the guy if they could decide to give the rights to the tower. The guy said that in that case the guild would clean it up. Echidna chuckled. She turned around and said that they accepted the offer. The staff gave a thumbs up and said that it was a great choice. After a while, Valkyrie opened her eyes. He sat down. Echidna asked if everything was okay. She said that they had to go. Valkyrie, confused, began to ask what the people from the central office were doing here. She was told that they would explain everything later. The girls walked past the hero. Baphomet watched them with displeasure. Valkyrie walked past him silently. She glared at him angrily. The guy's eyes widened. Suddenly Valkyrie winked at him. He looked at her confusedly and asked what that was. The managers said that they wanted to apologize to them. They bowed and said that they should have taken care of unforeseen situations like this in advance. They said it was their fault and apologized. The hunters looked in different directions in confusion. After a while, Baphomet walked and thought about how different hunters are. Someone's hand reached out to him from the darkness. He tried to understand why Valkyrie winked at him. What if it was a call to fight? Griffin pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. He turned around abruptly. Griffin said that he did not even feel his presence. They pressed their foreheads to each other. The hunter asked how he was able to pull off that cloth then. Griffin remembered how he looked at the panic of the people. He guiltily pursed his lips, and suddenly looked down. He realized that he was not wearing a cloth. At that moment in the room with the pool, the cloth was floating in the water. Baphomet stretched his neck, realizing that the guy followed him just to ask this. He said that his movements were too sweeping, and the fabric hung as if asking him to pull it. Griffin said that the hero was a newbie and did not understand how he could do such a thing. He looked at the hero and said that only a hunter with a lot of combat experience could notice such a trifle. He looked seriously and asked the hero who he really was. Baphomet fell silent. He asked when he chose him, did he also do it on emotions? After all, he used the name that the monster that killed his brother had. He asked if hunters should be driven by such strong emotions and feelings. Griffin asked not to change the topic and asked to answer the question. He clenched his teeth. The hero said that if his interlocutor was reasonable, he would have answered this question, but why should he answer such an emotional? Baphomet looked at the hunter in surprise. He asked if he really wanted to say that he was taking revenge on him. He lowered his hand. The guy said that he wanted to choose someone to spar with, on whom he could pour out his anger. Baphomet thought about it. Griffin asked if that was enough of an answer to the question. He said that the hero could now, but he interrupted him. He asked if the reason for his anger was by any chance that Baphomet killed his brother, whom he wanted to kill himself. Griffin looked at the hero in amazement. He frowned and asked again. Baphomet, amazed, said that he was right. He said that he did not feel an ounce of hatred when he chose and beat him, but what he had just said, his emotions. He said that it was open hatred. Griffin lowered his gaze. The hero said that the guy simply poured out his anger on him, who bore the name Baphomet, who killed his brother, whom he wanted to kill himself. Griffin gloomily repeated the hero's words. He bowed his head and said that hunters are not saints and can kill people. He said that it remains a mystery to him why he wanted to kill his blood brother. Griffin didn't move. He opened his eyes wide and asked for a question. He remembered the murderous aura he gave off at the end. He said that there was only one place you could feel that kind of aura, either in a dungeon or in a tower. He walked up to the hero and said that such an aura could only be felt from high-ranking monsters. He asked how a human could be a monster with the aura. He said that the answer would appear by itself. Baphomet chuckled. The hunter called him a monster under the mask of a man. Baphomet began to laugh loudly. His laughter echoed through the hallway. Baphomet smiled and said that the guy was indeed an interesting toy, noting to himself that his brother was like that. He raised his hand and asked what the guy would do. Griffin said that no matter who you ask, monsters should be killed immediately. Baphomet said that if he really is a monster, like he said, then their relationship is based on revenge. He grabbed the guy by the shirt and said that they are in the same boat. He looked at the guy madly and said that they were in a boat in which they were supposed to kill each other. He said that he would wait for the day when he would truly know his true nature. Griffin was calm. Baphomet hoped that he would become stronger otherwise. Baphomet smiled and said that otherwise he would die by his hand. The heroes walked among the houses. Xiang'an smiled and said that it was impossible to constantly run from an internet cafe to a public bath, so he prepared a place for the hero to live. They approached the gate. The boss showed a large, clean, green yard. He said that this was a traditional Korean house. The men looked at the house. The hero was furious. Xiang'an was glad about it. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that this house was the best place to calm his aggression. The hero Baphomet said that it was not so bad. He began to look around, thinking about how to transform this space. The boss looked at him with indignation. He became especially tense when the young man said that he would make repairs and live in peace. Xiang'an grabbed the hero by the shoulder and asked if he was going to complain if he had problems with his head. The men argued whether it was better to live in a high-rise building, enjoy looking down on people from above and shouting what fools. Xiang'an turned away disappointedly. Baphomet asked what kind of expression he had. It irritated him. The man looked at the guy, asked if everything was okay after the introductory day. The hero confirmed. However, he remembered how he felt Griffin's gaze everywhere, and even in the toilet. The unknown person watched the men talking in the yard. He said that it would be nice to use him for their own purposes. Xiang'an and Baphomet turned around. They looked at the gate. It seemed to them that someone was looking at them. The boss sat down and offered to start the briefing. He said that rookie hunters after introductory training are placed with a mentor in groups of 4 people. The hero approached a group of people. He stretched his neck and looked down. He looked at the mentor. He looked up and said that it was an honor to be a mentor to such a famous person. Baphomet crossed his arms over his chest and asked why surveillance, and not an object for instant murder. Xiang'an raised his finger and asked if he knew what a drive hunt was. He explained that it was a method of hunting in which the hunter corners an animal, and it was also necessary in order to find out what or who is behind a certain case. Baphomet looked at the man and said that he should dig up everything about this mentor and the one behind him. He widened his eyes in shock when his superior said that he had to be higher than rank B to catch the one behind the mentor. The mentor introduced himself. His name was Quich. He used to be a freelancer. He looked at Baphomet with a smile, asked if he had any questions. The hero looked ahead, wondering if his superior was making fun of him. He looked at Xiang'an with anger and wondered how a hunter could hunt a hunter. The latter replied that he did not ask to follow him. The guy looked at him in confusion. Xiang'an told him to get closer to the mentor. If he could find evidence, then he might not have to kill him. The hero crossed his arms over his chest and smiled. He looked at Quich and thought that it would be easy to deliver him alive, since that didn't mean that he couldn't have his arm or leg cut off. The mentor turned around and suggested that they move on. A D-rank gate was opening in front of them, where D-rank monsters lived. The group of hunters looked at the gate. The girl threw up her hands and wondered if they should go now, since it was D-rank, and according to the papers they were still F-rank. The mentor looked at her and said that it was sad, but for hunters of their rank, the gates of D-rank inclusive were intended. They were probably explained this during the orientation. The guy turned to the girl and asked what they had been told. She remained silent. Baphomet rolled his eyes and quoted that monsters of E, F-rank dungeons are easily susceptible to weapons, so hunters start training with dungeons above D-rank. He remembered how the leader told him to memorize all the manuals to please the mentor. The boy looked at Baphomet as he confirmed the mentor's words. Quich turned to him, raised a finger and suggested that they take a weapon and go. Baphomet pointed to his empty fist. The mentor asked if he hadn't been provided with a weapon, and then remembered that the fist was his weapon. The boy pushed the hero in the shoulder and told him to move away. Baphomet turned and looked at him. The boy stood in front of him. He glanced at him and told him not to get cocky. The hero remembered that this was the trio from the introduction. The squad was walking through the dungeon. Suddenly, the man screamed. He cut the monster in one motion. He looked at the body and rejoiced in his victory, when suddenly a monster attacked him from behind. He jumped back and managed to defend himself. The mentor looked at him. He analyzed his technique. The girl attacked the monster with a knife and shouted why he was so impenetrable. The guy stretched out his hand and shouted to move aside. The mentor looked at them and thought that they all lacked something. Unlike Baphomet, a lock of hair flew. The hero dodged a powerful blow. Two monsters from each side struck blows, which he deftly dodged. The monsters frowned and prepared to attack. They raised their swords, the hero dodged, and they killed each other. Baphomet widened his eyes. He stepped on the goblin's face, thus killing him, but two more goblins were advancing. He took the head of one goblin with his hand, then another, and simultaneously split their skulls. Quitch watched him carefully. While the hero looked at his bloody hands, the mentor thought that he was the perfect fighter. Baphomet looked at him. The mentor thought that among the awakened hunters, such talented people he called unconventional. The men looked at each other. The mentor thought that the guy could fight so skillfully not only because of talent. The hero smiled at him because he remembered the words of the leader that he needed to make a good impression. The group of hunters looked at the mentor. He said that he was glad that they were okay and no one was seriously injured. Baphomet grinned evilly. He frowned and thought that it was not fun for him to catch weak monsters. He turned around and looked at the mentor, thought that he wanted to fight someone on equal terms. The mentor just happened to be a B rank. Quitch smiled. The hero thought that this would make a strong impression on him. Baphomet thought that this was a suitable way. The squad turned towards the sound. The girl looked at the mentor and asked if the dungeon would be cleared as soon as the boss was destroyed. The guy clarified if the condition for the boss to appear was not the destruction of all normal monsters. Quitch said that this was usually the case and suggested moving the corpses of the monsters. The monsters were carried into one pile. One of the students asked if that was enough. The mentor confirmed. The hero turned around at the sound, while the mentor was saying that there were two conditions for the appearance of the dungeon boss, and if all the monsters were dumped into a pile, then he would smell blood. The ground began to shake and the hunters looked around. The guy asked what this sudden shaking was. A huge worm was coming out of the ground behind Quitch. The man said that if it smelled blood, it would appear already agitated. The hunters looked up in horror. The hero looked calmly. The mentor said that it was a death worm and it loved blood. Tongues appeared from the mouth of the worm. The mentor told them to be careful so that it does not eat them. The guy looked ahead tensely and thought that the worm was incredibly huge and hoped that the mentor would help them if it does not work. Baphomet kicked him in the face and told him to get out of the way. The guy flew back and dropped the weapon from his hands. The hero took his sword. The rest of the team looked at him and the guy in shock. They shouted that the hero took the guy's weapon and he is crazy, because if you use someone else's weapon, the ability to kill disappears. The hero ran past the mentor, who wanted to stop him. Baphomet jumped high and swung his sword. The girl and the guy looked at him in shock. They were amazed at the strength of his jump. The mentor looked at him in shock. He said that the guy will definitely die. Baphomet swung his sword. He looked straight into the mouth of the worm. There was a blow. The worm stood. The hero landed on the ground. Suddenly the worm split in half and blood gushed out. Everyone looked at it in horror. Quitch smiled slightly. The hero turned around. Baphomet thought that the strong are always followed by people. The people laughed and called Hyung Nim. Baphomet cut the monster. He turned back. He thought that this was the first principle of the human world that he learned. He turned away. The man behind him asked how he could deal with this monster in one blow. The guy frowned. The hero asked, "Is this such a significant act?" The girl next to him looked at the hero with love. Quitch looked at the hero with admiration and said that it was a great fight. He smiled and said that the decision about the hunter Baphomet was made. Baphomet smiled and thought that now he would want to get closer to him after this. Quitch smiled and said that he did not think that the hero needed his mentoring anymore, and he congratulated him on this. Baphomet smiled proudly. He screamed in confusion, not understanding what had happened. He trembled. Quitch said that if the mentor decided that the person no longer needed his help in learning real combat, he could immediately begin independent activities as a hunter. Baphomet twisted his mouth. Quitch asked him to accept congratulations. He said that they had not had hunters who finished their practice so quickly for a long time. He smiled and said that he would divide the magic stones between them. He said that he got them from the monsters he destroyed himself. He said that if the hero went to the office, he could exchange them for money. Baphomet panicked. He said that he was not that strong. He said that this boss was quite weak. He said that it was true. He pointed his finger at the guys and said that they could easily kill him too. He looked at the dissatisfied guys and realized that their faces said that this was an impossible mission for them. Quitch said that this is where they would end the practical lesson for today. He said that if the students felt pain or any abnormalities in their bodies, they should go to the hospital of the appropriate institution and be sure to undergo a medical examination. The man smiled, turned to the hero and said that although they had not known each other for long, he said that the hero had worked hard. He wished him good luck in the future. Baphomet waved after them in confusion. He tried to understand why this happened. He asked himself what he had done wrong. He asked, hadn't he killed the monster with a human monster? He turned around at the sound. He smiled sheepishly. The girl approached him with a phone and asked for his number. The hero did not understand what was happening. Xiang-un, driving the car, said that it was predictable. He remembered the fight and said that, of course, everything cannot go easy. He remembered the hero and said that perhaps he had assigned too difficult a task from the very beginning. He remembered how the hero raised his sword and said that they needed to start with something simple. The hero attacked, and Seong-eun said that there was one criminal hunter who needed to be dealt with immediately. His rank was C. The guy looked ahead and said that the punishment was. He imagined the hero fighting and told him to decide for himself. The voice from the phone talked about a way to get rid of corpses. He suggested moving the corpse to the dungeon and finishing the hunt for the dungeon boss, thereby clearing it. The hero held the phone. The voice said that cleared dungeons are automatically destroyed, so the corpse there will also be destroyed. A portal began to open behind the hero. He walked forward and reported into the phone that he received magic stones. He said that he would exchange them for money and eat something tasty. He walked silently down the street. His gaze was stern. Seong-eun smiled and asked, "Isn't he angry?" Baphomet punched the wall. He angrily looked into the void. He thought about the mentor, called him a freak. Which smiled after a while and said that they would be capturing a D-class dungeon today. The hero was sitting behind him in the cafe and thought that it was a mistake to make friends. He adjusted his cap and thought that now he had no choice but to find his connection to the crime. He looked away and remembered that the basics of hunting say that hunting begins first of all with a clear understanding and awareness of your prey. The mentor was happily chatting with the students. Baphomet imagined the radius of activity. Baphomet watched as the mentor drank soda with people, so he followed his relationships with others. Baphomet knew that there must definitely be a connection to the crime in all of this. He got up from the table and said goodbye. Quich calmly walked down the street. The hero looked out from behind the corner and thought that this could not be. He watched the mentor and understood that having learned almost everything about him, not a single clue fell out. The mentor walked calmly forward. The hero thought that there was no connection with the crime. He decided that there was no point in following him like that. He assumed that this was why he was instructed to befriend him. Baphomet lowered his hands and thought that he had not tasted blood for quite some time. He thought that if only this area was an outlaw zone. He imagined how he would cut off his hand first. He imagined how the mentor would turn around in horror. This is how the hero was going to incapacitate him. He imagined his wild look. Then he would torture him to his heart's content, and in the end, he would tell him the whole story of this crime. Baphomet assumed that this was the right thing to do. The mentor froze in fear. He turned around, but the hero was standing around the corner. He frowned to the side and thought that this was a human world, and that meant that he should approach the issue from a human point of view. The door closed. Baphomet did not understand how he should do it then. The mentor suddenly ran out from behind the door. Baphomet followed him with a surprised look. Quich ran out into the street. He looked around. He was breathing heavily. His eyes were scared. A girl came up to him from behind. Yu Hyan looked at him with concern. Quich turned around. The girl asked what happened. He began to ask where she went and why she did not answer the phone. Quich hugged Yu Hyan. She said that she was so absent-minded. She said that she went to the store for groceries and, apparently, left her phone in the cart. She said that he must have been very worried. She looked at the man with concern. The hero watched this from the side. Quich asked her not to worry anymore. Baphomet did not move. The girl suggested the man to go home so that she could cook something delicious. Baphomet smiled slyly and said that now he had found his weakness. The man looked away in fear. Tae-young stood near two bodies and thought about completing the task. Then, after the situation report, he needed to get rid of the corpses. Something caught his attention. He read a request on how to stage an accident. He did not understand what it was about. Quich stamped his foot. He looked around anxiously and called out to Yu Hyan. He saw the hero sitting next to the girl. Baphomet looked at his mentor in surprise, not expecting to see him here. The man asked the girl if it was Baphomet who saved her from the car. Yu Hyan said yes, but the hero was injured and flatly refused to go to the hospital, so there was nothing left to do but let him in and treat his wounds. Baphomet began to look around in all corners. The man asked, "Are such accidents possible?" He approached the photo frame. The girl was surprised that the hero was also a hunter. He extended his hand to the frame. Quich turned to him. He approached and smiled slyly, grabbing her hand. He smiled and thanked him for saving his husband. He said that he wanted to ask him something. The car that almost caused this accident, he would like to know its license plate number. The hero said that it was late because their conversation was not for 1 minute. He offered to go outside, but the girl stopped them. She smiled and offered to have dinner with them. Yu Hyan looked at her husband and said that the hero was with him colleagues. She would like to treat the hero to food as gratitude. After a while, Baphomet ate with a great appetite. The couple watched him eat and offered to bring more rice. Baphomet looked at the girl taking care of him in surprise. He frowned. Yu Hyan looked at him in confusion and asked what else she could do. She decided to bring more side dishes. The hero watched her go. He thought about the feeling of alienation he had just felt. He knew that it was not wrong. He thought about the girl. Quich leaned on his fist and asked how he liked the job of a hunter. Was it right for him? The hero looked at the chandelier and said that someone had been released early from practice. It took him a lot of energy to adapt, so he often had to hear reproaches because of his mistakes. Quitch laughed and said that this could not be, because it was not for nothing that he made the decision to release him, because he considered it right. He said that he could not be the hero's mentor, but he said that in this area an experienced person could give some advice. He said that the most difficult thing is. A plate fell to the floor. There was a rattle and the girl began to clean up the shards. She apologized and asked not to pay attention to her. Baphomet gloomily watched the commotion. He noticed that the mentor was a very caring husband. Quitch looked away. The hero said that this was not surprising because he had lost once. The hero smiled, interrupted the mentor and said that he remembered him. He looked at Yu Hyan and thought of her. The hero asked if he had a piece of paper. He would write it down. At this time, the girl had the face of a dead person, and the hero knew that she was a long dead person. The boy and the girl ran smiling. Quitch thought that they had always been together during elementary school, and during middle school, and in high school. He thought that the wedding, like in dreams, would tie them together forever. He looked at the phone and said that he was called a traitor. Yu Hyan looked at him sadly. He remembered that when he said that he worked as a hunter, she wanted to dissuade him. Because although it was a cool and wonderful job, it was dangerous since it required being on the front lines. Quitch was talking about how profitable it could be, but his wife interrupted him and asked him not to do it. She said that they did not need a lot of money, she just wanted him to return home safe and sound. Yu Hyan said that her husband gave up the chance to make a name for himself as a hunter for her. The man brought food to his mouth when his wife asked how he was finding being a mentor. Quitch explained how hard it was for him to be a teacher, and his wife said that he could handle it. The man handed the device to his wife and explained that it was something that all hunters were given. It teleported a person to a shelter, and he thought that she would rather have it. The girl thought that the days that seemed to be peaceful forever were not so for long. People were running from monsters. The gate shaking happened. Yu Hyan sat in an alley, covering her mouth, while huge monsters walked the streets. She began to search her bag, remembering that her husband gave her a teleportation device in case of emergency. The girl thought that she was able to safely escape back then thanks to the device. Someone's voice asked if this was true and said that she died that day. Yu Hyan's eyes widened in shock. She turned around at the cry for help. The girl threw a bucket at the orc. She saved the girl, and they ran away from him. Suddenly, Yu Hyan tripped. She fell flat on the ground. The girl stopped, asked if everything was okay. Yu Hyan confirmed and said that they needed to hurry. She heard that there should definitely be a shelter somewhere around here. Next to her hand was a teleportation device. The girl saw it and said that she knew what it was. She picked it up from the ground. She looked at Yu Hyan, apologized, and pressed the button, saying that she wanted to live. Yu Hyan raised her hand, screamed, but the girl had already disappeared. Yu Hyan looked into the void. A huge snake appeared behind her. The girl said that she died that day, but then, why is she alive? And what did her husband do to her? Quitch looked sadly at the floor. He was told that the number matched the car that was rented from them. Quitch walked down the hallway. He asked for the address of the customer who rented the car. He was told that according to the rules it was not allowed to give out such information, but since he was a government employee, he should be exempted. Quitch reached for the door. He opened the door, and his eyes widened in shock. In front of him stood his wife. She was staring into space. Quitch looked at her with concern and asked what she was doing here. The door closed behind him. The man behind him said that he thought if the man really cared about his wife, he would come here to catch the criminal. Baphomet closed the door and looked at him. Baphomet walked forward and asked how exactly he was involved in the crime. Quitch turned around in shock, hearing that the guy knew that he got his price for it. Baphomet put his hands on Yu Hyan's shoulders and said that the price was his dead wife. Quitch grinned and told him to take his hands off of her. Baphomet poked the girl in the cheek and said that she had become so stupid after realizing that she was dead. Quitch did not look at him and told him to take his hands off of her. Baphomet pinched her cheek and asked how he could save her and keep her in such a state. Quitch's pupils contracted and he said that he was warning her. Baphomet threw the girl's body out of the window and said that it was none of his business. The man stretched out his hand forward and stopped in shock, his face distorted with sadness. He fell to his knees. Baphomet looked at him and said that she was dead anyway. Can't they just bring her back to life again? He told him to stop pretending to be in grief and sadness. Quitch looked at the hero from under his brows. A sword began to appear in his hand. The guy said that he must bring him alive. A weapon began to appear in his hand. He asked for a favor. Baphomet smiled and asked for one of his hands. Quitch rushed forward in anger. Something exploded on the ceiling and fell. There was smoke. The smoke cleared, and the heroes appeared fighting with weapons. The guy successfully parried the blows. The man looked at him in shock. He spun his axe and struck, but the guy parried it. The guy threw the enemy's weapon away and parried another blow. Quitch walked towards him looking grim and struck again. He prepared to strike again. With all his might, he threw his weapon at the guy. Baphomet managed to block the blow. The weapon fell to the side. The hero rushed to the man. He jumped on him from behind. Quich turned around. He raised his finger up. It flew straight to the men. Quich looked at the hero. The hero did not look at him. A notification appeared to summon a weapon from the inventory. Baphomet landed, and his axe returned to the man's hands. The man looked forward and said that it began in childhood. He remembered the face of his beloved. Baphomet rushed at him with a knife. The man parried his blow and said that even when they were middle school students. Baphomet turned and the man said, and then the senior. Quich parried the boy's blow and said that they were always together. Young Quich looked down and said that this couldn't be happening. His wife's dead body was lying on the floor and he asked why she was here now. He leaned over to her covering her face and said that he gave her the teleporter if only she would escape with it. His eyes widened. He guessed that someone took it from her. The man walked forward and thought that now this person should be in the shelter and no one would know if one of them died. His foot stopped at the teleporter. The teleporter was covered in blood. The man looked down. Then he looked up. He looked at the destroyed building. Someone said that the shelter was attacked by monsters and they were asking for help. Someone asked if Yu Haiyan was originally destined to die. Quich said no, because they were always together. His wife looked at him happily. Now she was lying dead on the floor. He said that they should be together even in death. He said that a hero should not know this. A notification popped up about the skill activation. It said that if the hero died, he could bring everything back. A heavenly spear appeared in Quich's hands. He looked at the hero and screamed. Baphomet looked at him and asked what happened. The hero cut the man down. Baphomet lowered his head and said that there were people like him before, freaks trying to evoke pity. The man clenched his teeth, holding his wound. The guy stood in front of him with a knife in his hands, saying that this fight was over when he let his emotions fill his blade. He froze with a gloomy face. Grinning with anger, he screamed in rage, asking if he had really worked so hard for 2 weeks for this battle. The brunette indignantly noted that in that case, one arm would not be enough, and he would also cut off a leg, and maybe even all his limbs. Quich asked him who he was. He said that it didn't matter what he did to save his wife. Sitting on the floor in front of the guy with a knife, the mentor indignantly asked who he was to answer to him. The darkened man grimaced when Baphomet replied that he had already said that he was the one who caught the criminal hunters. Quich muttered that he had done nothing wrong. Looking at the confused face of the brunette, he said that Yu Haiyan was a man who should live. The guy covered his face with his hand when the mentor asked what was wrong with saving someone who should live. Opening his mouth wide, Baphomet loudly asked if he was really trying to justify himself now. The injured man perked up when the brunette said that although he didn't know exactly what crime was committed, he was an accomplice in any case. He asked why he kept saying that he had done nothing wrong and hadn't committed any evil. Looking at him with a darkened gaze, the boy asked if he really wanted to taint the very concept of evil with such a disgusting attitude. He picked up a bloody knife. Pointing it at the man, he noted that he simply needed to be killed. At this time, Yu Haiyan's corpse was lying on the ground. Her hand slowly moved. She was thinking about the blood infection. Suddenly, the girl opened her sparkling eyes. Baphomet froze when a system screen appeared in front of him. Quich froze with a surprised face, reading the information. The system notification said that due to a system error, a monster had appeared, and hunters nearby should kill it. Not noticing what was happening behind him, the boy asked what kind of nonsense was this. A second later, the monster's hand broke through the wall. The man on the floor froze in horror. In front of him stood his wife, half of whose body had turned into a huge monster. Holding onto her severed limb, the mentor asked what this was. Yu Haiyan looked at him with a blank look. Words of blood poisoning came out of the long, toothy mouth. A huge mouth with eyes inside opened and the monster screamed that it was hungry. The girl's body rose up along with the monster. A bloodthirsty smile froze on her face. The monster's mouth was directed at the man who was calling for his wife. Baphomet asked how dare this lowly abomination encroach on his prey. A moment later, he cut off a piece of the mouth. The monster raised its head up and began to scream that it was in great pain. The guy was standing behind Quich when a notification appeared that his passive skill Furious Battle had been activated. He noted the romanticism of the fact that the mentor continued to call for his wife. While drops of blood flowed down his face, the brunette asked if he still considered this creature his wife. He grabbed his head, noting that he saw only a monster in it. The system notified that due to severe bleeding, an effect was activated that increased skills by 15%. The monster stretched out its hand towards the hunter, screaming that it would kill him. Baphomet gritted his teeth, noting that he had said this before. Striking at his opponent, he repeated that he did not know how exactly Quich saved his wife, but it was very strange. Glancing at the monster, he mentally noted that the man used such evil and disgusting energy that it made him sick. Looking at the toothy mouth with eyes, the guy wondered how a person could do such a thing. Throwing a knife in his hand, he thought that although he did not know who did this, but jumping at the monster, he noted that as a hobby, such an activity was simply disgusting. The blade sank into the skin. The hunter began to run at his opponent, cutting flesh. His eyes sparkled with anger. The monster looked back at him with many eyes. Baphomet took out a knife. Swinging, he jumped on the long mouth. The blade approached the eyes of the monster. The monster froze as the brunette pushed his way inside. Suddenly, a stream of blood gushed out of its mouth. Then, from the blows, blood flowed from other parts of the body. It splashed abundantly to the sides. The scarlet liquid continued to pour out. There was a big splash. Blood filled the entire space. The guy delivered the final blow. He stood under the streams of blood with anger on his face. A light-colored crown flew over Quich. Yu Hyan's head fell right in front of him. The man looked at her with shocked eyes, calling for his wife. While the hunter crushed the remains of the monster with his foot, he loudly shouted her name. Baphomet crushed the monster. He grabbed his head when the system noted that people who make power pay a high price. The brunette's eyes glowed yellow when the system placed the cruelty debuff on him, frantically thirsting for murder. The guy turned around sharply, wondering if this changes anything. As he started to run towards Quich, he mentally noted that he was going to kill him anyway. The man was reaching out to the side, and Baphomet was thinking that if the mentor wanted to continue living, not letting go of his wife at all costs, then he would rather finish him off right away. As he approached the mentor, he continued to think that in this case, they could meet again in hell. Suddenly, a notification appeared about a danger to the system. The hunter fell to the floor when the system locked. He clenched his teeth tightly, trying to understand why his body was not moving. The information on the red screen said that the danger level for the human shell had reached 99% due to excessive use of skills. His eyes returned to normal, and the system notified that all bodily abilities and skills were suspended until the danger level was reduced to an acceptable level. Quich hugged his wife's head, turning to Baphomet. Throwing a dark look at him, he began to blame him for what happened. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. The mentor said that it would have been better for him to pretend that he didn't know anything and leave them alone, then they and Yu Hyan wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Holding the scythe, the man approached the brunette. Clutching the weapon in his hand, he said that it was all his fault. The hunter wondered if the system was doing all this on purpose. Wishing him death, Quich pointed the blade of the scythe, and a red screen appeared in front of Baphomet. The message said that he probably worried about him more than anyone else. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, a man's leg showed. Xiang'an appeared and waved his limb. The brunette looked at him with surprised eyes. Shock froze on Quich's face. The man flashed his glasses and apologized to the mentor. Throwing him back with a blow, he noted that he would have to lose consciousness for a while. Quich crashed into the wall. Then he fell to the floor. Xiang'an noted the mess around him with a displeased look. Looking at Yu Hyan's severed head, he said that however, the guy seemed to have found strong evidence of the culprit's involvement in the crime. Turning his gaze to the brunette, he noted that although everything was messy and noisy, he did a great job. Baphomet muttered that he could have killed him. While he lay with his face on the floor, Xiang'an asked him again. The hunter mentally noted that he should have killed Quich before the manager arrived. He thought that if it wasn't for this system window that was tormenting him. But then he realized that this was not the problem. While the manager was trying to call him, the guy's face darkened, and he thought that he would have killed him a long time ago if he were stronger. The man leaned over him, noting that he was so seriously injured that he could not move. Baphomet asked for his hand. He shouted loudly, ordering him to give up his hand. When the city was covered by night, a male voice asked how Cha Min-woo was. The two men were sitting in the car, and Xiang'an was telling him that the guy kept repeating about the hand, so he gave him some sedatives and sent him to the hospital. He asked his colleague about the situation. T-Young replied that the situation caused a lot of noise, and he could not do anything about the alert at that time. The bespectacled man rested his chin on his fist, listening to the words about the man distracting several hunters and sending them to another place. He muttered in response that they all came there because of the system alert. The blue screen showed information about an emergency. Xiang'an asked what kind of ability it was that turns dead people into monsters. T-Young replied that it would be possible to say for sure only after all the checks and research, but looking at the chained mentor in the backseat, he asked if he knew anything. The man glanced at him and noted that his dead wife had become a monster. He wondered who was behind her rescue. Quich looked down. As the car drove through the night city, he said that he had only heard rumors about the possible emergence of a department to catch criminal hunters. Xiang'an sighed heavily when the mentor noted that he did not think that he would take responsibility for his work. He added that he was walking a difficult path. The man replied that this was indeed the case, but he had to personally investigate the cases of those he had known about for so long and punish them. He asked Quich to tell him who was behind this. Looking at the frowning face of the mentor, he asked who he was that he gave him all the information about the rookie hunters. The black car continued to drive through the city, while the leader noted that some of the rookie male hunters' wards had been found dead or missing, both women and men, and if he was right in saying that Quich had given the information in exchange for saving his wife, then this was a serious crime. Xiang unfroze, looking at the criminal. The mentor looked down. Young looked at the floor in confusion, while the leader said that he saw that he was not in the mood for conversation right now. The brunette tried to press the pedal. Not noticing how something appeared behind the criminal, he said that it seemed like their brakes suddenly failed. The man perked up when Quich said that this hunter would be difficult to catch. Toothy tentacles appeared behind his back when he wished the leader luck in this. Young grabbed the steering wheel, and Xiang abruptly turned back. The car swerved to the side. The sound of an impact was heard from behind the tracks. Darkness enveloped everything, after which the night sky became visible. A substance began to flow out from under the car. It spread across the floor, and eyes appeared in it. A second later, it transformed into a ginger cat. The cat began to leave the crime scene. He climbed into the house through the window. There was a tablet on the table in the room. The beast jumped on the device. The tablet's screen lit up blue. A tab with the hunter's characteristics appeared. This hunter was Baphomet. The guy's thoughts were heard in the void. There was a bandage on his head, and he clenched his teeth, trying to understand what this pressing sensation was. Opening his eyes, the hunter thought that he could not breathe freely. A white cat was lying on his chest. Baphomet was lying on the couch, trying to understand what kind of beast it was. They pulled back the curtain and came to him while he was thinking about having seen this white cat somewhere. The girl with glasses noted that number 302 woke up faster than she thought. The brunette turned a shocked look at her, thinking that there was only one person who called him number 302. Yunseo propped her face with her hand and noted with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time, but he was still as handsome. The guy remembered how the doctor told him to pay with his body. His face twisted in horror and he screamed loudly. As he jumped down, the girl caught her cat. The hunter crawled to the wall and Yunseo asked if he could move already. Baphomet loudly asked her where she came from, calling her a quack doctor. The girl replied that this was her hospital, and then asked if he had forgotten everything she had done for him. Approaching the brunette, she said that she was surprised to learn that he worked with the manager of Xiang'an. She added that he did not seem like someone who could work under someone else, so it was very unexpected. The hunter asked how she knew the manager. The doctor licked her lips. Touching Baphomet's torso with her shoes, she asked if it was her imagination or if his body had gotten better. A loud scream from the guy was heard in the hospital office, saying that she should take her hands off him. Yunseo replied that she was touching him with her hand, not her foot. The brunette exclaimed that he had become stronger and would not let her get away with it so easily. The girl asked him what he was talking about if he could barely even move. The hunter clenched his teeth, asking what she was going to do with his body. The blonde pouted and replied that if someone heard them, they might misunderstand. She asked what she had done to him. The guy frowned and told her not to pretend that she didn't understand anything. The doctor smiled widely, answering that the only one who didn't know anything was room 302. She asked if he wanted her to tell him everything. Coming closer and throwing her arms over Baphomet's shoulders, Yunseo said that in this confined space, it was only the two of them. A girl with long hair was sitting at the reception. She looked up at the guest when she was asked if Manhwa was inside. The girl noticed the brunette's poor condition and asked what had happened to him. A loud scream was heard nearby. Out of breath, Xiang'an loudly asked what had happened. The doctor laughed in response. Baphomet was lying on the floor. Yunseo was kneeling in front of him, noting that number 302 was very fun to make fun of. The man asked what was going on here. The guy asked if he really wanted to deceive him. The manager turned around and asked again. Sitting at the table and removing the bandage, the brunette said that this charlatan said that she knew him. He asked if they hadn't agreed from the very beginning to make him a government dog. Xiang'an asked if he had the main character's disease and why he thought the whole world revolved around him. The hunter put his hands in his pockets as he listened to the words about how they were colleagues last year when the concept of the guild didn't exist, adding that Baphomet had been connected to the government from the start. The boy wondered if Yunseo was a hunter before. The manager pointed out that this hospital was a government facility. He asked the brunette if he thought the government wanted to test his powers but didn't get the results they wanted, so they locked him up here. The hunter exclaimed that that was exactly it. When Xiang'an sat down opposite him, he asked him why the government interfered. The man lowered his head and hesitated before answering. Baphomet's face twisted in surprise when he was told that Quich was dead. The manager furrowed his dark brows and said that he was killed by the one behind him. Thinking back to himself and his partner, he said that since his corpse was in the middle of the road, there was a high chance that some civilians would accidentally get dragged in. He added that he tried to minimize the damage as much as possible and extract some clues from Quich's corpse, but thinking back to the bloody remains, Xiang'an said that they were left with only half-eaten pieces of the corpse. He said that he saw a monster similar to the one Baphomet dealt with, and it was assumed to be a hunter with magic that could revive dead bodies. The man with a grim face said that if they investigated everyone who could be connected to this, he was sure that they would find the killer. The brunette interrupted him. He gritted his teeth in anger, stating that he would rather kill the mentor himself than let him die so senselessly. He put his hand on the table and said that after such hellish work, he dragged this man like a dog, and Seong-un dared to miss such an opportunity. The man replied that he was very sorry that it turned out this way. The guy grimaced in displeasure and asked to be allowed to deal with that hunter in that case. The leader called this idea nonsense, since his skills were not enough for this. He pointed to himself and said that he could not even figure out his secret plan and intentions. He guessed that the hunter was about S rank. The man perked up when the brunette noted that he simply did not have enough skills for such a thing. Looking at him with indignation, Baphomet said that in his place he would have immediately noticed everything, sorted everything out, and then shaken everything out of their mentor. Seong-un muttered that he did not see any boundaries at all. He grabbed the guy by the t-shirt, asking if he really thought the idea of catching an unknown hunter was funny. Approaching the brunette, he noted that he was only a B rank. The hunter abruptly left the office. The manager ran out after him, loudly asking him to stop. He saw an obscene gesture directed at him. As he left, Baphomet showed him the middle finger. Yoon-seo approached the man and asked if they had a fight. Seong-un grabbed his hair, answering that they had hurt each other and vented their anger. The girl asked him what he was talking about. The manager looked at her and asked her to tell him if it was true that she had extorted money from the brunette. The blonde touched her lips with her finger and asked if that really happened. Seong-un put the phone to his ear and said that they should report it to the police. The girl asked him to listen to her in fear, noting that she had her reasons. She said that one day the government brought a bloody young man to her hospital. The doctor ran to the guy on a gurney. She asked the manager if he knew what they told her. While Yoon-seo stood by the wounded hunter, the man in the suit told her that she could decide for herself whether to save him or not. Remembering Baphomet's face covered in blood, the girl said that as soon as she saw him, she immediately realized that in front of her was the celebrity she had seen on TV, and that the government wanted to make him a hero hunter, but failed. Yoon-seo waved her hand indignantly and noted that such hunters last for a day or two, and then they are thrown out. Seong-un asked him to choose his words. He crossed his arm over his chest, noting that he also had some connection to the government. The girl threw him a sly glance and asked if that was really the case. Looking at the man's gloomy face, she wondered if he was a government dog or a wolf hiding his essence. She asked where she was. The doctor and nurse were standing next to your boyfriend, and the girl was saying that this patient was hopeless, and it was just a miracle that he hadn't died yet. The blonde looked at the brunette with sadness, thinking that during treatment the patient should have the strength for the body to pull through. But in his case, her eyes widened in surprise. Yoon-seo looked at the red system window, telling the man about this. Seong-un asked again if the window was red and not blue. The doctor answered that it was red, but she was more surprised by the message. The screen said that the girl must save the hunter, otherwise she herself would die. Placing her hand on her chest, the blonde said that that was why she did everything she could then, and then began to praise herself. The manager waved his hand and asked if she meant that the message was not a mission, and the system was threatening her. Yoon-seo confirmed, and then asked if he thought she did the right thing. She noted that she wanted to find out more about number 302, since, apparently, they had something in common. She added that this was why she decided to demand the return of a non-existent debt. A bead of sweat rolled down Seong-un's gloomy face. He wondered if the system really had a mind of its own. He thought that they had not even had a grain of information about the existence of such a thing before. The girl lowered her eyes and noted with a slight smile that it was romantic to some extent. While the brunette walked down the street, she said that it felt like the system was protecting and fierce number 302. The sun was shining on the sleeping area of the city. Tae-young said with a displeased look that the hunter was in quarantine and needed rest. The guy, standing by the wall, listened to his words that there was no need to worry, since all hunters have such a state at least once, so he was naive to consider it a vacation and enjoy his free time. Earlier, the man followed the leader, asking if they should continue to monitor Manhwa. Seong-un answered in the affirmative. He pointed his finger, noting that this time it should be different, and they need to focus on observation and protection. The guy mentally noted that if the cops had already given the unknown the data and Baphomet, then they simply could not rule out the possibility that he was in danger. Starting to walk away from the hunter, he added that they would contact him when further orders were given. Baphomet pointed to Tae-young's earrings and asked what those things were on his ears. After a while, several earrings were flaunted on the guy's ear. He was eating food in the establishment, thinking that in order to cope with the next razor, he needed a good rest, and therefore he came to the conclusion that he should enjoy human life a little. The brunette raised his hand and asked the waiter to bring 2 more bowls of rice and 5 servings of meat. The hunter took a photo of the desserts on his phone. Then he went for a walk, munching on snacks. His attention was drawn to a sign on the building. After a while, Baphomet was already hitting a ball with a bat. Pulling his hand back with the object, he mentally noted that he wanted to try all the activities that were available in the center of Seoul. He went to the library and read a book. After that, the guy went to the cinema. A creepy girl with long hair told him to let go of her leg. The brunette stood near the animator at a scary quest. The girl began to run away in fear when the hunter began to demand her hand. The girl sang into the microphone with a smile. Baphomet watched as she played the guitar at the same time. He stood in a crowd of curious people. After a while, he turned away. The guy curled his lips and cursed. Stopping on the street, he mentally noted that no matter what he did, a hamster in such a weak body, nothing brings him pleasure. He wondered if his desire to become a man was a mistake, after which he himself refuted it. The hunter asked himself if this was the right decision, given that he had lost all his strength. He mentally noted that it could be returned. The brunette thought that this was all wrong. He wondered if it could be because falling from the top to the bottom is very sad. A red screen appeared in front of his face. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The system was asking if he was sad. Baphomet covered his face with his hand and began to laugh, noting that he was going crazy. Clenching his hand into fists, he screamed loudly, saying that this was all because of her, and now she was pretending to try to help. Looking at the furious looks, he asked why she had made a mess and confused him. The words on the red screen said that this was all for his sake. The hunter clenched his teeth, saying that this was not true, and that she was just tormenting him. An elegant hand pressed buttons, launching the protocol, while the guy said that if her goal was to deceive him and put him in this position, then she succeeded. While the blue light was burning around the girl, the brunette asked what her next steps were. The system noted that at the moment the number of launches was 3324878492189 times, and in case of a second failure, the program would have to be restructured. The guy froze in place and asked if she would hinder him again. The long-haired girl in a light suit extended her hand, noting that everything was neglected. Baphomet curled his lips in displeasure, noting that if he was right, then let her kill him with her own hands right now. Stars began to shine around the girl, and she noted that this time everything would work out. The brunette opened his mouth wide and repeated again that it was better to kill him. The girl smiled softly when the system noted that the hacking program was successfully completed. A white sphere shone in the weightless blue space, after which it was said that the system's gaze would now begin. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise. Everything around him turned gray, except for him. He turned his gaze to the girl who appeared, asking for forgiveness. The brunette with red eyes said that the system on this earth was not created by her, so she was a little late. She moved into the body of a girl with a short haircut and asked to understand her correctly. Taking the body of the next girl, the administrator noted that she did not hate him at all. She said that now she could tell why she took his power. A silhouette began to emerge in front of the brunette. He looked at her with shocked eyes. The administrator smiled sweetly. A girl with long white hair appeared in front of Baphomet. She looked at him with her red eyes. The hunter froze with a puzzled look. The girl snapped her fingers and said that she was glad that after hundreds of millions of attempts, she was able to show her true appearance. They moved in space, and the white-haired one said that she also conducted hundreds of millions of virtual experiments in order to find out what would happen if she placed him in a human vessel and gave that vessel his power. The girl waved her palm, and the hunter appeared under her. She said that the result of these numerous tests was death and the body was torn to pieces. The guy looked with his mouth open in surprise. He pursed his lips, listening to the words about the fact of death remaining unchanged. The administrator added that that was why she had taken a different path and wondered what would happen if she did not give him power, but the result was unknown. The girl placed her hand on the brunette's chest and said that the tests had yielded nothing, so she decided to wait for the result, which she could not know before. Looking at him with surprised eyes, the hunter asked if she really expected it from him. Looking at him in response, the administrator answered in the affirmative, noting that it was because he would satisfy her desire, and then he called her in that tower. Baphomet remembered himself in the guise of the boss. Now he stood as a man. He lowered his head and asked if it meant that the god had really fulfilled his desire. The brunette looked up and smirked. He wondered who had killed him all those millions of times. He wrapped his arms around the girl and asked her who was stronger than him. The white-haired girl smiled widely and said that she had been waiting for this question. Turning around, she waved her hand. Dark silhouettes appeared and the administrator said that they were creatures that he would never defeat from his original zone. Looking at the black silhouettes, she said that the hunter must become stronger than before. One of the silhouettes looked at the floor. Suddenly, he rarely raised his eyes. The brunette looked back at him. Suddenly, his face distorted with horror. A human leg began to appear in space. Baphomet saw a guy in a black cloak. When he turned around, he recognized him as Raven and wondered what he was doing here. The administrator hugged Baphomet from behind and noted that he knew how to become stronger. Her eyes glowed red, and she noted that his greedy, strange desire made him stronger. The hunter froze in shock, listening to the words that he needed to continue to thirst, because this was the source of his strength. The girl added that everyone should tremble with fear and horror when they heard his name. Notifications began to appear that through the launch of the system, the list of Baphomet skills had changed, and the weapon master skill had increased to level 2. The mastery level of the first weapon used had increased to 100%, and the passive ability Furious Battle had been improved to the passive ability Adrenaline, which was not affected by the cruelty debuff. The guy had moved to the city. He looked at the walking passersby, asking if everything had really returned back. The brunette looked around, and a screen appeared in front of him. He turned his surprised gaze to it. The light was on in a tall building. Holding a small package in his hands, the man said that he would like to examine the contents. Seong-un stood in front of the doctor, who asked if this was a sample of the monster that number 302 had caught. The manager answered in the affirmative, noting that he wanted to ask her to examine the composition of the sample. The girl replied that it was not difficult for her, after which she asked if he would be satisfied with the result by tomorrow. Seong-un thanked her, glancing at the piece of paper. When he took it in his hands, Yoon-seo said that she had conducted a small study of number 302's body. The man replied that he considered this data to be erroneous. The doctor turned to him and indignantly asked if he really did not believe in her abilities. The manager replied that this was simply impossible, since the skill statistics were very different during the first measurements. The man touched his chin with his hand and said that only a month had passed since the parquet became a hunter. He asked how his statistics increased tenfold. Baphomet froze with a surprised face. He smiled nervously and began to laugh quietly. The screen showed that the hidden quest Raven's punishment, Apostle of Wrath, had been completed, and he had received the special skill Raven as a reward. The boy noted that this was a very interesting twist. The hunter's ability stats were an indicator of his strength. Various sword-wielding hunters appeared in the background of the matrix. Depending on the numerical value, the hunter was assigned to one of the ranks from F to S. The numerical value of the stats increased even just by breathing. There was a significant difference between hunters who strove for strength and made an effort to achieve it, and those who did not. There were two ways to quickly increase the number of stats. The image of a sword-wielding hunter was cutting up parts of a monster's huge body. The main method was to hunt monsters. The boy and the girl were walking around the gym. The second method was to train on their own. In addition, some hunters were said to have a secret way to increase their stats, but these were just rumors, and the existence of this method had not yet been confirmed. Baphomet was sitting across from the manager at the table, next to the doctor. Seong-un sullenly adjusted his glasses and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked him how the guy was doing. The protagonist indifferently scratched his ear and replied that everything was fine. The manager was getting even angrier, holding his glasses. He asked the protagonist if he had been fooling around all this time. The brunette slightly bared his teeth, sticking his finger in his ear. He ironically explained that Seong-un had already been watching him, so he said that he shouldn't have pretended that he didn't know anything. The doctor watched the men's tense conversation from the side. She understood that they were both adults, and now they were acting like children. The manager turned around angrily. Yoon-seo looked at the man in bewilderment, holding a mug. The doctor immediately put her hand on the angry main character, asking him not to be so angry because Seong-un was very sorry. The hunter didn't quite like this action. A notification with the inscription, using the identification skill. The blonde looked at the guy with a gentle smile, not understanding why he was so rude to her, because she thought that they had a better relationship. Yoon-seo held her hand on the black angry silhouette of the guy, while the notification said that the information about the enemy was being analyzed. Baphomet did not understand what the girl was saying. Her hand was about to be torn off the guy's body and she called him a rude person. The hunter furiously shouted in the direction of Yoon-seo, who was walking away from him, whom he considered a charlatan. The blonde walked past the sitting manager and explained, as she expected, that the indicators were above average. Seong-un was slightly confused. The brunette was sitting opposite the manager at the table. The manager explained that the hunter still decided to contact him first and asked him about what happened. Baphomet was slightly shocked. He imagined Seong-un with his hands behind his back. This manager had more information about the hunters than anyone else. The guy imagined an army of black silhouettes of hunters. If he could get this information through Seong-un, he would be able to prepare. He also imagined the blonde system administrator. The guy wondered if this could mean that their connection and meeting with the manager was determined from the beginning, and that woman simply made him a puppet for her own purpose. The protagonist watched the red notifications from the administrator pop up with a dumbfounded look. She noted that the hunter would still benefit from this because he could kill a strong opponent who killed him. The brunette arrogantly looked away, grinning slightly. The notification mentioned to the guy that for him this was an attractive offer. The brunette noted that it looked like the administrator would now openly prompt and whisper to him what to do. The red notification from the system stated that the administrator could now freely interfere with the Earth system. The main character crossed his arms and made a displeased face in front of the notification. He mentally communicated with the system and told it to deal with all the problems itself since it had such outstanding abilities. The main character looked displeasedly from under his brows at the notifications of the system, which apologized to him for not having the ability to create or destroy anything, because it could only take. The girl administrator stood with her back in the blue space. The guy asked her a question about how she was able to make him human then. The girl coldly looked forward with red eyes, answering that all this was also stolen. Seong-eun watched the brunette with a tired look, who was looking away. The manager noted that Baphomet wanted to tell everyone this because he was already tired of waiting for an answer, but the guy was on his own wave. Wooden blinds covered the window. The guy wanted to ask Seong-eun if there was a job for him. The manager said that there was still none because the gate did not generate criminals. The brunette scratched his head, sadly explaining that he felt sorry to waste his time just waiting, and suggested that it would be worthwhile to focus on the hunter's tasks for now. Seong-eun noted that it would not hinder the hunter until a new target appeared. The manager sat on the chair, smiling maliciously. The guy noted that Seong-eun should have understood him, because that incident could have led to serious problems. The manager noted that they had already left this case, and he was really curious about it. The hunter looked ahead with slight displeasure and thought about the fact that he could develop his extraordinary abilities so quickly. He also suggested whether other abilities could really be useful to him. Seong-eun slightly opened his mouth and suggested to do so. If they find out the identity of the one who is behind all this, then they will gladly hand this case over to Baphomet, that he himself dealt with the villain. The guy's eyes widened and he looked at the manager in shock, who added that the protagonist in turn had to become strong for this. From the huge high-rise building, the protagonist's screams could be heard that he wanted to receive an assignment. Baphomet excitedly shouted to the laughing girl that he needed a mission to the tower area, and also wanted to entrust a weapon. The brunette noted to the hunter that usually guys of his rank did not have missions related to the tower, asking him if he wanted to borrow a weapon again. The girl explained that it would be worthwhile to pick up a more suitable weapon for the hunter for Baphomet, although the rental price was not that small. The guy answered her that using one weapon all the time would not be interesting. The main character leaned over the brunette's table, asking him if there really were no missions for him. The brunette answered with a smile that usually hunters of rank A and above could attack the tower. The guy's eyes widened animatedly when the girl explained that there was one mission related to the tower where rank was not required, but only hunters belonging to other guilds could participate in it. The other guys watched the dialogue between Baphomet and the girl from behind. The hunter asked again about the guild, realizing that he belonged to it. He looked away with displeasure, holding his belt. He still understood that he could not say that he was a member of an unofficial government guild. The girl asked him if he was a member of the guild. The brunette continued to stare away without an answer. White clouds floated in the clear sky. It was a tall labyrinth tower. The brunette held the microphone while the red-haired girl watched from behind her. The girl addressed the hunters, noting that the Ark Guild was with them. 3 guys stood in the shadows, listening to the girl. The brunette noted that, as everyone probably already knew, their guild had a monopoly on the labyrinth tower, but since the risk of the so-called gate shock could not be ruled out, they planned to start clearing the tower from this day on. 2 guys watched the brunette from afar. The blonde didn't understand what had happened to the Ark Guild, since it loved money very much, until the girl standing next to him added that they had also refused the exclusive right. The guy in the blue shirt approached the blonde from behind, while the brunette declared that they would give the hunters 90% of the loot and trophies from the tower clearing that had begun today, but they would deal with the boss themselves. The guy in the blue shirt realized that the Ark would clear the boss themselves, thinking that the guild leader would do all of this. The blonde didn't know this, thinking that it could just be another hunter, no more famous than the guild leader. The girl in the dress covered her face from the side, surprised that the tower could be cleared by a hunter who was her idol. The protagonist looked angrily from under his brows forward. He held his head, thinking that he should go back because he was not in the mood to fight at all. A notification from the administrator popped up, saying that the reason could be in the hunter management. The brunette held his belt, looking away haughtily. He told the system to shut up and not talk to him about this, because in essence there was nothing wrong with it. The administrator agreed that there was nothing wrong with all this. The hunter looked away with displeasure, while the system suggested that he stop being so hot-tempered and suggested that he think positively, because in any case, thanks to this he could enter the tower. The protagonist ironically wondered if there was some function to block the administrator. The red notifications from the administrator said that it was not very good that he was attracting attention due to his hot temper and irritability, hinting that he could become a target himself. Baphomet crossed his arms and bared his teeth in displeasure. To him, it was all just grumbling, as if the administrator was his mother. The protagonist closed his eyes and smirked discontentedly when the administrator joked about how the guy found out that she was his mother. The protagonist slapped the blonde guy's armor behind him, indignant at the situation. The blonde guy immediately looked at the protagonist with concern, not understanding what just happened. The two guys were watching the conflict between Baphomet and the other players. The red-haired girl turned to her brunette friend, trying to understand why there was so much noise around, as if someone was fighting. The brunette from the arc noted that for a place where hunters gathered, this was a completely normal phenomenon. The red-haired girl immediately became puzzled. She watched the indifferent look of the protagonist, realizing that she had seen him somewhere before. The blonde was pointing his finger at the protagonist angrily, yelling at him about whether he knew how much his armor cost and how long it took to ship it by plane, trying to figure out how he was going to pay for his mistake. The blonde was looking ahead angrily, while the guy was trying to figure out if there were guys like this everywhere. The protagonist sighed and scratched his head, smirking about how he couldn't just pay for all this. The offended knight didn't understand what kind of lazy and annoying behavior this was. A friend came up to the angry blonde from the side, noting that the protagonist still looked like a very ordinary guy. Baphomet was looking ahead coolly, putting his hand on his belt. The guy noted to his master that Baphomet's appearance was not the best, because the condition and quality of his equipment was nondescript and left much to be desired. He added that he heard that F-rank hunters were also placed on missions in the towers as volunteers, and it seemed like the protagonist was one of those people. The blonde immediately smirked maliciously, looking into Baphomet's eyes. He found it funny to hear the protagonist's answer, hinting at how an F-rank hunter would pay. The protagonist continued to stand in his unyielding pose, while the boys discussed whether hunters of such a rank should go to the lowest ranked dungeons and do meaningless work. The protagonist's face was covered by his long bangs, while the blonde discussed why such a weakling came to the tower. Baphomet quickly grabbed the blonde's face. He brought it to himself and stared at it intently. Baphomet told the boy to continue saying whatever he wanted, and he would now show him how humiliating it would be to die at the hands of a weakling. The player did not realize that the protagonist was echoing him. The girl called out to the arguing guys from the side, explaining that they had come here to fight in front of the tower, which was already full of their enemies. She ordered everyone to follow her. The three guys followed the girl in the shadows. The blonde looked at the main character, saying that this scoundrel had turned his equipment into a piece of iron. Baphomet noted with irony that he should have torn his mouth off altogether. The brunette looked ahead excitedly, while three disgruntled hunters walked behind. The blonde turned to the girl from the Ark Guild, asking her how she could choose a low-ranking hunter who did not even know his place and boundaries to participate in such an event. The brunette noted that this event was not for everyone after all. The girl turned back, coming closer to the other girls. The blue space stretched into the dark depths to the three windows. There are 3 doors in the maze tower, and only after they pass through these doors into the rooms and clear them, the room with the boss will open. The girl noted that 6 hunters will be assigned to each entrance, where each door had its own feature. She also added that there are cards that will be considered cleared under one condition, the destruction of the monster. She imagined the hunters running to attack the monster. The guy and the girl were standing at the altar in front of the glowing cube. She noted that there were also cards in which you first had to print the monster by solving the puzzle and then clear it. Red lasers cut through the space of the winged monster. There were also trap cards, and after they avoided all the traps, the monster will wait for them at the entrance. Then they must kill it and move on to the next room. The brunette looked at her blonde friend, who held out his hand. He had a question, because he wanted to know which map they would end up going to. The brunette in the blue cape looked ahead with trepidation and said that she did not know. The wooden gates of the tower were closed. The girl noted that the rooms would change randomly within 24 hours from the starting point after entering the tower, so they did not know which one they would get, for hunting or traps, because it was initially said that it was a labyrinth tower. The protagonist was yawning demonstratively at this time when the girl explained that before entering the tower, she wanted to check if everyone was here. Suddenly, Baphomet was stunned and his eyes bulged. The girl asked if the hunter Elam from the Node Guild was here, who immediately checked in. Then the girl asked about Pagan and Saul from the Nebula Guild, who were also here. The protagonist slightly wilted when a brunette with pigtails stood next to him. It was the Hunter Reaper from the Guild Defiance. The main character was completely dejected and dumbfounded when the girl introduced him as Baphomet from the Guild's Sweet Pink Angel. All the hunters stood in a circle opposite each other. The protagonist glanced to the side in fear when he heard the laughter. The brunette with braids was shyly embarrassed and smiled at the guy. The manager was shocked that the doctor had placed number 302 in his guild. The doctor's eyes widened in shock, explaining that it was a ghost guild created to make money from the government, where the only members of the guild were her and her head nurse. Xiang-un was sitting across from Yun Xiao at the table. The doctor mentioned that the manager had spoken with the hunter beforehand and wanted to enroll him in his guild himself. The manager noted that he had no choice anyway since he originally belonged to the government. The doctor began to laugh loudly, ironically noting that this guild name for Baphomet was not quite suitable for the hunter. The manager also laughed with a wide smile, explaining that this was why he ignored Minwoo's angry and numerous calls since yesterday. The blonde grinned maliciously because the name of this guild was very suitable for Baphomet. The main character stood with a dejected look, his hands down. Then he became dissatisfied and angry, looking up as he was indignant at the situation. He understood that he definitely had to finish off the manager for such a joke. The brunette stood in front of the gate and the other players. She suggested that they go with this, adding that the Ark Guild is not responsible for their lives during this entire event. The brunette looked back, adding that everything that happens during the battle, each hunter had to endure everything themselves and cope with it themselves. The main character stood behind everything with a dissatisfied look. She opened the doors and the black silhouettes of the hunters stood in the doorway. It was a dark space. Reaper looked ahead with her friend into the darkness, noting that since it was so quiet, this map was definitely not for hunting. The brunette put her hand forward in front of the glowing ball. She wanted to use the lighting stone, and if there was a monster in such an open space, it would obviously be a trap map. Under the bright glow, a monster in armor appeared in the distance. The silhouette of a monster knight with horns was visible in front of the guys. The group leader asked the guys if everyone knew how to clear maps with traps. The brunette looked back under the glow and said that she would go first and let the guys follow her. The protagonist indifferently touched his hand when the brunette turned to him so that he would not waste his strength for nothing and follow her. She immediately rushed to attack. Her foot stepped on a tile. Then under her foot was a trap with a pit. The brunette moved her foot away from the hold tile, realizing that the first trap had been exposed. Then she deftly dodged the glowing arrows, realizing that the second trap had also been exposed. She glared angrily at the bright beam of light. The brunette dodged the lightning bolt with a deft jump, thinking that she had dealt with the third trap as well. Suddenly, she looked to the side. The leader of the group tried to look to the side, thinking that there was probably only one Reaper following her, who was getting in a rank because no one else could. She looked at Baphomet running next to her in surprise. He even managed to overtake her, a notification that this was Baphomet's special skill, superiority. The protagonist stared ahead with a red eye. The red notification said that when entering a battle in a tower below the legendary level, all capture strategies are open, including unfair and bad ones only for the hunter. The brunette saw a huge red crosshair on the monster with the word danger in front of him. Pagan stood in a dark space and was perplexed. The first floor was cleared and the broken boss was lying on the ground. The blonde stood with his mouth open. The fifth floor was also cleared and its boss was lying without a head. Pagan was very angry and bared his teeth, envious of Baphomet. The protagonist deftly waved his arms while running, being an F rank. Arrows were flying at his running silhouette from all sides. The protagonist ran without looking back and a notification popped up that he should beware of a barrage of arrows. The protagonist looked back. He quickly jumped into the air when the arrows stuck in the ground. The notification told him that he was able to dodge them in a jump. The brunette stood with his head down when the notification said that there was a rain of arrows 50 meters to the right. He immediately moved his body to the side, following the advice from the notification, and dodged the arrows. The guy quickly grabbed one of the arrows that flew past. The protagonist swung the arrow, while the advice from the notification said that this was a good way to distract the companions. Baphomet threw an arrow towards the boss knight with a sword. This arrow flew straight at the knight's head. The boss immediately cut the arrow in half with a deft movement. He furiously looked forward through the chains in his helmet. The chains immediately grabbed the boss knight's neck and pulled it back, which was precisely his weak point. The hunter pulled the chains on the boss's neck to knock him down. The protagonist angrily looked back, clutching the chains in his hand. The chains fettered the boss knight's helmet. The axe hunter pounced on the chained boss from the air. The protagonist smiled slyly as the chains hovered around him. A message from the administrator wishing him a good hunt. The protagonist cut through the knight's armor with a deft movement. The 15th floor was cleared. The party leader stood next to Reaper. The brunette looked at what was happening in surprise, realizing that Baphomet was an F rank and maybe he just didn't update the information. Reaper got the feeling that he knew everything, but didn't hide it. Pagan frantically watched the protagonist and the two girls from the side. The party leader turned to the brunette, noting that if he didn't update his rank, he would have to pay a fine. The blonde looked at what was happening with malice along with his assistant. The two girls looked back when Pagan sarcastically asked them if she came here to fool around or to do business. The blonde extended his hand in front of the brunette, explaining that there was no time to chat and that they needed to quickly move on to the next floor. The brunette noted that she had mentioned that they were all exhausted and wanted to rest, get their equipment in order, and then they could move on. The group leader looked disdainfully at the blonde, who smirked at the fact that they had only reached the 15th floor and were already tired. He added that the Ark was a very famous guild, but it was the girl who had specifically disappointed him. Conflicting exclamations were heard near the ceiling of the floor. The brunette addressed Pagan personally, telling him that he himself should have gotten his equipment in order because his armor was broken. He immediately began to shout, trying to justify himself by saying that his armor was broken precisely because of Baphomet. The girl said that if his armor could be destroyed by an F-rank hunter, then one could conclude that its quality was poor. The blonde continued to furiously prove the opposite, that his armor was made from the core of the boss of the Bahamut Shrine Tower. The protagonist watched the conversation from the sidelines with a cool head when the leader of the group noted that it could be concluded that a low-ranking hunter was capable of breaking a boss with power equal to Bahamut. The protagonist looked away in confusion, thinking that this could be true. Pagan opened his mouth in alarm at the conclusion he heard. Suddenly, Kang Pagan's assistant turned to his master. Reaper looked at the conversation between the blonde and his secretary in surprise. Kang thought that there was no point in expressing her protest to this guild member anymore. After all, he could show his skills in the next tower. The girl's gaze caught on the blonde's red cloak and the emblems on it. As she expected, it was not that she had misunderstood and remembered the royal gold crest. Pagan and his secretary looked to the side at the exclamation that his armor was fake. The protagonist looked away while Reaper smiled. The brunette looked at the armor of the blonde in front of her with a smirk. She stood face to face with him and began to explain with a smirk that items related to the core of Bahamut were never sold openly. But if someone said that they bought such an item, it could mean that the sale was made illegally. Pagan and his secretary immediately looked confused and worried by what they heard. The brunette with pigtails smiled slightly. The protagonist stood behind while the girl spoke with Pagan and Kang. Reaper noted that she could catch the fraudster, but in exchange for this, she wanted to entrust them with her request after leaving the tower. Baphomet began to imagine an image of Reaper waving her arms. One of the armored archers looked up. The blue whip caught up with the archer while the swordsman wanted to fight. The protagonist ran to the side while the girl attacked the swordsman with her whip. The protagonist looked away in shock. He saw how Reaper slightly bared his teeth. The blue threads of the whip rushed by. She ran around the silhouette of the swordsman, crushing him into pieces with her blue ropes. She smiled maliciously, looking ahead from under her brows. More clouds floated above the huge multi-story tower. The girl chased after the protagonist. It was already getting dark above the tower. The protagonist looked back at the two chatting girls. It was almost night above the tower. The knight on the dragon in armor met on the next floor. Pagan was running with a sword at the boss of the floor. Suddenly he stopped and looked ahead in bewilderment. He saw how the main character deftly cut the dragon and the knight on it with an axe. The blonde was very angry that Baphomet was ahead of him. The 49th floor was cleared. The brunette with an exhausted and pitiful look screamed that she was glad that they were finally able to break through to the 49th floor. She looked back at Pagan laughing sarcastically to the side. He noted that it was only the 49th floor, as if they were not capable of more. The brunette answered Pagan ironically so that he would not think that his words could hurt her. The blonde looked at the protagonist, who was examining the door. The brunette put his hand on his belt and looked up in vain. Pagan was curious why Baphomet wasn't tired at all. Another gate to the next floor was still closed. The guys realized that the conditions would change further. The protagonist looked away with slight confusion when Reaper added that this was usually the boss's room. The brunette with braids stood nearby, putting her hands on her belt. She explained that due to the peculiarities of this maze tower, she could assume that a monster with half the power of the final boss could be waiting for them. The brunette looked away with a smile, noting that she thought Baphomet had experience illegally entering and exiting such towers. She noticed that this was unusual for the guy, believing that she was wrong because she realized this when she saw that the hunter was not aware of the boss. The brunette from behind watched the dialogue between Baphomet and Reaper. The protagonist asked the brunette what she could possibly know about him. The brunette called the guy a bore, to which the brown-haired girl told both guys to go and rest, because Reaper told them that there should have been a monster waiting for them ahead, which would most likely be different from those they had met before. The leader of the group looked ahead with fear, while Reaper and Baphomet were behind her. She touched the door with her hand. The girl with a slight sadness in her eyes noted that this was not a threat, but advice. Baphomet, Reaper, and Pagan stood nearby, listening to their commander. She stated that anyone who wanted to leave this place could go immediately. The leader of the group stood near the door and looked back. She mentioned that she had said earlier that they themselves were responsible for their own lives, and she also did not want to see someone die next to her. The brunette added that the guys should not worry about the loot, because they would divide it as agreed. The blonde looked down, while the brunette looked ahead. The brunette stretched his forearm, closing his eyes. He said that he did not care and wanted to go to the next room, because he came here because he wanted to be side by side with strong people. Reaper put her hand to her chest, noting that she also wanted to go, because it would be a pity to give up such a result at such a stage. Behind her, the man in the hood also wanted to join. The leader of the group, along with Baphomet and Reaper, looked back when the girl wanted to hear the opinion of Pagan and King. The two guys looked ahead worriedly. The secretary turned to his master, noting that there was no need to continue by force because he came here only to accumulate experience points. Kang stared intently at the confused blonde. He mentioned that the huntress herself said that they did not know what dangers awaited them, so they could have stopped at this point. The protagonist looked away with composure. The blonde man stared at this guy. The secretary saw the furious face of Pagan, who did not want to lose to the lower rank, the scoundrel Baphomet. The blonde man walked forward to the whole group. A dark room. In this dark space, exclamations were heard that this time it was dark and quiet again, and the huntress wanted to use her glowing stone again. The brown-haired girl, along with Baphomet and Reaper, looked up. They saw huge chess pieces in front of them. Various white chess pieces were dimly lit. The guys tried to figure out what kind of statues they were. Pagan watched the pieces under the shadow, hearing an exclamation that if it was a gargoyle, then they definitely should not approach. The boys frantically turned to look at the angry Pagan, who shouted that it was chess. The huge hand was about to move a pawn. It immediately hit the ground, causing the boys to cover themselves with their hands. The brunette, with one eye closed, looked at what was happening with irritation. Reaper was also angry at all this. The hand hovering over the black figures replied that now it was the boys' turn. Kang clenched his fists and tensed up, trying to understand who exactly the big hand had said that to. The secretary looked at the frightened gentleman, whom he considered a good chess player, hinting that this would be a good chance to show his skills. The protagonist looked intently at the blonde, who turned his back to him. Pagan said that he understood everything and knew how to win, because all he had to do was understand where the figures were placed and avoid them. The protagonist and the secretary looked at the place indicated by Pagan, who carefully examined the place where the figures stood and made his move. The blonde stood on the square and waved his hand at the guys, shouting for them to come to him because he was in a safe zone. The secretary immediately rushed towards his master, noting that he did not doubt the blonde. The protagonist coolly hid behind his bangs, saying that this was the wrong move. Suddenly, the secretary's eyes bulged. A huge figure was approaching the blonde from above, who was waving his hand. He immediately looked up in alarm, seeing a shadow. The black pawn crushed the secretary, but the blonde managed to jump back. The two girls looked away in shock. The blonde looked ahead with an astonished grin. The brown-haired girl and Reaper looked at what was happening with drooping eyes when the secretary's name was heard. The brunette with braids opened her mouth in alarm, not understanding what was happening with the white figure, noting that when they were told about the cue, they did not mean them. Reaper's eyes widened and she looked ahead in horror, noting that originally the game of chess was a strategic game for two players. It was a chessboard with pawns advanced on both sides. The guys realized that they were flies caught in a game on a chessboard. The protagonist lowered his head, putting his hand on his belt. He noticed that the girls had figured it out correctly, although in fact they said that it would be peaceful here. The guy looked ahead with malicious glee, ironically saying that this was now the real tower. Blood splashes flew all over the space. The blonde touched the pool of blood with his hand. He immediately crawled to the secretary's hand, which was crushed by the figure. Pagan wanted to pull Kang out and asked him not to worry, because they would now call in all the medical specialists in their company. The blonde looked dumbfounded at the piece of arm he pulled out. The brunette looked at what was happening in excitement, hearing the blonde's screams. She immediately grabbed the blonde from another falling figure in a deft jump. The group leader looked back and shouted at the guy to pull himself together and not die on the spot. The brunette with braids got very angry, baring her teeth. She also managed to dodge the white pawn that had stood on the board. She angrily looked back while another figure was above her. Reaper dodged the figure again, slightly crouching, because she felt that the speed of the figures was gradually increasing. She raised her elbow, sitting on the ground, when suddenly she was covered in shadow again. She looked up and saw a falling figure. The huntress quickly used her teleport skill. The girl in the blue aura was already running towards the guys when the figure fell into place. The brunette ran up to the mage and thanked him. They both looked back at the protagonist on the board. The brunette looked away arrogantly when he was called out. Reaper looked at the protagonist with concern, noting that he most likely knew how to clear this room, because before that he went through all the rooms as if he knew how to act. Baphomet looked intently to the side from under his brows when the brunette added that if they hesitated now, they would simply get tired and die. The protagonist stood with his back to the red pop-up sign. He mentioned that the strategy for clearing this room was terribly boring and therefore uninteresting. He added that they needed to dodge the chess pieces and survive until the two invisible players finished their game. Baphomet noted that if at least one of them survived, the monster in this room would reveal its form. Two different pawns were hovering above the mage in his hands. The guy explained that once the players caught the monster, the room would be cleared. The guys realized that this was true because the place looked like a trap map. One figure was flying straight to the place where the hunter stood. He looked up in alarm, wondering if they had to intentionally wait until the end of the game. Baphomet immediately clenched his fist, noting that he needed to think more simply. The guy dealt a crushing blow to the pawn and smashed it to pieces. The huge hand was shaking convulsively. The brunette slightly twisted her face and watched in bewilderment. The mage in the cloak also looked at all this with bewilderment. The protagonist broke into a malicious smile, noting that you can just destroy everything here. He looked at the guys with a malicious grin, adding that when the figures disappear and the game is forcibly stopped, the owner of this room will be so angry that he will appear to them. The brunette clenched her fists and looked alarmed. She looked at what was happening with horror, not understanding what kind of ignorant way of clearing this room's strategy was. Red notifications began to pop up with the administrator's opinion that this was also a pretty good way. The leader of the group swung her leg. Then she smashed one figure with a crushing blow. She looked back at the drooping pagan, anxiously telling him to keep up with her. The blue threads from Reaper's whip were floating in the air. She was grabbing pawns with them and wanted to destroy the pieces. She held her hands above her head, baring her teeth. Then she abruptly lowered her hands, smashing the piece into pieces. She felt that they would need a lot of energy and endurance to do this. The white pawn was already starting to crack. The protagonist was bloodthirstily cutting the pieces into pieces. He was swinging his axes, wanting to smash another piece. The monster in the cloak stood to the side at this time. He watched as Baphomet furiously dealt with the pieces, the remains of which flew past. The mage in the cloak continued to stand in the shadows and do nothing. The protagonist broke the pieces with a kick and made cracks in them. The monster under the cloak was getting closer and closer. The protagonist with axes flew past the fragments of figures. He angrily looked ahead, baring his teeth, wanting to see the boss of the floor. A monster with a skull peeked out from under the hood. Suddenly, huge vines began to crawl out of the ground above the girls. They tried to surround the protagonist. The brunette looked up intently from under his brows. A huge hand was about to hit the protagonist, who managed to jump back. Then the same huge hand tried to catch the hunter, and again, the protagonist managed to jump back from the hand up. A huge stone hand was reaching from the side. On the other side, another hand appeared. The protagonist understood that there was obviously no crowd of people on this board. Baphomet deftly avoided two hands that were trying to press him to the ground. A sharp axe cut through the air when Baphomet felt someone's alien presence outside the game board. The guy deftly swung his axes near himself. The hunter quickly threw the axe with the chain into the distance, trying to catch the villain. The chain stretched into the dark space. The axe lit up and sank into the wrapped tree. The mage in the cloak soared into the air with the help of tree roots, calling the man a fool. The monster with the skull angrily looked forward, asking the hunter how he dared to make a mess on his territory. The huge roots were directed at the main character, because the monster wanted to take revenge on the guy for his tricks. The brunette smiled sarcastically from under his bangs, because he was really looking forward to this. A red notification popped up that the Baphomet skill had been activated. The high-rise buildings of the night city were brightly lit. The Echidna huntress was thanked for her efforts. The girl with red hair looked away haughtily. The brunette slightly bowed to the huntress, thanking her for coming to this interview at such a late hour because it was urgent, and thanks to her assistance, everything went well. Echidna noted that if they were grateful, they should understand what she would ask for in return. The red-haired huntress smiled, while her friend was behind her with the phone. The editor noted that she would only choose the best and most profitable information about the Ark Guild and publish it, so she asked not to worry. Echidna turned to the editor-in-chief, saying that she completely trusted her. Echidna looked towards her friend, who showed her the phone, noting that the Shining Huntress had just called her. Echidna understood that this huntress must be in the Labyrinth Tower and thought that they had already cleared it out. Echidna took the phone and asked and her ward addressed her. The red-haired girl was in a dark space, stunned. She mentioned that guy who fell into their pool at the party. Echidna listened carefully to the girl on the phone, who noted that the guy had participated in their tower clearing operation. The axe blade flew through the air. He deftly cut the tree monster in half. The other monsters also got it, and they were cut. The protagonist jumped from one monster to another in a deft jump and attacked them. A notification that the Baphomet skill was activated, adrenaline. The protagonist stared ahead and under his bangs. A card with a description that this skill is activated automatically. When the excitement scale increases in battle, all characteristics are increased by 30%. The brunette in a fighting pose looked at the soaring monster. The demon with a skull extended his hand, wanting to get even. Massive tree branches tried to shackle the protagonist, and he had a feeling that he had become even stronger than he was recently. The monster stared ahead. A notification describing a single target, fighting against which the damage received was reduced by 50% and the damage dealt was increased by 30%. The hunter with his axes chopped tree branches, making his way through them to the monster. Skull looked from under the hood, realizing that Baphomet had become stronger again, considering it magic. The protagonist sneered at the monster from under his brows. One axe on a chain was flying at the monster. It sank into his shoulder and then immediately twisted his face. The protagonist held the axe on a chain in the body of the monster. Baphomet noted that the flames were quickly engulfing the tree. He immediately became angry with a red aura and began to heat up the chain, wanting to test his strength to the fullest. Echidna angrily yelled into the phone at her friend not to let him meet Valkyrie. The red-haired huntress walked through the dark forest, replying that it was fair, as she had noticed that Valkyrie would hardly want to meet the man who had torn out her hair. Suddenly, the girl became excited when she heard Echidna say that it was not that at all. The thicket of the forest was shrouded in darkness. Echidna asked the girl's opinion on what she thought were the chances of an S-rank huntress with immense strength losing consciousness and almost drowning. The guild leader opened her mouth wide and noted that it was an impossible event. A notification popped up stating that it was Raven's apostle, a unique skill. That same Raven stood in the dark space, holding a sword by his side. He immediately looked forward with a bloodthirsty blue glow from his eyes, noting Giga. The protagonist stared forward with a red gaze, noting his blaze skill. He immediately sent a powerful stream of fire along the chain towards the monster. Skull watched in horror as the fire reached him. The monster was very indignant when the fire was already very close to him. A powerful fiery explosion grew. The protagonist's loud laughter was heard. Everything around was burning in flames. The guy continued to laugh. The brunette with braids looked forward sarcastically. The protagonist laughed maliciously, looking at the blazing fire. He continued to laugh sarcastically, explaining that this was exactly what he was talking about, that this was a real battle. He wanted the monster to burn, because that was how he would get rid of the accumulated stress. Reaper watched Baphomet, who gloated by the fire. The administrator responded in a notification that the guy was disgusting, to which the protagonist told the system to shut up because he was watching the fire. Reaper stood behind the protagonist in confusion, thinking that she had heard that there were some hunters who were obsessed with battles, and having seen one in person, she now didn't really want to deal with them. The protagonist suddenly remembered that he wanted to fry potatoes over a fire. A brunette in a dark silhouette watched what was happening. The brunette was holding his neck, looking into the fire. The girl assumed that the guy seemed to be from the warrior class, but he could use magic like a sorcerer swordsman. The huntress realized that among all her acquaintances, there was no one who could have the same power except Raven. The brunette looked up animatedly. The two girls, along with the mage, looked up. The two huntresses became alarmed as the ground beneath them began to crumble. In the dark space, cries were heard about the floor cracking, as if the boss did not give up and went to the very end. Reaper pointed to the exit of the tower, wanting to run out with the guys through it. The blonde was going to run after the girls. Suddenly, there was a crack under his foot. Pagan looked worriedly at the floor that had collapsed in front of him. He immediately began to fall along with the secretary's hand. Pagan's gaze caught on this. He immediately reached out to grab Kang's hand. The blonde was flying down, trying to grab the hand. All the guys looked back in horror. At this time, the protagonist's leg with the chain appeared on the horizon. Baphomet managed to grab the blonde by the hand. The brunette was holding onto the chain on the ledge, holding Pagan at the same time. The hunter looked down in trepidation. Echidna asked her ward how much time had passed since Valkyrie entered the labyrinth tower. The red-haired girl walked through the dark forest and said that the girl went there right after clearing the previous tower, and therefore 1.5 hours had passed. The guild leader in white held the phone, hearing from the girl that she was sure that thanks to her skills, the blonde would have already reached the top floor, and if the hunter also got there, then they would have met by now. Pagan hung by the hand with a confused look when Baphomet noted that it was clear from his eyes that he had already lost the will to live. Even if he got out of here, he would die in the next tower. The protagonist hung on a chain and held the guy. Echidna touched her lips when she heard that they should prepare themselves. The protagonist looked ahead with excitement, realizing who had lost the meaning of life was no longer considered a warrior. The leader of the Arc Guild turned to the editor of the girl, mentioning that she was familiar with many reporters. The protagonist held the hand of the dangling blonde. Echidna broke into a wide smile, asking the editor to introduce her to other reporters. The protagonist let go of Pagan, saying that his death here and now would be a blessing. His body plopped down on the ground and there was a bang. The protagonist was hanging near the stone wall. He looked arrogantly to the side from under his brows. Baphomet decided to jump down too. The blonde's long hair fluttered in the wind. The protagonist pressed himself to the ground, looking at how Valkyrie carried away Pagan's body. She smirked slightly from the shadows, saying that Baphomet was a bad person. The brunette looked angrily through his bangs. The blonde held the blonde's body and smiled wickedly, wanting to have fun in this situation. Echidna continued to smile at this time, adding that it would be good if these reporters skillfully dealt with the suppression of scandals. The brown-haired journalist sat at the interview with the blonde, noting that many were already wondering about what the ideal type of Valkyrie was. The blonde crossed her legs and sat on the couch. The huntress smiled tremulously, touching her hand to her lips. She assumed that this could be the person she wanted to talk to, hinting that she did not care about appearance. She tried to figure out who this guy was, remembering the protagonist in the pool. She saw the shining face of the protagonist since he was her type. This was the same place from the party. The blonde stood over the lifeless body of the protagonist. Behind the blonde, her worried friends ran towards her, trying to figure out if everything was okay with her. She immediately fell unconscious, noting that she was anemic. Echidna was very angry and bared her teeth, realizing that she was cunning with her plan. She thought that any man would immediately fall in love with her if her athletic and fit body, which she allegedly got with great difficulty, fell in front of him. However, the plan did not go according to plan due to Echidna's intervention. The blonde was lying on the floor and eavesdropping on the conversation between Urani and Baphomet, deciding to make a scandal with him because of his hair. She then tried to get up, seeing the development of the situation, but ended up falling asleep. The blonde walked forward when the men paid attention to her. The blonde looked ahead in awe, hearing the satisfied exclamations of the men about how they saw her in real life for the first time and thought she was cool. The blonde walked closer to the protagonist and Reaper, making it look like they had just met by chance, and apologized for what had happened, as if so many problems had fallen on her head. She turned to the guy, asking his codename Baphomet. The protagonist looked at the girl haughtily from under his bangs. The blonde began to smile mockingly, touching his chin. She considered him brave to have chosen such a name for himself. The protagonist looked ahead with disdain. Valkyrie looked at the protagonist with confusion, wanting to know the worst thing he had ever done, hinting that it had happened quite recently. The protagonist continued to look at him coldly. She began to laugh timidly, touching his cheek. She called him an ideal type for herself and considered him very handsome. Baphomet continued to look indifferently towards the huntress. The blonde continued to smile, trying to add something. The main character looked back at Reaper while the blonde pointed at herself. The brunette asked the brunette who the blonde was, which surprised Valkyrie that he didn't remember her. The blonde clenched her fists in worry, but two angry friends were watching her. She was confused that he didn't remember her at all, even though she tried so hard to impress him. Valkyrie looked forward with excitement, while her disgruntled friends stood on either side. They asked her to at least separate her public and private lives. The other girls looked away with shining eyes. The blonde noted that the other hunters were looking at him with adoration. Valkyrie extended her hand, standing in front of the brunette and the other hunter. She greeted the hunters, praising them for being able to get this far, since she herself was soon going to enter the boss room and clear the tower. The protagonist stood behind the boys with Reaper. The blonde said that they did not need to prepare for this because the other guild would handle it themselves, but still asked them to be ready to defend themselves if necessary. The girl with purple hair approached the blonde, who replied that she was checking the status of all the squads. Her friend noted that squads A and B were in good condition, not counting a few hunters who received minor injuries. The brunette looked down with a disappointed look while the girls discussed Squad C. Pagan stood behind everyone with a downcast look when he heard once again that the Hunter King died in battle. The blonde asked the boys if all the preparations were finished, wanting to open the door to the boss. 3 girls from the guild stood at the door and turned around. The gate began to open. A strong stream of wind blew from there towards the hunters. The purple-haired girl closed her eyes, feeling the flow of wind. Suddenly, her eyes widened. A huge blade cut through the air and all the hunters were ordered to lie down on the ground. A sharp blade spread out in the air in front of the boys' heads. The 2 boys looked back in horror at the powerful explosion. Streams of wind blew around the girls from the guild and a menacing voice was heard saying that the boys managed to get here. At the end of the room, a monster with a sword on a throne sat. He said that he did not want to stain his sword with blood again. It was the knight captain of the labyrinth, Charon, who looked angrily through his helmet. Charon raised his index finger, wanting to know who would appear before him. The frightened girl covered her mouth when the monster thought about her. Then the other boy also looked horrified when it came to him. Finally, the monster's gaze stopped on the main character, who looked unshakable. The brunette stared ahead from under his brows. The knight looked back with a glowing gaze. His huge sword soared into the air with a dark aura. The monster felt that there was one strange person among all the guys, realizing that they would have to be separated. A powerful stream of aura swept through space. A dark stream of aura stretched through the guy. Then a stream of energy swept through the other hunters. Another girl with purple hair also managed to dodge the black aura. She immediately looked back and tried to contact Valkyrie. This stream of black aura stretched towards the brunette. The guy decided to cast the Invento spell. Suddenly, the blonde stood in front of the guy and reflected the attack of the black aura. The main character looked at the girl in shock. Valkyrie closed her eyes, covering herself with her hair, explaining that now was the time to please him. She immediately rushed into the attack with a saber, asking Baphomet to look more closely, because now he will understand who she is. The blonde ran to Charon, who got up from the throne. He expressed impatience because he had not yet finished the business with the division. She replied that there was no need to divide them. The girl immediately soared into the air, changing her appearance with a green aura. She used the skill Vanadis's Grace. Notification that the special skill Valkyrie was activated. The players began to hide behind a protective barrier. The protagonist also looked dumbfounded at the protective green sphere. The notification said that while the skill was active, all members of the squad were protected from physical and magical damage. Light traces cut through the space. The blonde wrapped herself in golden armor and held a spear. She looked contemptuously through the mask and said that she would be the knight's enemy. A notification popped up that there was stage 1 of the skill Vanadis's Grace. The blonde swung her spear. She immediately sent a beam of energy towards the knight. A notification that all of her stats had been increased by 30% for 300 seconds. Charon waved his hand with a dark aura and a notification that all skill effects had also been increased by 30% for 300 seconds. Their opposing auras cut through the air. A notification that immunity to all statuses had been increased by 30%. Charon and Valkyrie clashed in a heated battle of auras. Her sharp spear cut through the air. She deftly dodged in the air, trying to get closer. Glowing lines cut through the dark space. Charon watched these flashes of light. He directed a dark aura towards the armored huntress, wanting to punish her. She deftly swung her spear in the air against the dark aura. The girl was surrounded by lines of light, hovering above Charon. She extended her index finger and directed white lines of light downwards. A powerful explosion of light occurred. Charon's silhouette felt the shackles of the light aura on itself. The blonde stared at what was happening through her mask. The guys stood under protective barriers, understanding that this was expected from an S rank, because even an elite monster looked much weaker when faced with a blonde. The protagonist arrogantly looked forward under the protective barrier. The knight captain swung his dark aura. She was heading towards the blonde silhouette in the air. Valkyrie was hovering near Charon. The monster looked to the side through his mask. He swung his sword towards the blonde silhouette. A flash of white light flew through the air. The girl was hovering in the air behind Charon. Suddenly, parts of the helmet began to fly off the knight's head. Valkyrie stared ahead from under her brows. A notification that she had defeated Knight Captain Charon. The guys watched as the girl began to change her appearance to a human. The two girls ran up to the transformed blonde, praising her fight, because they expected this from her. The blonde looked away in confusion, not understanding what had happened. The defeated monster was lying on the floor. Valkyrie did not understand why the boss of the epic tower was so weak, because she did not even have to use weapon buffs. The friends thought that the blonde could have become stronger. However, Valkyrie doubted, because the tower cleared before this was also epic. The blonde noted that it all seemed strange, because the tower was cleared, but the message never appeared. Charon's lifeless corpse lay on the floor. Suddenly, something began to crawl out of his back. The protagonist immediately bulged his eyes. The blonde was also discouraged by what was happening. Charon's body soared and light began to shine around. All the players looked anxiously at the scattering light waves. Other players also came under the radiation of light and hid their faces. Baphomet covered himself with his hand, feeling a stream of light near him, not understanding what was happening. His friend tried to call out to the alarmed blonde from behind, trying to ask her if she hadn't defeated the boss. The image of the sorcerer flew in the air above Charon's body, and they realized that the boss was fake. The bloodless face of the dead knight was floating in the air. The deceased body was addressed and asked why it had to die instead of another. The sorcerer guy was glowing blue. He looked ahead with tears in his eyes and asked the guys why they couldn't leave them alone. Baphomet looked through his bangs in surprise, realizing that the real boss had revealed himself. A huge magic circle enveloped the entire space above the guys. A magic blue circle began to appear above each hunter. The blonde looked up angrily. The protagonist managed to see the running girl, who ordered everyone to run away from the magic circles faster. The brunette looked worriedly at the running reaper, who added that the boss had been waiting for the right moment all this time. The brown-haired girl and her friend looked to the side, asking Reaper what that was. Reaper raised her hand up, baring her teeth. She stretched out her hand towards the blue magic circle. It immediately evaporated under the influence of the circle's magic. Valkyrie looked at what was happening in amazement. She immediately stretched out her hand towards the protagonist, telling him to dodge. The blonde ran towards the guy, but he immediately evaporated. She sighed, stretching out her hand towards the evaporated silhouette. It was a black space. A white light flashed in it. Reaper was lying on the ground, her eyes closed. She immediately got up from the ground, turning around. She saw a large building in the distance, similar to a temple. The girl looked forward with delight, her eyes bulging. She immediately began to wave her hands in joy, stepping on Baphomet. She was glad that everything worked out, because the tip-off fully justified its price. The jubilant Reaper looked down. She saw the angry protagonist, who told her to get off. She immediately jumped off the brunette while the blonde sat next to her. Pagan held his head, trying to figure out what kind of place this was. The brunette looked at Reaper, whose braids flew up. It was a fortress with high windows. It was a small porch that was surrounded by pillars. The girl said that she was sorry. Reaper closed her eyes and clenched her palms, noting that the distortion magic teleported them along with her, so she explained that she would give all the loot as an apology. The brunette stood with his back to the blonde while the girl was in the center. He did not care about this because he was more interested in the place. The girl explained that it was a labyrinth temple that only opens when the real boss appears. Baphomet looked ahead in bewilderment, saying that considering that the girl knew about the existence of this place, she joined the squad for selfish purposes, asking her if there was a rare treasure in this place. Reaper extended her index finger, answering that it was not so because there was something much more valuable here. She extended her hand to the side with a smile, saying that behind her was the entrance to the temple, which stored information about all the monsters. These were slabs stretching through the air between the pillars. The girl asked the guys to look closely at the design and construction of the building, because it was immediately clear in what conditions and how they lived. Rays of light penetrated the space of the temple in the shadow. She added that one could conclude that the local residents, like themselves, were afraid of the gods and were interested in their existence. It was a stone temple that absorbed the rays of the sun. Reaper noted that here they could study the history of monsters. The huntress looked at the protagonist, who asked her if this was really why she risked her life in the tower. The huntress was slightly surprised, because it was a valuable piece of history, because finding a temple with such information was like picking a star from the sky, and all this information would be useful to her in writing the book. The brunette looked at the beaming girl, who explained that her name would appear in the ranks of best-selling authors, and she would go down in history as a skilled and famous archaeologist, hinting that it was cool. The brunette realized that they seemed to have lost the girl. Reaper looked away in surprise when she heard the guy exclaim that she was wrong, because it was just a facade, and for monsters it was just a concept, where inside the monster's head there was only room for one thing. Baphomet stared up through his bangs, adding that monsters only knew the order to kill people. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away in shock when the girl said that they thought so, but if you look at the situation from the monster's point of view, they were only trying to protect their home. The brunette watched as the huntress pressed herself against the wall with drawings. The guy tried to tease the girl about her knowledge, to which she asked him to look at the wall where a biography was drawn. On the wall were drawn prophets who looked at their idol. The girl noted that it was the history of the world of this tower, or the history of the boss of the Tower of Labyrinths, and also mentioned the inscription from ancient Latin, wanting to decipher them. She explained that once upon a time in the beautiful kingdom of Bellatrix lived an incomparable king, and his name was Rizal. On the wall was drawn a ruler with a staff. He was drawn with white hair. The girl explained that his beauty was much superior to that of a woman, and his strength could not be compared with any magician. The protagonist discontentedly imagined the image of the crying boss guy, realizing that she was talking about him. Reaper said that rumors about his excellency spread throughout the neighboring countries, and his influence was so great that even the citizens of these countries sought to bend the knee to him. However, she added that even perfect creatures had enemies. She imagined an armed army advancing on the Red Fortress. Reaper noted that the neighboring kingdoms were jealous of Bellatrix and his king, and soon declared war. At the same time, Charon was sitting on his throne when they entered. The huntress explained that in order to protect his king, the eldest son of the previous ruler, his brother Charon, used magic and allowed himself to be absorbed by it. At the same time, the boss's wooden skull was floating in the air. The royal archmage Beetlejuice gave his body to the spirit of the tree in exchange for receiving strong magic. Rizal sat in a dark space in despair, as the girl said, because the boss only wanted peace and prosperity for his kingdom and its inhabitants. At the same time, Rizal looked angrily from under his brows. The girl explained that the subjects who followed him and the inhabitants who worshipped him were victims in the war that was brought, and he could not watch this, and therefore built a huge, unreachable fort, and this is the place of the Labyrinth Tower. The protagonist stood with his back to Pagan, arms crossed. Pagan quickly rushed past Reaper. He covered the wall, holding the girl by the hand. He did not understand what came over her, why he was reading this so happily, hinting at the tower boss. The blonde angrily shouted that Kang died because of the boss. The huntress looked at the blonde with alarm, saying that if he thoughtlessly breaks things in the temple, something bad will happen. The protagonist watched the guy's conflict with concern. He looked up at the blue light. He immediately bared his teeth and got angry. The blue flow of energy was directed straight at the guys, who realized that something had already happened. The guys' silhouettes began to be enveloped in blue light. 3 guys under the cover of a blue aura looked up. A notification with a quest. That same Rizal mage in a protective cape appeared in the sky. He looked at the boys with disdain from under his hood. A notification that the boys had to defeat Rizal, the boss of the Labyrinth Tower. The hunter remembered himself as a child. He did not understand why he was always like this. The blonde boy as a child stood with a resigned expression on his face. The hunter bared his teeth, his eyes wide with horror. In front of the boys was the boss of the dungeon, emitting a powerful aura. The brunette looked at the system notification in horror, asking what it asked them to defeat the boss. Baphomet looked sideways at the brunette, asking what else she expected. The huntress said that she just wanted to explore the temple and leave immediately. The huntress held an object in her hand, showing it to the protagonist. She said that she wanted to use the teleportation device. There was a magic circle behind Rizal. The brunette wanted to say that at that moment, when Baphomet interrupted her. The protagonist said that she couldn't, since they didn't work in the presence of the boss. Rizal's eyes glowed blue. The boss raised his hand, gathering energy in his palm. Rizal said that he gave them a chance, but they dared to sneak onto sacred ground. A bright, blinding light emanated from the dungeon boss. He said that he couldn't let this go unpunished and they would be punished. The protagonist covered his face from a powerful gust of wind. Baphomet didn't understand what kind of fool he was, acting like this because of a broken wall. The brunette said that they said this was the last frontier, adding that in the Labyrinth Tower, he became a god. Rizal directed a bright light at the hunters, looking down on them. The huntress said that he was their savior. A powerful stream of aura emanated from the dungeon boss's hand. The huntress asked what kind of god would put up with a broken wall in a revered temple. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. The brunette shouted at him to dodge. Baphomet said that he always thought so, asking why these gods were so petty. The huntress looked at the protagonist with bewilderment, her eyes wide. The administrator widened her eyes, looking in bewilderment in front of her. The protagonist smiled sarcastically, saying that it was so trite. The administrator slightly narrowed her gaze, smirking slightly. The dungeon boss attacked the hunters with blue energy. A bright light began to fill the space. The hunters were covered with a wave of bright light, hiding them. A small flame was slightly visible in the darkness. Orange flames engulfed the ground. The protagonist squinted down. He looked in shock at the dead girl lying in his arms. The girl lay lifeless in his arms. The protagonist did not understand who she was. The protagonist's eyes widened as a man in a blue cape appeared behind him. Baphomet didn't understand what was happening. The man asked Baphomet if he regretted it. Rizal was standing behind the protagonist with a cold gaze. Rizal said that he regretted it the most in his life. Apparently, he killed someone dear to him. Sweat was running down the protagonist's puzzled face. Rizal said that he most likely didn't want to do it, but he had no choice, asking if that was true. The protagonist looked at the dungeon boss in shock, who closed his eyes standing next to him. Baphomet asked Rizal that he killed her. The dungeon boss said that he understood that he didn't want to accept it. Rizal opened his eyes, looking at the protagonist with blue eyes. He said that he would help him. Thanks to him, time can be reversed. The protagonist widened his eyes, looking at the floor in horror, asking Rizal what could be reversed. Rizal looked at the protagonist with a frightening gaze, saying that he could start over. The protagonist looked at the ground with a mad look, saying that he could start over. Baphomet smiled maliciously, looking at Rizal with a mad look, asking what if he didn't want to. A crack began to appear in the space. Rizal put his hands in front of him as the space fell apart into pieces. The dungeon boss widened his eyes, looking at the protagonist in confusion. Baphomet said that this was complete nonsense, asking what illusion magic was. The protagonist put his hand in front of him, smiling maliciously. Baphomet said that he should have chosen his victim better, asking that he thought such a pathetic trick would work on him. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a confident expression, smiling slightly. He said that this memory was not his. The protagonist remembered asking how she turned him into a human. The protagonist vaguely remembered the image of a girl with white hair. The girl said that she took something. The protagonist smiled wickedly, saying that this was the memory of the person whose body he stole. The image of the dungeon boss began to dissolve. Baphomet asked Rizal what he was saying to start over, noting that he was already bored. Rizal's body began to shine brightly. The protagonist said that he would never do that. The protagonist ran eagerly towards the dungeon boss, saying that he was already bored. Baphomet, with a mad expression on his face, told Rizal that it was time to fight. A brunette appeared in front of the hunter, swinging her hand. The brunette closed her eyes, hitting the hunter in the face, asking for his forgiveness. The boys stood motionless in front of each other. Baphomet wondered why it hurt so much. The brunette asked the hunter if he was okay, noting that she didn't know he was awake yet. A slightly dim light filtered into the room. Baphomet asked what happened and where they were. The huntress said that they were hit by the boss's mental magic and that she had barely regained consciousness, adding that she had no idea where they were, but that they were apparently stuck. The brunette stood there with a frightened look, clenching her hands into fists. The protagonist wondered if she had woken up before him, and if she really had that much mental resilience. The protagonist put his hands to his side, turning his attention to the blonde. The blonde's cheeks were red from the blows. Baphomet asked the brunette if it was her doing. The huntress said that he refused to wake up and that she had used all the status removal potions. The protagonist looked at the huntress with a serious look, frowning. The huntress said that there was another method that she had not used. The brunette raised her index finger, imagining a black silhouette of a man. She said that her uncle told her about it, noting that this place is a man's weakness. Even an unyielding 2-meter man will fall after one blow. The protagonist looked at the huntress in shock, his eyes wide. The brunette, with a panicked face, shook her head from side to side. She said that one blow is enough, asking that she can't do it. The brunette asked Baphomet if he would do it, noting that he is also a man and his accuracy would be better. Baphomet said that he would not do it. The brunette closed her eyes and raised her fist up. She asked what they should do then, and what if he had a breakdown. Baphomet asked the huntress what she thought such a simple and crude method would work on mental magic. The huntress said that he did the same thing in the boss room, noting that he broke the figures, saying that he would break them and they would get out of there. The protagonist grabbed the huntress by her braids, stopping her. The brunette said that if he did not want to, he would do it herself. Baphomet said that it was useless. The protagonist looked at the huntress with a serious expression. He said that they would hardly be able to remove mental magic without the help of a specialized wizard, and now they can only hope that he wakes up on his own. The huntress asked Baphomet what if he could not. The huntress looked at the protagonist with a pitiful face, saying that it was all because of her greed. The blonde stood with a clouded look. He looked straight ahead in bewilderment, having ended up in a different place. The blonde began to look around. He turned his head to the side, not understanding where he was. The hunter saw memories of doctors running down the hall. The doctor said that they did everything they could. The blonde saw himself as a child. The man said that it must be that child. People discussed how his mother died in childbirth, and compared to his older daughters, he left much to be desired. The blonde sat on the floor, his knees tucked under him. People said that he was far from a genius. The blonde laid his head on his knees. The secretary noted that this was where he was hiding. The brown-haired man sat on one knee, looking at the child with a smile. He said that the chairman was looking for him. The blonde boy asked Secretary Kang that he was just a mistake. The boy clutched a paper with an evaluation in his hand. The boy asked Kang why he couldn't be like his sisters, noting that he was nothing but trouble. The boy looked at the secretary with tears in his eyes. He asked why his mother died because of him. The secretary grabbed the boy's cheeks, telling him not to say that. Kang said that he would definitely find his path and succeed in it. The hunter with shining eyes exuded a powerful aura. An explosion occurred in space, emitting blue energy. The reporter said that this was incredible. The hunter Raven was only 18, and he had already killed the apostle boss and cleared the Tower of Fate. The blonde boy as a teenager was watching the news on the phone. The reporter said that this was the birth of a hero. The blonde boy looked at Raven in shock, thinking that he was almost his age. Raven looked straight ahead with a smile on his face. The blonde thought it was incredible, and what if he could become a hunter like him? The blonde looked in horror at Kang's outstretched hand. The secretary called out to the young master. The hunter jumped to the side as the pawn fell on the secretary. The hunter looked at what was happening, dumbfounded, his eyes wide. The blonde shouted the secretary's name. The hunter imagined himself clutching his throat. The blonde was strangling his reflection, baring his teeth. He said that it was all because of him, and Secretary Kang died because of his greed. The hunter imagined his mother. He said that if it weren't for him, then his mother. The blonde imagined the secretary. He said Secretary Kang. The hunter remembered the images of Baphomet and the brunette. He said that these two hunters too, who would die because of him. The blonde let go of his reflection's throat, saying that he shouldn't have been born. The blonde fell to his knees as Rizal appeared behind him. The hunter said that without him, none of this would have happened. Rizal stared straight ahead with a menacing gaze. He told the hunter that he was just like him, adding that his subjects and citizens met a senseless death because of his existence. Rizal extended his hand to the blonde's back. He said that he would help him, and thanks to him, he would be able to correct the mistakes of the past. The dungeon boss smiled bloodthirstily, saying that he would start over. A blue light appeared in the space. Rizal said that he would be reborn. The blonde's eyes widened as they turned blue. A dark force began to form around the hunter's body. The hunters watched in confusion. The brunette asked what was happening and what was going on. The blonde's mouth opened wide. His eyes widened as the dark force enveloped him. Baphomet's eyes widened at what he saw. The hunters jumped back from the explosion of dark energy. The brunette looked at what was happening, dumbfounded, her mouth open. The blonde turned into a dark creature, holding a weapon in his hands. The blonde turned into a monster, emitting an ominous aura. The protagonist did not understand what it was. The hunter turned into a monster and began to attack the guys. The guys jumped back, dodging the blow. The brunette landed on the ground, looking at the hunter with a serious look. She thought about the hunter Pagan. Pagan suddenly appeared in front of the brunette, swinging his weapon. The chain axe appeared in the air. It wrapped around Pagan's hand. The protagonist was hovering in the air, holding the chains tightly in his hands. The protagonist looked down with a menacing look, preparing to attack the hunter. Pagan looked intently at the protagonist. Baphomet dealt blow after blow to the hunter. The protagonist stopped abruptly, his gaze wide-eyed and wild. He planted his foot on the floor. Baphomet pushed himself off the ground. The protagonist unleashed a wave of blows on the hunter, his eyes flashing red. Traces of blows appeared in the air. The protagonist clutched hatchets in his hands, leaning slightly forward. Pagan slightly bent his knees, pulling his hand back. The protagonist grinned maliciously. Reaper looked at the protagonist in surprise, her eyes widening. Baphomet smiled madly, looking at the hunter cheerfully. He said that he couldn't win with his level of strength. Baphomet said that dodging was easy, but they were losing in strength. Pagan looked at the guys with a menacing look. Baphomet said that his skills had increased along with his magic. Reaper looked at the protagonist in shock. The protagonist said that they could only cope together. Reaper said that then they would be able to stop the hunter Pagan. The protagonist put away his weapon, while the huntress looked at him in surprise. Baphomet said that if the murder counted, then yes, they would stop it. System alert. Stop using weapons. Pagan swung his weapon, heading towards the guys. Baphomet said that he had already said that he would only be able to come to his senses with the help of a wizard. However, it so happened that the wizard who cast the spell was the boss of that tower. Baphomet added that cancellation is possible in two cases: either you are equal to the caster or you are superior to him in strength. The huntress quickly dodged the hunter's attacks. Baphomet asked if she could handle it, adding that he could not and that he was not even close. Pagan attacked the huntress and Baphomet at the same time. The Reaper asked what they should do then, and was it really all that remained to kill him? The Reaper asked what if they defeated the boss and then the spell would be dispelled. Baphomet said that only if they defeated the boss, asking only where he was. Baphomet stared menacingly at Pagan's attack. The huntress said that they had no choice then. Baphomet said there was one. The protagonist jumped into the air, dodging the blow, saying that he too had a reason to enter the tower. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side, raising a finger. Baphomet said that he had not yet had the chance to try out one skill. Baphomet continued to dodge the assertive Pagan. He told the Reaper that the first condition of the skill was to be on the top floor of the tower. The protagonist jumped aside from the blow. He said the second condition was to face an invincible enemy. A hunter's weapon appeared above the protagonist's head. Baphomet said there was a final, third condition. Baphomet suddenly appeared in front of the Reaper's face, saying that she must fulfill it. The protagonist's mouth slightly opened. The huntress looked at Baphomet with horror, her eyes wide. The monster stood motionless, looking behind her. The huntress said she wouldn't, asking what she should do and what if something happened to him. The monster got into a fighting stance, preparing to strike. Baphomet said that she dreamed of becoming famous as a great archaeologist, adding that what was the point if they died there. The protagonist looked at the huntress with a terrifying look. Baphomet said that, or he could just kill the villain. The protagonist, with a bloodthirsty smile, leaned towards the huntress's ear. Baphomet said that he could if he used all his skills, noting that it would be a sight when he died because he was dragged there. The Reaper pressed her lips together, her eyes wide. The protagonist grinned maliciously. The monster moved from its place, preparing to attack the boys. The Reaper bared her teeth, looking at Baphomet with anger, calling him a scoundrel. The huntress slashed her weapon across the protagonist's chest. The protagonist fell to the ground, while the monster was above him. The protagonist bared his teeth when the blade of the sword appeared in front of his throat. Baphomet grinned, using the skill Chronorupture. A red aura began to emanate from the protagonist, filling the space. The huntress closed her eyes, covering her face with her hand. The protagonist's body turned white. System notifications. He fulfilled the first condition of the tower, the last floor, the second condition, meeting a strong enemy, the third, a fatal blow from the hunter. Formation of a new structure due to the loss of a body. A terrifying energy emanated from the protagonist. The system began a countdown. The Reaper asked Baphomet if he was really okay. The protagonist's eyes turned red. The Reaper watched in horror as she reached out her hand to the protagonist. The system ended its countdown. Baphomet said that she should forget about it. The protagonist hit the huntress on the neck. The Reaper rolled her eyes, losing consciousness. She fell to the floor in front of the monster. The protagonist reached out his hand, pointing at Pagan. Baphomet said that before him, he needed to do something. The protagonist's red eyes flashed from the darkness. The monster stared intently at the protagonist. Pagan suddenly jumped into the air, preparing to attack the protagonist. Baphomet attacked Pagan with a black aura, saying that in exchange for his life. The protagonist stood behind Pagan, tearing off his arm. The protagonist smiled evilly, saying that he would take it from him. Pagan looked straight ahead. Horns appeared on the protagonist's head, and his gaze turned red. Baphomet said that he would take his arm. System notification. Skill use successful. The demon god Baphomet will act until the tower is completely cleared. The monster thought that this could not be, not understanding how Baphomet regained his powers. The monster bared his teeth in bewilderment. The protagonist looked at his hand in surprise. The protagonist smiled contentedly, looking at his hand. He said that too much time had passed and his body was brimming with energy, adding that they had finally returned. The protagonist added that, however, this skill could only be used inside the tower and that it had a cooldown of 31,536,000 seconds. The protagonist chained Pagan and Red Chains standing nearby. The protagonist asked that human skills also couldn't be used, adding that he didn't mean to say that they were pathetic. The protagonist turned his attention to the transformed hunter. Baphomet told him not to even think about moving, noting that he hadn't used his powers for a long time, so he might kill him by mistake. The protagonist approached the monster closer, thoughtfully looking at its face. He said that now he saw that its head had gone crazy because of that spell. The black image of the monster shuddered, its red eyes flashing. Baphomet said that since that was how it turned out, it was better to rely on it. The protagonist raised his hand up. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious expression, telling him to come out. The protagonist stood motionless with his hand raised. He continued to wait without lowering his hand. Baphomet repeated his words, telling him to come out. The protagonist furrowed his brows in rage, his mouth wide open. He asked with a shout that he dared to disobey his words. The monster glared, baring his fangs in displeasure. The monster looked down with a displeased expression, pointing a finger in front of him. The protagonist put his hand out to the side, grinning maliciously. The monster said that he thought he was free, but it was him again. The protagonist said that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling him the former boss of the Abyss Tower, Beelzebub. Beelzebub narrowed his eyes, looking at the protagonist with displeasure. Everyone knows about the boss of the Abyss Tower, Baphomet. The protagonist remembered being a monster sitting on the throne. The protagonist remembered when Beelzebub sat on the throne, baring his fangs. However, born with a golden spoon in his mouth, the first boss of the Tower of the Abyss was Beelzebub until that day. Beelzebub looked ahead with displeasure, leaning on his hand. Baphomet with a huge bag on his back appeared near the tower boss. He said that he finally climbed up, asking the boss why he was sitting so high, noting that he almost died while getting there. Beelzebub looked at Baphomet arrogantly. The protagonist asked the boss that he was the same Beelzebub. The tower boss asked Baphomet what he wanted. Baphomet looked at the tower boss with a menacing look. Beelzebub asked him if he wasn't the gate guardian of the first floor, Baphomet number 18, and how did some pathetic guardian get there? A low-level monster, Baphomet, born with a lump of mud in his mouth. Baphomet looked at the sword that broke through the bag in surprise. Baphomet told Beelzebub that it was because he had beaten everyone else. Baphomet grabbed the weapon, saying that he caught it and almost dropped it. The protagonist threw the huge bag off his back. Beelzebub watched this with bewilderment. He looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes, baring his fangs. He said what kind of idiot was this, telling Baphomet to stop wasting his time and get out. Beelzebub's eyes widened in shock. Baphomet told him to choose. Baphomet laid out the weapons in front of the tower boss, pointing his finger at them. He told the tower boss to choose the weapon he would die from, and the battle ended with Baphomet winning. The protagonist, in the form of a monster, stood in front of a battered Beelzebub. Beelzebub told Baphomet to wait a minute, noting that he could not kill him. The protagonist asked the tower boss why. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the floor. Beelzebub said that the tower would immediately collapse and he would also disappear, no matter how strong he was. In the eyes of the tower, he was the boss. Beelzebub calmed Baphomet's ardor. The protagonist stood in front of Beelzebub's outstretched hand. The tower boss told Baphomet that he had an idea and would become the boss in his place, noting that he could kill him when the tower recognized him as the boss. Beelzebub raised his index finger. He said that until then he would live peacefully under his command and would help if necessary. Beelzebub asked Baphomet if he wanted to learn how to use magic, noting that he had experience with it. After that, he thought that he would disappear along with the tower after Baphomet died at the hands of Raven. However, the protagonist pointed his finger at the chained pagan, telling Beelzebub to dispel the spell. A dim light crept into the building. Beelzebub asked the protagonist why he should make concessions for a human. Baphomet asked Beelzebub what he was resisting him, to which the monster replied that he did not. His life was worse than any fly. A huge hand of Beelzebub appeared from the magic circle. The protagonist moved his hand to the side, watching what was happening. The monster asked Baphomet what a spell was. Baphomet asked the monster that he could not dispel it. The monster said that there was no spell that the archmage Beelzebub could not control. Beelzebub said he didn't know who did it, but he clearly used his brain. However, it would dissipate once he was done. Beelzebub flashed his red gaze, holding out his hand to Pagan. A bright light was shining through the ceilings. It was illuminating the room. Rizel held out his hand to the bright light. He slightly squinted his eyes, looking at the bright light, saying that no one dared touch that place. The dungeon boss looked at the light through his fingers. He said that he would recreate it, his kingdom, and it would prosper again. A shard of stone flew before the dungeon boss's eyes. Rizal said about Bellatrix's greatness. Rizal looked through his hand in bewilderment. Small cracks appeared on the wall. Rizal thought that this couldn't be, since that place was created by magic and it couldn't crack. Rizal thought that something had broken his spell, but there was no one in that tower who could do that. The crack in the wall began to grow larger. Huge rocks rained down on Rizal from the ceiling. The dungeon boss looked up in shock, not understanding what was happening. A black shadow appeared in front of his face. The protagonist told Beelzebub that he had done well. The protagonist's leg appeared in front of Rizal's face. The protagonist struck Rizal in the face with all his might. The dungeon boss flew into the wall, leaving a hole behind. Baphomet said that it was his turn now. The protagonist looked at the dungeon boss with a malicious smile, offering Rizal a fight. Rizal looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist stood in front of the boss with a smirk. Rizal asked what happened. The boss stood up, asking Baphomet where he got this power from. The protagonist closed his eyes, putting his hand on his hip. He said that he didn't know, and he didn't think they were on good enough terms to have such a conversation. The protagonist asked Rizal what he was doing. The protagonist suddenly rushed to attack the boss. He told him to prepare for battle. Rizal moved his hand to the side, creating a magic circle. Magic white circles appeared above the protagonist. White pillars of energy began to appear from the circles. The protagonist quickly dodged the attacks, appearing in front of Rizal's face. Baphomet said that he was already here. The dungeon boss looked at the protagonist in shock, putting his hand in front of him. The dungeon boss released a bright light into the protagonist's face. Rizal looked through the magic circle, his eyes wide. Rizal was stunned by what was happening. The protagonist looked at the boss with a sly smile, asking what was that. The dungeon boss widened his eyes in shock. Magic circles appeared around the protagonist. The protagonist used the Aegis skill. Columns of energy appeared from the magic circles, attacking the protagonist. The impact caused clouds of smoke to appear. A red magic circle formed in front of Rizal, from which red chains came out. The dungeon boss protected himself with magic circles from the chains. The protagonist told the boss to show him more. The protagonist protected himself with a red barrier, which was wrapped in chains. Baphomet said that otherwise there was no point in using this skill. The protagonist smiled slyly, asking the boss if he understood what he was saying. Rizal looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Baphomet immediately attacked the boss with red chains, telling him to entertain him further. Rizal shielded his body with a magic circle from Baphomet's attacks. The dungeon boss widened his eyes, looking confused. Baphomet suddenly appeared in front of Rizal, swinging his fist at him. The hunter threw a punch at the wall when Rizal dodged the attack. The protagonist turned his angry gaze to the side, saying what else? The protagonist appeared behind Rizal, swinging his leg. The dungeon boss defended himself from the punch with a magic circle. The protagonist slammed his fist into the ground when Rizal flew to the side. Rizal continued to dodge the persistent protagonist's attacks. Baphomet smiled bloodthirstily, looking at his opponent. A small explosion occurred from the punch. The protagonist kept repeating that he needed more. Baphomet clenched his hand into a fist. He punched the dungeon boss's face, breaking his mask. Rizal flew into the wall from the protagonist's punch. He sank to the floor, sitting motionless. The protagonist looked at Rizal with a cold gaze, repeating that he needed more. Rizal sat by the ruined wall with an indifferent expression. He asked the protagonist what he was playing with. A bright white light began to emanate from the dungeon boss. Baphomet smiled contentedly, watching what was happening. He asked Rizal that he had finally taken the matter seriously, noting that this was the way it should have been from the very beginning. Otherwise, he was already starting to get disappointed. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, calling Beelzebub. The protagonist extended his hand to the side, smiling widely. He told Beelzebub to give him the weapon he asked to save, big and strong. The protagonist turned his head to the side, while a huge paw appeared in front of him. Beelzebub told Baphomet that he did not have it. An explosion arose from a strong blow. Beelzebub said that all the weapons disappeared along with the tower. The protagonist, with a puzzled face, sat by the ruined wall, saying that everything was lost. A huge blue paw stood on the floor. A huge blue dragon appeared behind Rizal. Rizal looked at the protagonist with a maddened look. The dragon released a white column of energy from its mouth, while Baphomet dodged it. Baphomet told Beelzebub that he tried his best to collect them, asking where he was looking. Behind the puzzled protagonist, the dungeon boss appeared. Beelzebub asked Baphomet what he could do if the towers worked like this, and besides, he thought he cared. Baphomet asked the monster what he said. Rizal stretched out his hand in front of him, forming a magic circle. Beelzebub told Baphomet that after clearing the tower, he would not see him for a long time. The dragon opened its mouth wide, creating a magic circle. The protagonist created a magic barrier, defending himself from the attacks of the boss and the dragon. Beelzebub asked Baphomet why, noting that it was because the skill was only active in towers and had a huge cooldown, meaning they wouldn't meet anytime soon. The protagonist bared his teeth, holding his hands out in front of him. Beelzebub told Baphomet to eat well and live healthy. The protagonist glared straight ahead, calling the monster an arrogant fly. A red, powerful aura began to emanate from the protagonist. Rizel moved his hand to the side, opening his mouth wide. Baphomet said he didn't care. The hunter began to take out his axe, saying that he would use a rented weapon. The hunter's eyes widened in confusion. System alert. Equipped weapon destroyed due to owner's power. Rizel pursed his lips, standing motionless in front of the protagonist. The hunter asked if it broke because it couldn't handle his strength, noting that that's why normal weapons are useless. Baphomet said he just wanted to have fun. Rizel asked Baphomet if he wanted to have fun. The space around the protagonist began to change into a starry sky. Rizel asked the hunter if power was just a way to have fun for him. The protagonist didn't understand what kind of place this was, thinking it was space. Rizel extended his hand, spreading his fingers, saying that power was far from a child's play for him. The dungeon boss floated in the air, summoning more dragons. He said that it existed for completely different purposes. The protagonist watched in bewilderment, his eyes wide. The dragons opened their mouths, creating magical spheres. The dungeon boss said that he had something to protect, his subjects. The dragons gathered magical energy, preparing to attack. Rizel said that his citizens. The huge dragon created a magic circle near its mouth. The tower boss said that his country. He added that in comparison to this, his strength is absolutely insignificant. The dragons struck the protagonist with pillars of energy. Rizel opened his mouth wide, glaring at Baphomet, saying that this is for Bellatrix's prosperity. Baphomet asked Rizel what he knew. The protagonist cut off the dragon's head. The tower boss looked at what was happening in horror. Baphomet attacked the dragon again, cutting off its head. The protagonist killed the dragons over and over again. Rizel stood with his back turned, watching Baphomet kill his comrades. Rizel looked at what happened in shock, his mouth open. He bared his teeth in shock. The protagonist collided with the dragon, exuding a red aura. Rizel held his hand out in front of him, baring his teeth. Baphomet said that 1,000 times. Baphomet slightly opened his mouth, emitting red energy. He said that he gained this power after dying tens of thousands of times. The protagonist recalled when he was killed as a monster. He said that he was stabbed with spears several times. Baphomet recalled how there was not a single living place left of him, saying that he was torn to pieces. Baphomet recalled how only his arm was sticking out, saying that he was crushed to death, leaving no trace. A black wing appeared in the sky. Baphomet said that, however, he kept coming back to life, asking Rizel if he knew what he did after that. The protagonist pierced the dragon with his chains, saying that he stabbed them. The red chains moved in space. Baphomet continued to attack the dragons with his chains, saying that he tore them apart. More and more chains appeared. Baphomet wrapped the dragon in his chains. The protagonist glared with his evil gaze. He clenched his fist, squinting at his opponent. The chains squeezed the dragon's body, drawing blood. Baphomet said that he crushed it without leaving a trace, just like they did to him. Baphomet added that he then rose up on the top floor of the tower. Rizel watched in horror. The protagonist said that he had earned this power through his own efforts. The tower boss looked at the protagonist in fear, his eyes wide. The protagonist asked Rizel that he dared to evaluate the power he had earned. The tower boss asked Baphomet who he really was. The protagonist took on a demon-like appearance, then pierced Rizel's chest with his hand. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily, saying that he was Baphomet, adding that he used to be the boss. Baphomet asked the guard what was at the top of the tower. The guard said that he had asked this question before, noting that of course, the all-powerful boss lived there. Baphomet asked what it meant, and he would be able to reach the last floor. The guard pointed his finger to the side. He told Baphomet that if he tried, but first he would have to overcome that huge obstacle. There was a monster standing near the gate, holding a weapon. The guard said that he would be able to get to the next room by defeating the great guardian of the gate, unnumbered Baphomet. The guard turned his attention to Baphomet. Baphomet noted that as a hunter. The guard said that he was right to ask number 18 when he stopped stammering. The guard narrowed his eyes, looking at Baphomet in surprise. Number 18 said that then he would kill the great guardian. The guard walked closer to number 18, holding his hand out in front of him. He asked if he thought it was possible, noting that unnumbered was much stronger than him and would die at his hands. Baphomet asked if he knew how normal monsters were superior to the boss. Baphomet raised his index finger up. He said that he only had one life, while they would continue to be reborn as long as he lived. The guard said that, however, he would die at the hands of the great guardian endlessly, adding that he was unable to kill him. Baphomet said that he also felt that he was different from other monsters. Baphomet raised his palm, spreading his fingers. He said that it seemed that after death, he only became stronger, asking that at this rate, wouldn't he be able to become stronger and defeat this great guardian? Baphomet clenched his hand into a fist, glaring menacingly in front of him. He said that later, the name of the great guardian, who did not even have a number, he would take it for himself. System notification. Congratulations from Hunter Baphomet. The protagonist looked at the blue core in his hand. The protagonist stood next to the bloody body of the tower boss. System notification. He defeated Rizal, the boss of the Labyrinth Tower, and cleared the tower. The protagonist clutched the core tightly in his hand, looking at it. He thought that no matter how much he fought, he still had not found someone equal in strength. The protagonist imagined the black images of the hunters. He thought that he still died at the hands of those villains. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He clutched the core in his fist with a menacing look, thinking that it would probably be fun. Baphomet turned his attention downwards when Rizal spoke. The tower boss grabbed the protagonist's leg, saying that he could not die, mentioning his country. The protagonist stepped on the tower boss's hand. He said that he ripped out his magic core, asking that he was still alive, noting how stubborn he was. White light penetrated the building. Baphomet said that it was also stupid, adding that who would have thought that he would have bought into the story created by the tower and actually consider himself a king. Rizal asked what this story created by the tower was. The protagonist said that it was true, and there was no such country, and he was never a king. The tower boss looked at the protagonist in shock, his eyes wide. The protagonist said that he was just a monster on the path to becoming a hunter. The protagonist looked at the tower boss with a serious look. Rizal said that it couldn't be, and he would never, asking that he was a monster. The protagonist widened his eyes in bewilderment. Rizal said that he is a boss monster, and this is a figment of the system. The tower boss's body began to become covered in pixels. Rizal said that this was a mistake and Rizal's power. The protagonist was in shock, not understanding what was happening. Rizal said that this was a fatal error and should be deleted. Baphomet covered his face with his hand from the bright light. The protagonist looked straight ahead in bewilderment, while a man hid behind a column. Baphomet did not understand what had happened. A man in a brown robe was slowly crawling along the floor, behind the hunter. The hunter said that he immediately realized that something was wrong. The protagonist approached the frightened man. He said that he felt the presence of a third person, but did not pay attention due to the lack of danger, however. The protagonist leaned over the man, who was looking at the floor in fear. Baphomet asked if he was not the hunter from Group C. The protagonist stared at the hunter. The hunter's eyes widened, looking at the floor in fear. Baphomet asked the hunter what he was doing there. The night sky stretched above the tower. Fireflies were flying around the trees. The girl extended her hand from the portal. Valkyrie and the girls came out of the tower gate. The girls looked at the gate in bewilderment, their mouths open. The brunette asked what happened, and why the gate opened, and why the system reported that the tower was cleared. Valkyrie looked straight ahead in surprise, her mouth open. A gate appeared behind the guys. The hunter said that another gate. The black hair of the protagonist appeared from the gate. Valkyrie's eyes widened. Baphomet pulled the hunters out on himself, who were unconscious. Light was visible from the windows of the building. A girl was walking down the corridor, asking where Sang-hoon was. The manager said that he was in the VIP room. The blonde slightly opened her mouth, asking what his condition was. The manager said that his life was not in danger, but he had lost his arm. The blonde looked back with displeasure. She asked why they had abandoned him in the ward instead of sending him for surgery. The manager said that he refused. The blonde walked into the ward with displeasure, saying that this was nonsense. The girl looked straight ahead, dumbfounded. Sang-hoon was sitting on the bed, bandaged. The girls looked at the blonde with surprise. Sang-hoon told the sisters to stop making noise, asking the blonde why she had come, noting that nothing bad had happened. Sang-hoon's sister closed her eyes with displeasure, frowning. She said that their father had wanted to visit, but she had to stop him. Sang-hoon's sister narrowed her eyes at her brother, saying that she would. The hunter pressed his lips together. The hunter's sister asked why he was refusing the surgery. Sang-hoon said that Secretary Kang died, leaving behind only his arm. The sisters looked at Sang-hoon in shock, their mouths open. The hunter said that Secretary Kang said that the tower was too dangerous, but he insisted, adding that he was the one who should have died. Sang-hoon looked at the bed with a wild look, his mouth slightly open. He said that the secretary lost everything except his arm, asking what difference it made if he only lost one limb. The hunter and his sisters could be seen through the hospital windows. Sang-hoon gritted his teeth, saying that he could restore it, but not before the hunter who almost died because of him asked where the hunter who saved him was. Seong-um looked straight ahead in confusion. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, bringing food to him. The protagonist chewed the food, looking at the manager in surprise. Seong-un asked Baphomet what he was doing there. The protagonist was sitting on a small sofa, eating food. The manager asked Baphomet what was in such and such a room, how he had the nerve to shove food into his mouth. Baphomet said that he was completely fine, but they made him stay there. The manager asked him to chew first. The protagonist looked away thoughtfully, holding a plate of food in his hand. He said that it seemed like the king's gold, noting that he was suddenly brought there and everyone was lamenting that he saved their young master, and asked what he wanted, so he asked for food. Seong-un asked what the king's gold was. Company. A yellow light emanated from the lamp. Baphomet said that the blonde guy seemed arrogant at first, but he seemed to be a good guy, adding that from experience, he can say that bad people do not give free food. Baphomet asked Seong-un how he knew he was there. Seong-un said that the system automatically notifies the government after clearing the tower, and he can easily check it. The protagonist continued to eat with an indifferent expression. The manager said that as soon as he received information about the labyrinth tower and saw that he cleared it, he immediately went to him, and then he was redirected to the hospital. The manager folded his arms across his chest, leaning forward slightly. He frowned, looking at Baphomet with bewilderment. Seong-un asked the protagonist if it was true that he cleared it. The protagonist grinned in displeasure, looking at the manager, asking what was wrong with his face and that he thought he was lying. People in black suits were walking down the hallway. Seong-un said that he doubted him not at all because he was lying, adding that he acknowledged his brisk development, but his talents were still far from clearing a tower of this level. The guys in suits approached the counter. Baphomet asked what he meant by proof, and that if he wanted, he would show him the boss's magic core. The boys approached the ward. Seong-un said that there was much more reliable evidence. Seong-un raised his hand, while the black silhouettes of the boys appeared in the passage. Seong-un said that this was confirmation of clearing the tower. The protagonist and the manager turned their attention to the passage. The guy said that they were a bit late, but it seemed that the chairman of the government got there earlier. The protagonist widened his eyes. The guy smiled slightly, asking why there was a person there who was not involved in this matter. The protagonist recalled the image of that guy from the past. The guy said that he could not believe that he was able to meet the hunter who cleared the Abyss Tower, adding that he was the manager of the hunter support department. The manager raised his leg. The manager bared his teeth, arrogantly looking at the brunette, saying, "Is it really a failure?" The manager bared his teeth in anger, frowning. He said that they wasted their time calling the protagonist a swindler. Brown-haired man smiled widely, looking straight ahead, noting that he saw a familiar face. Brown-haired man closed his eyes and smiled, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, calling Baphomet a swindler. The protagonist grinned furiously, his eyes wide. The manager smiled maliciously. He said that this was some kind of cold greeting, and he flew there at full speed. Yellow light illuminated the hospital room. The manager said that they said that F rank was able to clear the tower, but in fact, it was him again, Mr. Swindler, asking how he would deceive them this time. The protagonist asked him what he was talking about. The manager said that just think about it, asking that he was cooperating with the manager of Seong-un. Brown-haired man looked menacingly ahead, saying that he should have guessed. The guys looked at the manager with displeasure. The brown-haired man asked that isn't the cleaning department secretly working for the government. The manager closed his eyes and smiled maliciously. He said that perhaps scammers have to stoop to dirty work in order to survive, asking Baphomet if he could handle manager Seong-un. Seong-un pursed his lips. The manager said that his boss was pure evil. The protagonist looked at the brown-haired man in surprise. The brown-haired man said that Seong-un killed 7 S-rank hunters at once. Seong-un suddenly punched the manager in the arm. The brown-haired woman looked at what was happening in surprise. The manager looked at Seong-un's fist, raising his eyebrows. He asked Seong-un if he was crazy and that he didn't understand at all that if they fought, this hospital would blow up. Seong-un called out to Yi-wook. Seong-un, with a menacing look, held his fist to Yi-wook's face. He suggested to the manager not to cross the line. Yi-wook asked what boundary he was talking about, noting that he was just telling the truth. Seong-un said that he was asking to stop chatting and get straight to the point, asking that didn't they come for confirmation. The protagonist sat on the couch, hiding his face behind his bangs. Seong-un said that if the hunter Baphomet really cleared the labyrinth tower. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that is how it is. The protagonist opened his inventory, saying that he will show it. The protagonist extended his hand to Yi-wook's core, saying that this is evidence. The core of the tower boss was shining brightly. The protagonist said that this is the proof of clearing the tower, received from the boss Rizal, adding that he did not know what for, so it is useful in situations like this. The protagonist asked that even so, he looks like a fraud. The protagonist glared at Yi-wook with his mouth slightly open. The manager looked at the protagonist with a dumbfounded expression. He gritted his teeth in displeasure. The manager glared at the protagonist with his eyes wide open. He asked Baphomet that a product that had failed so miserably dared to question his judgment. Sang-hoon said that was how he had failed him. Yi-wook turned around, not understanding what he was saying. Sang-hoon and his sisters arrived at the protagonist's ward. Yi-wook looked at the guys with a smile. The brown-haired girl said that it was a representative of the Royal Gold. The manager said who they had there, asking if it was the future chairwoman of the Royal Gold, Director Sang-ah. Sang-ah closed her eyes, saying that they met again. The manager looked at the director with a slight smile. He said that he was going to contact them about the business plan, noting that it was a coincidence that they were there too, asking what brought them. Sang-hoon asked the older sister that this person was from the government. The blonde looked at the manager from under his brows with a displeased look. Yi-wook thought about this young man. The manager bowed slightly to Sang-hoon, smiling widely. He said that this was the youngest child of the Royal Gold Corporation, asking that he was a hunter, and where did he get so hurt. Sang-hoon said that he was in the Labyrinth Tower. Yi-wook asked Sang-hoon where he was. The blonde pointed his finger at the protagonist, saying that he saved him. Sang-hoon looked at the manager with annoyance, frowning. The hunter said that he was being rude to his savior. The manager smiled in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. The hunter asked Sang-ah what the government representative was trying to achieve. Sang-ah said that the business plan aimed at supporting hunters was aimed at finding and supporting awakened hunters who had not yet begun training. Sang-hoon smiled wickedly, looking at Yi-wook. The hunter asked if he could advise, adding that he lacked insight. He was unable to recognize the hunter who closed the tower and was now trying to make him look like a fraud, asking Yi-wook that he really thought the deal would go well. Sang-ah's eyes widened, smirking slightly. She said that it was sound advice and that they would have to decline their offer. The manager pursed his lips, smiling nervously. The hunter's sister called out to Yi-wook. The girl in the pink dress smiled wickedly, tilting her head slightly. She asked Yi-wook if he could leave, since they wanted to talk to the hunter. The girl in the black sweater closed her eyes and smiled widely. She told the manager not to be upset, noting that this was their family motto. A black shadow covered the boys' faces. Sang-hoon's sister said that the enemies of their benefactors are the enemies of their family. Yi-wook smiled confusedly, looking at what was happening. The hunter's sister said that that's why they were asking him to leave. Yi-wook rolled his eyes angrily, gritting his teeth. The protagonist smiled contentedly, looking straight ahead. The protagonist asked what happened. Seong-un said that they apparently sided with him. Baphomet asked if it was good. The manager told him to look at Yi-wook's face a little more and he would crack, adding that he should smile at him to piss him off. The main character smiled slyly. He looked at Yi-wook's manager with a confident look. The manager sat in the back seat, kicking the seat, shouting that the main character was a scoundrel. The manager looked furiously at the brown-haired girl. The brown-haired girl asked the manager to calm down. Yi-wook said that he lost his face because of that awful. The manager looked out the window with displeasure, frowning. He wondered what happened, because recently he was an unawakened non-entity, asking if he could have awakened after. The manager slightly opened his mouth, putting his hand to his chin, asking what they were missing something. Yi-wook looked at his reflection in the window with a crazy look. He said that he got this high thanks to his instincts, and they told him that investing in that scoundrel was useless. The brown-haired girl looked at the manager in confusion. Yi-wook told Jae-hyun to keep an eye on the protagonist. The manager looked away with displeasure, frowning, saying that there should be something. Sang-hoon lowered his gaze, thanking Baphomet. The protagonist looked at the hunter in surprise. The protagonist stood with his back turned, looking at the blonde. The hunter told Baphomet that honestly, he could have abandoned him when he passed out, noting that he was in his way a lot, thanking him for not leaving him there. The protagonist looked at the hunter with a smirk. Manager Seong-un looked at the protagonist, thinking that he was going to abandon him. The protagonist told Sang-hoon to just remember. The hunter's sister looked at Sang-ah, putting her hand to her face. She asked Sang-ah if they could talk alone. Sang-ah said that it was a good idea. The director looked at the manager, raising her hand slightly. She asked Seong-un that he was a government representative, noting that she wanted to discuss a business plan with him, asking if he had time. Seong-un smiled awkwardly, clutching the back of his head with his hand. He said that his department dealt with social security. Sang-ah said that was even better, and she was interested in that sector. The boys left the room. The hunter was left alone. The protagonist closed his eyes, putting his hand on his head. He said that, to be honest, he had no intention of saving him, and it was all because of that Reaper woman. Sang-hoon stared at the protagonist, pursing his lips. The protagonist remembered the pitiful face of the hunter. He said that she begged him hard to save her because she thought that he was there because of her fault, so he made a deal with her. Sang-hoon lowered his gaze, looking at the floor. Baphomet said that besides, he was going to get rid of him, thinking that he was incapable of moving on. The blonde said that he would be honest then too. He slightly opened his mouth, saying that he did not care whether he died or not. The protagonist looked at the hunter with confusion. Sang-hoon said that he was still glad that the two of them survived, thanking him for saving him. The protagonist turned his head to the side, sighing heavily. The protagonist crouched down, thoughtfully looking at the floor. He said that seriously, he and that girl, he did not understand them. Baphomet asked that he had time to worry about others when he could not save himself, adding that death was a permanent resident of the towers. The protagonist looked down with a serious look. He thought that he didn't understand people at all. The protagonist stood up, while Sang-hoon looked at him in surprise. Baphomet asked the blonde what he had to add, adding that he didn't think he came to apologize. The dim light slightly illuminated the hospital room. The hunter said that no matter what, he saved him. In gratitude, he would fulfill any of his conditions, adding that he should say what he wanted and he would do everything in his power. The protagonist said that in his opinion, he had already expressed his gratitude enough. Baphomet crossed his arms over his chest, closing his eyes. He said that he was not going to refuse after all. The protagonist pointed his finger at the table where the food was. He asked if he could eat it all. The blonde looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. He said that he asked for food to be brought to him, so it didn't matter to him what he did with it. The hunter closed his eyes and pressed his palm to his chest. Baphomet spoke about the damaged armor. Sang-hoon said that he was not going to demand compensation from him. After all, it was just a fake, judging by the Reaper's words. The protagonist looked at the hunter thoughtfully. The blonde asked what all this was, noting that he would have done it without being asked. The protagonist looked away awkwardly, asking if he had a lot of money. The hunter bared his teeth in anger. The hunter held a weapon in his hands, standing in front of the monster. He thought that he could not defeat it with just strength. The monster opened its mouth wide. The hunter thought that if only he had a partner. The hunter closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. He thought that if only he had a partner, they would have no problem dealing with it. Seong-un suddenly appeared next to the hunter, smiling widely. He asked what a partner was needed, noting that it was time to put aside sorrows. The manager slapped the hunter's hand, saying that they have a system for finding partners. The brunette stood in front of the man with a long beard. Seong-un said that there is a system for renting the right gun. A bright white light illuminated the space. The manager said that the loan interest rates are much lower than banks. Seong-un said that an open 24/7 system created for the needs of hunters, a system of payments to hunters' families depending on their contribution, adding that hunters can relax and fully concentrate on hunting. The manager smiled widely along with the hunter. Seong-un said that the central hunting department will support them in everything. Seong-un smiled widely. A sign appeared on the manager's face. The advertisement was created with the support of the government. The main character looked straight ahead in bewilderment. He was standing in front of the TV. At that moment, Seong-un appeared behind him. Baphomet said that no matter how much he watched, he would never get used to it, noting that to think that he was able to walk around freely after filming such a thing. The manager said that he was diligently living this life and asked not to humiliate him. Baphomet looked behind him as the manager adjusted his glasses. Baphomet asked Seong-un what kind of person he was in charge of that day. The manager replied that he was just dropping by to see him. The brown-haired man smiled widely, narrowing his eyes. Seong-un said that this dazzling young man, a face-selling hunter, was supposed to star in the commercial alone, but his acting was disgusting. The manager opened his mouth wide when Yu-young appeared behind him. Yu-young asked Seong-un that he was insulting their Jun, adding that it would be found out on the internet. The manager apologized, saying that he did not know what came over him. Yu-young smiled widely, slightly tilting her head. Seong-un asked if she was Yu-young's assistant. The brown-haired girl told Baphomet that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist pointed at the assistant, saying that she was giving instructions. She said her name was Han Yu-young, asking Baphomet how he was doing. Seong-un said that the main assistant that day was Yu-young, asking Baphomet if he had seen the news yet. The protagonist asked what news he was talking about. Seong-un asked Baphomet that he knew that his phone wasn't just for photos and music, adding that he wanted to show a little interest in the public by telling them to look. Seong-un said that there were already a lot of articles about him. The manager showed the phone with an article about the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the phone in surprise, pursing his lips. The manager read that the media had painted Mr. A as a scammer, and they finally learned the details of Mr. A's case. The manager asked Baphomet that he had asked Pagan of the Royal Gold about these articles. Sang-hoon looked at the protagonist thoughtfully, asking that he wanted him to release the articles. The protagonist raised his hand, looking at the hunter. He said that he heard that money can control the media, and that he wanted everyone to forget that he was a scammer. Sang-hoon said that if that was all, then money was not needed, noting that there were reporters milling around outside their door, eager to impress them. The boys cast a slight shadow on the floor. Baphomet said there was one more thing, noting that he hoped he wouldn't publish that he was the one who cleared the labyrinth tower. Sang-hoon asked why not, adding that it would only make the rumors of him cheating seem more like lies, plus it would be a good opportunity to gain fame as a hunter. The protagonist slightly parted his mouth, saying that he was being hunted, and he couldn't stand out until he tracked them down first. The manager smiled widely, putting his hand in his pants pocket. He said that they had taken the bait and word would spread soon. Baphomet said that he didn't care since he would get away with it. Seong-un slightly frowned, still smiling. He said that it was more likely at his place of work, and that it would not affect his department, telling Yu-young that he was entrusting Baphomet to her. The manager turned his back on the guys, waving his hand. He said that he had important things to do. The guys watched the manager leave. The assistant said that if you look closely, and that you don't even have to look closely, it's clear he's very worried about him, adding that it's rare to see him worry about someone. The assistant looked at the protagonist with curiosity, asking why. Baphomet asked who knew. Yu Young closed her eyes and smirked slightly, thinking that it meant there was something fishy there. Yu Young asked Baphomet if they could go. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, following the assistant. He said he didn't know their department was doing all this and he thought they were only responsible for training. Yu Young said the hunter training department was already overloaded, so they were taking on some of their work, adding that the results were no different and there was no need to worry. Yu Young said they should go there. The man's hand was leaning against the wall. The brunette in a white coat stood by the wall with a puzzled look. The assistant looked back at Baphomet with a smile. She said that before the testing began, she would introduce the professor to him. The professor opened his mouth slightly, pulling his hand back. The assistant opened the door just as the professor was flying into the passage. Yu Young said they needed to go inside. The professor shouted at the annoying bug. The protagonist looked at what was happening with an indifferent look. The professor's eyes widened as he flew towards the protagonist. White light emanated from the lamps. The brunette smiled widely, clutching the back of his head with his hand. He laughed and said that he had embarrassed himself. Yu Young looked at the professor behind the chair with a smile. The brunette said that he was trying to catch a fly, and if it had gotten into the mechanisms and caused a fatal error, it would have been bad. The professor said that, however, the protagonist could have caught it too, since it came down to it. The protagonist looked at the floor in bewilderment. The professor fell to the floor, at which point Baphomet jumped to the side. Baphomet asked what it was. The protagonist looked up, his mouth slightly open. The professor said that he was cold, and here manager Seong-un did not lie. Baphomet asked how long he had been throwing mud at him behind his back. The brunette smiled widely, hiding his eyes behind his long bangs. The protagonist put his hand to his side, looking ahead with displeasure. The professor said that his name was Kim Woo-seok, and he would be conducting the ranking test. The protagonist stood motionless in the room. Woo-seok said that usually ranks are given out by numbers, but for special cases, like a newbie who cleared the tower. The protagonist looked up, pursing his lips. Woo-seok said that rank is determined by battle. The professor sat in front of the monitors, saying that the test is divided into 3 stages and he can give up halfway. The professor smiled slightly, asking if he wants to start the test. The protagonist, with a stony face, slightly opened his mouth, saying go ahead. Woo-seok said this is the first stage. A blue sphere appeared in the air. The protagonist reached out his hand to the blue sphere. Woo-seok said that he needs to touch all the blue spheres. The protagonist turned his head to the side, raising his hand. The professor said that for touching a sphere of a different color, he will lose his glasses, asking that he is not colorblind. The protagonist looked away, saying no. The professor said that was great, then nothing would need to be changed, adding that the first stage indicators were agility. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him, touching the blue sphere. The protagonist quickly reached for the spheres, touching them. Woo-seok said that this was endurance. The protagonist stood on his tiptoes, thinking about reflexes, acuity of perception. The protagonist looked up, noticing the blue sphere. Woo-seok said that this was his body's capabilities. The protagonist jumped into the air, stretching out his hand to the sphere. The professor said that the second stage was the night parade of 100 demons. Fanged monsters appeared in the room. The professor said that he himself named it, and they created an area similar in conditions to a tower. The protagonist took out his weapon, getting ready to attack the monsters. The professor said that they would test how many monsters he could kill in 300 seconds. The monster raised its paw with long claws. The protagonist blocked the monster's strike. The monster bared its fangs at the moment when a sword appeared in front of its neck. The protagonist bloodthirstily killed the monsters, drawing blood. The protagonist cut the body of the white wolf. Baphomet quickly killed the monsters, leaving deep cuts. The protagonist plunged the sword into the goblin's head. Baphomet, with a crazy look, immediately attacked the monsters. The professor said the third stage. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand, looking away. Woo-seok asked that there should be stronger monsters on the third stage, noting that he would bring out the boss. A huge paw appeared in the middle of the room. The protagonist's eyes widened. The professor said that based on the battle with the boss, he would estimate its destructive power. Woo-seok said that if he felt that his life was in danger, he would stop testing. A huge black dragon appeared in front of the protagonist. The protagonist stood with his back to the boss, thinking that it was that bastard. The protagonist hid his gaze behind his long bangs. He smiled maliciously, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, adding that he had destroyed him then, but now. Blood was flowing down the protagonist's blade. The dragon narrowed his gaze, looking at Baphomet. The protagonist looked at the dragon with a bloodthirsty look, asking him if he was ready to die. The girl was already watching what was happening with her mouth open. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, then thinking that this could not be. The young man was heading towards the dragon's mouth. The monster opened its mouth, creating several centers for an attack. The young man swung his hand. He struck, reflecting the attack right in front of his face. After delivering a few more blows, the young man blocked the dragon's shots. Approaching the monster's head, the young man looked into its eyes. The monster extended its paw towards him, and now smirked slightly and said that he was going to use the same technique. Putting the blade in front of him, the young man moved it into the monster's paw. The next second, the young man activated his ability, burning the monster's paw. He said that this time it would not work. The guy's face began to be covered in soot and burning particles. The dragon opened its mouth and squealed in pain. The girl watched what was happening in a stupor. Wu Xiao crossed his arms and said that if the boss was burned like that, it would take a long time to recover, then asked the girl if she thought they had seen something like this before. The girl asked what he meant. The boy held his hand outstretched, flames raged around him. Looking at Baphomet, he imagined Raven and said his name, then said that as far as they knew, the boy survived in the Tower of the Abyss, but Raven died in the same tower. He looked at the girl with a smirk and asked who this Baphomet was. The sun's rays illuminated the roofs of the houses. The boy climbed the stairs, thinking that no matter how much he thought about it. He imagined Wu Xiao and Yu Yun, thinking that they were too hasty in seeing him off, and there was suspicion in their gaze. The boy opened the door slightly, looked at the phone and thought that after all, he can't do whatever he wants there like he did in the tower, so he needs to be careful until he finds out who wants to kill him. The boy answered the leader's call and asked what it was. Ma said that he was calling to ask if everything was okay because the guy had stopped calling altogether, and then said that it would take some time to generate the test results because the rank assessment is a rather lengthy process. The boy said that the deputy had already told him everything about it. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky. The leader asked if the boy used the maze tower token. The boy asked what it was. The man replied that he didn't think so. The boy forgot everything he was taught during orientation and then advised him to use it. The boy opened the system window, looked up and thought about what it was. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the room. The system announced that the maze tower token had been used. A red aura swirled around the guy. The system announced that the guy received a 1-unit increase in all skills as a reward for clearing the heavy labyrinth tower. He was surprised but looked ahead, awkwardly groaning. The leader said that only those who completed the clearing could receive this reward. The guy confusedly pointed his finger at the system window. He wondered if the skill levels had really increased, after which he said that the Ark Guild wanted to clear the tower for this reason. The leader replied that this was the reason why high-ranking hunters who cleared many towers continued to clear them further. The young man asked if only those who continued to capture evolved in this structure, after which he thought that if he had known about this earlier, he would have become a human as soon as possible. And suddenly he interrupted himself, thinking about that skill. The young man opened the tablet with the time reversal skill. The guy looked at the sign and thought about what was written, then added that he thought the reload time had definitely decreased. Suddenly, he was shocked but looked ahead, then thought that instead of increasing the skill level, the reload time had decreased. The leader turned his head, asked the guy if he liked it, then said that if possible, they would give him missions to locations related to the tower because there are not many bosses in the world who care about their subordinates. The man moved the phone away from his ear. The boy screamed loudly. His phone fell to the floor. The man asked what happened and if he felt sick. The boy fell to his knee and screamed. His vision became clouded. The guy thought that his head was about to crack, then wondered why he suddenly had such feelings. He saw the girl's hand holding a purple flower. The girl said something with a smile. The boy looked at her, worried but thinking about who she was. A bright flash lit up the street. The boy fell to the ground, cleared his throat and began to curse, asking what was that. He looked up, coughing as he went. The naked boy wiped his lips and said that it was a disgusting feeling and he could not stand it anymore. He looked up and saw the blurry image of Baphomet. His eyes focused. The boy looked at the boy in surprise. They were sitting opposite each other. The boy wondered why he was seeing Baphomet's face. The boy looked in a stupor and recognized the boy. The boy looked at him in confusion. The boy called him Beelzebub. The whole street heard the boy's scream. He grabbed his head, screaming in despair. He said that he had become an insignificant and dirty person and that this was nonsense. He lowered his head. The boy brought him a bag of clothes. The boy denied it. The boy said that he bought it for him, then told the boy to put it on. Beelzebub presented his true form and began to remember his features, saying that his appearance formed a perfect, as if carved from stone, triangle, then wondered where it all went and how he got into such a disgusting body. Beelzebub put on the green jacket. He pointed at the boy and said that this was all because of him, and that it happened because the boy absorbed the energy of another boss. The boy asked if he meant the token he received from the tower. The boy confirmed this and said that that is why he was pushed out of the body. He looked away in irritation. The boy said that he understood that the boys were pushed out of the body, then asked how he got into human form. The boy annoyedly said that he did not know, then suggested that it was later, that this form was suitable for the human world. He fell to the floor and screamed again. They say that out of all the possible forms he became some skinny child, and besides, when Baphomet weakens, he himself weakens. The boy looked down and asked if this meant that the boy was still under his control. Beelzebub looked up at him, confirmed it, and said that was why he left his body. The boy smirked and asked if this meant that he could use the boy however he wanted. The boy frowned in irritation and said that the boy had already been exploiting him up until now. The boy flexed his fist, looked at the boy ominously and asked what he had said earlier and then ran away. After which the boy reminded him that after clearing the tower they would not see each other anyway, so the boy wished him to live and not grieve. Baphomet rushed after the running boy, shouting that he would show him how easy it was. The boy said that it was just a good parting word. He ran out the door, cursing in his mind. The boy looked back, wondering why the boy remembered this so well. Baphomet ran out of the house, spread his arms and asked if the boy was going to stop. He noticed the old people next to whom the boy was standing. One of them said that this means the boy is home today. The woman looked at him and asked his name. The old woman said that according to one aunt, his name is Cha Minwoo. The old woman folded her hands behind her back and asked the boy to walk behind her. A cloudless sky hung over the city. A young man followed some old women who were discussing who would be the first. They walked down the street. The women kept talking. The boy wondered later why they suddenly asked him to follow them. The woman touched his back and said that she would take it first. The boy looked at her in confusion. The boy stared at the object in front of him in a daze. The woman said that it could still be used, but it was broken. They were standing in front of a moped. The old woman asked to fix it. The boy exhaled with a smirk. He shouted at the whole street, then asked why he should fix it, and who they were anyway. The woman introduced herself and the two women who had passed them. The boy said that was not what he was asking about. She rubbed her shoulder and said that she was too old to fix it, and that she would be glad if a young guy like the boy. He irritably headed for the exit. The woman tried to stop him. He walked out the door and asked if she was taking him for a fool and why he should do this. The system said that it seemed to her that it would be better to help the guy. The young man looked at the notification that had appeared in fear. A quest had appeared in the air, requiring him to satisfy the neighbor's requests. In case of refusal, the guy would die. The young man spread his arms angrily and asked if the system was joking, after which he called these strange missions and said that death in case of refusal was too much. The system said that, as the young man said, it was insensitive. Baphomet suddenly calmed down, after which he asked if she took to heart the words that he said to the tower. The system answered that this may be so, but she is insensitive, as he said. The young man exclaimed, asking her about why she was doing this then. The system answered that she thought about how he could show love to people. The young man smiled nervously and asked what she meant. The administrator closed her eyes and said with a smile that since all methods were different, he should learn his own by interacting with people. The young man tensed up and said that love was funny, after which she asked what she would call all the murders that had happened before. The girl extended her hand and said that they were completely different things, after which she asked if the young man could distinguish enemies from allies. The guy frowned, answered in the affirmative and said that all enemies were just a toy to him. The girl rolled her eyes, exhaling in displeasure. She said that in that case, there was only one answer she could give him. The young man touched the door. The old woman looked at him. The guy closed the door behind him. The woman asked him if he had left. The guy looked up at him and asked how to fix it. Night fell over the city. A lonely cat was sitting in the gateway. Suddenly the animal noticed something. He ran away, hearing the sound of a car. A man's foot in formal shoes stepped onto the ground. The man said that this was the only area in Seoul with an undeveloped infrastructure, and that it seemed like quite a lot of people lived there. The men stood next to each other. One of them said that most of the residents were helpless old people. The purple-haired youth smiled widely. His partner said that in that case, it would take a long time to kick everyone out and tear everything down. The guy grinned and said that it wouldn't take long, unless, of course, some unaccounted variable appeared. Baphomet hurt 2 fingers, cursing loudly. The young man thought there that in these slums lived the best worker, who in the past was the boss of the tower. The boy approached him, asking if he hurt himself hammering a nail. The young man thought about how he always ran when his grandmothers called. The woman came up to him from behind, asking where Cha was. They didn't look up at the top of the tree. The woman said that a street kitten, which one of the misses was feeding, had climbed the tree and couldn't get down. Now it was sitting there and meowing. The man jumped up. The woman added that since the bosses were high up, they could get her with a ladder. The guy lowered the kitten in an instant. The women looked at him in shock. The young man got to his feet and said that everything was ready. The sun was softly illuminating the streets. The women exclaimed, saying that they needed to check if the kitten was hurt. One of the old women was petting a dog. The young man was shoveling dirt. The woman said that he was a good boy. The boy was cleaning the garden quickly and without swinging. The woman told him to do it slowly. The boy said that time passed and the season changed. 10 years passed. then 20, and so on until Baphomet became a grandfather. Beelzebub raised his hands with a smile and finished the sentence by saying that the boy would end his life as a first-class worker in these slums. The boy looked back at him with a brush in his hands. He chased after the urchin again. The sun was shining on a building with a blue roof. The boy was holding a box in his hands, asking the boy what he was doing. Beelzebub was lying with a book on the table. He said that he was reading a thing called a novel that people invented, and that he was very interested. He added that insignificant creatures seemed to be capable of something. He looked at the boy with a smile and said that he even began to understand a little why he wanted to become a man so much. The boy told him to stop chatting and help him. The boy looked back at his grandmother, raised his hand and said that he was still small and was not allowed to lift heavy things, and if the boy forced him, she would report him for child abuse. The boy called it nonsense. The boy turned to his grandmother. The boy ran up to her with a wide smile and said that she had finished reading this book, then asked if there were any more books to read. The boy snorted in displeasure. The administrator said that the boy had adapted pretty quickly. Baphomet said that he was the one who had recently complained about how much he didn't like being a child. But anyway, this is one of the ways to survive, so it's amazing. The boy looked up at the rooftops and asked why Beelzebub became human at all. The system said that it didn't know. The boy replied that she was practically a god, then asked if she really couldn't answer this question. The administrator replied that she had just hacked the Earth system. The guy put the box down. The administrator added that only the creator of the Earth could know this. The young man said that she was right about that. He looked up with displeasure and asked her to stop doing this, then asked how much longer she would torment him with this quest. The girl opened the window with the quest again. The young man said that the task was too vague. He frowned slightly. The administrator said that it was still useful. The young man asked her what she meant, because it sounded like she infected it herself and she was treating it herself. He remembered how he stood with his grandmother near the moped and said that he fixed everything. The woman praised him in response and told the young man to take it and use it. Then he remembered how another woman was talking on the phone about there being no hot water in the house and that she would ask a friend to fix it. The young man raised his hand. An old woman came up to him from behind. The young man asked the administrator why she made him do this, if there was really any benefit in it. The woman answered that a few years ago, a young man about his age lived in the house where he now lived. The young man looked back at her in surprise. The woman added that everyone wondered what made such a young man come to this old slum. She remembered walking down the street and said that when she passed his house, there were always bottles hanging from the ceiling near the door, but he did not go out for a drink and lived between four walls. She remembered how her friend met him one day and said that his grandmother thought that if this continued, he would die locked up, so under the pretext of helping, she continued to make him work. The young man stood with his head down. The woman added that at first he had concerns and doubts, but later he began to help humbly, and over time the boy began to laugh, start conversations first, and drink much less often. She remembered how the boy bowed to her and told her that one day this young man said that he had business and left their slums, but that same day he asked her that if someone moved into that house, they would treat him the same way they had treated him all this time. The young man listened to this in silence. He frowned angrily, sitting at the table, and asked where the boy lived because he needed to talk to him. There was a lot of food on the table. The woman asked if he liked the food. The boy replied that it was very tasty. The old woman added that young people now do not like such rural food, and he, as she sees, only flies away. They were sitting at the table. The woman suddenly noticed something. A young girl came into the yard. The old woman asked her if it was she or the floor that ate. The girl replied that she had eaten with the boys, so she would go to her room and study, so the grandmother should not disturb her. The girl looked ahead and walked away. The grandmother looked back at her and said that this was her granddaughter and that she was a smart girl, so she studied well, always took first place in school in grades. The day slowly passed. The man with the scar on his lip rested his head on his hand. The boy in the chair looked at him and asked what he was going to do. The man said that he had no other way but to remove all the interference, after which he ordered to call the boys. The young man looked at him. The man asked if it was possible to settle everything with one house without problems. The boy asked what this meant, and whether that house had borrowed money from them. The young man was rummaging around in the yard. He hammered a nail into a board. Looking at the created visor, he said that it should be just perfect. The young man looked at the bag of herbs and said that the weeds had pulled out and also let in the hot water, so he just had to get the necessary things and maybe get a guard dog. He put his hands on his belt and raised his head. The shadow of the table fell on the ground. The young man lay down on it, put his hands behind his head. He said that nothing was blocking the sky. He laughed and said that this area was not bad at all. Having risen to his feet, he wondered where Beelzebub was now, because he didn't even help, but came as if to his home. A notification about the message appeared in front of the young man. He poked his finger at it, voicing the inscription that the rank assessment had already been completed. The young man opened the letter. He ran his eyes over the text with interest. He lowered his eyebrows and said that it was not surprising, Because everything turned out just as he expected, Masha said that he still had unfinished business. Soo-yeon was sitting by the fence and smoking. She blew out smoke. Her grandmother called out to her. The girl looked away. The grandmother asked if she was smoking again. Soo-yeon stood up. The grandmother said that she had already asked her not to smoke. The girl replied that she had smoked the rest and would not do it anymore. The grandmother said that she still had to go to university, but the school teacher might notice. The girl suddenly fell silent. The grandmother raised her eyebrows in disappointment. The girl said that the grandmother had no money for the university, so she would not go there. Their voices were heard in the area. The grandmother said that she would somehow find the money. The girl replied that she should not do that because she would just get into debt and just repeat everything again. She frowned in alarm and said that the man called her father did nothing but get into debt, then die. After which she asked if the grandmother would be able to pay it off for a long time alone. He saw that it would be paid off only if she herself started working. They suddenly looked back, hearing the voice of the collector, who asked if he could help her find a job. The men were walking towards them. The guy leaned slightly and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The grandmother asked him why they came. The introduction of the fee had not yet come. The guy crossed his arms and said that they had urgent circumstances, so they would have to pay sooner. The grandmother asked him where she could get money right now. The guy pointed to the side and said that she had a house, and if she sold it, she would have money, after which he offered to entrust the sale to them. The girl waved her hand. The grandmother wanted to say something. The granddaughter interrupted her and said that they would have nowhere to live. The guy replied that this was not their problem, and that they should deal with their circumstances on their own. The young man frowned slightly and said that the girl said that she wanted to get a job. He looked at her and said that she had a pretty face and a good figure, so he thought she would be popular. He looked back at his ally and said that this way she would be able to quickly find a room for him and her grandmother, after which he asked his comrade if he was right. The short-haired man looked at him with disdain, saying that such a job is not suitable for a high school girl. The guy exclaimed that they are bad guys and that this is such a concept. The girl timidly agreed to such a job. She grabbed the guy by the head and angrily told them to get her a job so that she could earn a lot and become rich. The grandmother raised her eyebrows in alarm. The guy squealed, asking the girl if she was going to let go. He pushed her away, calling her a psychopath. And the sun was shining on the roof of the house. The boy was sitting next to the old lady, reading a book. The woman asked him if he was interested. She turned away, asking if it was someone who came. The boy was reading a book with a smile. Suddenly, he frowned sternly, looking away, and asked who came. The woman went outside. The dog was barking loudly. One of the old ladies tried to calm it down. People with sticks were discussing if it was someone who came outside. The man took sticks with both hands. Baphomet frowned, calling out to the guys and asking what they were doing. The men looked back at him. The women were sitting on the floor. The guy pointed at them angrily, saying that the paint was not dry yet. The long-haired guy put his hand in his pocket and was surprised that a young man lived in these slums. The guy gritted his teeth and said that as soon as he finished with the paint, he would start on them. The collector sent a friend and said that although he did not know what the guy was talking about, he should not be there. The young man frowned and said that he was just going to take a picture of his first successful paint job. The man came up close to him, swinging his fist. The blow almost hit the young man's head. Time stopped for a second. The long-haired guy watched his partner fly through the air. He tensely followed him with his eyes. The guy looked down. Baphomet was next to him in an instant, looking him in the eye with a stern expression. The long-haired guy with a bandage on his nose shouted that he had never seen such speed, and then asked the boss if he was a hunter. The man looked at his phone and said that he used to be a hunter but quit. The guy asked him why the man quit, and the leader replied that he quit because there were so many talented people there. He looked up and said that it reminded him of his last mission as a hunter because the person he was on a mission with back then was extremely strong, and that he felt a gap between them, and then abruptly corrected himself, saying that the guy who attacked them was definitely a hunter. The collector raised her hands, surprised, saying that everything was exactly as he thought, and then asked why the guy lived in those slums, and what should they do now. The man narrowed his eyes and said that the guy needed to find out who he was first. Baphomet frowned, looking ahead. He passed between people who were discussing the workers who had come. The old man raised his hand and said that the workers had destroyed the entire repaired floor. The old woman said with displeasure that they had made a mess on the garden plot. The young man calmly passed between them. The residents said that, according to rumors, this area was to be developed, and most likely this was happening for this reason. The old people wondered where they would go in such a case. The guy walked along a dark street. He turned his gaze to the side from which he was called. Soo-yeon looked at him and said that she had heard that the guy was a hunter, and that according to rumors, hunters are paid and they also fulfill requests. She handed the young man some money and said that this was all she had, and as soon as she had more, she would pay him extra. In return, the guy had to fulfill one of her requests. She raised her eyebrows in alarm and said that if she and her grandmother were to be kicked out of the house they were currently living in, they would have nowhere to go. So the boy should make sure that those guys didn't even show up at their house. The boy said that he didn't need that. The girl asked what that meant. The boy frowned in anger, walked forward and said that he wanted to teach them a lesson himself because they were causing trouble in his neighborhood, so he should make them pay for it. The protagonist put his cap on his head. After that, Baphomet pulled on his jacket. The protagonist looked behind him, seeing a small bug. Beelzebub told Baphomet that he knew he would go there, so he prepared in advance. Beelzebub looked away, resting his head on his hand. He said that he was at Yonya's grandma's when those weird guys attacked them, and secretly attached a familiar spirit to them. A bug with a red aura landed on the protagonist's finger. Beelzebub said that it would lead him to shelter. Baphomet ran out of the house, clenching his hands into fists. The protagonist's eyes widened when he saw T-Young behind him. The assistant asked the protagonist where he was going. The protagonist turned to look at the assistant. T-Young said that he couldn't kill someone without orders from above. Baphomet asked that even if those bastards were bandits. T-Young noted that they were also civilians. The protagonist narrowed his eyes from under his cap, asking if he could at least beat them half to death. T-Young looked away with a cold gaze, saying that he could then. The protagonist immediately ran to the side. The assistant took out his phone, unlocking it. The assistant looked at the running protagonist. He told Xiang-an that Minwoo had recently left. A faint light from the lamp illuminated the building. The guy held out a thick envelope, saying that it was payment for that day. The brunette took the envelope with money from the brown-haired man's hands, thanking him. The brown-haired man said that he would hand it over personally next time. The brown-haired man closed his eyes, smiling awkwardly. The brunette said that he could rely on him, asking what happened to his face. The brown-haired man said that something happened. The brunette smiled widely, moving his hand to the side. He said that he would tell his guys to get ready. The brunette bowed to the brown-haired man, while the guy behind him began to fall on his back. The brunette told the brown-haired man that they would see each other again. The guys looked at what was happening in surprise. The protagonist grabbed the bandit by his face. He slammed it into the floor with all his fury. The protagonist pulled out his dagger, swinging it. He brought the dagger to the bandit's hand, lying on the floor. The other guys watched in shock. The guy was screaming at the top of his lungs about his hand. Baphomet slightly rose to his feet, lowering his head. The bandits looked at the protagonist in confusion, their mouths open. Baphomet looked at the guys with a bloodthirsty look. The guys were scared by the presence of the protagonist. The hunter raised a bloody knife, beckoning the bandits to him with his fingers. The brunette opened his mouth wide while the guys looked at him. The brunette asked who this idiot was and why they were standing like a pillar, ordering the guys to beat him. The guy in the black cap swung a stick. The bandit bared his teeth, swung a club. The protagonist stood motionless, watching the villain's actions. The guys struck at the moment when Baphomet dodged their attack. Traces of the blow appeared in the air. The protagonist cut off the bandit's hands with his dagger. The hunter pulled his hand back, turning to the side. The hunter attacked the bandits again and again, cutting off their hands. The brown-haired man's eyes widened, looking at what was happening in fear. The hunter continued to cut off the villain's hands. The protagonist, with a malicious look, looked straight ahead. The brown-haired man thought that this was the hunter who sent their newbie flying. The brown-haired man stretched out his hand, trying to stop the brunette. The brown-haired man closed one eye, seeing the blood spurting in front of him. The protagonist chopped off the brunette's hand, standing in front of the brown-haired man. Baphomet looked at the bandit with a cold gaze, asking that they had already met. The hunter threw a bag in the villain's face. The bandit looked at the bag in fear, taking it in his hands, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist told him to stop panicking and fill it. The bandit asked Baphomet what to fill it with. The brown-haired man opened his mouth in shock at the moment when the severed hands lay on the floor. Baphomet said that he was talking about severed hands, asking what else. The brown-haired man began to pick up the severed hands of the guys from the floor, not understanding what the hell he was doing. The protagonist smiled sarcastically while the brown-haired man looked scared. Baphomet asked the villain if he had collected everything, to which the brown-haired man replied that everything was missing. A dim light illuminated the stairs of the building. The protagonist said that one was missing. The brown-haired man asked Baphomet which one. The bandit widened his eyes, pressing his lips together. Baphomet said that his hand was missing. The night sky stretched above the buildings. White light emanated from the lamp. The bald-headed guy stood by the door, closing his eyes. Not far from him, the silhouette of the protagonist appeared. The bald-headed guy bared his teeth and frowned. The phone lying on the table lit up and began to vibrate. The leader of the bandits was sitting at the table, answering the phone call. He raised his eyebrows, looking away in bewilderment. The brown-haired man looked at the phone with displeasure, asking why they were calling again with divorces. The bandit looked up in shock, where the bald-headed guy was flying by. He grinned nervously, narrowing his eyes, saying that he really did fly like a feather. The shaved-headed guy landed on his back next to the brown-haired guy's desk. Baphomet appeared in the office, smirking slightly. The bandit looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes, raising an eyebrow. Baphomet put the bag with hands on the brown-haired guy's desk. The bandit looked menacingly at the bag, pursing his lips. Baphomet said that he could assemble them like a puzzle. Baphomet looked at the bandit with a furious gaze. He told him to rack his brains to connect them correctly. The bandit smiled maliciously, looking at Baphomet. He asked that it was he, the hunter, who lived in that hole. White light illuminated the office. The brown-haired guy told the hunter that he had bad taste, asking what this was a warning. The hunter said that he encroached on his territory, and he treated him gently. The brown-haired man smiled widely, throwing his head back. He asked that this was his territory, noting that it was interesting to hear such words from the lips of a hunter. The protagonist looked at the bandit with a menacing look. The brown-haired man asked Baphomet, and how did he himself, noting that he sent his guys to his house to gather more information. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. The brown-haired man said that he seemed to remember that he lived with a child. The protagonist smiled slyly. The brown-haired man said that judging by his appearance, he was hardly his son and he must be his brother. The bandit smiled maliciously, saying that his guys should have entered his house by now. The bandit looked dumbfounded at the protagonist, who laughed loudly. The protagonist, with a crazy look and a smile, approached the brown-haired man's face. He asked that he really had the strength to worry about someone else. A dim lantern was shining above the building. The guy in the black suit looked at the orange threads in confusion. The bandit bared his teeth as the thread was at his neck. Beelzebub said he wondered why humans were so stupid. Beelzebub sat on the porch of the house while the bandit stood by the placed threads. Beelzebub said they attacked someone without even checking, noting that the mistakes were the same inside the tower as they were out there. Beelzebub crossed his legs, reading a book. He said the threads were made of layers of compressed flame. In other words, they were like a laser invented by humans. The bandit lay on the ground with his severed leg underneath the threads. Beelzebub said they would end up like the guy in the movie. Beelzebub opened his mouth slightly, holding the book in his hands. He said that honestly, using magic like that was a mockery of his skills, but this Baphomet would go crazy if he blew his house down, so he didn't have much of a choice. Beelzebub closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. The bandit stood motionless, trying not to get caught in the strings. Beelzebub said that they would have to stand until he finished reading. The guy in the black suit was frozen with fear. The cell phone in his back pocket vibrated. The brown-haired man widened his eyes, holding the phone to his ear. The phone said that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable and he should leave a message after the signal. The bandit closed his eyes and smirked slightly. The bandit blocked the protagonist's blow with a knife. The hunter looked at the villain with a mad look. The brown-haired man said that he himself worked as a hunter when he was younger. The brown-haired man looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. He said he was going to return to this job after he got information about the hunter from the hole. The bandit thought what it was, just crossing his blades. The protagonist pulled his hand back, holding the dagger tightly. The bandit thought it was incredible, and what rank was he? The hunter was slightly peeking out from under his cap. The bandit thought it was as expected. The brown-haired man turned his attention to his phone, where a notification had arrived. He thought that fighting without information was a total gamble. A message came to his phone. It said that he wanted to know his rank. The bandit abruptly threw the knife away, raising his hands in front of himself, saying that he surrendered. The protagonist's eyes widened, looking at the bandit. The brown-haired man closed his eyes and smiled slightly. The bandit said that all right, they will leave that hole alone. The shaved-headed guy was lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth. The brown-haired man said that he would turn a blind eye to the fact that he had cut up his guy's hands, offering Baphomet to part ways on good terms. The protagonist grinned nervously, his eyes wide. The hunter swung his knife, cutting off the brown-haired man's hand. The bandit squinted to the side, smiling slightly, saying what kind of barbarity was this. The bandit said that he was an rank hunter. He held the phone to his ear, sitting with his hand bandaged. The brown-haired man said that he did not think he could work anymore. The bald-headed man brought food to the bandit, looking at the leader. The man asked the brown-haired man what he was talking about, noting that it was some rank. The bandit asked what some rank, noting that apparently the president did not understand what he was talking about, adding that starting from the A rank, hunters have special rights with the government. Each of them has a chance to reach the S rank. White clouds floated in the blue sky. The bandit said that besides, A ranks and above are no longer considered people, they are monsters in human form, and they say that by contacting them, he is dooming his family for 3 generations to come. The bandit said that he was hanging up because his arm hurt like hell. The man tried to call Jang. Jang closed his eyes, taking the phone away from his ear. The guy asked Jang how he could hang up like that, to which Jang replied that it was already over and first they needed to survive. The bandit looked at his phone thoughtfully. The brown-haired man asked Jang who sent him that message. Jang said that it was the same number that called him before. The bandit remembered how he answered the call. The man said that a hunter was heading his way and he should be more careful. Jang thought that the voice sounded familiar. The bandit clutched the phone in his hand with the message open. Jang said that one thing was for sure, that the man knew the hunter well. The manager held the phone in his hand, looking at the message he had sent. Seong-eun smiled slightly, looking at the phone. Yeon-ya asked what she should do. The grandmother, closing her eyes, approached the manager. Yeon-ya said that if she had known that he was coming, she would have prepared something. Seong-eun told Yeon-ya not to worry, he had eaten well before going out and came to say hello. Yeon-ya looked at the manager with a serious look. Seong-eun smiled awkwardly, flashing his glasses. The grandmother asked the manager that he didn't drink anymore. The manager said that he didn't drink and only touched alcohol during important events and meetings. The sun shone on the roof of the house. Seong-eun asked Yeon-ya how Min-woo was. The grandmother said that Min-woo is handy and easily handles their requests, although he whines a lot. The manager's mouth dropped open in surprise. The grandmother said that he is also surprisingly diligent. Seong-eun smiled widely, while the grandmother looked at him in confusion. Seong-eun said that he is diligent, laughing loudly, adding that he means in the future. The protagonist looked at the system notification in surprise. In front of the protagonist was a quest notification. He had to fulfill the neighbor's requests and learn about the feeling of affection. Baphomet did not understand when he completed this quest, asking that there was no reward. The protagonist looked at the system notification indignantly. He said that even these grandmothers gave him something in return, asking what kind of petty god, noting that he said that she was vindictive. Seong-eun told Yeon-ya that he would leave Min-woo in her hands. The hunter looked ahead in bewilderment, holding out his hand. He asked the huntress to stop, saying that they had not agreed to this. The hunter looked at the girl standing nearby. He said that they had agreed to split the rewards for the tower equally, asking why she had hit him in the back. The huntress slightly opened her mouth, pulling her hand away. Haiti noted that this was why she had said it was an accident, adding that he would die there by an unfortunate coincidence, so they would keep his share for themselves. The hunter glared at Haiti, calling her a scoundrel. The huntress raised her index finger. A dog with red eyes, which she had summoned, appeared behind her. The dog opened its mouth. Haiti ordered it to grab the hunter. The hunter's eyes widened in horror. Blood splattered on the walls. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment. He asked what they wanted him to pay for all the weapons in the rental. The assistant sat behind the counter, smiling slightly. White light illuminated the room. The assistant said that she was joking, and she would not charge him since it was the first time. Baphomet asked if it was okay to make fun of hunters like that. The protagonist looked away, his mouth slightly open. The girl noted that she said this in the hope that he would give preference to his own weapon, and if he destroyed the rented one next time, he would have to cover not only the rent, but also the cost of the broken equipment. Baphomet said that he would think about it. The protagonist took out a magic core, which the girl looked at in surprise. Baphomet said that he was busy with his inventory and wanted to sell this mana stone. The assistant said that this was the mana stone of the boss Rizal. The assistant said that such things are usually sold to other hunters through an auction, but they are also ready to buy artifacts if the hunter needs quick money. The protagonist stood with his back turned, looking at the girl, saying that the auction sounded more profitable. The brunette said that after all, the price was not limited there. The hunter said that he would head there then. The protagonist put the magic core on the table, looking at it. The brunette said that she would send the Rizal Mana Stone to the sales department, and they would notify them of the results through the system window. The protagonist said that he was puzzled by something there. The assistant looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist asked the girl how much the Baphomet stone was sold for, and that it was probably an expensive item. The hunter closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He said that how else, after all, he was the boss in the mythical level tower, they probably made a tidy sum. The assistant asked that wouldn't he have gone for much cheaper than the Rizal stone. The protagonist slammed his hands on the counter, looking at the brunette with displeasure, asking why. The assistant said that it was because of the difference in the quality of mana. The girl imagined Rizal and Baphomet. She said that Rizal was a monster with magical characteristics, while Baphomet was a monster with physical characteristics. The assistant said that although some monsters with similar characteristics had high mana, after examining the Tower of the Abyss, they came to the conclusion that Baphomet had almost no mana, noting that he was entirely a monster with a physical characteristic. The protagonist was confusedly recalling the image of Beelzebub. He thought that Beelzebub once said that he had no talent for magic, so he only got chain magic. The assistant smiled awkwardly, closing her eyes. She said that there was nothing to be done. Usually equipment was created from stones with a high mana content. The hunter looked at the assistant in surprise, his eyes widening. The brunette said that to be honest, it was impossible to say for sure how much Baphomet's stone would sell for, noting that the stone had never been found. The hunter said that Raven must have. Baphomet widened his eyes, wondering what he remembered. He imagined Raven standing with his back turned. Baphomet thought that Raven had not taken his stone, and he was acting like a man living his last day. The protagonist presented the red mana stone. He noted that the monster's life directly depended on this stone, and they could not be destroyed. Even if the monster was killed and the tower fell, the stone would still remain untouched. Baphomet did not understand where it had gone. The brunette looked at the protagonist with a smile. She said that she did not know anything more, but hoped that she had been of use. Baphomet said that she had been. The assistant said that this was a relief, then she would help him with the inventory organization that he had previously requested. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist. The assistant said that she would send a request to connect his system to the government system. The notification said that the government system was requesting an agreement. The protagonist accepted the request. Baphomet extended his hand to the system window. The girl asked Baphomet to select items. Baphomet extended his index finger. In the inventory was a locked sword. Baphomet did not understand what it was, and did he have such a thing, noting that it was a raven sword for stab wounds. A ball rolled to the protagonist's foot. Baphomet thought that it was locked, and also a personal weapon, not understanding where it came from. The protagonist turned his attention to the dog. The dog took the ball in its mouth, looking at the protagonist. The girl opened her mouth wide, calling the dog to her. The guy smiled awkwardly, while the girl looked menacingly. Haiti looked at Hyung-yi with displeasure, saying that she asked him to watch him carefully. Hyung-yi said that he knew. The protagonist looked at the scene in surprise while the guy petted the dog. Hyung-yi apologized, telling the dog that they would play outside. The protagonist watched the people go with a surprised look. The assistant looked at the hunter in confusion. Baphomet said that it was a dog. The assistant asked what he didn't know. The doctor rested her head on her hand, holding out her finger. Yunseo said that it was a hunting dog. The doctor imagined animals emitting an aura. She said that this phenomenon occurred all over the world due to the breach of the gate, and many pets awakened. The doctor recalled a white cat hovering in the air, emitting a pink aura. She said that the first case was recorded by a famous Hollywood actress. Her cat Casey addressed, noting that they did not know how it happened. The protagonist looked at Yunseo carefully. The doctor said that some speculate that the animals went through this process to protect their owners from the breach. Yunseo leaned slightly, resting her hands on the table, asking what probably. The protagonist slammed his hand on the table. He looked at Yunseo with annoyance, frowning. Baphomet said that he was leaving and was not going to stay in a guild with such a bad name. Yunseo asked what was wrong with a cute pink angel, noting that she thought pink suited him very well. The protagonist looked at the envelope that the doctor handed him in confusion. Yunseo said that she almost forgot. The doctor closed her eyes, hugging the protagonist from behind. She said that this was the money he sent her from the mines, and she saved it, adding that she had a conscience. The doctor smiled maliciously, approaching Baphomet's ear. Yunseo told him that this is why he should stay in the guild, after all, otherwise the way to the tower is close to him. A bright light penetrated through the window. Baphomet said that it was his money anyway and he could always join another guild. Yunseo asked Baphomet where he would find a guild master with her face and figure, noting that looking at her was pure pleasure. The protagonist told Yunseo to leave him alone with this. The protagonist looked at the doctor with annoyance when T-Young entered the office. Baphomet said that he didn't care and was leaving so she would know. T-Young said that it wouldn't do. Yunseo told T-Young that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guys gathered in a circle, looking at each other. Baphomet asked why he was following him again. Yunseo said that it couldn't be. T-Young noted that there were other words, like keeping an eye on him. T-Young looked at the envelope he picked up. The assistant said that there was a mission, the target, a squad of 3 hunters. T-Young said that they lure other hunters into towers, promising a huge reward, and after clearing them out, they kill them and take all the loot for themselves, calling them grave robbers. The assistant presented a chest with gold and jewelry. The assistant said that 2 of them are B rank, the 3rd is supposedly a rank. The protagonist looked through the documents, while the doctor looked at T-Young in surprise. Yunseo asked the assistant that this was only supposed. The assistant said that they had not updated the ranks for a long time, however, based on their movements, one can conclude that the hunter has long become a rank. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth, looking at the papers. T-Young said that the mission is not easy, and it will be quite difficult to approach them, since they are incredibly careful with their surroundings, noting that there is something else unusual. The protagonist showed the forms with the hunters, looking at them. He said that he had recently seen them in the central building. The photos showed a dog, Haiti and Hyung-yi. The night sky stretched above the building. Yellow light illuminated the corridor of the building. Haiti looked ahead in shock, her eyes wide. The huntress bared her teeth in anger, her brows furrowed. The girls were unconscious on the floor, while Hyung-yi was slumped in a chair. Haiti yelled at him for being an idiot, asking what that meant. Hyung-yi looked at his sister with a dull look, smiling slightly. He asked if she had already arrived and if she wanted to try it. The huntress angrily kicked Hyung-yi in the face. The dim light illuminated the room. Hyung-yi said that it hurt. Haiti asked if he was addicted to drugs again. The guy was wiping blood from his face. The huntress asked if he had lost all their money. The guy asked what she was talking about. Haiti said that they should send them the money next week. The huntress looked at her brother in horror. Hyung-yi said that they would earn that much money in just one raid, asking what was wrong with her face. The hunter looked at his sister with his mouth slightly open, confused. Haiti said that she had heard a rumor that a vigilante group had appeared to catch people like them. Hyung-yi asked that they were crazy and that they were killing their own. Haiti said that he was an idiot, noting that they were killing hunters too. Hyung-yi said that he forgot. Haiti's face fell, her lips pressed together. Hyung-yi asked his sister what she was going to stop doing because of this, and that she was scared of these people. Haiti asked her brother where Hyuk-seol was, calling him a dog. A small shadow from the door fell on the floor. The hunter lowered her gaze, pressing her lips together. Hyuk-seol stuck out his tongue, looking at his mistress. The huntress squatted down, patting Hyuk-seol on the head. She said that they were going to the tower again, asking if he could go. The huntress looked at Hyuk-seol with a serious look. She said that they might have to kill someone again. The dog closed his eyes, looking at his mistress. Haiti stroked the dog's head, calling him a good boy, and asked him to hold on a little longer if he could do it. Hyuk-seol opened his eyes sparkling. The huntress said that their family would return to their old life again. Gray clouds floated in the sky. A blue glow emanated from the tower, the Moonlight Tower. The hunters stood opposite each other. The huntress asked her brother if he had tested him well. Hyung-yi said that he had, and he had chosen a little-known hunter with a clean record. The huntress looked at her brother with a menacing look, asking what skills he had. Hyung-yi said that they were good for a B+. Hyuk-seol tilted his head, sniffing the flowers. Haiti asked what a B+ was, and that he was giving the grade for the exam. What kind of rank was that? Hyung-yi said that he meant that he failed the exam within a rank. The tower gave off a blue aura. Huntress asked what a B+ rank hunter meant. Hyung-yi noted that he said that he would go first and clear the floor. Huntress followed her brother, looking displeased. She asked what he was trying to achieve and if he had told him exactly how the rewards would be distributed. Hyung-yi said MHM 50/50 as usual. Haiti asked that he still went to the floor alone. Hyung-yi looked at his sister with a crazy look. He said that maybe they got a rag. They will use him and get rid of him, asking if it is not easier that way. The huntress looked straight ahead with a menacing look, her mouth slightly open. She said that he was talking as if he was going to kill him himself. Hyung-yi closed his eyes and smiled widely, leaning towards the dog, saying that he was just doing it. The huntress overtook her brother, walking ahead. She said that they would decide on the spot whether to get rid of him or not. The huntress put her hand on the door. Hyung-yi asked if she was seriously going to share the spoils with him. Haiti bared her teeth angrily. The hunter said that they would not earn anything that way. The door opened slightly. Haiti looked at her brother with displeasure while the monster was behind her. She asked her brother in what sense they would not earn anything. Tae-young crossed his arms over his chest, saying that it was not good and that meant he had met them before. The doctor slightly opened her mouth, saying that if the hunting dog could recognize his scent. The boys sat at the table, looking slightly dejected. The doctor said that she did not think Baphomet would be able to complete this task. Tae-young said that it could not be helped. The protagonist asked why. The nurse stood at the table opposite the protagonist. Tae-young said that they were very selective and carefully studied the hunter before choosing him as a victim. Besides, they had a hunting dog, and it clearly remembered his scent. Tae-young added that he also appeared on TV, so they could recognize him, and it was better to leave the task to another hunter. The boys turned their attention to the nurse. The nurse asked why bother. The brunette slightly tilted her head, looking at the guys, saying that Baphomet can disguise himself, create a false identity. Haiti looked behind her, dumbfounded, her eyes wide. The protagonist asked the hunters that they would be clearing the tower with him. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that it was nice to meet him. Baphomet was dressed in knight's armor, standing in front of the guys. He said that he was Bill, and that he was their comrade that day. From under the helmet, the protagonist flashed his eye. The monster opened its mouth, sticking out its tongue. The protagonist, in the form of a knight, jumped into the air, dodging the blow. The protagonist pulled out a weapon in front of him. He attacked the monster with a huge sword. The monster's blade began to crack. The protagonist cut the monster in half. Baphomet's sword appeared in front of the other monster's eye. The hunter plunged the weapon into the monster's eye. Baphomet lunged to the side, cutting the black monster into pieces. The protagonist jumped into the air, plunging his sword into the monster's body. Baphomet drew blood from the monster. The hunter swung his weapon. He killed another monster again. Twisting branches stuck out in different directions. The protagonist stood in front of the monster with a white mask. The branches began to approach the hunter. The protagonist chopped off the branches with his sword. He began to swing the weapon, attacking the monster. He struck more and more times. The protagonist swung his sword in front of him. He brought down a wave of blows on the monster. The monster exuded a blue aura, looking at the protagonist. The protagonist did not stop, fighting off the monster's branches. The monster stood motionless, watching Baphomet. The hunter threw his weapon towards the monster. A huge sword pierced the enemy's body. The protagonist reached out for his weapon. He appeared next to the monster in an instant, holding a sword in his hand. The protagonist tilted his head. Under his helmet, Baphomet was smiling maliciously, using the Giga skill and glow. The protagonist was holding the sword when a small explosion occurred. The huntress stepped into the room. Haiti and her brother watched in surprise, their mouths slightly open. The protagonist stood next to the monster when the hunters approached him from behind. The protagonist slightly turned around, asking if they knew why the ice cream died. The hunters looked at the protagonist in night form with confusion. The protagonist looked serious, saying that he was hit by a car. Haiti rolled her eyes when Hyung-yi smiled in confusion. The protagonist looked at the hunters when they burst into laughter. The tower exuded a blue aura under the starry sky. The nurse raised her index finger, looking at the boys, asking how about the uncle's face. Yoon-seo stared thoughtfully ahead while the nurse stood next to her. The assistant said that the more unexpected his character was, the less likely he would be found out. Yoon-seo asked if it would work, asking Baphomet how he would rate his acting. The protagonist looked at the guys with his mouth slightly open, perplexed. He said that he had no idea if it would work or not, but he agreed. The nurse said that he should then speak hoarsely and not forget to crack jokes, then they would definitely believe that he was an uncle. The huntress crossed her arms, sighing heavily. She asked Bill if he could stop, since the joke was not funny, calling him an uncle. Hyung-yi smiled confusedly, looking from Bill to his sister. He said that he was just trying to cheer them up, telling the protagonist not to worry, he could continue to joke. The protagonist thought that he didn't like them either. The protagonist turned his attention to Hyuk-seol. The dog looked at the protagonist attentively. Baphomet said that this dog was a hunting dog, noting that it was the first time he saw one. The protagonist added that they were rare. The huntress looked sideways at the protagonist. Baphomet said that the dog was a hunter. He had heard that they lived for 70 years, just like people, and that's not all. Even if you feed it chocolate, which is dangerous for ordinary dogs, it will not affect it in any way. The protagonist extended his hand to the dog, saying that it was amazing, asking if he could pet it. Hyung-yi said that of course, noting that it was very friendly. Hyuk-seol's eyes widened, looking at the knight in bewilderment. The huntress watched what was happening, dumbfounded. The doctor picked up the bottle, showing it to the protagonist, saying that she had made this perfume especially for him. The hunter stood in the room, looking at the doctor. Yoon-seo noted that humans would not be able to detect the scent, but it was extremely effective against a hunting dog who had an excellent sense of smell. Yoon-seo smiled wickedly as she looked at the hunter, saying that it was because they smelled disgusting. Hyuk-seol quickly dodged the protagonist's hand. Yoon-seo told Baphomet that this was why he would not be discovered. Haiti watched in confusion. Hyuk-seol began to move back, further away from the protagonist. Hyung-yi asked the dog what was going on. Hyuk-seol continued to move further and further away from the knight. The protagonist swung his weapon. The hunters fought the monsters, clearing the tower. Haiti looked sideways at the protagonist, narrowing her eyes. Hyung-yi asked his sister what she thought of this hunter. The huntress turned her attention to her brother. Hyung-yi asked if the dog could handle him. The huntress asked what he was talking about, noting that she said they wouldn't do that. The protagonist leaned forward slightly, preparing to attack the monsters. Hyung-yi said that's what he meant, and thought that they could be equal in strength, maybe even stronger. Haiti asked what he was trying to say. Hyung-yi looked at his sister with a bloodthirsty gaze, saying that he had an idea, asking if she wanted to hear it. An orange light illuminated the ceiling of the room. A small fire was lit on the ground. The protagonist folded his hands, illuminated by the flames. He held his hand out in front of him, looking at the guys. Bill asked the hunters what they meant by wanting to become permanent partners, and if he understood correctly. Hyung-yi said that there was nothing wrong with that, and they just thought it would be nice to clear the towers together. It would be beneficial for all of them. The hunter added that in the end, their skills alone were not enough to clear the tower completely, noting that they had already decided that they would leave the tower after the middle floors. The boys sat around a small fire, talking to each other. Baphomet said that everything was correct. The hunter added that they would be sorry to lose such a skilled hunter. The protagonist put his hands on his knees, looking at the hunter. Hyung-yi said that therefore they would distribute the prey 6 to 4, and of course he would get 6. Haiti narrowed her eyes in displeasure, pursing her lips. Hyung-yi asked the hunter what he would say. Haiti recalled that Hyung-yi said that, first, they would gain his trust. The huntress looked at her brother with displeasure, frowning. Hyung-yi said that after that they could trust him with the work of a dog. Haiti asked what the work of a dog. The huntress looked at her brother warily, pursing her lips. Hyung-yi asked Haiti what was wrong with her, and whether she was not happy. Hyuk-seol was lying on the floor, warming himself by the fire. Hyung-yi told Haiti that she hated giving a dog dirty work the most. The huntress turned her gaze to Hyuk-seol, crossing her legs. The huntress looked at the knight. Baphomet said 6-4, then we have a deal. Haiti said that maybe he should show his face first. Hyung-yi looked at his sister in surprise, his mouth slightly open. The huntress looked at the protagonist with distrust, narrowing her eyes. She said that they needed to know who they were going to trust with their lives, noting that she was not sure she was ready to work with a man whose face she did not even know. Orange flames illuminated the protagonist's helmet. The huntress stared with her evil gaze. Tae-young said that his mission was not to kill. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, looking seriously at his assistant. Tae-young asked Baphomet if he remembered his first mission right after the briefing. Baphomet asked what happened to the mentor. The assistant said that everything was correct and to use the same approach. The weather was clear outside. The protagonist asked that they were looking for the one behind them. Tae-young said no, and he just needed to infiltrate their lair. Hyung-yi smiled confusedly, looking at his sister, saying that it was not worth it. The protagonist told him not to worry, noting that it was not such a difficult request, and he would take off his helmet, asking them only not to be surprised. The huntress smiled maliciously, folding her arms. She asked Baphomet why, and was there really a handsome man hiding under the helmet? The huntress widened her eyes in confusion. The protagonist took off his helmet, from which severe burns on his face were slightly visible. Haiti said about the burns on his face. The protagonist in the form of Bill said that he got them a few years ago in one of the towers. The fire continued to burn, sending out sparks. Bill said that his face did not help them much in their work, so it did not change his life much, but this burn was a curse cast by the boss. The hunters looked at the protagonist in confusion, pursing their lips. Baphomet said that it spread to his son and eventually consumed his face too. The protagonist's face was covered in shadow. He said that he tried all the medicine, even turned to hunter healers, but nothing worked. The protagonist's eyes widened, looking crazy. He said that he was ready to do anything if it would cure his son. A small fire illuminated the ceiling of the room. The hunter put his helmet back on, wondering if he had overdone it. Baphomet peered out from under the helmet with a menacing look. Hyung-yi said that perhaps it was destined for them to meet that day. Hyung-yi smiled madly, pressing his palm to his chest, saying that they knew how to save his son. Hyung-yi said that the reason they went to the towers so often to earn money was similar to his, noting that their parents were seriously ill. Hyung-yi added that they had contracted a strange, incurable disease due to the gate breach that happened 10 years ago, and they went in search of a cure and tried all sorts of treatments, but none worked. The hunter's hand was pressed against the wall. Hyung-yi looked at the protagonist with a mad look and a smile. He said that after meeting this man, the parents began to recover. The protagonist, wearing black glasses and a mask, stood in front of the hunter. Hyung-yi told Bill that they would be able to cure his son. The protagonist's eyes widened as the door opened slightly. The hunter noted that only if he joined them. A light was visible behind the slightly open door. There were two girls in long dresses and masks standing in the hall. The girls were standing next to each other. The girl raised her hand. Following her, the other girl also raised her hand. They began to spin under the white light. The girls were spinning in a dance. The blonde turned to the side, waving her arms. The other girl raised her hands to the light. The blondes continued their dance, spinning under the white light. Their hair fluttered to the sides from the dance. The guy in the white cape landed on the floor between the two dancers. The girl with long hair closed her eyes and opened her mouth wide, calling him the head of the sect. People began to grab their heads, calling him the head of the sect. The brunette fell to the floor, holding out her hand to the head. The sect leader put his hands behind his back, hiding his face under the hood. The protagonist watched intently, hiding his face. The protagonist sighed heavily, looking at the sect leader. System notification. He has received the conditions for opening the main quest. System notification. Main quest, punish. The sect leader stood in front of the people in the black mask. The protagonist took off his glasses, looking bloodthirsty at the leader, saying that this was such a coincidence. System notification. Punish the Apostle of Lust. Beelzebub looked at the protagonist, showing him a book. He told him to look at it, noting that it mentioned the root of all evil on the planet, the 7 deadly sins. Beelzebub squatted, looking thoughtfully to the side. He said that the hunter raven held the title of the Apostle of Wrath, and if then that goddess, or whoever she was, showed him 6 silhouettes trying to kill him. Baphomet asked what raven and the 6 could be, the 7 deadly sins. Beelzebub said probably, adding that if he was right, they would show up soon. There was writing above the tip of the star. Beelzebub said it was pride. There was writing below the green tip. Beelzebub said it was despondency. There were hieroglyphs below the blue tip. Beelzebub said it was envy. There was a name below the purple tip. Beelzebub said it was greed. There were words below the pink tip. Beelzebub said it was gluttony. The sect leader stood there wearing a black mask under his hood. Beelzebub said lust came next. The sect leader looked at the bald girl. The woman brought the girl in a carriage, standing in front of the sect leader. She said that her daughter had been diagnosed with leukemia a few years ago and was still battling the disease, but all treatments had been in vain. The girl looked down at the floor with her lips pressed together, her eyes downcast. The woman begged the sect leader to save her daughter. The sect leader squatted down next to the girl. He told her what a poor child she was, adding that she had to put up with such a serious illness at such a young age. The woman covered her sad face with her hands. The girl said that she knew she would die, but her mother would not survive her passing, and that scared her. The sect leader reached out to the girl's head, telling her not to worry because he would heal her. Golden light and butterflies began to emanate from the sect leader's hand. The sect leader exuded a bright aura, and golden butterflies fluttered around. People watched in amazement. Tears flowed down the stunned woman's cheeks. Her long dark hair touched the floor. The brunette looked at the sect leader in surprise, her eyes wide. People began to applaud joyfully and smile widely. The woman happily rushed to hug her daughter while people rejoiced. The woman fell to her knees, looking at the sect leader. People shouted that the sect leader performed a miracle. The woman thanked him with all her heart. The leader said that he only changed the flow of her kai, but the threads of her fate were still not untangled. The woman sat with her back, looking at the leader. The sect leader told her to send her to the prayer hall and focus on healing. The woman said that she definitely would. Hyung-yi looked at the protagonist with a slight smile, asking what he would say. People raised their hands, looking at the sect leader. Hyung-yi said that this man would easily heal his son. The sect leader stood motionless, hiding his face behind a mask. Hyung-yi asked Baphomet if he wanted to meet him. The protagonist widened his eyes, glaring at the leader, telling Hyung-yi that he wanted to. Baphomet said that he really wanted to meet him. White clouds floated above the trees. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the huge mansion. Haiti crossed her arms, looking away. The sect leader said that he had been informed of his situation. Hyung-yi looked away with a slight smirk. The sect leader asked what he meant. He wanted to free his son from the curse. The protagonist stood in front of the leader's desk. The sect leader said that he had come to the right place. The sect leader folded his hands in front of his face, saying that his name was Cheng Yu and that he was in charge of the butterfly sect. The protagonist stared at Cheng Yu, saying that it was nice to meet him, introducing himself as Bill. Beelzebub was peeking out from behind the protagonist. Cheng Yu asked if the child behind him was his son. Bill said that he was, noting that he was quite shy. Beelzebub's face was wrapped in bandages. He looked at the sect leader with a confused expression, holding Baphomet, and greeted him. Beelzebub looked at Baphomet with a serious look, asking what he wanted to infiltrate there. Beelzebub sat on the veranda of the house, looking at the hunter. He said that he had already seen him, asking if he could not assess his strength. The protagonist said that he did not mean that. Baphomet crossed his arms over his chest, looking to the side. He said that the sect leader was much weaker than him. Beelzebub asked what he was talking about. Baphomet asked that this could not be true. Beelzebub closed his eyes and raised his hand. Baphomet asked that one of his assassins suddenly turned out to be weaker than him, noting that he was hiding something. The brunette asked what he meant. He wanted him to set a trap and lure him into it. The brunette jumped up from the veranda, looking at the protagonist with annoyance. He said no way, asking what if he was in danger. Baphomet said he doubted he would die. The brunette said he could die. He was no longer as strong as he once was in the tower, and even though he was his subordinate, he was only a human now. Beelzebub pointed his finger at the dumbfounded protagonist. He said that it concerned him too, and he could die. The protagonist looked down, saying that he had already died in the battle with Raven. Beelzebub said that he had been resurrected, asking why he thought. The brunette added that it was because the tower had never recognized him as a boss. Beelzebub put his hand behind his back, opening his mouth slightly. Beelzebub said that he had been resurrected because he was still considered a normal monster. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. The brunette said he didn't know if he was declared a boss after the tower fell. Baphomet asked what he was trying to say. Beelzebub looked at the evil protagonist in horror. Baphomet said that if he continued to tremble in fear, asked if he should kill him first. Beelzebub said no. Cheng Yu leaned over the boy, saying how sinister the energy was, noting that it must be an incredibly strong curse. The boys looked at the sect leader in confusion. Beelzebub thought that he must be confusing the monster's aura with a curse. Cheng Yu turned his attention to the protagonist. He said that the hunter Bill must have been struck by a terrible curse. Bill said that he was fine. The sect leader walked behind the protagonist. He said that he would take care of his son, but it would require a lot of effort. The sect leader looked ahead angrily, saying that of course, time and money. The protagonist looked behind him. Cheng Yu noted that he would have to attend the monthly mass, however, if he was busy. The sect leader approached the protagonist from behind. He said that there was another way, although it might be too much for him. The boys stood with their backs turned, looking at Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu hid his face under a mask, looking at the boys. He said that from that day on, his son would only receive treatment there. The sunlight illuminated the bed of the room. Cheng Yu said that they had everything from bedrooms. Bright light illuminated the huge room. Cheng Yu said that to the dining room and even the courtyard. The beautiful courtyard was decorated with flowers. Hunters stood on either side of the sect leader. Cheng Yu said that he would live with other followers, adding that with teachers. The boys looked behind them in shock, where two girls stood. Two twins looked straight ahead with a smile. The leader of the sect said that he hoped they would take care of them. The blonde said that he could rely on them. The twins approached Beelzebub, who looked at them fearfully. The blonde said that it was time to go. The other girl said that he would find many friends his age. Beelzebub opened his mouth and looked at the protagonist. Beelzebub rushed to the protagonist, hugging him. Beelzebub, with tears in his eyes, looked at Baphomet. He said that he would behave well, eat properly, and go to bed on time. Beelzebub mentally told Baphomet not to abandon him. The protagonist frowned, lowering his gaze to the brunette. He mentally told Beelzebub that he would not abandon him. Beelzebub looked at the hunter with a touching expression. He called Baphomet daddy, saying that he would miss him. Beelzebub mentally told Baphomet that if he left him, he would curse him. The protagonist frowned in irritation, looking at the brunette. He said that he would miss him too. Baphomet mentally told Beelzebub that he understood. The twins took Beelzebub, who was in the form of Bill's son. Baphomet closed his eyes, shaking his head. He thought that Beelzebub had been useful to him, and his efforts would not be forgotten. Cheng Yu raised his hand, looking at the protagonist. He asked if they could end it here, noting that the followers must have been waiting for the cure for a long time, and it was nice to meet him, offering to meet again. The protagonist glanced sideways at the head of the sect. He shook his hand, saying that until we meet again. The head of the sect shook his hand firmly, silently looking at Bill. Cheng Yu approached the protagonist. He said that his hands were too beautiful for a fighter. Usually such long and slender hands are liked by ladies. The protagonist looked at the sect leader in shock. He abruptly moved his hand towards himself, asking, "Is that so?" Cheng Yu slightly tilted his head to the side, putting his hand behind his back. Haiti raised her hand, looking at the sect leader. She said that she would go then, since she wanted to see her parents. Hyung-yi smiled awkwardly, clutching the back of his head. He said that he would go too, calling Hunter Bill to follow him. Hyung-yi looked back in surprise, looking at Cheng Yu. The sect leader told Hyung-yi to wait a minute. Hyung-yi looked at Cheng Yu with a smile when Haiti sighed heavily. The sect leader asked the hunter that he wanted to talk to him. Hyung-yi said that he definitely did. Hyung-yi approached the head of the cult, raising his hand. The door began to close, in the crack of which the hunter was visible. The protagonist put his hand in his pants pockets, looking away. Haiti told Bill to listen to her. The huntress looked sideways at the protagonist, her mouth slightly open. She said that she was warning him once to focus on healing his son, and not to get involved in the affairs of the cult. The protagonist followed the huntress. Haiti said that this was a bad place. Beelzebub looked ahead in surprise, raising his hands, not understanding what was happening. The blonde held a book in her hand when Beelzebub looked at her in bewilderment. The blonde said that books were forbidden since they could interfere with the treatment. Beelzebub asked what he should play with there then. The assistant closed her eyes and smiled slightly, saying that there were so many wonderful friends there. Joyful children were sitting at the table. The assistant said that a new friend had joined them that day and the sect leader had prepared a special meal to celebrate the occasion. Beelzebub sat at the table with the other children while the twins stood on either side of him. The blonde said that they would thank the leader for the food. Beelzebub glanced sideways towards the door. The girl looked at Beelzebub with a smile and asked his name, saying that hers was Kim Da-kyeon. Beelzebub thought that those twins didn't look very human. The brunette looked at the girl with a smile and closed his eyes. He said that his name was Cha Jin-woo and it was nice to meet him. Beelzebub thought that they were most likely the leader's familiars, in which case he was just hiding his power. Beelzebub lowered his head, pursing his lips. He thought that now he would have to investigate his house. Beelzebub's eyes widened and turned red. He activated the Demon Eyes skill. Beelzebub stared ahead in shock. His eyes widened, his mouth hanging open in surprise. Beelzebub didn't understand what it was and what was wrong with the children. The children at the table were sitting with exhausted faces. Beelzebub thought that they were dying, but he had seen them differently. Beelzebub thought that it couldn't be. A woman and a man were kneeling, smiling at the sect leader. They thanked the sect leader. The people were smiling at Cheng Yu, thanking him. The sect leader was sitting opposite the bowing people. They said that thanks to him, their children were better. Cheng Yu put his hands behind his back, sitting in a white robe. The parents asked how they could repay his kindness. The parents raised their crazy eyes, looking at the sect leader. Cheng Yu asked what they wanted to repay him, to which the parents said that they did. The parents looked at Cheng Yu in surprise, their eyes wide. The sect leader said that then they should put their hearts and souls into gratitude. The sect leader sat motionless as golden butterflies appeared in the air. The parents asked that they should put their heart and soul into it. The sect leader stared at the people. The people continued to talk about heart and soul. Chang Yu sat motionless as the butterflies continued to flutter. The people began to smile madly and cuddle up to each other. The guy with a clouded mind said that they would repay with their heart and soul. The sect leader watched as the woman pushed the guy to the ground. Chang Yu raised his hand, holding onto his mask. He leaned slightly, resting his hand on his leg. The sect leader took off his mask, laughing loudly. Chang Yu smiled wickedly, covering his face with his hand. He said that this was a sight to behold, and just looking at them, they had so much passion and experience. The sect leader's leg was wrapped around by a snake. Chang Yu said that they were not doing anything wrong. A snake was crawling on his body. Chang Yu said that this was their instinct. The sect leader raised his index finger as several snakes wrapped around his body. He said that it only added a bit of excitement to the good cause. Chang Yu looked straight ahead with a sly look and a smile. A man in a suit sat at the table with his arms folded. It was the minister of the Central Division of Hunters, Baek Sang-jin. He asked the manager how the hunter Baphomet they hired was doing. Seong-eun stood in front of the minister, stating that the guy worked hard, although he understood that sometimes he still went AWOL. Sang-jin replied that the protagonist's skills were quite good, and he reached a rank quite quickly. The leader closed his eyes and slightly wrinkled his eyebrows when the minister praised him for his amazing intuition for such things. Seong-eun continued to stand with his eyes closed when Sang-jin pointed out that they still couldn't know for sure whether the guy would change or not, because in the end, the hunters couldn't be restrained, so it would be worth using the carrot and stick method correctly. A white car was driving along the road. Seong-eun asked on the phone about how his protege Min-woo was doing, to which he received a positive answer. The manager was driving when he was told that the hunter had already infiltrated the sect's base, which impressed Seong-eun greatly. The phone line said that the hunter had worked harder than usual this time. There was a conversation going on through the control panel in the car. Seong-eun was curious about this aspect. They asked through the communication how they could report this. Thick white clouds were floating in the sky. Seong-eun replied that he would do it himself. The protagonist, in the guise of a knight, held an insect in the form of Beelzebub on his finger, who said that the leader of the sect was an illusionist. The fly Beelzebub sat on the protagonist's finger and said that this place was a solid tangle of illusions. Bill heard from the fly that Chang Yu was losing a lot of magic, so he seemed weak to the guy. While the protagonist in the form of Bill stood in front of the gate, Haiti looked at him. Beelzebub found out that people brought their relatives to the sect in the hope of healing and did not even suspect that people were dying there. The girl asked him about what happened. Bill turned around at his name, realizing, having heard from Beelzebub, that one of the children was dead and the twins had returned, so he was going to continue to observe the situation and return later with news. The huntress stood behind him with a displeased look, holding out her hand. She apologized to the knight for the long wait, citing her urgent business. The protagonist, dressed as a knight, stood in front of the girl, asking her where her brother and hunting dog were. Haiti replied that they were visiting their parents, which was usually forbidden because many of the followers receiving treatment hated dogs or were allergic to them, but today they had received special permission. The protagonist and the girl started walking. Haiti asked Bill if he was against it. The guy replied that he was not, because today they were going to clear the middle floors. The huntress looked after the knight who was walking, hoping that there would be few monsters this time. It was a sect building with bars on the windows. The twin girl clapped her hands. The twins wanted to congratulate a girl named Da Kyung, who had recovered and could already return to her parents. The girl's twins smiled enthusiastically, surrounding the girl. All the children also began to clap their hands, congratulating the girl. Beelzebub looked at the situation with his demonic eye and saw the children hanging down, finding it all disgusting. He saw the demonic twins hugging the little dead girl as if they were playing with the corpse. Light seeped into their room through the open door. Sometimes Beelzebub began to feel like human cruelty was standing on the doorstep with a monster. The girl's joyful parents entered the room. Da Kyung immediately fell into the arms of her mother and father. The crying mother looked at the smiling twins, who said that they were going to throw a party for the girl and congratulate her on her full recovery. The mother was very grateful to the two brown-haired girls. Beelzebub watched from behind. The twins noted that their parents should thank the leader of the sect and asked them if they could help them prepare for the party. The parents happily agreed to this request. The boy in the bandage stood with a dejected look, having heard the parents' question about how they could help with the organization. Beelzebub watched the events with her demonic gaze. The girl's father explained that if something needed to be moved, he was happy to help. The boy saw two twins in demonic forms cut off the heads of the girl's parents. Their heads immediately flew apart in blood. The severed head fell in front of Beelzebub, who after seeing it wanted to take back his words. He saw with his own eyes how the decapitated bodies of the girl's parents fell to the floor, and he realized that these people were much worse than monsters. The girl turned to her twin sister, holding the corpse of a man. She offered to eat these bodies in one go. Her sister immediately turned back with a black gaze. Her head immediately stretched far into the depths of the children to one of them. The monster twin looked upside down into Beelzebub's face, asking him why he was not smiling. Her snake tongue licked the boy's face with a red gaze. She assumed that the boy could see something. At this time, it was a dark basement with chains. A sharp blade cut through the air. Haiti fought fiercely with the monster. She dealt crushing blows to a large scorpion. Then she deftly attacked a monster with spikes on its back. She immediately landed on the ground, putting out her hand. Haiti looked around with a tired look. Suddenly, she looked to the side. She saw Bill walking with a sword from a huge defeated dragon. The protagonist in armor threw the sword over his shoulder. They began to climb the stairs together, realizing that they only had 2 floors left to clear and they would be able to return back. The protagonist in a helmet walked forward. Hunter Haiti turned back to Bill, who asked her what she meant that he should not have interfered in the affairs of the butterfly sect. The girl looked up in confusion, explaining that this cult was unusual in any case because she paid them for the sake of her parents. The main character in armor listened attentively to Haiti, saying that the amount of money would be equal to the effort they would put into healing. She imagined 2 hands hugging another hand. The huntress still did not want to speak ill of the skills of the leader of the cult because he still gave them hope. The 2 old people smiled tenderly in her memory. The girl clenched her fist near her buttocks. She understood. If they held on a little longer, they could win. The brown-haired girl turned back with a piercing gaze and said that she was really lucky to be in the same squad with such a strong hunter. Bill looked forward through his mask, asking the girl if it was because of the money. A torch burned dimly on the wall. The guy mentioned that Haiti said that the amount would be equal to the effort put in and asked her what would happen if there was not enough money. Haiti waved her hand in front of the knight, answering that she would have nothing left and would have to do everything possible to make the leader of the sect happy and do whatever he wanted. Bill noted that this was not entirely ethical, to which the huntress agreed. She explained that in reality, those people who did not have a permanent job like them simply were not able to pay the amount the cult leader was asking for. She asked the natural question of what people could offer in exchange if they did not have that much money. The armored protagonist exclaimed a little, hearing that in such a case, people would offer their bodies. The girl looked ahead with a slight sadness, asking Bill if he thought that it would be disgusting if he himself said that he would do anything for his son. She saw a clouded image of her dog, answering that she had no choice and had to close her eyes to these things. She touched the gate, wanting to open it. The 2 of them stood in the doorway of the gate, from which the wind blew. The girl looked towards the gate when the protagonist asked her if she felt disgusting. The huntress immediately turned back and saw Bill, who was raising his fist. There was a powerful blow and stone fragments flew to the sides. The girl's legs immediately curled up. The girl's silhouette watched as Bill hit the floor hard with his fist. The girl angrily screamed about what the guy who stood up was doing. Haiti looked angrily at the protagonist, who explained that, unlike her brother, the girl understood perfectly well that their actions were a crime. Baphomet in a helmet looked through it bloodthirstily and replied that he did not like it, especially since she was not proud of it. The protagonist abruptly ran up to the girl, who was scared. She looked with fear at the approaching face of Bill, who explained to her that if she wanted to survive, then she should be on guard. The guy immediately knocked the girl to the ground. He pressed her to the ground by the neck. The girl was stunned and looked up in shock. The protagonist decided to take off his helmet and saw that the girl was surprised. The brunette grinned wickedly and looked at the girl, ironically asking her about her surprise at how handsome he was. He said that Haiti should help him because he was trying to catch the villain Cheng Yu. At this time, the sect leader stared ahead through his mask. He watched from the side as Hyung Yi and his dog talked to his parents. The hunting dog looked worriedly at his parents, who were happy to see the dog and tried to find out how he was doing. The elderly couple immediately became delighted at the sight of the dog. The boy's mother immediately stretched out her arms to the dog, wanting to hug it. Hyuk Xiao lifted his muzzle. He stared ahead. Tears began to well up in his eyes. Hyun Yi looked at his dog with a joyful smile, seeing that he was crying and thought that Hyuk Xiao simply missed his mom and dad. Hyuk Xiao replied that his parents were dead. Hyuk Xiao stared ahead through his tears, noting that it was true. He saw his parents sitting dead in their strollers. The brown-haired man immediately became alarmed when the dog began to fuss, as he was in shock from what he had heard. Hyuk Xiao pointed to the sect leader, who was standing nearby. Cheng Yu looked arrogantly through his mask when the dog said that this man had deceived them. Cheng Yu noted that since it was a hunting dog, it would most likely be difficult to fool with such weak illusions. Hyung Yi raised his hand in concern when the dog wagged its tail. The boy did not understand what had happened and tried to find out from the sect leader. Cheng Yu stood firm and replied that it was all because the boy had brought a hunting dog here. The angry dog began to walk towards Cheng Yu, who said that he could not let the dog ruin all his fun. The sect leader was about to take off his mask, explaining that he had already gotten everything he wanted. The dog began to transform into its demonic form. The huge monster Hyuk-Sul towered over Cheng Yu with fury. The blonde looked warily through his bangs, saying that he didn't need the guys now. The sect leader emitted a bright light from himself towards the dog's silhouette. Glowing images of butterflies flew in the dark space. The black silhouette of Hyuxiao watched the glowing silhouette of the man. Haiti raised her index finger. The monster looked bloodthirsty with its red eye. The girl stood timidly with her index finger, addressing the dog. At this time, the bloodthirsty dog was already standing on the sect leader's side when the huntress tried to give her command. Chang Yu mockingly looked to the side, tilting his head. Hyung Yi tilted his head with a dumbfounded look. The bloodthirsty dog tore the guy's body apart. Hyung Yi looked forward with a half-dead look. The dog's furious gaze was directed forward. The blonde covered his face and smirked while the dog dealt with the guy. Chang Yu held his face and laughed mockingly, noting that the dog was much more cruel than he thought. A white snake crawled from behind the sect leader. It began to wrap itself around his body. It was the blonde's hand, which was pressing the blonde's chest. She approached his ear and whispered in snake. The twin hugged the blonde from behind, telling him the news that he did not believe and tried to understand what they should do now. Chang Yu looked at the assistant with concern, realizing that a surprise had been prepared for them. He immediately smiled maliciously and laughed. He continued to laugh mockingly while the Hyuksal monster finished eating Hyung Yi's body. The monster immediately raised its head to the side. A dark aura filled the space. Chang Yu grabbed his head and smiled mockingly, knowing that he would have fun anyway. The twin looked at their leader with trepidation, hugging him. He replied that they could not afford to lose. They imagined the image of Bill, who was simply standing there. The sect also wanted to prepare a surprise party. Then they imagined the Beelzebub guy in the same place. The protagonists stood opposite Beelzebub in their imagination, and the sect knew that these two guys would be the main characters of the party. The guy in the bandage stood with a dejected look, because he was considered the son who lost his face due to the curse. The protagonist stood in a mask, looking at Beelzebub and asking him what happened. He was considered the father, who supposedly shed blood and tears to heal his son. He imagined the grieving parents, realizing that his heart was very warmed by the parental love. Chang Yu noted that the leader of the sect himself would step in for these unfortunate souls. His foot touched the floor. Chang Yu looked at the protagonist who was standing in front of Beelzebub. He considered it a miracle with irony that they would see today. People began to cheer enthusiastically at the sight of the sect leader. Bill stared at the approaching sect leader, who ironically mentioned that it was all wonderful, that the envy of the people and the eternal faith warmed him. Chang Yu extended his hand. He grabbed the protagonist's face and called him a fool who was so easily caught and did not even understand what happened. Chang Yu stared with his gaze, telling the hunter Bill to look carefully. The protagonist looked warily through his glasses when he was addressed by his real name Baphomet. Chang Yu extended his hand towards the protagonist. Baphomet looked warily at the red light. He immediately became angry and frowned from under his cap. He saw Beelzebub hovering in front of him under the shackles of a red aura and a circle. Beelzebub was stretching out his hand under the red aura with a bloodthirsty smile. The protagonist looked ahead warily at the wind currents, while the sect leader rejoiced. Haiti watched this from the side with a dejected look. She bared her teeth angrily, not understanding what was happening, because the power of the sect leader was against them. She watched his powerful blast currents lifted Baphomet. She did not understand at all what was happening here. Baphomet stood in front of the stunned Haiti, who thought that it was all a lie. The huntress frowned at the guy, not believing his words that all this was untrue, and she could not believe it. She remembered how she felt the warmth of her parents' hands. She remembered the trembling smiles of her parents. She looked ahead with a saddened look, beginning to realize that it could all be a lie. The brunette stood face to face in front of Haiti. He asked the girl if she had ever seen people outside, since most likely their visits were limited to the room. The brunette with a downcast look bulged her eyes, realizing that all her efforts were in vain. The brunette confirmed this, looking at her through his bangs. Baphomet stood in armor, putting his hand on his belt. He said that today's unexpected visit meant that they would like to get rid of the dog, since the illusion would not work on a hunting dog with a keen sense of smell, and in the end, the smell of death could not be hidden. The huntress bared her teeth in sadness, dumbfounded when she heard that her brother could also be gotten rid of. The girl immediately fell to her knees in horror. The protagonist stood unwavering in front of the sitting girl. He said that he was working in secret from the government, so any unforeseen situation would cause him problems, and he needed the girl's help. Baphomet noted that this would be a good opportunity for the huntress to atone for her past sins. The girl in the cap stood behind the worried people. She bared her teeth under the cap. Beelzebub raised his index finger upward, looking forward with a bloodthirsty expression. He wanted to use the void skill. The protagonist pressed himself to the ground in a fighting stance, feeling the discharges of darkness in front of him. The protagonist looked anxiously at the spreading void in front of him. Beelzebub stretched his hand towards the sucking portal of the void, which sucked Baphomet into it. It was a space similar to outer space. Baphomet clenched his fist in front of his face, finding himself in the space of the void. His silhouette hovered in this void. Suddenly, he saw a stretching convolution in front of him. He received a blow to his face from a dark aura. A hump of aura also rose from his back. The protagonist deftly hovered in space, dodging the streams of dark energy. Baphomet raised his elbows up, wanting to jump up. Then another stream from the side took away his cap. The hunter ducked down, trying to dodge the beam of aura. This stream of dark energy stretched high up. It flew right in front of Baphomet's face, cutting through his mask. At this time, Beelzebub held the void sphere space in a red aura. He looked through his reaching fingers with an evil gaze. His red gaze was clouded. At this time, the red eye of the monster appeared. The leader of the Baphomet monsters sat on the throne with a puzzled look. The monster immediately clenched his fists and froze, not understanding what happened, because he was recently in the lair of some cult because of Baphomet's threats, and now he was back in the tower. He saw a colleague walking in front of him with a huge bag. It was another monster walking with a huge bag of weapons on his back. He asked his comrade on the throne why he sat so high, because he almost died while getting here. The monster with horns leaned his head forward, realizing the demonic beast Baphomet. He sat on the throne with a lost look, not understanding how this could happen. He opened his mouth furiously, realizing that this was a rebirth, like in his least favorite novels. At this time, the monster with a bag on his back did not understand what was happening, while his comrade laughed. Now he knew the abilities of his enemy, and victory in the battle would remain his, especially since he had regained his body and could no longer lose. The monster bloodthirstily stretched his hands forward, wanting to return all the pain caused hundreds of times to Baphomet. Beelzebub bared his teeth and stretched his fingers forward. Streams of dark aura stretched towards the protagonist. Baphomet said the words that he was summoning the inventory and the weapons in it. The demon guy looked forward anxiously under the shackles of his magic circle. Suddenly, a bright light shone in front of him. All the people looked at the bright light in the sky in surprise. The leader of the sect at this time stood unwavering. The main hunter stood in a fighting stance, holding a spear in his hands. The brunette looked up from under his brows. Cheng Yu, wearing a mask, stared at what was happening, seeing the main character's true face. The brunette deftly floated in the air, trying to get closer to Beelzebub. The demon boy immediately raised shards of light in front of the protagonist, using the ice wall skill. One of the shards cut the brunette's cheek. An ice wall appeared in front of Baphomet and Beelzebub when the boy wanted to use freezing rain again. The hunter tightly gripped his spear. Then he began to quickly wave it, trying to fight off the flying ice arrows. The main character looked ahead warily through his bangs. A huge block of ice touched the tip of his spear. At the same second, the huge block began to crumble into small pieces. The brunette leaned to the side, swinging his spear. Beelzebub bloodthirstily crossed his arms, causing lightning discharges. The boy continued to attack Baphomet with lightning discharges, but he deftly dodged. The main demon did not understand why this was happening. Baphomet swatted away the flying rocks with his spear. Then he tried to attack Beelzebub from above with his spear sharpened. The angry demon with horns was very indignant that the hunter could block and dodge every spell he cast. At this time, he, the demon, was fighting the same monster, but with a blue aura. The demon swung his sword, while the monster from under the sphere controlled its appearance. He knew that it would not be easy, even though he was reborn in Baphomet's body, but he still remained him. The monster landed on the ground with a sword, believing that he knew everything about his enemy. He slightly opened his mouth near the horn, realizing that the enemy just needed to be pinned down. The demon in the form of Beelzebub raised his hand above his head, realizing that he must win and wanted to use absolute distortion of space. Streams of green aura stretched upward. They continued to evaporate into thin air. The protagonist looked up to see that Beelzebub had summoned an army of hell fly monsters with scythes, as this was a sanctuary of death. Two of the fly monsters looked away furiously, wanting to avenge their master Beelzebub. The other fly monsters were also angry, wanting to deal with their ruler. They immediately rushed to attack the protagonist from the sky with their entire army. The demon in the form of Beelzebub growled furiously, wanting Baphomet to die. The Baphomet monster raised its index finger and asked Beelzebub why the ice cream died. The Beelzebub demon along with the hell flies were a little stupefied. Then it changed into the form of a boy and stood there with the same confused look. The brunette held up his index finger and arrogantly repeated his question about why the ice cream died. The boy found himself in space, thinking about ice cream. He was getting closer and closer, holding out his hand and thinking about the answer. The boy seemed to come to his senses, his mouth slightly open. He said with a stunned and frightened look that the ice cream was hit by a car. The boy immediately fell to the ground, leaning on his hands. He understood that the demon had reached him and said that Baphomet's strategy was bad. Baphomet asked the frightened boy about the situation through a telepathic connection. The completely dejected Beelzebub said that they locked him in a warehouse and he heard them discussing what to do with him, kill him or leave him alive. The knight continued to communicate with Beelzebub through a fly on his finger. He answered that the boy needed to run away urgently. If they started looking for information about Baphomet, they would soon get to Beelzebub too. Suddenly, the bandaged boy was surprised when Baphomet said that none of this mattered anymore. The protagonist suggested taking this chance to outwit the villains, wanting Beelzebub to show his power as that would make them want to keep him. There was a long lamp hanging on a beam on the ceiling. The boy asked what it meant. The boy closed his eyes in pity when Baphomet pointed out that the cult was using a more powerful illusion on him. The boy replied that he would be finished, as he had already used the demon eyes to destroy the illusion and it would not work on him a second time. Beelzebub opened his mouth and waved his hand when Baphomet advised him to pretend. The boy replied that it would be difficult and that he would be caught again. The protagonist wondered if Beelzebub could have cast magic on himself again. Beelzebub suddenly widened his eyes in realization when Baphomet pointed out that the plan was much better. The boy explained that it sounded good, but he would need a hook to break the spell, which could be a word or an item. Baphomet said an item or an unusual combination of words, wanting to use that option. The Baphomet monster stood with his hands down and wondered why the ice cream died. The monster tilted his head slightly, smirking about being reborn. After all, he would have to accept it. The monster stood with his sword down, realizing that the enemy had no magical talent and he was not very smart. The monster with red eyes tilted his head, realizing that his enemy could play a tactical game. He concluded that this was why he got the title of boss. The brunette covered himself with a spear in front of the boy's radiant body. All the people also covered their faces from the flow of red wind. Haiti in a cap also raised her hands as a cover. The protagonist crossed his arms in front of his face when he was shown the position below. He looked at the silhouette of the sect leader, from which a red light was emitted. He was told that the source of the leader's power was from below. Beelzebub swung his hand, shouting about the location of the enemy's power. Suddenly, he used the skill Earthquake, and the entire ground below them began to crumble. The slab began to crack too. Suddenly, a crack occurred and all the fragments fell down along with Baphomet. He looked back in flight. He saw a yellow core wrapped in rings. This yellow core looked like a yoke with veins in the rings. The main character swung his foot. He leaned on the flying piece of stone, wanting to jump away from it towards the core. He looked forward with a red gaze. A notification that the skill of the ruler of Baphomet was activated, adrenaline level 2. The sect leader looked to the side, worried. Cheng Yu was downcast and worried, realizing that this could not be. The tip of the spear was about to pierce the yellow core. The protagonist thrust the spear deeper into the core. A bright light shot into the sky from the roof of the building. People watched the bright explosion from the core. They covered themselves with their hands from the bright streams of light and wind. Two boys covered themselves with their hands, looking away when they heard that there was danger. Haiti drew the attention of the worried people to herself, saying that people could be hurt and told everyone to run outside. She shouted menacingly and under her cap to the people to run faster. All the people immediately rushed to run without looking back. The huntress in the cap noticed two people chatting about what to do. Haiti approached them and pointed her hand to the side, telling them not to stand still and run to the exit. The parents answered that their child was still in the building. The girl looked ahead in shock while the other people ran away. The parents said that in this house of prayer their child was receiving treatment from the head of the sect. She remembered the words of the protagonist about a good chance for her, since she could at least slightly correct the mistakes of the past. The two brunettes looked worriedly towards the huntress, who said that their profession is obliged to save civilians in any situation, because this was their reason for existence. Haiti looked forward from under her cap, noting that she would find their children and told the parents to quickly run for cover. The twin girl frantically called for her master. Two twins ran up to Cheng Yu from the side, asking him what they should do, since the magic stone that was filled with his power was broken. The hooded sect leader looked ahead, listening to the girls' accusations that they were very sorry, since they had not been able to notice the enemy earlier and thought that it was all their fault. Cheng Yu replied that the only one who had been deceived here was himself. The protagonist fought fiercely in the fight, baring his teeth. He tried to pierce the magic core that was emitting light. He understood that this was incredibly strong magic, and this was where the enemy's strength lay. The hunter understood that if he could destroy the stone, the enemy could weaken. The brunette angrily looked ahead through his bangs. He was sorry that he would have to miss the opportunity to clash with a strong enemy, understanding that with such a body, he could not die because of such nonsense. The protagonist stared furiously at the light with his eye. He swung his spear and destroyed the cult leader's power stone. A powerful explosion of energy burst forth from the ground. Baphomet stood on the ground and looked up, trying to figure out what to do next. He saw Beelzebub falling towards him through the hole. The boy was flying upside down and said that he didn't have the energy to fly because he had spent it all. The brunette looked up with displeasure, indignant at this situation. Suddenly, he became worried and froze, looking up. He saw two twins in flight trying to catch the boy's falling body. These two girls were back to back, brightly irradiated by the light. The boy looked at what was happening, dumbfounded, covering himself with his hand. The brunette watched everything from the ground carefully. He immediately rushed to attack the twins, covering Beelzebub. He swung his spear in front of the hovering blondes. At this time, Beelzebub continued to fall down, trying to call out to Baphomet. The brunette immediately turned around. The hunter rushed to fly towards the boy, in front of whom a hill rose. Beelzebub plopped down on the ground, grimacing. Two angry twins flew behind the protagonist. He waved his spear at them again. Then the guy looked around warily. He pulled out a long spear between the blondes' faces. They immediately looked at him angrily with black eyes. They immediately dressed themselves in white snakes, trying to embrace the protagonist's body. The boy lay on the ground and looked at what was happening with a heavy heart. Beelzebub watched the black fighting silhouettes near the hole. Suddenly, this violent battle was happening right in front of Beelzebub's face. Beelzebub lay in surprise on a ledge that rose even higher. The frightened boy looked back down from the ledge. The protagonist landed with a spear in a fighting stance. The two twins were also ready to fight. Suddenly, Cheng Yu's legs appeared between the blondes. His silhouette stood behind the two blondes, and he noted that it was a good blow. The blonde grinned maliciously, taking off his mask. He said that he most likely underestimated Baphomet. The protagonist looked at him angrily through his bangs. At this time, Haiti wandered through the dark space. She looked around with a lost look, realizing that the ground was shaking, believing that this was the aftermath of the fight. It was pitch darkness, and the girl could not scout out anything here. Haiti looked around with a worried look, trying to figure out where the children could be. Suddenly, a little girl came out of the door, asking for help. The huntress immediately ran up to the girl, bending down in front of her. She immediately began to ask the girl about her condition. The girl looked ahead, looking down and scared, and the girl realized that she had always been like this, because they had been deceived by an illusion. Haiti sat down on the floor when the girl showed her the way. The girl asked the girl where the others were, to which she received an answer and wanted to find the others so that she could leave here faster. Haiti took the girl's hand and walked with her. Suddenly, her gaze caught on something. She saw the children sitting on the floor in the darkness and was glad that she had found them safe. She moved her hand to the side, saying that she would now take them to their parents. Suddenly, she saw her demon dog in front of her. She looked ahead with trepidation, with tears in her eyes, calling out to Huxial. She was glad that he was alive, looking at his black silhouette. She remembered how the brunette waved her hand, wanting to take the dog to her. The brunette immediately turned back to her boyfriend, who said that the breed she wanted only got bigger with age. The girl then replied that she didn't like big dogs. Then the mother and the girl also looked around the room. The girl saw a dog in the distance and wanted to take it home. Her mother replied that they didn't have a backyard, so they wanted a smaller dog. Then two girls in the store took one dog. One of the girls suggested that her friend stop by the pet store on the way home and buy some things. Then another guy entered the same place, wanting to buy a small dog too. After a while, the guy and the girl were talking to each other. There was a light snowfall near the building. There was a sign of a pet store near the building. A hunting dog was lying on the floor and was greeted. Then the pet store clerk ran up to Haiti, trying to ask the potential customer about her choice. At that moment, the girl turned her attention to the side. She saw a large dog from below, which had been there for a long time. She said that she would take him, and Huxial then perked up a little. She stretched out her hand to the dog's muzzle. The girl with a trembling smile stretched out her hand to the dog, wanting to go home with her. The dog looked at her intently. He closed his eyes tightly. Then he opened them again, looking back. The dog was already home and sitting on the floor. Huxial looked at the closed door of the house. His owner entered the house with a greeting. The dog immediately began to bask and stuck out his tongue. He extended his paw to her. The alarmed children sat on the floor and watched what was happening. The huge monster stepped on the children with his paw, causing blood to splatter. Haiti stood with a downcast look, stretching out her hand. She was completely dumbfounded and horrified by what she saw. Her monster dog raised his muzzle up to the screams of the girl. He immediately looked at her furiously. Suddenly, a paw slashed in front of her. Haiti looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. She stood there without one arm and the body of a child. The protagonist held a spear in his hands. The sect leader noted that he liked the eyes, and if you looked into them, he could see what kind of life a person had lived. Then he added that it had the same smell as him. The blonde looked ahead sarcastically, stretching out his hand. He asked the brunette if it was because of a strong sense of justice that he decided to stop Cheng Yu. The blonde looked ahead mockingly through his bangs. The sect member explained from the brunette's eyes that there was much more evil in his eyes than good. The brunette stood in front of the blonde and his twins, noting that this was all nonsense, because he did not look like an exhibitionist, and he could not create the impression of a cunning pervert doing all sorts of stupid things behind closed doors. Cheng Yu continued to smile, replying that he only wanted to bring goodness and kindness to the world. The brunette smiled sarcastically in response, ironically noting that the sectarian could tell such jokes in a circus. Cheng Yu stared ahead, saying that he really wanted to shut the brunette's filthy mouth. The hunter looked at his enemy arrogantly, saying that he wanted to tear him apart. He stretched out his hand forward, explaining that his disgusting sins were not even close to his, because he did not know compassion and he would not be imbued with them until the very end. He immediately rushed to attack the sectarians with a spear. The blonde, accompanied by twins, watched what was happening. Chang Yu stood with a slight smirk in anticipation. Suddenly, a huge bloodthirsty dog jumped out in front of him. Its paw stepped on the ground. The huge dog stood behind the sectarians. He looked ahead with his red gaze, and Baphomet recognized him. The brunette turned to the wounded Haiti, who asked to kill the dog. With blood from her mouth and tears, she asked Baphomet to kill her dog. The bloodthirsty dog opened his mouth when the huntress noted that many people died because of her greed, and she wanted to put an end to it all. The protagonist looked ahead through his bangs. He immediately soared into the air, trying to dodge the dog's attack because Haiti wanted the monster dead. The wounded girl looked down with a dehydrated look, explaining that her dog should not suffer anymore. Her bloody body sat by the destroyed wall, and she added that Baphomet should release the dog. A powerful explosion with wind and dust occurred in that very place. The monster was reaching out with its claws. It was trying to catch the protagonist, who managed to dodge the attacks. The huge dog swung its paw, throwing shards of stone towards Baphomet. The monster continued to strike with its paw past the hunter, who managed to jump back. The brunette stared ahead, slightly leaning forward. He immediately struck the slab with his fist. With a powerful blow, he crushed the stone slab. The brunette flew with his fist straight into the open mouth of the monster. Suddenly, the monster lost its victim while running. He looked back angrily. Then he raised his head and saw a guy flying at him with a spear. The protagonist sharpened his spear. He tried to pierce the monster's skin from the side. The brunette stared down at the blow, holding the spear. He jabbed the monster in the spine and was unable to pierce it since he had the shadow shield skill activated. The brunette held the tip of the spear in front of the monster's skin since he was unable to pierce it. Suddenly, needles began to fly off the monster's skin in different directions. The protagonist tried to dodge the light needles flying at him. Baphomet looked askance at the claws reaching for him. He immediately extended his spear to cover himself from the blow with his paw. The claws clutching the spear began to slowly break it. The protagonist's eyes bulged, looking at this. He remembered the brunette in blue warning him that if he destroyed the rented items this time, he would have to cover not only the rent but also the cost of the broken equipment. His spear broke into pieces. The monster slashed at the hero with its paw and he broke through every wall as he flew through them. Beelzebub immediately worried about his master sitting on the ledge. Two blonde twins flew up to him from behind. Suddenly, a huge dust explosion occurred on the ledge. The twins looked around angrily. They saw two guards with scythes in front of them. These were Beelzebub's protectors, who were holding the twins back. The boy with a pitiful look replied that he had spent a huge amount of demonic power to summon his boys, so he asked them to take him to a safe place. His monsters asked him if he would abandon Baphomet in that case. Immediately, the angry Beelzebub started shouting that this guy could be anywhere and he would still find a way out. His face immediately turned white and began to emit light. He explained that he got it badly when he decided to help the guy and immediately lost consciousness. Both protectors looked at what was happening in shock, while one of them held the boy's body. Their red eyes were numb, trying to call the master to his senses. One of them told the other to move Beelzebub to a safe place, and the other guys would figure it out. The blonde watched all this with a smirk. Then he cautiously raised his gaze. He was standing in front of a huge hole in the wall. A wind of dust spread out in space. The monster stepped on the ground with its paw. Huxel in a demonic form approached the exhausted brunette. The girl touched the monster's fur. The deceptive illusion of Hades stroked the huge dog, explaining that only after the guy died would they be able to live like before. The black silhouette of the girl grinned slightly, asking Huxel that he should understand this. The monster stretched its claws at the exhausted guy in the wall. Suddenly, the brunette woke up and became angry. He clenched his fist and swung it. He dealt a powerful blow to the huge dog. It immediately flew back. Huxel managed to get up on his paws and stop. He began to bare his teeth when the guy added that the weapon was nonsense. He got into a fighting stance and prepared his fists. The main character looked intently from under his brows, beckoning the monster with his fingers. He wanted to knock the dog down with his fists and called him. The bloodthirsty dog immediately opened his mouth and tried to pounce. Baphomet swung his fist again. The guy hit the monster in the face. The monster slightly tilted its muzzle, opening its mouth. It rushed to run into battle again. This time it already received a crushing kick. Baphomet swung its fists again, wanting to hit the monster. At the same second, his blows flew at the dog's chest. Suddenly, the brunette was stunned and his eyes bulged. At this time, the demonic beast looked up. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, as if trying to breathe. He immediately dealt a crushing blow to the beast's muzzle with pulses of light. He looked at the dog bloodthirstily with his glowing gaze. The beast received numerous blows to itself, lowering its muzzle. The guy furiously looked at what was happening with one eye. At this time, the dog looked back with a red eye. The protagonist dealt the last light blow to the beast, wishing it death. The brunette immediately landed on the ground. The main character was alarmed when he saw the black flashes of light and shadows of the trees because it was the ultimate skill of the shadow forest. The brunette looked back warily, seeing the dog's gaze. He immediately extended his hand to protect himself from the shot. 3 cuts appeared on his hand. Bright beams of light flew past the main character from all sides. Baphomet slightly dodged one flying beam. Suddenly, he saw a huge white dog to the side. The guy again waved his hand away from the beam of energy. Baphomet looked angrily from under his brows, having received more cuts. He began to run forward, reflecting light shots along the way with his hand. He brought his fist to the open mouth of the beast. He immediately fell back when the glowing beast was nearby. The guy immediately turned around and began to run away, realizing that at this rate he would definitely be left without hands. The main character looked intently from under his bangs, realizing that he needed to take the matter more seriously. A notification popped up that the Baphomet ruler skill had been activated. The glowing white beast looked up as notifications popped up that there was adrenaline and a level 2 target. The protagonist flew straight into a frontal attack on the white dog. They almost caught up with each other as white and red beams flew through. White shards of light flew past the brunette. The monster looked up angrily. The brunette looked at the monster furiously, wanting to finally finish it off. He raised his wounded hand and surrounded it with flames. In his fiery aura, he flew to attack the white monster. He used his spells. The white beast stared ahead. A powerful fiery explosion occurred. The beast's silhouette began to burn in the flames. The protagonist angrily screamed for the monster to die. The beast's silhouette continued to burn. He imagined his elderly parents in the shadows, wishing for him to die. The desperate look of the monster was burned in the fire. Then the monster introduced Hyung-yi, who crossed his arms and wished death. The beast was already burning in the fire. The girl in his imagination was standing with her back turned. Haiti in his head looked back and wished death to the dog. The protagonist looked at the outstretched hand in confusion. Suddenly he became alarmed. His torn off hand flew past. The dog ran out from under the fire and squeezed the protagonist in his mouth. When Baphomet was in the Tower of the Abyss, his weapons were animal claws or fangs. The black monster with horns heard the words that he did not want to die and a request to save him. If the claws or fangs were damaged, the battle on such a day became terrible. The monster lay on the ground defeated by a large sword. The hero asked why it was not working, and the monster said discontentedly that he was crazy. He asked to spare him. Baphomet held a huge sword, telling the beast that it would still come back to life. He completed the strike, and blood splashed out. The tower boss held a sword in his hand, saying that it was dirty, and then he realized that a good battle required a higher quality weapon. Baphomet in human form gritted his teeth, thinking that no, this is all nonsense. He was lying on the ground in the mouth of a huge beast and thought, is this a kaleidoscope? Why did he suddenly remember it? The guy was trembling. Trying to get out of the mouth, he thought that he used the raven's skill, but could not deliver a fatal blow. If it does not work, he may lose. The brunette's eyes widened, and the pupil became very small. He realized that he thought that he would succeed with the raven's skill. The huge dog raised its mouth along with the guy. The brunette, trembling, gritted his teeth. He remembered how Beelzebub pointed at him, saying that he was exactly the same. Now he was finished. Will he die? He remembered the girl with the microphone, who said that he wanted to use the equipment. Exactly, if he had normal equipment. Baphomet imagined a white-haired guy surrounded by blue fire. In front of him was a sharp blade. The hero looked down in amazement. Sharp teeth bared. The dog opened its mouth. The hunter opened it with a movement of his leg and looked forward with displeasure. With a sharp movement, he jumped out of the mouth. The wounded brunette without an arm stood straight. Baphomet screamed, calling for the inventory. A bright explosion appeared under his feet. The guy realized that he was a fool for relying only on Raven's skill. A red information window appeared in front of the brunette. He thought he always fought like this. His finger touched the blocked sword. He imagined a player with a shining sword, thinking that Raven used this weapon to fight him when he was in his prime. He didn't just block his attacks, he killed him with this sword. He imagined a bright blade illuminated by blue fire. Surely this is a top-tier weapon since he used it. It's just a different level than the cheap one he rented. The wounded Baphomet bent over in front of the white dog, thinking that there was one problem. He looked at the red information window. The sword was covered with a lock sign, and the system reported that this weapon is not available for use. The hero cursed. The information window said that this weapon is not available for use. Baphomet bowed in front of the white dog, thinking that he should not be made fun of. The system repeated the warning. The guy tried to stop the white paw with his foot and mentally demanded to open. He flew at the beast from above. The system repeated that the weapon was unavailable. Baphomet repeated the demand to open. The foot touched the ground. The brunette stood in front of a huge white dog. The beast's eye was red. The hero looked at it carefully. He thought that if he died, a bright spark flew in a zigzag. The beast opened its mouth in front of the guy. He finished the thought that he would also have problems. A sword was shining at the intersection of the chains. It had sharp shapes. A giggle was heard. A bright spark appeared, and the guy began to fall. He covered his face with his wounded hand, hearing that it was threatening him. Quite funny. Looking at his hand, Baphomet heard that it was his weapon. A little early, but he would allow him to use him. A bright shining sword appeared in front of the brunette. The voice said that he was his weapon. The boy looked ahead in surprise, thinking, ego weapon. Baphomet was angry at the goddess. He imagined a long-haired girl lying on the couch who reluctantly agreed to do it, otherwise he would start nagging again. But there was something else. The shining purple sword said that it was ego weapon, a magic sword that changes depending on the user's desires. Let's see if Baphomet can control it properly, the excited brunette asked, depending on the desires, and heard the urge to speak. The purple sword, shimmering, asked what form it should take. The hero smiled. It answered that the form does not matter. A white paw was approaching the brunette. He said that the main thing is that it is big and strong. The beast's blow left a crack in the ground. He looked at his paw questioningly. Suddenly Baphomet appeared next to him, holding a sword surrounded by red flashes. The system reported that the passive skill of the Master of Weapons 3 was activated. Baphomet held a black sword with a red stone in his hand. The system reported the automatic use of the weapon grab skill. The red window said that experience points increase proportionally to the mastery of a weapon of a similar rank. The hunter was rapidly approaching the white dog. He swung his hand. The beast looked at him. The blow left a bright red mark. Bright red blood splashed. The dog's body was cut. Baphomet smiled evilly and rushed to attack again. A bright spark remained from the movement. The beast rose on its hind legs, throwing the guy back. Cracks were left on the ground. The guy rushed to attack again, surrounded by red light. The fur on the beast's body turned into sharp spikes. Baphomet was approaching with a sword. There were diamond-shaped stones on the blade. The guy swung, leaving a red mark. The white dog opened its mouth. Baphomet screamed. A red wound crossed its paw. The same one appeared on the body. A red flash appeared on the white fur. A foot in a black boot was approaching. Baphomet finished off the beast with his foot, throwing it back. He held the sword in front of him. Blood splashed as he plunged it into the beast. The dog opened its mouth. A hand rose up with a raised index finger. The girl called canine. The eye glowed red. The beast threw the guy back with a stream of power. Its clawed paw trembled, but he jumped after it. It opened its toothy mouth. He remembered the image of the girl who said that Huxial was now. Haiti pointed her hand, saying that now he could stop trying. White sparks appeared in front of the red eye. The body of the beast was crossed with many red lines. The fur turned black. The dog opened his eye. The black and white Huxial sat on the ground, hearing his name. One of the people waved at him, asking what he was doing there. Let him come here, it was time to go home. The dog closed his eyes and stuck out his tongue. He waved his paw, thinking that's it. The dog's paws were stained with blood. He thought that he could stop trying. The tongue was stuck out. Now they were together again. The silhouette of the dog walking between the four silhouettes. A sound was heard in the gray space, and a bright flash of an explosion was heard. It became even bigger. Baphomet appeared behind the blonde man standing in the rubble of stones. The cult leader turned around and made a sound of admiration. Looking at him, Baphomet said that now it was his turn, calling him an exhibitionist. Xiangan stood with his eyes closed. He looked to the left and then to the right, then slapped his forehead with his palm. The guy asked what was this. Xiangan stood in the middle of the destroyed room, on which there were rubbles, and asked what was going on. Next stood a bloody Baphomet. Mr. Manhwa, that is, Baphomet, a brunette, stained with blood, clenched his teeth. He thought that he was actually going to say the same thing. A few hours ago, Cheng Yu asked the exhibitionist with a smile. Baphomet did not want to talk about it. The brunette angrily shouted at him to shut up. He stood in front of the guy, the wind ruffling their clothes. The white-haired looked down. Two girls ran up to the fighting guys, calling out to their master. A white snake, coming from the body of a man, rushed towards the brunette holding a sword. Baphomet held back the attack of the snake-headed man with a sword, asking who else is this. Bright flashes appeared from the blow. The girl called out to the second. The eyes of the girl with white hair were completely black. Surrounded by a red glow, Baphomet attacked so that a white flash appeared. Looking forward, he said that he got rid of the pawns. He turned his head to the side. He held the sword, looking at the white-haired man. Cheng Yu looked at him. A white flash appeared. The brunette quickly attacked. A red streak of impact crossed the white-haired man's body lengthwise. White butterflies appeared from the black rift. Baphomet stood with a sword in his hands, surrounded by sparkling butterflies. Two figures in white appeared behind him. The figures surrounded the brunette. Baphomet stood in the center of a golden symbol, with many copies of the cult leader around him. The guy extended his hand with a smile and said that he was sorry. If he had immediately guessed about its existence, it would have been more fun. Butterflies circled above his black gloved palm. Chang Yu repeated that he was very sorry. The coppers stretched out their hands. Baphomet jumped, escaping from the explosion, hearing that he was sorry that he had to be content with this. He looked at the shining silhouette next to him. The white-haired man jumped and hovered next to the brunette, asking if maybe it was not too late. Two identical blondes with sly smiles surrounded Chang Yu, offering to indulge in pleasure together and not waste time on a fight. Butterflies fluttered between the strands of hair. A question was heard, or did he not like him? The reflection of lust turned into a girl who asked if it would work out like this. Baphomet swung his sword, leaving a red mark, and ordered him to leave. A golden glow appeared around his palm, and laughter was heard. Copies of the enemy surrounded Baphomet, who was covering himself with his hand, saying that he had a cute reaction. The brunette quickly attacked, hearing a request to think again. The gloomy blonde asked if it was better to know the highest pleasure than to shed blood. The brunette's body was surrounded by a red aura. He heard that he was the only one giving such a chance. The guy's eyes widened when he heard about the chance to become his slave. Baphomet hit the guy with his sword and cursed. The blonde's eyes were very surprised, and blood appeared from his mouth. He was amazed, wondering how he knew where his real body was. Was it an accident? He looked at the dark-haired back of his head and thought no. Baphomet turned his gaze and looked at him. The leader realized that he had guessed where he was. The movement of the brunette's sword left a bright red mark. The amazed girl lay face down on the ground. The second one was sitting by the broken wall. They called out to the owner. Two giant white snakes broke through the roof of the house. Baphomet flew between the debris, as did the cult leader. The brunette swung at the snake in amazement. Its huge mouth was open right in front of the guy, saying, "Where are you going?" Baphomet jumped back, leaving a bright mark behind him. His leg was surrounded by a red glow. The eye of the white snake was completely red. The hunter landed on her head between the eyes. He raised his hand with the sword and struck it with a swift movement. Baphomet landed next to the snake's head and stood in a determined pose, holding the sword in his hand. Two snakes were writhing nearby. Turning to them, Baphomet ordered them to leave. The bodies of the reptiles were surrounded by a haze. They opened their huge mouths, attacking the guy. Darkness. The body of the snake was stained with blood. From the sharp movement of the sword, the bodies of the snakes fell to the ground. Baphomet stood surrounded by a red haze, and then looked at Chang Yu, who was sitting by the stone. One of the snakes was barely moving on the ground, asking how the master could do this. The second snake looked at its sister and told her to listen carefully. The sharp tip of the sword almost touched the nose of the white-haired man. Baphomet stood next to the seated opponent, pointing the sword at him. Memories that did not belong to him began to appear in his head. In these memories, Baphomet screamed, and he began to remember something. Chang Yu put his hand in his pocket with a smile. In his memory, he saw how he was killed, how the silhouette stood, stepping on the man's body, and what kind of will he felt. Baphomet swung his burning sword. Yes, he also wanted this man to die in the same way. At that moment, the snake's mouth opened. An explosion occurred near the neck of a huge white snake. Baphomet looked at them with displeasure and shouted about how resilient snakes were. His eyes widened in surprise. The snake, opening its mouth, approached the white-haired man's body. Holding the sword, Baphomet exclaimed, "Really? No." But the snake slammed its mouth shut. The guy started to run, shouting that he had to endure so much, and he rushed at the snake with a sword, shouting, "Where are you going? He will not allow this." A second snake appeared in front, taking the blow. The snake with a wounded neck told the second to leave quickly. Opening its mouth in front of the attacking guy, she hurried her. Sharp teeth were visible in her open mouth. Baphomet screamed, and at that moment a bright flash of an explosion and a glow in the distance appeared. Debris lay on the ground. Baphomet appeared among the debris. A figure appeared behind the brunette, giggling. The burnt girl said with a smile that it seemed like he had been preparing for this for a long time. It was a pity, but nothing could be done. Someone like him should not interfere with the master's affairs. Baphomet froze in surprise, and then laughed. He stood in front of the girl and laughed loudly. She looked at him in surprise and said that he had finally gone crazy. The guy's eyes opened wide, the girl's eyes were also wide open, and the pupil was very small. Baphomet attacked the amazed girl. Staring forward, she called out to the master, but a sharp blow cut her in half and blood splashed. The hunter squeezed the hilt of the sword and cursed. There was blood on his face. He clenched his teeth and cursed. The guy fell to one knee. He was covered in blood. His pupil was very small. Among the debris, his dark silhouette was visible. The man quoted that they secretly entered inside, and they were noticed, so they had to fight. Xiang-un narrowed his eyes in displeasure and asked, "Is he asking to believe this?" Across from him, a displeased Baphomet was sitting in a computer chair. He replied that he didn't have to believe it, he didn't care. A question was heard in the room with gray panels: does he care after he's done something? He must have heard it from Kang. The guy with glasses said that as soon as danger appears, They should report the situation and leave. The Baphomet sitting opposite said that everything happened before he even discovered the danger. Seong-un asked, is he really so ignorant of everything that he couldn't understand this in time? The brunette looked at him silently. He remembered the image of the dark-haired man in a suit who said that it was unknown when changes might begin. In general, hunters should not be pressured. It is necessary to alternate the stick and the carrot. Chang Yu closed his eyes, thinking maybe he gave too much carrot. The image of Baphomet was gloomy. He thought that if he did not listen to orders and acted arbitrarily, there was no point in trusting him. Hunting dogs that did not listen to their master's words were usually killed. The guy leaned on his palm, thinking that he should not lose sight of the growth rate either. The brunette was surprised to see a black spot appear under his palm, thinking that maybe it would really be better to cut it off at the root before it sprouted. Suddenly, a white-haired girl in a purple dress appeared. Seong-un looked at her, surrounded by a glow. The long-haired girl hovered behind Baphomet. She stretched out her palm and touched the surprised Seong-un's cheek with her palm. Yoon-seo shouted discontentedly, "Open!" She stood in front of Yu Hyun and discontentedly demanded that the door be opened. The guy stood with his back to the door, saying that an interrogation was underway now. Entry was prohibited to outsiders. The woman put her hands on her hips in displeasure, saying that she was involved in this case, that her patient was inside, and although he was regenerating quickly, he still shouldn't move that much. Yoon-seo waved her hand and shouted angrily that, besides, he was in her guild, and she wouldn't allow her people to be detained without asking. T-Young looked at her indifferently, saying that it was his boss who assigned him to her guild. The woman frowned. The brunette heard the words, so that's how he spoke. He opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that he would then see himself on the news. Yoon-seo grabbed his jacket, shouting that if he didn't open the door right now, she would do a striptease. Darkness. The woman broke through the brunette, shouting that the elder had come for 302. She was surprised, looking at Seong-un sitting on the floor in front of the table. The guy, blue with fear, exclaimed, "A ghost." A trembling voice said that this was an order from the system. Yoon-seo, crossing her arms over her chest, asked, was it an order from the system, something like a horror story told among hunters? Seong-un touched his forehead in dismay, saying that he himself had seen that white hair and strange energy. The woman standing in front of the table was asking the guy. It was a girl. Having received the answer that yes, she asked if she was beautiful. The guy answered that yes, although he was not himself. Yoon-seo asked if she was more beautiful and heard the question, does it matter now? The guy said that he saw the red window of the system that she had also seen. The woman waved her hand in surprise, asking, a different window, did it threaten him? Seong-un silently touched his forehead. He said it wasn't that it threatened him. The red window of the system informed him that he should not be killed. The white-haired girl in the purple dress smiled slightly. The system informed him that it would be better for himself. Seong-un stood surrounded by pixels. The red information window said that he would fulfill her wish, and his will. The boy lowered his head, wondering if that ghost knew about his goal. The girl asked, did he threaten? He says, why did he stop in mid-sentence? There was a ventilation grid on the ceiling. The answer was heard, as if she was persuading him. Yoon-seo asked, persuading, whatever it was, nothing changes. Patient 302 has something special. Baphomet stood with his hand in his pocket. Beelzebub in a yellow sweater looked at him in surprise. He stood in front of the brunette and said that judging by his intact hand, the treatment was successful. That was good. He did everything as he said. Did he want to check? The brunette turned away, and the boy looked at him and was silent. Beelzebub waved his hand, saying that he could not do anything. His strength was running out. He would not have helped anyway. The brunette looked down and called out to him when he heard that he was sorry he missed it if there was another chance. Looking over his shoulder, the brunette told him to be quiet and then was surprised to hear laughter. Someone was laughing. The purple sword was surrounded by a blue glow. The weapon's ego said that it was finally time to intervene. The boys looked at the hovering silhouette of the sword and heard that there were unresolved issues between them. The sword shimmered with a blue-violet glow, saying that on that day it gave him a temporary right to use itself, but now he would have to pass its test to do so. Words were heard from the shimmering sword for him to show him what he was capable of. Baphomet decisively grabbed the surprised blade with his hand and began to spin it above his head, shouting, what is he doing? He pointed a beam of light through a magnifying glass, and the ego said that it was hot. Baphomet stuck the tip of the sword in the icy water and heard that it was cold. He used the welding machine and mask. Hearing that it hurt, there would be scratches. The weapon's ego screamed, trying to stop. If he treated him like this, he would not be responsible for himself. He could not stand it anymore. The roof of the house appeared. The trembling purple sword trembled under the shadow of the palm and said that he gave up. Baphomet won. He raised the blade with his hand and told him to politely call him senior from now on. Beelzebub stood by and thought that there was nothing to worry about. The improvement was complete. The boy looked at the purple blade and asked why the weapon felt pain. He answered that they could feel pain if the damage was done by the user. Baphomet brought the sword to his face and asked, Then it was affected by the user. He heard that it was the user's points, their personality, their playstyle, and especially the user's strength affected him. Baphomet looked down. Touching his chin, Beelzebub asked, was the previous owner, Raven, a hunter? The weapon's ego replied that Raven was capable, but boring. He did not use all of its features and only used it as a saber. Baphomet looked at the blade in his hand. Compared to him, Baphomet, that is, the Elder, uses different forms. This suits him better. Baphomet held the blade in his hand, hearing his request and further. The guy interrupted, asking what he said, that it is affected by the user's skills. Clutching the blade, the hunter grimly asked whose skills are closer to him, his or Raven's. Beelzebub stood in the room, excited. The blade flickered with purple flashes, and then wondered, why ask the obvious? The higher the stats, the more he likes it. The brunette looked at the sword. Ego's weapon said that it should know better because he lost the battle with Raven dry. If you remember the battle with that pervert and imagine exactly the same conditions. Beelzebub waved his hand in dismay, thinking, why did he talk about this? The sword continued that Raven would have dealt with 2 snakeheads a long time ago. He imagined a white-haired player without an arm, and blue flashes of power. Ego continued that he would have left only ashes from that psychopath. He imagined Raven standing in the blue glow with a sword. Baphomet stood in the room with a sword opposite the guy. Beelzebub was shaking, covering his mouth with his hand. There was a shadow on the hunter's face. He lowered his head in displeasure. Holding the sword, he admitted that yes, that's true, he is weak. Beelzebub was displeased to hear that if he were stronger, he would have done it, and thought that this is how he perceives it. He is really crazy about battles. Baphomet said that this is his shortcoming. Squeezing the handle, he continued that he will definitely kill him so that not a trace will remain. The guy was gloomy and said that from now on he will. The white-haired girl with pink eyes encouraged him to talk more. The girl with long hair and a purple dress thought that due to the emergence of passionate desire, Baphomet's indicators increase extremely quickly. The hero standing with a sword in his hand ended up even stronger. There were gray tiles on the ground. People were walking across the square. In a tall rectangular building, all the same windows were lit. In a plastic box lay a bag of blood. On the tables lay bodies. Others lay on the other side. People walked through a room with tables on which lay bodies. A leg emerged from the blood. The man had long hair. The girl with green hair was lying in a pool of blood. She threw her head back. Her eyes were closed, and then they opened wide in shock. She pointed the gun forward and shot the man in the head. White butterflies flew from the head. Chang Yu touched the girl's green hair and said with a smile that they had not seen Peacemaker for a long time, and she was still in shape. Turning around, she called him Loki and asked why he came to her. The blonde said with a smile that he had a favor to ask her. Peacemaker chuckled and asked, a favor. There was blood on her hand. In the corner of the room there was a flower. The girl with green hair knocked the guy over and sat on top of him, holding him by the neck. She angrily shouted that Loki had played too much and lost his strength. She held him down, not letting him get up, and asked what kind of guy had fucked him like that. It seems he is very strong. Peacemaker said with a wild look that she was very curious to know what he was like and heard that he was handsome. Her gaze became surprised. The girl stood up. The guy who stood up heard her question, handsome. Loki said that yes, the code name is Baphomet, and a rank hunter. As she can see, he has temporarily lost his strength, so he is now vulnerable. The girl touched the blue information window with her finger, repeating the data, and said that she would like him to bring him to her. Loki looked at her with a smile and said that he thinks he can give in to her. Peacemaker blushed cutely, exclaiming, so it was him, Baphomet. She likes his dark skin. In front of her was a photo of a brunette. She asked, I wonder what his blood tastes like. It was written about the move to the chat. Attached was a photo in which Valkyrie was sitting with a phone in her hands. The man wrote that today she is a goddess, her appearance is killer. Does he know that it was not Valkyrie who cleared the Labyrinth Tower? There were no official announcements either. Then who cleared it? Probably another S-rank hunter, possibly Echidna. The interlocutor wrote that it was not Echidna, but a hunter named Baphomet. Baphomet, who is this unknown player? Baphomet's code name is exactly the same as the boss of the Abyss Tower. The green message box said that because this hunter is the boss of the Abyss Tower. Several question marks. What nonsense, for a monster to become a human. Laughter, stop watching cartoons. And the answer that it is true. The phone fell to the floor with a scream. The guy in the gray sweater stood in front of the computer, asking why no one believes him. He saw it with his own eyes, an eye with a brown iris. In the Labyrinth Tower, Baphomet had long black hair and horns. He saw its essence. Baphomet in the form of a beast had a black mane and horns. The guy repeated what he saw in the Abyss Tower. The guy in the gray sweater stood tiredly, shouting that he saw Baphomet, that's why he knows. There were several buildings nearby. The man held a phone in his hands, laughing, saying that this is called a smartphone. Beelzebub picked up the phone with shining eyes, saying that with it he can read novels as much as he wants. Baphomet said that finally his phone won't run out of power so quickly. Let him buy less, does he at least know how much he spent? Turning around, the boy said that he makes good money. The hunter exclaimed that while he picks his nose, he risks his life. The boy told the guy holding the helmet that he was just saving money. How many times had he offered to buy an air conditioner and he didn't even hear him? Baphomet said that he cares about the environment, and Beelzebub exclaimed, since when did he not care? The hunter replied that he bought him a phone because he helped catch that pervert, let him use it wisely. Then he suddenly turned his head to the red information window. The information window said there was a message from the central office. Did he want to check? Baphomet asked, "What is this, the central office?" Beelzebub was surprised to hear the elder reading the red message, which read as follows: "Dear Hunter, we are notifying you of the sale of the Rizal Labyrinth Tower Boss crystals." He said that it seemed like the sale was completed and said the amount. The heroes looked ahead in surprise. Their eyes became huge and round. Baphomet said 10, 20, 100, 800 million. The red information window said 800 million won. After deducting duties and taxes, he could cash out the amount at the central office. Beelzebub asked, did he earn 800 million? The boy stood next to the guy, asking, did he sell his life, and even how many stews can he buy? Is it really necessary to think about stews now? They were the bosses of the tower. Beelzebub pointed at the skyscraper, shouting that he could now buy a small apartment in this building. Baphomet exclaimed in displeasure, what is he talking about? With his money he can afford housing in Seoul. He said there is one way. Baphomet turned gloomily and said, in the crystal that is in his body. Beelzebub indignantly shouted that he is crazy, there can be no crystal in a human body. White clouds floated in the blue sky. Words were heard that first you need to get money, and only then think about how to use it. Above the high windows was a sign of a restaurant. People were sitting at tables, discussing, isn't this Valkyrie? Let him look there. A photo of a girl was opened on the phone screen. Words were heard that it turned out well in the photo on the social network. 4 girls were sitting at a set table with phones in their hands. One of them said that it was just hot outside today. The second one said that it was proof that summer had come. The third one asked if they were going to a cafe after lunch. The white-haired girl was holding her phone in her hands, hearing a conversation that there was a cozy place nearby. The girl would order ice cream there. Valkyrie's gaze was sad. Her friends heard the words that it was not funny. She was asked who. Valkyrie leaned on her hand and said that she was talking about Dihyun. She was asked if she was talking about the hunter Abin. Echidna was holding her phone in her hand. Her friend said that she had met him a couple of times and he only talked about his own things. He was talking about a golf course, then he was talking with such hypocrisy about how he participated in a campaign to help those in need. Valkyrie, closing her eyes, touched her chest and said that it was disgusting to watch people pretend. She still liked it better. The girl stuck out her tongue, shocked by her friend's words, who continued that hunters like Baphomet, but there was nothing to be done. He turned her down. The girl sitting at the table heard a question. How could he turn her down if she didn't even confess her feelings to him? 0 confessions, 1 refusal. The blonde said discontentedly that she simply offered to have dinner after clearing the labyrinth tower. She remembered Baphomet in only jeans, who asked for dinner. The girl covered her face embarrassedly and answered that yes. The guy chuckled. Covering one eye, Valkyrie heard that he needed to pass the level test and then do repairs. Looking at her, the brunette said that he could not, there was no time. Valkyrie replied that she could have dinner alone. It did not matter. The girls looked at her gloomily, thinking, have dinner alone? It seems she had never dated guys. There was a picture on the wall. A question was heard, maybe he had someone. The girl raised a finger and imagined Baphomet hugging a dark silhouette and asked, or did he prefer men? An exclamation was heard that this was definitely not true. Echidna, with a glass in her hand, told the disgruntled blonde that either she was not his type, that was also possible. Valkyrie pouted with displeasure, hearing that especially he could have someone. Baphomet looked forward, hearing how he was called. Beelzebub looked out from behind him. The girl covered her eye, saying that they never saw each other after the labyrinth tower. Looking at him, the blue-haired girl asked if he remembered her. She was Reaper, a hotel building with a black sign towered. The guys looked ahead in surprise. The 3 of them were sitting at a round set table, asking what this was. Reaper clasped her fingers and looked at them, saying that if they wanted, they could order more. She would pay for everything. Baphomet, sitting opposite, asked why she suddenly decided to treat him. The girl answered that he led everyone out of the labyrinth tower, so she wanted to say thank you. But when she arrived, he had already been discharged from the hospital and she did not know his number. Smiling, the blue-haired girl said that since they had already met, she should thank him. Looking at her, Baphomet answered that that was why she spoke informally. She addressed him formally in the tower. Reaper answered that they were the same age. She could not speak formally all the time. The guy answered that this may not be her real age. The girl asked what he was talking about. Looking at her with displeasure, the hero asked if she was checking his data. The huntress looked at him with a slight smile. She said that, to be honest, she wanted to know something. Reaper, who was sitting at the table, asked if he was the one who cleared the labyrinth tower by any chance. She asked the Arc Guild. They said they didn't. The central office doesn't want to reveal the identity since the one who cleared the tower wanted to remain incognito. Only he remains. Baphomet looked at the girl carefully. Closing her eyes, Reaper said that although if he denies it, nothing can be done since she has no evidence. There were plates of food on the table. The girl looked ahead with a smile. She said that she had one request. Baphomet asked again in surprise when he heard the request, can he be her mercenary? The huntress said that she was in the central office to find a hunter who could be a mercenary. Beelzebub, holding a fork in his hand, glanced at the guy and thought that it seemed like a long conversation. What was he eating here? The girl continued that he was there. Baphomet looked away, hearing that he was a good fighter and was also able to immediately determine the tactics for clearing the tower. Reaper smiled and intertwined her fingers, thinking that he might still have cleared the labyrinth tower, and said out loud that she would certainly pay. There was a rich chandelier hanging on the ceiling. Baphomet asked if she was planning to go to a dangerous tower since she needed a mercenary. The huntress replied that yes, judging by the information obtained, it was similar in difficulty to the labyrinth tower. Baphomet silently closed his eyes, hearing about the reward and details of the deal. Opening his mouth, he said that the payment was 800 million. Beelzebub choked in shock. Reaper looked at him in surprise. Baphomet crossed his arms and said that she said it was dangerous if he had to risk his life. That amount? The girl interrupted him, agreeing. The boys asked in surprise, what? The huntress sitting at the table said that he was right, it was dangerous to live. Baphomet asked in surprise, how much money did she have? The door to the room opened. The man who entered exclaimed, asking when the lady arrived. She only had to ring the bell. The men bowed, noticing that she had a guest, and apologized for being rude. Baphomet watched in silence as the man said that the chairman was currently in a meeting, and Reaper replied that she always saw her uncle at home anyway. The girl froze, hearing him ask, lady. She responded, turning around and replied that this hotel belonged to her family. The hotel building was very rich. The heroes looked at her in surprise. The girl looked at them with a questioning smile. The boys closed their eyes from her radiance. Reaper was floating in front of him, surrounded by many golden spoons. This is how they see her. With a smile, the girl said that she was going to clear the sacred tower. The man asked sullenly, the sacred tower, is it still there? The man looked at the standing girl in the suit and asked, is everyone there dead? Zest answered that no, the system recognized signs of life. She asked, what should we do? Is this hunter one of those who works for the director? The man asked displeasedly, what is saying in the Sungwoon Guild? The girl introduced a man with long blonde hair and said that 3 high-ranking hunters were imprisoned in the tower, and their master Van Gogh said that he would personally clear the tower and free his people. Looking at her displeased, the man said no, he only needs to clear the tower, then they will benefit too. Walking down the corridor, he told the girl to contact the Sungwoon Guild and tell them that they would find a way, and to make sure that no one would come close to the sacred tower except for the hunters they would find themselves. Words were heard in the tall building that she had foreseen this and had already given the order. The man noticed that she was handling things quickly. Zest asked what was up with the list of hunters who would help. The elder replied that it would be good to hire mid-level hunters, otherwise there were some A-rank hunters who did not have much potential and only got in the way. He noticed, hearing the question, that it was impossible to enter the sacred tower. They saw Baphomet and Reaper standing next to the indignant girl. The hunters looked at the girl angrily and asked why they could not enter there, and Baphomet asked if she would definitely give him 800 million. He absolutely had to get into the tower. Yu Young waved her hands with tears in her eyes and said that according to the rules, she can't give out such information. The guy asked what the rule was. The heroes froze as the man offered to tell them with a smile. Baphomet looked over his shoulder. The man said with a displeased look that he hadn't seen the loser, or rather, the hunter Baphomet, for a long time. They asked if they wanted to apply. The man sat across from the heroes on the couch, saying that he wanted to ask them to participate in the operation, since they were rank hunters, so they could get into the tower and everyone would come out a winner. Baphomet crossed his arms and asked what he was planning. The older man waved his hand and replied with a smile that he simply worked for an organization that trained hunters. Opening his eyes, he said that all hunters were treated with respect. Baphomet looked at him darkly, thinking that he worked for an organization that trained hunters, and he hired others. It seemed like there was someone very valuable in this tower. Raising her hand, Reaper said that she had a question. Who were the hunters they were supposed to help? The man said that one of them was S rank. The tip of the sword was stained with blood. Codenamed Chu, he was something like the right hand of the guild master of Sungwoon. On the bodies of the monsters, a man was crouched. A rank hunter Nelia, a summoner and the only girl. And lastly, the younger brother of the legendary hunter Raven. Baphomet was surprised to hear this. On the guy's shoulder was a patch with wings. He was considered the best at present. He was the hunter Griffin. The blonde looked up. The brunette repeated his name in surprise. Part of the quest collapsed, and a fire raged below. The man ran, screaming for help. The leg of a huge monster appeared. The brown monster was standing on the road, its tail touching the car. Through half-open eyes, a silhouette was visible and a call was heard. The image became a little clearer, the words Soo-hyuk were heard. The boy looked at Soo-hyuk in fear and shouted. The boy asked if he was hurt and the other answered that his head hurt, there was an accident. Turning around, the boy in the white t-shirt said that he did not see his mom and dad, they needed to be found and let him sit here. He was not going anywhere. Soo-hyuk extended his hand, trying to stop the older one from running away. His eyes were closing when he asked not to go. Everything was getting darker. He repeated that the older one should not go. Griffin looked ahead excitedly. He was sitting, leaning on his knee, and heard a question, was he awake? The guy apologized and asked, did he get up too late? The man answered no, he just came, and asked how he felt. A palm fell on his shoulder with the words that then let him put everything in order here. Griffin stood with a sword in his hand at the door with an intricate pattern. A white building without windows towered. A question was heard, is there any strange sensations when he moves his hand? Baphomet moved his hands and answered that he didn't. The woman folded her hands behind her back and said that the only one who could take care of her team was her, the guild leader. She also provided free medical treatment. The brunette objected that the government only provided benefits for him. Yoon-seo said that she gave him more than that. She folded her palms in a sweet gesture and asked if he had changed his mind and wouldn't leave the guild, right? The brunette turned away, saying that there was nothing to be done if he wanted to get into the tower. The woman asked if he was talking about the sacred tower. She heard that it had appeared recently. Would he be able to handle it? The top of the tower was shaped like a diamond, surrounded by discs. Yoon-seo said that even if it was a mission, a battle was still inevitable. Baphomet asked if he wasn't going to fight, then why go into the tower at all? Raising her finger, the bespectacled woman said that was true, but there was almost no information about the sacred tower. What did the leader say? Looking at her, the brunette replied that he was not saying anything. They had not seen each other since that incident. It seemed he was dealing with what he had done. Although he had to work hard, he had given him so much work. Yoon-seo looked thoughtfully, thinking that it looked suspicious. The woman told him to be careful, and then remembered. She left her hand and asked him to give her his. The hunter indignantly asked what she was going to do. She answered that she would not do anything strange. The guy held out his hand, and she reached for it with both palms. A bright glow spread around the palms. Baphomet looked at it in surprise. Closing her eyes, the woman said that everything was ready. The brunette raised his hand, thinking that it seemed to have become lighter. On his elbow, making sounds, sat small round glowing balls. The guy asked who they were, and heard that they were spirits. His arm had not yet fully recovered, some parts were still poorly functioning, these spirits would heal them. The small round spirits smiled, holding a pole in their hand. Baphomet asked why they were smiling, and received the answer that they liked to heal. Yoon-seo heard that she looked like a mage and replied with a smile that, to be more precise, she was a spirit summoner. The brunette looked at her after hearing that she did not have the ability to kill, so she acted as a support during her studies. There were many hunters like her in her time, so she was often called a buffer. Clouds floated in the sky. At the end of the long tower of the temple, there was a cross. The man addressed the parishioners. He stood behind the podium and asked them to answer the question, why do they need faith? The people sitting on the benches, did they hear the question in order to pass the exam well? Did the girl with long hair hear the question, or to get a prestigious job? Waving his hand, the priest asked, for a bright future. For some of them, it may be so. The man smiled slightly, saying that what they can see and hear, for all this they should thank their eternal Lord, so they are filled with faith. The man, blessed by the rays, said that if they do so. Peacemaker, spreading her arms with a smile, said that God will bless them even more. She sat on the bench and told Loki that his sermon was so blessed. Where did she learn it? The guy answered that he had one friend, and he learned it from him. The girl noticed that he even dyed his hair to fool people. The former blonde said with a smile that blonde does not quite suit a pastor. Adjusting his hair, Peacemaker asked, is this their style? Did he persuade this mother and daughter and become a pastor? She imagined a girl standing next to a woman by the wall and asked where her husband, who was also a priest, went. The women's gazes glowed red. They were surrounded by a red haze. Loki answered that he did not even know. Only the two of them knew. Peacemaker was surprised to hear that. Apparently, she did not know. Turning around, the man raised his hand and said that the brighter the light, the more frequent the shadow becomes. He looked at the girl with a sly smile and asked if she could walk around freely. She couldn't just leave this Baphomet like that. The green-haired girl said with a smile that it seemed like Loki's knees were shaking. She told him not to be afraid, everything was going according to plan. The pigtailed reaper indignantly asked why he was so late. Baphomet, standing opposite, said that he arrived 10 minutes before the appointed time. The girl giggled, saying that she was joking, and said that it would have been better if he had arrived even earlier. The brunette noticed that she seemed to be impatiently waiting to start playing the archaeologist of the sacred tower. The girl, humming, turned away and said that no, it was just that, with the exception of the hunters from the advanced group, they were the first to go in. The girl intertwined her fingers, beaming, and said that they were going to excavate, and without any information, with only a few clues, she was full of anticipation. Baphomet thought it was the same. He was standing in the middle of the forest, hearing the question, does he know how much she prepared to get into the sacred tower? She has food and water, as well as potions and scrolls that will help in battles. Baphomet touched his head, hearing that she took various tools, even had to buy additional inventory. The guy froze in shock, hearing that if you count the members of the first squad, then for each of them she has a 3-year supply. Reaper raised her finger up. An indignant cry was heard in the forest. What other 3 years? Is she going to live there or something? The huntress said no, just in case. An S-rank hunter and 2 ranks entered the tower a month ago, but they still haven't cleared it out. The girl had black stockings on her legs. She said that she, of course, wanted to stay there longer, but their goal was to help the vanguard and clean up. The guy confirmed. The girl asked again in surprise, hearing that he had a condition for her, passive or active skills. Crossing his arms, Baphomet reminded that he would not use any skills, that was his condition. He remembered how, sitting at the table, Reaper asked if he was going to enter the tower and not use skills, and how would he fight? He loved battles so much. The brunette replied that that was why he needed to become stronger for a good battle. The huntress was surprised to hear that if he only relied on skills, he would not be able to become stronger. The pigtailed Reaper said with displeasure that okay, but did he try to think about who was hiring him? Baphomet crossed his arms and told her not to worry. 800 million depended on this matter, he would save her at any cost. The girl sarcastically thanked him. The guy asked if they could go and heard that someone else was supposed to come. He asked in surprise, and someone else besides them, and a man landed next to them, apologizing for being late. Zest looked at them and heard a question. What was she doing here? She remembered the question. 3 people can enter at once, right? The man stood in front of the girl and told her to go too. Zest asked in surprise, did he want her to go too? She apologized, hearing the words that she must follow Baphomet. She still hadn't gathered information on him, did she? There was a fence with slats in the room. The boss asked, what were you afraid of, going to the tower after so many years? The girl replied that no, she was confident in her abilities, but was afraid that Baphomet might see through his plans. Then his mission. The man looked at her, saying that it didn't matter, since that was his goal. If he imagined her, he would actually believe in himself and try harder. Zest looked down, hearing this. When he relaxed, she would slowly begin to learn information about him. The girl in the green jacket looked at the others and said that her code name was Zest. She was an A-rank hunter, and would be going into the sacred tower with them and was glad to meet them. Reaper touched her chest, exclaiming that she was also glad to meet him, and the brunette looked at her silently. Turning around, he asked if she was following him. Looking straight ahead, the girl replied that she didn't care what he thought, but she believed that she could help in the cleanup. Reaper answered her, of course, and looked at the brunette with displeasure. Now that everyone is here, it's time to go. A sharp tower surrounded by floating discs was hovering in the sky. The hunters looked at it. Reaper noticed that this tower was flying in the air. Zest pointed her hand at the glow coming from the platform and said that it looked like this device was connected to the tower, some kind of gate. Baphomet, who was standing behind him, saw the girls bend over, examining the device. Reaper turned around, remembered the 800 million, and he exclaimed with displeasure that he was going. His leg lit up, stepping onto the platform. Baphomet flew up, and the girls were amazed to see that he jumped as if on a spring. They were left alone in the forest. Suddenly, a bright red beam flashed between them. Reaper looked at Baphomet, who had landed in amazement, and asked what happened. He replied that he was moving to the waiting room. Reaper was surprised, and Zest told them to go faster. A white beam shot up. The brunette noticed how fast she was. Baphomet asked discontentedly why she was standing. The girl replied that she was already on her way. The guy looked at the huntress in surprise, who said that she was a little scared. She needed to imagine first and then. He grabbed the girl by the waist abruptly, jumping. It was dark. A white beam appeared in the darkness. The 3 heroes stood in a glowing passage. Reaper leaned over tiredly. The guy noticed how quiet it was here. A small white tower with a diamond on top stood ahead. They heard words that the entrance to the next floor was not visible, only this strange device. Baphomet extended his hand, seeing how Reaper said that he did not think this was the entrance button, and Zest noted that perhaps something should happen that would make them press this button and clear this room. How does he, like Baphomet, think that this button is? Under the girls' gazes, the guy simply pressed it. Zest was amazed, and Reaper was also indignant. A proposal to discuss was heard. The system reported the first test of the sacred tower. A pink shining whirlwind appeared ahead. Several monsters appeared. The system reported that the time was 10 minutes. There were monsters on the other side as well. A red information window ordered to destroy all monsters and move to the next floor. Ahead stood a variety of horned, winged, eyed monsters. Baphomet asked what they were standing there for. While the girls turned around, he grinned, telling them to pull out their weapons. A blade materialized in her hands like pixels. Zest held a sword in her hands. Her eyes were wide open. The monster in front of her opened its mouth. The huntress swung her sword and struck the monster with it, ripping it lengthwise. Zest landed, and behind her was one horned and another winged beast. She turned around and swung her sword sharply. Baphomet appeared next to her, striking the green monster. Blood splashed next to the girl. White beams crossed the monsters' bodies. Everything was mixed up among the bright flashes. Baphomet struck the skeletal head of the flying monster with his sword. He cut the body of another crosswise. White flashes cut through the air. One hand tightly clutched the hilt of a flaming sword. The other held the same sword. With a sharp crosswise movement, the brunette struck two monsters. Baphomet's eyes glowed red. The system reported that he had destroyed all the monsters and fulfilled the conditions. Zest looked forward. The system reported that they were moving to the next floor. There was a triangular pedestal with a button in the room. Baphomet reached out his hand to it, but Reaper grabbed it. Looking at the guy with displeasure, she said that they should discuss it first. Baphomet said that there was nothing to talk about, all the buttons were the same, monsters would pour out of them anyway. Waving her hand, the brunette said that it was still better to fight when they were completely ready, and it would be more difficult for the hunter Zest. The girl replied that everything was fine, they needed to meet up with the squad as soon as possible. Looking at her friend indignantly, the long-haired girl exclaimed that no, he would do as he pleased. Baphomet objected that if they hesitated, they would lose time. Crossing his arms, the guy said that this was said in the system window. In the red information window there was a message that if they could not destroy all the monsters in the allotted time, a reboot would occur, they would have to start over. The girls looked at the guy who said that it was a waste of time, especially since there was a condition of 1S rank and 2A rank hunters on each floor. Zest touched her chin and said that due to the lack of time, they were at risk of not clearing the dungeon. Baphomet closed his eyes and confirmed, saying that they would not be able to get out of this floor, they needed to clear here to meet up with the party. Raising a finger, Reaper said that she understood what he was saying, but they should think about their own safety. If they were trapped, nothing would work. Baphomet crossed his arms and asked why a person who cared so much about safety dragged people into the labyrinth tower. Reaper was shocked and said that she apologized for that. She clenched her fist, saying that this is why she wanted to be more careful this time. Baphomet stood with his arms crossed, thinking that he was good at assessing the tower and didn't make any unnecessary movements during the battle. Maybe that's why he managed to increase his strength in such a short time. He shifted his gaze, thinking that it was just. Zest looked at the guy while he was thinking that she wasn't showing her full strength. Gritting his teeth, Baphomet swung his sword. The monster's body was cut. There was a large crack and a stain on the ground. The system reported that they had destroyed all the monsters and fulfilled the conditions. The hunters stood in the room, surrounded by pixels. Leaning over, Reaper noticed that the clearing time had increased. Zest wiped her chin, saying that it looked like they had encountered strong monsters this time. As Baphomet said, they needed to be prepared for a reboot. The brunette put his hand on his hip and remained silent. He thought that he liked to remember how he used to climb the tower without any weapons. He looked displeased. He thought, no, you're sharp, my hands are itching. He glanced sideways at Zest, who was looking at him, that he had a feeling that this huntress had come here to test his strength. But he couldn't show her because he had turned off all the settings. He imagined a trembling man, who was saying in a contrite voice how he hadn't recognized such a gem, and he thought that this was the perfect chance to catch him in a mistake. By the way, what was that feeling? Baphomet was walking behind the girls. There was a round sight on his body. He thought that it was a very unpleasant feeling. The hero looked up, looking straight into the center of the circle, and thought that he was being watched. The guy was looking up. His eyes widened when he heard a scream. He turned around abruptly, calling out to Reaper, and froze emotionlessly, hearing that he looked great. They approached a rift from which a bright glow erupted, illuminating a symbol in the form of a helmet. Reaper held the phone in admiration, saying that she needed to take a picture. Baphomet said that she hadn't been particularly interested in that until now. The huntress replied that those rooms could be seen in other towers, and this room reflected the concept of this one. Ahead was a symbol in the form of a horned helmet. Zest looked straight ahead, and behind her, the guy heard her request to take a picture of her so that the background could be clearly seen, and asked what was this, a tour. Reaper said that she wanted to include this in her book, and the hero asked if she would even come out. Above the round platform, a button on a triangular base hovered. The hunters noticed that it looked unusual. Baphomet, who was holding the phone, said that he immediately got the feeling that the structure of this room was special. Zest wondered if this was a named room. Throwing the phone to Reaper, the guy confirmed and, holding out his hand, said that it was time to get down to business. His palm landed on the round button. A glow spread from the platform around. The blue information window said that this was the 20th level of the Sacred Tower trials. Reaper was surprised when a beam flew by. A white beam slid past Zest's shoulder. The system reported that the time was 10 minutes. Another beam slid behind Baphomet. The heroes stood in dust and explosions. A metal palm fell to the ground. It was a monster in the form of a robotic beast with a long tail with hooks at the end. The system ordered to destroy the monster Dockham 2. The girls looked at the blue information windows in surprise. The system reported a punishment. In case of failure, a reboot will occur and they will start from the first floor. The guy standing in the clearing said that he did not know who the owner of this tower was, but he was a very unpleasant guy. The robot monster had orange eyes on its face. Baphomet looked at him and rushed to attack. A long tail with claws reached for the guy. The hunter quickly moved away from the attacks. The robot monster folded its ears back. Baphomet zigzagged forward among the flashes and jumped on top of the beast. A bright yellow glow appeared around the monster. The guy landed. He looked ahead in amazement, realizing that it was a protective dome. The girls materialized weapons, hearing the advice to hit point blank. They looked at the monster surrounded by a yellow glow and heard that it had a protective dome. If they did not break it, they would not be able to reach the monster. The system reported that they had 9 minutes left. Zest's strike left a bright trace. Reaper hovered above the yellow dome. The system reported 6 minutes. Baphomet attacked with red beams. 4 minutes. The robot monster was surrounded by a yellow glow. 2 minutes. The dust settled. The system reported that they had 10 seconds left. Dockham 2 was covered in golden lightning. Reaper looked at the boy and shouted his name. Baphomet, looking ahead with small pupils, ordered everyone to step aside. He held a bow and a bright red arrow in his hand, saying to finish it with one blow. The bright red arrow flew at the monster. Looking at it, Baphomet wished it death. A black paw reached out. The system reported 0 seconds. The black paw fell to the ground with a crash. Baphomet froze with huge round eyes. The system reported that he destroyed the monster. Frowning in displeasure, the brunette cursed, talking about his final blow. A question was heard, "What's the matter? This golem does not look like a monster." In front of him stood a stone creature with a blue light instead of a face. A leg appeared. A girl in a black cloak touched the golem's hand. The girl with pink hair took off her hood. Reaper looked at her in surprise and asked, "A human?" Zest said in surprise that it was the hunter Nelia. The brunette asked, "Nelia, one of the squad?" Baphomet asked discontentedly, "What was wrong?" He approached the girl, asking, "So it was she who destroyed everyone? Why did she suddenly appear?" He looked in surprise at the girl, who began to bend over. Suddenly Nelia fell to the ground in front of him, and the guy asked what was going on. Reaper discontentedly told the brunette that he should have caught her, not moved aside, and asked the girl if she was okay. The girl lying on the ground moaned. The huntress asked, maybe she was injured. The huntress tried to say something. With a gray and exhausted face, she raised her head and said that she wanted to eat. Baphomet yawned, while the girl sat down next to her. Nelia was lying on the ground, girls were sitting next to her and a guy was standing nearby. A question was heard, "What?" The man stood behind the desk and said that he worked in the education department. He had a lot of work to do, so he could not leave his post. He walked away and said that he invited them here to explain the part of the procedure that was unclear. He sat down opposite and said that they hired 2 experienced hunters to send to help their squad in the Sacred Tower. He smiled, bowed his head and said that these 2 were quite famous rank hunters. He folded his hands and said that the Sacred Tower must be cleared by a hunter from the Sunwood Guild. It would be much more profitable for the guild. Opposite him sat the master of the Sunwood Guild. His name was Van Gogh. The man smiled and told him not to worry. He said that now they should meet with the squad. Griffin looked forward. The guy held the sword straight Baphomet Street. He bared his teeth. The guy widened his eyes and asked the hero who he was and what was going on. It was a few hours ago. The girls looked down. Another girl was sitting on the floor and eating noodles. Food was placed around her. She smiled happily and said that she had not eaten carbohydrates for a long time. The girl with blue hair leaned towards her, and the one who was sitting on the floor thought about it and said that a month had passed since she was in this tower. She had not eaten anything for about 2 weeks. The girl took a bite of her onigiri and said that she wouldn't mind going outside the tower and changing her gear. But the other 2 hunters were stubborn, so she decided to go outside alone and restock, and when she was going down, she met them. Zest looked at her and said that with the teleporter, it would be possible to do it instantly. The girl raised her finger up and said that it had become impossible. Baphomet continued that it couldn't be used. He took the girl's chips and said that the teleporter didn't work in this tower. The girl looked thoughtful and confirmed his words. Zest put her hand to her chin and said that the government was already working on developing a new teleporter. The girl with blue hair said that the towers were appearing like mushrooms after rain. They asked the team which floor they had come down from. They answered 49, and the girls concluded that they had managed to clear about half of it. The one sitting on the floor raised her finger up and said that maybe it wasn't half and that they would have to clear much more. Baphomet was eating chips, and the girl said that according to the research results, this tower supposedly has more than 100 floors. The hero looked at her. The girl turned to him and asked what the code name of this cute hunter was. He answered Baphomet. She began to examine him and asked what his class and height were. He answered that he was a warrior class. The hero looked at her and said that his height was 186 centimeters. She asked what kind of weapon he mainly used. Baphomet looked at her, frowned, and shouted that he could use any weapon. The girl winked at him and said okay. She stamped her foot. She put her hands on her hips and said that thanks to him, the cleanups probably increased significantly. She raised her finger up and said that now she would show a skill that was very popular in the tower, and thanks to it, she received rank of the heroes joined hands. They stood in a circle. She closed her eyes and asked them to imagine the place where they wanted to go. Everyone looked at her in surprise. The girl had space summoning magic. A portal appeared under the hero's feet. The girl was casting spells. Griffin had his eyes closed. He was sitting in front of a huge door with his knees down. He opened his eyes. The man in the shirt pointed at him and said that his stats were the same. He spread his hand and said that at this rate it would be hard to get to rank S. Griffin looked at him. The man said that he didn't know what could motivate him and assumed that he had lost it. He advised him to find the stimulus as soon as possible, otherwise the guy risked stopping growing. Griffin leaned his head on the door. He looked ahead and asked out loud what the problem was. Suddenly he felt something. He stood up and started looking around. The guy thought he felt the monster's ominous aura getting closer. He looked ahead. Something happened behind him and he turned around. The guy saw a man with a green aura. His eyes widened. The man was appearing right in front of him. Griffin remembered how the hero told him that he must become stronger or he will kill him. Baphomet with girls appeared in front of his sword. The guy got into a fighting stance and asked where he was from and how he appeared here. The girl began to protect the hero. The guy asked what the hunter was doing here. Didn't she go for help? Nelia looked at him, put her hand on her chest and said that she met them on the way. Manager Ha sent them to help. The guy looked gloomily at the hero and asked if they really were help. Baphomet looked at him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The hunters looked at each other. Someone appeared from behind. The girl with blue hair turned around. Hunter Chu was looking at them. He laughed and said wow, they were just running out of strength. He thanked them for coming to help. They were sitting on the floor. Hunter Chu was eating. The girl told him that food was flying out of his mouth. The blue-haired girl covered her hand with her mouth and said that this was Hunter Van Gogh's brother and the deputy head of the Sunwood Guild. The girl said that this was a hereditary company of hunters. All the brothers and sisters were famous hunters, and the highest of them was Hunter Van Gogh. Chu put his hands on his chest and said that since the manager sent such a good team to help, they should gather strength and push themselves. Nelia pointed her finger forward and asked what about that hunter. Baphomet looked at the hunters and asked if they really wanted him to go through that door alone and destroy the monster. The girl looked at him and said that more precisely, together with Hunter Griffin, or to be more precise, Hunter Griffin would go through the door opposite. Baphomet looked at her and asked if they really should go into different rooms and destroy the monsters. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice and was surprised. The girl closed her eyes and said that she would explain everything now. Griffin and Baphomet stood with their backs to each other. Nelia said that when they get out of there. The hero looked at the guy. He was looking forward. A door opened in front of Baphomet. He was looking forward. There was a pentagon in front of him. Then a huge knight appeared. Baphomet jumped and said that he would now check how strong he was. He prepared to kick, and kicked the door open, shouting that the monster was very weak. The hero saw Griffin. Nelia said that he came out a minute later than the enemy. The hero raised his hand and said that he killed the monster and cleared the room, but the door to the next floor does not appear. Maybe there is some other condition. Nelia and Chu looked at him. They said that these doors have something in common. The guy stood with his arms crossed on his chest. They said that in the room where the hero entered and where the hunter Griffin was, there are monsters that look the same, and they assume that this affects the clearing conditions. Chu looked at them and said that it was necessary to destroy them simultaneously without being late for a split second. Baphomet looked at them in shock. He understood what all these questions were for. The girl confirmed that the more the parameters of the hunters coincide, the higher the probability at the same time. She smiled and said that now a joint operation begins. Baphomet stood in shock. Griffin looked gloomily ahead. Joint operation of the hunter Baphomet and the hunter Griffin. The girl with blue braids looked down. She came closer to the food and thought that she knew that the hero would eat it all. She looked down and thought that she knew that this would happen, so she stocked up on food. Empty boxes lay in front of her and she wondered if the hunter Griffin was also a food lover. Maybe they were just going through adolescence, especially since he had not eaten anything for 2 weeks. Zest approached her and asked if she needed help. The girls bent down. A group of hunters saw Zest. She watched as Hunter Griffin and Baphomet talked to Nelia. She asked if they could handle it. She looked ahead and said that now she understood why they were delayed on the 49th floor. She looked at the girl and said that perhaps Baphomet was the last chance for the hunters from the Vanguard. The hero looked ahead. Reaper looked at the girl. She said that it seemed like she came here to keep an eye on the hero. Zest agreed. She looked at Reaper and asked if it was very noticeable. She replied that it was written all over her face. Zest looked ahead. Her interlocutor said that she was collecting information about Baphomet, and then she heard a story about Chief Ha. She smiled and said that Mr. Ha was keeping an eye on Baphomet. Of course he sent them. She said that she thought it was hard to work with such a picky boss. Her eyes widened when another hunter asked if she thought Mr. Ha was a bad person too. Zest looked down and said that if you look from the outside he seems like a bad person, but she is not one of those people. She looked gloomily forward and said that if someone interferes with them, she will perceive such a person as bad and will be wary of him. Reaper looked in shock. The girl asked where she can throw out the trash. Reaper smiled and said that she had an item that would solve this problem. She showed a cube in which you can put anything and it will disappear without a trace. Zest asked that this was a mythical item that was sold at an auction and there were many people there. How did she manage to win the bidding? Reaper laughed and said that it destroys even secret items and she could not help but buy it. Zest covered her mouth in shock. She asked if the girl could lend her the item later. Baphomet raised his hand and offered to set a timer. Nelia looked at him and said that was impossible. Electronic items didn't work in that room. Baphomet clenched his fist and offered to hit them as hard as they could once they were inside. Xiu lowered his head and said that everyone had different strengths. They couldn't predict when monsters would die. The hero covered his face with his hand and said that then he offered to hit them until everything turned into mush. Griffin told him to just do as he was told. Griffin looked at the hero and said that they knew more about this tower than he did. Baphomet turned around and asked if he was offering him to shut up and do as he was told. Griffin rolled his eyes and said that it was amazing how negative he was about everything. Nelia watched their argument and asked them to calm down. She said that they should cooperate. The hunters looked at her. The gloves fell to the floor. She said that they were too warlike. It would only hinder them from completing missions together. Xiu cracked his fists and asked how about fighting him to warm up. Baphomet and Griffin looked at him. The gray-haired guy said that it was better to try to clear the rooms one more time. Xiu frowned and asked if they were afraid that they would not have enough strength to defeat him together. The guys darkened when he said that among the rank there were only cowards. They simultaneously rushed to attack him and flew past the girls. They screamed what was happening. The guys flew away from the hunter. He frowned and said that he was disappointed in the famous rank hunters. Baphomet bared his teeth. He rushed at him and screamed that he hadn't even started yet. Griffin was wary. Baphomet swung for a blow, but the hunter dodged. The hero wanted to kick, but the man dodged this blow too. Xiu blocked his blow. Baphomet bared his teeth. The man told him that he fights well. You can feel the strength and power. Xiu looked at the hero and continued that there is no specific technique. He raised his fist to strike. He hit Baphomet and he flew off. He fell to the ground. The man prepared for a new blow and slammed the young man into the ground. Griffin appeared behind him. Xiu raised his fist to strike. The guy looked forward. Then he dodged to the side. The guy dodged a few more times. Xiu smiled and said, "Good speed, there is a technique, but..." Griffin ended up face down on the floor. The man said that he had too many useless movements. The girls watched their fight. The guys lay on the floor while the man looked at them. He laughed, put his hands on his hips and said that they both have excellent qualities and the future of the hunter world is quite promising. The guys lay face down on the floor. The man said that he can join them in a duel at any time. Nelia looked at him and wondered if he really thought they would fight. Reaper wrote in her diary that it had been a few days since they had met the advance guard, and if the hunter Nelia was to be believed, monsters sometimes appeared in the waiting room where they were staying. Nelia shrugged and said that in order for monsters not to appear in the waiting room, it was necessary to constantly fight the monsters. She looked at Baphomet and said that when there were 3 of them, they did it in turns. She said that the tower itself seemed to be pushing them to clear the 49th floor. Xiu looked ahead and said that the monsters always moved in a certain pattern and it would be better for them to fight in a pattern as well. He said that each of them had their own fighting style and skills that they could use in a fight. The man continued that only one person could enter each room and it was decided that Baphomet and Griffin would clear the 49th. The hero crossed his arms over his chest and said that he would adjust to Griffin. The guy turned around and looked at him. The hero explained that he had already destroyed hundreds of monsters, so he probably knew exactly when they died. Baphomet looked at him and asked to show him his technique. Griffin picked up his weapon. He moved and showed his technique. He looked at the hero, threw him a stick. Baphomet looked at him. The guy told him that it was not necessary to be perfectly precise. He lowered his head. The guy told him that he did not expect to succeed right away. Baphomet opened his eyes. Griffin was wary. Baphomet exactly repeated his technique. The girls looked at them. Baphomet asked if it worked. Reaper looked at him in surprise and thought that he moved not just similarly, but exactly the same. She hoped that the results would not be long in coming. The doors opened. Baphomet turned around at the sound. Nelia said that the hunter Baphomet came out later again. The girl thought that things were not going as she expected. Nelia said again. Baphomet came later again. The girl screamed again. This time Griffin came later. They repeated it over and over. Nelia raised her finger and wanted to send them away again. She looked at the guys. They were out of breath and tired. The girl suggested they rest a little. Baphomet walked forward. He wiped his face with his hand and heard a voice that spoke with such confidence. Griffin looked at him and said that he probably would have to adjust to him. Baphomet turned to him. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind, and he turned around. Reaper upstairs and said that she would transfer the money to him. He sat on the floor, looked at her. She said that even if he dropped everything and left the tower, she would still transfer the money. He asked if the money had completely lost its value to her because it was not a small amount and she was still ready to pay. She closed her eyes and said that she had not entered the tower only because of this. He asked what the reason was. She answered that she wanted to end this not as soon as possible. Baphomet looked at her. She closed her eyes and said that she remembered that monsters are bad only for people. If you look at it from the other side, for them they are bad creatures. She looked down, asked how much longer this war should be waged or will it continue after their death. She did not think that monsters are weapons that kill people aimlessly. Baphomet looked at her carefully. Reaper said that they also have consciousness and their own history, and if she explores the tower and can get to the very depths of their consciousness, then she can probably find the answer to end the war peacefully. She looked at the hero. The girl opened her mouth in shock when he said that she was not very good. He turned away from her, and she froze. Baphomet looked down. She said that they need to kill monsters, but if she does not try, she will not be able to find even the slightest clue. The guy did not look at the girl when she asked why it was so difficult to get through the 49th floor. His eyes widened when she said that they couldn't transmit their thoughts to each other using telepathy. He jumped up and said that this is what they needed. He screamed that they had been doing it wrong from the beginning. Nelia stood in front of the hunters. She looked ahead and suggested that they try again. She raised a finger up and asked if the hunter Griffin was ready. Baphomet stood with his eyes closed. The girl asked him if he was listening. Nelia looked at him and said to gather strength because the time difference was gradually decreasing. She listened to her. The girl stretched her hands forward and said to begin. The hunters watched as the guys walked away. Nelia sighed and said that if this time it didn't work out, she was ready to think about going down. The man replied that this time it would work. Suddenly she felt something. There was a powerful flow of energy behind her. A notification appeared, which said that at the same time the cleanup was complete. A portal appeared in front of them. The notification said that an entrance to the 50th floor was appearing. The protagonist stood with his arms crossed and asked the guys how they knew the rooms were connected. Jif and Chu stared at the guy. They imagined a brown-haired girl in a cloak named Nelia, who informed them about the mana thread that stretched between the two rooms. Baphomet asked the guys if they thought about cutting it. The protagonist stood opposite Griffin and Chu, who waved his hand. He replied that the idea was good and they had already asked about it, to which she replied that it would not be possible to cut it evenly. The brunette noted that they would not leave her then and asked the guys if they could use the system. The fair-haired guy looked at Baphomet in bewilderment, since he and Chu did not understand what was being discussed. They immediately asked him in return whether it was possible. The brunette calmly closed his eyes and replied that they had no reason to think otherwise. Griffin stared ahead through his bangs, trying to figure out if the hunter was joking. He immediately frowned and waved his hand, stating that this was a nest of demonic beasts, and the system and structure of the tower were created for them. He added that the rules of the tower were directed at the hunters, and they were obliged to break these rules. Griffin looked away in confusion, palm open, when Baphomet replied that this was a common misconception. The protagonist raised his index finger, standing under a murky aura. He stated that many hunters simply did not understand, as if thinking that the tower was the home of demonic beasts. However, it still did not take sides. The naked big guy scratched his chin in confusion. Baphomet continued that this place was created for battle and hunters, which meant that hunters and monsters could use the tower as they wanted. The protagonist grinned maliciously, explaining that if demonic beasts could do anything, then he asked why they were locked up, as if the hunters could get rid of them. The black space was shrouded in smoke. The brunette stood next to Griffin, who looked to the side. He replied that this sounded more like the words of a demonic beast than a hunter. The blonde guy looked intently at the protagonist. The brunette returned the same look. Chu closed his eyes and held his chin. He wondered what they would do with the system then. He noted that he roughly understood what the guys were talking about and asked them to explain everything in more detail if possible. Brunette and Griffin stood next to each other and exchanged glances. Baphomet frowned slightly, looking at Griffin. Chu added that he was not smart enough because he used all his points on strength. Griffin replied that everything was simple here, they would just use the communication system that the monsters used. The big guy stretched his hands out in front of Griffin in surprise, not understanding whether everything was really that simple. The guy replied that the theory was good, but they did not know how to apply it. Griffin pointed his finger at the protagonist, hinting that that guy would show him everything. Brunette put his hands behind his back and smirked. He looked forward sarcastically, asking his colleague if he would help him here. The bright light of the door emitted into the darkness. Nelia broke into a smile, closing her eyes and wanting to ask the guys about the situation. The three hunters looked at the girl with displeasure. The main character approached the girl and said that she was right and they needed to get rid of the monsters at the same time. The brunette put her hand to her chest and felt relieved. She continued to smile with her eyes closed when the brunette added for accuracy that the time spent on the kill should be the same. He imagined two heads and hoods on both sides of A and B. He explained that if Griffin entered room A, then his room would have to be called B. Then an arrow appeared on this picture from A to B. The brunette explained that these two rooms activate at different times, and when A activates, the magic thread connected to the other room will immediately react. The guy raised his hand up, pretending that they were puppets on strings. Zest and Reaper stood behind together. Baphomet explained that magic will not always move at the same speed, somewhere faster and somewhere slower. The protagonist said that no matter how much they adjusted with Griffin, the time would always be different. The hunter entered the empty room with a sword, noting that he did not think about anything. Then he absorbed the white light and his eyes turned red. He stated that he felt magic on himself then. Nelia listened with a blank face about the brunette moving the same way as Griffin and Ruma and already knew what happened next. The girl stood with a blank face. She immediately fell backwards unconscious. The guys understood that Nelia's role was to attack and destroy, and she must have really wanted to play the role properly. The brown-haired girl lay with a stunned look and a smile, apologizing to the guys for her ignorance, which could cause harm. Chu immediately helped the girl get up. Baphomet covered his face and asked the girl not to worry, because admitting your own weakness is a good thing. The big guy asked the girl if everything was okay, to which she replied that she felt better and apologized again for the inconvenience. Nelia smiled tenderly, closing her eyes. The brunette covered the surprised Reaper with his hand when Nelia praised him. She added that she heard that he had become a rank only recently and could not believe that he had such a masterful assessment of the situation. Griffin watched as Baphomet smirked, agreeing with such a statement. The guys followed along with the portal. Baphomet stopped in front of the gate with a puzzled look. Griffin walked behind and noticed this. Shiu frowned, standing in front of Griffin. He considered Baphomet outstanding, agreeing with Nelia's words, because the guy was already quite skilled. The white-haired guy stood in front of the portal entrance when Shiu reminded him that when they fought, he felt a lot of experience and could not believe his strength. Griffin followed the protagonist, looking back. He assumed that Baphomet's experience in the towers could be much greater than theirs. A glowing portal led to the ruins. A silhouette of a huntress appeared from it. Reaper walked through the portal with her eyes closed. She immediately opened her eyes. Zest and Reaper looked around, trying to figure out where they had ended up. The brunette looked away warily. They saw destroyed buildings and structures. It was an entire city in ruins. The protagonist looked at the destroyed city, realizing where they had ended up. The pigtailed huntress walked with Zest, asking in surprise if they had been inside the tower. A notification popped up saying that this was a virtual reality, and they would be able to move on to the next level if they successfully completed this task. The brunette and Griffin stared ahead. A monster appeared in front of the girls. The hunter shouted to them that he was in front. A white thread appeared in space. The huntresses attacked the monster, killing it. Baphomet's eyes widened as the monster stood next to him. Clouds of smoke and dust rose from the impact. The protagonist placed his foot on the monster's body. He looked at it with a displeased look, throwing his sword over his shoulder. Baphomet asked what was that. Griffin's eyes widened as a huge snake appeared next to him. Chu stood with a menacing face as the monster appeared behind him. The huntress stood in a circle of guys. Nelia's face was filled with panic. The city looked destroyed. Nelia noted that the city was in ruins. The monsters continued to advance towards the guys. Nelia thought that there were huge waves of monsters. The man extended his hand. The protagonist looked down in shock. The guy asked if he was really a hunter. A battered guy crawled out of the ruins, grabbing Baphomet's leg, asking for help. Reaper shook slightly in horror as the protagonist looked away. Baphomet asked what it was like. Baphomet looked at Reaper, who was horrified by what was happening. The protagonist's eyes widened as Griffin appeared behind him. Griffin asked Baphomet what he didn't understand yet. The hunter looked at the protagonist with a serious look, narrowing his eyes. He said that he knew so much about the towers, but still didn't notice. Nelia gritted her teeth, looking up in horror. Chu widened his eyes in bewilderment, looking away. Zest opened her mouth, looking straight ahead in shock. The city was full of ruined buildings. Griffin said that this was a recreated breach of the gate. Dim light slightly illuminated the room. A white car was parked on the road. Yiwook said that everything was wrong and asked not to worry since their hunters were already there. Yiwook closed his eyes, holding the phone to his ear. He said that the hunter from Sungwoon's guild would clear the shrine tower soon, adding that they should trust them. Yiwook smiled nervously as he looked at his phone. He furrowed his brows in displeasure, baring his teeth. Yi-wook said that he was really annoyed by Sung-woon, asking what kind of family member they were so worried about, adding that it seemed like Van Gogh really did enter the tower. The manager looked ahead, seeing Seong-eun. He thought that he needed to dig up some information. Seong-eun put his hands in his pocket as he passed by Yi-wook's car. Yi-wook thought that it was Seong-eun's manager. The manager widened his eyes as he looked ahead. In front of him was Seong-eun's manager's car. Yi-wook didn't understand why Seong-eun was driving along with him. Yi-wook drove on the road, behind Seong-eun. The night sky stretched out above the building. The guy held the phone in his hand, saying that Yi-wook asked him not to worry. The guy looked at the phone with displeasure, crossing his legs. He said that it was easier said than done. Sung-woon gilled, Habale. Habale sat with his back turned, looking at the guy nearby. He said that since he was going to great lengths to dissuade him, he asked if he should check, noting that he had also sent his hunter to the tower. Habale looked ahead with narrowed eyes. The silver-haired guy asked that he believed the pro-government dog. Habale said no, asking why. The guy pressed his lips together, looking into the distance. Habale imagined the image of a shining tower. He said that it made him feel uneasy, as if there was something inside. The silver-haired guy stood with his back turned, motionless. Habale closed his eyes, tilting his head, saying that he would make a call. Gray clouds floated in the night sky. Habale said he asked him to be ready and would contact him. The guy asked if he could be trusted. Habale told him not to worry, as he had heard that he was a master of his craft. The brown-haired man added that if he forked over a large sum, he would do anything. A guy in a black robe, covering his face with a hood, looking at his phone. He slightly opened his mouth, looking at the glowing screen. The guy said that he received a message and they can go. His comrade said that they were getting ready. The guys stood opposite each other, covering their faces. One of them asked where the third one was, to which the guy replied that he did not know and she had not arrived yet. The guy turned around, looking at the girl. The girl apologized for being late. The girl smiled slightly, hiding her face under the hood. The guy asked if she was a hunter Dakibai, to which she replied that everything was correct. The guy said that it meant they were assembled, and they should protect the reconnaissance squad and help clear the tower. The man said that he heard that a support squad was sent to them. Dakibai stood motionless, pursing her lips. The guy said what to do if they had already met. Dakibai smiled slyly. The guy said that nothing would change from this. Dakibai asked the boys if the hunter Baphomet was with them. The girl raised her hands as the boys looked at her. The boy asked Dakibai about Baphomet, to which the girl told them to forget and it was time to go. Dakibai pressed her lips together as she followed the boys. The man said that it was the first time he had seen the two of them, but he hoped they would get along. Dakibai smiled wickedly, her eyes widening. Behind the bushes lay a dead girl, bleeding to death. Dakibai said that was true. Beelzebub looked away in surprise, wide-eyed. Suyeon said that it was good that he made it just in time. Suyeon looked at the brunette with a serious look. Beelzebub asked what happened. Suyeon asked Beelzebub to lend them a ladder, noting that the lock on the gate was dead and they couldn't get home. Beelzebub held a bag in his hand, looking at Suyeon. He asked that she was going to climb inside the ladder and open the door. Suyeon said that she was. Beelzebub looked away thoughtfully, putting his hand to his chin. The brunette showed him a large battery. He said that this battery is 9 volts and if you insert it into the gate for a couple of seconds. Suyeon and the grandmother watched carefully. Beelzebub said that you need to enter a password later. Suyeon said that it worked. Song said that Jinwoo was so smart. Suyeon looked at the pretty boy in surprise. She asked how he knew that. Beelzebub said that he saw it on YouTube, asking if they don't teach that in school. The brunette sat on the bed, happily looking at the book. Suyeon asked Jinwoo why all of a sudden, adding that it wouldn't help her with the entrance exam. Beelzebub asked if he could read it. The brunette said of course. Suyeon leaned back in her chair, looking at the brunette. She said that he always sits at home, asking if elementary school was already on vacation. Jinwoo said that he doesn't go to school. Suyeon looked at the boy in shock, placing her hand on the table. She asked Beelzebub why he doesn't go, or if he doesn't want to go to school or can't, and if his brother didn't enroll him anywhere. Beelzebub said no, he just hadn't thought about it much. Suyeon said education was a must, and at school he could socialize with his peers and friends. The boy said he hadn't thought about it either. Beelzebub was reading a book with his mouth slightly open, absorbed in it. Suyeon said that wouldn't do, and she would talk to his brother. Beelzebub said that he had gone to the tower a few days ago and would need a few days. Beelzebub's eyes widened. He abruptly got up from his bed, closing his book. Suyeon asked the brunette what had happened. Jinwoo said that since he had come to help with the gate, someone had broken into their house. A dim light illuminated the yard of the house. The green gate was closed. Then it opened slightly. A guy in a hoodie was standing in the yard of the house, saying that this was Baphomet's house. The guy added that it was a disgusting demonic monster and was pretending to be a human, adding that he would prove to everyone who he really was. Beelzebub hovered in the air above the guy, his red eyes flashing. The city looked destroyed. There were pieces of houses everywhere. Shu was carrying a man in his arms, dodging the monster. The hunter looked at Nelia, who opened the system window. The hunter asked Nelia about the location. Nelia said 12 meters, then 900 meters from them. The huntress pointed her finger in the direction where the blue light was, asking what they were going there. Shu frowned, looking ahead with a menacing look. The hunter slightly bent his knees. He jumped off the ground into the air. Shu landed in the blue zone with the man in his arms. System window, 0 out of 10, 1 out of 10. The man in Shu's arms began to disappear, turning into pixels. Nelia opened her mouth as the monster stood behind her. She said that it was done, and since they had finished the task. The monster's neck was pierced by a sword. The bloody sword passed through. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing look. Griffin looked straight ahead with a serious look. The hunters cut down the huge monster. There was a white light above the destroyed buildings. The protagonist bent down slightly, taking off his jacket. The protagonist began to wipe the blood off his face, saying that he had already stained all his equipment. Griffin and Baphomet looked away in surprise, wide-eyed. A shining rainbow appeared in the sky. Nelia stood in front of the two bloody hunters along with the blue monster. She said that she was going to save them, but noticed that they had already escaped from the monster's mouth themselves, praised them for their work. Shu bent down behind Zest in the rain. At this time, two hunters were having a conversation about how they could get wet and still stood in the rain. The big guy crossed his arms and watched Zest closely. He assumed that she had an anti-demon device in her hands. The girl replied that it was, and the device's waves did not recognize people, so he thought it would help them choose a direction. The short-haired girl looked away and replied that it was not she who was well prepared, but the hunter Reaper. Zest looked at the sad Reaper on the ground. Griffin pointed at the status screen, realizing that they had to save 9 people. Nelia looked at this status window with a puzzled look when Griffin asked her what the next level meant. The girl replied that she did not know because she also saw it for the first time. At this time, the protagonist stood in the rain without a shirt, holding his head. He replied that the next level most likely meant the next floor. Nelia asked why they didn't call it the next floor then. The brunette looked away in the rain, saying that the next floor could have the same task as here. The guys thought that the guy had concluded that the 51st floor could also be a virtual world. Baphomet replied that he didn't know how many floors there were, but assured that if he were the boss of the tower, he would have done so. Griffin crossed his arms and looked away angrily. The naked brunette smirked slightly, explaining that he was just making an assumption. The destroyed buildings lay in ruins on the ground. The brunette asked if the guys didn't think that using such a place once would be a waste of resources. Nelia stared intently at the protagonist, who said that if they used the gate breach as a level, many demonic monsters would appear, realizing that it could be more convenient. The girl slightly opened her mouth and said the name Baphomet. The brunette looked at the girl with a puzzled expression, holding out his hand. She noted that he was surprisingly calm, understanding that he, too, had to survive the breach of the gate. The brunette replied that she felt bad just from being here. Reaper looked up from under her brows. Zest came closer to the sitting girl. Rain was running down the protagonist's body. Nelia explained that the guy looked as if everything here was alien to him. The hunter did not understand how he had to experience the breach of the gate. Zest and Reaper looked up. Nelia came up to them and asked the girl how she felt. Reaper replied that she felt a little uneasy and apologized. Nelia asked the huntress not to apologize, because this situation had also thrown her off balance because they had different experiences and limits. The brunette with braids sat and looked sad. Nelia looked down tremulously. Nelia sat down with the other girls and said that she had just gotten married when the break happened and she and her husband went on a date after a long day. She added that when they were choosing clothes for each other in the store, everything suddenly collapsed and then the monsters attacked. She recalled running to her husband's injured body. She explained that when she came to, she saw her husband injured in an attempt to protect her and she tried her best to carry him out of the building. She said that she was lucky she woke up at that moment. At that moment, she frantically looked at the pop-up status window. Now the brunette smiled slightly, explaining that she was able to carry her husband thanks to that power. It was a hospital room when her husband mentioned the nurse's words about pregnancy. The brunette looked at her husband lying in bed, who was happy that he would finally become a father. Nelia at that moment stood with a sad look to the side, which her husband noticed, trying to cheer her up and calm her down. It was a red background with black spots. She couldn't forget when they got out of that building. She heard the screams of hundreds of people. The brunette at that moment frantically looked down when she heard cries for help and someone's crying. She explained to her husband that she passed by all the people, saving him, and she had power. Her husband then opened his mouth and did not understand the essence, because his wife saved not only him. He touched the girl's stomach, hinting that she saved their child. Then the brunette slightly perked up when her husband said that this was the first life she saved. Now Nelia in a cloak grinned and said that after that she became a hunter to save lives. Zest together with Reaper listened attentively to their friend, who explained that at that moment this day left an imprint on her, but it became a push in her motivation. The brunette sat opposite the two girls on the ground. She decided to explain why she decided to tell them this, referring to the fact that she did not know what the guys went through back then, but assured that the hunters swore to destroy the towers so that no one else would have to endure the gate's rupture. She immediately smiled enthusiastically, holding out a finger. She suggested that the girls clear this tower too and save the people. Reaper looked to the side. Suddenly, Zest drew attention to herself, causing the brunette to shudder. Zest apologized for interrupting Nelia, but she had a question about how old she was now, since she already had a husband and a child, and especially since 10 years had passed. The brunette smiled and put her hand up and answered that she would be 40 this year. The brunette stood behind the wall at that time. The hunters were immediately surprised that Nelia did not look her age. The brunette explained that it was all thanks to skin care and the deity watching over her. She explained that she would introduce the hunters to the deity after they cleared the tower because they had to take care of themselves from a young age. The task lasted for several months. The schoolboy evaporated in the portal. The cleanup group stood near the evaporating portal, realizing that he was the last survivor. Notifications popped up in front of the hunters. The notification said that they were moving to the next level. Griffin and the brunette began to evaporate. The entire squad began to dissolve in a bright light. The light of the teleporter. They began to appear in other ruins. Chu and Nelia were the first to appear on the floor. These were ruins again. As Baphomet expected, they moved to another place where there was a breach. A task card popped up, saying that they needed to save 9 survivors again. Zest looked back at Baphomet and Reaper, saying that the number of survivors had decreased. They were clearing the floors, and the number of people saved was decreasing, but the demonic monsters were only getting stronger. Bloodthirsty monsters attacked from the air. The reconnaissance squad and the support squad were divided into 3 groups, clearing the floors much more effectively. The squad's tokens were divided into groups. These were ruins of broken buildings. A task notification that they needed to save survivors and move on to the next level 0 divided by 3. The brown boot stepped on the ground. Baphomet said that now they had to find 3. Griffin stood behind the protagonist, who wanted to finish the task faster and get out of this boring breach. The white-haired guy looked ahead carefully. He looked back at the ruins. Then he looked in the other direction. The other buildings were also empty. Griffin stood behind the brunette, who noted that he felt a gaze on his back. He angrily looked back when Griffin mentioned that this was how the demonic monster saw the situation. The brunette sneered at the angry Griffin, who replied that he had felt a gaze before and explained that Griffin doubted him because he had his eye on him right from the briefing. The brunette immediately frowned, asking his colleague if he remembered his words. Griffin stared back intently when Baphomet recalled the words. When he only realized that there was a monster in front of him, he would immediately kill it. The brunette thought that Griffin should have already made sure of everything. They collided head-on against each other. Griffin replied that he didn't care because he was already sure that Baphomet was a demonic beast. Griffin stared with his eye. He stated that they were inside the tower. Even if it fell, people would not know whether the protagonist died at the hands of a man or another monster. The brunette stared back just as carefully, realizing that he was hinting at a fight. They stared at each other when they heard a cry for help. They both turned away in displeasure. Baphomet noted with displeasure that it was a survivor and wanted to save him for later. Suddenly, he rushed to run towards the building. Griffin looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. A small boy screamed for help. A huge worm was furiously aimed at him. Suddenly, the monster immediately spurted blood. Its parts flew apart. Drops of blood were dripping from the sword. The brunette tried to turn around, realizing that the task was over. The protagonist looked back, slightly surprised. Griffin looked at the child in amazement, realizing who was in front of him. It was a brunette boy. He immediately turned to the side, and it was Hyung. The monster pointed its paw at the guys. The girls jumped back from its attack. Reaper frowned and swung her threads. She made a dash behind the monster. The girl's thread wrapped around the monster's neck. The thread also grabbed the limbs. Reaper pulled the ropes, tying the monster's limbs. She looked back and called out to Zest. The girl grabbed the sword with a reverse grip, swinging it at the monster. She plunged the blade into the monster's skull. A powerful explosion tore the monster's body apart. The girls fell to the ground, looking back at the explosion. Zest raised her hand and said that everything ended well, and that she could not have imagined that a monster would suddenly appear, but it was definitely in the power of the gate shock. Reaper looked into her eyes. Zest apologized. The dark-haired girl asked her what she meant. Reaper recoiled in surprise and said that everything was fine, because not only she, but everyone else already knew what a gate shock was. Silence hung between them for a moment. Dark clouds floated across the sky. The girls decided that they needed to hurry. They headed away from the monster. A tendril suddenly grew from the monster's body. Reaper stopped in the middle of the road. She lowered her eyebrows, thinking that if she was bothering even other hunters, then she really wasn't the best hunter, just like Baphomet said. She looked back with a smile and turned to her ally. A monster's limb was rushing towards Zest from behind. The girl called out to her ally. Nelia noticed the scream while playing with the little beast. She looked at the approaching girls. Zest dropped to the ground. Nelia said that she was struck by a paralyzing poison, and a complicated one at that, which is why a regular potion wouldn't help. The girl looked down, apologized, and said that everything happened because of her carelessness. Nelia encouraged her with a smile, saying that she came for such cases, after which she told the girl to rest together while she recovered. The slug headed to the wound site. Nelia said that he would share a buff so that the healing would be faster. Zest and Reaper looked at him and thought that he was cute. Light dust swept through the streets. Nelia stretched out her arms with a smile and said that her muscles were just numb, so it was time for them to go look for survivors. The girls looked at each other. Nelia asked the priestess why she couldn't stop smiling. The interlocutor answered that she just thought she was cute. Nelia said that she was an ordinary 40-year-old woman. The Reaper guy then answered that the animals she summoned were also very cute and looked like her. Nelia looked up and said that it was all thanks to her son, because initially they didn't look so cute. The woman remembered how everything was going on the couch with her son. The boy asked her to show her animals. Suddenly, two menacing-looking animals appeared in the room. The boy pressed himself against his mother. His scream was heard in the street. The woman said that after that, her animals began to change into cuter creatures. The ruins of the city were written over them. Nelia added that hunters who own weapons probably don't know, but among summoners, the so-called connection is very important, because the stronger this connection, the more powerful force they can show. The girls went on. The priestess said that she had heard that sometimes when summoning certain animals, hunters even give up their lives as collateral. The women walked down the street. Nelia replied that this happens in very rare cases, and she had only seen something like this once in her entire life. A dusty haze covered the streets. The woman said that this happened to a young hunter and that she wanted to stop him, but the guy's desire was too strong. Looking ahead, she added that later she was curious about his fate, and that it turned out that he became an S-rank hunter and the head of a very famous guild. Reaper listened to her silently. The woman turned to her and asked if she was feeling better because, as it seemed to her, the girl was no longer so nervous. The priestess confirmed this and apologized for the worries. Reaper looked down and said that she didn't know what was bothering her so much, but it was just virtual reality, then asked what she could do if the gate shock happened again. The woman raised her hand, extended her finger, and asked her what she was talking about. She smiled widely and said that the gate shock wouldn't happen again because they would clear the tower. She closed her eyes and added that they should hurry up with it. Looking away, the woman said that they were looking so hard but there were still no survivors in sight. The priestess agreed with her and said that they should have found them a long time ago. A little girl peeked out from behind the door. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the girls. Nelia said that they finally found someone. The woman leaned over to the survivor and asked if she was okay, because the girl looked very serious, but she shouldn't be afraid because they would take her to a safe place. The girl's leg trembled, drawing Nelia's attention to it. The woman lowered herself down, stretched out her arms to her and said that the girl should not worry because she would take her on her back, after which she asked how old she was because she looked the same age as her son. Reaper closed her eyes with a smile. The woman said that she suddenly wanted to see her son. The priestess opened her eyes slightly. Blood splashed in her direction. The woman said that she needed to quickly clear the tower and then she would spend 2 whole weeks with her son. A sharp spike pierced Nelia's body, spraying blood. The girl looked down in confusion, blood running down her face. Reaper was stunned by what she saw. Shining stripes appeared on the girl's face. The building suddenly shattered into pieces. Reaper called out to the huntress. Baphomet looked around in surprise. Looking away, he wondered what that noise was. The young man looked down at the trembling boy. The kid was holding his head. A few hours before, the boy looked at Griffin in shock, not understanding what he had heard. The kid looked back at him. The boy imagined Raven and wondered if this boy was really him. He looked at him in a stupor. Frowning, he wondered if the boy had dyed his hair because he was most curious about this question. The boy lowered his hands, asked Baphomet if he was a hunter, and then asked for help. Suddenly, system notifications appeared in front of the guys. Griffin looked at him. Baphomet looked down at the window. The notification with an emergency quest required saving the survivors from approaching monsters. The Dark Fist was approaching the ground at high speed. The young man was surprised by the emergency quest. The guys looked around in surprise at the noise. Monsters began to appear in the area. Lev bared his teeth, looking at the guys. A giant dragon rose above the monsters. He opened his mouth. The guy closed his eyes and asked them about Tom. Was it necessary to hide? The young man took a step forward and thought about the fact that all these monsters were high-ranking. He looked to the side and wondered if it was possible that this place suffered more than others during the gate shock. Griffin touched his head and said that he could not determine the location. The guy asked him about the safe zone and said that they should first go to the base. The kid was scared but raised his eyebrows. The boy added that the problem was that they would have to take the boy with them and fight off monsters along the way. The boys looked at the boy, who exclaimed and said that they couldn't do that, after which he apologized and added that he knew that his request was too much. Griffin raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the question of whether they could save his brother, because he went out to find his parents but left his brother there. The blonde boy gritted his teeth. The boy added that if he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have left him. Baphomet leaned towards him. The boy asked them not to leave. The boy said that it was very strange. The kid asked him what he meant. Raven raised his eyebrows in surprise. The guy asked him about why he had consciousness, because all the other survivors repeated the same thing, asking to save them, after which he added that his brother was fine. Baphomet pointed his hand at the boy next to him and said that this hunter was his brother. Baphomet crossed his arms. Raven asked him what he meant. The blonde boy exclaimed, indignant at his actions. The boy began to remember the novel that Beelzebub was reading. He smiled widely and said that they came from the future to save the boy. Raven turned away in displeasure. The boy told the boy that his brother would become a hunter in the future. The boy looked at him in confusion, repeating the words that his brother became a hunter. He was silent for a second, after which he said that this could not be. Baphomet raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words that his brother could not dye his hair that color. He staggered in confusion. The fair-haired boy snorted in displeasure. The boy explained to him that this was bleaching, and that such a phenomenon occurs in areas where gate shock occurs, and it began with those people who survived in those places. The boys quickly ran forward. The boy also added that part of the body becomes white, and this also applies to the change in hair color. The boys closed. The boy hear danger. Baphomet explained that this occurs in people who survived in these areas. The guys fought with monsters. The guy explained to the boy that he and his brother were among such people. Griffin cut the monster into 2 parts. The boy asked what this meant, because there were only him and his brother. He looked at the killed monster in confusion, realizing who remained alive. He raised his eyebrows, surprised by this. The kid looked at Griffin and said that if you only lived what happened to the parents? The gray-haired guy looked into his eyes. Suddenly he looked to the side, noticing something. A horde of monsters appeared around them. Baphomet said that it was time for Raven to leave and they would deal with the monsters. They threw him an artifact and told him to take it and run into the building. An explosion thundered in the air. The boy hugged the artifact to himself. The guys shouted at him to move faster. Light dust rose like the roof of a hangar. The boy put the artifact on the ground. He looked to the side and thought about what the hunters said, that if he installed this thing, the monsters would not get close. He looked ahead and decided to wait for them to come. Suddenly, he shuddered in fear. The space around him was covered with particles. A flash appeared in the air. The little boy turned to his mom and dad. Light clouds of dust floated through the air. A powerful flash of light appeared from the hangar. Shining particles rushed through the air in a stream. Baphomet covered his face with his hand. The fair-haired boy looked at what happened in surprise, not understanding what happened. The silhouette of a boy stood in the middle of raging energy. He said that he would not forgive anyone. Light particles emanated from his body. The boy said something about all people. He began to acquire an adult appearance, continuing to mutter. The boy finally took on the appearance of an adult raven and said that he would kill everyone. A little earlier, the boy plunged into darkness, looking ahead in fear. He saw his parents pierced by sharp thorns. Tears appeared in his eyes. The boy could not understand what was happening. The baby's parents were hanging on sharp thorns. Light particles emanated from them. The boy shuddered, not believing what was happening. He did not take his eyes off what he saw. Tears filled his gaze. The boy trembled in fear. Sitting in the darkness, he thought that there were only he and his brother, and they were the only ones who survived. The baby raised his hands, groaning slightly. His pupil turned blue. The boy touched his face and gave a light scream. A powerful flash of energy burst out of the hangar. The boy screamed hysterically. An explosion of energy thundered behind the cooks. They looked around in surprise. A powerful stream of wind blew dust off the ground. Griffin and Baphomet looked ahead in confusion. Suddenly, the monsters behind them were covered by a thick stream of energy. Through the thickness of the energy, the silhouettes of the monsters were visible. The monsters' deeds began to dissolve in the air, emitting a slight glow. The energy began to destroy the monsters one by one. Baphomet looked at the source of the glow and asked what was happening. The blonde youth raised his eyebrows and thought that he remembered everything. He remembered himself as a child. An image appeared in the boy's head, how he stood in the middle of the raging energy as a child and thought that he remembered why he survived there. Raven extended his hand to him, calling him by name. Keeping his hand raised, he told his brother to come to him, because it was too dangerous there. Griffin snapped out of his memories, shaking from his brother's hair. Raven rose into the air and said he would kill them all. He looked at them emotionlessly, blue streaks appearing on his face. Griffin stepped forward and shouted his brother's name. Baphomet watched in a daze. Suddenly, he smirked slightly. The system announced an emergency quest to eliminate Raven 21. A wind blew through the city ruins. Reaper rushed forward in shock. Nelia leaned to the side, blood pouring out of her body. The girl ran to her ally. The little girl smiled maniacally. Reaper gritted her teeth, calling out to the huntress. The girl picked her up in her arms, a cloud of dust hiding them. Reaper rushed forward, running out of the haze. The girl took on the form of a monster and ran after them. The system announced an emergency quest to eliminate Goliath 17, explaining that until they eliminated it, the space would be blocked from the outside. Monster ran after them, shouting after the girl, calling her a coward. Reaper clenched her jaw. She turned the corner, an explosion thundered behind her. Monster said that the humans would never get to their king. With explosive force, she rose into the air, asking the girl if she knew why. The monster loomed over them. The monster's eye began to emit a bright light. Monster said that it was because this place would become their grave. She aimed a powerful beam at the fugitives. The attack was approaching the girl from behind. Reaper looked back at the danger. The system announced the use of the legendary item, Green Shield. Better hit the barrier with incredible force. Monster suddenly noticed this. She looked at the green sphere and said that it will not help them. Nelia opened her eyes slightly. The girl was using high-rank healing potions on her. She looked away. The system was repeatedly announcing the use of the earth. Reaper, with a frightened expression, tried to help the woman by using healing and revival potions. Reaper slightly trembled when Nelia spoke to her. She remembered how she tried to revive her mother. The woman smiled slightly and said that she was fine, after which she was glad that the girl was not hurt. Reaper remembered the image of her mother, her words that everything was fine, and that the main thing was that the girl was alive. Nelia said with a smile that she needed to leave quickly. The girl seemed to remember her mother's words. She leaned towards the woman's face and interrupted her speech, ordering her to be quiet. She frowned in irritation and said that the woman was a hunter. The monster pointed a gun at the barrier. The girl said that Nelia had not eaten anything for several days and held on. And now because of such a wound she gave up. The woman said that a through wound pierced the heart and the rest of the body was almost torn apart. The monster began to shoot at the barrier. The girl said that the heart did not burst, and the brain was safe and sound, so for a hunter this is nothing, and such a thing cannot die. Nelia was surprised by what was said. The girl lowered her hands. The woman's body was surrounded by light particles. Reaper frowned and asked if the woman wanted her children to be orphans. She leaned over her wound and used Calix's pocket watch. Nelia looked at her face in surprise. The system announced that time in the selected space was stopped. The girl asked to wait for her. She stood up and said that she would never let her die. The monster pointed its sharp blades at the barrier and said that it was stupid because there was no point in them hiding there. Without taking its eyes off the sphere, the monster said that they were now trapped. The girl's face appeared from the barrier. She asked what made him think that they were trapped. The monster took a step forward and exclaimed loudly. It rose into the air and pointed its blades at Reaper. The girl swung her threads, gritting her teeth. The monster's tentacles crashed into the girl's threads. The monster laughed. The girl looked angrily ahead, continuing the attack. Reaper jumped back from the monster's blow. The monster said that she fought well. The girl crossed her arms, waving her threads. The girl's ropes dug into the stone blocks. She spread her arms to the sides, lifting the blocks into the air. The boulders headed towards the monster. The robo-crab smashed them with powerful beams. The girl jumped to the side. The monster called her pathetic. She turned her gaze to him, waving her hand. The monster jumped to the side. The girl directed her threads at him. Loud blows rushed through the area. The monster laughed and said that her technique was good, but her accuracy was 0. The monster looked at her. The girl waved her hand again, directing the attack. The monster exclaimed that she missed again. Shouting to the street, he asked what she was doing and said that she was hitting the wrong place. The threads formed a net, hanging over the monster. The scrub moved to the side, dodging the attack, and said that the girl was very slow. Small fragments flew past his face. He said that the girl, it turns out, did not even think about hitting the target. A net of threads formed in the air. The monster wondered when it appeared there. Reaper looked at him maniacally and said that she did not intend to aim at the monster. The crab looked down at her and asked what this meant. The system announced that the girl met the conditions for using the skill. Reaper imagined the silhouette of a spider and used the arachnid skill, Shelter. Suddenly, the monster plunged into a subspace of nets. Darkness enveloped him. The crab looked back and asked what this was. The girl appeared in front of him and said that she was not just a person who knew how to fight. The monster pointed a tentacle at her. The girl disappeared and said that every time she entered the tower. Reaper appeared behind the crab and finished the sentence by saying that she was in constant fear. Looking at the monster, she said that she did not want war and believed that there was another way to negotiate with them, a peaceful way. The monster looked at her. The crab released rays, saying that this was nonsense because they would never be able to negotiate. He hung in the darkness and said that they were born to fight and that they would survive. Looking ahead, the monster said that they would subjugate people and rule them because this is their essence. The thread pierced his body. The crab added that this was their duty. A girl appeared from the darkness and said that these were his thoughts and she respected them. The monster asked her about what she did because he could not move. Reaper grabbed the end of her braid and said that the crab would definitely become a good substance. She let her hair down, pulling her hair. The monster's body was covered in light lightning. He asked in confusion what it meant. The threads began to stretch. The crab asked her to stop. The next second, the girl crossed her arms and cut the monster into many pieces. She looked sternly in front of her and finished the thought by saying that he would be a substance that would feed the onset of a new world. Shining particles rushed through the darkness. The girl touched the ground and the system announced the completion of the quest. Reaper looked in front of her. The system added that the divided space was being restored. Dust rushed around the girl. She looked back at the wreckage of the robot. The silhouette of a little girl appeared behind her. She called the girl a hypocrite and said that this offense would not go away anyway. Reaper quickly turned around, but did not find anyone. She raised her eyebrows tensely. Nelia called out to her. Reaper ran as fast as she could to her injured ally. The woman said she was amazing for defeating the monster on her own. The girl asked her about her wound. Nelia closed her eyes and smiled. The girl said that it was impossible to fully heal on site, so she thought the woman should go down and get treatment outside. Nelia said that she thought so. Reaper turned her head, noticing the barrier the woman had told her about. A shining wall separated them from the outside world. The woman said that it didn't look like a natural phenomenon. The girl replied that it looked like the space had split. Reaper raised her eyebrows in surprise and thought about the emergency quest being completed, so the split space should have been restored, and then wondered if a similar situation had arisen elsewhere. Beelzebub showed Baphomet the phone screen and said that he thought it was love, because everything in the search history was connected to Raven. The boy leaned over, took the phone and asked why he took it without asking. The boy replied that if he wanted information about the enemy, then it was understandable. Baphomet frowned slightly. The boy added that the boy, however, killed him himself and that Raven no longer existed. The boy frowned, closed his eyes and said that he already knew this and he just wanted to fight him again. Raven glared at the guys, drawing his blade. He waved his hand. The system announced that in order to complete the emergency quest, he needed to destroy it. Raven sent a powerful stream of energy at them. The guys jumped to the side. Griffin landed, putting his hand on the ground. The next moment, the monster approached him. Griffin blocked his brother's blow. Raven glared at him sternly. The boy gritted his teeth, looking into his brother's eyes. Griffin threw his weapon to the side. Raven's blade was engulfed in aura flames. The monster launched several sweeping strikes, which the boy dodged. Raven frowned slightly. He took the blade in both hands. Griffin clenched his teeth tensely. Baphomet's voice rang out in the air, saying that he should not be underestimated. The monster turned his gaze to the boy. He closed with his sword, reflecting the boy's attack. Baphomet caught his blade on a chain. He smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The monster looked up at him. Griffin looked at what was happening in confusion. The boy said that despite the fact that their opponent was a ghost, he still did not expect to meet him. Baphomet said with a smile that he would have to observe all the rules of decency and then activated a hidden passive skill. His pupils turned red. The guy said that he could not make a mistake in a fight with him. The system announced that the guy could use a closed active skill. The young man concentrated, lowering his hands. Suddenly, he opened his eyelids. Rising into the air, Baphomet attacked the ghost. Raven sank to the ground. He rose to the enemy. While in the air, the guys prepared for attacks. The next second, several blows cut through the space. Baphomet gritted his teeth and frowned deeply. He remembered their last battle and thought that this was some kind of deja vu. The guy smiled slightly. He sank to the ground, swinging his chains. Raven also landed, lowering his hand to the ground. Baphomet took the blade with a reverse grip. The ghost dodged his attack. He looked up, noticing the blade heading towards him. The ghost jumped away from the place of impact. Baphomet sank down. The next second, he found himself in front of his opponent. The boy swung, aiming for the ghost's head. Raven watched this, unperturbed. He stepped aside, dodging the attack. The ghost rose above the boy's ball and aimed a kick at his head. Baphomet flew to the floor with terrifying force. The sword covered his face. The boy looked from behind the blade at his opponent. He saw a swirling stream of aura and Raven himself. The ghost looked into his eyes, unperturbed. The guy frowned slightly. He looked into the enemy's blue pupil. Baphomet did not take his eyes off him. He smiled and thought that everything was going as he thought. The young man grabbed his sword. He struck the ground. The young man created a bright flash, splitting the floor. His silhouette was visible among the stone debris. The guy smiled widely and said that he was having fun. Baphomet swung his sword and sent the debris at his opponent. The ghost struck a couple of times, breaking the stones in the air. Baphomet chopped one of the boulders. He directed the tip of the blade at the ghost. Smiling maniacally, the guy called on the ghost to make it even more fun. Raven slightly raised his eyebrows. The guy's blow created a bright flash. He swung his sword. The ghost lunged, directing the tip at the young man. Baphomet went out of the way of the blow, lowered it into the blade. The boys prepared to attack again while in the air. Baphomet jerked the tip of his blade. He made a sweeping blow, which the ghost blocked. The boy thought that he was having a lot of fun. Raven aimed a straight punch at the boy. The boy blocked it, thinking again that he was having fun. The ghost struck again. The boy blocked it and flew back. The men clashed with blows in the air, creating a flash. New flashes appeared in space over and over again. The boy fell to the ground and thought that although he was having fun, but Raven also touched the ground, falling down. The boy rose, his body trembling slightly. The opponents stood opposite each other. Raven looked at him emotionlessly. The boy finished his thought by saying that some strange feeling was interfering with this fun. He rushed forward towards his opponent. The ghost calmly watched this. The boy was quickly approaching. Raven put his hand to his face. With one impulse, he threw the young man several meters away. The guy was heading towards the wall, thinking that this was ridiculous. Approaching the obstacle, the guy thought that his body had lost strength. The young man crashed into the building with incredible force. Raven calmly watched what happened. He looked to the side. Griffin bent down, swinging his blade. Baphomet lay in my chest, thinking that before this was a trifle for him. He opened his eyes. The guy looked at the fighting brothers, thinking that this was a good moment, that there would be no third or fourth time. He did not take his eyes off them. His consciousness sank into emptiness. The young man thought will the result change? If there is a chance, because then he killed the enemy simply using the privileges of the tower. If that battle took place under the same conditions, he would have lost 100%, so there was nothing to be happy about because he is weak. Griffin took the blades in a reverse grip, looking at the enemy. Baphomet continued to lie in the stones. Griffin jumped back from his brother's attack. The young man silently watched what was happening. He clenched his fist and wondered what he should do now. The boy imagined the eye in the darkness and thought that he was not a weakling who was afraid of everything, because he was ready to attack regardless of the enemy. The eye in his mind opened even more. The young man decided that he was. The eye in the darkness opened wide. The young man decided that this was Baphomet. A blood-red aura began to emanate from his body. The cloud was rising into the air. Griffin fell to the ground. The ghost pointed the tip of the blade at him. Raven looked at him ominously. Griffin looked up at him. Raven froze in place, slightly pale. A strange silhouette appeared in the dust. The ghost felt a terrifying aura. Baphomet took on his true form. Raven looked back at him. The stripes on his face began to disappear. The ghost noticed the silhouette of the monster, calling it by name. The creature in armor sat on the throne and said that the guy was crazy. A huge number of cords were connected to his throne. The creature said that using the tower system to clear the stage was a pretty reasonable decision, and then wondered if this was going beyond the limits. Looking in front of him, the creature said that the guy was trying to hack the system and wanted to absorb his tower. Baphomet was lying in the middle of the stones, emitting a scarlet aura. A system window with Lord Baphomet's special skill appeared in front of him. The boy's eyes turned bloodshot. The system announced that the skill allows you to hack the system of this tower with a 15% probability and use the skill, and then asked if the boy wants to use it. The boy calmly activated it. The system announced that the skill was successfully activated. The young man opened his palm. Scarlet stripes began to appear on his body. The system announced that the skill's range of application was currently small, and that the skill had a low level and was activated unstable, and the result it could lead to was unknown. The boy's face twisted. His body was surrounded by scarlet particles. The system notified him that with an increase in level, the range of action would expand and allow him to capture the entire tower. Baphomet opened her eyes wider. The system urged him to raise his level and seize the throne, to take a place above the position of the king. A bright flash appeared behind Raven. The ghost felt a dark aura. The silhouette of the monster was surrounded by scarlet particles. Raven slightly turned his head. Baphomet was watching him. Raven looked into his eyes. The monster did not take his eyes off him. Looking at Baphomet, the ghost called him by name. Griffin was very surprised, looking at his brother. He raised his eyebrows and thought about the fear in his eyes, the fear that made his whole body tremble, and that he had never seen him like this before. He imagined his brother standing in the middle of raging energy and thought that this had not happened even when he was sucked into the gate's shock. Then he remembered how Raven had struck down the angel and thought that this had not happened when he had cleared the tower alone. The boy imagined the raging energy and thought that his brother had only anger and nothing more, but now he saw something different. The tip of Raven's sword trembled. Griffin thought that such a lively reaction could not be fake. The ghost looked at his opponent. Eyes that were once full of anger now reflected completely different emotions, because Raven, who was the embodiment of anger, was now feeling fear. Baphomet took a step forward. The boy thought that all this was because of him. He looked at the face of the beast and mentally repeated its name over and over again. Griffin flinched slightly and thought about this being the boss who killed his brother, then wondered if the ghost was scared because of Raven's death. Griffin imagined Baphomet in human form and thought that the beast emitted an ominous energy, just like the guy. He took a step forward and shouted that he guessed that the guy was the beast. Griffin looked at his brother, who called him by name. Raven raised his hand and asked if it was him. The guy asked what he meant. The ghost asked him about when he came there and what happened to him. Griffin looked at his confused brother, wondering what kind of reaction this was, because it looked like he had gained consciousness. The ghost said that it was strange and that this could not be. He looked ahead in shock and said that he died before that. The beast spread his arms. The guy laughed loudly and said that this is it. He narrowed his eyes and added that this would be fair. Raven looked up at him. The beast said that in addition to everything else, his data had also surfaced. Griffin recoiled slightly. Baphomet added that with this power he would be able to enjoy himself to his heart's content. Magical ornaments appeared in the air above the beast. He finished the sentence by saying that he wanted to fight the ghost. The guy inside the beast raised his eyebrows in confusion, not understanding what was happening. He saw from the first person how the beast directed an attack at the guys and exclaimed loudly. The brothers jumped back from the place of impact. Griffin's swords remained on the ground. Suddenly, they rose into the air, spinning quickly. The young man caught them. Raven leaned slightly and said that he would like to figure out what happened, but since the monster was attacking, it would be difficult to do so. He looked at his brother and told him to be careful, because the enemy was a mythical rank boss of a single-man tower. If he hadn't cleared it, then this tower would have become the strongest among existing ones, which would be too tough for his brother. Griffin turned away from him and told him to shut up and not interfere, because he would figure it out himself, especially since the enemy that needed to be destroyed in this tower. The guy rushed into battle, finishing the phrase by saying that his brother was the boss. Griffin was heading towards the beast, thinking that if he succeeded, he would be able to destroy both of them and then it would not be easy to reach the S rank. Raven suddenly noticed something. Griffin's body and swords were covered in an aura. He swung his blades, cutting through the wind. The attack crashed into the beast's body. The guy quickly approached him. The beast crossed its arms in front of itself. Baphomet grabbed the blade of the sword. Griffin noticed this in surprise. The monster threw him aside. The guy was flying with his back to the wall. He turned around in the air. Griffin cushioned the blow with his legs. He took off with explosive force, getting closer to the enemy. The guy cut into the air with his blade. Griffin dealt many blows to the beast's body. He lowered his head. Suddenly, the guy looked up in surprise, thinking that he did not feel the cut. The beast's body was unharmed. Baphomet looked down at the young man. Griffin looked into his eyes in confusion. The beast raised its head, letting out a shrill roar. The young man crossed his arms. The system announced that the guy was in great fear of the enemy's power. The monster continued to scream. The young man's points dropped by 50%. He clenched his teeth and frowned. The system reported that his body was numb from fear and he could not move. The beast continued to roar loudly. Suddenly, it looked at the guy and extended its hand to him, calling him a delicacy. The beast's paw approached the guy's head. Raven stopped it, resting his hand on the paw. With a powerful impulse, he pushed the monster away, saying that nothing had changed since his last meeting with his brother and that it had not grown a bit. The guy looked back and asked if it could be because he, who was his target, died. Griffin looked at him in surprise, groaning awkwardly. The ghost made a powerful jerk. Baphomet calmly looked at him. The guy inside the beast gritted his teeth and thought that the situation was bad, and then wondered what was going on. Raven rose into the air and cut through the space. The guy thought about why his body was not obeying. He remembered the system notification that the skill was low level and was activated unstable, and the result it could lead to was unknown. Dust rose into the air from the impact. The guy wondered if it was all because of the low skill level. A thick cloud of dust covered the monster. The beast's face appeared from the haze. The guy inside it cursed in despair. Raven frowned slightly. The monster crossed its arms, creating magic circles. The guy inside it thought that this was some kind of pipe dream. Baphomet made a sweeping strike with its blades. The ghost jumped back. The guy inside the beast thought about what annoyed him the most. The door raised its gaze. The young man thought that his opponent had suddenly become stronger. Raven raised her hand. The monster took off. The opponent spun in the air. Keep fighting. The guy decided that it looked like Raven's rank had also increased. Baphomet and Raven landed with a thud. The beast opened its mouth and did not give up a loud roar. The ghost frowned, releasing an aura. They rushed towards each other. The opponents swung their weapons. They clashed with their swords, creating a shower of sparks. Raven frowned tensely. He silently thought about the situation. Throwing the monster's sword aside, he said that he understood everything. Someone was watching him from the side. The young man looked ominously towards the observer. The next second, he threw the blade in that direction. The katana pierced the eyepiece of the spherical robot. Baphomet frowned, realizing where the gaze was coming from, watching him. The system lord looked at what was happening in surprise. Raven straightened up, lowering his arms. The lord wondered how the ghost could do such a thing. Raven looked ahead and said that although he died, it still felt like he was still alive, then added that the tower system used his data to use him as a monster. He looked sternly ahead and called himself a pathetic monster. Baphomet looked at him. The guy inside him frowned tensely. The ghost said that he had only one way to deal with this whole situation. Baphomet looked at him in confusion and realized what he was trying to do. The ghost looked back at him and said that he would have to. The beast attacked him again. Suddenly, blood sprayed in the air. The beast's sword pierced the guy's body. He finished the sentence by saying that he would have to die. The system announced the quest was completed. Scarlet particles appeared around Baphomet again. The system announced the completion of the floor clearing. Raven looked down and gritted his teeth, saying that the data seemed to feel pain too. The system announced that the effect of the Lord's skills did not extend to the next floor, so the skills effect was over. Baphomet took the form of a human. The ghost asked what kind of antics this was. He reached out to the guy. Grabbing his clothes, the ghost looked into his eyes. Approaching, Raven said that the monster became a human, and then asked how a monster could do this. The rays of the sun illuminated the ruins of the city. The ghost said that no one guarantees that something like this will not happen in their shaky world, but he wondered how he did it. Baphomet looked at him in confusion. The ghost asked if he got a human body through a quest, because if so, then this is possible. Raven lowered his head and said that he also hoped only for the quest. He looked up at the guy and said that, apparently, he did not become a human due to his abilities, and this body is most likely not his. Baphomet raised his eyebrows in confusion. The ghost added that even with this body he could only achieve such a low level. The boy asked him what he meant. The ghost began to dissolve into thin air, saying that the guy simply did not know how to use. Raven's body dissipated more and more. The end of his sentence was indistinguishable. Baphomet was shocked but raised his eyebrows. Only a dark silhouette of the ghost remained in front of him. The boy was stupefied. He looked at the flying particles, asking the ghost what he said. Chu touched his chin. Reaper looked back at him. The man said that, apparently, monsters with names appeared in each of the districts. The girl asked him if he saw them. The man remembered how two monster children crawled on him and said that they took the form of twins, and as soon as the right moment came, they showed their true appearance. The girl turned to the side. The man said that he was glad that the cleanup was complete. Reaper said that although they had finished the cleanup, the condition of the hunter Nelia left much to be desired, even though they had given her first aid, but they could not go further without her. The woman sat by the wall. The slug on her lap was holding back tears. The man frowned sternly. He approached the girls and turned to Nelia, then asked if she could hold out. The woman replied that she could continue climbing the tower, so they did not have to worry. He was silent for a second. Looking at them, he said that they should go down. The sun's rays penetrated inside through the roof. The woman said that they should not do this because of her. Chu asked if she thought that he did not know how she felt. After all, he was the one who walked hand in hand with her from the first days she joined the guild. The woman raised her eyebrows. The man said that the tower could be cleaned later, because now it was more important to take care of her health. She wanted to object to something. Baphomet said that he would not go. He crossed his arms in displeasure and said that if they were leaving, then let them go down without him. Reaper turned to him and asked if he was going to clean the tower alone. He frowned sternly and looked at her. The girl looked at him in confusion and thought that he was strange, after which she wondered what happened to him. Griffin said that he would also stay. The people looked at him. He said that he was sorry to leave because they had worked so hard to get to this level. He looked at the dark-haired guy and said that he wanted to find out something else. Griffin looked at him ominously in the eyes. Baphomet locked eyes with him. Chu raised his hand and said that he understood them, then asked if there was anyone else who wanted to stay in the tower besides them. Zest replied that she thought it was better for her to go with them, because if it weren't for her injury, Nelia wouldn't have gotten hurt. She looked down in disappointment and said that she would only be able to calm down when the huntress's condition returned to normal. The woman said that it wasn't her fault. Reaper trembled in surprise after the man addressed her. She lowered her gaze. The girl closed her eyes and calmly exhaled, saying that she would continue to climb with the boys. Peacemaker raised her hand and said that she would do the same. She smiled widely and clarified that she would also continue to climb. She opened her eyes and smiled softly. Reaper approached her, addressing her by her nickname. Peacemaker approached the boy with a smile and said that it was a pleasure to meet him. Chu frowned and said that they had apparently made up their minds and that he and the two girls would be going down. The boys looked at him. The man said that they would continue to climb and that as soon as Nelia got better, he would go into the tower again. Zest approached Reaper and told her to be careful. The girl agreed and asked her to take care of Nelia. Zest looked at the guy and mentally apologized, thinking about how she couldn't complete his task. A stream of energy appeared in the air. Chu, Zest, and Nelia entered the portal that appeared. The boys looked after them. The dark-haired young man turned around and said that it was time for them to go. Reaper followed him and thought about whether they could handle it alone, because this tower was of the highest epic rank, and especially since it was she who called Baphomet there. Pursing her lips, she decided that there was nothing she could do about it. The girl frowned slightly and thought that she would have to hold on until the Chew hunter returned. The girl looked ahead in fear, clenched her teeth and thought that she was going to do this. A giant worm fired a projectile at them. The boys ran away. The girl wondered what it was. The monster's paw with sharp claws hung over her. The girl pleaded. She jumped back. Baphomet attacked the monster. The robo-bees headed towards the girl. She begged again. Peacemaker and Griffin attacked them. A giant white robot appeared in front of them. The guys rose into the air in front of its eyepiece, and suddenly the guys stopped, hearing Reapers scream. They looked back at her. The girl turned pale and asked if they wanted to rest for a while. The golden cup emitted a slight glow. The system announced that she had used the golden cup magic item. Reaper lowered her head onto her hand and thought about how they had survived. Because there just happened to be a waiting room there, the system announced that the condition of all party members was being restored. The girl pointed and touched the system window and thought about how they were on the 89th floor, and that was a good result. She looked up at the white-haired guy and asked where he was going. The young man replied that if they sat like that, they would only waste time. He wanted to train a little. Baphomet looked at him. The guy looked back at him and said that he was disgusted to be in this space. Baphomet sat down. Does he tell him that? Griffin silently looked into his eyes. The guy did not take his eyes off him. Reaper looked at them in confusion and thought about the fact that this is the atmosphere and what happened between them, then turned to them. She looked at the girl sitting next to her. Get up from her seat. She extended her hand to her and said that they did not really introduce themselves to the hunter Peacemaker, then called each name. Peacemaker looked down and said that she received a task from the guild. Upon receiving it, she was to join the Nebula Hunters and help them clear the tower. She remembered how she ran into Chew and told about it. Baphomet frowned and asked what happened to her comrades, because, as it seems to him, she did not go up alone. The girl raised her hands and said that the people had fallen into the monster's trap and died. She remembered how the barrel of a gun was usually aimed at an ally's head and said that it had been a surprise attack. Smiling, with a maddened expression on her face, she said that she had barely survived. Light particles rose into the air. The young man asked how it could be that the hunters who had been sent to help were weaker than the first squad. Reaper called out his name. She raised her hand and said that Peacemaker had lost her comrades and had risen with such difficulty alone, so he shouldn't say that. The girl smiled softly and told Tanya to pay attention, because the guy was always saying stupid things. Peacemaker looked up at her. She rolled her eyes in displeasure and agreed with her. Reaper smiled, not understanding what that was. The lamps illuminated the room. The girl thought that Peacemaker was strange. The robot soldier rushed into battle. Reaper jumped from the shots. The robot with the ball rose into the air. He struck her. The girl blocked it with her thread. The inertia threw her to the ground. The enemy pointed the tip of the blade at the girl. Lying on the floor, she looked at him in confusion. The dark-haired young man bent him down on his back, plunging a weapon into the back of his head. Baphomet pinned the robot to the floor. The girl slowly turned around. Peacemaker fired a powerful shot near her face, killing one of the monsters. The girl looked at her in fear. She smiled nervously and thanked her. Peacemaker looked at her with disdain. Reaper raised her eyebrows in surprise and thought that she was addressing her somehow unfriendly. The green-haired girl approached the guy and said that it was amazing, then asked if he was really in a rank. She thought that he was much taller. Reaper thought that she didn't even approach Griffin, who was in the guild, and only paid attention to Baphomet, who had nothing to do with the guild. She looked at the girl and thought that maybe she liked him, and that's why she looked at her like a rival. Reaper frowned angrily, thinking that she didn't even have words, because she wasn't interested in the guy at all. The ceiling was covered in small cracks. The guys approached the giant doors. The dark-haired boy leaned slightly and said that there were two huge doors in front of them, and they would have to check both to find out for sure. He turned to the girls and said that he and Griffin were strong in close combat, so there was no point in going through the same door, so they would have to mix a close and long-range fighter. Reaper was burning with anger. The guy looked away. The girl frowned deeply and thought that although she was not interested in him at all, everything really annoyed her, so he should choose her. The young man closed his eyes. Reaper raised her hands and frowned in displeasure. Hearing the words that he would go with Peacemaker, the girl asked him why he decided so. The guy replied that she almost killed him with her wire, and that he was too lazy to dodge the wire, and Griffin would get used to it faster. He moved quite quickly. The guys split into groups and stood opposite each other. The guy said that since they had figured it out, it was time for them to move. Reaper was upset but followed them with her eyes. Peacemaker looked at her with a sarcastic smile. The girl noticed this with displeasure. She looked after the girl leaving and thought that she was somehow strange, and although she did not want to doubt a team member, Reaper opened her eye wider and used the identification skill, thinking that she should check her profile. Patterns appeared on the girl's pupil. She was surprised at what she saw. Peacemaker and Baphomet entered the room. Many lamps illuminated the room. The girl said that she only saw a long tunnel, which meant they chose the wrong door. The boy said that he did not think so. The girl turned to him. He looked away with displeasure. The girl asked if Reaper was his girlfriend. The boy answered negatively. He turned his gaze to her. The girl asked if he had a girlfriend, after which she said that he probably did, because the guy seemed quite popular. The boy asked why he always talked about others. He came closer to her and said that there was no one there except them. The girl smiled confusedly, blushed and asked the guy what he meant. The next second, the boy pointed a blade at her. The girl jumped back from his attack. Blood was running down her cheek. The boy said that she was far from a newbie. He lowered the blade, took a step forward and said that she did not even hide the intention to kill him and was deliberately getting closer. He looked down and said that this was good because he was already tired of taking out his anger on all sorts of small fry. He frowned sternly and told her to prepare for death like this. A little earlier, Reaper stopped the guy. The boy turned to her and asked what she wanted. A notification about a dialogue request appeared in front of him. In the chat, the girl said that Peacemaker was kind of strange and that she did not think that the girl was usually a hunter. The boy asked what this meant. The girl replied that it meant that she was not a registered hunter. Reaper looked at him in surprise, hearing the words that he had already guessed. The guy slightly lowered himself to her. The girl asked what he had just said. The guys looked into each other's eyes. The boy said that if everything ends well, they would eat together. Baphomet made a dash forward. Peacemaker also rushed towards him. She raised her weapon and aimed at the guy. The boy, approaching her, deflected the shots. He made a sweeping blow in front of her face. Baphomet suddenly noticed something. The girl covered her face with a kukri. The guy noticed how the gun was approaching his face. At the last second, he covered himself from the shot. The boy held a short blade in front of his face. He swung his hand and ducked. He did an under, delivering several blows. The girl jumped back. While in the air, she aimed at the guy. Baphomet looked at her ominously. He swung his blade and deflected another shot. The girl kicked her leg in the air. The boy swung his fist. They lightly touched their limbs. A bright flash suddenly appeared after the blow. The boys were slightly pushed away. They landed opposite each other. The boy looked up at her. Peacemaker, while I was looking at him. The boy looked down at the blade. A voice in his head said that this girl was calmly changing weapons, although this was not the same weapon as the one in his hand, but she was still taking it out of her inventory too quickly. The boy looked at his opponent and thought that this was an illegal hunter without permission, and that according to rumors, such people use illegal programs to act outside the sight of the state. His blade suggested that this could be precisely because of this. The boy raised his eyebrows and thought that these were not the skills of a beginner. The girl smiled softly. The boy thought that she had probably killed people many times already. Baphomet looked into her eyes and asked for what purpose she had entered there. Hiding her identity, Peacemaker said that he had guessed very quickly and that everything was correct because she had business with him. The girl smiled broadly. Hearing the question of whether she wanted to kill him, the girl happily confirmed this. She looked up and began to think that if she answered like that, it would be too harsh, so she would explain everything to him. After which she told him that she was given the task to kill him, but when she takes the task, she looks at the conditions, whether she likes them or not. He listened to her story. Peacemaker looked down and said that she felt a little sorry. She looked at the boy's body and wondered if it was necessary to kill him. Looking up at his face, she said that she could just remove the dangerous element and that's it, after which she remembered her grandmother's words. The girl remembered the torn toy and her grandmother's words about living toys. Little Peacemaker looked at her teddy bear in confusion. Her grandmother was sitting behind her. The girl could not move. A bloody man was sitting on a chair in front of her. Her grandmother finished the sentence by saying that a living toy is much more fun than a lifeless one. Peacemaker crossed her arms. They say that he will not kill him, but will just take him to himself. She smiled in anticipation and said that she would cut off all the boy's limbs and play with him. She took his shoulder and asked him to remember the name of his future mistress. She tore off her cape, made a dash and said her name. The boy jumped back from the shots. A voice in his head asked what he was going to do with the enemy. The young man thought that there was not much space there, so a large weapon would not work, and he needed a more suitable one that could protect against bullets. The girl looked up. The voice in the guy's head agreed and said that the girl was very strong, so he should be careful. Baphomet looked sternly at the enemy and repeated the words he heard. He remembered the image of the disappearing raven. The guy struck several blows, reflecting the shots. He looked at the enemy and said that if you compare her to Raven, then she is nothing at all. That image appeared in his head again. Guy, what are you thinking about? He frowned slightly and said he didn't think Raven would lose. Peacemaker noticed the attack coming and the boy's blow almost caught her face. She jumped back and the boy's attack split the floor. He had a small hatchet in his hand. A voice in his head said that he understood everything now. The girl smiled and said that the situation seemed to have changed. The boy asked her if she called him a toy. The girl asked what that meant. Baphomet stood up and said that he was far from being a toy. The next second he approached her and said that she was the toy. He delivered a sweeping blow to her. The girl arched, dodging it. Baphomet pushed off the ground, rising into the air above her. He delivered a blow to her. Peacemaker blocked it with her weapon. The boy smiled in anticipation. The girl easily fell. She slipped under his attacks. The girl landed to the side. The weapon in her hand changed. The girl said that he suddenly became stronger, so she would not be able to fight at half strength. She released a thick rope. The boy blocked it with his hatchet. The rope created a loop around his neck. Baphomet slipped away at the last moment before it tightened. The boy pushed off the wall. The girl pointed the weapon at him. The blade on the end of the rope headed for the boy's leg. Baphomet let the hull fall from her attacks again and again. The girl's rope broke the floor into pieces. Peacemaker smiled maniacally. She swung the weapon, splitting the stone floor. The blade on the end of the rope headed for the boy. Baphomet calmly looked at the approaching attack. Time stood still for him for a second. The boy thought about the fact that in his head there was only Raven. The rope flew past his hatchet. The boy blocked the attack, making a dash forward. He ran past the rope, heading for the girl. Peacemaker swung the ropes and shattered the floor into pieces. Suddenly, she noticed something. Her opponent was invisible in the cloud of dust. Baphomet was behind her. Time stopped for him again. He thought about what would happen if he were fighting Raven. The guy kicked her, throwing her back a few meters. The girl smiled and said that the guy was far from simple. She swung her arms again, exclaimed and said that this made it even more interesting for her to force him to obey. The rope spun chaotically in the air, raising dust. The guy pushed his foot against the wall with incredible force. The girl aimed an attack at him. Peacemaker looked ahead with a smile. The guy's hatchet approached her neck. She swung her hand and reflected his attack. The girl created a gun in her hand. She pointed it at the boy and fired a couple of shots. Baphomet turned his gaze to her. He threw one of the axes in her direction. The girl stepped back, dodging his attack. Suddenly, she noticed something. The bloody axe was back in his hand. Peacemaker's leg was slightly askew, with droplets of blood running down it. The boy lowered his weapon. The girl took hold of his wounded arm. The boy looked sternly into her eyes. The girl smiled slightly, laughing quietly. She raised her head and laughed loudly. The boy took a step forward while the girl continued to laugh. Peacemaker held her head up, trying to catch her breath. She looked at him maniacally and said that this was wrong because the boy was her toy. She remembered her little self, smiled softly and asked why he didn't listen to her. As I continued to remember that moment, the girl asked the boy if he really wanted her to scold him. Peacemaker put her hand to the side. Bright particles surrounded it. The girl took out a large weapon and called the boy stupid. She pointed the barrel at the boy and said that she didn't want to resort to this. The girl frowned angrily, remembered her little self and finished the sentence on the topic that the boy started first. She fired a powerful shot. Baphomet watched the approaching attack. He didn't move from his place until the very end, thinking that there was no point in even comparing them. Blood gushed behind Peacemaker. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. The boy struck her torso. Streams of blood flowed down her legs. Peacemaker's eyes widened. She fell to the ground and screamed that it hurt. Baphomet looked at her. He stepped on her stomach. The boy looked at the green-haired girl and noted that the quest window did not appear. Peacemaker looked at him. He said that she was not an apostle. The hero pressed on her stomach, asked if she had received an order to destroy him. He said that there was only one person who wanted to get rid of him. Peacemaker looked at him and asked if he meant Loki. If so, she would tell him where he was hiding in exchange for mercy. Baphomet looked at her and asked if she thought he would believe her. The girl trembled and said that she would not run away, and if he did not like the information, he could kill her. Baphomet looked at her. The green-haired girl looked at him and begged. The guy looked at her. She opened her eyes in shock when he said that he did not want to. The hero said that there were many ways to find Loki even without her help. A sword began to appear in Baphomet's hand. Peacemaker frowned when the guy said that she would be an investment in his future. She jumped back. A weapon appeared in the girl's hands. She frowned and screamed that she did not want to. There was an impact. Baphomet cut off her head. Peacemaker's eyes were wide open in shock. She mentally turned to her grandmother. A moment appeared in her memory. Her eye was covered in blood. The girl was sitting on the floor. She saw a woman falling, and a man was standing next to her. He turned and looked at the girl. Peacemaker remembered that the man killed her grandmother. Baphomet turned and looked at the girl. He looked around. His weapon was gone. A voice asked if he was okay. The guy answered that someone once said, if you die in the tower, then it will be impossible to determine who killed you. He needed to cool down. He turned back. The voice told him that this was a chance to easily find Loki. The hero noticed a light on the body. The voice asked what this red light was. Was it a bomb sensor? The young man looked into the void and said that it was a bomb that activates after death. He looked away and said that he had played too much. There was an explosion. A drop fell on Reaper's head. She screamed. Griffin turned to her. She said that a drop fell on her. They walked forward. The girl said that they used all the fireflies. She wondered if they were in the same situation as Peacemaker and Baphomet. She raised her hand to her chin and thought about the hero, if he was okay. She tilted her head and thought it was strange that he cared about her. But if she misinterpreted his words, then maybe he had an interest. Too bad he wasn't her type. The girl looked at Griffin. He turned to her. Reaper leaned over and said that if these records were followed, there weren't many floors left until the top. The blue-haired girl looked at the boy. He looked ahead, and she wondered why he hadn't reached S rank yet. A firefly was flying in the darkness. The hunters walked forward. Suddenly, Griffin stopped. The girl looked at him and asked what was wrong. The boy said that there was an exit ahead, but he had a strange feeling. A door opened in front of them. Their eyes widened in shock. In front of them was an ordinary city. A boy was running after a girl. They saw a Ferris wheel and realized that it was an amusement park. The girl with pink hair ran and screamed that the director got it all wrong. There was a man in front of her. She said that she had no relationship with that man. Griffin looked at them and asked what was going on. Reaper stood behind him with popcorn in her hands. The young man looked at the blue-haired girl and did not understand why she was taking it so seriously. The pink-haired girl ran after the man. Reaper said that this is the problem with romantic series during dialogues. They delay solving problems for a long time. Suddenly, the hunters froze when a voice asked if she thought so too. A huge cube crushed the man. A scream was heard throughout the park. A woman was flying in front of them. A weapon began to appear in Griffin's hand. People looked at the monster. She said that she was no longer interested. Cubes began to fly at people. She wanted to destroy everything. Suddenly, the light began to disappear. Everything disappeared and became black and white. Something was approaching Reaper. She turned around, and she began to be pulled somewhere. Griffin swung his sword. His eyes widened. He looked ahead. He did not feel anyone's presence. The guy was confused. A large red hand held the lid of the cage. Reaper was sitting in the cage when the monster said that the actors were selected. The girl looked in horror and screamed. The monster said that she was already bored of listening to artificial conversations of people made by her. Griffin looked at the huntress seriously. The monster leaned on his hands and said that they would make up an interesting dialogue for her. A system window appeared calling to deal with Jezebel 215. The monster crossed his arms and asked what his favorite genre was. Griffin looked up. His face became serious when he heard that he had no choice. Jezebel 215 bowed her head and said that she was a romantic by nature. Reaper ran forward and tried to hit the cage. The monster clenched her fist and asked what kind of frivolous behavior this was. Reaper bared her teeth and called up her inventory. She looked at the system window. It was not responding. The girl raised her head. The monster said that it knew that she used various items, so she played with the system. Jezebel 215 crossed her arms and turned to another actor. Griffin looked at her seriously. She said that he was the younger brother of the hunter Raven. His eyes widened in shock when he heard that she felt sorry for his strength because the older brother is not comparable to the younger one. Reaper looked around and realized that this monster was different from the others. She had information from the outside world. She frowned and thought that she was not one to hesitate. She struck, and something flew into Jezebel 215's head. The girl turned around. Griffin had his head down. He looked up. The girl was shocked. Jezebel 215 was silent. She flew up and said that she saw that he was ready. She snapped her fingers and asked at what point they would play a show for her. Reaper held onto the bars. The monster told a story about an ugly woman who lived in a village. She said it was Reaper. Unnoticed, the ugly woman reached marriageable age, but no one in the village wanted to marry her except for one person. He was the most popular and handsome guy in the village. Everyone wondered why he fell in love with an ugly woman, especially one with a bad character. Although he was handsome, he seemed stupid. One day, the ugly woman was punished and locked in a cage for being jealous of the most beautiful girl in the world, Jezebel 215. Griffin raised his hand to strike when the monster asked if he could save the ugly woman. Could they live happily together after saving her? Griffin jumped to hit the monster. She was calm. Cubes appeared around the guy and Jezebel 215 said that this fairy tale has a bad ending. Lasers hit him. The hunter swung his arm to strike and broke one of the cubes. He was surrounded again. He turned. Griffin was cutting through the cubes, jumping from one to the other and breaking them. He raised his sword to strike. The boy aimed at Jezebel 215. Cubes appeared around her. Reaper looked up in horror. Griffin's eyes widened. Lasers hit him. There was a lot of smoke. The boy was falling unconscious. A cube appeared above him. The boy moved as the cube fired a laser and cut him in half. Suddenly, cubes began to appear around him. There was an explosion from below. The cube appeared behind the hunter. He barely dodged the laser. Everything was smoking around him. The cubes were preparing to attack. They fired again, and Griffin thought he was increasing his speed, but he couldn't catch up. A hand appeared from his right. It slapped him and he fell to the ground. Reaper held onto the bars and called out to her comrade. She watched the cubes and thought that the monster was learning to move in a way that would fight an opponent. Griffin was lying on the floor. He opened his eyes. An axe was stuck into the ground next to him. He dodged the blows. The guy swung his sword. Mechanisms appeared from the cubes. They all attacked the hunter. Griffin looked away and thought that there were a lot of them, and at this rate he would be the first to run out of steam. The cubes were ready to attack. Suddenly they disappeared. The hunters were shocked. They realized that this was camouflage. Griffin looked into space. He felt neither speed nor presence. Suddenly there was an explosion nearby. Small devices appeared behind him. A sword slipped out of his hands. Griffin was falling down. He took the sword in his teeth. He blocked the huge blade with both hands. An explosion occurred above him. A new wave of blows flew at the guy. He jumped back. His pupils narrowed as something approached from behind. A huge cube crushed Griffin. His face distorted. Peacemaker screamed. She held onto the bars and noticed that when the light disappeared, all senses became dull. She screamed that if she used fireflies, it would be easier to understand the layout. Scotch tape appeared on her mouth. Jezebel 215 looked at her and told her to close her mouth and sit still. Griffin called up his inventory and searched for fireflies. He looked at the fireflies. Jezebel 215 extended her hand and said that this was a bad ending. She raised a finger and told him to only be offended by his weakness. The guy was buried under cubes. The monster laughed and covered her mouth. Reaper held onto the bars and tried to scream something. Griffin looked down. He thought that he was weak. He remembered how he was told that it was difficult to grow to S rank in this situation. Big brother first in everything. People were saying that he was arrogant. He was lying there thinking that he wasn't as strong as his brother. The boy admitted that he was scared. He looked ahead, he looked to the side and saw Baphomet. He didn't know that a hero could level up so much in such a short period of time. The boy thought that it was because he was a monster. He realized that this couldn't be an explanation. His brother appeared behind him and said that he hadn't improved his skills at all because his goal was to kill his brother. Griffin turned around. Raven was looking at him. He said that unlike normal hunters, irregulars have certain conditions for growth, and his condition for growth was him, but he was dead. Raven expressed regret that his brother couldn't grow anymore. Griffin asked why he thought he couldn't grow. The unknown pierced his brother's body. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The shadow said that if he needed a driving force that would make him stronger, he should set a goal for himself. The man with red eyes said that Griffin could target him, the one who killed his brother. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Lightning struck the ground and cubes flew apart. Jezebel 215 turned around. Griffin was standing, holding his head. He looked up and said that he would take advantage of this. His eyes glowed blue and he said that from now on, his target was Baphomet. Even faster, Jezebel 215, surrounded by lightning, turned around and asked, "What? Need to get even stronger, fast." Reaper held onto the bars with her hand and called out to Griffin. "That fool." A blonde guy in a black cloak stood with his back to him. "Need to kill." He turned his head. Instead of the guy, an image of Baphomet appeared, crossed out by lightning. "That fool." Griffin stood with his arms outstretched, from which blue lightning emanated. His blue eyes were determined. He struck the ground with lightning. White cubes with red circles flew into the air. Jezebel 215 looked ahead in shock. The cubes surrounded her. She ordered to block it. A bright blue lightning appeared ahead. A thin lightning touched the black mask of the boss. The robot screamed, struck by the lightning. She fell to the ground. Her body was shaking. She said, "A prick. This body cannot withstand lightning." Surrounded by blue lightning, Griffin approached. His eye glowed blue. Surrounded by lightning, he wondered what it was getting into his head, how to use these powers. Jezebel 215 said that she did not know how it happened, but she said, "A bad end." The girl robot was in a pink glow, surrounded by cubes. She wished for death, and the cubes covered her. They lay in the rubble. The boss stretched out her palm and thought in amazement that she felt nothing. Lightning flashed in the darkness, and the discharge became stronger. A clenched fist moved. Cubes lay in a heap on the ground. A bright blue lightning scattered them, leaving a crack in the ground. Griffin looked forward resolutely. The monster made a surprised sound. The big-haired man looked at the huge red circle. He pointed his hand down, surrounded by blue flashes, and he looked forward resolutely. Bright traces remained from his movement. With a sharp movement, he cut the cube in half. The hunter raised his hand surrounded by lightning, and abruptly lowered it down. The cubes flew apart from a bright explosion. Griffin's eyes glowed blue. Jezebel 215 looked at him, saying, "Denial." The hunter looked at her with blue eyes. The robot in the black mask exclaimed that it can't be. Many guns appeared from her body. The modified robot screamed so that the impudent boy would not ruin her performance. She turned her head up and heard the question, "Where is she looking?" Griffin stood behind the huge robot, stretching out his hand. With his blue eyes, the robot asked, "When did he end up behind?" The blonde smiled. A bright flash pierced the robot's body. Lightning and the force of the blow tousled the guy's hair. The monster said that she was the bad ending. Lightning surrounded the guns. A bright explosion thundered next to the guy. The blue information window said that the quest was complete. He dealt with Jezebel 215. The girl ran to the guy, calling out to him. Reaper ran up behind him and exclaimed that it was amazing. When did he get such power? The guy looked at his palm in amazement. The huntress asked that his mouth was bleeding. Was everything okay? The guy remembered how he was burning, surrounded by lightning. It seemed that his body could not withstand the adaptation to the new power. He remembered how he directed a bright explosion and replied that he was fine. How quickly he moved forward. He suggested moving on. There were monsters struck by lightning around the guy. Reaper looked at him in surprise, hearing that they should go to the next floor. The girl looked at the walking guy, thinking that if you look at the speed, then he may even have overtaken his brother Raven. She followed him through the open door, thinking that it seemed like they were almost there. Why was there no boss yet? And Baphomet's team must be returning safely. Baphomet stood leaning against the wall and asked what was taking him so long. The brunette looked calmly at his comrades. The girl called out to him and said that it was a relief that they had successfully dealt with everything. The brunette shook her head in surprise, asking where Goblin was. The guy answered that he had died. The blonde remained silent, and Reaper covered her mouth with her hand in surprise and asked what. The guys exchanged glances. The blonde looked at him seriously, thinking that he had come here, having overcome everything, alone. The brunette thought that he had leveled up quickly. Reaper approached the brunette and asked if Goblin had suffered because of the monster. She was surprised to hear in response that Baphomet believed so. Her palm in a black glove touched the wall. The hero leaned on the door, saying that he couldn't open it alone. The huntress looked thoughtfully at the black panel on the wall, asking if this was a device that recognized living things. She pointed to another one, saying that it was here too. Would it work if they put their hands on the device at the same time? The hunter said that it looked like it. Reaper noted that it meant that two people had to survive and get to this floor. The heroes stood in front of a triangular door with a circle painted on it. The blood-stained brunette said that he could feel what was behind this door. Griffin looked straight ahead. The girl, with her hands folded in front of her, heard that the boss was there. Reaper was worried, thinking that it was impossible to complete the cleanup, even if there were 3 of them, a rank. She closed her eyes and waved her hand, suggesting a safe option to wait here for the Chew hunter. Even if they went up the mountain again, he would arrive quickly. A beep was heard. The entrance opened so they could challenge the king. The girl froze, turning white. She asked angrily, what was Baphomet thinking? The heroes were going down the stairs. The huntress indignantly said that he was confident in himself, but they all could not carry out the cleanup. What was he thinking? Reaper was surprised. There were 2 circles ahead. The space with the rocks seemed to shimmer. She said, this space. In front of the heroes was a pedestal surrounded by circles and an impenetrable dome. Words were heard that they had finally arrived. 3 hunters were standing on the platform. They looked up. A white flash of an explosion shot up. Reaper covered her head with her hands. The silver robot said that it was very slow. Boss Pharaoh walked, touching his neck. He was like in gray armor, and behind his back was a long gray tail. He said that his neck had become stiff while he was waiting for them. The standing girl realized that it was a sacred tower monster and heard that the 2 of them were pretty good. His subordinates were brilliantly destroyed. The light robot said that through them, he perfectly collected the data on the hunters. This means that no matter how hard they tried, it was all in the palm of his hand. The guys stood in front of the honeycomb dome, heard Pharaoh say that he heard that they, people, are divided by strength in alphabetical order. Waving his hand, the boss continued, 3 A-rank hunters. Looking at them, he said that he would give them a chance to become his subordinates. This is not a weak human body that is about to break, but a body created with advanced technology. The heroes stood in front of the boss, asking what kind of nonsense is turning into a robot, a tin can. Pharaoh looked at them, and then asked, what? A purple sword began to materialize near the palm in a black glove. The guy asked, did he at least edge his belly with diamonds? Blue lightning appeared around the guy's palm. The hunters prepared for battle, and the brunette said that he knew how to measure how deep his belly was. The robot's blue eyes flickered. Did he say that he was very self-confident? Mechanized arrows appeared around the boss. He asked where to start demonstrating his capabilities. An explosion appeared on the triangular platform. A voice asked, are you still here, not going home? The man answered that he was on duty today. They wished him to work hard and asked if they would drink coffee in the break room before he left. A girl with long hair was sitting at the table with the keyboard. She began to agree, and then remembered that no, if the tower was cleared at this time, she must immediately report to the team commanders. If she was late, she would be scolded for negligence. She thanked her colleague with a smile, hearing that she would then be brought coffee. The girl with a short haircut looked at her colleague in surprise and asked what happened. She replied that nothing, this tower had just appeared and had already been cleared. There were white fragments against the sky. An explosion thundered at the top of the diamond-shaped sacred tower. There were 2 large residential skyscrapers in the city. People were walking along the street. The guy noticed something in surprise. He noticed a man in a gray hoodie and said that he had gone out. People ran to the man, saying that they had heard that he was the hunter who had cleared the sacred tower. After investigating, it was discovered that the sacred tower was of the legendary level. They asked for more details on how the A-rank hunters managed to clear the legendary tower. The girl in the hood said that she was. Everyone froze, listening. She ran away, screaming that she was the one who had dealt the final blow. The hood fell off her head, revealing dark hair. Someone exclaimed that it was the Hunter Reaper. The girl turned around, displeased. Beelzebub stood with an ice cream in his hands and asked, so the hunter who cleared the top floor of the sacred tower was Reaper. Baphomet sat in a white cap and heard that the ones who dragged everyone forward to the end were him and Griffin. Dust fell under the blue dome. The blood-stained guys stood, looking away, and heard requests. White debris flew. Surrounded by yellow lightning, the boss said that his body. Pharaoh was on his knees, defeated, saying that it was reborn again. The hunters heard it for the decillionth time, amazed. They thought that was why there was no way to win. The brunette screamed, calling out to Reaper standing behind him. The brunette was surprised to hear that she said that if you put something in his magic, in her magic cube, it will disappear, let him throw it in. Turning around, the brunette hurried. The girl closed her eyes. A bright trace remained from the sharp throw. A small white cube was flying towards the robot. The cube opened like a mouth with a red spiky tongue, and then slammed shut on the boss's body. A bright explosion flared up. Beelzebub was eating ice cream, saying that the explosion, the core in the object, and the boss's core collided with each other. He stood next to the elder, saying that it was a pity if it was a core with the power of magic mechanics, it should be sold at a pretty high price. Baphomet replied that not only the core, but even the mythical object had disappeared. In his palm was a ball with a volumetric triangle in circles. The hunter said that he was able to get evidence. The boy asked, now he will solve the postponed cases in order. Baphomet approached the younger one and asked the guy he caught, in the warehouse. The space behind the door was darkening. Baphomet said that he even watched him with glee, found out where he lived, and even broke in here without permission. The hunter stood with his arms crossed and asked was it he, the magician, who was at the party in the labyrinth tower? Who is he anyway? The man in the gray sweater was kneeling, his head down. He shifted his gaze, and rushed to run past the brunette, straight to the light in the door. He rushed forward, but was thrown onto his back. A blue glow flickered in the passage, behind which Beelzebub with ice cream was visible. The guy screamed that it was protective magic. That little guy again. How could he use such magic so freely? He was sitting on the floor, saying that if he was with the demon Baphomet, then he was also an unusual guy. The brunette leaned over to the stranger and asked how he knew that he was the demon Baphomet. Was the form he saw then demonic? The guy with brown hair looked at him with big brown eyes. Baphomet was amazed, thinking that it was a girl, and said that he had seen her somewhere. The guy screamed furiously that he was a man, so the brunette was surprised. Swinging his weapon, the hunter asked where. Narrowing his eyes, he whined cutely and asked not to. The brunette was surprised. The younger one was standing behind. The guy's gaze became amazed. He remembered long curls and a skirt and a girl with bangs. Baphomet said that he remembered this face. Stars twinkled in a big cute eye. He remembered the girl with two ponytails who made a heart shape with her palms and asked, is it him with two ponytails? From the first chapter, codename Fanes. The girl with two ponytails and a dress stood in front of a huge monster who stuck out his tongue. An S-rank hunter. Just one detail, he is a man dressed as a woman. Fanes smiled slyly. He was among those who bravely climbed the Tower of the Abyss where Baphomet reigned. Baphomet in the form of a monster held the hunter by the ponytails, and the hunter said that he was very sorry and begged for mercy. As a result, he suffered a shameful defeat. There were tears in the hunter's eyes when he heard that he could not satisfy him either. The black horned monster said that he would just kill. The guy in the dress looked at him in amazement. There was shock on his face. At a critical moment, Fane's forbidden magic worked. The player's figure dazzlingly glowed white. Warp magic can help escape from the boss room in an emergency. Baphomet shook his head in amazement, asking, why did it disappear? However, this magic has the risk of having the player's stats. Fane sat on the floor, dissatisfied, saying that this is why he lost his S-rank hunter status. In order to regain his strength, he went to the labyrinth tower. Pointing his finger, the guy shouted that he found out, I thought he was the demon Baphomet, how did he become a human? The guy froze in surprise with his finger outstretched, hearing the question and what? Beelzebub stood with a phone in his hand, leaning against the wall, and heard their dialogue. He asked, does he know and what will change? Will he tell the other hunters? And how many hunters will believe him? Then at least in the central office of the hunters. Baphomet laughed loudly. He gloomily approached the guy and asked, is there any evidence? This is the lack of common sense to step foot in the tiger's den. Fanes jumped back in fear, falling to the floor, hearing the question, how to cook it. Baphomet, darkly glowing red eyes, asked, tightly tie his limbs and knock down to her recognition, suck out all the blood and pierce with a knife or chop off the limbs. Fanes blushed embarrassedly, tears appeared in his eyes, and he said, wait, what is he going to do with it? The boys froze in shock. On Fanes' head was a black cloth bag. He froze questioningly with a black bag, hearing that from now on, if he wants to live, let him listen carefully, he will make him do two things. Baphomet raised his finger up, imagining the image of the white-haired man, and ordered to find the hunter Loki first. Brunnia stood next to the sitting boy, saying that he is clearly not a hunter officially registered by the government, there is no easy way to find him. And secondly, the person depicted here. Fanes exclaimed indignantly, was he going to use him as an informant? Become the devil's puppet? Baphomet rested his foot on the wall next to the guy's head. The younger one stood next to him with his eyes closed, hearing the words of the elder who called him that he was in no position to appear. Looking forward, Beelzebub said that when he locked him here, he placed his familiar in his body. If he was not repaired by it, then the deadly poison would immediately spread throughout his body. The guy in the gray sweater sat by the wall. Hearing that he could go and told everyone that he was Baphomet, the boss of the Abyss Tower, he didn't care, but since he had penetrated his lair, it would be a pity for the effort spent on him. Baphomet said with a smile that he would beat everything out of him, down to the soul. Beelzebub continued insidiously that now he would know the devil's fear. Baphomet with red eyes asked the younger one slyly, is he waiting for the day when he falls into despair? With the same sly look, the boy answered that there is nothing tastier than a soul that has fallen into despair. The guy with a bag on his head was frightened and heard loud laughter, and he rushed to run from the house. The guys stood, looking after him. They looked at the running guy. Baphomet said that what he put into his familiar body was a lie. The younger one said that even if he did not put it, he would work harder out of fear. Small houses were standing very close, words were heard that they had a manager Xiang'an, and this was even more opportunities. The guy answered that he had not contacted them for a long time, and he also needed to get information so that he could move freely. A foot in a black boot took a step. Baphomet turned around, remembering, and asked to teach him magic. There were large concrete pipes lying near the fence. Beelzebub, surrounded by a glow, extended his palm. He stood surrounded by bright lights. This is the birth of a magical barrier. Raising his palm, the boy said, no matter what happens, he says he wants to learn magic first. He seemed to have felt a lot in the tower. The boy smiled, saying that it would be good to start again with learning the basics. His fighting style is using physical strength, so there is no need to learn fancy magic. The elder said no. The boy in a white cap and t-shirt asked to teach high-level magic. The sky was clear. Beelzebub stood looking straight ahead, and then turned his head to the side. Turning to the other side, he closed his eyes. They were standing on a shining platform. There were cracks in the ground. Beelzebub asked how he did it. Waving his hands, he exclaimed that he showed only once, and he already mastered it perfectly. It was not like this before. Looking at his palm, Baphomet heard that he didn't know how it happened, but he had talent. Let him change his class to a great magician. He said that it was as he thought. As he said, he had used this body poorly. The younger one asked again in surprise, a body. The elder one confirmed, yes, that's right, it was a body, it was taken from someone. What is this body? Baphomet stood looking at his palm. Hunter Fanes was called. The man in the black suit asked how it happened. They obviously hadn't agreed to meet. Fanes excitedly heard him talking about Baphomet's secret, but suddenly the connection was lost and said that he had found reliable evidence, so he was in a hurry. The man asked, had he found evidence? If not, then what the hell? The heroes were silent, standing opposite each other. The boss turned away, saying that he had wasted his time. The brunette heard that the guy calling himself the Baphomet Hunter was the real Baphomet boss hiding under a human mask. Beelzebub froze with his finger outstretched. Baphomet looked at his palm. What? Who? Turning around, he said it was Raven. Xiang unexcitedly repeated, Baphomet boss. A voice was heard saying that she had granted his deepest wish. A woman's hand with rings hugged Baphomet from behind. He asked, his deepest wish. The girl placed her palm in the guy's hand, answering that he had when he met Raven in the tower. She imagined the image of the Baphomet Tower boss with a red mane and horns and said that he wished for this even when he ran into the sword. Wanted to become like Raven. And in order to make him human, it took an empty person with no soul. Baphomet looked forward and asked, who is she anyway? A girl with white hair and red eyes hugged him from behind, saying that he finally became interested in who she was. All she could give him to know about herself now was her name. Her name was Ra. The girl was floating behind the boy, hugging him. Baphomet stood in front of Beelzebub, surrounded by a glow, and said that it was Raven who told him that he did not know how to use this body at all. The boy imagined the image of the player who crumbled into pixels and asked, should Raven, whom he met in the sacred tower, know about this? Then he said that this body was his. The boy thoughtfully touched his chin. Hearing the question, how much magical power did he think was in this body? He replied that he was not interested in it before, so he did not pay much attention, but if you look now. The look of gray eyes was serious. Baphomet stood surrounded by red rays of power. The younger said that there was too much of it. Raising a finger, he continued that if he thought about the power of fire magic that Raven had, then possessing such magic power seemed right. Baphomet countered, saying that distinctive skills do not manifest as magic power. He can use fire magic without any restrictions. Beelzebub asked in surprise, what? The brunette replied that he knew. It was because he had obtained Raven's skills. The boy exclaimed that this was cheating. Standing in front of him, he asked where he would spend such power. The elder replied that the Raven he met in the sacred tower was made up of virtual data. The power of Raven represented as data was weaker than the real thing. But when he had his own self, he took out his knife. Following his self, he transformed into the powerful Raven familiar to him. The white-haired hunter was surrounded by the power of blue. Baphomet clenched his fist, saying that he enveloped his body with a buff on reflexes. He imagined the silhouettes of the players surrounded by a blue glow. Magic destroys the enemy in a short time with a powerful and colorful spell. On the person's body, a bracelet shimmered. However, there is a limit to obtaining magic power, a state where even an auxiliary element with magic power is not enough. Looking at his fist, Baphomet said that pure physical strength is better than magic in a series of long battles like the tower. Closing his eyes, Beelzebub said that if he can use strong unique skills and envelop himself in the buffs necessary for battle, he will be able to gain the upper hand in any battle. Opening his eyes, Beelzebub said that is why. He asked, will he also borrow Raven's style? The boy in the white cap smiled. Raven was the one who told him the direct method that suited this body. With his hands on his hips, the hero said that he was a low-class monster when he climbed the tower and killed countless monsters guarding the floors, so he collected all their techniques in his head. It was the same. He would use it as he said. A shadow fell from the visor on his face. The brunette said that he also had buff skills, but they were only manifestations that arose in response to circumstances, and what Raven used was a direct demonstration of the conscious use of skills. Beelzebub stood in front of him and heard that therefore, from now on, he was teaching him buff magic. Raising his finger, the boy asked with a cute expression, what is a buff? Baphomet froze in shock. Junior was running away from an angry guy who was yelling that he didn't want to teach him. Beelzebub was saying that what he needed was a physical strength buff, and he only knew about a buff related to magic. Baphomet was yelling that he said he was a wizard who knew all magic, support magic and such. Junior yelled that there was someone better than him. The brunette stopped and asked in surprise, what? Words were heard that his arm had fully recovered. He had cleared the tower, but his condition was satisfactory. The woman with red lipstick asked if he could repeat what he had just said. Yunseo was sitting at the table with her hands folded and asked what he wanted to learn from her. Baphomet looked at her. He angrily turned away, saying that he had gone crazy, having come to a charlatan. The woman stopped him by the shoulder, saying that she had heard everything. He said, Buff, did you accidentally forget that she told him that she was a buffer? She really, standing opposite, said that she was often called a buffer, not a hunter. A question was heard in the office, why suddenly a buff? Baphomet answered that he needed help in the battle and heard that he had come to the right place. The woman in the black dress waved her hand and said that she would tell him. With a smile, she said that it was not for nothing. Baphomet discontentedly agreed and asked what she wanted. The girl folded her fingers and asked number 302, what did she want from him? The white cap fell to the floor. Yunseo approached, touching the guy's chest with her finger and said that his body. The blue sky was clear. A brown house with a blue roof towered. The children looked ahead in surprise. Baphomet looked at them grimly. He grabbed the boy by the wrist and threw him, throwing the boy up to the roof. The boy screamed. Baphomet, wearing a pink t-shirt and a headband with ears, caught him. There were white wings on the back of the pink t-shirt. The children looked at him in surprise. The brunette turned around and looked at them. The children smiled back. Yunseo spread her arms with a smile, saying that these were their babies, and behind him, Baphomet was holding the next boy, and the children were vying with each other to ask for them too. On the wall was a sign with a fairy cat and the words medicine with love. Yunseo said that they needed to get a medical checkup so they could have fun with their eldest. She smiled, listening to the boy's breathing. Baphomet, wearing a pink t-shirt and cat ears, was playing with the children on the playground. The doctor was examining a girl's leg in a cast. A soccer ball flew into the boy's head. White clouds floated across the sky, and then the sky was painted in the colors of the sunset. The woman clapped her hands, thanking the director. Thanks to her, the children were not bored. They happily went through the entire examination. Yunseo in a robe with wings answered that there was nothing to say. She only checked the children's health. The one who worked hard was that handsome young man who was completely out of the crowd. Baphomet sat tiredly on the bench, and the woman thanked him. It also seems difficult for the class a hunter to cope with the energy of a dozen children. The hero sat tiredly on the bench and confirmed. The doctor approached the brunette, who asked if he had done everything she wanted. She replied that he had not yet. Baphomet gloomily saw the outstretched fingers and heard that there were 2 places left. Dirty curses were heard. Yunseo asked, "Is it too late today? Again tomorrow?" More curses. But 302 does not know what is happening here. There was a white car. Words were heard that nominally teaching others magic techniques is prohibited. He thought they were even, and even if he worked like that for just one day, it wouldn't work. Baphomet was standing by the stairs. The girls in the car were waving at him. Yunseo said she would pick him up tomorrow and said goodbye. Baphomet watched the car drive away. He smiled. The furious guy was shouting that he was running around like a dog with that lousy headband. A complete scam. He shouldn't have believed that charlatan. Beelzebub and Reaper were peeking out nearby, who asked how weird the headband was. Baphomet froze with wide eyes, looking at the heroes. He recognized Reaper. The girl stood with her hands folded in front of her and asked him. His phone went out, so she came to his house and only her brother was there. Looking at the guy, Reaper said that at normal times he should call her by her name, not her code name, and introduced herself as Yoriam. She turned and walked away, asking if he had time and called him to follow her. Baphomet asked where. The guys looked at the girl in surprise. She went to an expensive red car and told him to get in. The red car was driving down the road, and he heard words that his brother was very kind and very polite. Baphomet imagined Beelzebub bowing and thought that it was because she had a lot of money. He remembered the conversation with the girl and said that he had been talking nonsense about eating together. Reaper answered that she knew. Looking ahead, she said that she wanted them to have dinner together. Baphomet leaned on his hand and heard that everyone had worked hard to clear the tower, so they all wanted to hang out together. The guy pointed to the billboard and asked, wasn't it her? There really was a picture of a flirtatious Reaper on the huge vehicle. The girl looked at it in amazement, asking, what is this? The beautiful stone building had semicircular windows. The words were heard that do not think about the criminal, her uncle. Reaper was shaking, standing on the carpet next to the guy, and said that there is still not enough advertising on electronic panels to shine her face in the hotel lobby. The brunette asked, wouldn't it be cool if she became popular? The girl asked, to suffer from calls from journalists. She wants to become famous, not as a hunter, but as an archaeologist. Hunters were sitting at the table. Nelia waved her hand, saying that they were here. The participants of the tower cleanup looked at them, smiling. There was a sign with the name on the wall. Reaper looked at Nelia and asked if she already feels better. The woman answered that it was amazing, and said that they did an amazing job. The 3 of them cleaned the sacred tower. The hero looked at Griffin sitting opposite. Baphomet took a glass in his hand. The girl said that is expected, promising a class. The white-haired man chewed. Zest turned to the girl and said that they saw the article about her. Reaper replied that she did nothing, it was all Baphomet and Griffin. There was a shelf and a table with chairs by the large panoramic window. A question was heard, isn't it strange that there is no one in this restaurant except them? As far as we know, it is very difficult to get in because of the long queue for reservations. Reaper closed her eyes and said that she took it off and heard the question, why? She answered that no one should see their obscenity. The girl was holding a bottle in her hands. She said that it would be a shame only to eat. Reaper blushed drunkenly. She stood hugging Nelia and talked about the second round. Griffin leaned over and said that he was going home. Shu agreed, and the girls asked why he should go with them. Griffin headed for the exit under the cries of not leaving. A foot in a white sneaker took a step. Griffin looked to the side. Baphomet was looking at him, and the guy asked, what? Lowering his head, the brunette said he wanted to say something. He walked up to the blonde and asked why he didn't reveal his identity to the guild members. What was he planning? The white-haired man looked at him. Closing his eyes, he said that there was no proof, so it was useless to tell others. And he couldn't stop there, he had to be stronger for this. Looking straight at the brunette, Griffin said that because he had to use him. He couldn't die now. Looking at him seriously, he said that when he was at the top. The brunette looked straight back and heard the question, wouldn't it be more meaningful to kill him then? He agreed. As they continued on, the hunter told them to stay strong. The guy had a black backpack on his back. Baphomet looked at him and said that he was an arrogant bastard. Sitting on the bench, he thought that was what he had told him. The brunette looked ahead. The full moon was shining in the sky. He asked, is it a full moon today? The words Baphomet, no, Cha Min-woo were heard. The brunette turned to the girl who was standing with ice cream and asked, ice cream? How can she eat after eating everything? Reaper replied that there is a separate stomach for ice cream, and she does not want to hear such things from a glutton. The girl was holding ice cream in her hands, heard the question, where are the others? To which she replied that they left, they wanted more. The girl's face was illuminated by the light of the moon. She looked at the sky, standing behind the bench, and said that it was a full moon. Baphomet waved his hand when he heard that it was already deep night, time to go to bed, and wished her a good journey. He looked away when he heard that there was something that needed to be done before she left. Black strands of hair flew up. Reaper leaned over and kissed the guy sitting on the bench. His eyes were wide open in shock as he kissed her. He looked straight ahead. The girl pulled away, and, turning away, she blushed and said goodnight. Baphomet remained sitting on the bench, his head thrown back. He still sat in this position, his eyes opened wide. Baphomet touched his mouth, asking what the hell, why ice cream all of a sudden. He walked down the street, saying what kind of kid the next time they met, but his thoughts were interrupted by a question as he left yet. Shu appeared from behind, saying that there was just something to discuss. The lights were on in some of the windows of the city buildings. Words were heard that it seemed like he had drunk enough too. His face was red. Baphomet interrupted him, asking what the conversation was about. The man smiled. The brunette, putting his hands in his pocket, asked again, hearing the question, what is his goal as a hunter? Shu explained that some do it for money, some for moral duty, and what is he for? The hero looked at the man and answered, battle. Putting his hand on his hip, Baphomet said that fighting with the strong, and then he will be at the very top. This is his goal. Shu scratched his chin, saying that he knew it, that he is a talent that is a pity to waste. Baphomet asked, how so? Waving his hand, the gray-haired man offered to join the Sungwoon Guild. The beige house had a gray roof. The children smiled and thanked the director. Yunseo with a halo above her head smiled. Baphomet in a pink t-shirt and a headband with ears stood next to her. The rooftop was heard saying that she thought so, that helping children is more satisfying than a regular job. It's good that she became a doctor. Looking at the guy, Yunseo asked how bad the mood. Baphomet crossed his arms, saying that it doesn't matter, she's not going to make him do anything else, and shut his mouth. The woman asked who he thought she was. She was standing on the roof, saying that's why they came up here. Her glasses flashed. She said that they were starting. Baphomet stood surrounded by a glow. He clenched his fist and asked how. Yunseo, amazed, opened her mouth, saying that he learned quickly. She silently looked at the guy, thinking, is this a taste of teaching? Baphomet put his hand down, and the woman thought that she understood why some S-class hunters take on newbies to train. She wants to see the student grow. Clapping her hands, the woman said that if he increased his stats even more, then besides that, there were other skills that he could learn. If he wanted, she would teach him. Baphomet asked, what should he do? He gloomily approached the surprised woman, saying that he was terminating his membership in the guild. Yunseo indignantly asked, what? The guy answered that he had received an offer from another guild. The woman asked, what guild? They were going down the stairs, and the guy answered, Sungwoon. She asked again in amazement. The brunette said that, seeing her reaction, he thought that nothing needed to be explained. Yunseo froze, her mouth open in amazement, and heard that he didn't even know that the guild had an initial fee. In addition, they provided support to every hunter. She looked ahead in shock, hearing that, moreover, it was common for a strong guild to take towers with a higher level. Baphomet said with a gloomy look that she had tricked him and forced him to work, dragged him into a guild with a strange name. Baphomet looked at the woman with displeasure, continuing that she had also exploited him harshly under the pretext of teaching him skills. The hero finished with the word end, hitting the woman like an explosion. Yunseo fell to her knees, and the guy went on, saying that he thought the skill was the price for which he worked until today. He turned his gaze, hearing what to do. The woman was approaching from behind, asking what to do so that he would stay. Money, strength, or her body. The guy noticed that this was the most unnecessary. The woman hugged herself with her arms, offended. Looking at her, the brunette said that if she accepted his conditions, he would stay. With a plaintive look, the leader heard that he wanted to splash in the big water, but with its pathetic appearance, this guild does not match the level. The woman asked, increase the size of the guild. And the most important thing. Approaching, Baphomet demanded to change the name of this damn guild. The sky was dark. The windows of an expensive hotel were glowing. In the lobby at the reception, a man confirmed the reservation. He was told that they would take care of the luggage. The guy followed the girl, asking that this hotel is very cool, how much per night, it seems incredibly expensive. She asked why he was worried about such things. The woman threw her arms over the man's shoulders, telling him to worry only about her. They stood and hugged in front of a huge photo of Reaper posing. The poster said that the beautiful huntress Reaper cleared the sacred tower. The man said that she scared him and asked, what else is this? A huntress? It seems she is the heiress of this hotel. There were people standing in the hotel lobby and words were heard that she was a beauty. The woman asked discontentedly what he said. The man in the suit looked at the outstretched phone. At the beautiful glass doors, words were heard that the check was complete, you can go in. The doors opened. There were many people in the restaurant. People were talking. The girls were in elegant dresses. The girl made an admiring sound. The girl in the blue suit stood with her eyes closed and heard the question that she had succeeded. The master of the Defiance Guild, the huntress Minerva, opened her eyes and heard the question where they had gathered so many hunters. Waving her hand, she replied that it was thanks to Reaper there was no suitable place to hold a banquet. The redhead waved her hand and said that she had become a member of the guild and that's it. A luxurious life, money decides everything. The master of the La Pomme Guild, the huntress Ella, waved her hand, saying that in any case, congratulations on entering the top 10 guilds. There was a rich chandelier hanging on the ceiling, and words were heard that the girl was lucky. She asked what luck. This was not a place where you can get to with the help of luck. She was told that she should still treat it appropriately, that their guild had also contributed to the fact that their guild had grown so much. Suddenly, the girl screamed the name Muse, scaring her, and asked her if the shoot was going to eat everything tomorrow. The girl with blonde hair opened her eyes in amazement and apologized. Ella angrily turned away, but then angrily turned to the girl again, scaring her. Minerva looked at the blonde and noticed that she could have eaten a little. She would not have gained weight from eating. The redhead objected that no, they needed to keep an even closer eye on her now. This way they could defeat Valkyrie and rise to the top of the industry. The girl with short hair remained silent. Minerva put her hand on her hip and said that it was time for the secret guests. Her friend asked if anyone else was coming. Muse looked away in surprise, hearing the words that she also knew this person. A scream was heard. Muse froze. Sorry. She looked at Baphomet with her blue eyes. The guy in the red suit passed by. A question was heard. Shouldn't he have at least one formal outfit? And a counter question, why would a hunter need one? He wants to splash around in the big water at official events. Image is very important. People looked at him. He asked, is image important? The looks were surprised. Now is the time when they should care about the looks thrown at him. Yunseo in a purple dress walked ahead, saying that there are hunters here too, so he definitely needs to impress someone. The heroes came into the hall. Yunseo's scream was heard. There were fruits on the table. Someone said that she never appeared anywhere. It was impossible to meet her. Ella sat next to the woman on the couch and asked what she wanted to do now. Everything as it should be. She said that the guild was only to prevent tax bombs, and what kind of wilderness? Why not use the original name Sweet Pink Angel? Covering her eyes with her palms, Yunseo said that he threatened her that he would leave if she did not change the name. Ella asked who? That attractive hunter with the appearance of a hooligan. At this time, Baphomet was eating cake. Minerva, sitting in a chair, looked at him. The guy's silhouette was reflected in her eyes. She asked the woman where she found such a treasure. Yunseo smiled and said that it was good that she contacted her. She was asked how much she paid him. The brunette walked through the room with a plate of cake. Yunseo asked if she thought she had seduced him with money. She was delighted with her sincere abilities. How much should she offer to make him work for her? Yunseo screamed at her not to dare. She managed to stop Sungwoon from recruiting him. Ella covered her mouth with a laugh, saying that then she would also participate in the auction. Yunseo angrily stopped her, saying that he was the only hope of their guild. Minerva, who was sitting in the chair, asked, but she expected that one person would be here and contacted her. Yunseo asked who. She reached out her hand to answer that it was her ex-husband. The palm fell on the shoulder of the woman, frozen in shock. The man said that he had heard that voice somewhere. The man in the brown suit looked at the woman with a smile and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. How is she doing? Baphomet stood among the people. He held a glass in his hand and thought discontentedly to stand out. What should he do in such a situation to make an impression? He brought the glass to his mouth, thinking that during the initiation he made a slightly different impression. In the open door he noticed a girl and thought, aren't you Reaper? After all, this is her family's hotel. He remembered their kiss and took a sip from the glass, pretending not to know anything. The man called Urium. Baphomet heard this in surprise. He saw the guy approach Reaper. Words were heard in the hotel that the conditions they discussed were different. A promise that if she perfectly cleared the tower, she would go on a date. The guy approached Reaper and asked if she forgot. The girl looked at him discontentedly and said that she did not promise such a thing. He imagined it. If he was worried about money, then he would be paid. The guy looked at her discontentedly. He covered his face with his hand and with a wild look said that it was enough to refuse. It was not funny anymore. The palm reached out to the girl. Baphomet stopped his hand by the wrist. A man's hand reached out to Baphomet with the words stop refusing. It's not funny anymore. A red eye appeared in the red glow. The hand was dangerously approaching. The guy stretched out his hand against the background of a bright red eye. He looked in surprise at the calmly looking brunette. Baphomet grabbed the guy's hand by the wrist. A thought arose about what it was now, the absurd life following the demonic one. The guy threw the stranger's hand away. Reaper exclaimed his name. The guy asked who he was, and the huntress asked in surprise what he was doing here. The brunette answered, he can't. Reaper said no, it's just not his style to visit such places. The suitor heard the question whether she was glad to see him in such a place. The girl began to make excuses, and then stopped. The suitor smiled slyly and asked why she stopped. He smiled and asked if this was her boyfriend. Although he didn't look like him, he seemed to be a hunter from which guild. Baphomet silently looked at him, and then answered that the Wilderness Guild. The girl asked if it wasn't Sweet Pink Angel. He told her to shut up. He looked gloomily at the guy, who asked what kind of guild this was, unknown to anyone. Looking at Reaper, the guy asked if she was messing around with such a low-level one. Was he surprised? Baphomet then asked where he was from. With a smile, the guy answered that he was from the Guardian Guild. Reaper looked at him. Guardian is in the top 3 guilds. There were 2 unicorns on the coat of arms. This is a guild that rose sharply, quickly clearing many towers. Baphomet crossed his arms, asking discontentedly what else he would say. This is not even Nebula. Is he not from an unknown guild here? The guy asked in amazement what. Reaper stood next to them and laughed loudly. The suitor looked at her, as did Baphomet. He asked what was funny. Covering her mouth with her hand, the huntress said that it was funny a top 3 guild was called unknown to anyone. The guys watched her laugh. The blue-haired man clenched his teeth angrily. He looked at Baphomet, who crossed his arms and thought, what the hell, this guy is a nobody and belongs to a lousy guild. Standing on the balcony, he noticed something inside. He looked at the group of girls and the man who approached them. He looked at the girl with short hair, thinking that it was Minerva, the master of the Defiance Guild. The guy grinned. Looking at the brunette, he asked his name was Baphomet. Isn't it boring here? Minerva turned around when she heard her name being called. She called the guy who approached Vargar. He asked if she would listen to one interesting sentence. Vargar glanced sideways and said that he was grateful for the invitation to such a wonderful banquet, but the guests invited here were completely bored because they were hunters who move and work. The girl with long hair, covering her mouth, whispered that to be honest, he should not pretend to be an intellectual, having such a long tongue. Minerva heard the question whether they would hold an event match and asked again. He wanted a friendly one-on-one duel. Ella waved her hand and asked why all of a sudden. This is the evening of the meeting of guild representatives. Although this is a friendly match, such a thing can crush the enemy people. The guy asked if everything will happen by mutual consent. They have already discussed everything. He pointed his hand at Baphomet and spoke with this guy. The redhead sitting on the couch exclaimed that especially not in such an official place, and heard that it was interesting. She was also bored. She asked what she was saying. She looked at Yuncio and the man standing next to her and asked what they thought. The door to the room with the ornate chandelier was open. Baphomet and Vargar stood opposite each other. The redhead exhaled, saying that this was a whim of fate. She looked at Yuncio, saying that on one side was a member of her guild, on the other of the Guardian Guild. The woman glanced sideways at her smiling ex-husband. Minerva apologized to Reaper standing next to her, saying that she had prepared not only a banquet hall, but also such a place. The brunette replied that everything was fine, because they were currently undergoing reconstruction. She remembered standing opposite the guy in the red suit and wondered if everything would be fine. She knew that Baphomet was a pretty good player, but Vargar should be even better. She looked straight ahead, thinking that he was going to humiliate him in a place where there were many hunters cruelly. The guy smiled, saying that it was a little difficult. Minerva appeared at the door, saying that if they wanted to become even more popular, Baphomet would need to become stronger. She introduced the battling hunters, saying that the strongest hunter representing the guild would represent the image of the guild itself, such as Valkyrie from the Arc Guild or Van Gogh from the Nebula Guild. Minerva waved her hand and said that to do that, he would need to become an S-class hunter. Looking closely, she continued that she saw that they were made of the same stuff. Baphomet looked at the girl, hearing that he was eager to fight, and that in itself had become the goal of his life. There was a place that would suit him. Raising her palm, Minerva said that it was a settlement, and the boy asked again. Yuncio indignantly shouted that no, not there. The girl with the short hair said that there was no place that had such a fast path to reach S rank as there. Yuncio said that this place is too hard for a rank hunters to overcome in one go. Baphomet doesn't need it. With S rank he can reach it without any difficulty. Baphomet and Reaper watched the women argue. Yuncio said that he is loyal to his role as a hunter, so even if it is slow, it is okay. The women looked at the brunette, who asked what kind of place is this. Yuncio frowned. She presented a map, saying that this place is also called the Demon's Lair. During the Gate Shock, this is the area where the largest number of monsters appear and the place where towers grow like mushrooms. Reaper touched her chin, saying that she heard about it. No matter how much you clear, the towers keep appearing. Minerva closed her eyes, saying that this is why it has become an area where people can't live on their own. Yuncio said pitifully that even the most experienced hunters, when entering there, without debauchery, turned into warring ghosts. Besides, even if the hunters only encounter each other, it is a place where they fight for bloodshed. Baphomet heard grimly that therefore a categorical no. The 3 girls looked at him, hearing the question if he goes there, will he be able to reach S rank? Minerva chuckled, hearing the woman's indignation that she said no, and confirmed, asking if he wants to try. The guy imagined a space with towering towers. Ella sat next to the guy with a bandaged arm, said that first aid was provided. It looks good from the outside, but this is only a temporary measure, so you need to go to the hospital and get a specialist license. Waving her hand, the girl said that she knew that in the banquet hall you can enjoy excellent wine, and not all this. Vargar lowered her gaze, hearing that their mother was right. The man smiled, saying that he said that he would not do anything out of the ordinary. Vargar apologized. The man kicked him in the shoulder. He stood there gloomily, stepping on the guy's shoulder, saying that if that hunter was a thorn in the class, then he should have taken care of it properly. Let him have fun as he pleased, and he buried the honor of their guild. Waving his hand, the blonde said that it seemed that he had not yet released all his anger on him. He squeezed Vargar's neck with his hands. He screamed that this would not happen again. This was the first and last time. The strangled boy begged. Seong-un approached the leader and pulled his hand away. He looked at the man and said that he could not take it anymore from the pain. Was it necessary to punish him to such an extent? He reached for the boy's hand. With a sharp movement, Vargar jumped out of bed. The man watched him run away, and with a smile, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He waved his hand, saying that he heard that he now works for the government. What a pity such a talent got a job there. Seong-un said that it did not sound very good. If working for the government does not matter much. The leader said that if that is how he heard it, then I'm sorry. The phone rang in the man's pocket. When he said that they had not seen each other for a long time, maybe we should have a drink. Seong-un watched as he picked up the phone. The man answered that no, and that right now it is a little difficult. No, that is not true. Glancing sideways at the phone with displeasure, he heard why. A lot of time has passed since she met her first love, so she is dying to be together. The blonde man silently held the phone in his hand. The man said that his wife was still the same. There were panels fixed in the corridor. Seong-un turned and looked at the man leaving. He thought that if he knew that he had entered the government and said out loud that he was again pretending that he did not know anything, he had not changed at all. He was still as cunning. Yoon-seo, who was standing nearby, asked who the cunning fox was. The man was scared when he noticed her and asked what she wanted. The woman replied that she wanted to talk to him. What was he doing here? Seong-un replied that he had an important meeting, but there was a banquet going on in the guild right now. He jumped off for a while. Looking at him, Yoon-seo said that that was why he was there. She grabbed the man's hand, saying that it was a big problem. Let him calm down. 302. Seong-un told her to wait. The woman turned around displeasedly and asked why. The man touched his cheek pitifully and asked Baphomet was still very angry with him. With a wave of her hand, the woman in the white coat shouted that 302 said that he was going to the settlement. The man in glasses asked again settlement. Yoon-seo indignantly shouted that he was going to go to a place similar to hell, but heard that everything was fine. Seong-un said that if he went there, touched his chin, he continued to be able to become even stronger. There were tables with umbrellas on the veranda. People were sitting at the tables. Baphomet in a hooded sweatshirt sat, resting his head on his hand. He asked, what kind of look is this? In front of him, with a cup in his hands, Fane sat in a dress and a wig with two tails and asked what. In the cafe by the window there was a houseplant. Baphomet said that he really is a pervert who dresses up as a woman. Fanes replied that because he runs a business as it is convenient for him. A guy approached the smiling disguised guy and, scratching the back of his head, asked he is a hunter. Fanes. He watches her broadcasts and asked for one photo. Fanes flashed a heart while smiling for a photo with the two guys. Baphomet crossed his arms and asked what it was waving at the guys. Fanes replied that it was his customers. He wrote on his fan site that he was having a business meeting at the cafe today. Sometimes it was necessary to provide such a service. Holding a cup of coffee in his hand, Baphomet asked if they knew he was a man. He spat out the coffee when he heard that, of course. Fanes chuckled and said that without asking there is no supply. Everyone really does have different tastes. Now to the point. Baphomet asked, so what did you find? Fanes, who was sitting at the table, held out his phone, saying was he talking about that yellow perverted man. Speaking of which, find he did find, but he had changed his appearance a little. He showed a photo of Loki as a pastor, saying that he had disguised himself as the leader of a religious community. Baphomet noticed that he had dyed his hair. Fanes said that shortly after he received the mission, he immediately covered his tracks. The guy in the dress waved his hand and told him not to worry. He was no expert in this, but his most loyal fans would find this yellow pervert. On the second request, Fanes showed a picture of many eyes in the dark and asked what it was. He couldn't find a single clue. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy heard that it seemed to be drawn in enough detail, but Baphomet put the image of the man in the suit and thought about the mentor. This was the first task he was given. As a result, he was unable to catch the one who was in charge of the mentor, and he was killed by him. The body that was found resembled a torn pile of half-gray meat. This was obviously done so that his identity would not be revealed. Baphomet sat with his fingers folded. It is assumed that he is a hunter from the magicians, who have manipulation skills capable of making a dead body alive. If the words of the manager Seong-un are true, then he is a necromancer. Fanes thoughtfully touched his chin, saying that a necromancer is a special class so he can narrow down the search. Leaning on his arm, Baphomet said that he was more useful than he thought when he first saw him. He was fed up and said that he couldn't be an informant. He didn't tell anyone else his true identity, did he? Fanes exclaimed that of course. The brunette chuckled. The worried guy looked away, thinking that this was bullshit. A few days ago, Fane stood in front of the man and shouted that his story may seem absurd. It's true. He reached the boss's room of the Abyss Tower. This guy is the boss of Baphomet. Throwing up his hands, he said that he should believe him. The man said that he knew that he went into the Abyss Tower. Seong-an adjusted his glasses and heard the question, did he conduct a secret investigation? He said that he thought of it as some kind of reason to trust his information. The man leaned over and snorted, saying that Manhwa Baphomet. He threw his head back and laughed, surprising the guy. He turned away with displeasure, saying that of course he didn't believe it, he knew it. The man said that no, he did. He said that he was loyal, that's all. Seong-an looked ahead, saying that it looked like someone's plan was invisible to them. That didn't mean that he thoughtlessly believed his words. He made a conclusion based on the information he had collected and his personal information. Fanes, the Valkyrie in a wig, was gloomy, thinking that it really was. He looked at the brunette leaning on his palm and thought that this demon guy could help him. Seong-an leaned towards him, stretching out his finger, and Fanes thought that he owed him. Baphomet looked at the phone and asked what. He looked at the phone and asked why the Shirlatanka doctor was calling. Fanes thought in front of the demon Baphomet, what was Seong-an up to? The sky was dark. There was a transparent fence on the top floor. At the balconies inside, a request was heard to leave a review after a week of use. In any case, now is the off-season, so there is free time. The woman smiled silently. Valkyrie in a cap sat with the phone in her hand, and when she heard the question of whether she was listening to her, she answered that she was listening. The red-haired woman sat opposite her at the table and asked what she was doing. The girl answered that she was clearing the boss stage as expected. Game moments decide not to break him so easily. The leader smiled insincerely, closing her eyes, thinking that she lost her temper again. The blonde said that it did not work. Taking her hand with the phone away, Valkyrie closed her eyes and said that she did not even know. She was tired, she did not want to play anymore. The woman indignantly thought that this lazy woman periodically comes to her. If there is no motivation, she will continue to lose strength. This is her peculiarity. The woman smiled sweetly, thinking that she really complicates everyone's life. But what can she do? She is a representative of her guild. She will have to persuade her well. The woman said with a smile that Valkyrie has been working without rest all this time. Maybe she should go abroad to rest and recharge. It would be nice to go to Europe and also East Asia. Come to think of it, they have an advertising photo shoot on the island in their schedule. Valkyrie laid her head on the table, saying that she does not want to. She will not. She is tired. The woman jumped up, leaning on the table, and shouted that it is enough. If this continues, the Muse Hunter can take first place in the industry. Valkyrie said that she is a beauty. The woman first confirmed, and then exclaimed that she is not. With a sigh, she sat back on the chair and told the girl to do it her way. But for a short time she received dozens of advertising offers. Valkyrie tiredly leaned on her hand and suddenly fell silent, remembering something. There was a metal structure under the ceiling. Valkyrie said that she heard that the eldest would be in the settlement as a mentor this time. Is that true? The woman replied that they needed to find out if there were any worthy talents to join them, and also resolve the misunderstanding about the guilds. Valkyrie asked that in the Ark Guild there were only female hunters. Is that a misunderstanding? The leader said that yes, there were male hunters in their guild, although they were a minority. This time she would definitely find a male hunter. She introduced 2 hunters. The Ark Guild unites women and men, although the latter were only 2. The woman sitting at the table with a laptop asked why the settlement suddenly. Are they interested? The blonde replied that no, she just works so hard. The red-haired one said that she knew that she needed a new incentive, but let her give her interest. The girl in the cap heard that this was a place that a child like her, with a flower field in her head, would never tolerate. Valkyrie stood looking into the mirror, wondering what kind of place was this that a child like her couldn't stand. Let her perceive it this way, but she asked Manhwa. Valkyrie walked along the stone wall, thinking that there was nothing interesting. Should she go, at least capture a single tower? The blonde froze in amazement. She noticed Baphomet. He walked behind Yunseo, asking where they were going. The woman told him to stop chatting and follow her. Valkyrie thought it was a coincidence to meet him here. The heroes were standing in a shopping center. The girl noticed that there were big discounts. The guy asked, did she call him to help with shopping? The blonde wondered who this woman was. Could it be his girlfriend? She looked out from behind the wall, thinking that he would not dress like that for a date with someone. The woman in the red dress turned around, saying that she was thinking with nothing. A little long Baphomet discontentedly crossed his arms and said no, what is she doing? Sent him to look at clothes. Valkyrie blushed, thinking that a cool body. She watched as Yunseo said that the guild members were going somewhere far away. It was a bit awkward if she as the leader didn't do anything. If he planned to stay there for a long time, he would need a lot of clothes. Baphomet objected, what other place is far away? They only dragged themselves here for an hour and a half. Valkyrie thought to the guild leader, so she is not his girlfriend. She looked ahead in surprise, saying, the girl was confused. He is really going to the settlement. It is worth thinking so. This is again. She repeated the hunter Baphomet in the settlement in amazement. The guild leader was surprised when Valkyrie walked up and slammed her hands on the table, shouting that she, with shining eyes, a blushing Valkyrie said that she was going to the settlement. Clouds floated in the dark sky, and then it became lighter. Baphomet stood on the stairs and told the girls that he did not know how long it would take. It seemed that this place was a different level from the tower they captured. Reaper replied that he should not worry about his brother, she would look after him. She stood in front of the brunette, saying that he was leaving, and Beelzebub did not even come to see him. Besides, not much time had passed since he left the tower, isn't it sad to part again? Baphomet turned away, saying that there was a good reason. He thought that the boy was very upset about this. There was a blue tank on the roof. The guy asked to take care of it. Reaper said that it was good and asked to return safely. Turning to her, Baphomet asked to try hard at school. He heard a request to think again while they could turn the car around. A white car was driving along the road. A question was heard. Did she say that he could reach S rank even without going to the settlement? Baphomet, sitting in the passenger seat, said displeasedly that if she continued to chatter, he would jump out of the car. Yunseo, who was driving, asked if a rank would get hurt by jumping out of the car, and added that such a threat would not work. She looked ahead pitifully, saying that no matter what she said, he would not listen. Let him remember one thing. While driving, she said that when he entered, he should not think of anyone as a comrade. Baphomet turned his gaze, hearing that he should concentrate on survival. He looked ahead in surprise. They stopped at a high gray wall with towers visible behind it, and he asked if this was the settlement. There were towers of various shapes, and he asked if these were all towers. The guy smiled. With a satisfied look, he said that this was very lucky. The girl was sitting at the reception desk. She looked ahead and asked, "Came back? Was Baphomet sent off without incident?" Yunseo stood at the desk with her head down and answered that yes. The girl asked, "What is it?" Looking at the woman, she asked if she was worried about him. The woman with red lips said, "Manhwa." She clenched her fist and shouted angrily that she was afraid that he would adapt there too well. He was ready to stay there forever. Smiling, she said that this was rare luck, and then raised her head and shouted that despite this, she would not worry and would endure everything. There was a black corner of a tall gray concrete fence. Towers of different shapes rose from behind the fence. There were guys standing by the wall. A girl was walking past them. On the other side, there were also different hunters. Between the multi-story buildings, there was a square space. This was the area of the settlement. The guy shouted an insult. He grabbed the other guy by the chest, asking what he just said. They gloomily approached their foreheads. The second replied that he told him to watch where he was going, but he was so blind that he immediately rushed with his fists. The hand grabbed the hilt of the sword. The sword was pulled out of the sheath. Baphomet enthusiastically approached the gloomy guys and asked, "A fight?" Jumping away from each other, they looked at him questioningly and shouted, asking what he was doing. The guy in the green shirt cursed. Pointing a large sword, he said that if he got caught next time, he could say goodbye to his life. The guy with the katana said that he should walk and look around. Baphomet glanced at them and thought that this was nonsense. He stood in the square, thinking that from what he was just seeing, this looked like a place where people would get into a fight even from a simple bump of shoulders. However, the rank hunters who had gathered here, the man with the shield, the mage, and the girl looked at the guy. He thought that they were not the ones who talk, they were the ones who do, for sure. Looking ahead, Baphomet thought that besides, they were carrying weapons that needed to be put in the inventory. A white beam flew nearby. The hero watched in shock as blood began to flow from the guy's head. He turned around, looking at the laughing guy who said that it was right on target, and the second one asked, "Does it hurt much?" The guy touched his bleeding head, hearing that he had to endure this. The hunters grinned, hearing that he was afraid that he would die here, so he was even going to flee the settlement. The brunette looked at them, hearing the question, "When will he leave? When will it happen? Will they no longer see his unlucky mug?" He wondered, is the one who is going to leave considered a loser? For a hunter who gets good treatment everywhere, if he is a rank, this is the perfect place to determine his skill. Baphomet smiled. His eyes were glowing red. He decided that he really liked it. The boy turned around when he heard his name being called. He looked at the motorcycle with the boy and girl shouting that he was here. In front of them was a multi-story building. The staff in black suits introduced themselves. The girl is the employee of the Kim Minju settlement shelter, and the boy is Kang Haru. The boy remembered Baphomet jumping aside and saying that he didn't expect him to dodge it so quickly. No blood, no tears. Baphomet said that they didn't think at all that they almost injured a person, and heard that a rank doesn't die from that. They received a call from the central office in Seoul. Baphomet heard the question, how much does he know about the settlement? Walking behind the staff, he said that he heard that towers are constantly appearing here, so it's a place where rank hunters can quickly level up to S. They said that it seems like he already knows everything. They turned their gaze to the brunette. Haru said that their job was to introduce him to how the settlement system worked. They walked down the tiled corridor and explained that in the settlement, they assign people to dormitories in groups of 4, and where he is assigned, an S-class hunter who has nominated himself for the position of mentor will be waiting. Looking at them, the brunette asked, "Mentor, are they talking about a mentor who guides you when you first become a hunter?" Haru answered that it was something like that, but a little different, more like a consultant. Minju added that S-rank advice is useful for a rank. Walking ahead, she continued that they restrain the strength that hunters want to show. The guy added that it is to prevent a catastrophe. He imagined blood and said that he was talking about situations in which hunters die in skirmishes. Baphomet raised his finger and said, "Come to think of it, when you enter a tower, isn't it common to die at the hands of a monster or at the hands of a hunter?" He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that in this place, everyone is on their own. The brunette asked what he was talking about. He had just said about a group of 4. Baphomet heard that they were only talking about living in a dorm in groups of 4. Standing at the metal door, the staff said that hunters should enter the towers one by one and clear them out. The guy pointed with his hand and told Baphomet to go through. The manager was waiting for him. The door opened. A woman with a cigarette in her hands asked, "Is he a hunter, Baphomet?" With a grin, she told him to go through and said that she was the manager in charge of the settlement's dorm, no Ikiam. The brunette glanced sideways at the guy in the white jacket and said that he seemed to have heard all the explanations. Was there anything else? His gaze became surprised. Griffin stood there in a white jacket, looking surprised. His gaze became dissatisfied. Baphomet asked indignantly, what was he doing here? The manager sitting at the table asked, were they old acquaintances? The man asked in amazement, was Griffin a hunter in the settlement? He stood in front of the man, saying that according to current data, he was a hunter who would reach S rank even if he did not go that far. He was not trying to provoke him into emotions. The woman waved her hands and said that she was not at the level of a team leader or higher. How could she assume such a thing? Zest froze, looking behind the man. He turned around sullenly. Words were heard that Seong-un had not been seen for a while. There was a bookcase in the room. Words were heard that Hunter Griffin and Hunter Baphomet would move to their own places to live and would actively work. Sitting in a chair by the window, Ikyung told them not to worry. The staff who would guide them would explain the details of their place of residence. Griffin looked forward, hearing what was in their eyes. Baphomet also looked straight ahead, hearing that she saw strength. The woman put out her cigarette, saying that the hunters who were here, like them, also had a fire in their eyes, but at some point it would go out in the atmosphere of this place. Poking the cigarette butt into the ashtray, she continued that if they were going to become S-rank, they shouldn't be the ones to be put out, but them. There were enough S-rank hunters who had passed through the settlement, the most notable example being the hunter Raven. The boys were surprised to hear this. Ikyung laced her fingers with a smile, saying that considering they were so shocked by the code name of the strongest hunter, they came to the settlement to become even stronger. What was the impression of the first aroma of the settlement? Hearing how he was addressed, Griffin looked down and said that he didn't have much of an idea about it. Glancing to the side, he said that he wanted to smell the many towers. The brunette looked at him, and the white-haired man said that if he defeated all the monsters in the many towers, he would immediately reach S rank. Baphomet chuckled. The manager smiled, saying that as expected, quite bold. Then Baphomet wanted to hear it too. The boy stood there silently, and then asked with displeasure, isn't it natural to say that you want to clear the tower and reach S rank? The white-haired man looked at him. The woman at the table smiled and asked what feelings he had when entering the settlement. Baphomet clenched his fist and said that he wanted to fight. While clenching his fist, he continued that with all the hunters who are here. Griffin looked at him. Ikyung smiled and then laughed loudly. Looking at the hunters, she said that this is not what hunters usually say. This is great. She hopes that they can subjugate the settlement and reach S rank, and wish them luck. The windows of the gray nondescript building were darkening. The boy walked forward, thinking that he could have met Griffin here again. He walked along the street, thinking that at such an opportune time, he felt that this was all too thought out. Could it be that he was being followed like during the orientation? The boy stopped. He looked at the gray two-story building, saying that this was his dorm. The door opened slightly, and Baphomet appeared. He looked ahead in surprise. In the darkness of the room, the outlines of furniture were visible. He walked into the room, saying that it was dark, no one was there, and he was surprised to hear a sly voice behind him, that he was here. He turned around abruptly, and covered his mouth with his hand. In front was a man in a green cloak and a mask with a black pattern. In his hand was a yellow cracker. The man behind released confetti, scaring the brunette with a cry of surprise. The guy turned around and looked at the blonde sitting behind him. He heard that they had been waiting for him for a long time, the code name of the arriving Baphomet. 3 people were sitting behind him. The blonde said with a smile that this name suits the settlement. They will introduce themselves. The masked man said that he was S rank hunter lunatic, From now on during his contract he would be his mentor, and the rest of the guys were F-rank hunters, with whom he would share joys and sorrows in the future. The guy with brown hair said that he was guilty. The guy leaning on his hand introduced himself as Jackal. The blonde said with a smile that he was hyper, they were the same age, let him talk to him freely. The heroes sat at the table, and the brunette was silent. The guys discussed that he had such a dry reaction, very surprised, he was worried. The man said that if he was worried, then he held out a bottle of alcohol. Baphomet, looking at this in surprise, heard that he could not refuse. Everyone looked at him. The guy held a glass, saying drink. The guy thought, what are they doing? Why are they so friendly? Someone called Baphomet, scaring him. The brunette saw Lunatic leaning over him, who said that it looked like he had drunk too much. It was time to get up. They needed to go clear the tower. Everyone had already left. The hunter was lying on the bed in his clothes and asked what. An explosion appeared in the high tower. The system reported that the King's Wrath Tower had been cleared. Baphomet stood with his head down, thinking that he didn't know how they had cleared the tower in such a state. He stood tiredly in the open door, and then he looked ahead, hearing that he had come last. 3 guys were sitting at the table. Baphomet stood by the stairs, hearing that in this dorm the hunters had made a rivalry system, the very first hunter who had made 3 clears. Then 2. In third place was a hunter with 1 clear, and the last hunter had nothing stuck. Lunatic stood by the board, on which the names of the participants in red circles were written. Baphomet didn't have a single circle. He heard the question, does he know what this means? Baphomet stared ahead in surprise. The hunters were sitting at the table, looking at him. Guilty laughed and said, was it necessary to drink like that? If a hunter gets drunk like that, then everything is wasted. The guy standing by the stairs heard laughter. He awkwardly looked away and smiled, and then, closing his eyes, he laughed. But suddenly, with a sharp movement, he hit the table, breaking it. The hunters looked at Baphomet in surprise, hearing his question, are they making fun of him? The guy's look was slightly crazy. He said that they were having fun, and called them dogs. The guys smiled, looking at him. It was raining outside. Ahead was a black tower with a red circle. The same, shining, red circle was on the door, decorated with a circle. Baphomet with red eyes held a sword in his hand. He cut the monster's body in half, and immediately attacked the next one. He cut off the head of the white monster. A leg in a black boot flew forward, screaming to get lost. In the red room, people in black cloaks were kneeling around a figure in a brown cloak and saying something. The man in the cloak asked how he got to this place. He was hovering under the ceiling in a red haze emanating from a circle drawn on the floor. The people in cloaks looked up at him. There were red flashes around them. The man in the brown cloak was hovering in the center. There were red flashes around the creature covered with cloth. There was one on the other side as well. The cloth of the cloak was moving. A red eye with a vertical pupil opened. In the center of the red circle, a black monster with horns, wings, and a tail was hovering. His eyes were red. This is the monster of the Tower of Darkness, Ammon. He raised his clawed hand and ordered to praise. A black curl of power flew towards the guy. He heard the order to become a sacrifice for this body. Baphomet said that he transformed, thinking it was something cool, so he thought it would be something amazing. But with a sword strike, a red line, Baphomet cut the monster's body in half. Baphomet's eye glowed red. He said that it was nothing special. A strong explosion was seen. The guy flew away from the monster, falling down. Hyper smiled. The red beam of the blow cut the body of the monster with a mane. Jackal approached Hyper, crossing his arms. Baphomet was entangling another monster with chains. Guilty approached the guys from the other side. They all looked to the side a little and then looked at Baphomet, who was sitting on the couch with a phone. He smiled confidently. On the stats board, Baphomet had the most circles. They had already reached the edge of the board. Words were heard about how evil he was. The girl with the microphone looked at her nails and introduced herself as Sujin. She said that it was successfully completed. Is there anything else she can help with? In the settlement, there was a gray building of the settlement's hunter management branch. She works in this branch and did not notice how she worked here for 3 years. 2 girls were sitting at the table near the blue screens. Next to one of them stood a guy, asking with displeasure, are they telling him to wait? The girl said that such is the policy. Their job is to negotiate with such hunters, rude people. The girl with her hair pulled back in a ponytail almost cried. Newbies who had worked for just a little while immediately burst into tears. Sujin frowned, thinking that she was also afraid of a lot and was a simpleton, but life. Words were heard about 3 cases of damage to shared kitchen utensils, 5 cases of violence in the settlement, 10 cases of threats and obscene language towards management employees. Sujin approached the girl and asked the guy, is he asking for a punishment in the form of a 10-day ban on entering the towers? The guy indignantly asked what. He told the silently standing girl that he came to the settlement to clear the towers. Is she so impudent to the hunters? He pointed his finger in displeasure, hearing that yes, as he said, this is a settlement. Since it is a settlement, she can be so impudent to the hunters. Looking at him, the girl said that because in the settlement where the hunters gather, everything will be fine, even if one of the hunters dies from an accident. The guy indignantly leaned over, asking what she just said. He stretched out his palm to the indifferent girl. Baphomet caught his hand by the wrist. The guy glanced sideways at the brunette in the hood. This place, the settlement. Baphomet glanced sideways at the guy and told him to get lost. It was his turn now. A place where only hunters capable of independent life survive. On the street, the hunters turned in one direction. The man in black boots said that he, too, even the loot that was in the inventory was all gone. The battles continued without breaks all day long. Baphomet beamed with a smile, saying that it was very invigorating. Yunseo sneezed. Dropping her glasses, the assistant asked if she was sick. Baphomet thought that nevertheless. He clenched his fist and, looking to the side, thought, has it been 2 months since moving to the settlement? He touched the red information window in front of him with his finger and thought that in 2 months he had achieved a lot. Through the confirmation coupons received during the clearing of the towers, his skills grew. Symbols of coupons with levels appeared around the guy. He touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking that the level was not increasing as well as expected. It seemed that he leveled up at once when he used the confirmation mark of the labyrinth tower. Is there a classification of towers? Towers are divided into rare, unique, epic, legendary, and mythical. He imagined these names as a pyramid-shaped diagram. The confirmation marks of the towers, which the higher the class, the higher the value, were reduced. A purple ball with 3 wings was shining in Laloni. Baphomet walked forward, thinking that now he had reached the level of clearing epic towers. Skills should only increase through marks obtained in towers below the epic class. If you think about it, the basic conditions are similar to a role-playing computer game. In order to improve skills, he must invest as many experience points as possible, even more experience points, and clear towers while collecting confirmation marks. Then he will be able to defend legendary and even mythical towers. Looking forward, Baphomet thought that he could continue to fight endlessly. He remembered standing in front of the closed door as the tower boss, thinking that there were no more unbearable days when he was waiting, locked in the tower, for someone to come. Looking forward, the brunette thought that he was becoming even stronger, more than when he was in the tower. He imagined the image of Raven standing with his back turned and thought that he was stronger than anyone else. Passers-by turned to look at Baphomet, who stood with his hands on his hips and laughed. His eyes glowed red when he laughed. Suddenly, he picked up a ringing phone. Baphomet was sitting on the couch and asked, "What?" He held the phone to his ear and asked Beelzebub, and then corrected himself and asked, "How is Jinwoo?" 2 months ago, a voice was heard at school saying that a new transfer student had come to them. Beelzebub was standing at the board. The teacher said that his name was Jinwoo and asked to be friends with him. The classmates whispered with a smile. The girl said that he was a handsome guy. The face of the classmate in the hoodie was very displeased. The roof of the school appeared. Beelzebub, wincing, fell to the ground. The same classmate leaned over and asked him that he was popular with girls. Did he like being surrounded by girls? He was surprised to hear that this was natural. Beelzebub, lying on the ground, calmly said that showing interest in someone is an excellent human instinct. He got to his feet and said that now it is clear he is the leader of this area. The boy asked again, "The leader of what?" The hero's fist flew into his nose. The guy fell on his back and screamed, holding his nose with his hands. 2 more classmates were amazed. Beelzebub looked at his fist. Looking at his classmate, he said that being a leader is. He imagined the image of a monster and said that realizing how helpless you are in relation to stronger individuals. Let him think it's luck. Beelzebub with red eyes leaned gloomily towards his trembling classmate and said that at his age he should already know about natural selection, because it will help him survive. The apple does not fall far from the tree, the younger brother of his older brother. Baphomet sat on the couch with the phone and listened silently. He held the phone to his ear and thought that he took out his anger. Beelzebub waved his hands, asking in surprise, "Will not use the money that the girl gave him because of that rich house. Can't we see that amazing apartment?" Baphomet standing in front of him pointed his hand and said that he is not saying that he does not want to spend it. He will understand everything when he sees Reaper again. He says that the equipment video in the tower is important. Beelzebub looked at the boy in amazement and said that the right equipment is important. He is so passionate about fighting that he became a human. The boy frowned. He said, and he didn't want to become human, but he did because of him. He doesn't even have the status of a hunter, and he can't use magic as he wants. He's already tired of doing nothing but reading books. Beelzebub indignantly clenched his fists and shouted that if he forced him to become human, then he should make it so that he can enjoy this human life. Baphomet was surprised to hear that he was an idiot. The younger one angrily pointed his finger, shouting that he was an idiot, that having become human, he can't even use his rights. Reaper sat on the bed and said that one way or another they would look after Jinwoo. She asked if he was safe too, and then decided that no, she had nothing to worry about. Baphomet held the phone and heard that because he was strong. Then he disconnected. The brunette held the glowing phone and thought why he was thinking about this again. He remembered how the girl, closing her eyes, said that he was strong. The guy was silent, looking ahead. Hyper appeared next to him and, smiling and holding his cheeks, asked what he was doing. The hero glanced at him. Hyper looked at him, cupping his cheeks with his hands. There was a large chandelier hanging in the room. A question was heard. What was he doing? Why was he pretending that they were close? What was he planning? The blonde said that it was offensive that he thought that those who lived under the same roof with him had a hidden meaning. He was still offended that they had made fun of him back then. He was so vindictive. Baphomet repeated, what was he doing? It couldn't be that something was said without a reason. Hyper closed his eyes. The brunette sitting on the couch heard the offer to go have fun. The blonde, standing next to him, waved his hands and said that he was not resting and was conquering towers. Working was a good thing, but this way he would soon catch burnout again. Let him do his hair, dress up, and they would go for a walk. Baphomet replied that he understood. He imagined Beelzebub, who was angrily shouting that he was a fool who didn't even know how to enjoy being human. There was a gasp in the room and a question about where they were going. In a place that looked like ruins, only having fun. Baphomet stood with his hand on his hip in the neon purple beams. He looked ahead at the crowd of dancing girls and thought, what is this anyway? Different hunters were dancing in the club in front of him. Baphomet couldn't even imagine that there would be such a place in the settlement. Everyone is surprised. Once a month this place opens. This is the day when hunters from outside and ordinary people, in addition to the approved ones, can visit this place. Hyper asked if this is the space where they constantly fight. He stood with his back to the building and spread his arms, saying that in order not to burn out, you need to relax like this. The brunette looked in surprise to one side. In one corner, men were calmly chatting. One of them was holding a glass with a drink in his hands. The guy looked in the other direction. Girls were happily dancing next to the guys on the dance floor. The guys were standing next to each other. The blonde asked if this was his first time in such a place, receiving a positive answer. Hyper looked at his opponent in surprise, surprised by his words, confirming this with his appearance, which was like a party animal. The brunette did not understand whether this was an insult or a compliment. The blonde looked at the young man who looked away. He said that everything looked familiar. The place looked like a hotel where he had been before. The interlocutor confirmed his guess. Baphomet looked at him, listening to how after the settlement appeared, the building was restored and put into operation. He stood in front of the blonde, putting his hand in his pocket, asking how he could have fun here. The opponent concluded that he really was in such a place for the first time. Girls in revealing clothes were dancing cheerfully. He was told to just move his body like those girls. Some were drinking alcohol from disposable cups. Two pretty girls were looking at them. The blonde added that you can have fun with those who came to the settlement with a purpose. He answered the interlocutor's question with a smile that the settlement is a place where hunters gather. Baphomet looked at him in bewilderment when he was asked if he wanted to, but the young man did not understand what exactly he meant. Neon lights were everywhere. The blonde asked the brunette what kind of girls he liked, starting to describe his ideal in the form of older girls, but at one point he stopped. Hyper stood in front of him, raising his finger up, noting that such questions are no longer asked today, paraphrasing to what kind of people he likes, but he was still not understood. The brunette turned his attention to someone, looking to the side. Meanwhile, behind him a couple was chatting nicely. There was Jackal. The young man noticed the main character's gaze on himself, sitting not far from him. He smiled, showing his snow-white smile. Then he winked at the brunette. Baphomet was indignant at this, goggling his eyes at him. Someone's foot abruptly stomped on the floor. The brunette looked back where he was guilty, who suddenly stood up from the table with the girls, asking if they were kidding. The guy put his leg on the table, leaning on it, asking the girls if they really decided to deceive him. 4 different girls looked at him, all of them waiting for his answer. Guilty indignantly showed them a piece of paper with a punishment written on it. The guy noted that this was too much. After all, he always pulled it out. The main character watched all this, putting his hand in his pocket. The guy asked if they wanted to deceive him in this way, and then allowed them to do whatever they wanted. His strong hand pressed into the fabric of his own clothes. He tore off his t-shirt, remaining with a naked pumped-up torso, noting that this body, which was created in the fight against monsters, is different from a body made with the help of exercises. The brunette looked at him like an idiot, clearly not understanding the meaning of everything he did. He turned around when the blonde started telling him that the road from Seoul to this place takes about an hour or 2. He passed by, telling him that it was not far, but the trip to this place was quite a confusing and unpleasant process. He was asked why people were gathering in the settlement. Hyper turned around, holding out his hand, noting that the settlement was a place where everything was allowed except murder. The brunette's eyes widened. He noticed something. There was a pill on the blonde's tongue, which the protagonist noticed. The young man was shocked, looking at his opponent leaving, who spread his arms, offering the guy to have fun together. He looked at them incredulously. The guy noted his presence too, but the protagonist assumed something. He remembered the old gray building. Baphomet looked at the leaving guy, being in some office. He stopped when Yikyung folded her hands in a lock, spreading them out, asked him to give her some time. The woman looked at him contentedly, remaining silent when he asked why he was taking the time and if there was anything else he should know. The boy was surprised when he was asked if he had ever heard of cleaners. He looked at the woman, who was hunched over the table, asking if she knew he was a cleaner, wondering where exactly, but she simply noted that she did not have to explain all of that. Yikyung showed him a packet with a small gray pill, explaining that he needed to find the source of these pills. The boy asked her again. The boy looked dubious when he heard about the drug being common among the hunters of the settlement. He called it absurd that the hunters could depend on the drug, asking if they had shifted their responsibility to him. The settlement is a place where the influence of the hunters forms the law. Minor crimes are tolerated except for serious ones. She looked at him seriously, arguing that if civilians followed suit, it would be a completely different story. The boy was told that these pills were being distributed among the common people. The woman held out her hand, saying that he could do what he had been doing before, and everything would appear in front of him on its own. The brunette suggested that if it were being distributed among the hunters, he would be the one distributing it. He looked at her silently. The woman wanted to ask the boy for something if he found the one distributing the drugs. The Baphomet beat her to it, looking at her with an evil gaze and asking if he could kill the distributor. Yikyung told him with a smile that he could, noting that the well-being of the hunters was paramount, adding that those who were causing trouble should be killed, even if they were hunters. The brunette looked at the blonde in front of him, who called out to him as he approached. He, smiling, and with beautiful girls behind him, asked him what he was doing, and then suggested that they have some fun. The protagonist looked at his opponent with a narrowed eye. Hyper looked at him with a smile, with his sincere brown eyes in his gaze. The young man moved, putting his hands in his pockets, agreeing to his offer. Suddenly, someone's blonde hair flashed right in front of him. The brunette was surprised and paid attention to them, his eyes wide open in amazement. He saw a girl running to the dance floor in jeans and a top, with long blonde hair. Her foot confidently stepped onto the dance floor. The girl stood in front of this crowd on the dance floor. Everyone present there paid attention to her, admiring her mere presence. The girl smiled sweetly. She put her hands up, starting to dance cheerfully to the music. Her top had an interesting slit in the cleavage area. She smiled broadly and frolicked, closing her eyes. A month ago, Valkyrie turned white from what happened. She was sitting on the couch, all white. A girl turned to her, asking if she was okay. Another one noted her condition. Agatha was standing next to a pumped-up Nen, who crossed her arms over her chest. The brunette asked if it was difficult to communicate with an Orank. The interlocutor noted that everyone here had a big ego. Valkyrie's face was still white. The girls were discussing whether one normal hunter had been enrolled here. The second one clarified whether she was talking about the hunter Griffin. They looked at her in bewilderment. She was surprised when they mentioned him. She remembered how she introduced herself, putting her hand on her chest, calling herself responsible for them this time. She began to worry without finishing her sentence. Two men and a girl sitting at the table were looking at her. Their looks were not the most friendly. The girl was surprised when one of them asked if she was the Valkyrie. He couldn't believe that such a noble person visited this shabby place, asking if the colony was the last place on Earth. The prisoners looked at her with disdain, sharpening their gazes. The blonde in a blue t-shirt stood with his arms crossed. They told him that a guy who was still very young came to them. He stood calmly with his lips closed. Someone commented, saying that the colony was not a school where children go. They looked at Griffin with displeasure, who called them uncles and aunts. The blonde glared at them with a gleam in his eyes, offering to fight once in case it offended them so much. The girls were surprised, looking at their white-faced friend, who was sitting on the couch. The brunette took her hands in hers, saying that such a person came to the colony and became an example for other hunters, noting that Valkyrie received an award and came to such terrible conditions, becoming a mentor. Nen crossed her arms, closing her eyes, saying that the hunters around her also watched her and made decisions about the settlement. The pale blonde was surprised. She sat in complete shock, listening to the fact that even if the other Orank hunters in the colony did not show it, they all respected her. She was even more indignant. Nen offered to help her and therefore try her best. She was very nervous, not understanding why everything turned out this way. Valkyrie stood in a top and jeans. After 2 months, she was just supposed to seduce one man. The blonde was serious. She did not see Baphomet anywhere. She remembered how the girl with crimson hair clearly said that a person like her, a child with a flower field in her head, would definitely not tolerate this place. The blonde ran to the dance floor, not understanding where Baphomet was. One evening, she screamed loudly. The brunette noticed her on the floor in a towel, asking what happened. She looked at her, saying that she did not know, but there were a lot of insects in the water. The girl was frantic, but then said that the settlement had a bad water supply system. This happens often. Solving this problem could take 5 days. The blonde was indignant, asking if she could not wash herself all this time. The brunette pointed her finger at the road in the forest, asking her if she saw a path. She told about a wooden house. If Valkyrie goes along the path, she will notice it. It was previously used for surveillance. Now this house is used to purify water, so everything will be fine. The blonde was about to go, but the brunette raised a finger and warned that it was forbidden to use the unique abilities of a hunter there. Valkyrie looked at her in confusion. Then she was told that this was the only forest in the settlement, and it was forbidden to cause serious damage. Then she asked if she should go through this dark place. The two of them stood in the darkness. The blonde put her hand on her chest and declared that she was an S-rank hunter, so she quickly went there and back when she was asked if she needed to be accompanied if she suddenly got scared. It was quite dark outside. He walked along the path with the phone, realizing that it was worth going with her. She became scared. She understood that if she had not washed herself during the day, then nothing would have happened. At one point, she opened her eyes wide, holding the phone in her hand, hearing the rustling of leaves in the bushes. She turned around, very scared, her eyes wide. The girl stood completely alone. There was some noise around her. She did not understand what this sound was. She became very scared. There was a huge hand behind Valkyrie, which was about to grab her. She was completely shocked. The girl turned her head to the side, noticing something. Her leg in galoshes and sweatpants swung to strike. She hit the brunette on the back, who was there. She looked at him in shock, not understanding what had happened. Valkyrie panicked, realizing what she had done. The brunette bent over from the blow. She recognized him, but the young man called her crazy. The flashlight on her phone was shining brightly. The girl understood that in the blonde, unlike her reputation, there was something good. Agatha and Nen were walking through the forest. The brunette confessed that she was stupid. The interlocutor asked if she sent her to the hut alone and if everything was okay with her. Then she admitted her regret because she saw that she was afraid. Nen noted that the blonde is very strong. Even among the S rank, she occupies the top positions. The brunette turned away, told her that even if the two of them attacked her, it would be unwise. She looked at the girl behind her, asking if this was just an assumption, saying that it was impossible to defeat Valkyrie. Soon they reached her. Looking at the phone, the girl was trying to bring someone to their senses. The girls looked at her. Agatha was with the phone. In her arms was Baphomet unconscious. The girls were very surprised, realizing that in the arms of the blonde was the hunter Baphomet because she shouted his name. Deep night hung over the hut. The girl sat, covering her face with her hands. The brunette lay calmly with his eyes closed, unconscious. They were all near the bed where Baphomet was lying. The blonde sitting in front of him knew she screwed up. Although she admitted that he was good when he was sleeping, Agatha tried to support her, saying that everything would be fine. Valkyrie jumped up, noticing that the guy started to show signs of life, asking if he was okay. One of the candles on the ceiling was not lit. The lights were dim. The young man asked if he had fainted, but the girl apologized, admitting her guilt. She was worried, touching her cheeks with her hands. Baphomet looked at her suspiciously. Being very silent, she knocked him down with one blow. The brunette turned to him, asking if everything was okay. The guy asked who they were. The girls introduced themselves and said that they were the blonde's neighbors. The protagonist calmly replied that he was jogging when asked why he was in the forest. The guy narrowed his eyes, remembering what happened. The clear moon was cheerfully in the night sky. Hyper was holding the phone on the street, listening to something. He was calmly walking through the forest, his hand in his pocket, his eyes closed. He noticed something that made his eyes widen. There was a hare behind him, looking straight at him. He was calmly looking at it. The blonde was surprised, realizing that it was a wild hare. Hyper went on. The brunette was watching him. Watching from behind a tree, he was surprised because he did not expect that hares live in such a place. The main character was watching him. The guy was following him on his heels. He was interested in why he was there at such a late hour. What was there? He just liked to watch. Baphomet saw the guy's back. He did not care where the pills or the type and their main substance were distributed. His eyes shone. He understood that anyone he could catch would be killed. The brunette came out from behind the tree, realizing something. He looked around, realizing that there was no one around, indignant where he disappeared, assuming that he realized that he was being followed. The guy turned around abruptly, hearing some noise. The young man noticed some noise in the bushes and recorded it. Meanwhile, the girl was wandering around the forest in fear. She looked in the other direction with interest. This is what Valkyrie could remember. The girl closed her eyes, standing in front of the young man, who was rubbing the back of his head, feeling guilty because she made such a mistake. The main character put his leg out to stand up. He was surprised as soon as he stood on his leg. The guy was sitting on the bed. The girls around asked if everything was okay and if there were any strange sensations. He answered negatively. Looking at these three hunters, the main character was surprised, wondering if they felt anything, because he had never felt such energy anywhere except the tower. He imagined a strong energy in the form of red stripes coming from the hut, realizing that even a small part of it was similar to the energy at the entrance to the tower. The girls discussed the guy's question. He considered the presence of such buildings in the forest amazing. The blonde asked if she had come before for surveillance, receiving a positive answer. The brunette looked at the young man. He asked what kind of surveillance it was built for, but he received an inaccurate answer. The building was built at the same time as the settlement, specifying that she was also watching the movement of the tower. The guy looked away, saying that he understood but did not understand her words because this place was not even a hill. He considered that there was no need to pay attention to something useless. His goal was not this place. Soon they went outside. The guy said that his area of responsibility with, the girl noted that in this case his zone is on the opposite side from theirs. The guy was going to go, but the blonde stopped him. Valkyrie looked at him and was a little embarrassed, clenching her hands into fists, asking if they could meet again. The boy was surprised, his eyes wide. The girls were puzzled to hear his answer that he did not know. After all, she was not his mentor. He turned and noted that if she was here, then one way or another they could both barely notice each other and meet. The girls watched the brunette leave. Agatha and Nen looked at the huntress, who was resolutely clenching her fists. The brunette tried to cheer her up, telling her not to be too upset, but she told her that it was time for her new version. Her hand clenched into a fist. She failed today, but next time she would demonstrate her sense of smell perfectly, then the boy would not be able to escape. Her gaze was stern and serious. She said that she would definitely watch him beg her for a meeting. The girl looked at them, telling them to begin. They looked at her in bewilderment, clearly not understanding anything. In the morning, the sun's rays fell on the building, penetrating through the windows inside. Guilty noted with irritation that he was not very comfortable. Jackal was standing at the counter, drinking water, confusedly asking what he was talking about. Then the guy explained to him that he meant the dining table, someone broke it, and he needed to eat properly. The brunette made an obscene gesture when the boy met him, calling him the devil. They looked at the protagonist, who was quickly heading somewhere. He stood in front of Hyper, who was sitting on the couch and looking at something on his phone. The guy looked at him with displeasure. He combed the entire forest after that incident, but could not find anything. The blonde looked at the boy, who thought that the reason he disappeared was definitely related to the pills. He looked at the protagonist and turned to him, asking if he needed something from him. The protagonist smiled, looking at him. He was going to use the same strategy as when he had a mentor. It was light behind the dormitory. He suggested that the blondes have some fun. The guys were sitting in a cafe. The opponent was telling him about how people appeared on Earth, mentioning the theory of evolution and creationism. Then he asked Baphomet, sitting opposite him, which theory he supported, but no one received a clear answer. Hyper smiled. The main character was asking how this would affect his life at all. His eyes widened. A realization came to him. He was talking about how he went abroad and met an interesting person there. The blonde was standing with a bag near this silhouette. He said that humanity began to parasitize on the planet because of the sins committed. He remembered it with warmth in his soul, saying that everything was created so that after committing a sin, to live, repenting, on earth. The brunette brought a mug of beer to himself. The case that God became furious. The angry God created a tower and monsters as punishers to punish people who are not worthy of existence. The fan on the ceiling stood motionless, noting how selfish and weak-willed humanity is. The blonde with a crazy smile added, saying that it should disappear. This will be the upper outcome. The young man looked at him in bewilderment. He was asked if he shared the point of view. His eyes widened when he realized something. He woke up and found himself on the street. There was a forest around. He did not understand where exactly he was. The young man sat up, rubbing the bruised part, wondering how everything happened, remembering how he drank with the blonde. On his hand lay a piece of paper with a certain symbolism. The guy wondered what was depicted there. He was distracted by a phone call. He stood up and took his phone, answering the call, wondering why his phone flew so far away. He put the phone to his ear, finding out that the Reaper called him, but she assured him the opposite. She assumed that he had drunk too much the night before. She felt calmer after his call. The guy did not understand why she was worried. The brunette listened attentively to what they were telling him. According to her, he was inviting her on a date. It was quiet around. The opponent was surprised and called the main character. He called it all a lie. The young man began to yell into the phone, furiously proving that she was lying, and he would never call with such an intention, but in response he was asked if she made it up in his opinion. He listened with fury to the fact that the girl would go on a date with him if he reached the S-class. He threatened her, telling her to just hang up and shut up. It was light outside the dorm. The guy was heading inside. Along the way he was constantly cursing in his thoughts, not understanding what he had done at all. At one point, he accidentally ran into a man. They were about to be rude to him, but the main character managed to swear faster. He looked at him angrily, telling him to open his eyes and watch where he was going, until he tore his eyes out and threw them ashore. The guy walked past menacingly. The young man was told not to bother him because everyone knew that he was crazy. The brunette walked past Lunatic. He asked and turned to the hunter, saying that today he was angrier than usual. The young man looked at him. Lunatic assumed from his appearance that he had gone somewhere, but he was clearly not in the dorm, so he offered to go there together because he was heading there too. The dorm building was gray. The buildings were of different shapes. He said that the expectations towards him were huge. His chances of becoming an S-class hunter were very high. The guy calmly followed him. Having listened to him that having become such a rank, he would understand that they were all different. The difference in power between players of this rank cannot be ignored. He was talking about how there are hunters who can stand up to 2 of their own kind, and some can stand up to 3 of them. Baphomet was silent at first, but then said that he understood everything. He was looking at Lunatic's back, wondering how many of these hunters he could stand up to. But he hesitated, saying that he was not an active hunter at the moment. Lunatic walked calmly, while the brunette stood behind him, his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, the guy shouted how he knew this, already without a mask. The sun's rays were calmly falling on the dorm building. The guy replied that you'd have to be a fool not to recognize it. He immediately understood everything after looking at it. The brunette passed him. While he thanked him for working at his pace for 2 months, asking him to continue to keep it a secret from the others, he agreed, but there was one more thing. Baphomet turned around, asking if Lunatic had anything to tell him. The guy looked at him seriously. The masked guy was worried, looking at him, obviously hiding something. Lunatic called him crazy because he did it first, then he was asked what he expected. The brunette went to the door and touched it with his hand, asking why he should hide it. Baphomet was very surprised. Lunatic was also shocked by what he saw. The room was all smoked up. Someone's bloody corpse was visible on the floor. The guy recognized it as the already dead jackal standing at the passage. The protagonist was even more surprised, looking away. He noticed Guilty's corpse near the wall. Lunatic looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking what was going on here. Questions were also heard behind them. The dead man's leg was stained with his own blood. The hunters were wondering what happened and if there had been such incidents before. Hyper, cut into pieces, lay near the wall. Hunters were killed in the settlement. The guys stood there indignantly while the others came to see what was going on. The brunette looked at Hyper's face, surprised that even he was killed. He looked at it all in shock, not understanding why all this was happening. The group of hunters looked at the bloody corpse and the wall, not believing that people were killed in the settlement, and tried to understand what was being said around them about it. Hyper's corpse was crossed out with a bloody cross. People assumed that it could have been an animal attack. The protagonist bared his teeth and was angry. He angrily looked ahead, continuing to be angry that someone touched his prey. Suddenly, 2 people in black suits appeared in front of the guys, who told everyone to move away. The guy and the girl in suits put their hands behind their backs. The brown-haired man noted that this place would be processed. His colleague added that it would be better if the hunters left this scene to preserve all the evidence in this place. The suited couple were looked at by the outraged hunters, who did not understand how something like this could happen in the settlement since there had been no murders before. The people in suits told them to simply ignore it and pass by. The suited couple looked ahead calmly, standing next to each other. Behind the worried hunters stood the protagonist with Xiaonan. The inspectors explained that if the guys continued to be here, especially the A-rank hunters, then they would consider everyone as suspects. Baphomet frowned ahead from under his bangs, realizing that this made sense. He looked at the bloodless corpse of the blonde man by the wall, realizing that if a fight had occurred between equally strong A-rank hunters, there should have been at least traces of resistance. However, he noticed that nothing of the sort had happened, meaning that there had been a surprise attack with an advantage in strength. The guy assumed that Hyper was killed instantly and so neatly that he did not even feel pain. Suddenly, the inspectors in suits were surprised when they heard the version that the criminal was S-rank. The protagonist approached the surprised inspectors and ironically asked them if an A-rank could really die like that even without resistance. The couple in suits looked closely at the upstart. The girl turned to the hunter Baphomet, telling him that in such a situation they could not judge whether it was true or not, and asked him to make such statements with caution. Her colleague added that this assumption could be a provocation. The protagonist looked at the inspectors in bewilderment, noting that this was only a theory, and if the killer was an A-class hunter, then he should have had such strength that they would not even be able to fight back. The caped hunter turned to face the brunette in a tank top. The boys started discussing it when they thought about them, because Baphomet noted that even if he himself was included, he confidently stated that there was no such person here, hinting to them that it sounded quite logical. The inspectors tried to figure out if Baphomet was right about the criminal being S-rank. The couple in suits looked ahead worriedly when the protagonist said that even if such a person existed, they would be negligent in their work, as if he would not be able to notice such a strong a rank hunter. Suddenly, one girl shouted that these conversations should stop. Suddenly, all the boys turned to face another girl in a suit. It was a brunette who was frowning and looking away. She turned to Baphomet, asking him to step aside to talk to her for a while. Seong-un in a mask along with the protagonist were slightly surprised. It was a shabby white building. The protagonist was dumbfounded and surprised when the manager told him that there was no longer a need for an investigation and told him to stop trying to find out anything. Baphomet spread his arms in front of the table where the girl was sitting. She expressed understanding that Hyper was the one who had something to do with the pills, but he was killed. The guy wondered if they shouldn't find the killer, wanting to figure it out himself. The brunette tilted his head forward and frowned. The manager asked him if it was an S-rank hunter like he said, would he be able to catch him? The brunette crossed her fingers and closed her eyes, asking the guy to forget about this matter like the other hunters and told him to focus on building up his strength, because he had worked hard enough. The protagonist stared ahead. The manager answered him with a cold-blooded look. The brunette put his hands on his hips and looked around angrily, realizing that this was all strange. He looked up with a puzzled look, realizing that Ikyung was not pure. He walked down the alley between the buildings with a puzzled look, because he was trying to think about what happened yesterday. He started with the theory that after they broke up, Hyper was immediately killed. He grabbed his head in anger, realizing that he could not remember anything. He put his hands in his pocket and closed his eyes, trying to remember what Hyper said to him last. He took out a piece of paper with a hieroglyph from his pocket. The main character imagined the hieroglyph and the conversation with the cunning Hyper. At that moment, he asked him to look at it, because he knew that Baphomet specially got close to him. The main character looked at the paper with alarm, remembering the blonde's malicious grin. At that moment, he assured that it would not harm the brunette in any way, and thought that they would understand each other. He held a piece of paper with a black hieroglyph in it, similar to an eye. The guy understood that it was the matter because he looked at it and passed out, but now he did not feel any magical power in the paper, thinking that it was disposable. It dawned on him that this sign was the key to this incident. Suddenly, Seong-un approached him from the side in a cape. His white mask hid his face under the hood. The bright sun warmed the leaves of the trees. The manager replied that the bodies of the Gulti and Jackal hunters were transported from the dorm to the branch. Baphomet asked what Seong-un had told Ikyung. Seong-un replied that he knew everything about the cleaner and gave this job to Baphomet, so he said that there was nothing to do now. The hunter asked if this was somehow related to Hyper. The manager stood in front of the sitting hunter with a displeased look. He was curious to ask his manager if he knew anything, since he most likely hid here for a reason. He replied that he wanted to watch him grow, which is why he came here, agreeing that he had his own job here. The manager's white mask reflected the light. Baphomet asked Seong-un if he had been in contact with the S-rank hunter who killed Hyper. The protagonist sat on a rock with his arms dangling. The manager answered that the settlement was a place that was governed by its own system, separate from the central government, and for this reason, if they decided to do something here, it could be hushed up and falsified. The brunette assumed that Seong-un was hinting to him that this was all related to a branch of the settlement. The masked manager stood motionless. His silhouette approached and he stated that manager Ikyung killed Hyper. The protagonist's eyes immediately widened and he was dumbfounded. He imagined the image of manager Ikyung with her arms crossed. He understood that Ikyung was the person who was at the origins of the settlement's creation, and she was the one who knew the system better than anyone, and only she knew how to use it for her own purposes. Black background, and Seong-un stated that that's why he was here to investigate Ikyung's crimes, and meanwhile the murder. The manager stood in front of the sitting guy, who assumed that Ikyung used him to solve the problems with Hyper, but the situation did not go according to plan and she decided to figure it out herself. The manager noted that it was all strange because it was emotional. The guy agreed with this because no one hid the corpses and everything was spontaneous. Baphomet sat with a puzzled look, touching his chin. He realized that manager Ikyung used the systems alone, so it was impossible to pull off such a thing alone and there must have been accomplices. Seong-un stood opposite the protagonist and said that this was why they could only trust each other in the settlement. The guy would like to have one more person on his team. At this time, Valkyrie was stunned by this news about the murder. The blonde was sitting opposite Agatha at the table. The brunette noted that someone killed 3 hunters who were on the same team as Baphomet. The blonde was even more surprised. Nen slammed her fist on the table. The girls looked at the embittered Nen, who was furious because famous hunters were killed. Agatha with a sad look explained that she and Nen became mentors almost immediately after the settlement was formed, and compared to other mentors, They became very attached to a rank hunters. Valkyrie sadly opened her eyes wide. Agatha looked ahead sadly, saying that it was all because of the gate shock, because the status of the hunters before it appeared was so high, and because of that there were not many strong hunters, and as a result it led to a terrible tragedy that wiped out 1/3 of the population. Nen leaned her hands on the kitchen cabinet. Agatha said that she and Nen were under enemy fire and saw many people die, and if there were more strong hunters, they would have been able to fight back. Agatha clutched her mug tightly, adding that the settlement was a good place to make hunters even stronger. But hunters died here too. Valkyrie looked at Agatha sadly. It was a multi-story connected building. The inspectors in suits stood nearby. The brown-haired man told the suspects that there was no one left on the team except for them. The colleague said that additional members accepted into the team would be announced later. The brunette and Xiang-un looked unmoved. They were told that if they continued to clear the towers here, their skills would grow. The brunette looked at the inspectors with displeasure from under his brows, asking them if they had found the killer, to which he received the answer that the search was still ongoing. The inspectors, along with Xiang-un, looked at the grinning brunette, who ironically joked that no one doubted it. Xiang-un stood with his back turned, while the brunette closed his eyes when they wished them a tough fight. The manager looked at the dissatisfied guy, who crossed his arms. A cigarette was clamped between his fingers. Yikyung was sitting at the table and was about to light a cigarette, asking the guys about the hunter Baphomet. The inspectors stood in front of the manager's table, explaining that there were no unnecessary movements from the guy. Yikyung asked to continue watching the guy. There were books on the shelves in her office. She asked the guys under her wing if they had any more news. They said no and asked the boss if she was okay. She told them to go about their business. The couple in suits turned around when they were reminded of another assignment. The manager was sitting at her desk and said sharply that she would handle the assignment herself. The door to her office opened and the guys said goodbye to her. The manager was sitting at her desk with her hands folded. Then she took out her phone. She put it to her ear and reminded the other side that she should have asked to do their best. On the other side of the phone was Agatha, who said that she had nothing to regret because it was predictable. The brunette in the red turtleneck holding the phone was Yikyung's sister. The dark night was already standing above the trees. It was a wooden hut. The blonde's long hair was dipped in the water. Valkyrie sat dejectedly in the bathroom. She looked ahead sadly, realizing that a murder had occurred in the settlement. Suddenly, she heard a sound behind the door. The protagonist looked up, trying to figure out what that sound was. The brunette stared up from under his bangs, realizing that he first needed to find evidence that Yikyung was the one who killed the 3 hunters. Xiang-un pointed out with his finger outstretched, or it could be the murder tool. The protagonist stood in front of the manager and said that he didn't know for sure whether it would be evidence or a tool, but he still had a place that was very doubtful. Xiang-un held his phone in his hands, standing in front of Baphomet, noting that Yikyung's manager had contacted him. The brunette looked straight ahead with a smirk, wondering what the probability was that Yikyung knew Xiang-un's true identity. The manager said through his mask that the probability was 50%. But now because of the call, he assumed that the probability could be even higher and now said that they should act separately. The brunette looked warily through his bangs, thinking that he had been following Hyper and had lost him in the forest where this building stood. He stood in a dark room, his hands in his pockets. He could feel the energy coming from here even now because he considered this place the strangest in the settlement. The protagonist walked forward, looking at the walls. He looked back in the other direction. Then he stamped his foot on the floor. He looked down intently. The brunette looked through the floor and realized that there was energy from a strong tower below. He stood in a tense pose with his back to the exit. He looked back sharply. Valkyrie was trying to kick him. The brunette looked forward angrily, thinking that this was deja vu. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She saw an angry Baphomet, who told the girl to watch before swinging his legs. She stood anxiously in front of the protagonist, who said that he had an important matter here, and asked Valkyrie in response what she was doing here. She said that she wanted to wash here, which made Baphomet slightly confused. He angrily looked forward at the girl. Valkyrie was crying tearfully at that moment. The guy did not understand whether he should trust this woman and whether he should break down now. The brunette stood in front of the worried blonde and said that he worked for the government and received an order from his superiors to study this building, so he came to this settlement. The blonde noted that this building was just an ordinary hut. Baphomet looked at the girl arrogantly, saying that he had special abilities and he felt what others did not feel. The blonde looked at the guy worriedly. Valkyrie looked with curiosity at the fist flying to the floor as she realized that only the guy felt this energy from below. The brunette began to smash the floor. The blonde grimaced from the flying fragments, not understanding what was happening. The blonde looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. A powerful stream of dark energy was carried out from the house. Gusts of red aura stretched in the air. It was a mixture of dark and red energy. Valkyrie and the brunette looked at the black hole in the floor. Baphomet stared down, realizing that he had not felt such an ominous energy until now. He immediately jumped down, which alarmed the blonde. He looked down into the hole in surprise. She decided to jump too. She landed on the ground. Valkyrie began to look back. They were standing together with Baphomet in a space with a dark and red aura. The blonde was shocked because she did not think that the cave would be under the hut, asking the guy if he knew about this place. She looked ahead in a daze. The blonde stood behind the main character with a worried look as she noticed the tower gate. The guy now understood why the towers kept appearing in the settlement. Their silhouettes stood above the large red gate with a red diamond. Baphomet now understood that this was the place that produced the towers, their nest itself. A huge moon was shining on the settlement building, which the brown-haired girl noticed. Yikyung was walking along with the undercover manager along the alley. He agreed with her, saying that Korea was indeed a country where one could admire the stars. She asked him to enjoy these views to his heart's content during his stay here. He agreed with this and asked the woman about what business she had with him. She looked at him sarcastically, saying that they had not had the opportunity to have a normal conversation before, calling him a lunatic. The manager under the mask looked away. She asked him if it was his first time in the settlement, since she knew that they had never met anywhere else before. Seong-un agreed, explaining that he was sent to work either in the wilderness or in countries where there was a shortage of hunters. Yikyung continued to look at him sarcastically. She said that she looked through his records and noticed that he was in many places, the same Monaco, Costa Rica, Singapore. The manager walked ahead of Seong-un, saying that she knew a hunter in Singapore who was also sent there. She asked the guy if he had heard anything about the hunter Mild. Seong-un looked ahead. A brown-haired woman was walking with her back to him. Seong-un followed her, shyly scratching his cheek. He said that he was not sure and did not think that he knew many hunters who had the same experience. Yikyung walked forward without looking back. She smirked evilly as she looked back. She asked Seong-un if Singapore didn't have its own hunter system, knowing that there must be plenty of talent there. Seong-un stood motionless under the mask when he heard the call. From under the hood of the mask, he realized that he had been found out. At that moment, there was a bright clap of light. A cloud of dust rose into the air. Seong-un was left without a cape, wearing a black suit. He closed his eyes from the cloud of dust. Yikyung looked at him coldly. She flew into the air when a huge monster with claws appeared behind her. The monster slammed its paw on the ground between the managers. Seong-un, with his eyes closed, asked Yikyung if she really killed the rank hunters. Yikyung looked at the guy warily, asking him what his real reason for being here was. Seong-un immediately screamed for the girl to answer his question about the murder first. Yikyung frowned and looked ahead, telling Seong-un not to interfere with her human duty. He didn't understand what duty she was talking about, explaining that it was treason. He immediately flew to attack the girl. The manager stood still. Suddenly, 2 hunters appeared in front of her to protect her. Seong-un immediately flew into the air from a cloud of dust. Seong-un was pinned to the ground, grimacing. 2 rank hunters pinned him down with empty eyes. Yikyung's silhouette stood in the shadows nearby, and the guy tried to understand what she did to the hunters. She glared at him when he addressed her. The blonde put her hands to her body, looking scared from the nest of towers. The protagonist glared ahead, realizing that it was surprising that something like this would be hidden in such a place. The brunette frowned, looking up from under his bangs. He stood in front of a large red gate, unsure of why he knew this. He looked back at the blonde as she explained that if the nest of towers was the source that made this place a settlement of towers, then they would get rid of it. The protagonist stood behind Valkyrie, surprised. He looked at her, dumbfounded, after hearing this version of events. Valkyrie placed her hands on her hips and said that the situation was similar to the towers, and so if they cleared everything inside, then that might be enough. She added that if that were the case, the situation in the settlement would calm down, since the number of towers that appeared would decrease. The protagonist stood there with a puzzled look, knowing that if they got rid of them like that, then the settlement would be useless. Valkyrie looked forward excitedly, after hearing Baphomet's opinion that this plan would not work for them. She immediately turned around and stood in front of him, trying to understand why. He replied that if the settlement disappeared, then they, as rank hunters, would have nowhere to develop their abilities. The blonde began to angrily prove that there were other places besides the settlement, and first of all, the goal of hunters is to protect civilians and not to increase their strength. She stared ahead with a fixed gaze when she heard Baphomet's question about whether he would be able to protect someone if he did not become stronger. He looked at her coldly and asked her another question about what if during the gate shock there were not enough strong hunters and as a result, even more people died. The blonde, looking worried, shouted that these were different things because at that time no one knew about the gate shock and the primary task was still to prevent the gate shock from occurring. The brunette continued to look at the girl haughtily, noting that now there was such a situation in which the gate shock was about to open and then, even if they were to get rid of this place, it would most likely be pointless. The blonde continued to worry even more and said that this was only an assumption because the tower could not be left just like that. The brunette frowned through his bangs and shouted that it was so because there were people of the same opinion as him, so manager Yikyung hid it. The blonde was already looking at the guy tearfully, agreeing with him and trying to understand what he heard. The brunette looked slightly angry through his bangs and said that Ikyung guarded the settlement, that's why she created strong hunters. He imagined Ikyung in a demonic state spreading her arms, considering her to be true evil. Valkyrie raised her hands in front of her, telling the brunette that Ikyung had always been responsible for the settlement and somehow managed to hide such a place, trying to understand how this could be. The blonde looked dumbfounded at the guy who told her that Ikyung experienced bad things in the gate shock and that was the reason. She remembered the conversation with the sad Agatha, who said then that they were under enemy fire and they saw the death of many people since they no longer had strong hunters. The protagonist closed his eyes, standing in front of the blonde. He said that he was sorry because here you can become stronger in a short time. He imagined the image of 3 male hunters, trying to understand why they died. He pictured their silhouettes even closer. He was very angry and grinned. The blonde stood in front of Baphomet and said that they had to clear out the nest. She looked ahead angrily, explaining that the reasons and such for leaving this place did not make sense, and they had to get rid of the tower. The brunette looked at the girl carefully, realizing that this sounded very principled and sincere. Valkyrie stretched her hand forward, and Baphomet felt a bad feeling. Suddenly, red lightning began to flash in front of the blonde at the gate. The brunette stood behind the blonde, realizing that there was a protective barrier here. Valkyrie immediately surrounded herself with a green aura using magic. She looked ahead with green eyes. Then she abruptly ran forward to the gate. The blonde bowed her head and grinned strongly. The brunette watched intently what was happening. Suddenly, the blonde fell back from the discharges of a red flash in front of the gate. She looked ahead angrily, realizing that the barrier had not yielded to her power and did not understand how they could enter. Suddenly, they were told to enter. The protagonist's eyes widened, hearing that they could enter. This gate with a stone emitted an orange aura. They were told that they were expected and told to go to it. The protagonist stood in a red space and heard his name. The blonde watched as Baphomet walked past her forward. The hunter put his hand in front of him. He touched the gate, and then immediately put his palm. He stood in front of the gate, which emitted red pulses. Suddenly, there was movement in the red diamond. A bright red eye lit up in it. A powerful stream of energy emitted towards the guys. The blonde frowned deeply from the red energy, realizing that the doors had opened. Valkyrie looked ahead in shock, seeing flashes of discharges in front of him. The protagonist looked forward, hearing that the blonde couldn't enter because she was constantly pushed away. The guy replied that only he could enter here. The protagonist looked through his bangs in amazement, realizing that someone inside was calling him. Valkyrie spread her arms out to the sides, looking forward. Baphomet told her that he would go inside and deal with everything himself, and the blonde warned him that he didn't know what could be waiting for him inside. Valkyrie looked up in alarm, standing next to the brunette, and heard the sound. Baphomet also looked up, assuming that the sound could be made by the manager of Xiang'an. He said that he had one request. Valkyrie looked worriedly at the guy who told her to clear this place while he cleared the tower. She didn't immediately understand what it all meant. The brunette looked back with disdain, saying that she would understand everything herself as she saw it. She immediately rushed to run after the guy who disappeared in the gate. Glints of black aura were in the air. The protagonist stepped onto the ground. He stared ahead through his bangs. The guy stood under the cover of a red aura. He saw a tunnel and a bright light in the distance, thinking that he needed to go there. Baphomet began to walk forward. He became slightly worried, continuing to walk. A notification popped up in front of him asking if he was really going there. He smiled sarcastically and noted that Ra had not stood in his way for a long time, asking her if this was the place he was not allowed to go. The notification answered that entering here was still planned. The girl from the hooded system replied that he was simply getting ahead of himself. The brunette looked up, asking Ra that it would be undesirable to change the data of the supposed future. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that nothing would change from this. The brunette continued to stare up, trying to understand what would happen then. Ra in a cloak stood with her back turned. She was in a space with flashes of light. Standing with her back turned, she explained that she was just afraid. She still allowed him to go and a notification popped up with the main quest, clearing the nest of towers. The guy found himself in a spacious room of the tower. He put his hands on his belt and looked around in confusion, not understanding where he ended up because he had just passed the transition and found himself here. He began to walk forward along the corridor, experiencing different sensations here and outside the tower. The brunette looked ahead with alarm, trying to feel what was happening. Suddenly, he was thrown back by a powerful explosion. He looked ahead in shock, trying to understand what had happened. Clouds of dust were floating in the air. Suddenly, a huge monster with claws appeared in front of him. This bloodthirsty monster opened its mouth and released long tongues. The white-haired girl shouted to her monster Bensi to stop. She stepped onto the monster's back with her bare legs. Baphomet looked through his bangs with a surprised look, realizing that there was a human in front of him. He saw a guy in a cape on the monster. The white-haired guy excitedly shouted that a human had come to them. Griffin walked with a dissatisfied look. He grabbed his head, walking into the darkness. He thought about how he kept going into and out of the towers, but now he was completely exhausted and wanted to rest later. He held his head and looked to the side. He remembered the conversation with the manager in the suit, who asked him if he was by any chance interested in the settlement. He opened his palm, realizing that it would be a good decision to accept that offer. He clenched his fist in front of his face, trying to figure out if he had become much stronger now. The guy looked back at the dark city, not understanding why this street had become so quiet. Clouds were floating in the night sky. Griffin continued to walk forward, looking around, realizing that everything was quiet, even in the dorm. Suddenly, the blade of an axe cut through the air. A mercenary with an axe was flying behind Griffin. There was a powerful blow and the fragments of stones flew apart. Under the hood was a soulless, scarred hunter. The mercenary stood opposite Griffin with an axe. The hunter looked up warily at the glimmer of light. A flurry of arrows flew towards the mercenary with an axe. Another hunter in black flew above Griffin in a deft somersault. He struck him from above, but Griffin managed to cross his swords. The white-haired guy looked angrily from under his brows. He swung his sword, but his opponent managed to jump up. That guy stepped onto the ground. In front of Griffin were 3 armed fighters. Together, they looked at him with soulless white eyes. The guy made a face of displeasure, noticing that the guys had strange looks. He remembered the image of the main character. Griffin stared ahead from under his bangs, realizing that he didn't know exactly what it was, but thought that it would be a good chance to test himself. He was immediately surrounded by blue lightning discharges with swords. 3 soulless hunters looked coldly. Griffin, under the aura of lightning, stared at the enemies, telling them to attack. The 3 enemies continued to stand still. Suddenly, another shadow appeared. Green pulses emitted in the dark space. These pulses emitted from the girl's hand. It was Agatha who emitted green pulses from her hands. He looked at what was happening arrogantly. The monster Bensi looked ahead in bewilderment. The girl poked her finger at Baphomet's eyes. Then she pointed to his nose. At the same second, she turned her attention to his mouth. The main character grabbed the annoying person by the ear in displeasure. The white-haired man explained that although the shape of the ears was different from theirs, he noticed that they were definitely similar when Baphomet suddenly asked if this was the little thing that called him here. The white-haired guy tearfully grimaced as he was being held by the ear. He began to hesitate with the answer and said that he just wanted someone else to be here. Baphomet did not understand who was calling him then. The brunette looked down on the guy, realizing that his face was strange. Suddenly, the tentacles of the monster flew into the air. Bensi immediately struck between Baphomet and his master. The monster emitted its tongues in all directions, and the owner shouted at him again. The guy in the cape stood in front of the monster, forbidding it to attack the man. Elle looked back worriedly, saying that this was a man who was created in their image and likeness. The protagonist looked at the scene with confusion after hearing these phrases. Elle looked away intently after hearing the question about what his true incarnation was and what he was doing here. The guy raised his hands in excitement and said that they were all waiting for Elle, who told them that if he made a friend here, she would have fun with him again. He happily started running around the protagonist, saying that while he was bored here, a man appeared and considered himself lucky. The protagonist looked away with displeasure, asking the guy what that sound was recently. He turned to the boy again, asking him if they became friends, would the monster of this tower be born? The guy continued running forward, his hair fluttering. He wondered what kind of monster it was, thinking that people called their friends that way. The boy continued to happily run past Baphomet, trying to figure out where to start the fun, because he was sincerely glad that a man had set foot here for the first time and wanted to ask him about the outside world. The main character looked ahead with displeasure, listening to the boy's exclamations that since Baphomet was a man, they probably had women, flowers, and trees. The protagonist was displeased with such eccentric behavior. He realized that his face was very familiar. The boy continued to run forward when Baphomet asked if they had anything in common with Ra. Suddenly, the brunette frowned. The boy stopped in front of him in surprise. He immediately became angry and furiously looked away, trying to understand how the guest knew Ra. He imagined the image of Ra in a magnificent dress. In his mind, she looked back reverently, explaining that this was his bride. The main character was stunned by this news. Bensi stretched his paw towards the guy. He immediately curled up, hitting Baphomet towards the wall. The main character bared his teeth, covering himself with a sword. He was pressed against the wall, covering himself with a sword and indignantly facing the monster. The boy stood on his monster and ordered the guest to answer how he knew Ra. He repeated his question angrily once again, wanting to hear an answer. The brunette was also angry and bared his teeth, not understanding how the situation had come to this. The gray background of the wall, and the boy answered that it no longer mattered how the guest knew his bride. Elle held his head and understood that the guest had to be destroyed, and the brunette noticed these unstable emotions. The boy continued to hold his head, looking through his fingers with the understanding that the incorrectly created data had to be destroyed. The protagonist looked forward in bewilderment, holding the sword. The guy turned his back, facing Bensi. The brunette bared his teeth indignantly. A bright light seeped through the monster. Baphomet saw the reincarnated monster with the guy in front of him. A notification began to pop up that this was the main quest. Two multicolored wings flapped in the air, a notification that it was necessary to get rid of the remains of the creator god El. Opposite Baphomet stood a reincarnated guy with wings and a monster's hand. The guy's face was half demonic with a red eye. The brunette stared ahead through his bangs, not understanding what was happening. The boy raised his finger up, trying to ask his enemy what he was whispering there. The monster pointed his finger at the protagonist, wanting to destroy him. Yellow streams of energy were directed at the protagonist. The protagonist looked arrogantly through his sword. He immediately covered himself with it from the flying stream of aura. A bright stream of light was absorbed into the sharp sword. The brunette continued to hold back the stream of energy, realizing that it was painful and he would not be able to withstand it for long. He immediately jumped up due to a powerful explosion, thinking along the way that the ego weapon feels not only the pain that users caused, but other pain too. The monster hybrid stared ahead. The boy pointed his finger forward, wanting to destroy the enemy. A yellow beam of energy flashed past the protagonist. He was making a big face and baring his teeth. The brunette was trying to escape from the monster's sight, not understanding how this even happened. Baphomet deftly dodged the streams of aura that were supposed to destroy him, and he didn't know what to do with the boy's abilities. Beams of light were directed in all directions at the protagonist, not understanding what these abilities were and how to resist them. The protagonist was dumbfounded, trying to escape from the enemy, realizing that he had met such a force as if it could take his essence and soul forever. The brunette tried to look back. The hybrid boy raised his finger up, launching yellow discs. These circles of aura were directed at the protagonist. The sword in the hands of the main character began to disappear, and it did not want to disappear. Suddenly, the guy looked forward and dumbfounded. Then he looked to the side. Yellow discs were flying past the protagonist. The monster watched the powerful explosion. He stretched his finger forward. His eyes widened as he looked at what was happening. He saw the entire protagonist in a cloud of dust. The brunette looked at himself excitedly, not understanding how he survived, since he hadn't even hit him once. The boy extended his hand forward. He whispered the desire to destroy. Another explosion of light occurred at the sight of Baphomet. Flashes of explosions continued to occur. It was a consistent explosion and screams of the monster that it must be destroyed. Explosions and screams of destruction occurred from all sides. The guy with a swollen vein on his cheek screamed about the desire to destroy. He furiously directed a stream of energy forward, wanting to finish off the man. Suddenly, he was stunned and looked to the side. Black chains hovered in a red aura, and Baphomet noted that he did not know exactly why he did not receive damage from the monster. However, he understood that his powers should definitely affect him. The brunette in demonic form smiled maliciously, wanting to start the second round of confrontation. Beelzebub raised his index finger angrily, asking the protagonist to listen to him carefully. The boy stood in front of the prostrate protagonist and stated that they knew that the first owner of his body with a huge cloud of magic power was Raven, who used this magic to use buffs to the maximum. Baphomet tried to understand what his ward wanted to say with all this. The boy spread his hands and smirked. He noted that Baphomet also tried to become stronger using Raven's method and asked if it was a waste of time. The protagonist wanted to get to the main part of the question. A bright star emitted rays to the sides. The boy stated that if we talk about magic, it would be a combination of supernatural powers when you create the unknown with your own hands. Beelzebub put his hand to the rugby and imagined a star universe. He added that it was like being the hand of justice that destroys everything, and he had to say that magic was a romantic force that could create his own universe. Baphomet sat down on the couch opposite Beelzebub, who hadn't even gotten to the point yet. The brunette mentioned that the boy wanted him to become a mage. The hunter got very angry, opening his palm. He stated that he didn't want to be a loser and stand there like a weakling, waving his arms from side to side. Beelzebub immediately pointed angrily at the hunter, wanting Baphomet to take back those words, because he didn't know how much power was in his hands, because it was a very subtle skill, unlike him, who fought ineffectively, trying to show off. The main character glared through his bangs, declaring that no matter how subtle this skill was, he would kill Beelzebub right now. The boy argued angrily with Baphomet, telling him that if compared to magic, then everything he just did was kindergarten. Baphomet immediately began to run after Beelzebub. White clouds floated across the clear sky. The brunette stood in front of Beelzebub, who covered his face with his hands and told him that in any situation, he did not have the thought of becoming a mage. He added that Beelzebub himself said that in battle it is better to use the magic that helps. The boy held his cheeks with his hands when he was asked if he had mastered magic yet. The white-haired boy flapped his wings. He looked ahead anxiously through the cloud of dust. He immediately bared his teeth and got angry. Chains from a dark aura flew at the monster, trying to shackle him when he thought that it was simple chain magic. Baphomet furiously tried to pounce from the monster's back. The boy immediately received a blow to the face. The boy was thrown to the ground by a powerful blow. He looked away with a reddened cheek. The monster immediately flew away when the hunter hit the ground from the air. Baphomet looked away from under his brows. The white-haired boy bared his teeth and looked down. Being under the shadow, the boy opened his eyes and said that all these gods' creatures thought too highly of themselves. The monster immediately stretched out his hand with a bright light, wanting to kill the enemy. The brunette stood on the ground and looked up intently, which made the enemy not understand why he did not disappear. A devastating explosion occurred in that place. A cloud of dust enveloped the protagonist's silhouette. The brunette stretched his hand forward through the cloud of dust. The hybrid monster was hovering near the magic circles with stars when Baphomet asked him if he had a low learning ability. Black chains began to bind the boy, who was dumbfounded. Baphomet reminded that he had already said that the powers of the hybrid monster do not work on him. El bared his teeth and grimaced. The monster's hand flew past the brunette. He looked away in confusion, realizing that it already looked like a blow. His foot stepped forward. The hunter began to run along the hand of the hybrid monster, realizing that he was clumsy. The white-haired guy bared his teeth while his hair was tousled. Baphomet understood that his enemy had no experience in battle at all. The brunette swung his glowing blade, ironically wondering if his enemy even knew how to use his power. He immediately soared above the hybrid and wanted to strike. The protagonist dealt a crushing blow to the monster's hand. He was unable to pierce it, after which the cloud of dust subsided. He immediately flew back from the swing of the monster's blow. The brunette looked angrily from under his brows at his enemy, noting that he did not give up so easily. El looked ahead in shock, hearing the words about robbery, salvation, and patience. Baphomet gripped his blade tightly. He remembered the doctor who closed her eyes and mentioned buffs, which were just magic to help hunters in battle. The protagonist whispered about screaming and bravery. He remembered Yuncio smiling, explaining that only the rabble who did not know all the powers of the skills said that. A sharp blade cut through the air. A red aura emanated from this blade, and an explanation that a buff is something that acts in accordance with the user's strength. The hunter took a fighting stance, radiating a red aura. He understood that the stronger the user, the greater the effect would be. He looked at the enemy with a malicious grin. The boy looked at the enemy angrily, baring his teeth. He immediately decided to stretch out the paw of the monster towards Baphomet. Its large paw stretched towards the silhouette of the hunter. Suddenly, he looked forward in bewilderment when a red beam flashed. At the same moment, his wing was cut. On the other side, a red beam flashed past the black wing. This wing was also cut. Numerous beams of energy flashed through space, cutting the monster's wings. El screamed in shock that he had not seen anything. He immediately fell to his knees. The boy fell to the ground, exhausted. He tried to look up from under his brows. He saw the protagonist's legs in front of him. Baphomet was walking towards him, cutting the sword to the side. The brunette looked down with red eyes, arrogantly. He recalled that the boy himself had told him that he wanted to know about the outside world, and while he was creating towers here, the others outside continued to build up their strength. He sarcastically asked the fallen man how his mood was and whether he was exhausted, that he was unable to do anything. Al was discouraged and dejected. Baphomet noted the irony of the situation, as the boy's towers had caused the hunters to turn into monsters, and he was one of them. The wall of blocks was shrouded in a cloud of ash. The protagonist added an even more important detail about how it wouldn't be good if there were too many strong hunters, explaining that there had to be everyone, strong, average, and weak, as that would be the only way to maintain balance. The brunette extended his sword in front of him, wanting to finish off his fallen enemy. The brunette stared through his bangs. El stared back. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance, while the fallen boy laughed loudly. He looked up with a sly grin, noting that Baphomet was just a minion of God, who talked about disappearing, thinking too much of himself. Sharp spikes began to emerge from his monster arm, and he called the hunter a loser. This arm looked like a worm with sharp spikes, which was flying at him. The brunette in the shadows looked through his bangs. Black space with flashes of light. The protagonist deftly cut the monster's hand with beams of light, showing his true power. El looked at the blood splashes in shock, realizing that Bensi was dead. He looked through the scattered pieces at the protagonist. The brunette slyly glanced from under his brows and said that he was a hunter. A beam of energy flew at an angle. The protagonist dealt a powerful blow to the white guy. Yellow blood enveloped the silhouette of the white guy. He looked at what was happening with a yellow eye, realizing that he was cut. The image of Ra appeared behind the protagonist. The girl looked to the side from under the hood, and her fiancé understood that she must be on his side. He imagined how their silhouettes stood on the field. He remembered her little one and did not understand why she betrayed him now. She whispered words of greeting for her beloved El. The protagonist shielded himself from the bright light from the door. A notification that the main quest to get rid of El's remains had been successfully completed. A notification that he had received a new skill as a reward for the quest. The protagonist covered himself with his hands in thought, trying to comprehend the reward. Suddenly, he froze and widened his eyes. He saw a glowing stone with a rim in front of him. He was surprised that this was the emblem he had received here. The brunette looked ahead with a downcast gaze and heard new voices calling. This yellow stone with a rim was calling him. He realized that the voice calling him was outside the nest of towers. A sharp blade fell to the floor. The protagonist touched the glowing emblem. He was clutching this polyhedron in his hand. Suddenly, it glowed with a red aura. Unexpectedly, the protagonist's face became covered in blisters. A powerful flash of red light emitted from the tower. Valkyrie near the hut also felt a red stream of light. She looked up, realizing that it was Baphomet. She narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking about how she couldn't go in there, and now she had to trust Baphomet, trying to understand what those words meant. She remembered standing in front of the protagonist, who told her to protect this place, and she herself should have understood everything. Suddenly, Nen's silhouette approached her from behind. The blonde immediately looked back. Nen waved her hand with a smile, saying that she was just looking for Valkyrie, and tonight, she assured that Valkyrie was true to herself and took baths again. The huntress looked away, embarrassed. She saw that the entire hut was radiating a red aura and Nen thought that there was someone inside it. She immediately went to check the hut. Valkyrie looked back at Nen, who was leaving, and asked her only one thing, if she had anything to do with Ikkyung. Nen whispered without looking back that she was sorry. She added that she said that they didn't want to fight with Valkyrie, but in the end it happened. Nen immediately swung her fist at the blonde, apologizing to her in advance. Gray clouds floated in the night sky. Seong-eun tried to run away. The hunter's leg was pressed against the wall. The other hunter also repeated this move. The soulless hunters tried to catch up with the running manager. They both pulled the blade forward. Clouds of dust spread over the ground. The soulless hunters looked down into the cloud of dust. They looked forward in confusion after hearing the phrase that they showed their appearance as rank hunters. They looked back warily. Seong-eun swung his palm. The manager hit both hunters on the neck. They immediately fell unconscious to the ground, and Seong-eun noted that they could be defeated by force. Seong-eun put his hand on his waist and closed his eyes, realizing that the mind control magic and Ikkyung could not do such a thing. He grimaced heavily and bared his teeth, realizing that there were also S-rank hunters involved who were following her. He remembered that the report said that along with Ikkyung's manager, her younger sister was also in the settlement. Seong-eun stood with his back turned and held his head. He thought that her sister was a mage-class hunter, and if she joined her older sister's business, it would not be good. Still, he tried to think that now was the time to find the escaped Ikkyung, who left the rank hunters as bait. He looked back and saw the silhouettes of the hunters standing up. He was surrounded from all sides and he ordered the boys to attack, thinking that he could defeat them all at once. He looked to the side. Then he saw silhouettes walking towards him. A group of hunters were walking towards him through a cloud of dust. He saw in the cloud of dust that a whole crowd of hunters were walking towards him. He smirked mockingly as the silhouettes glared at him. He ordered the boys to wait for a while, knowing that it would be hard for him to deal with such a large number. He saw various armed hunters, thinking that they were a rank. He smiled sarcastically with sweat on his brow, knowing that he was in trouble. They all rushed forward as a crowd to grab Seong-eun, who was thinking about mind control. He extended his index finger, opening his palm, calling for echo. A powerful stream of light began to spread across the entire field, throwing back the hunters. The soulless hunters absorbed the light. A notification that all damage was being repaired. The armed hunters sharpened their swords under the light. The hunters began to fall to their knees. The demon in the glowing cape irradiated all the hunters who were lying on the ground. Seong-eun saw a black spirit in a cape in front of him. Yellow glowing eyes were looking out from under the hood. The manager knew that it must be a spirit of the highest rank if it had such magical power. A yellow thread of aura stretched behind Seong-eun as he thought that a hunter who knew how to deal with spirits of this class must be quite powerful. He heard the clatter of heels. It was the Echidna huntress who was using the glowing thread. They pointed at each other, asking at the same time how they were there. The manager glared at the huntress with her finger outstretched, noting that he was about to ask her why she was there. The Echidna said that she wanted to ask the same thing and asked another question about why he was wearing such tight clothes. Seong-eun covered his face in disgust, joking that the Echidna seemed to have fallen into a sewer since she smelled so disgusting. She replied with confusion that it was not the most important thing in this situation and wanted to know what the manager was doing first. They began to look around worriedly, trying to figure out what the sound was. Suddenly, they saw a purple barrier that began to cover the city. A huge purple dome completely covered the city, and the boys realized that it was a barrier. Seong-eun stood in front of Echidna and stated that what he feared had happened, realizing that Ikkyung had not been idle and had launched the settlement's fortification program. Echidna did not immediately understand what was being said. Xiang narrowed his eyes indignantly, explaining that the settlement was an area covered in towers, and if the gate was shocked open, countless monsters would pour out of the towers, so equipment was installed inside the settlement to tie them all together. The red-haired girl looked at the guy in bewilderment. He also forgot to immediately say that it was now impossible to leave. At this time, the man was typing something on the computer and said that she was sorry. The tied-up workers sat nearby with their mouths closed. Yikyung said that she meant that their small staff, had to deal with various rank hunters. The manager stepped onto the floor, shifting her foot. She thought, however, that the workers had to work harder for the settlement to exist, which created strong hunters. Yikyung stood behind her suited charges. The tied girls sat in pairs. The manager said that they would have to stay until they sorted out their business, and then they could be released. Suddenly, she looked back. She froze and her eyes widened. She abruptly opened the window from the building. She saw a red beam of light stretching towards the sky. She realized that this was the place where the towers were created and did not understand what was happening there. She looked ahead with indignation, realizing that she had sent Nen there to sort things out. The muscular mulatto woman dealt a crushing blow to the ground, while Yikyung was worried about her. Nen looked at her with a humble expression, saying that she was trying to hide her utmost anger, but as expected, attacking Valkyrie suddenly was an unwise move. The blonde immediately reached for the glowing sword, using the weapon summoned from her inventory. Nen sat with her head down sadly, asking the blonde about how much she knew about the secret of the settlement. Valkyrie held her sword in her hands. The mulatto stared ahead, asking that there was someone inside the hut anyway. The blonde looked ahead with a sad look. Nen realized that asking and waiting for an answer was useless. The mulatto put her fists up in anger, shouting that this happened anyway. The blonde looked ahead worriedly while the barrier enveloped the city. The blonde stood facing the angry Nen and asked her what she was doing. The muscular mulatto angrily replied that she had not come here to chat. She immediately dealt a crushing blow to the blonde, who had managed to take cover. Nen looked furiously at her opponent, noting that nothing would change if she was inside, because no one could enter there. The blonde with a lit face furiously shouted that someone had already managed to enter. The mulatto suddenly widened her eyes from what she heard. She immediately tried to strike the blonde's silhouette, not understanding how someone had managed to enter there. Valkyrie deftly dodged Nen's blow, standing behind her. The angry mulatto managed to cover herself with a sword bracer. The blonde stared intently at her enemy. She immediately fired energy shots towards the mulatto. Valkyrie looked on in confusion and bewilderment as Nen joked about how Valkyrie was like a rising star in fencing. Nen dodged the beams as she remarked that she had heard that Valkyrie had already missed her chance to be a member of the national team. The blonde's eyes widened at this, remembering the shout of the number 16, and the athlete Li Jurai was disqualified for violating the rules. The blonde was standing in front of the status window when she was told that she had been confirmed as an awakened, and this was a competition that awakens could not participate in. Valkyrie looked at the status window in shock. The notification said that she was being congratulated for being chosen as an awakened. She had heard somewhere that awakens had superhuman powers. She recalled being looked at with disdain by the other students, who thought she was disgusting and envied her for going to the national team. At that moment, tears appeared in her eyes. Now, Valkyrie looked forward with a humble expression. Nen swung her fist, reminding the girl that this moment must have been devastating for her. The blonde managed to jump back into the air. The mulatto stomped her foot on the ground, destroying it and expressing understanding for Valkyrie's feelings. She immediately threw huge rocks towards Valkyrie, saying that she had also gone through the shock of the gate. The blonde quickly cut the rock, imagining herself flying unconscious. The huntress hinted at feeling helpless, as if there was nothing more she could do. Nen stood in a fighting stance in a cloud of dust, explaining that she did not support Yikyung after all. She was furious, surrounded by lightning bolts. The mulatto girl stated that she was simply moving according to her beliefs. An image of a tiger appeared above her bloodthirsty silhouette because she used the skill of the second coming of the tiger. The blonde watched what was happening with bewilderment. She immediately drooped and was abruptly disappointed. Valkyrie replied that compared to the despair that Nen felt in the shock of the gate, she still felt nothing. She imagined how two brunettes at the table looked at her along with a naked blonde. Lightning discharges emitted near Nen. She remembered her hunter friends. The mulatto girl with a bloodthirsty look and a grin looked forward, speaking about her beliefs. Valkyrie remembered how she walked along the corridor and was called out. At that moment, she saw smiling people in front of her, who thanked her for saving their loved ones from a catastrophe. Another woman held her pregnant belly and noted that if it weren't for Valkyrie, their baby would be in danger. The blonde glowed with streams of green aura and said that for the children who were just born, the existence of the towers would be like stories from legends. She looked ahead with a green eye and added that in order to prevent the gate shock from happening again, it was necessary to get rid of all the towers. Her silhouette began to emit streams of green aura into space, and this was the skill of the third level of the Vanati's curse. Her black silhouette emitted streams of aura, and a notification popped up that her striking power would be increased by 500% and agility would also increase by 500%. Notifications that she was immune to all anomalies and her mana status was increased. Her black silhouette stared ahead and declared that she would break Nen's beliefs with her beliefs. A notification that she needed to offer her soul to Mrs. Vanadis. They stood in front of each other, emitting their auras. They immediately soared into the air as beams of light, crossing in the sky. Nen stood against a white background and said that she expected that it was all rumors. She looked forward with a smile on her face and said that if she showed her best qualities, then one could see the real power of Valkyrie. She looked to the side and noted that the blonde was indeed strong. With a graying look and blood on her face, she looked to the side. She turned to Agatha, reminding her that she asked her if they could defeat Valkyrie if they fought together against her. The graying mulatto woman said with a smile, although she was alone, it would hardly change much if they were together because she was sure that they would lose anyway. She lowered her bloody face and said that she was very tired and wanted to sleep. She raised her hand up, telling Agatha that the rest would be on her. Nen lay in a pool of her own blood, not breathing. Valkyrie in her form and armor was floating in the sky. She apologized to Nen. Echidna couldn't believe that manager Yikyung did such a thing. Seong-un and the hunter ran down the street. Echidna asked the manager if there was a way to stop the fortification from activating. Seong-un said that there was nothing that could be done about the program that was running, and it would probably last for about a year. The hunters jumped on the roofs of the building. Seong-un said that he was contacting the outside world. He was holding a phone in his hand, which had a notification that he was out of range. Seong-un said that the phone was not an option, and apparently the fortification program was blocking even the propagation of radio waves. Echidna stared at the worried manager. Seong-un said that the system messages were also not working, and this extended to Yikyung. The hunters stopped abruptly when they saw the shining weapons. The manager said that he would see what they could do for now, and first, they needed to neutralize those Aranks. Hunters appeared in front of the boys, who were about to attack them. The Arank hunters were lying on the ground, defeated. Echidna looked at the hunters with a serious look. She asked how many Arank hunters were there whose minds were taken over. Seong-un said that it was probably all the hunters that were there. Seong-un frowned worriedly, asking if Baphomet's mind was there too. Echidna noted that she thought that he was there too. Seong-un said that it was, and so did Baphomet, asking how she knew that Baphomet was in the settlement. The Echidna looked at the manager with concern. Seong-un said that was not the only thing that was bothering him. The manager came closer to the huntress, leaning over her with displeasure. He said that the settlement was a place where only hunters with permission to enter could enter, asking how she got in without permission. The manager grinned evilly, looking at the worried Echidna. The manager asked if by any chance she knew of an illegal way in. The huntress asked that maybe they should figure out what was going on there first. The huntress looked to the side, pointing her finger, asking if there was someone there. Seong-un told her not to change the subject. Griffin jumped out from around the corner, about to attack the manager. Seong-un blocked Griffin's kick with his foot. The hunter looked at the manager in surprise, asking if it was Seong-un. The manager frowned, asking if it was Hunter Griffin. The hunter jumped to the side, looking at the boys, asking Echidna that she was there too. Griffin looked at the boys with a serious look, his mouth slightly open. The manager asked Griffin if he was okay and didn't feel unwell. Griffin said that he was fine, asking what was going on, noting that the siren was blaring and that there was something strange about the other hunters. The hunter looked at the boys in confusion. Echidna asked that as far as she could see, everything was okay with him. Seong-un said that he thought so too. The manager frowned, looking thoughtful. He didn't understand what the rules were and that not all Arank hunters succumbed to this influence. The boys looked behind them, seeing the hunters standing up. Echidna asked what the recently knocked out hunters were. The boys looked at the hunters with a worried expression, frowning. Echidna asked that if they didn't find a hunter who used mind control magic, they would continue to attack like zombies. The hunters stood there with expressionless faces, being hypnotized. Seong-un wondered if the reason why the hunter Griffin wasn't affected by mind control magic, while these hunters were affected, was because compared to the other hunters who had been working hard here for a long time to achieve their goal, it hadn't even been a couple of months since Griffin arrived. Seong-un didn't understand what the need was. The manager slightly opened his mouth, asking that they were going to create an army and for what purpose. Echidna looked at the manager with her mouth slightly open, surprised. Seong-un said that it turned out that she had found the source through the flow of magical power. Agatha stood with her back turned, in a brown robe. Seong-un said that they needed to find the hunters who were using Aranks. Agatha stood with her back turned, looking into the distance. She turned around, grinning slyly, asking that they had finished the job, calling the hunters S-rank mentors. The hunters looked at Agatha with displeasure, frowning. Agatha looked at the worried hunters. The brunette said that, as she had said, they had temporarily neutralized the hunters whose beliefs did not coincide with theirs, asking what to do if they woke up. The brown-haired woman noted that, as she had said, an investigator from the government had secretly infiltrated there, asking if everything would be okay. Agatha closed her eyes and smiled slightly. She said that as for the neutralized hunters, let them continue to pull over to their side until they become one with them, and therefore from the government that secretly penetrated there, if it is not possible to convince, it is necessary to get rid of him. Agatha looked at the guys with narrowed eyes, smiling bloodthirstily. The brunette looked away excitedly, her mouth slightly open. Agatha closed her eyes and sighed heavily. The hunters did not understand how this was possible, and what if something went wrong. The brunette looked at the guys furiously, goggling her eyes, calling them all just worthless. The hunters stood with their backs, looking at the huntress with bewilderment. The brunette said that despite the fact that they all felt the horror emanating from the shock of the gate, such behavior was really very disappointing. Agatha asked why they all came to the settlement, if not in order to release strong hunters from there. The brunette looked at the boys with a wild look, her mouth open. She said that if the place where the towers were created disappeared, then there would be no strong hunters, whom they wanted to raise so much. Agatha said that they were not ready for even that, asking why they came there at all. The hunters pressed their lips together, standing motionless. The brunette extended her hands, turning to the hunters. She took the brown-haired girl's hands, looking at her and frowning. Agatha said that no matter what happened, they should combine their forces, offering to continue to be a support for the hunters who were still full of faith and hope. Agatha smiled widely and closed her eyes. The hunter asked that if they managed to cope with this, everything would be like before. The brunette said that it was, and that they should just do as usual. The brunette raised her finger up, looking sideways at the boys. The hunter asked how long they would have to wait for everything to fall into place. Agatha said that it was just one investigator and it wouldn't take long. The brunette turned her back to the hunters, spreading her arms. The hunter said that she said that this was the place where the towers were created, asking if that really meant that if this place was gotten rid of, then no more towers would be created. Agatha asked what she hadn't said before, noting that if this place was gotten rid of, then the role of the settlement would continue to exist. The brunette looked behind her with a crazy look. A black silhouette of a guy stood behind the hunters. Agatha asked who asked that. A small explosion occurred in the building. The hunters looked at what was happening in shock through the clouds of dust. Griffin moved his hand to the side, holding his sword tightly. Echidna looked straight ahead with a menacing look, her hand outstretched. Seong-un grabbed Agatha by the neck, while the guys guarded him from the other hunters. The hunters asked the guys what was going on. They looked at the guys with their mouths open in confusion. Echidna said that she wanted to ask what was going on. Seong-un looked at Agatha with displeasure. He asked the S-rank hunters what they were doing there and did they really side with the traitors. The brunette bared her teeth, looking angrily at the manager. Seong-un asked the brunette that she was Manager Yikyung's younger sister and that she had turned the rank into a combat weapon by depriving them of their identity. The manager furrowed his brows, looking menacingly at Agatha. He said that it seemed that Manager Yikyung also approved of this and disappeared after turning his attention to the rank hunters, noting that there was something that took time. Agatha bared her teeth, looking at the manager with a crazy look. Seong-un said that he admitted that in order to deal with this situation, they were temporarily using the rank hunters, asking why they continued to do the same thing then. Agatha smiled bloodthirstily. The manager said that no matter what crime the manager had committed, she was someone who was deeply attached to the hunters of the settlement, asking if this was really Yikyung's order. Agatha spread her arms out to the sides, her mouth wide open. She asked the hunters what they were doing, ordering them to be killed. Agatha noted that this man was a dog of the government who was going to ruin their common cause. Seong-un squeezed the brunette's neck tightly. The manager bared his teeth, saying that this was all on her conscience. The hunters stood up for battle. Agatha shouted that they could not leave it like this, even if an investigator sent by the government. The hunters looked at the boys with menacing eyes. Agatha said that she had 5 S-rank hunters on her side. The manager looked behind him, frowning. The brunette said that they were the majority. Griffin looked away with a mad look. Seong-un asked what they were planning to do with such a large number. Echidna looked at Griffin in shock. Seong-un said that there were rumors like that when he was young. Griffin told Echidna that it was magic power. Echidna looked down in confusion, feeling like she was being burned by fire. She noted that it was a mana-burning skill. Echidna looked at the manager in shock, her eyes wide. Seong-un said that some S-rank hunters could finish off 7 hunters of the same level by themselves. The hunters looked at their bodies in confusion as their mana was burned. Seong-un asked if it was a rumor or true, he would know at that moment. The hunters widened their eyes, looking at the manager in fear. Seong-un said that of course, if they repented everything and surrendered, then they would let them go. Agatha widened her eyes as her mana in her body was burned. Seong-un said that this was not an offer, but a threat. The manager opened his eyes, looking at the huntress with a furious gaze. Gray clouds were floating in the sky. 2 hunters were preparing to attack. The hunter clenched his hand into a fist, putting on brass knuckles. The huntress clenched her weapon in her fist. The hunters attacked the boys who were under hypnosis. Yikyung stood in front of the boys who were lying on the ground. Yikyung stood with her back turned, looking at the puzzled hunters. She asked that they had eliminated everyone and that they themselves were not harmed. The brunette asked what had happened. Yikyung pressed her lips together, looking away. The brunette asked why the A-rank hunters no longer recognized the manager, even though they had never encountered such a thing before. Yikyung frowned in annoyance, gritting her teeth. She thought that it was a problem that they no longer recognized anyone. But why had they not yet regained consciousness, not understanding what Agatha was doing? The hunter turned his attention to the side. He looked back at Yikyung, pointing his finger at the sky. The hunter said that the light in the forest suddenly disappeared, which was a pole. The manager folded her arms across her chest, grinning in displeasure. The hunter asked Nen if she had figured everything out. Yikyung thought that because of the fortification, the radio waves were blocked, so there was no way to contact her. A leg appeared from the darkness. The manager said that they should first find out the situation in the barracks, and then move on to Xiaonan. The manager's eyes widened as a black silhouette with red eyes appeared behind her. The manager looked back in fear, wide-eyed. The hunters looked straight ahead in shock. Baphomet came out of the darkness, walking towards them. Baphomet looked at the hunters with a soulless gaze. The hunters looked at the walking protagonist with bewilderment. Yikyung watched what was happening with excitement. The brown-haired girl said that Baphomet seemed to have caught Agatha's magic, adding that they would figure it out. Yikyung thought that Baphomet was a hunter, noting that time and conditions were needed for the magic to work. Baphomet slowly walked towards the guys. The hunters immediately rushed to attack the protagonist. Yikyung opened her mouth wide, looking at the guys in fear, shouting for them to stay away from him. Lines from the blow appeared in the air. The protagonist attacked the hunters with his dagger. The hunters did not expect this, their eyes widened. The protagonist stood in the clouds of dust with an indifferent expression, turning to Yikyung. The manager widened her eyes, pursing her lips. The hunters were lying on the ground, with their hands cut off. Baphomet asked Yikyung what hyper, guilty, jackal, why did she kill them? The protagonist looked at the manager with a crazy look, asking if there was a connection with the nest of towers. Yikyung looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, asking how he knew about this. Baphomet said that it did not matter. The manager wondered if there was a reason why the light disappeared. Baphomet said that apparently everything was not going as she wanted. The manager thought that she had taken steps to protect the place, but it was all in vain. The protagonist rushed forward, preparing to attack the manager. The protagonist said that it was because he had destroyed the place. The manager was dumbfounded, her eyes wide. Yikyung opened her mouth, looking at the protagonist with a mad look. Baphomet widened his eyes, looking ahead. He began to fall to the ground when his hands were cut off. A huge monster with claws appeared behind the manager. The manager looked at the protagonist with a mad look, her eyes wide. Yikyung said that it couldn't be, because neither she nor the other S-rank hunters could enter there. The protagonist was lying on the ground, bleeding. Yikyung asked what he, an A-rank hunter, could do. Yikyung looked at the protagonist with a hateful look, her mouth wide open. She said that it was an important place to raise strong A-rank hunters like him. Yikyung stared straight ahead, dumbfounded. Baphomet said that it was her. The protagonist recalled the image of the dead Hyper. Baphomet sat up slightly, looking at Yikyung with a smile. He said that this was evidence that she had killed 3 hunters. The manager lowered her head, her mouth slightly open. She said that he was a talented hunter. The protagonist shook slightly in pain, looking at the manager with a wicked smile. He asked if she knew why he had fallen to this point, noting that it was because the skill he was using had a condition. The manager looked at Baphomet with a cold gaze, saying that he had crossed the line. Baphomet looked at the manager with a mad look, smiling maliciously. He said that firstly, to meet a strong enemy, and secondly, injuries incompatible with life inflicted by a hunter. The manager looked at Baphomet with a bloodthirsty look, narrowing her eyes. She said that if he left, leaving everything as if he did not know about it, he would also grow up to be a strong hunter. The protagonist widened his eyes, saying that the last one is the top floor of the tower. The protagonist raised his gaze, looking at the huge paw. Yikyung shouted at Baphomet to die. System notification. The main quest, getting rid of the remains of the ale, has been successfully completed. As a reward for the quest, he receives a new skill. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, calling Gehenna. The black eye in space began to slowly open. A huge eye opened above the pillars, inside which were hieroglyphs. The manager covered her face with her hands from a strong gust of wind. System notification. Gehenna skill, transforming a specific area into the citadel of His Majesty Baphomet. The manager looked at the system window with bewilderment, her eyes widened. System notification. In the Gehenna space, passive skills used in the tower are used without any conditions. Yikyung widened her eyes, looking ahead with bewilderment. Baphomet rose to his feet, turning into a demon form. System notification. An emergency quest, she must punish the boss of the Abyss Tower, Baphomet. The protagonist's hands regenerated. The protagonist said that she hurt him so much that he really almost died. The protagonist looked at the manager with displeasure, clutching his neck with his hand. An hour ago, Valkyrie was floating in the air, exuding a green aura. She opened her eyes, looking down sadly. Valkyrie descended to the ground, looking at the murdered Nen, and asked her for forgiveness. Valkyrie looked ahead in surprise, her mouth slightly open. The building behind the Huntress suddenly collapsed. The Huntress covered her face from the boards flying in her direction. She looked straight ahead in shock, her eyes wide. Valkyrie crouched down, resting her hand on the ground. She asked what Baphomet was. The Huntress stood with her back turned, looking into the darkness. She thought that the door had disappeared and Baphomet had cleared the tower, not understanding where he was. The Huntress slightly pouted, looking to the side. She thought that if the nest of towers had the same system as the usual ones, then somewhere in the forest there was an exit, so the probability that he was now outside was high. A blue gate appeared in space. The protagonist came out of the portal. He landed on the ground, squatting. The protagonist, slightly out of breath, looked straight ahead, not understanding what the hell this was. The protagonist recalled reaching out his hand to the glowing core. He thought that the moment he took the emblem, it felt like he had been hit in the head, noting that he did not want to experience that again. The protagonist stood up, looking at his hands. He thought that he had cleared the nest of towers first, and what was left to deal with was manager Yikyung and the S-rank hunters who followed her will. The protagonist took the jacket in his hands, standing in the forest. He thought that until he could pull it off by himself, it would be better to leave it all to manager Seongun. The protagonist's eyes widened, his brows furrowed. A system notification appeared. The main quest, he must punish manager Yikyung and survive in the settlement. The protagonist asked if he was being bullied, noting that he was being sent to his death. The protagonist extended his finger to the system window, opening the skill window. The skill icon appeared. Reuse time, 4,475,199 seconds, up to the maximum level XI. Baphomet said that Chronopause, a skill that can call upon his powers when he was a monster. The protagonist recalled meeting the boss of the Labyrinth Tower in their fight. Baphomet said that the first and last place he used it was in the Labyrinth Tower, adding that by clearing the settlement's towers, he collected emblems and reduced the recovery time to this level. The protagonist took out a magic sphere from his inventory. He said that it was the emblem of the nest. The emblem emitted a golden glow. Baphomet noted that until then, Ra had not given him a quest that he could not overcome, and then he used it. The protagonist, turning into a demon, turned the space into a starry sky. Baphomet asked Yikyung if they would gamble. Baphomet looked down, sighing heavily, thinking that they would gamble and she would fall asleep forever. The protagonist looked at the manager with displeasure, baring his teeth. He said that she had hurt him so much that he really almost died. Yikyung asked Baphomet what kind of situation this was. System alert. An emergency quest, she must punish the boss of the Abyss Tower, Baphomet. Yikyung looked at the protagonist with a puzzled look, smiling in confusion. She asked that punish the boss of the Abyss Tower, Baphomet, noting that this quest had opened up before her. The protagonist looked at Yikyung in surprise, his eyes wide. He asked her about it too, noting that he, too, was told to kill her. Baphomet said that unexpectedly, he was in such a form and such a quest was revealed to her, and apparently, the system perceives this form as the form of a monster. Yikyung smiled maliciously, spreading her arms out to the sides. She said that she had no idea what he was talking about, asking that the Raven gave his life to clear the Tower of the Abyss. Baphomet stood motionless, holding his hand out to the side. The manager asked what he meant, that he was the boss of the tower. The protagonist smiled maliciously, looking from under his brows. He noted that, as someone said, strange things happen. But isn't the world itself strange, adding that it is good to change your stereotype views. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that in any case, one thing is true. Baphomet looked at the manager with a bloodthirsty smile, saying that one of them will definitely die there. Yikyung pressed her lips, looking at the protagonist with a serious look. She looked ahead in shock, her mouth slightly open. The hunters were about to attack the protagonist from behind. They swung their arms with all their might to attack the protagonist. Baphomet looked behind him, noticing the hunters. His eyes widened, looking at them with a mad look. The protagonist cut off the heads of the hunters in mid-air. Yikyung looked at what was happening in horror, her mouth slightly open. The bodies of the hunters fell to the ground. They looked ahead in shock, clutching their throats. The hunter asked that he died, and then that he survived. The protagonist exuded an ominous aura, looking at the hunters. He said that he was not going to deal with the roaches cruelly, it was not interesting. The protagonist extended his hand in front of him, pointing his finger. A magic circle appeared in space, sucking the hunters into it. Baphomet told them to get lost. The manager looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. Baphomet said that she should not worry, as he had carefully sent her charges outside of this area. The protagonist put his hand to his side, saying that it was because what he wanted was the neck of the enemy coalition leader, not these small fry. The protagonist glared at the manager, telling her to get ready. Baphomet instantly appeared next to Yikyung, preparing to attack her. Yikyung looked at the protagonist in surprise, her mouth slightly open. The monsters blocked the protagonist's attack, preventing him from attacking the manager. The monsters hovered in the air, staring at Baphomet. The hunter thought that they were summoning demons. The demon pulled his hand back with his sword. Another demon slightly bent over, preparing to attack. The protagonist quickly dodged the summoning demon's attacks. Baphomet slightly opened his mouth, his eyes wide. He looked at the demon who was about to plunge his sword into him. Baphomet attacked the demon, pressing it to the ground. Baphomet raised his head up, looking at another monster. He grabbed the demon's face with his hand. Baphomet slammed it into the ground, dragging it along it. The hunter slightly bent over, throwing the demon into the air. The protagonist slightly pulled his hand back, spreading his fingers. A red magic circle appeared in the sky. It pierced the demon's body with chains. The protagonist looked away with a serious expression, thinking that as expected. Baphomet turned his head away, thinking that the body was light and feeling that it was filled with energy. Monsters appeared in the space in the form of wolves. They began to surround the protagonist. The wolves bared their fangs, looking unfriendly at the protagonist. The monsters jumped into the air, preparing to attack the protagonist. The protagonist looked away, pursing his lips. System notification. Loading passive communication skill Gehenna. An icon with a hieroglyph appeared. Inner space, increase all skills by 20%. An icon with the skill resting place appeared, increase the properties of the power of resistance by 20%. The protagonist slightly narrowed his gaze. He smiled maliciously, saying that here it is, the weapon of the ego. The wolf opened its mouth, looking at the protagonist with red eyes. The protagonist attacked the wolves with his chains. The chains tore the wolves apart. The monster grinned viciously, looking at Baphomet. The protagonist chopped the monster with his axes. Baphomet looked menacingly at the manager. Yikyun frowned in annoyance, looking at Baphomet. The protagonist looked at the weapon in surprise. The weapon of the ego asked what it was, noting that this power was his natural power. The protagonist looked at the axe. The weapon of the ego said that a huge power was released, adding many times that he was in a very good mood. The protagonist widened his eyes, looking at the axe. He smiled contentedly, saying that the mood was indeed great. Baphomet looked away, asking what else to raise a little. The protagonist was about to attack Yikyung when the monster blocked the blow with its paw. Yikyung looked out from under the paw menacingly, looking at the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the manager with displeasure, frowning. He said that she got on his nerves, and she asked if it was time to show everything she could do. Stones were floating in space. The dragon opened its mouth wide, appearing behind the protagonist. Baphomet said that he did not mean that. The dragon looked ahead in bewilderment, opening its mouth. The protagonist slammed the dragon into the ground. He was about to hit the dragon with a bloodthirsty smile. Baphomet pierced the dragon's neck with his fist. The protagonist pursed his lips, standing with an outstretched hand. Baphomet, with an indifferent expression on his face, dodged the blow of the newly appeared monster. Demons in armor appeared in space. Baphomet glared at them from under his brows. The protagonist quickly cut the demons into pieces. Yikyung stretched out her hand in front of her, summoning more monsters. The protagonist cut the summoning demons. The manager raised her hand above herself, summoning more monsters. The protagonist pulled his hand back, raising his head up. He soared into the air, holding a spear in his hand. Baphomet threw the spear at the monsters, killing them all at once. The manager summoned other demons, who were holding daggers in their hands. They all pounced on the protagonist. Baphomet continued to kill demons with a bloodthirsty smile. He cut the monsters over and over again with a mad expression on his face. The protagonist smiled widely as he killed the demons. Baphomet's gaze was mad. He smiled widely, looking up with a bloodthirsty gaze, noting that this tasted good. Baphomet continued to cut the monsters' bodies over and over again. The dragon opened its mouth wide, baring its fangs. The protagonist appeared in front of the dragon, holding blades in his hands. He tore the monster's head off with one blow. The protagonist landed on the ground, his red gaze blazing. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a furious gaze. Baphomet threw his weapon towards the manager, telling him to stop hiding behind their backs and come out. The manager stood still as Baphomet's weapon flew behind her. Yikyung pursed her lips as the weapon grabbed the monster behind her. The monster grabbed the protagonist's blade with its claws. It came out from behind the manager, preparing to attack Baphomet. The monster opened its mouth wide, narrowing its eyes. The protagonist smiled maliciously, narrowing his eyes. A severed paw was floating in the air. The protagonist cut off the monster's limbs. Baphomet was floating in the air. He landed on the monster's body, holding a weapon in his hand. The protagonist looked at the monster with a displeased look, frowning. He widened his eyes, telling him to die. Baphomet delivered a powerful blow to the demon. It pierced him through, causing blood to gush out onto the floor. Gray clouds were floating in the starry sky. The manager lowered her gaze, pursing her lips. She stood motionless in the starry space. The manager clenched her fists, looking straight ahead. In front of Yikyung lay the dead monster she had summoned. There was a huge hole in his body from the protagonist's attack. Baphomet landed on the ground, clutching a weapon in his hand. He tilted his head to the side, grinning maliciously. Yikyung closed her eyes, putting her hand in her pants pocket. She took out a cigarette, lighting it with a lighter. The manager exhaled acrid smoke from her mouth. The protagonist smiled contentedly, raising his hand. Yikyung said that it seemed like his bluff was true after all, noting that Boss Baphomet had indeed become human. Baphomet said what he had said before, that he needed to change his stereotyped views. Baphomet looked at the manager with a serious look. He said that before he killed her, he would ask her again why she killed Hyper and the others. The manager grinned maliciously. The manager smiled widely, pointing her finger at Baphomet. She said he was funny, asking why killing his teammates shocked him so much and that he had feelings. Yikyung asked why monsters like him were so emotional. The protagonist pursed his lips, looking at Yikyung with a menacing gaze. The manager asked if he really loved humans, and if he still missed someone, and that since he became human, he immediately became emotional. The manager brought a cigarette to her mouth, looking at the hunter with a haughty gaze. She asked him why she killed them, adding that it was not so cool to confess to a monster. The manager slightly opened her mouth. Yikyung remembered a little boy sitting near the destroyed building. She said that Yeon was the first survivor she saved when the gate shock opened. The boys stood opposite each other near the hole in the ground. Yikyung said that before the gates opened, hunters were not treated with the same honor as they are now. The weather was clear outside. Yikyung asked her sister what was so delicious there. Agatha said that she was not joking, it was a place where people lined up during rush hour. Yikyung looked at her sister with a smile as she walked along the street. Agatha said that if they went there, they would not have to wait and they would be able to get a seat right away. Yikyung said that they did a good job. They were in such a hurry to clear the towers that she did not even have time to eat for a day. There was a sign on the door. It said that hunters were not allowed to eat inside. Agatha and the manager were standing near the door. Yikyung noted that at that time, in the minds of people, the existence of hunters was something akin to an infection that they did not want to be near. There was food prepared on the table. Agatha said that it had been scientifically proven that hunters do no harm, asking why everyone still believed strange rumors. The manager looked at her disgruntled sister. Agatha said that they too were normal people when they were born, no different from everyone else, noting that it was so ridiculous. The sisters sat at the table in complete silence. Yikyung said that they should eat first. Agatha noted that she was so hungry. The weather outside was clear. The manager looked at her phone as she walked down the street. She thought about braised tofu, stew and tofu, and that enough of this curry was enough, since it was all they ate and she was already tired of it. The manager turned her attention to the side. She thought that this was the first day off in a long time, so she wanted to cook something to eat, although she could have ordered delivery. The manager stopped, looking at the doors of the building. She thought that this was the place where Daeng wanted to eat back then, noting that she came at a time when there weren't many people. There was a sign at the entrance of the cafe. Yikyung thought that they didn't do delivery, but they could get takeout. The manager looked at her clothes worriedly, thinking that she was wearing normal clothes and they wouldn't know that she was a hunter. The manager smiled confusedly, thinking that she would eat the food and put it in the fridge when Daeng returned. The manager's eyes widened in shock. She looked up, seeing the monster. She noted that it was the energy of a huge monster. Yikyung looked at the monster in horror, her mouth slightly open. The manager noted that that was when the gate shock opened. People were screaming, calling for help. The manager told Baphomet that she didn't know if she had hoped in her heart that such a day would come, the screams of people and their hands reaching out for help. The people were asking for help from the hunters. The manager added that this was enough to make her feel superior, and then a hyper hunter, Kim Ye-yeon, appeared in front of her. The man had a menacing expression and crossed his arms. The hunter asked what to do about going back to that area to save lives again, and hadn't all the survivors already been saved? Yikyung stood next to the boy, looking at him. The hunter said that according to the child, his grandparents and younger sister were stuck in the collapsed building. Another hunter said that if they were somewhere between the cracks of the collapsed building, they might not have found them. The hunters stood in a circle, talking to each other. Brown-haired asked what they should do, noting that the neighboring area was designated as a red zone, so he applied there. The hunter said that he heard that there were very serious casualties there, and so far only 2 survivors had been found. brown-haired said that in any case, he applied, so he should go, asking what the others would do. The hunter said that if the leader doesn't go, then neither do they. The hunters looked at the worried Yikyung. The manager said that she wants to go. The brunette looked at the hunter with a serious look. The hunter asked how they were without the leader. Yikyung said that this was the supposed location, so she didn't think they would be in any danger if they went to save the survivors and came back right away. The hunter put his arm around Yikyung's shoulder. The manager looked at the brunette in surprise, her mouth slightly open. The hunter suggested that the guys go because their Yikyung wanted it. Yikyung smiled sheepishly, looking at the brunette. The hunter called the brunette a fool. The brunette looked at the manager with a smile. The hunter said that he clearly hadn't had a girlfriend before. The brunette was lying on the ground with a soulless look. Yikyung was sitting next to the hunter's dead body. She tried to call out to Youngsu. The brown-haired man said that that's why he told them not to go. Yikyung looked at the hunter with tears in her eyes. The brown-haired man said that it was all because of her. The hunter opened his mouth wide, saying that he died because of her. Yeon opened his mouth, asking what they couldn't save. Yikyung stood in front of the child. Yeon said that she promised, asking why. The manager stood there with a downcast expression, pursing her lips. Yeon looked at the hunter with a dumbfounded look, wide-eyed, saying that she was a liar. Yikyung told Baphomet that the monsters that were in the red zone invaded the area they were in charge of, resulting in 70% of their unit being wiped out. Yikyung hugged her knees to her chest, hugging them with her arms. The manager added that after that, she couldn't do anything, and even after the gate shock ended, she lived as a useless person. Yikyung thought that if she were just a little bit stronger, if she were a strong hunter. The manager glanced sideways. The hunter called out to Yikyung. Towers were appearing in space. The hunter said that this was the area with the most towers, and he didn't know the reason, but the towers kept appearing. Yikyung stared straight ahead with a soulless gaze. The hunter looked at Yikyung. The huntress said that the towers were arranged in strict rows, as if it were a settlement. The brown-haired man walked along the road, ahead of the huntress. He said that it was a good name, and from now on it was a settlement. The huntress looked straight ahead, dumbfounded, with her eyes wide open. The brown-haired man said that she was now in charge of this place. There was a crane nearby and a building was being built. The brown-haired man said that there were so many hunters who couldn't act like hunters and lived like her, like nothings, adding that the government gave such hunters a chance to work. Yikyung stood next to the worker, raising her hand. Brown-haired said that he recognized her talent as a hunter. Yikyung looked away with a cold gaze, standing next to the construction site. Brown-haired said that now she should use this talent for the government. The manager stood with her back, looking into the distance. Her eyes widened in surprise, thinking that this place could raise strong hunters. The manager told Baphomet that she had put everything on the line for the settlement. She added that she had been gathering people around her who would be with her. Agatha stood next to the hunter with a wide smile. The manager told Baphomet that she thought that her youngest was on the same page with her, but later she began to think differently. Yikyung stood with her back to her sister, lighting a cigarette. The manager said that the child's behavior had not become a problem for anyone in the settlement, and everything was going smoothly. There was a small hole in the ground. The manager said that except for the nest of towers that did not open. The worker said that there was something strange and they started digging, but there they found this. Yikyung looked straight ahead, dumbfounded. The worker said that they were incompetent in this kind of thing, so they did not know what it was, asking what she knew for sure. The manager told Baphomet that she understood everything right away. In front of the huntress were red doors. The manager said that this was the reason why the towers appeared. The huntress looked behind her, watching the workers leaving. The worker said that since there was construction, they had to give a report, telling Yikyung to contact the government representative. The huntress looked at the backs of the workers with a crazy look. She thought that she should contact the government, but they would say that this is unacceptable, and then what is the settlement, what is it not? Yikyung thought that everything would repeat itself exactly. The huntress asked the workers if anyone knew of the existence of this place. The workers looked behind them, their mouths slightly open. The man said that there were two of them and a couple of people outside, asking why she was asking. Yikyung extended her hand in front of her, summoning a monster. The manager closed her eyes, lighting a cigarette. She told Baphomet that this is how she did those wrong things, in order to keep it a secret. The protagonist listened attentively to the manager's story. Yikyung said that she built that building on that spot, which had nothing to do with this place, and she thought that if she and the couple of hunters kept their mouths shut, everything would be fine. The manager looked at the protagonist with an indifferent look. She said that, however, Yikyung already knew about the nest of towers since he arrived in the settlement. Yikyung looked to the side in surprise, noticing Yihyun. The blonde looked to the side when Yikyung called out to him. The sun was slightly illuminating the gray building. Yikyung told Yihyun that she was glad to see him, and in such a place they met him again, adding that if she knew that he became a hunter, she would have found him earlier. The manager stood with the hunter in a dark alley. She looked at the floor with a guilty expression. Yikyung said that she was sorry if she could have saved his family back then. Yeon asked Yikyung that there was a place in the forest that created towers. The hunter put his hand on his hip, looking away. The manager asked how he knew. Yeon said that he heard that she saved that place, asking that she would not tell the higher-ups about it, and that wasn't that disobedient. The blonde looked at the manager with a cold gaze. He said that she wanted to apologize to him. The blonde walked up to Yikyung, leaning towards her ear. He asked that then, maybe they could make a deal. The manager told Baphomet that the deal Yeon proposed was for her to allow him to distribute special medicine to the citizens visiting the settlement. The blonde stood with his back to her, his hands in his pockets. The manager said that when she asked him why he was doing this was the answer he got. The blonde man looked behind him with a wild look. He said that it was because all weak people had to disappear. Yikyung said that she didn't know if it was because he messed with the wrong people, but the little boy she knew was gone. The manager looked at her hand sadly. She said that she couldn't kill him, asking if she could kill the child she saved with her own hands. The protagonist stared at the huntress. The manager said that was why she borrowed someone else's. The manager clenched her hand into a fist, saying that was why she used it to hinder Yeon. The protagonist stood there with a serious expression. Yikyung said that in the end, however, it was all because of him that everything failed. Yeon opened his mouth wide, looking at the manager, asking that she used Baphomet because she was going to kill him. Yikyung looked at the blonde man, dumbfounded, with her lips pressed together. The hunter said that he was thinking about their old friendship, so he was going to give up before it was too late, but that wouldn't do. The blonde man asked if she knew that the government had sent surveillance to the settlement. The blonde man smiled wickedly, hiding his gaze behind his bangs. Yikyung thought that she already guessed about it, but how could Yeon know that? The blonde man told the manager that of course she doubted it. The blonde man looked at the manager with an exhausted look, saying that he came to tell her about it. Yikyung thought that even the fact that he knew about the nest of towers from the beginning was strange. The blonde man turned his back to the manager. Yikyung told him to stop, asking why he had changed so much. The hunter looked sideways at the manager. Yikyung asked what kind of cult he had gotten himself into. Yikyung widened her eyes, looking at Yeon with bewilderment. The blonde said that if she had only saved his family back then, he would not have become like this. Yeon widened his eyes, looking ahead in shock. He was sitting against the wall, with his arms torn off. The manager looked away in fear, widening her eyes. The hunters looked at what was happening with bewilderment, asking what was going on. Yikyung looked at the guys with a crazy look. She turned her head away, slightly opening her mouth. The manager narrowed her eyes at the guys, knitting her eyebrows, telling them not to come closer. Yikyung told Baphomet that this was the truth about the incident he wanted to know about. The protagonist stood with his back turned, looking at the manager. Yikyung asked why he was sad. The protagonist smiled maliciously. He looked at the manager with disdain, saying that he was disgusted. Yikyung closed her eyes and smiled slightly. She said that hearing such things from a monster was a delight to the ears. The manager pressed her lips together. She dropped the cigarette from her hand. The cigarette quickly flew down. Yikyung said that she was a vile person. The boys stood opposite each other. Yikyung asked that therefore, if she died, would he let her die as a hunter? The manager pressed her palm to her chest, smiling slightly. She said that she meant a hunter who hunts monsters. The protagonist looked at the manager with displeasure. The protagonist held out his sword in front of him. Yikyung narrowed her eyes, smiling contentedly, thanking Baphomet. The huntress held her palm to her chest. She squeezed her shirt with her hand. The manager leaned slightly, lowering her hand. She thought that this body was a place to call for responsibility. The protagonist clenched his fist, watching what was happening. He pursed his lips, looking at her with a serious gaze. The protagonist smiled contentedly, knitting his eyebrows. A white cloak fluttered in the air. The white robe was worn by Yikyung. The huntress changed her appearance, becoming like a demon. She raised her hand, summoning a monster, telling Baphomet that it was very strong. The protagonist smiled contentedly, saying that here it was, an S rank. The huntress stared at the protagonist, hoping that he would not be disappointed. Baphomet smiled bloodthirstily, telling her to cheer him up. The protagonist was about to attack Yikyung when monsters appeared around him. The building looked destroyed. Black silhouettes of monsters were visible nearby. The goblin turned his attention to the side. He raised a human hand. He opened his mouth, waving his hand. The huge monster crushed the goblin with his hoof. The goblins raised their heads up. The huge minotaur bared its fangs. It narrowed its red gaze. The huntress attacked the minotaur, cutting it into pieces. Yikyung stood next to her summoned demon. She raised her head up, pursing her lips. The manager looked up at the sky with narrowed eyes. Her gaze was soulless. The manager stood in front of the protagonist. She raised her head, saying that the night in the settlement was beautiful even in the space he created. The huntress stood motionless, exuding an aura. She lowered her head, looking ahead. The huntress looked at the protagonist, who was sealed in the monster. Ikyung asked Baphomet if that wasn't so. Red chains appeared behind the manager. The chains came out of the monster's body. Baphomet said that this was unnecessary sentimentality. The protagonist exploded the monster's body with his energy. He swung his hand, which held the sword. The red beam from the attack went towards the manager. The huntress summoned monsters to block the attack. Baphomet's red attack began to cut through the monsters' bodies. The huntress watched intently as the attack broke through the wall. The protagonist floated in the air, looking at the explosion. He pursed his lips, watching intently. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, looking up. Ikyung said, "That's right, sentimentality." The huntress appeared behind the protagonist, saying that's what her sister always told her. Ikyung said that she said that being a hunter doesn't suit her. The huntress gathered energy in front of her, sending monsters to attack Baphomet. The protagonist looked at the huntress with a smirk, asking, "Is that so?" The protagonist jumped into the air, dodging the monsters. He asked if it was a pity to waste skills like this. Baphomet jumped away from the monsters, heading towards Ikyung. The protagonist with a bloodthirsty look threw a punch towards the huntress. The manager covered her face with her hands. She attacked Baphomet in the face with the rings. She watched the scene intently. The manager stood with her hand outstretched as one of the horns fell off her head. The protagonist looked at the manager with an ominous gaze. He took out his blades, attacking Ikyung. The protagonist delivered a blow that swept the ground. The manager's hands, which were extended in front of him, were cut by the blades. The protagonist was about to attack Ikyung again. He swung at her as she extended a white ring in front of her. The protagonist cut the huntress's palm. Baphomet, with a furious look, slashed at his opponent. He slashed her body. The protagonist, with a red, angry look, slashed at the manager again. He slashed her legs. Baphomet unleashed a wave of blows on his opponent. He raised his leg. The protagonist was about to deliver a kick to Ikyung. The manager sank to the ground, slightly bending her knees. The protagonist landed on the ground, clutching the blades in his hands. He smiled maliciously, looking at his opponent from under his brows. Baphomet immediately rushed to attack his opponent. The manager moved her hand to the side. She summoned a huge monster. The protagonist pressed his lips together, watching intently. Suddenly, a monster's claw appeared in front of his eye. The huntress stood with her arm outstretched as the protagonist jumped away from the monster. The protagonist raised his arm above himself, frowning. He struck at the monster. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. The monster blocked the protagonist's strike with an axe. The blue monster began to move. The image of a man began to emerge from its body. The monster with red eyes and fangs pounced on Baphomet. The protagonist raised his weapon, cutting through the monster's body. A weapon emitting a red aura flew towards the protagonist. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him, blocking the strike. Baphomet extended his arm in front of him, attacking the monster in the head. Baphomet plunged his blade into his opponent's head. He immediately continued to attack the surging monsters. The protagonist cut off the demon's head. The protagonist cut the demon's body into pieces. The monster bared its fangs, angrily looking at the protagonist. He looked at Baphomet with his mouth slightly open and bewildered. Baphomet cut the monster into pieces again. The manager watched intently. The protagonist looked at the huntress with a furious gaze. The huntress stood motionless. A huge monster's mouth with fangs appeared above Baphomet. The monster tried to eat the protagonist. Baphomet punched the mouth, tearing it into pieces. A white pillar of energy appeared in the air. The protagonist jumped into the air, appearing in front of the monster. The protagonist kicked the monster, which flew towards the huntress. The manager jumped up, dodging the demon. The protagonist suddenly appeared behind the manager. He attacked Ikyung, but she managed to block the blow. The protagonist was able to cut off the huntress's hand. A sharp whip appeared from her hand. She was going to attack the protagonist with it. Baphomet, looking furious, struck with his sword. Ikyung blocked the protagonist's blows. The protagonist's eyes widened. There was blood on Ikyung's mask. The protagonist cut off the huntress's hands. The manager slightly bowed her head, saying that she knew she couldn't win against him. The protagonist looked at the huntress with a serious expression, offering to watch the ending. The manager began to emit a bright aura. The protagonist summoned a magic circle, from which wings appeared on his back. A huge bright explosion occurred in space. White petals fell over the head of the transformed protagonist. The protagonist's hair turned red, and he looked angrily in front of him. A huge tree in the form of a monster appeared in front of Baphomet. White circles appeared around the tree. The protagonist slightly bowed, pulling his hand back. He rushed towards the tree, clutching his sword in his hand. Seong-un stood nearby, looking at Echidna. Manager Seong-un turned his attention to the side, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist dodged the white pillars of energy, summoning red chains. Valkyrie stood by the ruined building, leaning her hand on it. She raised her surprised gaze, looking ahead. The protagonist looked ahead with a malicious look. The huntress was floating in the air. She was motionless. Ikyung stood with her back turned, looking back. The protagonist punched a hole in the tree, making his way to the huntress. The manager stood with her head raised. Her gaze was soulless. Yikyung smiled slightly as blood gushed out from her neck. The protagonist cut off the huntress's head. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Yikyung said it was beautiful. The manager told him to introduce himself, his first name, last name, and code name. The protagonist crossed his arms, looking away coldly. The protagonist said his name was Cha Min-woo, Baphomet. The manager asked what his rank was and how he came to the settlement. Griffin sat with a serious look, looking straight ahead. He said that he was in a rank and he received a recommendation through the manager Seongan. The manager asked Echidna how she ended up in the settlement without an invitation. The huntress looked at the manager with annoyance, her brows furrowed. She said that she told Seongan everything, the same way she used to escape the settlement, asking how long they would detain busy people. The manager told Valkyrie that he knew that she acted as a mentor about the characteristics of other S-rank mentors. Valkyrie closed her eyes, smiling widely and giggling. The manager asked Seongan if he would inform him about his work in the settlement, including Yikyung's actions. Seongan sat with a serious expression, saying that he wrote it all down in a report and he could read it. The manager said that he did, and his report was examined. However, there were parts that were questionable. The manager said that he was writing that manager Yikyung was eliminated, but upon checking the corpse, he concluded that it was not his doing. Seongan turned his head away, looking displeased. He asked if his report ended there, adding that he wrote that he did not know who punished her. The manager said that was why it was strange. The manager added that other than himself, the only hunters capable of punishing manager Yikyung were Valkyrie and Echidna, but judging from the wounds, it did not seem like that was the two's fighting style. Seongan crossed his arms in annoyance, saying that he knew that. The manager shouted and asked Seongan how long he was going to continue, ordering him to answer who killed Yikyung. Seongan opened his mouth wide and furrowed his brows. He shouted that he did not know, asking how he was supposed to write something he did not know. Seongan jumped up from his chair, bracing his hand on the chair. Seongan asked manager Song if this was the way to treat family members, noting that he was there on orders from his superiors and had no other choice. Song told him to calm down, noting that it was just a formality and no one was pinning a crime on him. Seongan said that he was the one who raised his voice at him first. Seongan noted that due to the fortification program, they were in a situation where it was impossible to escape the settlement. Echidna looked at the manager worriedly. She asked him that he was curious about how she got into the settlement. Seongan noted that this was an illegal route and that the huntress Echidna had entered the settlement in an inappropriate manner, and this was a route made for escape. The manager and Echidna leaned over the ground. They were looking at a manhole cover. Seongan noted that it was an old sewer pipe that was not noticed even inside the settlement. Although it was strange, this sewer was not affected by the fortification program. Seongan noted that this was also the place. A hunter with black glasses was standing in the sewers. The manager extended his hand in front of the brown-haired man's face. The hunter asked Echidna that she had already finished everything and returned. The huntress smiled awkwardly, looking away. The brown-haired man asked what was going on. Echidna apologized, saying that she would give him a lot of pocket money in prison. Seongan noted that this was the path that Hyper used to pass the pills. White clouds were floating above the building. The brown-haired man was crying, his eyes closed. He said that he really didn't know anything about the pills and that some person simply asked him to pass his thing. Seongan stood behind the glass, looking behind him. The manager told the brown-haired man to spill everything and told him what that person looked like. Tae-young called out to the manager. Seongan looked at his assistant in surprise. Tae-young said that they sent a request to check the man's fingerprints and he was a D-rank hunter. Seongan asked that he was a D-rank, noting that he couldn't pull off such a thing, asking that while he himself claimed that he was only used as an intermediary. Seongan tilted his head in displeasure, thinking that this was all he had in the way of a headache. The manager introduced the image of Yikyung and Hyper. He noted that they only had a connection in the past, with no further development of the relationship. The manager walked in front of his assistant, looking thoughtful. He thought that Yikyung's job as manager had come to an end. But even putting that aside, what did Hyper have to do with it? Seongan put his hand in his pocket, looking straight ahead. He didn't think that the rank hunters needed money, so there was no need for them to get involved. And if this person was distributing illegal substances out of hostility towards civilians like Baphomet claimed, then this person was simply a monster devoted to his own desires. Tae-young walked with a serious face, looking at the back of Seongan's head. The manager thought that there would be trouble, and it was also necessary to find the location of the pills distributed by Hyper, but an even bigger problem was the question of how to return these rank hunters to their original state. The manager stood in front of the room where the strapped hunters were. The hunters looked distraught, with swollen eyes. Seongan thought that the majority of the rank hunters in the settlement had gone mad. The hunters lowered their heads, looking exhausted. The doctor held a sample of an insect in her hand, saying that it was because of this. Seong-eun hid behind Baphomet, looking at the bug with fear. The doctor said that the bug was parasitizing the body of an rank hunter and causing schizophrenia. Yoon-seo imagined the image of a smirking Agatha. She asked what Agatha, an S-rank hunter, was, noting that her ability was an insect. Yoon-seo closed her eyes, holding the sample in her hand. She said that insect control was originally used to manipulate monsters or was used in the depth of space, but using it on hunters was a very disgusting idea. Seong-eun asked if there was a way to cure it. The hunters looked at the doctor with serious expressions. Yoon-seo said that she did not know if there was any point in fixing it because the insect was causing great damage to the body, including the brain, and it would probably have to wait until the damaged cells regenerated naturally. The doctor said that, however, thanks to their rank, they only got away with schizophrenia, noting that if they were lower ranked hunters, they would have simply become living corpses or would have died. The doctor turned her back on the hunters. Baphomet asked Yoon-seo why he and Griffin did not have any abnormalities. Yoon-seo said that she thought the insect needed time to create a microflora in which it could parasitize. Baphomet and Griffin looked at Yoon-seo with serious faces. The doctor said that to be on the safe side, they should take enema medicine and then everything will come out on its own. A bright light illuminated the office. Baphomet did not understand what she was talking about. The doctor said that the large intestine is the parasite's favorite place. The hunters looked at the doctor in fear while the manager was in great shock. Seong-eun asked what to do if it laid eggs inside. Yoon-seo pointed to the boxes, saying that she had already brought enema medicine for them. They would have to suffer, but they should resolve everything and then go. Seong-eun pursed his lips, bringing his hand to his chin. The hunters looked at the manager with displeasure. Seong-eun said that it was difficult, but what can you do since this is the doctor's prescription? The doctor noted that he was talking because he also needs it. Baphomet smiled maliciously while Seong-eun was horrified. The manager looked at the doctor with confusion, asking what this meant. Yoon-seo said that he grabbed Agatha by the throat, and if there was skin contact, then she couldn't ignore that as well. The manager asked if this only applied to a rank. Yoon-seo looked behind her, where Echidna was dragging Valkyrie by the hood. She said that it was confirmed that they tried this on S-rank hunters too, asking if this was an exception, then why waste extra effort. Echidna looked up in confusion, telling Baphomet that they would see each other again. The protagonist looked at the huntress questioningly, pursing his lips. Echidna dragged Valkyrie towards the exit. Seong-eun asked about the condition of the huntress Valkyrie and if she had gone crazy. Valkyrie said that she was hungry and her intestines were completely empty, asking what was the reason for that. Echidna told her to come to her senses already. The doctor noted that Valkyrie was simply mentally unstable, and apparently, what happened in the settlement had shocked her too much. The doctor folded her hands in front of her chest. She looked at the boys with a serious look. Yoon-seo told them not to just sit like that, but to do something, and if they finished, then after the check they could go free. The doctor sat near the table, looking at the tablet. She turned her attention to the man who offered her a drink. Seong-eun put his hands in his pants pockets, standing next to the doctor. Yoon-seo asked the manager that he would also do an enema. The manager said that he would do it during the day since he also had a lot of work. The manager smiled awkwardly. The lamps illuminated the room. Yoon-seo apologized, saying that he also had a lot of things to do, asking how the hospitalization went. Seong-eun said that he called a private doctor, and the fee, of course, would be charged to the Hunter Center. Yoon-seo closed her eyes, tilting her head. She said that it was also about his precious guild member and she couldn't do otherwise, adding that there was also a past bad relationship with the government. Seong-eun looked at Yoon-seo with a serious expression, saying that this bad relationship was because of him. The doctor looked down with a serious expression, saying that it was also about her. The doctor imagined the image of Agatha in chains. She asked why he didn't blab that woman and find out how to return a rank hunters to normal. Agatha smiled wickedly, narrowing her eyes. The hunter stood in front of Agatha with a serious expression. The huntress said that some young person in charge was sent to this cancer. The brown-haired man put his hands behind his back, standing not far from Agatha. He said that in this place she would not be able to show her abilities, and if they caught even a hint of using her abilities, the detonator on her neck would explode, adding that even if she disarmed the detonating device. Agatha grinned maliciously, asking what he meant by that they would make holes in her with lasers aimed at her from all sides. Agatha looked at the hunter with a smile, who closed his eyes. She said that she had already heard all this from the person in charge who came before him. The brown-haired man pointed his finger at the huntress, saying that this was an interrogation. Agatha looked at the hunter with narrowed eyes. Agatha looked at the brown-haired man with an innocent face. She told the person in charge that apparently he had recently broken up with his girlfriend. Seong-eun asked that Agatha was being interrogated inside. The hunter was sitting on the couch with the system window open. The manager approached the guy, looking at the doors. Hunter said that was true, asking what was going on with the hyper case and if they had found any leads. Manager said that it wasn't that simple and he had asked T-Young to investigate the incident or person related to the D-rank Hunter first. Hunter asked that the middle link in the pill supply was a D-rank. Manager sat down on the couch, pursing his lips. Hunter asked that if his job was so important, then why didn't he think about the importance of the others' jobs, noting that who killed Manager Yi-kyung after all. Seong-un said that he didn't know. Manager pursed his lips, looking at the brown-haired man. Brown-haired asked what he wanted to hide and who he was covering for. Seong-un asked that they had learned something from Agatha, like how to quickly return a rank to its original state or something. Hunter said that there was still no progress in the dialogue, calling him an idiot. Seong-un asked what he had just said. The door of the cell opened and the person in charge appeared. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide, saying that he could not interrogate her any longer and asked her to forgive him. The person in charge ran away with tears in his eyes. Seong-un asked why. The brown-haired man said that here we go again, noting that this was the fourth time the person in charge ran out in tears. Agatha sat in the cell with a smile, turning her head away. The hunter said that he meant that her graceful appearance did not correspond to reality. The huntress turned her attention to herself. The brown-haired man said that when she opened her mouth, hell began. Seong-un stood with a displeased face in front of the huntress. Agatha asked who she had there, if it was Seong-un's manager. Agatha narrowed her eyes, saying that she wanted to see his face again. The manager smiled nervously, saying that he did not know that he was her type. Agatha slightly tilted her head, looking with a sly look. She said that she could not forget the feeling of his hands on her neck. The manager smirked, asking that she liked it rougher. The manager crossed his arms over his chest, standing in front of the prisoner. He said that she was very glib, asking that Yi-kyung was the same. Agatha said that her sister, unlike her image, was a very soft person, asking that he did not understand this from talking to her. Seong-un asked that she had not succeeded in her dialogue with the previous person in charge. Agatha widened her eyes, looking at the manager in bewilderment. Seong-un said that Yi-kyung was dead. The huntress widened her eyes, looking at the manager in shock. The manager looked at the huntress in shock. Agatha said that she understood everything, and this is how everything turned out in the end. Seong-un said that her own sister was killed, asking that she was not upset at all. The huntress lowered her head, looking down sadly. She said she was upset, asking that she needed to cry to be understood. She said that it was expected, even if she died immediately, it would not be strange. Agatha remembered the image of her sister, who was standing in front of the destroyed buildings. She said that it could be said that her sister died 10 years ago during the gate shock because her only cherished wish was the settlement. Agatha looked at the floor sadly, noting that she did the same. Agatha remembered herself in the past, standing with a shocked face. She asked Seong-un if he had ever felt like those he wanted to protect treated him worse than an insect. The huntress remembered the sign. It said that hunters were not allowed. Agatha remembered seeing people running. She was lying under the rubble of a building, behind which there were monsters. She asked Seong-un what it felt like to be betrayed. The huntress looked ahead with a mad look. She said that in addition to disappointment, she also felt the desire to kill. Seong-un frowned, his mouth slightly open. He asked that she made the rank hunters into puppets who obeyed her in everything because she did not want to be betrayed. The huntress smirked slightly. Seong-un pursed his lips in displeasure. Agatha asked that those 7 hunters didn't want to be loyal to them either. She looked at the manager with a sarcastic expression. The huntress said that she did some research, asking that the 7 S-rank hunters he killed were his colleagues with whom he shared joys and sorrows during his active career. Agatha asked what if those colleagues were to rise from the dead. The manager adjusted his glasses with his hand. The huntress said that if she were one of them, she would kill him. The manager opened his eyes, staring ahead with anger. Seong-un said that he would administer the truth serum. Agatha looked at the manager in surprise. Seong-un said that once this case was closed, she would rot in solitary confinement for life. The manager smiled bloodthirstily, getting close to the huntress's face. He said that now there was no one left to listen to her nonsense. Agatha smiled wickedly, saying that she must have angered him. Gray clouds floated in the sky. The manager stood next to him in a black van. The hunter asked if they could then immediately transport her to the penal colony. Seong-un said that was true, noting that they had gotten all the information they could from her. Agatha sat in the van, fully buckled up. Seong-un said that they could begin. The doors of the van slammed shut. The manager took out his cell phone, watching the van drive away. The manager brought the phone to his ear, his mouth slightly open. He called Yoon Seo, saying that he had found out a way to quickly restore ranks. Griffin sat with a stony expression. Griffin narrowed his eyes, looking puzzled. The hunters sat on the couch, looking exhausted, wondering what they were doing. Cleaned up. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket, frowning. He thought that Seong-un hadn't been seen for a long time, as he wanted to ask if he knew what it was. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard the sound. He lowered his head with a downcast face, saying that it was not over yet. The protagonist rushed down the hallway when a piece of paper fell out of his pocket onto the sofa. Griffin looked at the paper questioningly. He opened it, seeing a symbol on it, asking what it was. A faint light illuminated the doors. T-Young was standing next to a girl who was sitting at a computer. The brown-haired girl asked the assistant that he had requested personal information about a D-rank hunter. T-Young said that it was. The brown-haired girl said that she had already looked for it at Seong-eun's request, asking that it was urgent. The brown-haired girl looked at the monitor carefully. T-Young said that they were in the process of interrogating her, and even if it was something insignificant, she should share any information. The brunette said that she would do so. The girl looked at the monitor in shock, her eyes wide. T-Young looked at the girl questioningly. The brunette asked that this was somehow strange. T-Young asked what was going on. A photo of a man appeared on the screen. The girl said that this was strange, noting that everything was different when Seong-eun's manager contacted her and she checked his information, but everything had changed. The girl said that this D-rank hunter died in prison 2 years ago. The man was sitting at the table with his head down. The guy began to peel the skin off his arm, thanking Hyper, noting that he would remember his victim. The guy peeled off the fake skin, under which there was a drawn sign. He said that he would follow his will. The hunter smiled slyly while the skin was peeling off. An explosion occurred in the building. The hunter said that weak people and the like will die. The girl did some research. The 7 hunters that Seong-eun killed were his colleagues with whom he shared joys and sorrows. She wondered what if those colleagues were to rise from the dead. Seong-eun walked down the hallway. He recalled the words that if she were one of them, she would kill him. The man stopped. He said that if someone rose from the dead, then please come and kill them. He put his hand in his pocket. He put the phone to his ear. T-Young said that that D-rank hunter was not real. Seong-eun started sweating. His employee said that the hunter changed his appearance and carried out a terrorist attack. The manager heard a loud sound. He screamed what kind of sound it was. Baphomet looked away. He looked up. The guy asked if it was an earthquake. Something was flying at the man's face. The guy with dark hair looked down. He looked up and turned around. Baphomet was coming up behind him and asked what was going on. The hero frowned and said that everyone lying down was the management staff. He asked the dark-haired guy in front of him who he was. He smirked and asked if he was one of the hunters who escaped from the settlement. Baphomet looked at him and said that he was crazy. He turned away and said that it was good that he was a rank. The dark-haired guy prepared to attack. His hair and eyes began to change color. The hero's eyes widened. It seemed to him that it was Raven. The guy was flying at the hero. Baphomet scratched the back of his head. He raised his head, his eyes glowing red. The hero said that the guy was crossing all boundaries. He looked at him. Baphomet pulled his hand away. His pupils narrowed. He asked how dare he take on the form of Raven in front of him. The staff ran forward. Griffin was called out from behind. He turned around and saw the manager, who said that there was a problem in the building. First they needed to go outside and take cover. Seong-eun looked at the guy and asked if they weren't with Baphomet, where did he go? He looked away. Griffin was holding a piece of paper. The manager asked if he drew it. The man took the paper from him. The guy looked at him worriedly. Seong-eun asked whose it was. Drops of blood fell on the floor. The guy looked at his torn off arm. He clenched his fist and asked if he hated Raven's appearance so much that he tore his arm off. Baphomet threw his hand aside and said that he didn't hate the appearance, but the people who steal other people's faces. His opponent laughed and expressed regret. He looked at him and began to peel off his skin. The hunter transformed into a girl and raised his leg to strike, asked how he liked such an appearance. The hero dodged. He hit the girl in the stomach and said that it doesn't matter if he's a woman or a man, the tactics are the same. The girl looked down and complained that he wasn't happy with everything. She jumped back. She started to tear off her skin. The hunter knelt down. A stream of energy came out of his hand. There was an explosion. Smoke rose. The guy looked into space. Baphomet suddenly appeared from above and hit the enemy with his knee in the face. The hunter opened his mouth in pain. He lay with his head down. The hero looked at him and asked what form he would show this time. The guy laughed. Baphomet was shocked. He looked at the enemy. The enemy looked up and said that he was strong and his code name was Baphomet. The manager called out to the hero. The hero turned around. Seong-eun tensed up when the criminal said that his work was over. The young man turned around when he was asked to stop. He looked at his opponent. The enemy put a piece of paper in his mouth and said that he needed to remember him. He tore it and said see you later. His head exploded. Everyone was in shock. The staff was helping the wounded. They were discussing what happened. There were 3 portraits on the table. Yoon Seo leaned towards the hero and said that he drew beautifully. The manager took the portraits and asked T-Young to compare them with the faces of the hunters. Baphomet leaned on his hand and asked if there was a reason to investigate. The girl asked why. The hero answered that he had a strange feeling that his torso did not belong to him. The manager looked ahead when the hero said that he thought it was a parasite and the host was somewhere else. He remembered his last words. Seong-un adjusted his glasses and confirmed that if it were his body, he would not have parted with life so easily. Yoon-seo looked at him with displeasure when he asked her to examine the corpse. She asked if he was exploiting her too much, and she walked out the door. The manager and the hero looked ahead. The guy remembered something. Seong-un frowned when Baphomet said he needed to ask about the incident. The man put the paper on the table and asked if that was what he was talking about. He looked serious. The boy asked if he had dropped it. The manager looked at him and invited him to come with him. He said that 8 years ago he did something similar, but as a hunter, and he used his talent as a hunter only to make money. He never thought that outside of work, friendly relations with people was a luxury. Then some hunters appeared in front of them. They taught him everything. He stood with his back to the hero and said that he had lost his memory, and these hunters were the ones who showed him how to live. He turned with a smile and said that he killed them. He showed Baphomet the paper and said that he killed them because of these guys. The doors in front of them opened. The man told him to go through. Screens were glowing in the dark room. The manager walked ahead. The boy looked around. He stopped at the capsule. There was a portrait of a white-haired man on it. The hero thought he had seen him somewhere. Baphomet looked back and asked what this place was. He was told that this place kept records of cleared towers and at the same time honored the memory of hunters who died on the battlefield. There were swords in the water. The man said that symbolic objects that were used by these hunters were kept here. There were many doors along the corridor. Behind them were records of each tower. The guy crossed his arms and asked what tower it was. Suddenly his eyes widened. He saw the capsule that belonged to Raven. The manager said that it was the Abyss Tower. The young man looked in shock. The man said that the Abyss Tower was very popular. The largest number of hunters died in it. It was cleared out and the best hunter of Korea, Raven, died. However, the body could not be found. The funeral procession was held conditionally. Nothing was left of it. Seong-un put his hand on the storage and said that it was the only empty one. Baphomet looked ahead. The gray-haired man said that there was talk that someone stole the body. He looked at the young man when he asked if the storage of records of the Abyss Tower and his story were related. He answered that the reason he became a government dog. He showed the paper and continued that it was all for the sake of finding these guys. He clenched his fist and said that doing his job as a hunter, it was not easy to catch such specific criminals. The surest way was to work for the government. So he became their employee, taking whatever they asked him to do without discrimination. He frowned and said that he started out as a cleaner and worked his way up to being a minor spy. But suddenly he got a big promotion. He runs a guild for getting rid of criminal hunters. The hero looked ahead. Seong-un did not look at him and said that at first he thought that the existence of the tower had nothing to do with his work until the Abyss Tower appeared. Usually, towers are open to any hunter who challenges, but the Abyss Tower is the only place where only hunters who meet the entry conditions can enter. The man walked forward and noted that some hunters liked being chosen, as if they were someone special. He looked away and said that by this he meant that they did not suspect that this was a slaughterhouse leading to hell. Baphomet looked at him in shock. The manager continued without turning around that the hunters who entered the Abyss Tower were hunters who were conducting an investigation for them. The young man turned around to look at him. Seong-un looked at him and said that all the hunters who were in this storage of the Abyss Tower were criminals. The boy froze when he heard that the ones he killed were criminals who deserved to die. The manager turned around and said that the World Alliance was conducting a study to find out how towers, gates, and monsters were created. Baphomet looked at him when he said that they got a result that was hard to accept. He turned around and said that monsters and humans had the same nature in everything except the heart. Baphomet opened his eyes in shock. The man did not look at him and said that they did not tell this truth to the world, since it was clear what would happen the moment this was revealed. Therefore, he came to the conclusion that hunters and monsters were not that different. He looked at the hero and said that perhaps it was even the other way around. Hunters are more ruthless. Unlike monsters who kill people on an instinctive level, hunters commit crimes pursuing personal goals. The guy looked at him when he said that it was their job to catch criminals, and the boss of the Abyss Tower, Baphomet, helped them with this. The hero began to sweat. He asked since when they knew about his origin. He received an answer that the hunter Fanes told him. But the spirit of the system is like from a scary fairy tale. And even the red notification window. Seong-un raised his palm and said that the spirit of the system said that he would fulfill his cherished wish. He has been watching him since then. He looked at the hero and said whether it was really a coincidence that he killed hunters in the Abyss Tower who committed a crime, met him, who searches for and punishes criminals. The manager showed a piece of paper and asked if this thing accidentally got to him. Seong-un opened his eyes and said that his goal was to destroy these guys if this wish could come true with his help. He leaned towards the hero and continued that he could sell his soul to the devil. Baphomet widened his eyes when the manager said that it made him act recklessly. A system window appeared stating that a new main quest had appeared. Find where it all started. Updating the new quest opened the sympathy system. The hero looked forward. A notification popped up above his boss that the intimacy level had changed from warning to friendship. Seong-un frowned and said that he had spent the last couple of years investigating to catch them, but to no avail. Baphomet was the key. Seong-un scratched the back of his head and asked if he would reveal his true nature to anyone. Baphomet turned away and said that to him, monsters and criminal hunters were all the same. The boy looked down. He said that he was confused, that if the hunter Fanes also entered the tower, then she committed a crime too. The manager responded that she was clean since she got out of the tower unharmed. The hunter Fanes was just part of the system spirit's plan. Baphomet wondered until what point the administrator had planned everything. The men looked at each other. They looked at Raven's storage. Still looking at it, the manager said that they all praised him and looked up to him. He put his hands in his pockets and said that they did not know how to deal with him. Many of the things he did were completely incomprehensible. He killed either complete strangers to him or hunters with whom he cleared the towers. And after losing his parents during the shock, he killed the entire family on the side of the ant who took him in. Baphomet's eyes widened. He closed them. He remembered the footage of Raven killing his family. He grabbed his head and realized why Griffin hated talking about his brother's death. Seong-un tensed up and said that there was no sequence to his crimes. Usually psychopaths have a goal or just enjoy killing. He remembered how he followed Raven. He thought that he looked lonely and acted on someone's orders. The hero thought that he also saw only one quest and came here. Seong-un looked at him. Since he had this paper, he knew very well what would happen now. The manager put his hand to his chin, said that both the hyper hunter and the hunter whose identity they still do not know, who attacked the central office, used this paper. The man crossed his arms and reminded that the hunter said that he needed to remember the hero. Baphomet replied that it was strange to come here just because of this. The man replied that there was no point in it. The guy looked away and asked if there could be other reasons. Seong-un replied that this was their goal. They were committing hate crimes. He said that these were dangerous people who were already acting in an organized manner and that they were probably gathering hunters who could follow them. Suddenly, the manager turned around. He ran forward and shouted that the radio waves were blocked here, so it would be impossible to get through quickly to the exit. They ran forward. The man shouted that it was not pointless, he was here to distract them. The guy stopped when he heard about the hunter Agatha. It was night. The car turned over. Agatha was blindfolded. She heard someone calling her. The manager said that she had bad feelings towards humanity. She opened her mouth in surprise. Someone opened the car door. A hand reached out to her. She screamed. She was lying on the asphalt. She heard a voice. They took off her blindfold and apologized. Two people in cloaks with hoods stood in front of her. The man looked at her and said that they hate humanity. The huntress looked at him in surprise. The stranger looked at her and said that they hate those who are unable to overcome natural selection. Agatha looked at him. The man in the cloak shouted that they must destroy them, people who cannot even be classified. He smiled and asked if she agreed. He showed his palm and confirmed that they were the ones. The girl was lying on the asphalt when he invited her to dream about the good together. She smiled. She looked at him and asked when they would kill everyone. A state of emergency. Seong-un said that he would contact him when everything settled down. He was leaving the hero. He asked him if he could really trust him. He looked at him and said that he was not on the side of man from the beginning. What would happen if he smashed everything and lost his temper, even if it might be too late to resist him? The manager turned around and said that he had covered his bases. However, if this insurance had no effect, he would personally stop him. He turned around and asked if he wanted to fight him. The man smiled. He waved his hand, and a girl approached them. Valkyrie stood with her hand pressed to her chest. She fell to the floor. Seong-un frowned in shock as she asked to be arrested. The hunter bowed and said that she had killed an S-rank hunter and she needed to be punished. The man said that they had taken into account the situation she was in at the time, and it was inevitable. The girl raised her head and screamed that she had used that skill with the intention of killing the Nen hunter. A powerful curse skill. Vanadis is a skill that can take the life of a person and the user, but there is a way to stay alive. And then it is not the user's life that will be taken, but the life of their targets. She looked down and said that the huntress sacrificed herself. Baphomet looked down at her. He crossed his arms and asked if Nen had not rushed at her with full determination to die. The girl stood up in disagreement when the boy asked if she wanted to say that her death was a dog's death. Valkyrie looked at the floor. She lowered her head and said, in order to break the huntress's determination, she thought that she needed to give it her all. But what if the future Nen was aiming for was right? What if it was right to save the settlement? The manager looked at her calmly when she said that she might have gotten rid of a better future. He said that was not true. He raised a finger and said that there was no need to jump to conclusions. It was true that by saving the settlement, strong hunters would come out. He recently went to a settlement. Behind his back, his family was not allowed in. The employee turned to him and said that these people wanted to get into the settlement. The girl was holding her mother's hand and said that this was her homeland. The man said that they heard that the settlement could be turned into a place where civilians could live, so the mother wanted to come before everything changed. The old woman smiled and asked if the mentor could fulfill her last wish. He looked at her. The man smiled and said that the hunter's priority was civilians. If the settlement was saved, then no one would hope for it. Drops fell. Valkyrie cried and looked at him. The men looked at her. She smiled and asked if what she did was right. The manager looked at her and confirmed. The girl puffed out her cheeks. She raised her head and cried. She clenched her eyes and screamed with relief. The manager adjusted his glasses and turned to the hero. He ran away and said that he had to go and that they had an emergency, so he had to take care of Valkyrie. The girl was crying. Baphomet looked at her. She was crying. He looked away. He walked over and grabbed her by the shoulders and yelled, "Stop crying." The girl was looking at him. He looked at her in surprise. Her eyes were teary. He rolled his eyes. The girl started crying even more, so he yelled, "What should he do?" That day became the hero's biggest test. Xiang'an looked at the case file and was told that there were 3 dead and 1 wounded. He flipped through it and asked for the location of the hunter Agatha. The employee said that they had no leads, so it would take time to find her. The employee also said that he was trying to find out more about Ikyung and he heard something strange, so he asked if he knew the guys who worked for her. Xiang'an said that he didn't know the names, but if he was talking about the man and woman, he knew that they had obeyed her and they told him something surprising. Xiang'an looked to the side. The guy said that the manager was killed by the hunter Baphomet. He raised his head, raised his finger and said yeah. The employee frowned and asked if Baphomet was the hunter he was hiding. Xiang'an looked at the lamp and said he didn't even know. He asked how could an A-rank hunter defeat an S-rank. The guy was called. He said he had a meeting and went. After a while, Xiang'an walked through the lobby and said that in any case, he has plenty of tenacity. He looked at the security guard in front of him. He approached Griffin and smiled. He asked how long he had been waiting for him. The guy replied that he had just arrived. Xiang'an apologized for disturbing him. He looked at the people and suggested finding a quieter place. After a while, a cup was placed on the table. Xiang'an sat opposite the hunter and said that he got him cocoa instead of coffee because he was still a schoolboy. The guy asked what he wanted to talk about. The manager said that something happened at the headquarters, so he couldn't talk to him normally. He asked if he could ask him to keep quiet about what happened at the settlement. Griffin looked at the manager and said that he understood everything and asked if that was all. Xiang'an smiled confusedly and said that he would rather talk to him because he helped the settlement a lot and in general he was interested in talented hunters. Griffin listened silently as the manager offered to call him anytime if he needed help. He said that he would do his best. The hunter said that he felt like the manager was trying to hurt him. Xiang'an smiled awkwardly and asked what he was talking about. The hunter said that the reason they recommended the settlement to him wasn't because of Baphomet. Xiang'an looked at the hunter confusedly. The guy closed his eyes and said that even if he hadn't gone to the settlement, he would have been able to reach S-rank. He said he wasn't bragging. He just had a feeling that it was about to happen. He said he went to the settlement out of simple curiosity and also the feeling when you are constantly in a battle. He opened his eyes and said that this is why he accepted the offer, but Xiang'an was embarrassed. The guy assumed that the manager wanted to pit him against the hero. The man began to ask what the guy was talking about. Griffin stood up and pulled at his tie. He said that he didn't know his intentions, but thanked him for the recommendation. He said that he learned a lot in the settlement. He threw an angry look and said that if the manager had nothing else to say, he would go. The man laughed awkwardly. He watched the guy go. The smile slowly slid off his face. He covered himself from the aura that came from the guy and began to ask if he was really a middle school student. He didn't understand where he got such observation from. He assumed it was a hunter's instinct. He stood up and thought that Baphomet's strength would only grow. He remembered the hero who said that even if they stopped him, it would be too late. Xiang'an thought that just like the hero said when the time came to stop him. He looked at the guy and thought that he would be that protection. In his mind, he told him that he would become strong, even stronger than his brother. Baphomet looked ahead with a frown. He looked at the sympathy level. He asked why they even made this useless system. He leaned on his fist and thought that he was starting to feel like he was losing his warm feelings for people. Besides, those he killed in the Tower of the Abyss turned out to be malicious criminals. He remembered being asked what kind of cherished wish he wanted to fulfill to such an extent that he was using him like this. Baphomet looked into the void and thought that there was no one here that he didn't know. In this window of the system, there were only those with whom he had a relationship. He poked at Beelzebub's avatar. The system reported that Beelzebub was originally the boss of the Abyss Tower, but was dethroned by Baphomet and became his subordinate. The hero looked at the pop-up windows in surprise. The system reported that as an archmage, Beelzebub had mastered all types of magic, and if they found their true power, then any wizard would seem like dust in front of Beelzebub. The hero frowned. The system reported that Beelzebub's sympathy level was in a warning state. The system suggested clicking watch more. Baphomet stretched and said, "Be that as it may, information about the subject can be found out." A bead of sweat ran down his face. He looked at the Reaper's avatar. He glanced to the side. The Reaper was looking at him. Baphomet looked away in embarrassment. The Reaper seemed to be looking more and more intently. Baphomet began to reach out his finger to her. He was trembling. Baphomet froze in this awkward movement. He turned towards the sound. He opened the door and asked who was there. Echidna and Valkyrie from Ark were looking at the hero. They greeted the hero and asked how he was doing. Baphomet put his hands on his hips and asked why they came to his house. The girls said that they had business with him. Baphomet turned around. Someone was asking for food in the apartment. Beelzebub rubbed his stomach. He said that he would go get rice from the grandmother in the house below. He looked at the beautiful ladies in surprise and asked if they really had guests. Echidna smiled. The boy said that this was the girl with red hair, whom he saw last time. She smiled and began to ask if everything was okay with the boy. After a while, the ladies sat on their knees. Echidna said that she would introduce herself. She began to tell information about herself and said that they came to the hero on business. Baphomet and the boy were sitting opposite and asked how the boy knew this girl. Echidna smiled and said that she would explain everything. A couple of weeks ago, Echidna was driving through town and telling Mr. Hunter that he had nothing to worry about because they wanted to offer him better conditions. She smiled and asked when it would be convenient for him. She said she would adjust to him. She was confused and started calling out to the hunter. The driver looked disappointed. Echidna hung her head in displeasure. The driver asked what happened. The girl replied that the hunter was postponing joining the guild. The car was driving across the highway. The driver noted that everything had been fine up until that moment. Echidna said that there were a lot of girls in their guild, and he said that the hunter girls were unbearable and he didn't like it. The driver was indignant. The veins on her face bulged. She started asking who he was because he hadn't even met them in person. She asked if hunters could control all the strange rumors. Echidna noted gloomily that this was exactly what the man had said, that they were all unbearable. She said that they were tied hand and foot by the established image, and instead of sending Lee Jury to the settlement, she should look for talent there. She remembered how she charged the huntress with motivation. Echidna noted that she needed a new push. She asked if such a frivolous person would do everything right. Echidna leaned tiredly on her arm and suggested that it would be better to find not an active hunter, but a newbie and raise him herself. Echidna noted that they were going the wrong way. They had entered a poor area. The driver said that she had talked too much, added that she was going to turn around now. Echidna said that there was no need to turn around. After all, they were just driving around anyway. Beelzebub walked up the stairs. The girl ran after him. She looked at his back and called Beelzebub to play with her today, but the boy said that he was busy today. He sent the girl to Ha Young and told her to play there because she called her. He said that her mother cooked something delicious. The girl said that her mother was also cooking something delicious. She caught up with Beelzebub on the stairs. The boy said that he had important business today, and in his mind he called it a meat party with the neighbors. Veins bulged on his face. The girl screamed that she did not want to. She said that it was a matter of life and death. Beelzebub stopped abruptly. He jumped down the stairs. He looked at the girl and ordered her not to follow him anymore. Suddenly, the girl tripped and flew down. Beelzebub screamed, asking what she was doing. He used wind magic on her. The girl slowed down and fell right into his arms. She looked at the boy lovingly. He asked if she was okay. A car sped past them. Echidna started shouting that she had found an uncut diamond. She asked what his name was. The girl smiled sweetly and asked if that was a good name to become a hunter. She asked if his parents were home by any chance. Beelzebub looked at her and said that he had no parents. He had a brother, but he had received a recommendation and left for the settlement. The girl asked if his brother was really a hunter. Echidna thought that if he was already in the settlement, then he was in a rank hunter, and if anything, they would take him in too. She leaned over and asked if he knew his brother's code name. Beelzebub said irritably that his name was Baphomet. Echidna fell silent. She smiled sweetly, but a moment later her face became gloomy. The driver asked not to tell her that in the settlement her eyes were not shining because of motivation. The boy was confused. Echidna called the hero a psycho. Now she proudly put her hand on her chest and said that so they met his brother. Valkyrie looked away. Echidna understood why she went to the settlement. The hero looked at his brother with displeasure and asked how he could use magic so openly. The boy asked what else he could do. After all, if he did not use it, that girl would become even more irritated. Echidna decided to say it directly. She smiled and said that she wanted to send his brother to the school of hunters. She said that after the shock of the gate 10 years ago, the age limit was lifted, and besides, the government does not save on the development of hunters. She handed the envelope forward and said that talented children from childhood gather in this educational institution in the school of hunters, because it was not so long ago founded. But there is an excellent systematic education that they cannot even imagine. Echidna smiled and said that she wanted to act as a sponsor for his brother. She said that they will provide support in all needs, including tuition. The boy looked at the girl curiously. She said that after graduating from school, he would have to act as a hunter of their guild. She screamed and said that his brother could become an outstanding mage. The hero said that he was already a great mage. Silence fell in the room. Echidna looked at the hero. He asked, "Is that all?" The girl tensed up. The hero said that he would like his brother to develop as a hunter under his leadership, but he asked if she thought that was not enough. Baphomet screamed and said for the one who made him pay several hundred million for a few torn hairs. The huntress frowned. She thought that he still had not forgotten what happened in the pool. Baphomet folded his arms in displeasure and said that there is such a saying, "It is never too late to take revenge." Echidna lowered her head. The hero said that in any case, in order to send him to this school, doesn't his permission as a guardian be required? Echidna smiled. She said that she knew it would be like this. The hero said that if she was not going to show her sincerity, then he would not even think of giving permission. She slammed her hand on the floor. She said a lifetime VIP membership in their resort. The heroes widened their eyes. Echidna said that she would give them a lifetime VIP membership for flights and a 5-star restaurant. She smiled. She put her hand forward and said that she would give them a penthouse overlooking the Han River. The heroes thought about it. The girl said that they would have a lot of bonuses on top of that. They frowned and decided that this was too much to refuse. Baphomet looked at his brother. The boy did not take his eyes off the girl. The hero thought that he did not want to become a human, but became because of him. He remembered his brother's words, that he did not even have the status of a hunter. He could not use magic as he wanted. He asked him to make it so that he could enjoy the pleasures of this life, being a human. Baphomet looked forward. The girl smiled. The hero said that he would accept this offer. Beelzebub looked at the hero in surprise and asked, "Is it really true?" The hero said that he wanted his brother to be able to experience all these pleasures, since he, as a hunter, would not always have free time. Beelzebub looked at the hero in surprise, who said that he would earn money in any case if he entered the tower. The boy stood up and said that he would obey well. He shouted that he would be obedient all his life. He began to hug his brother while the girls looked at him happily. The system showed that Beelzebub's sympathy grew to confidence. Echidna looked at the boy happily and said that this was a good thing for his brother too. Valkyrie smiled and said that it was difficult for the awakened to survive, living as a commoner while they had abilities. She turned to the hero and asked if he had forgotten about their agreement. She fixed her hair and reminded him of the date. The girl was sitting on the bench. She was crying. Someone was approaching her. Baphomet had dumped a lot of sweets on the bench. Valkyrie asked what they were. The guy rolled his eyes. He looked at her and said that he had heard somewhere that sweets improve one's mood. The blonde looked at him. She was touched and cried again, and he could not understand why. She pouted and said that such things only worked with small children. The girl looked ahead. Baphomet looked at her when she said that there was a way to calm her down. She looked at him and asked him to go on a date with her. The guy stood against the wall and tried to figure out why she was late. All the men looked away. They were slightly embarrassed. White curls fluttered in the wind. Valkyrie looked around. She saw the hero. He looked at her in surprise. She ran to him and asked if she was very late. She put her hands to her cheeks and said that while she was getting ready, a matter came up. The girl offered to treat him to dinner. The blonde was daydreaming about the fancy restaurant she had booked for them, but Baphomet pointed to where he wanted to go. Valkyrie looked at him. The guy looked at her and asked why she wasn't eating. She was eating and thought that the hero preferred meat. He raised his hand and asked for 4 more servings. The bill came to 1,250,000 won. Baphomet was holding his stomach and she was looking at the check. He turned around and thanked her. The hero looked at her and asked if that was it. Valkyrie walked up to him and said it was a date. If she had just wanted to eat with him and then say goodbye, she would have just asked him out to eat. She asked if he had ever been on a date before. The blonde closed her eyes and exhaled when he said he hadn't. Her eyes widened. He looked away when she asked if he had never been on a date. The girl looked at him. Baphomet scratched the back of his head. She asked him if he was on friendly terms with anyone. He said no. Valkyrie covered her mouth and screamed that this was a rare species. She thought that he had never been on dates, was not friends with anyone, and perhaps he had never had a relationship with anyone. She looked at him. The girl imagined his thoughtful image. What a handsome nerd he is, and he only knows her. The blonde held her cheeks. She turned to him. She opened her mouth in surprise, realizing that Baphomet was now having his first time. She could be his first girlfriend. Valkyrie turned away. The hero bared his teeth and turned to her. She corrected him. Lee Jury asked to call her by her name. She smiled and said that they had just met as a girl and a guy, not as hunters. He stood frozen. The hunters were in the aquarium. Lee Jury walked away to the glass. Baphomet looked up. He watched the fish. The girl turned around and smiled at him. The blonde was standing with a gun in her hands. She fired. She looked at the guy. He took the gun in his hand, smiled, and started shooting maniacally. They were happy about their victory. The employees pointed to the sign. It said that prizes were not given to hunters. The young people were upset. The employees offered them a gift for visiting, a keychain. The blonde had a white keychain. Suddenly they heard a scream. A girl was standing in front of them, crying and looking for her mother. The girl was eating ice cream and carrying keychains. The hunters said goodbye to the girl, bringing her to her mother. The blonde turned to Baphomet and asked where they were going to have dinner. The red-haired boy looked at them. He pointed them out to his girlfriend. The couple came up and started talking in English. Baphomet looked at them. The hero was shocked when Lee Jury said that she was not good at English. She immigrated with her family when she was a child. She showed a group photo. It was her dad, mom, and younger sister. The blonde looked at the photo and said that this was a family from her second marriage. Her mother died during childbirth. The huntress smiled and said that her English name was Julia. Dad loved her mom very much and the bitterness from her loss was extremely strong, so her father took her little and settled in an unfamiliar Korean land where nothing reminded him of her mother. That's how he met her current mother. She looked ahead and said that she always wanted to have a mom and a sister or brother so that she could be happy every day. The girl closed her eyes. She said that nothing should interfere with this happiness, that people could also enjoy this life and not know unhappiness. Lee Jury looked ahead and said that from these convictions she would continue to work as a hunter. She smiled. Baphomet looked with wide eyes. He looked away. He said that a smile suits her better than tears. The girl blushed. The guy was getting ready to go eat. The girl did not turn around. She turned around abruptly and screamed that she liked him. She blushed. Baphomet widened his eyes when she asked to be her boyfriend. They looked at each other. The silence was becoming awkward. Lee Jury opened her eyes when the hero asked her what this feeling was. She looked at him in surprise and asked what cave he came out of. The blonde exhaled. She said that he had never been on a date, knew nothing about love, and he was funny. She put her finger to her mouth and asked how to explain this feeling. The young man looked at her in surprise when she said this: when you don't want to, but still constantly think about someone. You wonder what this person thinks about you. You constantly look for him with your eyes, and just one word from him turns everything inside you upside down. She smiled and said that this is not quite something that can be defined. Lee Jury put her hand on her heart and said that her feelings were confused. Her eyes widened in surprise. She asked the guy why he was looking at her like that. It was night. The cat was rubbing against her owner's legs. Reaper was drying her hair. Suddenly, she received a call. She took the phone and asked what happened. She thought that he would not contact her anymore after he dropped the call, asked if he had a good trip to the settlement. The blue-haired girl's eyes widened in surprise. Baphomet confidently said that he was not drunk. He asked her out. Reaper sat in front of her interlocutor. She said that it had only been a couple of months since she met him. The girl explained that she recognized his skills as a hunter and admired the calmness with which he protected the towers. She opened her eyes, looking at the guy, and said that she was interested in what he was like in real life, not in the tower, explaining that this is why she accepted his offer. She smirked, narrowed her eyes, and said that she did not expect that he would be so unpredictable here. There were white bandages on the young man's face and neck. He was looking up. Baphomet was lying on a hospital bed. The girl was sitting next to him on a chair. There was a large sign with the name of the medical center above the entrance. The girl shouted loudly, telling him to show her the man who was going to the hospital on the day of the date. Near the entrance to the cafe, its name was written in green letters. The girl was drinking coffee with a straw. Folding her hands at chest level, she thought about the fact that there were still 10 minutes until the meeting and explained to herself that she had come too early. The girl took out a pocket mirror and looked into it to check if her makeup was smudged. She wondered what had gotten into the brunette, because yesterday he had so unexpectedly offered to meet. She closed the mirror. The girl sighed, closing her eyes, and thought that this was an investment in the future, because Baphomet was getting stronger. She glanced to the side with her peripheral vision and completed the thought by saying that he also looked good, except for his character. 10 minutes passed. The girl sat confidently on the chair, crossing her arms at chest level. After 20 minutes, she began to get nervous and check her phone. The girl became very angry, frowned, and pursed her lips. Small veins popped out on her face. Other visitors to the cafe sitting next to her discussed that there was an accident at the intersection, adding that there were casualties. After 40 minutes, the girl boiled with anger. Jumping up from her chair, she began to scream, asking why he did not come. Reaper opened her eyes wide, looking to the side. Someone called her by name. She turned around and went to meet the young man who was standing opposite her. Guiltily lowering his head, she angrily screamed at him, asking why he showed up so late and did not answer her calls. There were numerous abrasions on his face. He looked away. The girl asked what happened to him. The boy replied that he fell on the way. The dark-haired girl looked at him puzzled, her mouth slightly open. He showed her a broken phone. She decided to clarify that a rank hunter fell so hard that he broke the phone. Reaper frowned, looking at him. The guy and the girl were about to leave. She said that she took tickets to the cinema, adding that he hardly thought out any plans for today. The young man stopped her, handing her a gift. She lowered her hands, looking puzzled at the young man who handed her a rose in a transparent package. The flower was a beautiful purple color. The guy, covered in black sari, looked at Reaper. Her eyes widened, looking at him in surprise. The girl thanked the guy. Near the entrance to the cinema there were a large number of people talking to each other. A movie was playing on the screen. The girl sat tensely on the chair, holding her hands on her knees. She looked ahead, sweating, and thought about how she couldn't concentrate in the movie, asking herself why Baphomet was doing things that weren't typical for him. She glanced sideways at her companion, thinking that she had treated their meeting too frivolously. The guy leaned against the back of the chair, closed his eyes. The girl, surprised, thought that he had fallen asleep and added that it was impossible. The boy's head began to fall on her shoulder. She closed her eyes, leaning her chin on the back of her hand. The guy leaned against her. The girl opened her eyes in bewilderment, looking ahead into herself. The boy did not react to anything, sweating. Above the entrance to the hospital hung a sign with the inscription "Ambulance." The young man, covered in bandages, frowned ahead, while the girl clarified what had happened to him, saying that he had been in an accident, had been hit by a car 3 times, and had been run over by a truck for dessert. The young man took off the bandage from his head. Getting out of bed, the girl looked at him in surprise. She said that if he had not been a hunter, he would have already died, and she asked why he did not normally tell about what had happened. The young man said that he was already better and they could go watch a movie. The girl told him not to avoid the answer, adding that the movie had already ended. The young man looked at her. She suggested that he go home and rest, adding that they could meet another time. He replied that he knew that everything would be like this, so he did not say anything. The man in the suit approached the ward. The young man said that he wanted to make sure of something. The girl asked him what he meant. The man clenched his fists and called out Reaper's name. The girl looked back at him. The man frowned angrily. The girl called him uncle. The man pointed his finger at the young man and loudly asked if he was her boyfriend. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the building. People gathered in the hall. Alcoholic drinks were lying on the shelves. The man said that the head of the department called him and said that the girl was in the hospital, so he was very scared. The uncle touched his chin, looked at the tablet and said that Baphomet was the same age as her niece, and he was already in a rank, so this was basically enough to date her. The girl frowned angrily. The man asked her about whether she really didn't come home yesterday because of him, and how long they had been friends. The girl replied that she was in her hideout yesterday, and that she couldn't believe that he secretly made inquiries about the guy. Baphomet said that she did the same. Reaper replied that she wasn't talking to him now. The man frowned and turned to the manager. The dark-haired girl approached the guys and told Reaper that she would like to discuss with her the updates to the lounge area of their hotel. The girl asked why with her. The manager replied that without her opinion, unfortunately, there was no way, so they should discuss it right now and in this environment. The guy watched as the manager led the girl away. He frowned slightly. The man turned to him and said that he would say everything right away and to the point. He handed him an envelope. The uncle frowned and told the boy to take the money and not to approach his niece again. The young man snorted in displeasure, looking into his eyes. He frowned angrily, wondering if he was in a drama, after which he said that there must have been a misunderstanding. The uncle replied that if the boy were an ordinary person, it would not matter to him whether they communicated or not, because she was free to choose a companion. Baphomet slightly recoiled, hearing the words that it should not be a hunter because it was a bad influence on his niece. As the sun fell on the wall of the building, the man said that the girl was his successor and would inherit the management of this hotel after he retired. And as the head of the family and the girl's guardian, he could no longer tolerate her continuing to put herself in danger as a hunter. He closed his eyes, turned his head and said that if his sister and the girl's mother had not died during the gate's shock, she would not have become a hunter. He frowned again and added that before it was too late, he was going to convince her to end this occupation. The guy chuckled slightly. He crossed his arms and replied that it was everyone's personal choice to be a hunter or not. And besides, it was too much to limit someone's freedom despite their family ties. The uncle asked him what that meant. He looked at Baphomet with displeasure. The guy told him about the money, adding that he would get the same amount just by entering the tower, so it was necessary to offer another deal. He stood up from his seat and said that he had wasted his time, and he still had to finish his date with his niece, when suddenly the young man heard an ominous voice saying that he would regret it. Baphomet stopped in shock. He put his hands in his pockets and asked the man what he had said. The uncle replied that he knew it would turn out like this, after which he made a new proposal. The restaurant tables were neatly set. The man said that there was a restaurant in one of the branches in the hotel. He imagined the image of a chef and said that this restaurant had a chef who had won various world-class culinary competitions and had also worked as a chef in many famous hotels. But he was very picky and did not cook more than 20 servings a day, because if he cooked 21 or more, the quality and taste would drop. The young man staggered in surprise, hearing the words that everyone who had ever tried his cooking said that it tasted like heaven. The man closed his eyes and added that no amount of money would help him taste it, but since this branch was under his control, The uncle frowned deeply and finished his sentence by saying that the guy would be able to taste this heavenly taste if he left his niece alone. Reaper frowned in anger when she heard the guy agree with this proposal. She asked what that meant. The girl slammed her hand on the table. She looked at her uncle and said that he had learned a lot about Baphomet and decided to lure him with food. Ben asked what kind of envelope with money was that, since they were not in a drama. She put her hands on her hips, frowned, and said that they did not have any relationship at all since she hired him as a mercenary. The man said that friendship between a man and a woman is impossible, and they were on a date. The girl confirmed this. She turned to Baphomet, looking into his eyes. Lowering her eyebrows, she said that one look is enough for her to understand whether she can date a particular person or not. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at the girl. Reaper raised her hand and said that she would not be able to date him, and that she could not even imagine how they would kiss. He smiled in confusion. The girl looked at her uncle and added that this was because touching is important in a relationship. The guy chuckled again. Reaper looked at him. The young man began to laugh harder and harder. He put his hands on his belt and laughed throughout the room. Baphomet lowered his head. The girl asked him what was funny about it. Reaper looked at him in surprise. Hearing the words that they had already kissed, she asked with a trembling voice what he was saying. The guy asked if she remembered about it, after which he said that after clearing the sacred tower they went to a restaurant. He raised his hand, tensing it, and said that because of the alcohol she was no longer aware of her actions and his. He looked up at her and finished the sentence by saying that she kissed him. The young man remembered the moment of the kiss. Silence hung in the air. Reaper and her uncle silently looked at the guy. Reaper shuddered in horror, turned pale, and exclaimed. She spread her arms in confusion, asking how this happened, because she could not behave like that, and that, although she can behave indecently when she drinks, but... The guy interrupted her. The girl turned pale in fear. The young man said that this is usually always the case, that the criminal does not remember anything, because he was subjected to violence, but the person responsible for this does not remember anything, and says that she could not have done such a thing. He frowned sternly, pointed his finger at the girl, and said that he would sue her for harassment. The young man took his jacket and started to walk away. The girl shouted after him. The soft rays of the sun illuminated the building. The guy walked along the path. The girl shouted after him. She almost caught up with him, extended her hand to him and asked him to stop. Baphomet pulled his hand back and asked why. He looked at her with displeasure. The girl nervously looked away, muttering something. The sun illuminated the building and the area next to it. The girl suggested going to watch a movie or have dinner. The young man answered negatively. He looked away. The girl lowered her head and asked if he lied about the lawsuit. Their shadows fell on the paving stones. The girl apologized to him. A tree nearby slightly rustled its leaves. The guy took out his phone. He looked down at the screen. Reaper looked into his eyes upset, asking what he was doing. The guy answered that he was calling a taxi. The girl folded her arms. Baphomet asked if she had anything else to say. Reaper answered quietly. She awkwardly scratched her cheek and said that when he asked her out, he must have thought that she was interested in him because of that kiss. So, she suddenly looked at him, interrupting her monologue. The boy silently looked at her face. A taxi pulled up to them. The girl called him by name. The car door slammed. Reaper watched the taxi drive away. She watched him with her eyes alone. The blue lights of the city shone in the middle of the night. Beelzebub talked about the view that successful people have. He stood in front of the window and said that he thought he now understood why people try so hard to be successful. He chuckled slightly, imagining himself completely dark, without distinguishing features. He smiled widely, laughing loudly. The boy came out of his imagination, still laughing. Baphomet clapped his hands. The boy turned to him and said that he had ruined everything because he had just reached euphoria. The boy looked at him. Beelzebub asked if he had come to vent his anger because he had been dumped. The boy replied that he had heard that if you clap, the lights would turn on, after which he called it amazing. Suddenly, he frowned angrily and asked Beelzebub about what he had said and if he wanted to die. The boy spread his arms out to the sides and said that he still could not believe that he had fallen in love with a person. Baphomet replied that it was not so, because it was just curiosity. The boy began to mimic him. The boy asked if he wanted to celebrate his own funeral. Many lights formed a chandelier. Baphomet exclaimed, asking him how he knew he was abandoned. The boy replied that he was curious, so he attached a familiar to the boy. However, at normal times, it suppresses the senses. Beelzebub remembered the boy was at the flower shop. The image in his head changed to the boy walking away from the shop. Beelzebub said that even he was a little crazy and got hit by a car. Raising his glass, the boy said that people say that love clouds the mind. Baphomet lowered his head. The boy added that it was almost impossible for him to discern the appearance of a real monster, so he is now a man to the bone. The guy asked him to calm down, because everything is not as he says. Baphomet frowned with displeasure. The boy said that even if he gets along well with people, he can still get tired of them. after which he asked what he would do if he suddenly turned into a monster, and would this be a relationship in which they kill each other. The boy got up from his seat and asked what time it was. The young man replied that it was almost 8 o'clock. Beelzebub told him to get ready faster, because today his granny was tasting the salad he planted, and everything is organic and healthy without any chemicals. Baphomet replied that he did not want to go anywhere and would eat on the spot. The boy said that this was nonsense. He frowned, looked back at the guy and said that he needed to eat at home. Baphomet turned away. The boy hurried him again. Beelzebub ran into the room. Baphomet asked him what it meant and if the boy was going to live there, since he was talking about a house. The lights were burning in the windows. The boy asked if he knew why a dung fly like him was so picky about food. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the roof of the house. Baphomet stretched his shoulder. Yunseo said that the examination results showed no abnormalities, after which she asked how he was hit by a car. The boy replied that he himself did not know. A small window was slightly open. The girl asked if there were no metamorphoses after settling in. The boy answered negatively. The girl asked him if he was free if he had time. He again answered negatively. Baphomet turned away and closed his eyes. The girl said that he had the same answer to every question, and she just wanted to have lunch together. She handed the tablet to the guy, saying that she forgot to give it to him. The guy asked what it was, to which she replied that Manager Ma had given it. The young man remembered the image of the man. The girl asked if he remembered the mentor he met right after he became a hunter. The young man took the report in his hand. The girl said that behind it was the entity that made his wife a monster, and that this report with the results of the study of samples, and most importantly, is in the last paragraph. And suddenly the young man noticed something. He paid attention to the inscription, and then that the result was that most of the undefined DNA cells were found, and their composition was similar to human biometric information. The young man asked what this meant. Yunseo turned pale and shuddered, hearing the question of whether this creature had sexual intercourse with people, creating entities. The girl confirmed this and said that the results gave her goosebumps. Baphomet flipped through a couple of pages. The girl said that this was all the work of a hunter with magical abilities and psychopathic tendencies, because this was murder for the sake of murder and an entity created without any purpose, just for fun. The young man remembered the image of the monster and thought that maybe that was why he could not feel anything but disgust. The young man said that this, apparently, caused problems for the manager. The girl said that there was circumstantial evidence that the missing hunters were somehow connected to this psychopathic hunter, but there was not a single sign left by which one could indicate that it was him. The young man lowered the tablet and said that he had already said this, but the fact that since then not a single lead was found suggests that this is someone much stronger than they could imagine. The girl confirmed this and said that the manager asked her to convey this to him for this very reason. Baphomet looked away. The girl asked him if she could take this as a sign that the tension between them was no longer so strong. The boy asked what she meant, after which he thought that the manager found out about his origin. He frowned slightly. Yunseo walked to the door. The boy asked if it was true that the manager killed 7 hunters who were on the same team with him. The girl asked him why he suddenly decided to talk to her about it. Their voices echoed in the office. The boy said that he thought she knew. The girl said that she also contributed to it, and that he would find out about it in detail about the manager. She turned away from the boy and whispered that she did not think this topic would come up. Yunseo and Baphomet walked down the hallway. The little boy closed his eyes, shouting that he would not give the injection. The boy looked up. The doctor called the kid a brat. The young man noticed the doctor's shoulder muscles. Then he looked at the doctor's torso. The young doctor threw the child over his shoulder and said with a smile that he knew all his actions in advance. Suddenly the doctor noticed them. He turned to the girl, greeted her and said that she was as beautiful as always. Yunseo replied that he was as energetic as always. She looked at Baphomet. The nurse smiled and guessed who was next to her. The girl called the guy 302 and said that this was his first meeting with the nurse. Jang smiled widely. The girl introduced him, saying that he was a member of their guild and an employee of the hospital who was on maternity leave. The nurse said that he had heard a lot about Baphomet. Yunseo turned to the girl, who said that she was asked to come over. The woman replied that she would be right there, after which she told the young man that she would not be able to see him off, so he should be careful on the way home. Baphomet watched her go. Jang looked at him with a smile. The young man frowned slightly and decided that it was time for him to go. Suddenly he looked at the quickly approaching nurse. Jang said with a wide smile that the stories about the beauty of the young man were true. The guy looked at him in confusion, slightly squinting. Jang assumed that the guy had no end of girls, because even hunters must be running after him. Jang looked into his eyes with admiration. The young man raised his eyebrows in confusion. The nurse did not take his eyes off him. The young man tensed up warily. Jang showed him a finger with a smile and said that he was also quite popular among the guys. Bright rays of the sun illuminated the buildings. The young man was standing at the bus stop. He tiredly lowered his eyebrows and thought about what kind of psycho with such a shining look. and that this was some kind of nonsense. Looking down, he repeated in his head the nurse's words about how the guy probably had no end of girls. Baphomet remembered the blonde who offered him a relationship. The boy felt his head. He frowned and thought that he had not become human for this. Mick remembered Beelzebub, who said that he could not believe that the guy loved a human. The boy clenched his teeth and decided that this was all a lie, because people were just an interest for him. He remembered the image of Reaper and thought about her words, that she decided that the boy called her because she was interested in him because of the kiss. Suddenly, he looked up, looking in front of him. The boy slightly staggered, hearing from the girl next to him the words that it was a pathetic sight when a guy imagines something for himself and asks you out on a date. The boy slowly turned to her. Two girls were discussing whether one of their boyfriends had thought to reserve a table at a restaurant, to which the other replied that he must have even thought of names for his grandchildren. The girls looked back at the guy. One of them said that in any case, if the guy showed himself well, then, as it seemed to her, interest might arise. The girls recoiled in fear. The young man did not lower his murderous aura. He frowned sternly, looking ahead. The couple walking in front of him were discussing who would be the first to try. The guy and the girl with wide smiles walked in front of Baphomet. The girl suggested to bite at the same time. Baphomet looked sternly at them. The guys began to count. The guy suddenly sped up, passing between them. The young man noticed a couple taking pictures on their phone. The young man looked away. His attention fell on a couple of schoolchildren looking at each other with a smile. He looked away. The boy noticed an adult couple sitting on a bench. He lowered his head, looking at the ground. The boy noticed cats making out. Lowering his hands, he wondered why there were so many irritating factors around him. He lowered his head. A murderous aura began to emanate from him. Ominously looking at the floor, he decided that he needed to let off steam. Baphomet turned around. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The guy spread his arms. He stretched his shoulders, preparing for something. Baphomet frowned and thought that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He looked at the Golden 7 banner and called the center an idiot. Light rays of sunlight illuminated the sign of the coffee shop. Zest raised her eyebrows in surprise, talking about Baphomet. Reaper sat across from her. The girl apologized and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and she was dumping all this on her. But she was the only one who knew about it. Zest replied that everything was fine, after which she asked if it was because they defended the sacred tower together. The girl closed her eyes, saying that she wanted a good relationship with him. Reaper raised her eyebrows in surprise. Zest asked her if she had any warm feelings for the guy. The entertainment center sign was slightly illuminated by the sun's rays. A guy in a red cap walked inside. The cashier greeted him from the window. The guy put his hands in his pockets, looking around a little. Suddenly he noticed Baphomet. The unfamiliar guy grinned. The game character with blonde hair swung a punch and exclaimed that this was a month for his grandfather. He struck the enemy, throwing him back. The guy picked up a red ribbon, turning to his grandfather. He stood on the ledge, imagined the image of grandfather and said that he would fulfill his will. The frame stopped. The game system announced that the story was cleared. Baphomet looked at the screen and said that it was, of course, interesting. The difficulty level was very low. Suddenly he noticed his phone. A call from Reaper appeared on the screen. There was silence in the club for a second. The boy brought the phone to his ear and answered the call. The girl called him by name. A soft purple light illuminated the gaming club. The girl said that the guy did not answer the call, so she continued to call him. Well, he still did not pick up. The boy replied that he broke the phone, then asked if she remembered. The girl replied that she forgot, and, apparently, he now has a new phone. Baphomet pressed the phone with his shoulder and asked her about the reason for the call. The screen of the machine showed a message that the boy was challenged to a fight. The guy continued to play. The girl said that she still felt uneasy about what happened. The guy wondered about who was sitting in front of him. Holding the phone to his ear, the guy thought that this is great, because sitting alone in front of the screen is not so fun, then said that if the girl is talking about this, then there is no need to worry. Reaper looked down, upset, and told the guy not to talk like that. Zest began to prompt her with gestures. The girl suggested that the guy meet and talk, because last time they never had dinner, after which she asked if the guy likes to eat well, because she knows one good restaurant. She closed her eyes with a smile and said that the restaurant is very popular and that there are even lines there, but she knows their director, so they can skip this line, after which she asked the guy about when it would be convenient for him, because she will adjust to him. The young man called out to her. The girl froze, hearing the words that he was hanging up. Baphomet turned off the call. The girl called out to him one last time, asking him to wait. The guy grinned enthusiastically. On the screen was a frame with his defeat. The young man could not believe that he was defeated. The game offered to challenge the opponent to a second battle. The young man agreed. The enemy character smiled ominously. The boy lost to the stranger time and time again. He jumped up from his seat in anger, saying that he wanted to take a look at the person on the other side. Baphomet took a step to the side. He saw the guy in the cap, asking him if he was a hunter. The boy in the red jacket said that he had heard a lot about Baphomet, and that the guy really gets going in a second, just like they say. The stranger said that he was pleased to meet Baphomet. The boy raised his eyebrows in shock, hearing the words that his opponent was the master of the Nebula Guild, Vango. The guy in the cap smiled and invited the boy to join them. The blonde was staring tensely at her phone. The red-haired girl looked at her and asked if she still thought Baphomet would ask her out on a date. Juri replied that the atmosphere was good back then. A mistaken memory of the brunette complimenting her smile flashed through her mind. Echidna walked with her down the hallway, asking her if she didn't know what empty talk was. She reminded her that she had already told her that the guy wasn't interested in her at all. She closed her eyes in irritation when her friend replied that she was only grumbling because she was lonely. The girl grabbed the blonde by the cheeks and exclaimed that this was too much. She walked on, leaving the blonde behind. As they walked down the hallway, Juri asked about the reason for calling them to the office, noting that they hadn't done anything illegal. She tiredly stated that although they were in the top 10, their guild didn't have that much history, and it would be better to give the task to the Nebula Guild. Echidna glanced at her, noting that her friend's problem was her lack of ambition, and that they should listen to the proposal first. She saw a man in front of her. Sang waved his hand when the red-headed girl greeted him. He asked how the girls were doing. The door to the office opened. The man moved his lips. He turned around in his chair and greeted the hunters. The girls went inside and greeted Minister Beek Sangin. The blonde mentally noted that this was the first time she saw the minister of the Central Administration of Hunters. Shaking the brunette's hand, Echidna said that they were wondering why they were called. Seong-un nodded when the monster addressed him. He pressed the button on the remote control. Standing at the interactive map, he explained that the red dots on it were the distribution of the towers. The hunters froze with puzzled expressions when the manager spoke about the supposed places of the towers. Looking at the red map, they noted that there were almost no empty spaces left. Sitting with him at a large table, Sangjin said that these materials were sent to them from the American Hunter Administration. He began to tell with a gloomy face that the administration also announced the possible imminent appearance of a gate shock. The girls' faces showed surprise. Seong-un looked away when they asked about the time and replied that it would be between 1 and 2 years. The minister clasped his hands, noting that the countries that had not yet developed the hunter system were losing their lands to the towers, and in order to prevent the gate shock, they had to deal with the towers. The redhead looked up, asking if he really wanted to send their guild on this mission. The man with a gloomy look answered in the negative. Juri's mouth dropped open in surprise when he began to explain that they needed their guild to work within the country and increase the speed of clearing. Echidna frowned and asked if that meant they had to take on the burden of the other guilds. She asked who they would be sending on this mission. Sangjin looked up and replied that they would be sending 3 guilds first: Drake, Moonlight, and Nebula. The boy in the cap put his hands in his pockets. While they were standing in the entertainment center, Baphomet asked about the guild. He looked at the blonde with distrust and asked if he was from Nebula. The guild master answered in the affirmative and asked if he had heard of them. The hunter replied that everyone knew about them. Dango smiled and noted that they were quite popular. The brunette remembered the old man and wondered by Hyunghim, does he mean Hunter Chu? Baphomet frowned, thinking about the similarities in their faces. The blonde asked if he had thought about his brother. Standing opposite, the hunter perked up, trying to figure out if he had said it out loud. He replied in the affirmative. The guild master replied that he did not know which words about him were true, but his brother rarely praised anyone. He smiled sarcastically. Looking at the brunette, he mentally noted that it was very unusual for a hunter to have such cold energy, but the result of the check did not show anything suspicious. Dango smiled stupidly. He leaned to the side. The guy started walking around Baphomet. The brunette froze with a displeased face, asking what he was doing. The blonde asked how he liked his offer. He smiled broadly, noting that he liked the hunter, and then asked if he felt the same. Baphomet muttered with an indignant look that he was already in another guild. Bango crossed his arms and answered that he knew, after which he added that stopping is not considered impolite in the world of hunters, and he can solve all the issues for him. Squinting his light eyes, he asked what kind of deposit from the contract the hunter received when joining the guild. He asked to tell about his conditions. The guy answered that he had no deposit or conditions. While they were standing in the entertainment center, the blonde asked what merits the guild had then and what was its name. Baphomet told the name. The hunter noted that he heard it for the first time, and the brunette said that they recently changed their name. He began to give off a dark aura when the guild master asked about the old name. He replied that he knew nothing. The guy looked away, noting that he hadn't said he would join. Baphomet frowned and said that it annoyed him when someone ordered him around. Bango asked him with a puzzled look how he got into the guild, to which the hunter replied that he was not there of his own free will. He grabbed his chin. With a wide smile, the blonde asked if he could pull the same trick then, but the brunette replied in the negative. Sitting down on a chair, he asked the guild master to sit down too. Sitting down at the slot machine, he said that he would win this time. The guy froze in surprise. A smile appeared on his face. Baphomet looked up at him when he noted that this was an old season of the game, and apparently the owner had not installed the new one yet. The hunter asked what the difference was. Vango replied that he knew where the new one was and suggested playing there. The brunette stood with a gloomy look. Standing at the reception desk, he asked what this place was, and the blonde replied that they were in the Nebula Guild building. While the sun was shining on the bright building, the guy asked if this game was really here. The guild master replied that they had an arcade area. A girl noticed them. The blonde ran up to Baphomet, noting the unexpected meeting. The girl smiled widely, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The brunette tried to remember who she was. Nelia playfully hit him when Baphomet asked if she had her stomach pierced. The blonde asked why he only remembered this. Looking at the leader, she asked why the hunter was here. The girl froze, realizing everything. She pulled the blonde away by the hand. Taking him aside, she whispered that the guy's weak point was food. Waving her hand, she said goodbye to the hunter. Baphomet looked after him with displeasure. Vango, with a sly smile on his face, offered him to eat first. Looking at the table covered with dishes, he noted that there was nothing special here. While the brunette was drooling, the leader said that he hoped he liked it. He clasped his hands together, noting that he did not know what he liked, so he asked to cook the best. The blonde grinned maliciously. Then he showed the spa, where hunters can get body care. Then he led him to the gym. After that, he showed the nail salon. After a while, Vango pressed the floor button. Glancing at the hunter, he said that now they will move on to the main part, the arcades. Baphomet stood with coffee and a metal structure. Without hiding his puzzled look, he asked if it was possible to enjoy all this if you come here. The leader answered in the affirmative. Putting his hand in his pocket, he added that however, all this is only for guild members. The brunette sighed with displeasure. The blonde smiled crookedly. He muttered that it didn't work either. The hunter was surprised when Vango mentioned the 21st floor, saying that he wanted to show something more interesting than a game. He said with a grim smile that he would like this. There was a noise in the wooden room. A fist cut through the air. The girl jumped up from the blow. She swung her leg. The boy blocked it with his hands. The two hunters exchanged glances. The boy lunged forward. The girl parried the blow with her leg. She somersaulted backwards. The hunter kicked her in the leg. He clenched his teeth tightly. The boy trembled as he bent over. He rushed at his rival. The girl noted that he was in a hurry. Her ankle came close to his chin. The boy flew up from the blow. He fell down, casting a shadow. The hunter landed right in front of Baphomet. The girl crossed her arms and noted that the problem was that he was in a hurry. Her eyes widened in surprise. Vango waved when she greeted him and noted that he could see that they were training hard. The guy in the suit asked if he was here to fight too. The brown-haired guy with glasses raised an eyebrow when the leader replied that he was just looking around. He looked at the brunette, asking if that was. The boy and girl froze when the blonde confirmed that it was Baphomet. The leader waved his hand and introduced Hang-Ah and Ha-Beek, then noted that the guy lying down was Sojin. The girl replied that she was glad to meet him, then asked Vango why he brought him here. The blonde stepped forward, answering that it was to spar. Hang-Ah touched her chin and asked if she should be the opponent. Ha-Beek replied that their ranks were different, and the huntress then offered it to him. The guy replied that he worked with magic and got twos from sparring. Looking at Sojin lying on the floor, he continued to entrust it to him. Vango asked them what they were talking about. He smiled contentedly and noted that he himself would participate in the sparring. The girl froze with a puzzled look. There was also shock on the brunette's face. Baphomet looked at the head with displeasure. The blonde took off his jacket, offering to hang out one round. Grabbing the peak of his cap, he said that if he won, the brunette would join Nebula. Turning his head back, the head added that if Baphomet won, he would help him ask for everything he wanted. Stretching his lips into a grin, he asked if he agreed. While the boy in the suit stood by the wall, people asked if this child was the youngest son of the Nebula group. They said that they heard that the chairman loved him very much, and he was also very handsome and smart. The boy looked up, hearing the words of the Nebula group. They greeted him. A girl in a white dress approached him and said that her name was Young Subin and she was glad to meet someone her age here. The brunette smiled widely, thinking that she should show her best side, since her mother said that they should get closer. A woman stood nearby, thinking that her daughter was doing well, and maybe they could establish a connection with the Nebel group. Subin approached the boy and asked if he was bored. With a wide smile on her face, she suggested that they play outside, while the blonde said the same thing to her. The children froze in surprise. Little Vagro leaned towards her and said that it was cute. With a dark smile on his face, he said that she was not his type at all, so she should go back to her mother and tell them that they should abandon their hopes for a matchmaker. The boy stood there with a satisfied grin. He opened his big eyes and thought that unpleasant people disgusted him. The sun was shining over the guild building. Vagro narrowed his eyes and smiled. He was looking at Baphomet while the others were asking about sparring. The brown-haired man waved his hand and indignantly exclaimed that this guy was on a rank. The blonde asked what difference it made, to which Habik noted that their guild was for honesty. He clenched his teeth tightly when the leader asked why they even came up with such a motto. Vagro turned to the brunette and asked the brown-haired man to bring 2 cloth headbands in that case. Taking the white cloth, he asked his opponent if he knew about the initiation held by the Central Administration of Hunters. He noted that there, hunters of a rank and above spar in a friendly match using such headbands. Tying it on his shoulder, the blonde said that their guild also implemented such a thing. While Habik gave the headband to the brunette, he said that if several conditions are met to ensure safety, all skills should not be used. Vagro smirked wickedly, noting that the statistics should also be deactivated and they would fight only based on physical abilities. Baphomet frowned when the hunter asked if the conditions were okay with him. His lips stretched into a smile. He took off his hoodie and answered in the affirmative. Tie a bandage on your shoulder, the guy asked if he could ask for everything if he won. Standing in front of his opponent, the blonde replied that he always kept his promises. He smirked contentedly. The brunette looked at him with suspicion. Habik stood to the side, asking if he really wanted to lure him that badly. Hangoff frowned and asked if there was any point in this sparring. The brown-haired man answered with his eyes and replied that it seemed to him that Vagro was trying to demonstrate his strength to persuade the hunter. Looking away, he mentally noted that there was no point in this fight and the result was already known. While the 2 opponents were standing opposite each other, the leader said that the one who would be the first to pull the bandage off the opponent would win. He smiled widely when the brunette noted his kindness. The guy said that he was often told that. Bringing his fist to his face, Baphomet asked if he was told that during the fight. Vagro blocked with his hand. His knee approached the hunter. The brunette blocked the blow. The knee flew through the hands. The hunter jumped back. The blonde gave him a satisfied look. The guy smiled madly. They swung at the same time. The opponents hit each other's fists. They separated their hands. Baphomet rested his foot on the floor. He jumped and raised his leg. The leader put out his hand, defending himself. The brunette turned sharply in the air. He kicked his opponent in the face. The guy looked down, puzzled. At this time, Vagro held his foot. He grabbed the hunter's leg. Baphomet's body flew to the side. He fell with a puzzled look. A moment later he was gone. At great speed, the brunette approached his opponent. The blonde made a block with his hands. The guy pursed his lips in shock. He waved his arms to the sides. The hunter hit the leader with his knee. Then he grabbed his hands. Baphomet flew through the air. He found himself at a distance from Vagro. Baphomet frowned. Looking at the face of his opponent, he mentally noted that there was something strange in his actions. The brunette stretched his back. A moment later, he rushed forward again. The leader grinned smugly. The guy rushed at him with a furious look. He kicked in the air, thinking that the blonde seemed to know in advance what he would do. Hang-Ah and Habik were watching him, and the brown-haired man asked since childhood Vagro could not do anything about this. The girl replied that on one hand, this skill was like a blessing and on the other, a curse. Watching the battle, she said that seeing through even the most hidden secrets of others is. With a gloomy smile on her face, she said about the spiritual eye. Baphomet said these words at the same time as her. Looking at the satisfied blonde, he asked if his guess was correct. Vagro's lips stretched into a smile. Continuing to be in the training hall, he noted that he knew that the hunter had amazing eyes. He said that this is something that he had even before the age of consciousness was wet, and this is his unique ability. With his eyes wide open, the blonde said that he can see everything in Baphomet's gaze. He delivered that they are very similar. Baphomet in the form of a monster stand in front of the stairs. The leader noted that when the guy wants to take possession of something, excitement awakens in him and any obstacle must be eliminated. The monster stood with a sword in his hands, and Vagro said that no matter how long it takes or how difficult it is, all this does not matter to him. The blonde smiled slyly. He opened his eyes wide. Approaching his opponent, he exclaimed that victory is his and the guy must join his guild. The brunette jumped back. The leader swung his fist. The guy looked away in confusion. There was no one behind him. A moment later, Vagro appeared behind him. The blonde pinned him to the floor. He pressed his hand on his opponent's face. Baphomet swung his arm to strike. The blonde jumped back into the distance. The hunter began to rise from the floor. Vagro was next to him. He punched. The brunette blocked with his hands. Glad jumped, swinging his legs. The guy froze in surprise. It was as if a huge fist was approaching him. Baphomet tried to block the flow of blows. He stood tensely in place. The blonde muttered that the difference in abilities was insurmountable from the very beginning. The brunette's eyes widened. He stood in front of the red monster, asking why the monster of the lower floor came up here. Then he said that he decided to get to the top. The monster waved his hand, asking did he really think that such a low-level monster could defeat him and climb to the top. Baphomet asked why he decided that he could not win. The monster lowered his head and replied that he was a top-tier monster and the difference in their abilities was insurmountable from the start. The brunette clenched his teeth tightly. Dagro looked at him with wild eyes. He froze in horror as red eyes loomed over him. A fist touched his face. The guy threw the head away with a blow. He bent over and froze. Raising his gloomy gaze, he mentally noted that this talented blonde could read minds. Remembering the decapitated monster, he mentally noted that everyone believed so much in his abilities, but in the end they died at his hand. Dagro began to rise. Crouching down, he wondered why the mistake occurred. A white cloth flew into his face. A shirtless Baphomet ran towards his opponent. Neither head's face was frozen in shock. A couple of hunters watched with horror in their eyes. The brunette hit his opponent again. The blonde lay on the floor with wide eyes. He pursed his lips. Then the guy abruptly rose to him. Looking at him with a puzzled expression, he wondered why he couldn't read his mind. Looking at Baphomet's silhouette, he realized that he was at his limit. Seeing his red eyes, he mentally asked if he would really fight based on instinct. Dagro froze in place, thinking that this was not an animal instinct. He wondered if this could happen to a human. His lips stretched into a smile. Throwing his shirt on the floor, he noted that he liked the way things were going. Without hiding the madness in his eyes, the blonde said that they would fight to the glory. The brunette opposite pursed his lips. The two hunters rushed to attack. Outside, the day continued. Some time later, in the training room, Hanga opened her mouth in surprise. Ha-Beek froze with a dumbfounded face. Sojin sat with his legs crossed. There was a white bandage on the floor. Dagro was lying next to her. A brown-haired guy came up to him and asked if he was okay. The blonde asked if he was a hunter since birth or if it was all because of the age difference. He refuted this by saying that Baphomet was younger than him. The guy with a displeased look noted that he had gone crazy. Laughter was heard throughout the hall. He closed his eyes from laughter, exclaiming that his interest had grown even more. The brunette stood with a stupid smile. Raising the map above his head, he noted that thanks to it, he now had access to everything inside the guild building. His phone in his pocket rang. Looking at the blue sky, he answered the call and found out that it was Fane's. Standing outside, the hunter told the crossdresser that his old phone was broken. The guy indignantly asked why he continued to call him that, because he had a name. He said that he could not find where it all started, but he learned something else. Baphomet's eyes widened when they talked about Loki. He froze with the phone in his hands. His lips stretched into a grin. The brunette asked where he was. The boy was lying on the ground looking battered. The boy's mother was calling Yeho. Yeho raised his head, looking at his mother. The blonde asked how he was and if he was hurt. The boy said that he was fine. The blonde grabbed her son's hand, telling him to run and for him to hold her hand tightly. Yeho turned around, his eyes wide. He saw how the cross fell to the ground, and behind it stood monsters. The boy looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. The cross was engulfed in clouds of dust. An explosion occurred in the building. Loki's hood flew off his head. The blonde stopped with his hand on the ground, lowering his head. He looked at the protagonist with a sly smile, narrowing his eyes. The protagonist held his sword in his hands, angrily looking at Loki. The blonde said that he was as hot as before. The protagonist looked at his opponent with a haughty look. Loki asked how he knew he was there and that he was following him. The blonde looked at Baphomet with a sly look and a smile. He said that he didn't know he missed him so much. The protagonist threw a punch towards Loki, intending to cut off his head. Baphomet looked away in surprise, his eyes wide. Loki said that he was very harsh. The blonde stood to the side of the protagonist, releasing golden butterflies. He asked Baphomet that he wouldn't even give them a chance to talk. Loki smiled nervously, looking away. The blonde looked at the stumps left after the punch. He said that he felt sorry for the innocent trees, noting that they should value life. The protagonist grinned maliciously, looking at his opponent. He asked what he was trying to do to him with his words. Loki closed his eyes and smiled contentedly, saying that he was just having fun. The protagonist swung his sword, approaching Loki. The blonde extended his hand, saying that there were many spectators disturbing the overall atmosphere. Baphomet looked away in shock, his eyes wide. The blonde pointed his hand towards the people behind the wall. His eyes glowed golden, gathering energy in his hand. Loki asked what needed to be done to finish the job. An explosion occurred in the building, causing clouds of smoke and dust to rise. Xiang'an looked away in surprise, asking the hunter what he found. The manager looked away thoughtfully, pursing his lips. He said that the information he had was much more useful than he thought. The manager raised his eyebrows, looking serious, saying that they would assist. Xiang'an raised his index finger, saying that after finishing, he must submit a report and there should be no casualties. The protagonist created a barrier, protecting the people from the attack. The blonde man grinned evilly as he looked at the protagonist. He said that he was not the type to care about others. The protagonist put his hands in front of him, pursing his lips. Loki grinned bloodthirstily, his eyes wide. The protagonist looked at his opponent in bewilderment, his eyes wide. Loki summoned a huge snake, shouting the name Baphomet. The hunter opened his mouth wide, creating a magic circle, shouting Beelzebub to come out. The snake looked at Baphomet with its red eyes. The snake said that this was the elder sister's retribution. The snake opened its mouth wide, preparing to attack the protagonist. The snake shouted for Baphomet to die. Ice shards flew towards the snake. Magic circles appeared in front of the snake, protecting it from the shards. The snake closed its mouth, leaning towards Loki, thanking him. The blonde said that he felt it last time too, but this little boy. Beelzebub approached the protagonist from behind. The blonde asked how he was able to use such high-ranking magic. Beelzebub frowned in annoyance, looking at his opponent. The blonde asked who they were anyway. Beelzebub thought that Baphomet was an idiot, and he was starting to think that he had become good to him, but now he was using him like this. The boy closed his eyes, raising his palm. Baphomet told the boy that he understood what to do, and he had to die. Beelzebub said that he understood. The mage stretched his hand out in front of him. Baphomet raised his sword. The protagonist flew past the snake, approaching the blonde. The snake opened its mouth wide, moving towards the protagonist. It asked him how dare he. A blue aura appeared in the space. Beelzebub stopped the snake with his magic, asking where he was going. The snake turned his gaze to the mage. The mage stretched his hand out in front of him, pursing his lips. The snake called the mage, Brat. Beelzebub smiled maliciously, looking at his opponent. Loki said that he came there gritting his teeth. The blonde leaned away from the protagonist. Loki said that he brought that little thing with him to share with his familiar. Baphomet said that it was not only that. The protagonist touched Loki's shoulder with his hand. Baphomet looked at his opponent with a malicious look. He offered to go somewhere with him. The protagonist continued to hold the blonde by the shoulder. A glowing eye appeared from the side of the guys. Loki covered his face with his hand. He looked around in bewilderment. The blonde lowered his hands, looking at the starry space. The blonde stood with his back, looking to the side. The protagonist struck, hitting the ground as Loki bounced back. Loki was grinning madly as Baphomet appeared behind him. Loki said that he was unannounced. The protagonist slashed his sword at Loki's head. Baphomet cut off half of the blonde's face. Loki stared straight ahead in bewilderment, his eyes wide. The blonde's face began to glow and butterflies began to appear. The protagonist stood leaning towards the ground as butterflies filled the space. The blonde began to create clones of himself, telling Baphomet that he had indeed become stronger. Loki created several of his clones. The blonde hovered in the air behind his clones, saying that he had also changed during this time. The blonde smiled maliciously, his yellow eyes flashing. He said that a state in which all powers were perfectly structured. Many clones of the blonde hovered above the protagonist. Loki asked that they have fun. The protagonist raised his red gaze upward. Beelzebub stood with a serious expression, looking at the snake. The snake circled around the magician, fluttering his cloak. The magician stood motionless with his back. The snake opened its mouth wide, jumping on Beelzebub. The magician attacked the snake with a magical sphere of purple aura, saying that the python was very predictable. The snake narrowed its eyes, baring its fangs. Beelzebub jumped off the ground, raising clouds of dust. The snake lay on the ground, goggling its eyes, not understanding what this feeling was. The magician appeared in front of the snake's eye, looking at it with a malicious smile, asking where it was looking. The snake attacked the magician, but he managed to dodge. Beelzebub continued to jump, dodging the snake's blows. The magician smiled bloodthirstily, looking at his opponent. The snake opened its mouth in anger, its eyes wide, calling the mage a dung fly. Beelzebub smiled madly, looking at his opponent, asking how he knew he was a fly. The mage dodged the snake's attacks, which destroyed the floor with its body. The mage asked if it was really a snake, noting that judging by its sluggish movements, it was no more than an earthworm. The snake asked what kind of impudent man he was. Beelzebub looked at the snake with a slight smile, whose fangs stopped at his face. Beelzebub wrapped his chains around the snake's body. The mage smiled contentedly, narrowing his eyes slightly. He said that he had not fought anyone for so long that even a battle with such a lowly monster made his blood boil. Beelzebub looked at his opponent with a malicious look. He asked how he should deal with him then. The snake looked at Beelzebub with its mouth open and bewildered. The mage asked that since she was a familiar, she didn't know what snake meat tasted like. Beelzebub raised his hand, spreading his fingers. He said that he didn't know if his familiars would like it, adding that he would order them to savor her very slowly while she was still alive. Beelzebub smiled bloodthirstily, emitting a purple aura. He said that she would feel all the pain until her body was completely chewed. The mage's eyes turned red. Beelzebub said that it was so beautiful to see a creature shaking and twisted in pain. The snake looked straight ahead in fear. She screamed that it was not necessary. The twins pounced on Beelzebub, biting his arms. The mage said that it was very necessary. The mage looked in shock to the side from where the blood spurted. The mage pushed the twins away with his magical energy. The girls landed next to the snake, baring their teeth. Beelzebub grabbed his body with his hands. He looked at his hand in horror. His palm was covered in his blood. The twins approached the snake, calling it sister. The snake said that they can't be there because it is dangerous. The girls looked at the snake with tears in their eyes. The mage stood with his back, looking towards his opponents. He asked what they did again, created a new familiar. Beelzebub shook with anger, lowering his head. He said that the only time he bled was in the Tower of the Abyss during the battle with Baphomet, and it's not like he hasn't bled for a long time. Beelzebub said that he can't believe that he feels such pain and in the weak body of a child. The twins bared their teeth angrily, looking at the mage. Beelzebub said that it was a feeling of shame. Beelzebub exuded a terrifying red aura, spreading his arms out to the side. He transformed into a demon form, glaring at his enemies. He said that he would make it as if she had never existed. The snake looked at Beelzebub with fear and wide eyes. A huge pillar of energy appeared in the sky. The snake shouted at the girls to run. The blonde's clones were cut into pieces. The protagonist cut them into two. Baphomet immediately got rid of Loki's clones. One of the clones appeared behind the protagonist. The protagonist swung his sword, turning behind him. He cut the clone's body. The protagonist turned his head, seeing his opponents. Baphomet widened his eyes. Red magic circles appeared in the sky. Red chains attacked in different directions, getting rid of the clones. The chains pierced the head of one of the clones. The protagonist's foot appeared near his opponent's face. The protagonist crushed the enemy with his foot. He looked at Loki with an angry look. The blonde stood motionless, watching what was happening. He smiled wickedly. The protagonist looked at Loki, who began to emit a bright golden glow. Golden butterflies were flying in space. Loki said that it was amazing. Loki began to create a magical sphere in his palms, saying to take it easy. He raised his hand above himself, illuminating the space with a bright light. Loki's eyes looked soulless. He told Baphomet to try to cope with this too. Loki directed a bright light towards Baphomet. The protagonist's eyes widened, looking at the magical energy. The blonde's eyes widened when his body was pierced by a sword. He lowered his gaze, looking at the weapon. Baphomet was behind Loki, holding the weapon tightly in his hands. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily. He looked at his opponent with a mad look, telling him to die. The protagonist cut Loki's body with his sword. The blonde's eyes widened. The protagonist imagined the image of Loki in a white robe. He thought that as soon as he saw it, he immediately understood everything. Baphomet imagined how Loki's image shattered into cracks. He noted that his powers were already significantly superior to his. Loki's blood remained on the protagonist's sword. Baphomet thought that everything ended very boringly. The protagonist threw the sword over his shoulder, looking at the blonde's body. The protagonist closed his eyes, looking annoyed. He thought that it was resolved so easily, but why did it take so long to find him, noting that so much time was wasted? The protagonist widened his eyes, thinking that this reminded him. He remembered the system notification that told him to punish the Apostle of Lust. The protagonist extended his index finger, thinking that the main quest that came up during the first meeting with him. Baphomet looked straight ahead, dumbfounded, with his mouth slightly open. Baphomet looked at his hand in confusion, his eyes widening as he wondered what was wrong with his condition. Baphomet looked straight ahead in bewilderment. A notification appeared in front of him. He had to punish the Apostle of Lust. Baphomet didn't understand why the purge had failed. The protagonist looked away angrily, asking what was wrong. The protagonist looked at the blonde's body. The blonde was lying on the ground, headless, bleeding. Baphomet said that he was definitely dead, and he definitely stabbed him. The protagonist's eyes widened in bewilderment. Baphomet was shocked, asking if this was a mistake. The protagonist opened the quest window many times. It told him to punish the Apostle of Lust. The protagonist poked his finger at the system window furiously. He asked why it hadn't disappeared yet, telling Ra to go out and fix it. A message appeared in front of Baphomet. Ra wrote that it wasn't over yet. The protagonist pursed his lips as a monster's paw appeared behind him. The protagonist parried the attack with his sword. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion, thinking that this was deja vu. Baphomet covered his face with his hand, watching as many black tentacles appeared in front of him. A system notification appeared in front of the hunter. Urgent notification: a monster has appeared due to a system error. Hunters nearby must immediately deal with the monster. The protagonist looked straight ahead in surprise. Baphomet's eyes widened, looking confused. A huge monster appeared in front of him, emitting a golden aura. Baphomet asked what the hell that was. The white silhouette of a boy smiled maliciously, asking what he thought. A wicked smile was on the boy's face, who asked that he thought God existed. The monster with red eyes looked at the protagonist, saying that God does not exist. A powerful aura began to emanate from the monster. The protagonist was dumbfounded in shock as he looked at the monster. His eyes widened and his mouth was slightly open. The boy looked straight ahead in fear. His mother called out to Yeho. The boy stood in front of the hunter who had his body cut off. The huntress grabbed the boy, running away from the monsters. Yeho's mother ran up to her son, looking scared. The huntress told her to take it and run with the child. Iho's mother looked at the huntress with excitement, asking what it was. The huntress said that this device would show them a safe path, avoiding the monsters, to the shelter. Iho looked behind him with tears in his eyes. The huntress said that she wanted to give them a teleporter that would take them to the shelter, but she had already given it to other rescuers. The huntress said that while using it, there was a chance that they would run into other hunters. The brown-haired girl lowered her head, her mouth slightly open. Iho's mother asked what about her. The huntress stood up, covering the boys with her body. The body of the dead hunter was lying nearby. The brown-haired girl said that she couldn't leave her partner. A huge monster appeared in front of the huntress. The brown-haired girl looked at Iho's mother with a frightened look. She said that holding on longer was the only thing she could do until they were safe. Iho's mother grabbed the child's hand, running in the opposite direction. The huntress screamed for them to run. Iho looked at the huntress with tears in his eyes. He turned his head away and closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. The protagonist looked at what was happening, dumbfounded. Baphomet watched as little Iho ran past him. Baphomet asked what was Loki. The protagonist began to examine the area. He asked what kind of situation this was and whether these were his memories. Clouds of dust and smoke floated above the buildings. Iho and his mother hid behind a broken wall where the monsters were passing. The blonde looked at his mother in fear, who looked exhausted. The mother took her son by the hand, leaving the place. The mother and her son hid from the monsters behind a wall. The blonde used a device that showed the way. Iho looked away in shock. He saw a dead body lying not far from him. The monsters were walking along the streets of the city, sowing destruction. The mother covered the boy's mouth, sitting on the ground. They looked away in fear, their eyes wide. A monster's head appeared from behind the wall. Mom and Iho were horrified by what they saw. The monster was coming out from behind the wall, turning its head to the side. The monster walked among clouds of dust and smoke. The monsters bared their fangs, looking for victims. Debris from houses lay around the sewer manhole. The hatch cover lifted slightly, then it slammed shut. Iho and his mother raised their heads, looking at the man. The man asked if they were okay. The man held out his hand. He looked at the boys excitedly, holding out his palm to them. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes, saying that another second and there would have been trouble. The brown-haired man said that it was truly a blessing from God that they met them. People were walking in the gray room. The brown-haired man said that this was an underground shelter, and as they could see, the same people like them, who had safely escaped, running away from the monsters, had gathered there. Mom and Iho looked around the shelter, following the man. The brunette said that unlike other shelters, this place was run by people like them, since the government officials responsible for this shelter had left this place. The man pointed his hand towards the brown-haired man. He said that when everyone was desperate and realized that they had been abandoned, that man led them. The man closed his eyes and smiled slightly, saying that his name was Ju Hyun-cheol and that he was a pastor. Iho watched the pastor closely, his eyes wide. The brunette said that in fact, the number of people that this shelter can accommodate is limited, so if they accept any more people, it will be impossible to get through. The brunette noted that however, just as the pastor said that they needed to save at least one more person, they suddenly appeared. Iho's mother said that that's how it is. The brunette led the boys to a brown door, saying that that's where their room is. The boys entered the room, standing next to the bed. The brunette said that it was a little uncomfortable and cramped, but they should stay there until the gate shock situation returns to normal. Iho's mother said that it was enough for the two of them, noting that they had given them a place to live in peace, thanking them from the bottom of their hearts. The man closed his eyes and smiled widely. He said that it was also the pastor's doing, noting that they should thank him later. Iho's mother looked up in surprise. The dim light of the lamp illuminated the room. The blonde asked what that sound was. The man said it was the dinner notification, offering to go with him since he still had a lot to tell them about the rules of that place. The boys looked at the man with tired expressions. The brunette said that they needed to deal with their dirty clothes first. There were not many people sitting in the dining room. Iho and his mother changed their clothes, sitting at the table in the dining room. The man said that breakfast was at 7 in the morning, lunch at 12, and dinner at 6. The blonde asked how they replenished the food. Iho turned his attention to the side, his mouth slightly open. The brunette said that this bunker had food for 1 year. The blonde asked what year. After all, it will be resolved with the gate shock. The man said that it should be resolved, noting that they can also receive food supplies from the outside. Iho looked at the 3 men sitting nearby. The mother turned her attention to her son, asking what he was looking at. The brunette looked behind him, looking at the boys. He said that they were hunters, and they were going outside to get the missing food. Iho looked down sadly, taking the spoon. Mom said that it meant that they were hunters. The brunette stared at the boy. The mother looked at her son with concern. The brunette noted that they said that the hunters who saved them died and that he was very sorry. The mother said that she felt the same, but her child was full of compassion and love for people. The brunette said that in that case, let them join their Sunday service. The mother asked what the service was. The man said that they set up a prayer hall there, and they pray for the victims of this disaster. The boy looked at the man in surprise. The brunette asked what about him, let him join. The boy sat with a surprised face, changing into a shirt. Hyuncheol stood with his back to the cross, spreading his arms, offering to pray as if they were all one. The boy looked at the people who had closed their eyes and folded their hands. Yeho closed his eyes and folded his hands in front of him. Hyuncheol knelt down on one knee, folding his hands in front of his face. The boy sat motionless with his eyes closed. He remembered how the hunter in front of him was killed. Hyuncheol opened his mouth slightly, reciting a prayer. The boy sat humbly, his head slightly bowed. He remembered how the huntress protected them. Yeho opened his eyes slightly. He remembered the face of the huntress, who was trembling in fear. Yeho looked up, looking at the light in surprise. Hyuncheol stood with his head down, holding his hands together. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The pastor spread his arms out to the sides as a bright light appeared behind his head. Yeho smiled happily. He looked at the pastor with a wide grin. Baphomet said that if you dig in the dirt, it's easy to get dirty. The protagonist stood behind the boy, looking at him. The boy looked at the pastor with a crazy look and a smile. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious expression. He said that the general state of affairs was clear. Yeho said that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. There was a white lamp shining on the ceiling. Yeho noted that God said, "Let there be light," and there was light, and God saw the light that it was good. The light dimly illuminated the room. Yeho said that God separated the light from the darkness, and God called the light day and the darkness night. There were many wires stretching across the ceiling. Yeho noted that God said, "Let him create man in his own image, after his own likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth," adding that God created man in his own image. Yeho said, "In the image of God he created him, male and female he created him, and God blessed them." Yeho stood with a book in his hands, looking at it. Yeho read what God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the beasts, and over the birds of the air, and over all the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every living thing that moves on the earth." Hyuncheol clapped his hands. The pastor stood among the children in the study, saying that their brother Yeho reads out loud so well and they should clap. The boy raised his hand, looking at Hyuncheol with a smile, asking what God is like them. The pastor said that on the contrary, they are like God. The boy pointed to his nose when the girl grabbed her ear. The pastor said that God has eyes just like them, has a nose, has a mouth and ears too. Hyuncheol closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He said that this was not his entire appearance. The birds in the sky and even the lion running on the ground were all part of his appearance, but they could see him as a light whose shape was hazy. Hyuncheol opened his eyes slightly, looking at the children. He said that to be more precise, they were one part of the image and likeness of God. Hyuncheol pointed his hand towards the girl, saying that then Sister Neon would read the next page for them. Neon read what God had said. "Behold, he has given them every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, this will be their food." Yeho looked in surprise at Neon, who covered her mouth with her hand. Neon read that to all the beasts of the earth, and to all the birds of the air, and to every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and then she began to cough. The pastor looked at the girl worriedly, raising his hand. Yeho asked if she was okay. Hyuncheol said that she must be tired, asking Yeho to take her to the infirmary. Yeho looked at the pastor, holding Neon. The dim light illuminated the room. The boy was carrying Neon on his back. The girl apologized, saying that it was because of her. Yeho told her not to worry. Neon pursed her lips, looking at the floor with a serious look. Yeho looked at the girl in surprise. Neon asked if God really existed. The boy held the girl on his back, asking what she was talking about. Neon said that if God really existed, he would have thought of them and prevented such a disaster, and she would not have been sick like this either. Yeho looked in front of him thoughtfully. Many wires hung from the ceiling. Yeho said that he was also worried about this question, so he asked the pastor, and he said that it was something like a test of life. Yeho added that God gives them difficulties through which they grow. Neon raised her eyebrows at the blonde. She asked what about those who died? Those people could not pass this test. The blonde closed his eyes and smiled. He said that it was not so, they also did everything. They were just destined to meet God earlier, and since the living still have unfinished business on earth, God does not take them away. Neon said that it means he believes in the pastor's words. Yeho said that he feels his divinity. The blonde imagined the pastor with a light shining above his head. Yellow sparks of light flew in the air. The boy said that this is why he prays every day, just like the pastor tells them to. Neon said that she hopes the shock of the gate will disappear soon and peace will come to the world. The boy smiled widely, looking ahead. He said that it would be so, you just need to sincerely believe. The boy looked at Neon with a smile, saying that he wanted to become an adult faster. Yeho told the girl to get well soon too, offering to become good adults together. Neon closed her eyes and smiled slightly. The light illuminated the hallway of the room. Neon said that she would get off. Yeho asked how she was. The girl replied that she was fine and could already walk. Yeho held Neon, looking at her excitedly. The boys turned their attention to the side. A woman with a man was walking along the hallway. Neon asked if that was Minsu's mother. Yeho said that there was probably a hunter nearby. Neon asked where they were going. Yeho looked at the woman in confusion. He said that he did not know, offering to go to the infirmary first. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Neon looked at the blonde with confusion, asking what was going on. Yeho was looking straight ahead in shock, his mouth open. He lowered his head, leaving from there, saying that it was nothing and that he had to go. The pot of water fell on the floor. Yeho's mother looked at the woman with concern. The woman said that she was so sorry, and what should she do? Yeho's mother apologized to her. The women looked at the girl with displeasure. The brown-haired woman said that drinking water is the most important resource if you constantly drop it. The woman said that people do not think at all. The blonde looked at the floor in confusion, pursing her lips. The woman looked at the girl nervously, holding the pot in her hands. She said that she realized last time, asking that she had not tried to do anything around the house. Yeho's mother said that she only worked. The brown-haired woman asked where her husband was. Yeho's mother said that they divorced as soon as Yeho was born. The blonde looked at the woman in surprise, her mouth slightly open. The brunette said that then it was not surprising that she could not do housework, and in that case let her at least do small errands. The blonde said that it was good, even if she could help in this way. A dim light illuminated the corridor. Two women were standing in the corridor. One of them said that they had reported it that way back then. Yeho's mother was walking down the corridor with a calm face. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. The woman said that an exception would soon occur. The blonde thought that this voice. The woman crossed her arms over her chest, her mouth slightly open. She asked who would be expelled. The brunette said Yeho. The woman said that they seemed to have a good business before the gate shock, but there was no use in it, and to be honest, it was even a little sad. Of course, they would help them get to another shelter. Yeho's mother looked ahead, dumbfounded, raising her hand to her face. She thought about another shelter. Yeho's mother recalled the image and words of the brunette. She noted that the pastor had definitely said that they had to save at least one more, and so they immediately found one. The blonde approached the women, clenching her hand into a fist. The brunette said that if the pastor wanted it, by asking, then so be it, adding that even the others were thinking about it. The blonde asked if it was true. The girl looked at the women excitedly, frowning. She asked that it was not true that they wanted to throw them out, noting that of course there was nothing she could do. The blonde lowered her head, standing in front of the women. She said that there was no safer place than this. The woman asked that then, maybe she should go and ask the pastor. The light illuminated the dining room. The boy said that he did not want to. Minsu's mother looked at her son worriedly. Minsu said that he did not want to eat there. The brunette said that it was not right to be capricious about food at such a time. Yeho looked at Minsu's mother with a serious look. The boy asked her to give him chocolate. The brunette said that she did not have it yet and would give it to him tomorrow. The brunette closed her eyes and smiled. Yeho remembered seeing Minsu's mother. He lowered his gaze, pursing his lips. Yeho raised his gaze, looking at his smiling mother. The blonde told her son that she was going to have a talk with the pastor, so she should go and he should finish eating slowly. The boy looked down, putting food in his mouth. He turned his attention to the side when Minsu called out to him. Minsu looked at the boy with a smile, standing next to Neon. The boys followed Minsu down the hall. Yeho asked where they were going. Minsu said that he found a cool place and they would like it too. Neon said that they were told not to go there, asking if everything would be okay. Minsu told her not to be afraid, since the adults were busy with work. The blonde turned his attention to the side. In front of him were iron doors. Yeho asked what was there, noting that it was locked with iron doors. Minsu said that he heard that there was a tunnel made of water pipes, but it was not used and could collapse, so the entrance to it was blocked. The brunette pointed his finger to the side, saying that they should go there. The guys obediently followed the satisfied brunette. Yeho raised his gaze, his mouth slightly open. He was standing in a huge, beautiful hall. Neon looked around the room with a smile, saying that there was such a place there, noting that it looked like a temple from a manhwa. Baphomet looked at the room with a serious face. He said that the feeling from this place was similar to the one where the particles of that god, El, were. Baphomet imagined a red gate, saying that it was a nest of towers. Baphomet turned his head, standing behind the children. He thought that there was practically nothing left there, and could it be because of the gate's shock, but the room itself was intact. Minsu called the guys. Yeho ran with the girl to the brunette. Baphomet noted that the gate shock was due to no one paying attention to the towers, but the main reason could probably be the nest of towers that tirelessly formed them. Yeho's mom said that she heard this from others. The blonde sat at the table opposite the pastor. Hyuncheol said that since they lived as a community, he could not make a unilateral decision. Yeho's mom asked what she could do to stay in this shelter then. The blonde lowered her sad gaze. Hyuncheol said that as long as she worked to be useful and those around her felt supported by her, they could stay. Yeho's mom said that the list of things she could help with there was very limited. A silence fell over the pastor and the girl. The blonde looked at the pastor with hope in her eyes. Hyuncheol said that there was a way, asking why he had not thought of it. The blonde asked what way. Hyuncheol told her to join the church meeting every day, noting that most of the survivors of this bunker were involved in church activities, so she could win their hearts by participating in the meetings. Hyuncheol closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He said that it would be much easier for him to convince the others then. The pastor smirked slightly, raising an eyebrow. The blonde said that she would do so then, asking when the meeting was. Night had fallen in the city. Yeho was fast asleep on the bed when his mother placed her hand on his head. Yeho's mother came out of the room, meeting the pastor. She was given a black cape. Yeho's mother walked behind the people, putting a cape on herself. The blonde stood with a crowd of people in a room that looked like a temple. The people knelt down when the blonde continued to stand. Yeho's mother pulled the hood over her head and crouched after the people. She looked ahead, confused, with her brows furrowed. A pastor in a red cloak stood before the people. He smiled slyly, narrowing his eyes. Morning had come to the city. Minsu looked ahead, surprised, with his mouth open. He asked where Yeho had gone. Neon looked at the brunette with a calm face. She said that she didn't know either. Minsu asked if he had really gone to that place again. Neon asked where. Minsu said that he was going to the temple. A blue moon was shining in the night sky. Yeho's mother looked ahead, dumbfounded. The blonde went out into the hallway, looking around. She asked where her child was, noting that it was late and he was not in the room. A man in a black cloak approached the blonde. He asked what she was doing there, noting that she needed to get ready and start the service. The blonde said that Yeho had disappeared, so that's why. The man asked what he was missing, noting that he was somewhere in a shelter anyway, and they would find him quickly, and on that day, there was a special and very important service. Yeho's mom looked at the follower worriedly. The follower told her not to worry and with them. The blonde apologized, saying that she had to find Yeho first. The followers looked at Yeho's mom with displeasure. The blonde widened her eyes. The follower said that no matter how hard she tried, everyone would only remember her failure, noting that the younger generation was so frivolous. Yeho's mom looked at the backs of the followers leaving in fear. She looked worried, her mouth open. Yeho's mom remembered the pastor's words for her to join the church meetings every day, and then she would be able to win their hearts. Cold sweat ran down the confused girl's face. The blonde put on a black cloak, standing in the temple. She looked straight ahead with a frightened look. Yeho's mother thought that as soon as the service was over, she would immediately go look for Yeho. The pastor spread his arms out to the sides, thanking everyone who had gathered. He said that there was a full moon that day. The pastor smiled slightly, spreading his arms out. He thanked God for allowing them to gather on such a special and sacred day. Hyuncheol smiled wickedly, asking that then it was time to test their faith. Hyuncheol asked if they loved God. The followers shouted that they did. Hyuncheol asked if they were ready to give their lives for God. The people said that they did. The pastor smiled widely. Yeho's mother looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The pastor said that then they should show him their fire and holiness. The blonde's eyes widened, looking at what was happening in bewilderment. People began to throw off their cloaks. Black cloaks lay on the floor. The people stood before the pastor completely naked. Yeho's mom looked at the people in shock, covering her mouth with her hand. She didn't understand what it was. The blonde looked straight ahead in fear, her mouth open. People looked at the blonde with an angry look. The blonde was frozen in horror. The followers asked why she didn't show, and that she didn't love God, and she wasn't ready to give her life for God. The man pointed his finger at Yeho's mom. People started running towards the frightened girl. The follower called her an apostate. The blonde closed her eyes in horror and ran to the side. She opened her eyes, looking to the side in shock. Among the people, Minsu's mom was standing. The blonde asked if she was Minsu's mom. The blonde ran towards the pastor, calling out to him. Yeho's mom looked at Hyuncheol in bewilderment, saying that the people were strange. Yeho's mom looked at the pastor in horror. Hyuncheol asked if she didn't want to stay in the shelter, noting that she would have to win their hearts then. The pastor looked at the blonde with a crazy look, saying with her body. People's hands were reaching out to Yeho's mother. A black silhouette was visible behind the wall. Yeho watched in horror. Yeho's eyes widened, not understanding what to do. Yeho imagined Minsu, saying that he always ate chocolate. The blonde remembered Minsu handing over chocolate, saying that he even shared it with them. Yeho noted that because no one ever went outside, one day. Yeho remembered how he and the boys stood in front of the brunette. Yeho noted that they asked where he got such a precious thing as chocolate. Minsu said that his mother gave it to him. Yeho remembered the image of a smiling brunette. The boy remembered seeing Minsu's mother with a man. The boy sat against the wall, his knees pulled up to his chest. He He raised his head, peering out from under his bangs. Yiho noted that his mother did too. The blonde entered the room, locking the door behind her. She looked at the blonde with a soulless gaze, smiling slightly. She knelt down in front of her son, holding out her hand. Yiho's mother said that she had helped people this time too, so here it is. In the girl's hand were pieces of chocolate in a wrapper. She said that she was given chocolate as a thank you, asking that he liked chocolate. Yiho noted that from that day on, his mother began to bring chocolate. The blonde widened his eyes, pressing his lips together. The boy smiled madly, looking at his mother. The blonde smiled nervously, widening his eyes. He turned to his mother. The blonde smiled slightly. He opened his mouth, talking to his mother. The girl looked at her son with an exhausted look. She slightly tilted her head, looking at Yiho with a smile. Yiho told his mother that they should go there, adding that he heard that there was a tunnel of water pipes that was used a long time ago. The mother and son were holding hands. They were standing near a cliff. Yiho told his mother that if they fell there, then everything would finally get better. The dim light slightly illuminated the room. Yiho and his mother jumped off the cliff. There were splashes of blood on the floor. Yiho noted that he died that day. The blonde was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. The full moon was shining in the sky. Yiho noted that on the third day, he came back to life. The boy was lying on the floor when the system window appeared in front of him. The boy was lying with his eyes open, when at that moment his mother was lying nearby. Yiho's eyes were shining golden. The blonde remembered when he was sitting on his knees with his hands folded. Yiho noted that it was really funny when he thought about it, to feel the divinity in a mere human being. The boy's body shook in panic. Yiho noted that Neon's words were true. If God had thought about the dire situation they would be in, would he have allowed the gate shock to occur? The blonde gritted his teeth as tears streamed down his face. He noted that if God had really thought about them, then this wouldn't have happened to him and his mother, adding that even if he had allowed it to happen. The boy clenched his palms tightly. He noted that his prayers would not have been answered anyway. Yiho sat on his knees with his head down. He noted that he had been praying for that damned scam pastor to die. The boy smiled maliciously, saying that of course he didn't exist. The blonde widened his eyes, saying that he was talking about God. The boy looked at the cross on the table, saying that it never existed. Yiho started to rise from the floor, emitting a golden aura. He widened his eyes, looking up. The boy's gaze looked angry. Yiho looked away. He walked over to his mother, who was lying in a pool of blood. Yiho extended his hand to his mother's body. Yiho's mother's body began to shine with a golden light. A yellow aura filled the space. Two girls appeared from it. The girls extended their hands to the boy. They hugged him from behind, looking at Yiho with a smile. The twins said that they were pleased to meet their master, noting that they were his familiars. Yiho slightly opened his mouth. The twins said that he only ordered, and they would do anything. Yiho asked that anything, and they would obey his words. The familiars smiled wickedly, narrowing their eyes, saying that of course. The blonde looked at the twins with a bloodthirsty smile. He told them to kill that creature, the pastor, then. A dim light illuminated the corridor. The women walked along the corridor, talking to each other. The brown-haired woman asked what she really saw. The woman said that she saw Yiho and his mother walking that way, and after that, they have not been seen for 3 days. The brown-haired woman looked at the agitated woman with displeasure. The woman said that they were wrong to talk about it then. The brown-haired woman asked what she was talking about. The woman remembered how Yiho's mother heard their conversation. She said that they knew that the blonde was eavesdropping then, but they still said so. The woman remembered how the blonde approached them. She said that until they started stirring it up. The brown-haired woman looked at the woman furiously. She asked that if they had not done this, then they would have become the target of this crazy group. Yiho stood nearby when the women were talking. The brunette asked that they had come to an agreement and why was she making her out to be a bad person. Yiho called out to the ants. The boy looked down excitedly, holding his hand, asking them to save his mother. Black silhouettes were visible near the cliff. The women looked inside. The brunette looked back, looking at the frightened boy. She asked what she was doing down there. Yiho said that she had tripped, asking for help. The brunette said that it was so high there, she must have broken her neck. The woman asked how they could say such a thing to a child. The boy put his hands behind his back, looking sadly at the floor. The brunette said that the two of them would not help much, asking if he could go and get more adults. The women looked at the blonde in shock, frowning. Yiho said that his mother had become strange. When she went somewhere every night, she always came back with chocolate, asking if they knew anything about it. The brunette smiled awkwardly as she looked at the woman. She said that she was participating in a worship service that only adults were allowed to attend, asking Yuan's mom if she was telling the truth. Yuan's mom said that she was. The boy pressed his lips together, hiding his gaze behind his bangs. The brunette said that the pastor was organizing this worship service, asking if he liked the pastor. The women smiled nervously as they looked at the blonde boy. Yiho said that he didn't. He narrowed his eyes at the aunties, saying that he hated him. The twins approached the women, pushing them off the cliff. Yeho closed his eyes, saying that everything was becoming clear. Yeho looked up with his soulless gaze. He said that the people there were participating or watching indifferently what the pastor was doing, adding that this was the price they had to stay alive. The twins looked at their master with a smile. Yeho asked if it wasn't disgusting. The twins said it was. The familiars smiled bloodthirstily as their eyes turned black. Yeho asked if they knew what to do then. The girls swung their hands with sharp claws. The people ran away in panic as the twins attacked them. The boy looked behind him, his eyes wide. Suddenly, his head flew off his shoulders. The girl looked at the boy's body in shock. She looked up, her eyes wide. A huge white snake appeared above her. The snake looked at her with its red gaze. Neon stood in the middle of the room, looking at the people running away. The girl looked away in fear, asking her mother where she was going. The girl noticed Yeho nearby. The blonde man was standing behind the running people. Neon asked what it was, Yeho. The girl ran up to the blonde man, asking where he was. Neon said that it must be dangerous there. The girl grabbed the blonde boy's hands, saying that they needed to save themselves. Neon looked at Yeho in bewilderment. The blonde boy stood there with a serious expression on his face, his mouth slightly open. He said that when a person becomes an adult, sometimes he has no choice. Neon looked at the boy in surprise, her eyes wide. Yeho said that they had talked to her about this. Even when he became an adult, he would no longer be able to become a good person. Neon asked what he meant. Yeho remembered how he carried Neon on his back, looking at her with a smile. Yeho said that even when she became an adult, the message of becoming a good adult, she would not be able to hold back. Red snake eyes appeared from behind the blonde boy. Yeho looked at the girl with tears in his eyes, smiling slightly. He said that this is why it is better to die while she is still a child. There was a chandelier with candles hanging from the ceiling. Hyuncheol stroked Minsu's mother's cheek, saying that she was so beautiful. Hyuncheol asked how old she was this year. The brunette stood motionless next to the pastor, saying that she was 35. The pastor said that it was a great age, asking how they broke up with the baby's father. Minsu's mother said that as soon as the gate shock appeared, he abandoned them and ran away alone, but he couldn't run far and died. The brunette smiled sadly, looking at the floor. The pastor said that he was called a man, but he couldn't protect his woman and child. The brunette said that he really was disgusting. Minsu's mother looked at Hyuncheol with a smile, asking that he was different. The brunette asked that he would protect her and Minsu to the end, wouldn't he? The pastor said that of course. He smiled wickedly, saying that it also depended on how she would act. The pastor looked at the guy who ran in with fear. The boy said that they were in trouble. Hyuncheol asked what the noise was. The brunette looked at Hyuncheol in fear, his mouth open. The twins attacked the boy, cutting him into pieces. Hyuncheol looked at what was happening in horror, asking what it was. Hyuncheol bared his teeth, looking nervously ahead. Yeho said that they should beware of false prophets. The boy entered the room. He said that they come to people in the guise of sheep, but in reality they are ferocious wolves, and they recognize them by the fruits of their deeds. The blonde stood with a smile behind the familiars. He said that this is what he learned from him, the pastor. Yeho looked at Hyuncheol with a furious look, saying that who would have thought that it would be him. The pastor looked at the blonde furiously, his mouth wide open. He asked with a shout what he did there. The pastor's eyes widened. The twins stood in front of him with a smile. They approached the pastor, hugging him. Hyuncheol said that they were amazing girls. Hyuncheol smiled shyly when the girl approached his ear. The girl said that she wanted to ask him a question. Hyuncheol asked what question. The familiar approached the pastor's ear, asking why he started this, noting that he was a man who betrayed God's words. Hyuncheol's eyes widened, looking crazy. He said that he was not a pastor or anything. Hyuncheol remembered sitting on a pew in the church. He said that before the gate shock exploded, he was just an ordinary churchgoer who came to the church service. Hyuncheol recalled standing in the rubble. He said that during the service, the gate shock occurred, the church collapsed, and everyone who attended the service died. Hyuncheol looked towards the pastor who was crushed by a rock. He said that the pastor died too. Hyuncheol picked up the Bible, looking at it in horror. He looked away, his mouth slightly open. Hyuncheol noticed that there were people who survived nearby. People approached Hyuncheol, asking if he was a pastor. The pastor opened his mouth wide, saying that he was just called that. Minsu's mother looked at the scene in horror. The pastor said that the story about the people from the administration in charge of this shelter escaping was also a lie. Yeho stared at the pastor, his lips pursed. The pastor said that he and the hunters they had come to see eye to eye with had decided to appropriate this hideout, so he had pushed them to kill these government officials. The twins hugged Hyuncheol, who was smiling madly. The pastor said that the situation was dire anyway, and no one knew anything. Hyuncheol smiled madly, asking why he was telling the whole truth. Blood splashed out. The twins hit the pastor below the stomach. Hyuncheol bared his teeth, looking down in horror. The twins stuck out their hands, smiling bloodthirstily. Minsu's mother covered her mouth, looking at what was happening in horror. Yeho smiled madly. He looked at the pastor with a mad look and a smile, calling him an apostate. Blood splashed on the hand with the claws of the demon girls. Minsu's mother looked at what was happening in horror, covering her mouth. The girl's other hand was also covered in the pastor's blood. Yiho watched the scene with a malicious grin. The pastor's hand was stretched upward after his blood was scattered throughout the space. The two demon girls tore the pastor's body to shreds. The blonde bared his teeth maliciously. He looked towards Minsu's mother with a lively smile and noted that she had an affair with such a scumbag. The blonde's two familiars looked furiously at the brunette. She convulsively pressed herself against the wall and screamed to be spared, because she was also a victim, and added that if she hadn't been doing this, she wouldn't be here. She screamed in horror and numbness that she had a child and he wouldn't survive without her. The blonde stood in the distance between the two girls. He looked back indifferently and told them not to worry because Minsu was already dead. His mother looked forward with a downcast look. She looked ahead with a crazy look, smiling slightly, realizing that there was nothing holding her here anymore. The other people were trying to run away. They all got cuts and fell to the ground. The wooden structure of the roof. People were looking through the hole in the guy's head. The armed guys were looking in horror at the fallen bloody body. They saw piles of dead and bloody bodies in front of them, not understanding why everyone was dead. The blonde's hair was flying. They saw the blonde in black who finished off the last guy. They saw Yiho standing next to the black silhouette of a girl and did not understand why she was naked, as if today was a special meeting. The boy with a drooping grin looked back. The three hunters stood in front of Yiho and his blonde, who greeted them. The three guys looked ahead with displeasure and disdain when the boy said that he should not have called some trash hunters at all. The archer did not like this phrase at all and asked to repeat it. The boy replied that these guys would die soon anyway. The blonde furiously rushed to attack on Yiho's order. She reached her claws into the archer's face. A powerful blow knocked out fragments of walls and dust. The boy watched what was happening from the side. Suddenly, his eyes bulged, not understanding what appeared in front of him. These three hunters began to kick the blonde and ironically joked about her, as if she had pounced like a beast and did not have the strength to kill. The archer looked at the girl with a malicious expression on his face. He held her angry face in his hands, noting that her face was cute. He added that this girl was clearly different from those they had fought before. Suddenly, the boy from the side shouted to stop it all. The brown-haired man sarcastically looked towards his laughing friends, ironically joking that this kid was forbidding them something. At the same moment, they looked away with disdain. The archer hit the boy's stomach. The blonde immediately fell to the ground, holding his stomach. The hunter told the boy to understand what situation he was in now, because he hated such brats who did not understand the situation and dared to stick their noses up. The brown-haired man looked with slight bewilderment at his guys, who began to discuss the situation, and added that this child looked very suspicious because he still felt the power of the awakened. The guy with the spear added that it was a child, and he did not think so. The bloody blonde lay on the ground and the guys began to note that this girl was also strange, as if not human, assuming a familiar. The brown-haired man looked back sarcastically while the boy writhed in pain. He smirked at the fact that at such an age and was already awakened with familiars, thinking that this kid could kill everyone here. He grabbed Yiho by the hair and lifted his twisted face. The archer noted that it was clever, but as much as Yiho didn't want to brag, he added that it was definitely not worth using power like that. He gloated at the boy's face as he held his hair. He stated that with such great power came great price, and as his older awakened mentor, he wanted to teach the boy how to behave. The archer crouched down next to the boy while the blonde lay unconscious. The archer wanted to play with this familiar first. The blonde looked on in shock when he was told to watch closely. These hunters rushed towards Yiho's mother under the cloak. He looked on in shock when the hunters shouted that they would play with the familiar properly. A bunch of hands reached out to the frightened silhouette of Yiho's mother. They started laughing because the familiar looked like a woman, but it didn't stop them. The archer looked at the blonde with an angry expression. He looked at the boy with disdain, who explained that he knew he couldn't defeat the hunters anyway, so he wanted to use another method. The two hunters started looking around because of the sound. Rock fragments started falling from the air. A huge bloodthirsty snake was trying to eat the sitting archer. There was a powerful blow and everything started to crumble, which made the hunters realize what kind of beast it was. The exhausted blonde lay on the ground and realized that the bait worked. The girl suddenly woke up, opening her eyes. The hunters were looking up at the destroyed wall. The three of them looked up when everything around was destroyed. They realized that the familiar had turned into a snake and escaped with the boy. They looked up while rocks were falling from above. The boy said that the hunters had played too much, and the boys realized whose voice it was. They continued to look up indignantly when they were joked about the hunters not being strong. The monster's huge paw stepped onto the ground. The blonde said with a sly grin that before he got to this shelter, he was saved by hunters. The huge black silhouette of Loki with tails looked down. The boy added that at that time, the hunters were very strong. He said with a smile that after the hunters saved him, they were killed. The monster with tails jumped down. It looked ahead with its red eyes. The hunters immediately became scared and began to worry. There was a powerful emission of dust and stones after the impact, and the boy asked the boys if they could hold out without dying. These hunters lay dead weight after a while. All the people in the shelter were also killed and lay on the floor. The blonde was also lying unconscious on the ground, and after that, Iho, who had fainted from lack of strength, was saved by other hunters who asked him about everything. He remembered sitting with his hands folded and being asked questions about his name and where his parents were. Through his bangs, Iho smiled sarcastically when he was asked if it was true that the monster had killed the people in the shelter. He then closed his eyes and replied that he did not remember anything and did not tell them anything. After awakening, he acted as a hunter, and it was hard for him to survive alone as an orphan, and sometimes he used his abilities, but he never had any thoughts of becoming a hunter. Since he had finished his revenge, he ended up joining this side naturally. As an adult, he walked past a crowd of people. He sided with the illegals who were not registered by the state even if they were awakened. The blonde looked back at the girl who complimented him on his beauty. The girl with green hair smiled shyly at Iho. Under the cover of night, light was coming from the windows of the building. The naked girl smiled, holding a phone and asking Iho if he had a code name. While she was lying on the bed, he wiped his head. He noted that he was not a hunter, to which the girl stated that she could not address him without a formal name or a name, answering that her code name was Peacekeeper. He explained that the girl should have known that this name definitely did not suit her. The blonde looked away timidly, wiping his head. She said that this code name suited her because as a mediator, she resolved the customer's problems with justifiable homicide. The guy answered that they had different ideas about the meaning of this word. The peacemaker said that if the guy did not want to think about his code name, then she decided to come up with one herself. He became interested and said that it should be something with meaning. Iho stared at the girl who said that the code name would be Loki. Various books and objects stood in the closet of the room. The peacemaker noted that it was a god from the Scandinavian pantheon, and the guy asked why this name. The green-haired girl smiled tremulously and said that it was an illusory ability that he possessed and made the picture real for other people, but in fact it was an illusion, adding that Loki is the god of lies. The naked guy with the towel looked away, and the girl said that the name suited him very well. He immediately sat down on the bed next to the girl, noting that it sounded good. She joked that she had a talent for naming and now wanted to call the guy Loki. The blonde looked back through his bangs when the girl decided to ask him an interesting thing about why he did not use his power for his own desires. The green-haired girl looked away with a smile and said that everyone does it, including her, because they use their abilities to satisfy their needs, but he did not seem like that to her. The night city was illuminated by the light from the windows. The peacemaker thought that the guy just did not know what he wanted yet. Iho walked along the boulevard in a cap, realizing that this was nonsense, because he had already achieved what he wanted with the help of revenge. Iho stopped when he was addressed from behind. The elderly couple looked at him with a smile and said that they saw the guy as a kind person and they wanted to invite such people to one place. The white light spread. The guy on the stage said into the microphone that today everyone gathered in this hall would be happy because today they welcomed a special guest. It was an elderly smiling man in a beautiful outfit. He was introduced as the founder master, who was supposed to show a divine miracle today. The whole crowd of people began to joyfully rejoice, shouting compliments towards the master. The bald man spread into a satisfied smile, listening to compliments addressed to him. He extended his hand towards the sad couple, where there was a man with a cane. The brown-haired man lowered his head with his eyes closed, because he was blind and had an accident as a child. All the people looked at what was happening with concern and tried to pity him. Next to the guy walked his mother, as he said. A crying mother walked next to her blind son and explained that if only she had not let go of his hand, then nothing would have happened to her child, and she thought that it was all her fault. The host became slightly sad, raising the microphone in front of him, and said that the mother and son were filled with the deepest feelings and worries and cares. He immediately cried out that now the worries would come to an end. The white blanket flew into the air. The host shouted that now the founder would give sight to this man. The master stood in front of the table on which the guy was lying. He opened his palm in front of the guy's face in a scarf. He looked intently through his fingers. Then the master began to pronounce his spell. All the people looked at what was happening with anticipation. The elder continued to say his words. The crowd of people clenched their fists of faith for the health of the guy. Then the master furiously shouted his spell. The guy under the scarf began to fuss. He immediately jumped up sharply, opening his eyes. He began to touch his face in a daze, realizing that he had eyes. The crowd of people looked on in shock when they heard that the boy could see. They immediately raised their hands in jubilation, rejoicing at the success of the founder. The healer put his hands behind his back and listened to the compliments addressed to him again. The bald old man smiled with his eyes closed, listening to the joyful exclamations of the people. Suddenly, a boy who was jubilant behind the people raised his hand and began to laugh loudly. The crowd of people looked back in shock when the boy said that he came here because of the conversation with the old people, noting that at such an inopportune time there were idiots who still did such things. The host looked at the worried bald old man with disgust. A boy from the crowd shouted that if the healer could perform miracles, then why had he not done anything about his bald head yet? The host looked away with disdain. Iho began to walk forward, listening to the people's cries that the healer did not care about himself first and simply could not help himself. A blonde man nicknamed Iho jumped onto the stage to the master and the host. The blonde man looked out from under his cap with a sneer, and they asked him where he came from. Iho replied that it would be worthwhile to bring him back to life once. The guy stretched out his hand towards the man and cut off his head. The master and the host looked at this in shock. The people looked at this with a frightened look too. The decapitated body fell to the floor next to Iho and the healer to the screams of the people. The healer and the host opened their mouths in horror. The blonde man joked that the master should now save the man. Iho, nicknamed Loki, laughed maliciously under his cap, wanting to see a miracle from the old man. The crowd of people looked at what was happening with alarm. The black silhouette started shouting towards the frightened healer, hinting that he should save the man here to revive him. Iho looked at the running woman. The woman looked back at the blonde man, who asked her where she was running to if her son had died. The woman shouted after him that it wasn't her son because she wasn't even married. Iho watched as the woman pointed her finger at the healer and said that it was the first time she'd ever seen the master, who had simply given her money to play their role. Iho, under his cap, looked to the side and ironically noted that he was right, because in their days it would have been stupid to believe in something like that. He immediately looked to the side with malicious glee and asked the crowd of people if they had all believed the swindler. The man stared ahead. The blonde man looked back at the dumbfounded crowd, who realized that it was all a lie. The black silhouettes of people looked disappointed. The eyes of these people reflected the betrayal of the god they believed in. In the past, the blonde looked forward with tears in his eyes as he experienced the same feeling. Iho stood motionless. Then he touched his cap, lowering his head, listening to the crowd's screams about the deceiver of the healer. He covered his face as the crowd of people rushed forward, wanting revenge for the master. The boy crouched on the ground while the crowd ran forward. He began to smile maliciously. He began to laugh and cry in amazement, covering his face. He began to laugh and realize at this point that his thirst for revenge had not yet exhausted itself. Two familiar girls were floating in the air. They were getting closer and closer to the ground. Between them, the head of the sect landed under a cape. The crowd of people along with the crying brunette screamed about the founder. As the crowd continued to scream, one girl grabbed her head. Another girl fell to her knees in the middle of the crowd. The blonde understood that now the crowd of people could chant about the god as much as they wanted. The naked guy under the cloak was shining all over. The blonde understood that the crowd of people could give themselves completely, both body and soul. Under the hood was the black mask of the sect leader. After all this, in despair, he wanted them to deny the existence of God because it was similar to what he once felt. The main character stood behind the crowd all in black. He began to walk forward. The main character under the white light looked forward. Then he closed his eyes, and then opened them again with a sad look. In front of him hovered a huge insect monster, similar to a butterfly. A notification began to pop up that it was necessary to free the apostle of lust from sin. Baphomet sharply soared upward from the wave of the creature's tentacle. He looked at the scene through his bangs with glee, asking the apostle if this action was all he wanted to say. Loki was hovering in the air with wings, and the protagonist did not understand why Loki had taken the form of a monster. The hunter immediately began to deftly dodge Loki's numerous attacks. Baphomet looked forward from under his brows, recalling the words of Seong-un's manager. At that moment, the manager stood with an angry look and said that, to be more precise, the composition of the formed bodies of hunters and monsters was examined, and the results showed that all, except for the heart, had the same nature, so an interesting thought came to his mind that hunters and monsters were most likely no different. He recalled the image of Ra in a white dress, trying to understand what relation she had to monsters and people at all. The monster stretched its tentacles forward. The protagonist looked angrily through his bangs. He quickly cut Loki's tentacle. Then his blade was about to cut the other tentacles. Again and again he cut the tentacles. 3 more tentacles of the Apostle of Lust were reaching towards his back. With a quick movement, he immediately cut them all with his sword. With a furious look, he flew down. The guy flew with a large sword from above Loki. Baphomet swung his blade with a red aura, wishing death on the Apostle. He left a red trace of energy near the monster. The Apostle's head split into 2. The protagonist looked angrily through his bangs. Suddenly, Loki's head began to connect. The protagonist looked at what was happening in confusion. Loki's tentacle waved over a bright light. A bunch of stretching tentacles stretched towards the protagonist. The hunter looked back with a puzzled look. He looked at the black tentacles stretching from below. A black blade appeared from one tentacle and he realized that the monster could regenerate. The hunter looked back at the glowing Apostle of Lust. A powerful stream of light emitted in space. Clouds of smoke filled the purple space. Then a cloud of dust began to develop in a circle. Black chains began to stretch towards the monster in the cocoon. The protagonist looked at it through his bangs with indignation and could not believe that it was regeneration. A magic circle with a hieroglyph appeared behind the hunter, from which chains stretched, since it was already difficult for him to cope. Black chains stretched from above down to Loki. They began to shackle the apostle. There was a hole near the monster's belly with teeth, and at the same moment, it immediately regenerated. The main character with an axe jumped from the ground up to Loki. He flew upwards when yellow chains tried to shackle him. The apostle looked at what was happening with a dissatisfied grin. Golden chains hovered in the space between the protagonist and the apostle. Baphomet covered his face with his hands, saying that no matter how much the apostle recovered, he would still win. The apostle with the face of an insect looked sadly. The protagonist screamed furiously that the apostle should have died already because he had already cut him off from all sides. Again, the monster's head split into two parts. The entire chopped monster began to regenerate again. The brunette looked at what was happening with surprise. He grinned maliciously through his bangs and noted that the apostle really got him. The monster opened its mouth and began to emit yellow fragments. It began to emit yellow circles of impulses into space. The protagonist hid under his protective barrier with chains, realizing that this could be limitless regeneration. The brunette, with a stunned look, bulged his eyes, realizing that this was an attack. He began to think about the fact that this was Gehenna's space. He opened his mouth and cast a skill. Yellow orbs began to appear in the sky. Numerous yellow orbs began to appear near Loki. Then they all headed to attack the protagonist. The brunette looked up with anticipation. He understood that there was flame energy here. The stream of fire collided with the aura of yellow orbs. The apostle looked at what was happening in a cloud of dust. Loki narrowed his red eyes. Suddenly, he saw that his wings had become cut off. The brunette stood in a cloud of dust, looking at the injured apostle, realizing that he had found a way. Baphomet spoke words of superiority. He imagined the hieroglyph of a white eye, realizing that in towers of legendary level or lower, all attacks, including attacks on monsters, became available. Baphomet stared ahead through his bangs, realizing that Gehenna's space had similar properties to the towers. A magical purple circle appeared in front of the apostle, and he realized that he could also use certain attacks here. The hunter realized that the skill of unlimited regeneration during a physical attack was very vulnerable to magical damage. The brunette immediately swung his sword over his shoulder, preparing to attack. His sharp blade was surrounded by fire. The apostle looked at what was happening with a downcast look. The protagonist rushed to fly to attack the monster with a fiery sword. He swung his blade furiously, wanting to end the fight. The monster, wounded on its wings, was hovering in the air. He looked at what was happening in horror. Suddenly, the protagonist was stunned and amazed. He found himself in a white space. Then he began to fall on the lying silhouette of Yiho. The guy looked at the blade with a smile. The sword came close to the neck of the smiling guy, who thanked him. A red beam of light flashed through the air. The brunette landed on the ground after hitting the blade. Immediately behind him, a powerful explosion occurred. The monster began to burn to ashes in the fire. The boy began to fall down. His wings were burning in the fire. The blonde was flying down into the dark space. The hunter swung his blade, while the monster was burning behind him. Notification that he had freed the apostle of lust from his sin. The purge was complete. Gehenna's area disappears. Beelzebub ran to the protagonist, in front of whom was a magical wall. The boy looked at the protagonist's back with excitement, trying to say that the hunter had completed the task. The two of them, in cloaks, looked at the burned body. Beelzebub indifferently looked away, noting that since the familiars were gone, the master should have died too. He immediately looked sarcastically through his bangs, noting that he hadn't had fun for so long. He remembered how he killed all the people and everything was covered in blood, that he even felt a little sad. Beelzebub looked from the side at the protagonist's face, saying that in any case, he helped as much as he could. The brunette looked ahead with indignation, and the boy did not understand what was happening. He remembered the moment when he flew with a sword on Yiho in space. He was the one who killed without any hesitation, and that moment seemed to be out of himself. The brunette thought about what was happening when Beelzebub waved his hand at him. He thought about how he could have doubted when he learned the story of the apostle, but Beelzebub tried to call out to Baphomet. The brunette looked away in confusion, while Beelzebub waved his hand, trying to reason with Baphomet, who realized that he even had compassion. He immediately grabbed his head, not understanding how he had come to this, while Beelzebub called him names. The brunette began to get angry, holding his face, feeling that he was sick. In response to his shouts, the boy immediately received a blow to the head so that he would not mumble. Beelzebub held his bump and cried tearfully, while the brunette got angry at him for being annoying. Suddenly, a red notification popped up in front of the brunette. He was suddenly surprised and dumbfounded. Beelzebub looked at the hunter with a feeling of resentment. A notification popped up that the main quest of punishing the Apostle of Lust Loki was completed and he was due a reward in the form of a special skill Loki. A slight fog enveloped the city. Dim light seeped onto the balconies of the houses. An elderly woman held a box and turned to her husband's sister, asking her to try the kachori, which was bland and should be liked. Another elderly relative took the box in her hands and thanked him for such a gift, asking about the sauce that she recently made. It turned out to be quite good and wanted to treat the brunette. They both looked away with disdain. They saw Uriam in glasses in the distance, who had been waiting for the protagonist for several days. The hunter in black glasses was wondering if Baphomet was home now. She stood in front of his door in front of the steps, trying to figure out how to start a conversation if they met, to apologize for coming unceremoniously. She remembered sitting at a table in a cafe and talking on the phone with Manhwa, who ended the conversation rudely, and she had no desire to call again. She crossed her arms and looked puzzled, thinking that she needed to sort this situation out quickly, because she understood that without such a reliable mercenary as Baphomet, it would be difficult to cope in the tower. She remembered how she was approached with a question about whether she had any romantic feelings towards Mr. Manhwa. The brunette looked away intently through her glasses. She stood with her arms crossed when she heard a conversation behind her about what could await the guys in the evening. She looked away in a daze when she heard that the boys had decided to eat quickly. However, some of them did not want to eat so quickly because eating was the most important aspect in the frantic pace of the world. The protagonist slightly bared his teeth and noted that Beelzebub was still small, and therefore the frantic pace of the world did not exist for him. The protagonist held his head, standing next to Beelzebub. He understood that this was the case last time, and did not understand why this little trickster was so worried about the quality of the food. The two of them were standing above the stairs when Uriam quickly jumped to the ground. Suddenly, those same grandmothers looked at the girl. The huntress, with a dumbfounded and dejected look, did not understand why she decided to hide at all. The brunette looked forward with disdain, seeing the grannies. He immediately looked to the side when Beelzebub asked the granny if they could go eat already and called Baphomet with them. It was a small provincial alley. Beelzebub looked dumbfoundedly at the book, explaining that the very skill for killing Loki was the skill for summoning a familiar. The protagonist stood in front of a seated Beelzebub, who noted that even after killing Raven, he received a special skill as a reward. They presented two silhouettes of Loki and Raven, each of whom was an apostle of anger and lust. The guys talked under the roof. Beelzebub noted that if in the future the rest he would have to deal with were similar to these apostles, then it was obvious that it would be possible to receive their special skills as a reward. The boy looked ahead with displeasure. He looked from under his brows with a displeased look and tried to understand who Baphomet was and why the goddess Ra could let him go so far. The hunter slightly grimaced when he heard Beelzebub's request to summon a familiar. The guy added that the familiar was shaped according to the nature and inclinations of the summoner, and he was thinking about what abilities it would have if there were several of them. The protagonist clenched his fists and closed his eyes. With his eyes closed, he said the words about inclination. Suddenly he turned to an angry Beelzebub, who was pointing at the fly. Baphomet thought that the dung fly was Beelzebub's familiar, when suddenly the guy started to justify it, saying that it was small and valuable since it was not for fighting, but for gathering information. The guy immediately shouted that it was necessary to see what kind of familiar the protagonist would have. The protagonist looked calm, closing his eyes. He imagined a glowing monster with horns in the dark space. He wanted to see a frightening familiar in front of him, with sharp fangs, a fighter with an instinct for merciless and brutal killing. He stared ahead, realizing that it would be the strongest monster. A red circle lit up in front of the main character since the familiar summoning skill was used. Beelzebub covered himself with his hands from the stream of red light. The brunette looked at what was happening with cold blood. A monster's grin began to emerge from the red cloud. A red stream of light emitted from the courtyard into the sky. Beelzebub watched intently. Suddenly, its eyes widened and it almost puked. The protagonist stared in surprise at the small monster's large horns as Beelzebub began to laugh loudly. The protagonist smirked slightly, trying to figure out what was in front of him. It was the manager's office building, where T. Young reported that they had managed to resolve the issue without any problems. The assistant walked behind Seong-un and said that they had listened to the Baphomet hunter and had examined the gate shock report, which recorded data indicating that there were signs of a massacre in the shelter. T. Young walked behind a disgruntled Seong-un, who asked if it had anything to do with Loki's awakening, knowing that statistics couldn't lie. He explained that it was the statistics of crimes committed by those who awakened after the gate shock that had increased greatly. T. Young listened intently to his superior, who noted that the influence of the hunters had increased greatly due to the tragedy, and their financial status, power, and popularity had also skyrocketed. He added that even if they committed a crime, they could hide for as long as they wanted using their powers. Seong-un turned his back and spoke angrily of them as vile creatures. Tae-yun closed his eyes. The manager smiled slightly. The lamps lit up the office brightly, and Seong-un asked the assistant if they had just talked to Min-woo and nothing more, wanting to know what his daily routine had been like since then. Tae-young walked behind Seong-un, aware that there had been a lot of attention towards Min-woo lately. Tae-young reported that the protagonist had gone to the weapons warehouse, which confused the superior, who had assumed it was an auction. The manager touched his chin with a puzzled look and said that everything there was ordinary, and it was unlikely that something like this could happen to Min-woo, realizing that it would be better to send it to the auction, where he could find something more valuable. Tae-young noted that it usually took time to get an item at the auction, and he assumed that he needed a weapon that he could use right away. The manager touched his chin and smiled slightly. He noted that since everything ended so well, he wanted to give a bonus to Tae-young. It was a secure office. The protagonist was standing in combat boots. He looked around displeasedly, asking the girl if this was the place Seong-un had told him about. A brown-haired woman appeared in front of Baphomet and asked his name. She bowed in greeting, explaining that she had received a message from Seong-un's boss and introduced herself as the manager, Yoo Jisoo. She explained that it was an armory made for special hunters, which surprised the guy. The brunette walked forward with a smile, saying that only those who had somehow distinguished themselves in their work or were related to classified information were allowed to enter this place. The brunette stared ahead, noting that he was still far from such power, thinking that he was in a VIP room. Jisoo smiled. The girl pointed to the closed door, saying that the connection with Mr. Seong-un was also a lot of power and asked him to come with her. The brunette was about to enter through the doors, trying to understand how influential the manager of Seong-un was if he had the power to organize such access. He looked ahead in surprise. The two of them looked at the tables on which there were weapons. On the table were various swords. On another table was a staff and a shield. The brunette smiled, looking at the protagonist from behind, because she realized that he, being a hunter, felt all this. The protagonist stood in front of the table as he was surrounded by a blue light, realizing that it was a devil weapon. He imagined how various hunters suffered from headaches when various weapons glowed above them. He knew that it gave the user incredible strength, but at the same time, it deprived or destroyed their sanity. Jisoo stood next to the brunette with a smile. He knew that because of this, devil weapons were defined as an item that could not be sold to hunters. Such weapons could only be obtained here in the VIP equipment warehouse, which the government bought from other hunters and resold only to special ones. The brunette continued to smile, realizing that she had to come here only at the request of the manager. But this was only a rank, when S-rank hunters did not seek to enter that area precisely because of this weapon. So she wondered what Seong-un was thinking when he sent an A-rank hunter here. Jisoo pointed her hand to the side for the protagonist to move on. She stated that it was not very pleasant to be here and suggested that he move on. He noted that everything here breathed malice. They were standing next to each other when suddenly everything was surrounded by a red aura. He felt that he saw the enemy and understood that he had to pounce on him. A pink aura was emitted from the weapons on the table. On another table lay a bow and a spear, and the guy understood that he had to bow his head. The brunette looked forward with a demonic gaze and mentally ordered him to kneel before him. The brown-haired girl looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, understanding that this was that malice. There were several ways that could deal with the devilish weapon without losing his composure. He imagined how the naked man reached forward with his hand, one of which was to make him feel his superiority. Blue beams stretched in space, and the thought of how an A-rank could even have the same rage as monsters. Jisoo reached out to ask Baphomet to stop. A man put his hand on his shoulder and asked if it was time to finish. The protagonist looked to the side and saw a smiling guy. The white-haired guy grinned maliciously and turned to Jisoo, saying that it must be hard for her too to be in such an ominous atmosphere. The brunette looked away angrily, realizing that this guy decided to stop him. The white-haired guy explained with a grin that they were old acquaintances. The brunette looked arrogantly from under his brows, trying to understand what kind of old acquaintances they were. Another guy with blue hair angrily shouted to the side about how Baphomet dared to poke the head of the Helios Guild, noting how he could forget the banquet that the Disobedience Guild was hosting. The brunette narrowed his eyes at the shouting guy, trying to understand who he was. The protagonist looked away mockingly, noting that he began to remember that the other guy was an unlucky person. He began to laugh maliciously, which made the other guy slightly surprised when he was reminded that he had been beaten by Urium and he himself had gotten it. Farger looked ahead in bewilderment when he was reminded that his arm had been torn off. He remembered the fight where the brunette had torn off his arm in a spray of blood. Farger immediately convulsively touched his arm. The guild leader smiled, looking at the offended guys, explaining that their guild had not behaved in the most beautiful way back then, and decided to introduce himself again. His name was Helios, and the one with blue hair was Vargar. Two lamps shone into the office, and the guys asked if his name was Baphomet, who had joined the Terra Guild. He was reminded of Guildmaster Kim Yoon-sun, who was the leader of the guild he was in, and they were surprised that she didn't tell him her code name. The protagonist stood there confused when he was told that he had no idea how amazing a hunter the girl was. The brunette stood behind him while Jisoo talked to Helios, who noted that he was glad to meet her and was going to head towards the prepared weapons. He watched the three guys talking to each other and was indignant that the guy just took and cut off the conversation. Jisoo immediately approached the protagonist and smilingly asked him to go to the next section of the warehouse. He didn't want to go yet and wanted to look around, because at first he was planning to find a suitable weapon for himself. However, now he was more interested in what kind of weapon these guys would choose for themselves. Suddenly, he looked back in surprise. He watched as Jisoo handed Varga the weapon he wanted to get last time. On the pillow were gloves with claws. While Jisoo smiled, the guy began to look around in confusion, wanting to see 2 daggers, an axe and a large sword. Baphomet watched as the brown-haired girl left, asking him to wait. He looked around. Then he turned his head to the side. He saw a book on the table. The brown-haired girl said that she had prepared everything, but Baphomet decided to stop at the fact that he did not feel anything bad from this book. It was a large, thick book, and the brown-haired girl replied that this grimoire was difficult to maintain, so they placed the book here as a temporary measure. The guy did not understand why it was difficult to maintain. Jisoo looked at the protagonist and said that the book was sealed, and even if he decided to test the abilities of this item, nothing would work. Baphomet wondered if it was a magic book. Could Jisoo ask a magic user to unseal it? Jisoo said they tried, but unfortunately there was no such person. The brunette looked ahead with displeasure when Jisoo noted that they had placed the grimoire in the area with the devil weapon, so that if the seal was removed, it would prevent danger. He looked at the large book. The door to the toilet was closed. Varga stood in front of the sink, leaning on his hands. He recalled the dialogue with Helios, who told him that there were very high expectations of him, and his deputy also had high hopes. The guy looked ahead with a scowl, realizing that he could do anything. Behind him, the brunette stood with his arms crossed and said that it was better for him not to use this weapon. He immediately looked back at Baphomet, who added that it was a weapon he had recently obtained, implying that it would be a bad idea to use this devilish weapon, since it would be hard to control it with his powers now and he would get hurt. Varga looked through his bangs with displeasure. Varga walked past the main character, asking him what business it was of his whether he got hurt or not, and told him to get lost. The brunette answered without looking back that he didn't care what Varga would say now. The blue-haired guy shook slightly when Baphomet explained that this was the reason he was throwing around such loud phrases in front of Urium, and bragging about a date that wasn't even planned. The guy immediately looked back angrily. The brunette glared at the guy, hearing that Varga wasn't lying, even though he was acting like a fool. Baphomet stood behind Varga and looked at his clenched fists. A clear day stood over a provincial town. The door to the yard opened. The silhouette of Baphomet put his hands in his pockets. He looked away with a displeased look. The shadows of the roof fell on the fence. The brunette looked away with an angry look. He looked behind the closed door in the shadows. He realized that they were well hidden. He shouted for everyone to come out, and with a quick shot everyone began to fly out in front of Baphomet. Through the small skull of the monster was a joyful cry that the hunter had come and they were fulfilling their orders to protect the house. They were small monsters with horns. The protagonist rolled his eyes when he heard the words of devotion. His small monsters looked at the protagonist with a pitiful look. The brunette sighed and grabbed his head. He decided to go to the inventory. The small monsters stood on the table in front of the sword. His monster stood opposite and he explained that he brought them weapons. The monster took an axe in his hands. Another monster took a large sword. The third monster grabbed daggers. The monster with the sword approached the protagonist and listened to him attentively. He understood that this weapon belonged to him and tried to understand if these guys were subject to some systemic restrictions. He asked them about what they felt when they held the weapons in their hands. They began to swing their blades, saying that they felt a furious energy as if someone was whispering to them. Another monster looked forward furiously, noting that everything was fine because they were also angry. The protagonist looked at the guys with confusion. He told them to follow him, and they became curious. Baphomet left the house and the monsters followed him. The brunette looked ahead through his bangs with displeasure. He and the monsters climbed the stairs when Urium jumped to the ground again. They heard some sound, but decided to ignore it. An orange sky enveloped everything. The monsters looked up attentively. They all stood together at the entrance in front of the tower. The monsters heard the answer that it was the entrance to the tower because he was curious to see their physical strength inside. All three monsters looked at their master, not understanding what kind of test of physical strength. He replied that there was no need to clear the tower, but only wanted to see how they would fight. The three monsters looked up, wanting to hear the criteria of the test. He glared at them, telling them that if he did not like it, he would kill them with his own hands. The tame monsters looked at him, dumbfounded. The monster looked ahead with his bloodthirsty gaze. They flew at the other monsters with weapons in a bloodthirsty mood. The monster in the skull stuck out its tongue. The brunette stood by the wall, arms crossed, and watched what was happening. He smirked slightly, then he looked through his bangs with malicious glee, realizing that his tame monsters had completed the task. A sharp sword cut through the air. The small monster cut his enemy. Another monster was finishing off another enemy with its axe. The third hand monster was cutting up the monsters with its daggers. The brunette watched the fighting silhouettes from the side. The brunette looked with disdain at the exclamation that the fighting style of the second version of the monster was like Baphomet. The brunette looked at Beelzebub with displeasure, not understanding where he came from, since he told him not to enter the tower without permission. Beelzebub replied that he was now a junior high school psychic, and he could safely enter towers and such. The hunter crossed his arms and looked down on the boy, asking him how he liked the new school. He immediately shouted angrily that he never went to school. He remembered how he only sleepily looked at the running Beelzebub, reminding him that he used to run to school so fast that his heels sparkled and everything was fine. Beelzebub bared his teeth in anger when he was asked about what just happened. All the pet monsters turned around when they heard Beelzebub exclaim that his level was very low. Beelzebub meekly closed his eyes and presented his hands, explaining that they had a test today and was angry about what happened today. He introduced his teacher, who was holding a spoon in her hands as it was a spoon-bending test. Beelzebub was sitting at a desk with a classmate. The boy was looking forward with an animated look. Sungti was smiling shyly, holding a bent spoon in his hands as he was praised. Then another girl was looking excitedly at her bent spoon, and she was also praised. Another boy was holding two bent spoons in his hands, gloating. Beelzebub, named Jinwoo, was then standing as he was introduced as the new student. He thought with displeasure and sweat on his brow about how many spoons he needed to bend. He bared his teeth in anger when the girl peeped at him. She looked at him with a loving look, but this made Beelzebub very angry. The protagonist stood with a contemptuous look and thought about how he needed to control the power, and if he overdid it, he risked becoming a victim of the 7 deadly sins. The purple-haired girl looked on in admiration, and Beelzebub knew that he could not fail to live up to the expectations of the girl who was his guardian. He imagined the angry look of the brunette, realizing that he could not go against his will. He remembered the shining look of the girl. Then he remembered the despicable look of Baphomet. Beelzebub stood with a downcast look. His eyes were all around. He furiously shouted that he did not know, and all the spoons flew apart. The students looked dumbfounded at the flying spoons. The teacher was also shocked by what was happening. These spoons were floating in the air. Then they all began to bend. That girl looked at what was happening with even more admiration, clenching her fingers. Baphomet looked cold-blooded through his bangs. Baphomet looked at Beelzebub holding his head, asking him if this was why he decided to show his power. He replied that he couldn't do anything since she had done so much for him. He frantically looked forward, holding his head. He replied that he didn't know that controlling his powers would be so difficult, since it was more difficult than standard high-level magic. He immediately snapped his fingers, realizing that healing was needed. A white sheet cut through the air. Beelzebub was lying on the monster's lap in the sheet since he had done so much. Item summoning notification. The main character showed the book to Beelzebub, asking him if he could remove the seal. They were in a spacious tower with a high ceiling. Beelzebub noted Baphomet's words about how even ordinary mages couldn't remove the seals, stating that he shouldn't be put in the same category as the others. He became curious about why the seal was placed on this grimoire, hinting that if he was to give him something for this, it would have to be something worthwhile. The brunette stared at the book, saying that he felt something special from it. Beelzebub's eyes widened at what he heard. He handed the book to Beelzebub and the deal was done because the boy knew that Baphomet had an eye for a good weapon. Beelzebub sat with the book in his arms and 2 monster guards. A notice that the book was transferred into possession, and Beelzebub did not understand why. Baphomet asked if it was necessary to transfer possession in order to be able to remove the seal. The boy pressed the book to his face and said that there was clearly something wrong here. Medical equipment stood in the office. The red-haired girl smiled, realizing that she would now heal. It was the master of the La Foam Guild, the huntress Ella. Yunseo stood over the bed of an unhappy Ella, asking her about the sound she was making. The girl replied that hunters were people too, explaining that hunters who specialized in combat were filled with physical strength, but for mages with fragile bodies like her, it was hard to even move. Ella looked at her friend Muse with blue hair, asking her if she would undergo infusion therapy with her. The blue-haired girl smiled and waved her hand, saying that she was fine and did not need it. She was also a member of the guild, the Hunter Muse. She looked worriedly at her angry friend, who was talking to the doctor. Yunseo asked her about why young people would need infusion therapy since only old people did it. The red-haired girl noted that they were all getting old, especially adding that they were in this situation with her. Yunseo cast a sharp glance to the side, addressing Muse, hinting that she was the little huntress who was now rapidly advancing. The blue-haired huntress looked timidly at the doctor when Ella reminded her that they had failed to cross paths at the banquet at the Guild of Summoning, asking the doctor whether Muse was a beauty. The red-haired girl smiled under the euphoria of therapy and noted that Valkyrie had been in fashion in the past. Yunseo inquired about it. She touched her hair with a sly grin and said that when she was young, she blossomed and smelled, killing everyone with her beauty. Ella explained that she knew the doctor's entire past and asked her why she was so sure. Muse stood aside in surprise and listened to the girl's argument. The doctor said that when she was young, she had been confessed to so many times that her admirers could have filled a truck with gifts. Ella immediately objected that even 2 guys had fought over her. Muse became slightly agitated when the girl's argument gained momentum. The red-haired girl waved her finger in displeasure at the doctor, noting that after all, it was she who was liked by that same guy. Muse shouted that she was a buff. Yunseo looked at her, puzzled. The doctor continued to look away with disdain, while Ella explained that this was exactly why they came together, because they wanted her to see it for herself. Yunseo noted that it was hard for Muse not only to go to the tower alone, but also just to walk. Ella explained that her friend was afraid to even her to fly. Yunseo stared ahead, slightly lost in thought. Muse was sitting on the couch, radiating a blue aura. They realized that she had an almost passive aura, and if she was going to show off her powers, it wouldn't work that way because it was an aura that would stabilize the enemy. The blue-haired girl looked ahead timidly, and the doctor realized that what the hunters lacked most was poise when they got excited during a fight, and she could compensate for that. She thought about the innate buff, realizing that if they were to meet, there would be amazing synergy. There were several plants on the shelf. Yunseo asked if the other guild members had said anything about it. The girls answered that if at least one guild member was beautiful, the others would become jealous and lose their temper. The girls followed the doctor. Ella explained that Yunseo probably didn't know that she always gave love to her guild members and cared about them, noting that Muse was their star and even overseas knew about their guild. She also asked Yunseo if she cared because she knew that she had a hunter. Muse looked confused, walking to the side. Ella reminded him about the handsome guy who looked like the bully who tore off Vargar's arm back then. Yunseo realized that they were talking about 302. The red-haired girl followed Yunseo, who replied that he was the only one in their guild and he worked as expected. Ella remembered that he came to the banquet and everyone remembered him. Suddenly, the doctor stopped when Ella said that if she thought about it, she definitely saw him. Yunseo froze in the moment when she was told that Baphomet was seen near the Nebula Guild building. She immediately turned around angrily. Yunseo began to question the girl about where and when she saw him. Ella replied that she saw him there a couple of days ago. Yunseo looked ahead with a confused look, and the girls noticed that she somehow reacted too emotionally to this news. She imagined how the blonde in the cap led the protagonist away in an embrace. Ella said about Bango, the master of the Nebula Guild, wondering if he would really lure Baphomet away. She remembered Bango's mocking look, noting that at that moment he had the look of a wild predator who chose his victim. Yunseo began to grimace when she was negatively affected. Ella noted that Yunseo's guild was created only to reduce taxes, as it had no purpose, adding that compared to her guild, Nebula was the best in the country, where everything was perfect. Yunseo leaned forward in indignation when Ella continued to press her with phrases that Nebula also supported newcomers and everyone wanted to join them. Ella looked at the doctor with displeasure, crossing her arms and asking her to be careful. The doctor bared her teeth and became angry when she heard the phrase that she could lose everything like that. They were transported to a provincial town. The protagonist was looking at his phone and eating ice cream. He saw a long line of people in front of him and did not understand what was happening. He saw a line in the distance stretching towards Yunseo. She was telling people to take the necessary medications on a regular basis and gradually reduce the dose, asking about the person's lifestyle along the way. Yunseo smiled widely when she was called a charlatan. The black cat yawned. She was lying on a barrel on the roof. Baphomet stood in front of the doctor and explained to her what was going on, not understanding what she had done here. She said that she thought about how there were a lot of old people living around the guy and decided to do some volunteer work. She laughed shyly, covering her mouth, saying that as a guild leader, she had to take care of the reputation of her guild members. She looked ahead worriedly and said sharply that she did not need help, hinting that as a guild leader, she should not bother her guild members unnecessarily. She smiled tremblingly and said that she understood everything and would finish soon, turning to her dear guild member, wishing him all the best. He looked at Yunseo, who was melting in love, with displeasure, asking her since when she started treating her like that. Yunseo replied that she was just in that mood. The brunette looked at her displeasedly through his bangs. A lattice fence covered the balcony. He asked her to do whatever she wanted, as long as there was nothing strange about it. Yunseo told her to trust, because she always wanted to be a leader that his guild members would trust. The guy tried to ask her why she emphasized that word so much, when suddenly a cloth fell between them. Then a jug fell on his head. Yunseo looked up. They saw a cat sitting on the roof. This black cat was meowing maliciously. It was the roof of the house. The protagonist was stroking his hair. The naked guy was scratching his head, saying that it was a surprise, like a baptism of fire with soy sauce. Then he saw his door slam shut. A question came from the bathroom about why there was no hot water. The guy answered that when they installed the faucet, they made a slight mistake and the hot water was on the right. The brunette decided to sit on the balcony, realizing that Yunseo was screaming so much because of the cold water. The brunette was sitting on the balcony with his legs dangling. He was looking ahead intently. He saw a clear sky and clouds in the sky. Then a girl's shadow appeared. The girl was about to knock on the door. The protagonist heard a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Yuriam in front of him. He was looking ahead attentively. She was waving her hand happily at him, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She was slightly surprised to see him naked when she heard Yunseo's exclamation. Yuriam was looking ahead in surprise, and the brunette also turned around when he was asked if he had any other clothes. Yunseo, after a shower, was drying her hair in a white shirt, saying that it was too big for her. The doctor looked ahead in shock. Yuriam's face slightly drooped when the doctor noted that they had met before at the Challenge Guild banquet. Yuriam's eyes widened and she was completely dumbfounded. She analyzed the image of the doctor, realizing that she had wet hair, smooth skin, and a white shirt from the novels. She looked ahead in shock, realizing that Baphomet was also naked. She recalled the girl's phrase about whether she had any feelings for Baphomet. The brunette looked haughtily at Yuriam, who explained that she was most likely mistaken and thought that he was interested in her. She lowered her head with a disappointed look, apologizing for interrupting them. The girl immediately rushed to run away. Yunseo looked out from behind the guy with concern, not understanding what to do now. The protagonist stood with a dejected and stunned look when Yunseo said that most likely there was a misunderstanding. Baphomet ran forward, displeasedly thinking why he had to go so far. The guy's teeth were clenched. He thought that she herself understood everything wrong. He looked around the narrow street, wondering where she was. There was a dead end ahead. The guy wondered where she went. A man standing by the building asked if he was looking for a girl with two tails. The hero ran past people sitting on a bench. They looked after him. Baphomet returned. Looking at them, he asked if they knew where she was. The stairs were fenced with yellow tape. A car was driving quickly. A man got out of it. Seong-un asked the man standing behind here. The brunette asked if he was Manager Ma. He shook the man's hand, saying that he was Senior Inspector Sekun from the Mapo-gu District Police Station. He thought that this was a little out of their league, so he contacted him. Seong-un asked where the body was and heard a request to go this way. The sky was painted the color of the sunset. T-young, standing behind, asked what it was. There was a body of a man lying against the wall, on which there were many purple eyes. Words were heard that everything was clear at first glance, and judging by the state of the body, it was definitely not human. The boss confirmed that it was not human. Words were heard from the eyes on the body that it was hungry. The man with glasses thanked them for contacting them and said that they would take this matter upon themselves. The large car drove away. The heroes watched the car leave. Seong-un said that he knew that they should have an investigation first, but this is it. He gloomily heard that yes, it seems to be that necromancer. The last time evidence pointing to this necromancer was found on Min-woo's mentor, Hunter Quitch. He imagined a brunette standing in a suit. There were wavy lines on his palm. The necromancer wanted information about the newly awakened hunters, saying that he would save his late wife, and Hunter Quitch gave him this information. The men walked along the sidewalk. As a result, all the rookie hunters went missing. Seong-un thought that the hunter Baphomet stopped the resurrected body and Quitch was arrested, but he died at the hands of the necromancer. He imagined a dark-haired man standing in front of a monster with teeth and eyes. Blood splashed. The man thought that was why they couldn't find a single clue that connected them to this necromancer. He remembered the body leaning against the wall and thought that this was finally the clue they wanted so much. The man touched his chin, wondering why there were no such big clues left until now. This time was different. Seong-un wondered, was this really a necromancer? What happened to make him lose control of his emotions? In the red haze, there was a purple clot with eyes. The purple eye had a vertical pupil. Reaper sat, surrounded by a red mist. Her head was sadly lowered. She turned around, hearing that it was true. The girl was looking ahead. Baphomet approached her and asked what she thought, if it was possible to just say that she wanted to leave. They pressed her lips together. The brunette calmly looked at her. Then the girl snorted resentfully and turned away. He scratched the back of his head, then sat down next to her and asked what she was doing, to which he received an answer that she was looking for a 4-leaf clover and said that this was some kind of useless activity. The girl looked at the silent guy with displeasure. Round lanterns were burning. Reaper looked down sadly. Baphomet peeked at her. He said that he did not know why he had to explain the recent situation. Reaper replied that she understood that such a relationship between the head of the guild and its members is quite common. The hunter indignantly exclaimed, "No, how could he even be in such a relationship with a charlatan?" He indignantly looked at the girl sitting next to him. The brunette looked down, looking for a clover. Baphomet laughed and said that it was late, wasn't she going home? Looking at her, he heard that she wasn't going until she found a 4-leaf clover. She looked at the guy and asked if he would talk to her. Baphomet turned away and said of course. It got dark. The girl held out her hand. While telling something, the brunette was also looking for a clover. He closed his eyes, and Reaper looked at him and his shiny lips. The look of her gray eyes was attentive. The brunette turned and asked what she was looking at so intently. The girl asked again, can't she just stare anymore? Baphomet touched his head, saying that in any case, it was all because of the cat. Soy sauce spilled on them, so he couldn't just let her go. He understands that it's hard to believe that a cat could do such a thing, but he looked at the girl and asked if she believed it. She answered that she did. Cats are really mean. She remembered holding a cat that scratched her and said that she had cats too, so she knew what kind of animals they were. It just stares and then scratches or throws off things that don't bother anyone. An animal that would have died out a long time ago if it weren't so cute. Looking at the ground carefully, she said that that cat was amazing, knocked over a clay pot of soy sauce. Maybe it was an awakened cat. Baphomet looked at the girl with a smile. Holding a 4-leaf clover in his hand, he heard a question. Why was he explaining all this to her? Closing his eyes, he heard a question. What does she have to do with his personal life? The guy squeezed the clover in his fist and asked, does she care? He put it in his pocket and asked why she was so pouty. Does she care what he does? Reaper looked down and said that she did care. Then she approached the guy and asked if he liked her. Baphomet looked at her in surprise. He slightly opened his mouth. There was a lantern burning on the dark street. The brunette turned to the girl. Reaper heard that if yes. She stood up and asked the surprised guy why. She closed her eyes in displeasure and said that she had plenty of people like him. They cleared towers together, but they could not stand it for long and fell in love with her. Looking at the girl from below, Baphomet heard that she was not even interested, because for her they were just colleagues who united to clear the tower. But why him? Why did he like her? Reaper pressed her lips together in excitement. Lowering her head, she asked why he made her feel something she had never felt before. Baphomet looked at her. Closing her eyes, Reaper screamed that she had never been in a relationship. The hero stared at her in surprise. He looked at the girl standing next to him, and then from a different angle against the background of hairs. Baphomet smiled. Reaper asked indignantly why he was laughing. She stood there, clenching her fingers, and heard that it was already very late. Baphomet stood up and said that he would walk her home. Lights were on in some of the tall residential buildings. Reaper stopped in front of the guy. Standing in front of the brunette, the guy heard that this was her house and asked if this wasn't the most expensive apartment. All of it was hers. She said that it was only one building. They stood at the entrance, and then she went and received the answer that yes. Disappointedly closing her eyes, she headed home and heard him call her name. She stopped in surprise, hearing the question. Maybe they could watch the movie tomorrow, which they never got to see. Baphomet looked at her. Reaper turned and told the surprised guy that she didn't want to. The brunette heard that it was no longer in the rental, so it could not be watched anymore. Closing her eyes, the girl asked what about the musical. She had a couple of tickets, and looked at the guy. Baphomet looked at her. They stood opposite each other, and he agreed. The huntress smiled. With a sweet smile, she looked at the guy. The lights were on in the windows of the elite complex. A question was heard from the building with a green roof. Is this where? The man stopped at the door and said yes, this is the house, the residence of the man who reported the body affected by the necromancer. T-Young asked. They did not receive an answer and heard that yes. The gray door was closed. Words were heard that there was no response to the doorbell. It seemed that no one was home. The assistant asked what to do then. Seong-un put his hands in his pockets and said that there must be a way. They can't just wait idly. T-Young noticed a man standing. The man in a green hoodie was clearly scared. He had a hood on his head. Suddenly, he ran away, abandoning his bag. The men discussed why this man was running away. It was unknown. What percentage of the probability that he was the one they needed? The assistant answered 80. Seong-un ordered to catch him, and the brunette rushed in pursuit. There were low residential buildings. The guy in the hoodie was running. He was running fast, clenching his fist. Suddenly, T-Young appeared in front of him and asked where he was running. The guy clenched his teeth in fear and jumped up sharply, jumping onto the roof. The brunette looked at him, thinking that he knew it. The guy landed on the roof and rushed to run further. Suddenly, a palm appeared in front of him. Seong-un's flick threw the guy back. Waving his hand, he asked if this was really the eyewitness and why he started running. Maybe he knew the necromancer. The man's gaze became shocked. The guy was sitting on the ground and heard that his face. The left side was purple. There were several monster eyes on it. The guy with the monster eyes on his face looked to the side, asking what his name was. He did not remember. Waving his hand, he exclaimed that it was definitely that person. He met him for the first time. He died. That person, he had to, his condition. The boy grabbed his head, asking why he survived. He should have died too. He stared ahead through his fingers in shock, saying that he should have died because of him. The men sat across from the trembling boy at the table. In front of them was a photo of a young man. Words were heard that his name was Seo Hyun, codename Shadow. He was the rookie hunter who went missing 1 year ago. Touching his chin, Seong-un said that the body that the hunter Shadow found was experimented on and became a rookie hunter. The current situation all points to a necromancer. I think this hunter knows, but Seong-un thoughtfully thought, in this state, what can he do at all? How should he act then? He looked ahead excitedly, thinking that he was the only victim that the necromancer failed to kill. His memory must be restored somehow. Words were heard in the house with a brown roof at her discretion. Baphomet was talking on the phone. It didn't matter if it was a movie or a musical. Reaper said he always fell asleep during musicals. Holding the phone to his ear, he heard how he could fall asleep. It was a musical based on an incredible masterpiece. The guy replied that he wouldn't have dozed off if there had been war scenes. The girl asked him if there was anything else in his head. She thought that not everyone was such a fan of war. Multicolored rooftops appeared. The girl suggested that tomorrow they do whatever he wanted. She said that at the very least he wouldn't fall asleep and she could adapt. Baphomet scratched his cheek. He walked down the street, asking if she was keeping her promise. Reaper said that then they should cancel the meeting, and the guy explained that he didn't mean that. He looked ahead. The girl asked what the sounds were, and he said that it didn't seem like anything special. He'd call back. The door opened. He asked what the sounds were. Beelzebub was lying face down on the ground. A book was lying on his back, and familiars were standing around. The boy, shaking, asked to be saved. A blue shiny book was lying on his back. He exclaimed that it was stuck to him. There was a house with a blue roof outside. The corner of the book was pressed against the boy's cheek. It was stuck to the cheek of Beelzebub, who was standing with his arms crossed. Baphomet asked, was this book, or rather the grimoire that he gave him? A talented person is talented in everything. No wizard could remove the seal. For the great magician Beelzebub, there is nothing that he could not solve. The boy grabbed his head, screaming that this was not so. He was the one who brought this grimoire. Baphomet asked, what is this? The boy was silent. Then he answered, the Akashic Records. The elder asked again. Beelzebub told him to look for himself and turned to the grimoire. The book and a shiny cover seemed to hear. It floated in a blinding glow, opened and scattered sheets around. Baphomet closed his eyes, protecting himself from the bright light, and looked at the book in amazement. The glow illuminated the bookcases. There were many of them in the rich hall. The guys found themselves in the library at the table with the globe. Baphomet heard that this book, which contains information on all areas of knowledge, but the team magic, world, history, collected throughout the history of mankind. You can even predict the future, combining all the information of the past and present. The book floated above the palm of Beelzebub, who said that this is the Akashic Records. Baphomet stared ahead in surprise. He looked at the guy and said that this is good. He gave him such an excellent tool. Why is he whining? The younger exclaimed that it only seemed like a great tool, but in reality it was not. Had he even thought about what would happen if this grimoire was used? Beelzebub clenched his fists, hearing the question, what would happen? He startled the elder, answering that one could become a god or one who went against him. There were white shelves in the book depository. Baphomet asked, if one studied all the information contained in the Akashic Records, could one know it? Do you think there would be anyone in this world who could handle it? The elder asked, did he remove the seal from this terrifying book? The boy waved his hands and said that even though he was speaking now, there was no point. This book was originally not supposed to be opened by anyone. Baphomet was surprised to hear that this was exactly the thing that should not be here. The book was stolen. He asked, why was it stolen? Baphomet, with a changed voice, replied that God had started the war, but these beings were not able to defeat God. The boy's eyes turned blue. He stared forward, saying that God believed that he was omnipotent, which made him feel even more helpless and desperate. The boy looked at Beelzebub in surprise, who continued that this was why the name of the Akashic Records, which predicts fate, was stolen. God is omniscient. He is going to create a weapon with which to win the war. Baphomet's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that this was nothing more than. The boy fell silent. Blood appeared from the corner of his mouth. He stared forward in surprise with his eyes already flowing with blood and asked what he had just said. His eyes rolled back. Beelzebub fell to the floor. The book bounced off. It hit the confused boy on the head. Beelzebub said that in any case, he now knew. Words were heard in the library that this grimoire was a very dangerous weapon. The boy opened his eyes, saying that he did not even remember what he had told him yesterday. There was no way to get rid of it. He was lying on the bed. The boy sitting next to him said that he had tried, but it did not work. It was an object that could not be destroyed. The book was glued to the boy's head, who said that it seemed that this grimoire would be with him for the rest of his days. Baphomet looked at him grimly. Words were heard in the building that he could entrust Mr. Beelzebub to them. The boy looked at the familiar, saying that if something happened, he should contact him immediately. Baphomet walked away, and the familiars talked among themselves, asking each other if they knew where the master went. The answer was heard that he was not sure. If he had followed him to the tower, he he would have taken them with him. Another exclaimed that this was not a problem they could not solve. The familiar with red eyes said that by order of their master, they were guarding Beelzebub in his place of residence to prevent the defeat of enemies. The red eye flashed, but it was enough to protect this place alone. Two more familiars heard that each was in his own position. From now on, they were protecting the master. Minwoo walked forward. Something darted into the tree. Two familiars were sitting on the tree. Across from the guy stood Reaper in a white dress. She looked at him with a smile. There was a sign on the pink wall. A question was heard. Was this what he was talking about? The girl sat in a chair, hearing that this is what he likes. In front of her was a monitor. She was surprised to hear that this is the place where he does not get out all weekend. The black keyboard seemed to shine. Reaper, sitting in front of the computer, exclaimed that this is all the equipment. It is so modern. Baphomet answered in surprise that, of course, this is a computer club. Surprised, touching her chin, the huntress said that she was here for the first time, so she does not know anything. The guy asked again, and the girl wondered if a computer club is not a place where they play games. She is just not particularly interested in them. The girl turned away, touching her cheek, and asked why everything is so shiny. The lighting is also excellent. Baphomet thought discontentedly, Reaper, this devil, the musical she took him to see is also boring. The guy remembered how they walked next to each other, and Reaper said that if he asked what kind of work it was a love story during the French Revolution in the 1700 seconds. The content is great, but you can't ignore the actors along with the famous composers who took part, so in conjunction with the beautiful instrumental accompaniment. Baphomet closed his eyes, thinking that she was an educated lady from a rich family. He said that he still needed to play here properly. Reaper, sitting at the computer, made a delighted sound. Minesweeper was open on her computer. She said that she played it. Baphomet looked at the girl darkly. In front of them was a menu, and she exclaimed that you can also eat here. Amazing. The guy looked at her darkly. Another delighted cry was heard from her under the ceiling of the computer club. In the room stood Reaper with surprised eyes, held a book in her hands. They sat opposite each other at the table with books. Reaper took a bite of a corn dog. The heroes were walking down the street. The girl noticed something with admiration. She saw some arcade machines in a store. Several toy grabbing machines stood in a row. The heroes approached one of them. Hook approached the teddy bear. Reaper stood with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the bear's muzzle touched her cheek. Baphomet held out a toy to the girl. A glow appeared in the evening sky. Reaper held the teddy bear in her hand. They walked down the street, talking about dinner. What does she want? The girl replied that she did not know. The guy looked at the brunette. Hearing what she had come up with, she had never tried it. He asked, what is it for today, getting to know the middle-class world, or did she come on a date? Reaper answered with a smile that both. The hero looked questioningly as she walked forward. The girl who was walking forward said that she realized that when she was near him, she felt safe. Turning around, she asked if it was because he was a strong hunter. Surprised, Baphomet blushed. The girl said that, to be honest, she was very afraid of entering the towers. Monsters, fights. However, if there was a way to end all the evil spirits that were in the towers. She smiled, saying that she would go there without stopping. So in order for the desire not to disappear, she turned and looked at Baphomet, asking if she could rely on him, who had such a strong inner core. Baphomet looked at the girl in surprise. Her cheeks were red, a cute glow. The guy answered that of course. He heard something in surprise and turned around in displeasure, wondering who else was so shameless. Reaper also froze tensely. Seong-un waved his hand and apologized for disturbing Baphomet so late at night. He came so quickly. The hunter looked at the man furiously, who asked why he was looking at him like that. There were lights attached to the ceiling. The hero said that he was busy. Why did he drag himself here? The man said that they needed his help. Baphomet asked how he could help at all. The gray-haired man said something to the guy, covering his mouth with his hand. The hero was amazed to hear that they had found a survivor who had suffered at the hands of a necromancer. He turned to look at the standing brunette. The girl heard the request to wait a little. He would check something and come back, and agreed. Baphomet asked, a survivor. Until now, there was not even a body. Seong-un replied that it was really lucky. They had found both a survivor and a body. They would like him to meet him. The heroes walked down the hallway, and the manager said that he was the only one who had ever faced the necromancer's familiar in battle. If he met him in person, there might be more clues. Looking at him, Baphomet asked, shouldn't this survivor know what a necromancer looks like then? The man replied that because of the familiar, he couldn't even remember his own name, let alone the necromancer's appearance. Turning around, he said that they were wondering if something would happen if he met him. Seong-un was surprised. He stood at the door next to the brunette, shocked. The bed was empty. Where did that person go? At this time, the guy was kneeling in front of Beelzebub. She looked at him, hearing his apology for bumping into her, and asked, are those eyes? Shadow looked up. The girl towered over him with a dark expression. He began to apologize, saying that he didn't want to be like that either. Reaper looked at him carefully, thinking that she knew she had seen those eyes before. Those were the eyes of the monster that killed her mother. She remembered the silhouette of a man covered in purple eyes. Reaper looked ahead excitedly. Her eyes widened in surprise. In front of her was Shadow with the eyes of a monster. The girl remembered the figure of a man completely covered in purple eyes. She looked ahead in shock. The monster's eyes were wide open and looking at her. The teddy bear fell to the ground. A sound was heard in the hallway. Baphomet ran after the manager and asked how he allowed this to happen. The manager said that Seong-un was originally in charge, but he had bodies, so they had to ask another employee. The boys ran up to the man in front. Seong-un called out to him. Shadow turned around. The man said that they had been looking for him everywhere. What was he doing here? The brunette looked at the guy who said that it was a bit stuffy to sit in the ward and apologized. The hero looked at the man holding the toy and thought, is this man the survivor of the necromancer's influence? He was surprised to see a teddy bear. Standing opposite Baphomet, he asked, is this a toy? Shadow replied that some girl dropped it and ran away. Probably scared of his face, the guy was looking at him. Clouds were floating in the dark sky. The phone was lying on the tile. It vibrated from an incoming call from Minwoo. The girl was sitting on the floor and throwing out the contents of her bag, not noticing the ringing phone. She stared ahead in surprise. The drawing showed purple eyes of a monster. She thought that it was definitely him, the monster who killed her mother. Light was on in some of the skyscraper windows. Shadow was lying on the bed. Words were heard that one eye was damaged, so part of the brain acquired the same functions as the brain of the necromancer. For this reason, he seems to be unable to remember what this necromancer looked like. The heroes were standing by the bed. Seong-un asked, did he not remember anything? Baphomet said that it was impossible. Even though the hunter was affected by the necromancer, he remained alive. The brunette imagined many purple eyes and said that he did not feel the devilish energy from him that he felt last time. He asked, is there no way to return to his memories? The manager answered that they are trying to do this in several ways now, but since his condition is unstable now, it will take time. The man affected by the necromancer lay with his eyes closed. The answer was heard that they were very lucky that, despite so much damage, he still remained normal. Seong-un waved his hands and asked, does this mean that their meeting was useless? Baphomet crossed his arms and replied that he thought he had said this before, but he had found both a corpse and a survivor at the same time. Raising his hand, the manager said that yes, this hunter had found the body of a hunter killed by a necromancer and reported it, which was strange since they hadn't been able to find even the slightest clue up until that point. There could be 3 reasons for this. 1. Something had happened to this necromancer, so he hadn't cleaned up after himself. 2. The tool he used to dispose of corpses had broken down. Purple streaks were flickering. Raising his finger, Seong-un said that the 3rd thing was that both had happened at the same time, so he hadn't been able to cover his tracks. The guy looked at the window and asked if he knew what he was talking about, but what was that tool? The manager asked if he remembered Quitch, the mentor who supervised him. The guy imagined the brunette standing in front of the monster. The man said that he was killed right in front of him and the employee young by a creature obeying the necromancer. Scratching his neck, Baphomet asked if Quitch was really eaten by that monster without a trace. Impossible. He was there. Body parts were scattered everywhere. However, the body could have been burned or magic could have been used. Wouldn't that be easier? He was surprised to hear that then he would have already been caught. Seong-un smiled, saying that this was not a tower or a gate for him. Words were heard behind the closed door of the ward. Didn't he know that they catch such hunters, criminals all the time? Both fire and magic leave their mark. Even a scrap, the slightest clue, they will find it. Hunters caught with such, probably a whole truck will gather. Baphomet standing behind said that it turns out, Seong-un, touching his chin, continued that he used something that allows you to get rid of corpses, an item that can be easily obtained by an awakened. The brunette was surprised to hear that they assumed that this thing allows you to perfectly get rid of all kinds of evidence. The man standing in front said that this is why Young's assistant is missing. If you buy an item legally, then there should be a record of the purchase. He is looking for this record. Baphomet silently lowered his gaze, listening to that. Frankly speaking, he does not expect anything. If he is a hunter registered in the system, there is a high probability that the item was purchased illegally. Seong uncovered his smile with his hand and asked, that girl who came with him, is she Reaper? Do they communicate? Baphomet looked at him with displeasure and replied that it was none of his business. The brunette pouted and heard that there was trouble. The man walked ahead and said that there was such an expression, love blinds the eyes. He left, saying that he was changing to the human side. It was not bad, he would even say that it was good. Baphomet looked at him, hearing that his essence was a monster. Looking ahead, the hunter heard that people's hearts were weak, so on the day when he needed to stick a knife in, he could be dull. Let him keep that in mind. There were all sorts of buildings in the city. The girl in the cap stood by the column. Reaper looked ahead. On the phone in her hand, which was ringing, Minwoo. She apologized and told him and said, The girl in the suit waved her hand, calling out to her. The girl with the short hair smiled. They were sitting in a restaurant. The girls were sitting at a round table. Zest asked what was going on. Did she invite him to have lunch together so suddenly? Reaper waved her hand and said that she was just walking and suddenly remembered her and thanked her for helping with the negotiations last time. The girl in the cap heard the question, did they resolve everything in a positive way with Minwoo, and answered that yes, they are dating. Zest exclaimed in surprise, although she also congratulated her. The brunette spread her hands and told the girl to order something tasty for herself because she was treating. Zest replied that she paid for lunch last time, so now it was her turn. The girl with a short haircut said that she was going to eat alone anyway, since the manager was busy, so she contacted her at the right time. Reaper laughed with a glass in her hand. She looked closely at her interlocutor. The huntress opened the menu, thinking what to order. Reaper's eyes glowed purple. She used the skill of copying agility. In front of her was the silhouette of a girl. The system reported that the selected object was friendly. The conditions for temporarily copying the selected object system settings have been met. The system window asked if she wanted to use the skill. Reaper mentally changed in front of Zest and selected apply. The girls in suits walked by, talking and asking what about dessert. The second one agreed. The girl with the short hair looked at her colleague and said that they tried well. The latter replied thank you and wished her a safe journey. Reaper in a business suit walked by. She pressed the button to call the elevator up. As she walked down the hall, the system reported synchronization with the system. The system reported that access was approved. Reaper closed her eyes. The next notification greeted the Zest employee, asking her to press the desired floor. Reaper looked forward resolutely. So did Baphomet. He looked around the tall building, thinking that it was incredible, even came to her house. He looked up, holding his phone in his hands and wondering what he did wrong. He thought that was why he was bluffing even in front of Reaper. He remembered the brunette who turned around and said that this one was bragging about going on a date that wasn't even planned. Looking at him, he said that he wasn't lying. Baphomet covered his face with his hand, thinking that Reaper was the one pretending to be indifferent. He was standing at the crosswalk. A black car drove up. It stopped not far from Baphomet with a phone in his hand. The brunette was surprised to hear the question, is he waiting for Urium? He recognized Urium's uncle they met last time. The man frowned, saying that he didn't listen to him until the end. The man sitting in the car asked, didn't he tell him not to date Urium? The hero answered that she was no longer a child. Didn't he think that he was overprotective of her? The uncle asked, is he overprotective? Does he see this as overprotectiveness? Looking at the guy darkly, he said that he would regret it if he continued to see her. The brunette heard that if he did not want to die, then it was better for him to stop seeing her. The car was parked at the crosswalk next to the guy, and then it drove on. Baphomet looked at it in amazement. A sound was heard. Reaper walked, looking back. She resolutely looked forward, thinking that these eyes, no doubt, were the same eyes that killed her mother. The girl's gaze was resolute. She thought that she did not know why this person had them, but everything was definitely connected. However, why was this person in the central administration? Was the government hunting for these eyes? According to rumors, there is an organization in the government that conducts investigations, punishing hunters who committed crimes. Of course, in reality, no one has ever seen this guild. The huntress clenched her fist, thinking that the reason these eyes are wanted and the person with these eyes is protected is. The girl's eyes widened. She said no, she was his. The brunette walked, looking around, decided to look. This man must know about the location of the eyes. Where is he? She looked around, but she can't figure it out. Suddenly she noticed something. There was a metal door in front. She thought, where did this door come from? She extended her finger. She thought, really? Reaper stood with her finger extended. Her gaze became surprised. Shadow, trembling, sat on the bed. The guy covered in purple eyes turned around. The girl entered the ward, and Shadow, looking at her, asked who she was and then said that he saw her last time. Some guy took the teddy bear. He was surprised to hear the question, why is his face like that? Reaper screamed that this monster looks like the eyes on his face. Who is the person who did this to him? Does he know this person? Shadow pulled back, shaking, and said that he had already told Manager Seongun that he did not remember anything. The girl cried out decisively and asked him to tell her she needed information about this man. Shadow grabbed his head and apologized, saying that he was useless. The eyes on his face repeated the word mom. Reaper grabbed his shoulders. Approaching, she said that she must kill him. The guy's eyes rolled back. The purple eye seemed to move forward and asked, Mom, kill. The girl was shocked. Shadow stood up, and an unprecedented force threw the girl back. A monster began to rise from the guy's head, surrounded by blue flashes, and said that no, if she dies, do not die. The girl, squatting, heard a scream. She looked forward in shock. The blue monster attacked, but someone's hand stopped it. A question was heard, is it her, the hunter Reaper? Seongun stood next to the girl, holding the monster with his hand, and asked what she was doing here now. Under the evening sky stood a white and blue building. Baphomet quickly ran down the corridor and noticed something. Reaper was standing in front of Seong-eun. The guy called out to her. Lights were on in the windows of the skyscrapers. The guy was holding a phone, which contained a message from Seong-eun saying that his girlfriend was here and asking him to pick her up. Baphomet looked at Reaper, who was sitting on a bench. The girl lowered her head. Baphomet approached the man and asked, Urium, that is, Reaper, knows about the necromancer. He replied that she did not really, she only knew about the so-called eyes. Seong-eun frowned and said that during the shock of Rat, Reaper's birth mother died at the hands of a person wearing these eyes. It seems that this was the necromancer. To find out about this, Reaper came here and provoked Shadow, causing him to go berserk. Shadow was lying in bed. He was currently asleep. Baphomet was looking ahead. Reaper was frightened when he asked her why she hadn't told him anything. The hunter turned around and asked why she had ignored his calls, what she was even thinking. The moon was shining in the distance. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Baphomet looked at her in surprise and sighed. It was already quite dark, and the guy said that he would walk her home. There was a building with a green roof outside. Young, holding a can of drink, asked if it was loaded. Seong-eun crossed his arms and said that it happened when he was looking for information about the stock exchange. The assistant asked if it was good that Reaper knew about the necromancer. The manager said that she didn't have the information they needed, her eyes were just filled with revenge. Seong-eun remembered how surprised he was when everything suddenly happened, including Reaper and his attack. The brunette looked questioningly at the manager and asked what was going on. The blonde winced and said that he had a bad feeling. The lights were on in the private houses on the street. Baphomet looked at the building and asked if they weren't going to her house. Where were they? Reaper replied that it was her hideout. She watched as the guy waved his hand, telling her to come in and rest. Baphomet turned around when she called him and asked if he would come in. The outline of the room was visible in the windows, and then the light came on. The guy was coming for the brunette in the house. He was looking at her. In the house with a semicircular window, words were heard that they would drink tea and he would go. There was a tea bag in a white cup. The heroes were sitting on the floor. By the bed, Reaper, hugging her knees, said that she dreamed of becoming a famous archaeologist. It was her dream since childhood, even before she became a huntress. Baphomet looked ahead and listened that the reason she went to the dungeon was because she was wondering if she could do something to prevent the gate shock. She is not strong, so she wanted to find some kind of common ground, thanks to which monsters and people would not fight each other. Without looking at the guy, she said that maybe she just wanted to distract herself with something else, to look at everything from a different angle. In the shock of the gate, her mother died from a man with those eyes. There were high windows in the room. She heard words that it was hard, and now every time she sees those eyes, she remembers it. She wanted to take revenge on this thing that killed her mother. The girl buried her face in her knees, saying that she shouldn't have done it. She was surprised to hear that it didn't suit her. The look of a person clinging to the past, crying and wanting revenge. Baphomet turned and repeated that it didn't suit her. Reaper's eyes widened in surprise when she heard the request to leave the revenge to him. She turned away a little when he suggested just living. There was a street lamp burning outside. The hero turned to the girl, who asked if he remembered what she had said earlier, that the most important thing is when he has romantic feelings for someone. Reaper put her hand on the hero's cheek and said that she wanted to know. She moved closer and kissed Baphomet, and then moved away a little. The guy took the girl's hand and came closer again, and kissed her himself. A lantern illuminated the street. Clouds floated across the sky. A question was heard about where Young's assistant was, and the answer was in the office. Zest stood worriedly, looking forward. The brunette looked at her. He was sitting at the table and greeted the assistant. She asked if she was distracting him. The assistant asked what business she came for. The guy's hands were lying on the keyboard. Zest said that she heard something about Reaper. Because of her this incident happened. Young answered that it was not her fault, it was caused by Reaper's arbitrariness. The girl stood next to the guy, saying that in any case, if only she had been more collected. The assistant fell silent. She pulled out the chair opposite and said she would help. She heard he was looking for an item that could completely dispose of bodies. Young thanked her and asked to find out if there were any items that could be transferred between hunters, where she heard that from. The girl replied that it was from Seong-eun. Looking at her, Young heard that she had asked the system department to grant them permission for a transaction tracking program, suggested finding him together. There was a light bulb on the ceiling. They could help him like this. Their team managers weren't getting along very well, and the answer was that everything was fine. He was currently on a business trip abroad. People in suits were walking down the hallway. Seong-eun was sitting by the bed. He was frowning. Why was he in such a disgusting mood? Something was bothering him. A sound was heard. Seong-eun looked at Shadow and asked if he had come to his senses. The guy started asking how he was, and then he remembered. He sat up in bed and asked what was wrong with that girl. Seong-eun asked what he remembered. Looking ahead, Shadow replied that it was vague, it seemed like he had attacked her. Seong-eun reassured him, saying that nothing had happened, that he shouldn't worry. Shadow was surprised to hear his request to go. Shadow's greeting was heard in the room. Yoon-seo, holding a folder in her hands, asked how he was feeling today. How was his condition? Shadow greeted her. Holding his hand, the woman asked how his headache was, which he had complained about before, and the guy replied that everything was fine. Yoon-seo said that it was great, and then they would start treating him right away. Let him lie down here. Seong-eun turned and looked at the tablet. The woman asked what. She slammed the tablet on him when he suggested trying to bring back his memories today, using stimulation, and said that they would not do it. Stimulation could be dangerous. A large medical lamp was attached to the ceiling. Yoon-seo asked if he was doing this because of the Hunter Reaper. She heard that she had sneaked in. He understood that it was urgent, but the patient could get hurt with this treatment. He wouldn't be able to help if she did this, and said that she understood. The woman replied that she understood. She told him to close his eyes and take a deep breath. Seong-eun touched his chin and said that it seemed like there was some kind of relationship between Baphomet and Reaper. The guy lay with his eyes closed and heard the woman ask if they had really resolved the misunderstanding when the man asked. She replied that it was better for him not to know. Shadow opened his eyes slightly. Hearing that they were still in their prime, and that someone hadn't been sitting for years at all, he would remain a bachelor. Through his slightly open eyes, Shadow looked at the spider, not listening to their conversation. The spider on the web was going down. The guy's eye widened. He said about the spider syllable by syllable. The words, "Isn't she uncomfortable?" Zest, who was sitting at the computer, asked again, and Tae-young explained that he was talking about Reaper. She used her to sneak in here. Looking down, Beelzebub replied that she was shocked at first, but she understood why she did it. The girl imagined the White Tower and said that she once had to clear the Sacred Tower with Baphomet and Reaper while doing her duty. At that time, hallucinations related to the gate shock appeared on the special floor. The assistant remembered the girl who was hugging her knees and said that at that moment, she seemed deeply traumatized. Zest continued that if someone had dealt with her mother like that during the gate shock, and suddenly evidence appeared that could point to the culprit, then she probably would have done the same. Tae-young, who was sitting opposite him, said that it turned out that Reaper had cleared the Sacred Tower. The assistant looked ahead, saying that she heard it from her, that the Hunter Griffin and Baphomet said that they had finished the boss too suddenly, using an item. Tae-young looked at the computer, and then looked at the girl. She gloomily heard the question of why she stopped. Seong-eun and Yoon-seo looked ahead. Shadow was sitting on the floor, shaking, clutching his head. They both exclaimed his name at the same time. The man sat down next to him and asked what happened. The guy repeated, "Dangerous." Yoon-seo opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that it was that woman. He imagined the image of a brunette walking through the city. Clutching his head, Shadow said that she was dangerous. "I say, but how is it?" She turned slightly. "Who is dangerous? Is it really?" Shadow stared ahead, saying that she will catch and eat. A red haze appeared around the huntress. A question was heard. Does he mean that Reaper is in danger? The guy froze, holding his eye, and then turned to Seong-eun in shock. Looking with his many eyes, he said that no, that woman is the danger. Tae-young frowned and asked what she just said. "A person who owns an unknown cube that destroys all living things." Seong-eun frowned, hearing that the necromancer they are looking for. Blood splashed under the full moon. Baphomet looked ahead in shock, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. On the guy's stomach was a purple monster with many eyes. A brunette with a smile and purple eyes looked at him. "This is the Reaper Huntress." A question was heard from the light building. "How long have you been waiting?" And the answer that no also just came. The girl waved her hand and asked the guy if he was hungry. Suddenly, she noticed something in surprise. A purple monster with many eyes was sticking out of Baphomet's belly. He looked ahead in amazement and couldn't make out the screams of people, wondering what it was, since when had it been in his body. Reaper touched his cheek and asked, "I wonder." She kissed the guy who had fallen to his knees. He stared ahead in amazement. There was a full moon in the sky. The girl continued to stand next to him, saying that it was a full moon. Baphomet was sitting on a bench, and Reaper was standing behind him. Her hair flew up. That was when she kissed him for the first time. The hero realized that that was when he swallowed it. He recoiled, and the brunette laughed. The guy fell to the ground, and she asked with a laugh, "Do you understand now?" A human. Baphomet was lying on the ground and asked who she was. Reaper adjusted her hair and asked who she was. He knew. Another eye appeared on the girl's forehead, a black pattern. With a wild look she answered that she was Reaper. The brunette asked, "Was it fun being Uriem's boyfriend?" Passers-by were scared and said that they should call the police. The monster girl said that she didn't want to go that far at first, but he was always so cowardly. The guy grabbed the phone when he heard the scream, calling the police. At this time, Reaper asked if he knew. The black cat walked around the guy's leg. At this time, Reaper said that she saved it for dessert, so it would be even tastier. Two more cats appeared nearby. The girl said that today was the day. A white and a black cat came up. people and many cats gathered around, Reaper said that the name will become the most delicious treat. She folded her hands behind her back, turned around with a smile and exclaimed, "Her children." The cats had purple eyes, and then they turned into purple monsters with many eyes and heard the order, "Eat." The guy looked forward in fear. A huge purple monster closed its mouth on his girl. He looked in surprise at the huge purple eye. Behind Reaper, monsters were attacking people. She covered her mouth with her hand and left. She looked crazy. With her foot in a shoe, she stepped on Baphomet's neck, coquettishly said that then she would start her treat. She bent her fingers. The girl's look became surprised. Two familiars flew at her from above. It began to dawn. A question was heard in the room, "What is he saying?" Xiang'an asked, "Is this really Reaper?" Shadow sat on the floor, saying that yes, he remembered everything, how he was made a monster. He looked ahead tensely, saying that it all started in the dungeon, when he had just become a hunter and was still a rookie. Shadow wiped his face and heard a question, "Is he a rookie by any chance?" Reaper was standing next to him in a purple uniform with a short haircut. The girl's eyes glowed purple. The guy looked at her in surprise. She gave him a job, and gradually he fell in love with her. The heroes kissed, surrounded by a red haze. He didn't know, a purple light was visible in the guy's mouth, that this kiss would become the road to hell. He escaped from her with such difficulty and then survived. But this necrotic entity had already had its fill of his body. Shadow grabbed his head, saying that he could not even think that she would come to him. Xiang'an sat sullenly next to him and thought that some strange feeling, that is, when that necrotic essence that was in Shadow suddenly decided to attack. The man remembered the situation when the tentacle was approaching them. He realized that this attack was not directed at Reaper. He looked ahead in surprise then, but at him. He thanked the guy for the information and said that they would begin restoration. Name Yunseo looked ahead in surprise, thinking, "Reaper." She frowned and exclaimed that then 302 was in danger. The manager who leaned over answered that he knew it could also be in him. "We need to contact." A purple-eyed monster rose from the guy's face. The heroes looked at him in amazement. A huge purple eye asked, "Did he betray their mother so brazenly? They will not forgive." With a death wish, a purple clot wrapped itself around the guy's face. He had already closed everything up to the eye. The guy asked for help. Xiang'an looked on in shock as the boy called him. Stretching out her hand, Yunseo exclaimed, "No." Blood spurted from the crushed head. Yunseo looked forward in shock. Xiang'an turned away. Shadow's body was falling to the floor. The woman closed her eyes and turned away. The manager was stained with blood. A question was heard, "How with such cruelty?" He took off his glasses. The man's hand was stained with blood. He held the glasses and said that he could not believe that the hunter Quitch and even the hunter Shadow both died right in front of him. Xiang'an gritted his teeth. He frowned as he called out the name Reaper. The boy stood surrounded by a red glow. Baphomet's eyes were closed. He opened them, hearing the question, "How did this happen?" He saw the outline of Yunseo, who answered about the necrotic in his body and asked if he could hear, and Xiang'an, who said that everything happened in the square. A medical lamp hung above the guy. A sound was heard. Through half-open eyes, Baphomet saw the woman say that it had not penetrated very deeply, and the assistant asked what to do. It had already eaten some of the internal organs. Yunseo said that patient Shadow had been under its influence for too long, but they could save 302. The girl asked, would she use her abilities? The guy looked away with a dull gaze and looked at the ceiling. Yunseo, in a medical gown, raised her hands, said that they had removed all the damaged organs, and would now create new ones and implant them in him. She extended her hand, told him to fall asleep. There was nothing more interesting for him. His eyes began to close. Opening them again, Baphomet heard a report on the current situation, 15 dead, 2 seriously injured. It was hard to believe that a person with the status of a hunter touched civilians. Someone asked the location of the Reaper. The answer was that they were being pursued. The eyes closed again. Someone asked how Baphomet was. The treatment was successful. Recovery depends only on himself. Baphomet stood seriously, looking forward, naked. He slightly closed his eyes. Someone called him. He sat on the floor and turned around. The guy sat, leaning on his knee, and then, bowing his head, he walked forward, silent, and then he called Urium. Girl's legs appeared nearby in pixels. Surrounded by pixels, Reaper said with a smile that, looking at how freely he moved in the tower, she thought that he had experience in illegal entry, but she understands that this is not so. In different clothes, she said that they had not seen each other for a long time. How much time has passed since the ascent to the labyrinth tower? Then she, smiling, held the glasses and asked, he remembers her, she is Reaper. Indifferently looked forward. And then he remembered her with 2 braids, saying that it was that feeling when you don't have any information. You have to do archaeological excavations with just a few clues. It was so hot. In a purple dress, she said, outside the tower, her name was Urium. Holding an ice cream, she said goodnight with a smile. With a smile, she said it was funny that the top 3 guilds didn't know anything about him. The guy remembered her saying that even these minor wounds could snowball. In the next memory, Reaper waved her hands and said that she couldn't imagine kissing him at all. Then she said how about a musical, she had tickets. Holding a plush toy, she asked if she could rely on him, a man with a strong spirit. Then she said she wanted to check. She called Baphomet, and she called Manhwa. The images of Reaper from the memories of different moments repeated the name of the guy who stood in front of her. They continued to call him, and he fell to his knees. With his head down, Baphomet asked, "Please," and then he screamed, "Please." He asked to disappear, and the images of the girl disappeared, leaving white pixels. He sat with his head down. The brunette heard that he was a fool. Baphomet in the form of the tower boss stood above him, arms crossed, and said that he enjoyed his freedom, and what good was his head on his shoulders? The previous him would not have allowed such a shitty situation. Without turning around, the guy asked what he needed to do. Baphomet with red eyes asked why he was asking him this. He already knew. After all, he had killed countless enemies along the way. You can't scare with a knife, take it out, hit it. The monster Baphomet touched the back of the guy Baphomet with his finger and said that pity was not for them. The boss with red eyes ordered to kill as he killed everyone who stood in his way. Looking down, the brunette heard his words to kill her with special cruelty, putting all the hatred for betrayal into it. It was him, Baphomet. The guy was lying in bed with an oxygen mask. He moved his fingers. The red window of the system ordered to punish the apostle of gluttony. The quest window appeared in front of him. Baphomet in an oxygen mask looked at him. In his head there was a clear thought that he should kill her. Beelzebub walked along the corridors. He opened the door, looked ahead, saw Baphomet trying to pull out the IV and asked him if he thought there would be consequences. The hero looked at him. The guy came to him and said that he was attacked by the Reaper Hunter. He almost made ends meet, but familiars appeared and saved him. The guy pulled the IV out of his hand and said that he had been in bed for too long. The hero passed by Beelzebub, who asked if he planned to leave like that. Baphomet turned around when he said that if he did that, he would look like an escaped madman. The boy looked at him and said that he knew this would happen, so he brought things from home. The hero changed his clothes and left. He walked down the hallway with his head down. The boy looked at the one who asked him where he was going. The manager stood with his arms crossed and said that he had not yet recovered from his wounds. The man turned away and asked if he had guessed that the Reaper Huntress was a necromancer. Baphomet looked at Seong-un, asking where he got that from. He said that he learned it from an employee. And about the cube that was put up for auction, it is used to destroy everything, so it is the thing that removed the corpses. The hero looked depressed. The manager put his hand on his hip and said that there was no point in interrogating him anyway. He tensely fell silent. The boy opened his eyes in shock when he was told that the huntress's uncle had committed suicide. He remembered that man, how he had told him that if he continued dating Uriam, he would regret it. Baphomet lowered his eyes. The manager stood and said that Reaper's uncle knew about her true identity, hid her crimes. They planned to interrogate him, but found him dead. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud sound. The girl covered her mouth. The dead chairman was at the table. The men stood. The hero turned around and walked in the other direction. He did not turn around when the manager asked if he could deal with Reaper when he was physically and mentally unstable. Seong-un looked at him and said that if he couldn't do it, then he. The guy interrupted him and told him to get lost. He turned away and said that he wanted to be the one to finish off Reaper. People were walking around the city. Someone laughed. The girl laughed too. Baphomet walked with his head down. He looked into space. He looked at the floor. Suddenly, he saw a hand with a flyer. Two girls stood in front of him and invited him to the opening of a new pub. The guy walked past them. Suddenly, the girls froze. The administrator called the hero. She landed on the ground, opened her eyes and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She came closer to him. The guy looked at her and asked her about it. He looked at her in surprise. She looked down and said that, unfortunately, he guessed everything. Baphomet's eyes widened when she said that she contacted him here with unstable data. She looked at him and said that it would take a very long time to restore this data. The girl extended her hand and said that before that she wanted to talk to him. She placed her hand on his chest and said that this was her last gift. A red glow began to appear around her hand. She said that this power would come in handy soon. He would only have to face a test once, so if he lost the will to fight, then he should use this power. She looked at him seriously. The hand continued to glow. She said that he wanted to experience warm feelings for humanity, but did not want to feel them only for one person. The glow stopped and she said that he should act carefully until their next meeting. She extended her hand. The hero grabbed her by it. He leaned down and asked what she wanted from him. She looked down and said that her cherished desire was to kill him. He pulled back in shock. The administrator began to lag. Her eyes went dark. The girl began to fall. The unknown appeared in front of Baphomet. He was not visible. He looked at the guy and said the words about the person who was going to fulfill as will. He raised his hand and said that he was curious about the hidden intention. He knew that they were hiding something. He turned his gaze to Lai and asked what they should do. The girl was unconscious. The stranger extended his hand. He placed the blonde in the ball and said that it would only do him good. Baphomet looked in shock. The silhouette turned and looked at him. The hero asked who he was. The man said that he had already crossed paths with him. The guy's pupils narrowed in shock. Feathers flew around, wings appeared. L looked at him and introduced himself. He said that they met again. The doors slammed. The hero looked to the side. People passed by. Baphomet looked forward. A hand appeared from behind him. The manager put his hand on his shoulder. He looked at the young man and offered him a ride. The car was moving. Seong-eun was driving. Baphomet was looking out the window. He suggested taking revenge on her properly. The man asked if he knew where Reaper was. The hero turned around. The manager looked at him in shock. There was an eye on the boy's hand. The man asked if it was the part that was not removed from his body, why did he hide it? The guy replied that without it, it was impossible to find the hunter. He looked at his hand and said that it would tell him where she was. Seong-eun asked if it was like a craving for home or like an animal instinctively looking for its mother. Do necrotics have the same settings? He looked ahead and said that if you think about it, it becomes clear why the hunter shadow suddenly escaped from isolation. He felt that the hunter was nearby, so he instinctively went to look for her. The man concluded that the closer the necromancer, the stronger the pain. Baphomet looked at his hand. The manager said that the pain of the hunter shadow was caused by a headache, but he had this pain in his hand. The boy looked out the window. He said that the puzzle is gradually coming together. It's creepy. The hunters got out of the car. The hero stepped forward and said he would go alone. He turned around. The man said that if anything went wrong, he should leave it to him. He would wait for him here. The boy asked why. The man put his hand on the car and said that he was worried about the safety of the person who would grant his deepest wish. Baphomet smiled. He raised his hand and said that he did not know why so many people trusted him with their wishes, but he had nothing to worry about. The hero walked along the path. He looked down. Suddenly, his eyes glowed red. The boy ran back. He flew into the air and jumped down, breaking the glass. He landed on his knee. Reaper said that she wanted to wait for him. Baphomet looked up. The girl was standing in front of him. She was smiling. Reaper spread her arms and said that she restored this place to its original state. The boy closed his eyes. The black-haired girl said that spiders sacrifice their bodies for their children, becoming food for them. This spider is her mother. She put her hands to her chest and said that her mother was her first meal. There was a blow from behind Reaper. An explosion occurred. She looked away. The hero approached her from the side. He struck. He looked at the girl. The huntress forged his sword. He was carried upward. The black-haired girl caught him in a net. She approached him. She bent down and smiled. The girl cringed. There was an explosion. Reaper put her hands in front of her and smiled. Baphomet stood behind a shield. She said that he was very strong. The guy put his hand forward. Chains flew at the necromancer. They were surrounded by nets of chains and threads. Reaper laughed and said that he was very strong and she expected nothing less from him. The hero looked at her. The weapon in his hand changed. He threw the axe, but the girl dodged. The weapon began to return. The black-haired girl managed to protect herself from the blow. She looked to the side. The axe hit her. The girl looked at him. There was an explosion. Baphomet landed on the ground. He looked up. Reaper levitated with her head down. She saw a wound on her cheek and smiled. The girl laughed. The guy looked at her. The black-haired girl continued to laugh. She calmed down, smiled. She put her hand on her chest and said that she sincerely liked someone. She looked at the young man. He stood when she said that the one she liked was trying to kill her. The hero looked at her. The girl said that love and hate were mixed. She extended her hand and said that the most delicious is the human body. A black mass flew to her hand. She asked if he knew which body is the most delicious. A monster began to appear around her. She said that the most delicious body is the one she watched with love since childhood. Reaper looked at it and asked what about it? Does it really taste as good as her mother? Her face began to turn black. She turned completely black and said that she would taste him to the last piece. Something started approaching Baphomet. He gritted his teeth and asked why she was so mad. The huntress hit him. He readied his weapon to attack. The chains were burning. Reaper started to burn. She screamed at the guy to kill her. The girl buried her face in her knees. She raised her head and said that he would kill her. She stood up, walked forward. The road was under her feet. She remembered the day it all started. A car drove past her. The blue-haired girl looked at the car. She called on the phone and said that in her absence she was leaving the business on it. She was on vacation now, always busy. The girl stuck out her hand. Her mother screamed at her not to put her hand out. Reaper turned to her and said that she scared her. She turned to the driver and asked if her mother was scolding her too much. He said that she was just worried. The driver smiled and asked her to fasten her seatbelt. The girl frowned. The car was moving. The blue-haired girl was sitting with her seatbelt fastened. She looked out the window. The mother smiled and thanked the driver. He replied that he was also going on vacation. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She saw the tower. At the hotel, the driver bowed and wished them a good rest. He He drove away. The mother leaned over and offered to check in. Reaper was reading a book and said that there were a lot of ruins here. The royal tomb was well preserved. She looked at her mother and said that she wanted to go to the museum tomorrow. The mother did not listen to her, and this upset the blue-haired girl. She lay on the bed and said that they came to rest, and her mother only thought about work. The woman smiled and asked where she wanted to go. The girl answered about the museum. She sat down and asked if it was really interesting. Reaper laughed and said that she wanted to feel how people lived at that time. Her mother smiled. She suggested going to bed. The girl got out of bed and said that they should say hello to Dad. There was a portrait on the wall. The girl folded her arms across her chest and thanked her father for protecting her and her mother. She smiled and asked him to protect them tomorrow and the next day. She and her mother stood holding hands. There were many corpses in front of them, and a dragon was sitting in front. It turned around. The girl looked in shock. The dragon roared. Someone was screaming and asking for help in the street. The girl opened her eyes wide. Monsters were killing people. An orc stabbed a man with a sword. Iriam looked through the doors. Horror was on her face. She asked her mother where the monsters came from. Someone took her hand. The mother ran with her daughter. The girl turned around. Monsters were flying behind them. The woman screamed. The monsters were very close. Iriam froze in shock. They ran forward. The girl sweated. They approached. The woman stopped. The girls came to a dead end. Eyes appeared behind them. The monster smiled. The mother and daughter turned around. The mouth opened. Iriam screamed. Someone picked up a hose and fired a fire extinguisher. The girls looked away when they were asked how they were. The shadow of a man appeared in the fog and called for him. He said that they would not make it here. He screamed. The mother and daughter ran. Dust swirled. They approached the door and ran in. They fell to the floor. They raised their heads. They were asked if they were okay. The man and woman looked at them with alarm. The monster roared. It took off from the roof of the building. Iriam sat on the floor. She looked down. She was asked if she was hungry. The girl gave her the food and said it was delicious and still fresh. She smiled. The mother looked at her daughter. She bowed to the man and thanked them for saving them. She looked around and asked why the place was untouched. The man replied that it was probably because the store was inside the building. He looked at her tiredly and said that she and the child could stay there for a while. He added that these monsters could not break through walls, but they had good eyesight. Someone came up and called the owner. Sujin looked at him worriedly. The guy was holding his wound with his hand. He was lying on the floor. The girl asked him to stay conscious. The owner of the store sat down next to him and said that they should go to the hospital to get treatment. The guy's face was distorted in pain. The woman said that this was Sujin's younger brother. He was recently attacked by a monster. Iriam's mother looked at him worriedly. They gave him first aid. People got out their phones. They got an emergency notification. Calls were still available and a woman offered to call for help. The notification said that the gate had been shocked and the hunters had started to perform rescue operations. Everyone looked at the phone. The man asked if they should wait for the hunters to come. The girl looked at the phone in shock. Next to her was her version. She looked at it. The girl on the floor widened her eyes in shock. The store owner said that they sent out a request for help, but there was no answer. He said that there was a possibility of a power outage, so the first thing to do was figure out what to do with the frozen food, and when everything was normal outside, they should move towards the shelter. The man extended his hand and said that if the hunters found them, then nothing would have to be done. The daughter looked at her mother, who asked how to repay them for their mercy. She was told that their help would be enough. The man raised his hand and said that they could not guarantee safety. The woman smiled when the dark-haired girl said that they would try to help as much as they could and would take turns on duty. Iriam remembered that thanks to the store owner, she and her mother were able to stay in this place. She thought that in return for the care shown to them, she would try to cheer everyone up. The girl clenched her fists and said that she would help. She looked at the woman and said that she dreamed of becoming an archaeologist. She looked away and thought that she could ease everyone's burden. The blue-haired girl saw the door. Sujin was taking care of her brother when she was called. The girl smiled and said that she brought a cold towel. She asked how her younger brother was feeling and thought that she needed to be strong. Sujin was sad. She said that the wound needed to be treated constantly, but it was unknown how deep it was if they had antibiotics. Iriam tilted her head and asked what antibiotics were. The girl told her that it was a medicine that prevents infections and inflammations. The girl admired her intelligence. She replied that it was just a school program. The blue-haired girl looked at her and asked if she was studying to be a nurse. She confirmed. They looked at the patient. Suman was still unconscious. They wanted him to get better soon. The blue-haired girl clenched her fists and said that she would ask Dad for the boy's recovery. She smiled and said that Mom says that Dad is not around, but he always protects us. She remembered how in the hospital, even when he was sick, he always played with her and made her laugh. The girl closed her eyes and said that Dad was strong and that's why she always says words of gratitude to him for protecting her. Sujin looked at her with surprise. Iriam took the patient's hand and called Dad. She pressed his hand to herself and asked him to make Suman strong. The woman looked at the door and said that this girl is lovely. She smiled and said that no one asked her, but she brought a cold towel. Mom smiled and said that she grew up without a father, but still so energetic. Yuriam sat next to the sick man. Her mother was afraid that life without a father would traumatize her, so she said that her dad protected her, and apparently it helped. The woman smiled and said that her daughter had an agreement with her father. The girl sat with her back to her. She was supposed to grow up strong and active. Buildings were collapsing outside. Monsters were flying. There were many of them. Days passed, and help did not come. The situation was getting worse, so moving to the shelter became more difficult. In addition, after a while, we could no longer use the network. Sujin looked at her phone and said that she was constantly downloading letters for help. The girl looked worried. She was given a reward for helping and she bragged about it to her mother. She handed her mother a cookie. Her mother asked if she wanted to share it with her. The woman leaned over, thinking about where to bite her. They looked up in shock. The water and electricity were cut off. Night had fallen. The mother and daughter were sitting under a blanket. The girl thought that everything would be fine and that her father would protect them. She closed her eyes and thought that she had to be strong. Her eyes widened when someone shouted that they could go out. Sujin looked at the director. She asked what happened. Yuriam stood up and heard that a hunter had come. The man smiled and said that a hunter had come to save them. He looked away. The girl looked at him in surprise. Her version appeared from behind. With wide eyes, she asked again if it was a hunter, and said that it was a lie. The hunter put his hand on his chest and said that everyone he walked side by side with died, and he escaped and managed to meet them. The people looked at him in shock. He said that he had to return to the battlefield. Monsters were swarming outside. He raised his finger up, said that he had made a promise. He spread his arms and said that he promised to escort them to the shelter no matter what. The girl looked at him in shock. She thought that the appearance of the hunter was a ray of light that poured into this place. She thought that one of the walls of the building had collapsed and they had lost 2/3 of their food supplies. She looked at the man who introduced himself as a hunter. He frowned and said that he was already happy that he had found a gold mine. The girl thought that he was not as good a person as he initially seemed. There were food items on the floor, excluding the spoiled food. This was all the food they could count on. The woman thought about it and said that they would have to cut back a lot. Someone extended a hand and she continued to say that they should divide everything and start with the food that had a short shelf life. Sujin looked at the hunter in shock and asked what he was doing. He replied that for their safety, the best thing to do was to feed him. He looked at her cheekily when she said that he was inside now, so under these circumstances. He stood up, interrupting her, and offered to look for a way out with him. He smirked and asked if they hadn't added more wounded, and they had no one to rely on except him. Sujin looked away. The owner said that they understood and would do so. He looked down sadly. They spoke to him. He only asked for a promise in return. Yuriam sat in front of the wounded woman. The man asked her to find a way to get to the shelter as soon as possible. The girl leaned over to her auntie and asked if she was okay. She remembered how her auntie pushed her and saved her. The woman smirked and said that everything was fine. She asked if she remembered what they talked about last time. Yuriam nodded. The woman said that she was like her son to her. She wanted to say that when she was young, she had a son just like her. She showed her a photo and told her his name. Then the aunt smiled and said that he was very ill, so he went on a trip early. Yuriam did not take her eyes off her. The aunt said that when he left her, she wanted to give up, but her husband always supported her. They became each other's support and still live like that. The girl looked away and thought that she and her mother also live like that. Now the woman smiled and asked her not to feel guilty. She said that it is the responsibility of adults to protect children. Yuriam curled her lips. She leaned towards the aunt and asked her to hold on a little longer. She said that they will definitely go to the shelter soon. After a while, the shop owner sat with his head bowed. The girls looked at the rubble and said thank God that the whole building had not collapsed. Yuriam ran to her mother. The man turned around abruptly at the sound. The girl brought the adults to her aunt and said that she was constantly vomiting. The man began to ask what was wrong with her. The woman suggested that it was due to brain damage. The man was covered in sweat. She said that there was practically no blood. If internal bleeding opened, then the situation was extremely negative. The owner ran away. The hunter frowned at him. The owner turned to him. He approached him, stretched out his hands and began to ask him to save his wife. He asked to find shelter and said that they needed to get treatment. The hunter said that there were too many monsters outside and he could not go alone. The man screamed. He said then. The girls looked at him in fear. The man said that he would go too. Yuriam said that even the hunter noticed that the situation was dangerous. It was dangerous for civilians to go outside. The man interrupted her and said that there was no other choice because her brother also needed first aid. Yuriam's mother watched them argue. The store owner said that if they found a way to the shelter, they could save both his wife and her brother. Yuriam said that it was very dangerous and if he got hurt, The mother looked down. Someone spoke to her. The man on the hospital bed looked at her and asked her to promise. She looked at her daughter. The man said no matter what. She looked at him again. He said definitely. The mother looked at her daughter again. The man asked him to protect her. She went to the man and said that she would go too. A girl's scream flew through the rubble. The mother leaned over her daughter. She asked her if she really had to go. She asked her to wait a little. She turned to Sujung and asked if she could lend her sneakers and pants because it would be uncomfortable for her to move in them. Sujung said that she had the sneakers and pants she wore at the store. She said she would get them now. She handed the girl the things. Sujung looked at the woman with concern and asked if she was really going to go. Mom said that something had to be done. The man pointed at the girls and asked them to grab raincoats. People in raincoats came out into the street. The hunter said that it was raining heavily outside. The hunter walked ahead. He said that this path was safe and checked. After a while he said that people were not visible, but there were no traces of monsters either. He assumed that they lived in another place. Everyone looked at the ruins. The woman asked why the monsters were targeting people. The hunter replied that monsters acted instinctively. He looked ahead gloomily and said that the animals attack all living things that invade their territory. He understands attacking in their habitats, for example, towers and gates. Mom looked at the man with concern. He said that this is the place where they live and there is no explanation for this, but it seems that they accept it as their own territory. The woman remembered that it was called gate shock. She asked how long it would take to stop this chaos. The hunter said that they first needed to catch all the monsters and then it would all end. The squad continued to move forward. The hunter froze. Everyone looked at his back and asked what happened. The hunter looked ahead warily. The girls asked why he stopped. He looked at the ruins ahead. The owner pressed his lips together. The hunter asked them if they regretted going outside. The hunter smiled madly and asked if they had any regrets. He abruptly ran forward. The man and woman stared at him in confusion. The hunter shouted that they had better run. The man looked at Uriam's mother. He said that he did not know why the hunter suddenly became like this, but suggested running. Everyone ran forward. The ruins were pouring with rain. The squad ran as fast as they could. They were approaching the shelter. The woman was breathing heavily. They approached the ruins of the building. From behind them, a huge spider jumped out at the heroes. He landed in front of the squad. A bunch of red eyes stared at the people. The man and woman screamed in fear when they saw the monster. They were shaking with fear. The woman turned around at the scream. Everything around the spider was covered in webs. The hunter smiled nervously and said that they ran like that, but it was pointless. There was a candle burning on the table. Uriam and Sujung were sitting by the wounded. Sujung looked away and said that the rain had stopped. She looked at the girl. Sujung hugged her and said that everything would be fine with the adults. The girl said that she thought that even alone she could handle everything well. She looked ahead sadly and said that she could not become a strong person. Sujung replied that she was still a child who should be protected. Uriam looked at her aunt and said that Sujung and her were saying the same thing. She lowered her eyes. She wanted to become an adult faster. There was a knock on the door and the girls turned around. Mom fell to her knees. Sujung and Uriam ran to meet the adults. The daughter looked at her mother in fear and asked if everything was okay. Uriam looked at her mother in confusion. She repeated the spider over and over. Sujung smiled in confusion and was glad that they returned safe and sound. She asked what happened to the route. The wounded hunter looked forward with difficulty. The girls asked where the owner was. The man pressed his lips together and looked at the woman. Mom looked into the void in horror and said that this could not be. She asked for forgiveness. She remembered the spider and said, if it weren't for them. She remembered how the man screamed, and how blood splashed over her head. Sujung shuddered in horror. The girl looked into the void. She imagined the owner. She asked what her mother just said. Everyone turned around abruptly. Auntie stood up and said that father. Her gaze became clouded. Everyone started calling for the owner and Auntie. The night of that day, the rain, which had stopped for a while, started again. There were buckets of water on the floor. People were able to collect water thanks to the rain. Everyone was sullenly silent. The hunter was holding his hand. He was injured. Uriam was sitting with her aunt. She did not get up again after receiving the news. Uriam looked at her mother, who saw everything. She lowered her head and said that there was no need to go. She said that everyone would die, but they somehow managed to survive here. Her pupils contracted. She saw a small spider at her leg. It was looking at her. Mom trembled. She started screaming, scared of the spider. Uriam thought that her mother had become strange. After a while, the mother and daughter were lying under the same blanket. Mom was sleeping. Uriam knew that she was stronger now. Uriam curled her lips and asked herself why she had to be strong. She closed her eyes and thought of Dan. She imagined herself flying in a purple space. Her eyes were closed. She opened them. She saw the silhouette of a spider in front of her. It was approaching her, but suddenly it started to leave. Uriam started calling it and offering to go together. She walked on an invisible floor. She followed the spider. It hung in front of her on a web. Uriam looked at her in surprise. Her eyes widened. The spider turned into a hanged auntie. She looked at her with an empty gaze. Iriam could not look away. She turned to her auntie. 2 days, a week, 2 weeks. Hands with an elastic band touched her hair. When she tried to put her hair up, the elastic band broke. Iriam's mother held her in her hands and asked what to do. The elastic band broke. It had been used for a long time, so it wore out. Iriam heard the question, leave it loose, and agreed. 1 month. She had already gotten used to this life. A scream was heard in the destroyed building asking what he was doing. The woman approached Sujin and asked what was going on. She replied that the man had taken all of Suman's food. The man replied that he was always lying around doing nothing anyway. He thought it was better to give the food to someone who was doing something right. Sujin clenched her fists and exclaimed that he was sick, there was no medicine, so if he didn't eat, he wouldn't be able to hold out. The woman remained silent, looking forward. The hunter glanced at her with displeasure. His gaze was gloomy. The woman's eyes widened. She remembered the spider. She hesitantly offered to make a change, saying that she could share it. The girl refused, saying that Uriam did too. The hunter waved his hand, saying that this was absurd. Did they have a store here that they ran together? Looking at the girls, he said that the real owners were already dead and won by the hands of a monster. Uriam appeared in the room and heard that the other. She stared forward in shock and heard that she had committed suicide. The girl remembered seeing the hanging woman. The mother turned to her daughter. They heard that they should forget about compassion. The girl with the tail looked at the man. She frowned and asked, is he really a hunter? Indignantly, she said, shouldn't hunters first take care of those who can't stand up for themselves, but his actions? She was surprised to hear the man's words, that it seemed she had imagined something. Frowning at her, the man said that hunters are not chosen by character. What is important here is the presence or absence of abilities and how he spoke. The women heard the man say that the civilians had been forcing the hunters to fight for so long. He found them when they were desperate. He didn't expect this now. He approached Sujin and said that in such chaos he should still worry and notice their mood swings. They should do it themselves, not him. The man's pupils narrowed. He asked, what if he killed everyone here and took the food? The woman looked at him in fear. The heroes stood opposite each other. The hunter smiled, hearing the question. What was he saying? He closed his eyes with a smile, and then he turned away and, waving his hand, said that it was a joke. Why were they so tense? The man froze in shock. He looked at his palm and said that the wound was from a spider. Iriam's mother looked at him. Iriam thought with a frown, a joke. She looked at the hunter and thought that a joke could be true in an extreme situation. Clouds floated across the sky. The roof of the building was destroyed. Several months later, the man was being fed from a plate. Suman became a little better. The girl helped the man eat and smiled. Sujin also became more cheerful. The hunter turned away from the girl in displeasure as Suman recovered. Mr. Hunter became more and more displeased. Iriam stood not far from her mother and thought that she did not know why. She looked at the gloomy woman and thought that, contrary to expectations, she also became gloomy. Iriam looked ahead, then she was small and did not know the reason for the adult's concern, that there was almost no food left. And also, the hunter angrily shouted something. Suman held his stomach, while Sujin supported him. His mouth was open in a scream. Iriam hid behind her frightened mother while they quarreled. Screamed. Iriam looked ahead in shock. He reached out a hand. The hunter pushed the boy away. Suman was startled when he fell on his back. She froze in surprise, and then she turned to him. Suman was lying on the floor. He was dead. The girl rushed to him with a scream. The hunter silently looked at his palm. The mother hugged Iriam. The man said that he did not do it on purpose. The girl was frightened to hear that it was an accident. She thought, why is this? She imagined the old couple, thought about the shop owner's wife and the shop owner himself. The bandaged man was lying on the floor, and Suman too. Why? Staring ahead, the name was silent. And then she screamed. The mother covered her mouth with her hand. Looking at her in fear, she said that they should not irritate him. The woman continued that they would die. This man, for his own benefit, was not afraid to sacrifice the life of another person. That was how it was that day. It was raining. The man cursed and asked, up to here. There was a huge spider above him. The hunter said it had left him with a wound. The huge spider was standing in the rain. The hunter said it had started. Why did it start to molt hungry? The man swung his huge sword and turned in surprise at the scream. The woman was sitting on the ground, and the hunter asked what she was doing. Should she run? She replied that everything here was in the web. Getting up, she said that she tried to throw an object into the web, and it dissolved. Looking at her, the man asked, dissolved. He looked at the woman gloomily. She was standing in the rain in a cloak, and the man was thinking, why is she so smart? Is the spider not going to attack? Iriam's mother stared forward in amazement. The claw reached for the man, and the woman screamed, warning him. The spider pinned the man to the wall, which cracked from the impact. He clenched his teeth, looking at the claw. The spider looked at him. The hunter jumped, thinking he understood something. He smiled, saying that it was a female. The man landed next to the man. He was surprised to hear his question. Didn't he want to help? The hunter threw the man forward, shouting for him to sacrifice himself. The man screamed. Iriam's mother covered her mouth with her hands in fear. The spider was turned in the other direction, but then he turned and rushed towards the man. The woman looked at the flying pieces in shock. Her eye was wide open in shock. She screamed. She asked why, but the answer was the hunter was standing in the rain, that's why. He said that if it weren't for this method, they would all be dead by now. They are also alive, aren't they? The mother covered the girl's mouth with her hand and said that this is why they must survive. The heroes were in the room. In this place the king appeared. The man stood there with his hand in his pocket and smiling. This hunter was the king, and they were nothing, weak, helpless creatures. Afterwards, the hunter took away the food they had left, and they could only eat what was distributed to them. They could only eat enough food to keep them alive. There were 2 pieces of bread on the floor. Dame looked at the sandwich in surprise, and then she looked at the man leaving. He was looking at them from behind the closing door. The heroes were looking at him, and so hell began again. The woman sat on the floor. Her cheeks were sunken, and her gaze was attentive. She looked at her daughter, who was sitting next to her. Iriam was starting to go sideways. The mother heard her say that everything was fine, she was strong. The woman's gaze was pitiful. Iriam's mother had to take care of her. She turned to Dad and said that she didn't know if she could protect their Iriam if this continued. The girl leaned against her mother's shoulder. The women sitting on the floor heard that there would be no food today. The mother ran after the hunter, asking what he meant. The man replied that there was not much food left, their share needed to be reduced. She stood behind him indignantly and exclaimed that they were already eating little, but if they deprived them of even that. The man angrily asked why food was needed for those who just sat and had fun. He was constantly on the move, looking for a way out for them, so he needed to constantly replenish his energy. The woman asked, so he had found a way. The hunter replied that he still had not. The girl's mother looked at him in amazement. The man turned around. The woman screamed indignantly, asking how much longer they had to wait here. Would they even be able to get out of here? They trusted him and did not even complain about the new division of food, and yet he was doing this. The man looked at her. The woman's eyes widened. He swung his sword, and the woman covered her eyes with her hands, squeezing them shut. Then she opened one eye. The man held out his hand and said that they were completely useless bugs and walked on. He winced, holding his hand. The woman standing behind him said that it seemed like the wound from the spider had not healed yet. She looked at the man and said that it seemed like his wound was getting worse and worse. Iriam's mother's eyes were wide open. The hunter looked at her worriedly. Iriam's mother turned away and walked away, and he asked what she just said. He saw the door close. What should he do? The roof of the building was destroyed. What should he do in this situation? The woman walked up to her daughter who was lying on the floor. She was wondering how to protect Iriam. The gray building was destroyed. The woman was wondering if she could protect her. She looked down and heard the girl calling her. Iriam, who was lying on the floor, said that she was hungry. The mother was shocked to hear this. She stood with her back and looked forward, and then she knelt down next to her daughter. Next to her, a girl was sitting on her knees. She turned her gaze when she heard her name being called. Iriam's mother came to her. There were clouds in the dark sky, and it began to rain. There was a green cloth on the floor. The hunter was holding his hand, which had red marks on it. He was shocked to see them. Looking at his hand, he thought that the poison was gradually spreading. He needed to find shelter as soon as possible. Iriam's mother appeared from behind and asked, "Mr. Hunter, was he outside?" She was holding a glass in her hands and asked, "Did he find a way out?" The woman's face was very thin. She handed the glass to the man, saying that it had rained today, so they managed to collect water. It was clean, let him drink it. Closing her eyes, she heard a question about why she was suddenly so kind, and explained that, as he had said before, with their abilities, it was useless to go outside. So, at the very least, they should try and do everything they can to cheer him up. The man reached for the glass, saying that they finally understood their place. He brought the glass to his mouth, saying that maybe something would work out this way, and for now they should wait. The hunter took a sip. The brunette looked at him. He held the glass and heard the question of whether he remembered what he had said outside, and reminded him that when the shock gate opened, the monsters, even though this area was not their territory, defended it as if it were their property. The hunter answered that he had indeed said that. The man realized that his vision had become cloudy as the woman's image began to blur. She was saying what she thought. It sounded very much like him too. The man began to fall. He heard that he had also invaded here, as if this place belonged to him. The hunter fell to the floor. The woman looked at him. She turned and called Sujin. They stood in a gray room. The women leaned over the hunter. Sujin asked, "Did he really take this medicine?" Iriam's mother replied that she already knew everything perfectly well. The woman in green said that she was not very familiar with the process of making medicine. She could have added a lethal dose without knowing it. Sujin held his hand. The brunette asked, "Are they really?" The women stood next to the man who was lying down. Sujin asked, will they kill him? Yuriam's mother clutched the rope in her hands and asked where she had doubts. Didn't she want to avenge her brother? Sujin was doing something with her hands above and heard that, despite all the circumstances, this hunter was the cause of his death. If things continued like this, they would also fall under his hand. They had to wait for other hunters. Besides this one, there were others who could save them. The women stood next to the man who had a rope around his neck. They looked at him. The woman said that they had to lift him up. The rope tightened. The women pulled it with all their might. It became tighter and tighter around the hunter's neck, and in the end, they lifted him up. His body hung down, and the women were busy, their teeth from the strain. The man's head was down, and then he turned to them. A swift movement. The rope came down. The woman fell to the floor. The hunter stood, holding his head, and said that they had run into trouble, hit him on the back of the head. The man was angry, saying that he would finish them off. Sujin asked in fear what to do now. Yuriam's mother, who had risen, answered that this was expected, but he woke up faster than she thought. I wish it would all be over already. After all, a hunter is a hunter. The man looked at them sullenly. The mother stood opposite and said that he was still dizzy. The man angrily exclaimed for her to shut up, and he rushed to the attack. He hit the woman's face with his palm. She fell to the floor. Water was splashed into the hunter's eyes. He fell, holding his face and screaming about his eyes. His hand was clutching a stick. Yuriam's mother swung the stick at him, saying that she knew he was very weak now. Was it because of the spider's injury? Was it poisonous? Sujin covered her mouth with her hand in fear. Looking at him, Yuriam's mother wished him death, and she screamed decisively. Her gaze became a little crazy. A swift movement. The guy's hand dropped and there was blood. The hunter was lying in a pool of blood. Sujin trembled in fear and asked, is it true? He died. The woman replied that he was still alive. She handed the stick to her. Yuriam's mother looked at her and said that she heard that the hunter's regeneration is much superior to theirs, so if they left him like this, he would soon recover and most likely attack. Sujin was scared to hear about revenge for her brother. She must do it herself. Seeing the woman's indecision, the eldest screamed, urging her. Sujin swung, standing over the man. She held the stick above her head and heard her brother's voice calling her. She imagined Suman, and swung it. The stick fell to the floor. A whimper was heard. A hand reached for the pole. Sujin was kneeling and saying why was this happening to her? It would be better if only. Behind her, Yuriam's mother was clutching the stick, hearing the if only she too. The woman apologized to Sujin, and said that she had to protect her daughter. There was no other way. Yuriam lay as if in the center of a web. Her eyes were closed, and then they opened. The baby spider opened its eyes. She turned to the mother who called her, and saw her mother in front of her. She was holding 2 packages in her hands and asked, she was hungry, let her eat. She had food in both her hands. The baby, suffering from hunger, did not care where the food came from. On her knees, the girl reached for the package. He ate everything and kept eating. Yuriam ate from the yellow pack, and the next day, crumbs flew out of her mouth, and the next day too. There were packages around her, as if she was afraid that the food would be taken away, afraid that everything had gone bad. Yuriam kept eating. At some point, the food ran out. Clouds floated across the sky. Words were heard that she wished a hunter would come and save them. There was an abandoned construction site ahead. They thought they could get through it. There was a hole in the wall, but the food ran out. Mom made a decision. She smiled, saying that everything was okay. She held her severed arm in her hand and said that there was still her mother. She fed her own body to her baby. Nothing was visible, nothing was heard. The girl walked in the dust. There were no shoes on her feet, no voice, and she could not call anyone for help. She looked ahead then. Ahead, a huge monster opened its mouth. Yuriam wondered if she would be better off somewhere else. She just stood in the dust, and then she turned around. Bright lines from blows. A man appeared in front, blood splashed, and looked at her with concern. The dark-haired huntress held a sword in her hand, cutting the monster's body. A hunter appeared behind and asked Minerva, what is it? The girl turned around, and he noticed a surviving girl. Chandeliers were burning on the ceiling. In the corridor, people were sitting on the floor. A guy was holding a girl by the shoulders. Hunters were walking along the corridor. The red-haired girl exclaimed, God, are there still survivors? She leaned over to the sitting girl. She said hello, asked, was she unharmed? Her health condition was satisfactory. A question was heard, did you find out her personal information? And the answer was that they tried, but she did not say anything, only repeated the same thing. Yuriam looked down. The huntresses heard that she was hungry. Minerva said that was all she said. The redhead said that then she needed to be fed. It was logical. The huntress replied that they gave her some, but she didn't eat. Yuriam was surprised to hear that she, didn't know? Children like snacks like this more than normal food? Did she find this last time when they went to search the store? The redhead smiled and handed the girl a chocolate bar, offering to try, saying that it would immediately make her feel better. Minerva's eyes widened. Yuriam leaned over, while the redhead said with a smile that her eyes immediately lit up. The man was holding the woman's hand. He was surprised to hear a scream. Minerva was surprised to hear the question, "What is it?" Uriam grabbed the huntress's hand. With a wild look, she held the hand with her teeth, and the woman said that she was chewing. The man approached the women and called Uriam. At the shelter, she met the driver Young, and a few weeks later, the man shouted Uriam's name. Minerva stood next to her. He extended his hand and fell to his knees, hugging the girl. Her uncle found her. Time passed, and the gate shock gradually ended. The recovery stage began. Uriam sat at the table opposite the psychologist, who asked what thoughts she had when she looked at the picture. Would she share with her? The girl looked carefully. Her condition gradually began to return to normal. There were green leaves on the tree. Already an adult Reaper looked ahead. She covered one eye with her hand, exclaimed that the weather was fine. She walked forward, saying that on such a day you need to have fun. Someone called out to her from behind. She turned around and saw a guy with a girl. He asked Reaper. He heard that the Hunter administration was throwing a party. She looked at him carefully. She became a hunter. Blood splashed from the monster's head. He fell from Reaper's attack. She was unhappy, put her hands on her hips. Behind her, the guy was fighting a monster. She rushed towards him. A white round tower towered. It had tall stained glass windows. The girl was sitting by the fire with other people. She met many hunters. They were laughing, different events, different people. And in the midst of all this, the guy asked with a smile why she decided to become a hunter. The girl looked at him. The guy with blue eyes looked at her. Reaper thought about it. The other hunters began to take an interest in her. She walked behind the guy. Her gaze was thoughtful. She thought that unless energetically charged people gathered together, then there is nothing surprising. Hunters also have feelings. She paid attention when she heard him say that here. There was water in a gray building ahead, and she found it along the path near a stone arch. She looked ahead in surprise and asked in admiration, "What is this?" The guy replied that it was a ruined tower. He heard that it was left in its original state because it had some value, a landmark of this area. Reaper looked at the tower and said that I see, it was very beautiful here. Why didn't she know about such a place? She walked forward. Touching the wall of the tower, she said that it would be impossible to create something like this from the minerals they have on Earth. According to research, this material is made from meteorites floating in space. Moreover, it is stronger than any other mineral on this planet. The guy replied that he knew she would like it. She thanked him with a smile for bringing her here. But before she could finish, because the guy suddenly kissed her, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. She thought, isn't it too early for this? They haven't even met yet. His gaze froze. The guy looked at her. They were surrounded by a pink fog. Name, she thought, these eyes, why are they looking at her like that? He looked ahead, and she wondered why this gaze was directed at her. Doesn't want, doesn't like, hates. Little Uriam heard that she had to eat. Her mother extended her hand, and the girl asked in surprise what she had done. The exhausted woman said that there was no more food left. Uriam stared at her in fear. She pulled back and said that mom was strange. What was wrong with her? She asked. What should she do? The frightened girl was trembling and heard the question, does she want to die of hunger? The woman was surprised to hear that it was Dad. She turned her gaze, hearing that he said to protect. She asked, does she still think Dad was a strong man? Mom approached and angrily shouted that if he had been strong, he would not have died in the hospital then. Looking down at her daughter, she asked if she knew what Mom had done for her, why that Hunter and Sujin were no more. The girl was trembling in fear. She looked at the outstretched hand in shock and heard that the strongest survive. Her eyes were wide open when she heard the question. Did she understand? Her teeth were clenched. Then the girl approached the hand. There was a bloody knife on the floor. The woman walked up to it. She sees nothing. She hears nothing. No voice and can't call anyone for help. The woman looked ahead, saying that then. She turned around, kneeling, and asked if it would be better elsewhere. Behind her lay a bloody knife. A scream was heard. Uriam sat, covering her ears with her hands. She stared ahead in fear. There was a full moon in the sky. The sky was visible through a hole in the wall. The woman lay in blood and said that her mother was okay. The girl was kneeling next to her, and she called her to eat. Uriam looked at the woman. The mother's eyes were closing, but the daughter was still watching. The adult Reaper pushed the guy away and screamed that she didn't want to, she didn't need to. She was shaking, covering her hands, and told him not to look. The guy asked in surprise if she was okay. The girl covering her face continued with such eyes. The guy looked at her in fear. A purple haze spread around Reaper. She screamed at him not to look at her. There was a full moon in the sky. The boy opened his mouth and looked forward in surprise. His head fell to the ground. Reaper trembled, saying no. Tears appeared in her eyes. She said she almost killed him. She fell to her knees and held her head, screaming. She screamed, surrounded by a purple haze. A fuzzy information window appeared. Reaper continued to scream. The system window reported that the conditions for obtaining the qualification of the Apostle of Gluttony had been met. A purple haze swirled around the girl. She continued to scream, and then it began to quiet down. The girl smiled. She grabbed her head and bent down, holding it. The system reported that a new power was unlocked. Reaper smiled and wished him a pleasant appetite. She said that this is how she awakened. She really likes the look that looks at her with love and affection. The monster in the human body licked her palm. Smiling, she held the rope in her hands, and the purple monster asked if it was delicious. There is nothing more delicious in this world than the meat of people who love her. She imagined the guy who was shyly touching his hair and told him to love her. The girl smiled shyly. She told him to look at her with a loving gaze. Reaper kissed the hand, saying that it would be delicious to eat. She held the outstretched hand, thinking with all sincerity, enjoying them as much as they loved her. Reaper heard the guy standing behind her say that there are rumors that there are hunters in the government who are responsible for hunters who have committed a crime. The girl asked, "Is that true?" Turning around, Reaper also thought that it was true. She missed this moment, which means such hunters also exist. She touched her cheek, thinking that in everyday life she was just a Urium who knew nothing. She would not be their target. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear, deciding that she still needed to be careful. The sudden death of civilians would arouse suspicion, so she excluded them as a target. That left only the hunter whose death would not arouse suspicion. Reaper sat holding an artifact in her hand, saying that it was a magic cube that was won at an auction just recently. It could handle the leftovers, the crumbs from the food. She looked at the white cat and said that if the hunter was her target, it was better to avoid famous hunters as much as possible. In that case, a rookie hunter who had just started this activity would meet the conditions. She looked forward, saying that she was already quite experienced, so it would be difficult to fit into the company of rookie hunters. Where could she find a link? The man in the suit stood with his back. After a while, a mentor from the government, Quitch, appeared in front of her. An image of a woman appeared ahead. He lost his beloved wife during the gate shock. Reaper stood in front of him, holding out her hand. She made an offer to return his beloved wife to him, and he would pass on information about the newcomers to her. He accepted the offer. A purple haze flickered. Love makes fools of people. However, this hunter's wife did not quite return. By inserting a necrotic particle into the corpse, she only created an empty shell doll that behaves like his wife. Reaper touched his cheek, saying, "Is there any point in going so far? Well, all secrets become clear. Therefore, she needs a warning siren to prevent herself from becoming the next person after the hunter to whom all the threads lead." As expected, the mentor was caught. Reaper sat on the bed with a tablet, saying, "Can I stop here? Have to eat the same thing. And also clean up the deep secret." She does not like it after either. She looked at the screen. This is the information about the last rookie hunter who sent Quitch. Well, this will be the last supper. The girl touched her ear. She looked forward, holding the valley of her head, and, turning around, looked at the hero. The guy was looking at her. In that place, she met Baphomet. Looking at Baphomet's indifferent eyes, the girl noted that these were eyes that had never loved or received love. The guy lunged forward. With a smile, he struck. The blade cut the air. The monster was cut in half. Reaper glanced back. He looked at the brunette. Her eyes widened in surprise. She wondered what would happen if this man did not love. A cloudy sky covered the house. A drop slowly flowed from the faucet. The girl in a towel stood in front of the mirror. She touched her face, thinking that Urium had loving eyes. She thought that to be more precise, she too. The brunette smiled, mentally noting that after her mother this was the second time. She thought that if she ate the person she loved. The girl muttered with a crazy smile that it would make a very tasty meal. The black chain was burning with fire. Reaper screamed loudly in the fire. A weapon began to appear in the guy's hand. He sharply cut the air. The brunette, covered with her eyes, covered herself with her hand. A moment later, there was an explosion. Clouds of dust rose into the air. The huntress jumped to the side. Baphomet approached her. He raised his hand with fire. An explosion thundered behind the brunette. She frighteningly tried to cover herself with her hands. A blade flashed next to her. Black chains dug into a column. Several stones fell at the girl's feet. She saw that her left hand was cut off. Reaper's face was distorted with shock. She saw a spinning weapon. The guy was twirling the weapon on the chain. He grabbed the sickle by the handle. The brunette threw it at the huntress. The girl was thrown to the side. She saw that her arm was twisted. A dark silhouette loomed over her while he muttered that it hurt. The brunette looked away. Baphomet dealt many blows. Sharp blades caused wounds on her body. The Reaper fell to the ground. She looked down with a shocked look. With a stupid smile on her face, she began to laugh. Heavy footsteps were approaching her. Looking at the guy with the sword, the girl loudly asked him not to come closer. His weapon began to transform. The huntress trembled from the old woman, continuing to talk about pain. A long handle appeared in the hunter's hand. The brunette with horror in her eyes muttered that she did not want this. Baphomet raised his scythe over her. His eyes glowed red while he said that it was time to end all this. The guy ran towards his opponent. She opened her mouth in shock. A black blade approached her. Reaper watched it approach her face. She continued to say that it hurt. Baphomet froze when she called his name. The brunette looked at her with frightened eyes. The hunter stood with a surprised face. A huge hand with eyes reached out to him. A second later, he was thrown into the wall. His pupils shrank from shock. The guy began to fall to the ground. He looked at the monster next to Reaper. The substance wrapped itself around him and began to ask if she was okay. The girl sat with her head down. Looking up, she asked the hunter if he was really going to kill her. Looking at him lying on the ground, she said that it was no longer a secret that she was going to kill him. However, she asked what kind of atmosphere was around. The brunette with tears in her eyes began to say that she felt like she could die for the one she loved. As a tear rolled down her cheek, she asked if all the people she had killed felt this way. Reaper looked at him with shocked eyes, muttering that this was not right. Looking at the monster with eyes, she asked who she was. The boy began to come to his senses as she asked questions. The girl bent over and began to cry. Something started to crawl out of her back. She raised her head sharply, releasing energy. The female body rose into the air. Baphomet was kneeling, looking at her. The substance with eyes called the brunette. Her eyes turned white. Spider legs began to appear from her back, after which a notification appeared that the Reaper Apostle had gone out of control. The paw stuck into the substance. She called for her mother with frightened eyes. The black paw pressed. Many eyes turned white. The brunette stood on spider legs. Her left arm began to grow. Her hair acquired a white tint. Strands, like a web, flew to the sides. The white-haired spider closed her eyes. A smile appeared on her face. She extended her hand to Baphomet and called him. Hanging over him, the girl offered him to be with her forever. The web hung down on his shin. White strands stretched to the wrist, while the spider suggested to escape to a place that no one knows about. Having shackled the guy, she offered to create a nest. The hunter lowered his head and asked again about eternity. Reaper stretched her hand to him. Baphomet looked up, asking if they will be together. The girl smiled contentedly, confirming. Looking down at the guy, she said that they loved each other. The brunette froze, military words about how there was no other way to be together. A smile played on his face when the spider spoke about love. Her face distorted in surprise when Baphomet asked if this is what love looks like in her eyes. With a crazy smile on his face, the guy asked if she sees love in his eyes. The girl glanced at him and asked what he was talking about. The hunter looked away and called her pathetic. Touching his face with his hand, he noted that even he was embarrassed to see how she tries, although in fact she is very weak. Reaper froze, listening to the brunette say that no one wanted love and only she wanted it. The spider began to tremble when he added that he had only gotten close to her for a short time, so now. The white-haired girl jerked forward, screaming loudly that it was not so. With her mouth wide open, she asked why he was lying about not loving her. Baphomet lowered his head when she asked him to tell the truth. He replied that he would not do that. The girl froze with a puzzled look when the guy said that he did not have such feelings for her. Her mouth opened slightly. Reaper launched a web, screaming that it was a lie. The guy stood motionless. The silhouette of the huntress appeared in his head. He raised his head. He imagined the back of the brunette. After that, he imagined a stately image of a white-haired girl. With his mouth slightly open, Baphomet activated the ability. The moon was filled with red light, and the hunter himself dressed in the image of a demon. Looking at the hunter's profile photo, the girl spoke his details. Her eyes widened in surprise. She read the brief facts about him, lingering on the moment. The second does not follow the rules. Behind Reaper stood a small version of herself. Watching the huntress, the girl wondered why this was so funny. She turned around and mentally noted that he was going to die anyway. The daytime sky hung over the tower. Inside, there were knights in armor. Baphomet with a weapon stretched his neck. His opponents watched him. A smirk appeared on his face. The guy rushed forward, slaying the knights. Reaper froze in surprise. After a while, the brunette slew a huge demon. He hit the white monster in the back. The girl said that the hunter must be spicy to keep himself in top shape, because they do not know when the gate shock will begin. While wrapping the man's wounded arm, she said that even the most minor wounds can accumulate and grow into something greater. The huntress sat next to Baphomet, noting that she was not surprised that he had cleared the labyrinth tower. Stretching her lips into a smile, she noted his strength. The little girl watched from the side. She mentally noted that this was not enough and he had to become stronger, but when that happened, the likelihood that she would not be able to kill him would increase. Looking with a gloomy look, she muttered that in that case he would kill her. The spider clenched her teeth tightly. She launched a web at Baphomet, screaming that his words were a lie. Black paws were approaching the guy. He looked sadly at the floor. The silhouette of a girl in a dress appeared in his head. The white-haired girl asked him if he remembered that if he lost support during the battle, he should use this power. Opening his mouth, the brunette activated the ability. Spider legs dug into him. Reaper covered her face from the dust. Her eyes widened in surprise. A black and bloody silhouette loomed over her. Lights were shining in the shop windows. A blonde stood at the counter, picking up a coffee. She smiled widely when the barista asked to take a photo with her. Suddenly, Juri felt something. She was wary of the noise. Echidna ran into the coffee shop and called her loudly. The girl asked if she felt this devilish energy too. People inside started running to the window, asking what was wrong with the moon. Two girls came outside, their faces distorted in shock. A bloody moon was burning in the sky. Watching it, people noted that they had not heard any news about a total lunar eclipse. A bead of sweat ran down the blonde's face. The forest was covered by a black sky. A female voice asked her interlocutor if she understood. The two girls stood to the side, and one of them said that the role of the huntress was to provide support from behind and avoid clashing with the huge monsters. Muse looked up, seeing the red light. She saw a bloody moon, and everyone began to ask why it changed color. There was a dim light in the windows of the building. The man's hand was touching the floor. The white-haired guy was standing on one hand. Vango looked ahead indifferently. He turned his eyes to the side. Standing up, the leader looked at the moon. He frowned his light eyebrows. There was also a light on in the other building. Griffin was standing by the wall. He was looking at the drawings on it. The guy went outside. Suddenly, he froze. He looked up. A red moon was looking at him from the sky. Griffin, his mouth slightly open in surprise, immediately realized that it was because of Baphomet. Seong-un tensed up from the red light. He looked up. Watching the large bloody beam, the man asked what was going on. A black aura floated in the red air. It enveloped everything around. The spider stood motionless. Her mouth opened in surprise. A black leg stood next to her. Looking at the gloomy monster with horns, she called out to Baphomet. His eyes glowed red. The demon suddenly approached Reaper. He stretched out his clawed hand towards her. The spider jumped up. She looked down in confusion. Several columns behind her were cut. The guy bent over, holding his hand. He raised his head. A moment later, he swayed next to the girl. The demon waved his hands. The white-haired girl flew to the side. She turned her gaze back. Horror froze in her eyes, and she began to ask why. With her mouth wide open, Reaper continued to repeat the question, breaking into a scream. Baphomet cut her spider legs. Shock froze on her face. White hair flew through the air. The girl fell to her knees. A tear rolled down her cheeks. She asked if they could just pretend they didn't know anything and leave together. While the demon stood behind her, the spider asked if they couldn't do this because she was a murderer of many people. Without turning his head, the guy replied that it didn't matter. Turning his head, Reaper indignantly asked what was the matter then. The blade of the scythe flew through the air. The weapon pierced her stomach. The girl froze, looking down. Standing in front of her, Baphomet noted that he would kill her. Remembering their meeting in the forest, he said that it was already predetermined the moment they first met. Looking through the massive helmet, the demon added that everything that arose in between these events was just noise. Cutting the spider's body in half, he offered to cripple her with this. The upper part of the torso flew off. Reaper remembered their conversation after they met. She looked at the guy. Then a memory from the date appeared in her head. The girl looked away. A memory appeared, how she reached for a kiss. The pupils of her violet eyes narrowed. The spider remembered their night together. The chopped body fell to the ground. The demon stood in front of her. The white-haired girl looked with empty eyes. The sky was burning red, and the guy was silent. He abruptly turned to the side. Baphomet stirred, hearing a female voice. He saw that Reaper stirred, muttering that she was very hungry. With trembling hands, she grabbed her own intestines. The hunter watched as she squeezed them to eat. His hand clenched the hilt of the scythe. He raised the weapon above the girl. The sharp hilt began to descend. The demon froze when Reaper called out for her mother. She looked up in surprise. A dark-haired woman stood in front of her. She swore softly, saying that everything was fine now, and she didn't have to do that. Tears began to well up in Whitehair's eyes. As a tear rolled down her cheek, she asked if it was true. The little girl looked at her hopefully, asking if she had the right not to do that. The woman extended her hand and confirmed, then called her to her. A small hand reached out in response. The girl jumped into her mother's arms. She continued to cry, but she smiled widely. Reaper called out loudly for her mother. Her hand flew up, splashing blood. Baphomet stood in front of a pool of blood. He lowered his head. Turning away, he saw a red system notification. The information on the plate said that he had freed the apostle of gluttony from sin. The guy took off his mask. Letting go of his braid, he uncovered his face. A tear was still running down his cheek. The system noted the completion of the cleanup. The plane cuts through the night sky. It was flying over Manhattan. An unknown tower was on course. The man looked with eyes full of fear. The warrior clutched his wounded stomach, asking why exactly he deserved this. Opening his mouth wide, he screamed that he was an S-rank hunter, who was in the top 20 best in the country. Looking at the approaching gloomy silhouette, he was indignant that this humiliation came from a monster he had never heard or seen. He asked what he was. The unknown person rushed past, leaving a hole in his chest. Blood flowed down the warrior's chin. The man held his heart in his hand. Sharply squeezing it, he said that he was Raven. The man's blood gushed behind him. Looking through the mask, the guy repeated that his name was Raven. These events end the first part. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.